your unique ability was immortality. Your only weak point was your left eye, a secret you had shared only with your beloved wife. So, when she smiled and watched as her lover, your best friend and guild leader, crushed your eyeball with his bare hands, you finally understood the heart-stabbing pain of betrayal. But death was not the end. When you were reborn a moment before the apocalypse began, carrying the SSS rank divine treasure, the mystery of the sky, which could infinitely evolve abilities, you smiled. Your infinite regeneration was still with you. You now possessed the Sharingan, capable of copying any ability, and you held 10 years of future memories. The wretched couple who murdered you in your past life? In this life, they would kneel and watch as you crushed them. Under your heel, ascending to the throne step by step, you dragged your exhausted body back from the SSS rank demon dragon's lair. This time, you not only survived but also obtained a treasure that could change your destiny, the SSS rank ability evolution material, the mystery of the sky. You couldn't wait to share your joy with your wife, Binghuman, but as you scanned your fingerprint and pushed open the door, the lewd moans coming from the bedroom struck you like a bolt of lightning. Your legs gave out, and you collapsed. One of those voices belonged to the love of your life, the woman you had sworn to protect forever. The other belonged to the man you considered a brother, your guild leader, Long Quang. It felt like your world was ending. You struggled to your feet and dragged yourself to the bedroom door. The conversation inside was like a poisoned dagger, carving out your heart with every single word. Big brother Quang, why bring up that dead guy? He's just B-rank trash. How can he compare to you? That was Bing Yuman's voice, in a sweet, fawning tone you had never heard before. Baby, Zhao Shuang spent every penny he earned on potions for you. You're pretty heartless, aren't you? He was a willing simp. Besides, sending him to his death was your idea, wasn't it, big brother Quang? I even cried for him in front of everyone. How is that heartless? So, it was all a conspiracy. Rage consumed you. You threw all your strength into slamming the door open. Before you, on your bed, were the two of them, naked and scrambling in panic. Husband, you're not dead? For the first time, panic flashed across Bing Yuman's face. Long Quang was even more flustered. He instantly transformed into his dragon scale form, grabbed your neck like you were a chicken, and dragged you back into the room, locking the door. Against his SS rank power, you were helpless. Since everyone thinks you're dead, you have to die, Bing Yuman said. A vicious look on her face as she made a throat-slitting gesture to Long Quang. Crack! You heard your own neck snap. Long Quang sneered, telling you that he and Bing Yuman had been together for 3 years. The reason your missions were always so demanding and you were rarely home was all thanks to him creating opportunities for them. Standing over your corpse, Bing Yuman suddenly remembered something. Big brother Quang, what if he's not completely dead? His regeneration ability is creepy. She was right. As long as your weak point, your left eye, was intact, you could not die. You dropped the act and instantly activated powerful regeneration, healing your neck. Before their shocked eyes, you pulled out the mystery of the sky, glowing with a 9-colored light, and swallowed it in one gulp. You could die, but this divine treasure would never fall into the hands of this disgusting pair. An SSS rank evolution material. A greedy, ecstatic light burst from Long Quan's eyes. He reached out to claw it from your throat, only to find the mystery of the sky was already melting rapidly. Quick, kill him. Evolution materials don't fuse with the dead. Bing Yuman shrieked. But he won't die. Long Quan yelled, sweating in frustration. Gouge out his eyes. Bing Yuman screamed, hysterically, a sudden memory striking her. He talked in his sleep once. His weak point is his eyes. The next second, a piercing pain shot through you. Your eyes were forcibly gouged out and crushed. With your weak point destroyed, powerful regeneration failed completely. Your consciousness sank into endless darkness. You were dead, truly dead. An intense feeling of suffocation enveloped you. You snapped your eyes open, gasping for air. You were in your familiar university dorm room. Still in shock, you grabbed your phone from the pillow. The date on the screen made your pupils shrink, December 31st, 2066. You had been reborn. You were back, 10 years. In the past, on the very day the apocalypse began, you instinctively felt for the power within your body. The vast energy of the mystery of the sky was dormant inside you. It had come back with you. This was your greatest asset for this new life. In the dorm, your roommates were watching a livestream on the Flybrain. It was the Earth Alliance's ship returning from Proxima Centauri. An astronaut was holding a box covered in runes. Your heart tightened. That was Pandora's box, containing the X-Virus. On the screen, the box was opened. The time was 2:30 p.m. That was a full half hour earlier than in your memory. The butterfly effect of your rebirth had already begun. There was no time to hesitate. You rushed out of the dorm, yelling to your roommates, "Lock the doors and windows. Stay calm no matter what happens, and wait here until I get back." As you ran, you started a video call with your mother. On the screen, your mom, Jong-eun, was playing mahjong. "Son, out of money again?" Hearing that familiar voice, your eyes turned red. In your past life, your mom had lost money playing mahjong, and her resulting mental breakdown made her unable to resist the X-viruses. Corruption. She had turned into a zombie. "Mom!" You choked out, speaking with a seriousness she had never heard before. "Stop playing. Go home right now. I have something incredibly important to tell you." Your solemn tone stunned your mother, and she immediately agreed. After hanging up, you sprinted toward home. As you passed the university sports field, you saw a sight that made you burn with fury. Your second brother, Wang Chang, was being kicked to the ground by a large, muscular man. Standing nearby was his cheating girlfriend, Xia Min. "Wang Chang, are you even a man? I'm already cheating on you. Why won't you just break up?" "Minmin, I can accept it." Wang Chang's pleading was like a needle in your heart. You instantly understood why your righteous brother's spirit had shattered in your past life, causing him to become a zombie. This scene was so similar to what you had just experienced. Pathetic cuckold. The muscular man sneered, wrapping his arm around Xiamin and spitting at your brother. Rage exploded in your chest. You dashed behind the man and tapped his shoulder. "Who are you?" he asked, turning around. "The name's Wu Song." Before the words left your mouth, you landed a heavy punch on his jaw, a blow backed by 10 years of life and death combat skills. The nearly 200-pound man was sent flying. You jumped on top of him, your fists raining down like a storm, each punch carrying the towering hatred you felt for Long Quang. You dare hit me? My dad's the bureau director." "A director?" You sneered, landing another punch. "I don't give a damn who your father is." You then turned and gave the screaming woman a loud slap across the face. "Pan Jinlian, you think you can act so arrogant?" You didn't stop until Wang Chang pulled you back, his eyes bloodshot as he roared at the couple, "Get lost. If you ever mess with my brother again, I'll kill you." They scrambled away in terror. "Third brother, am I pathetic?" Wang Chang asked, tears streaming down his face. "Second brother, I understand," you said, patting his shoulder firmly. "Come on, let's go home. A woman like that isn't worth it. I'll introduce you to someone better." You pulled your brother, now slightly calmer, and ran to your apartment building. Standing before the familiar door, you trembled. For 10 years, you had been an orphan, suffering endless betrayal and hardship. Now, you were finally home. To see your parents again, to fix every regret, to protect everyone you wanted to protect. You took a deep breath and, with the resolve to reshape your entire world, you pushed the door open. "Old Zhao, hurry up and clean the room. Our big son is about to come back." He even spoke to me seriously, saying there's something important to announce. He's been dating that girlfriend for over 2 years, and we've never met her. Maybe today we'll have the chance to see our future daughter-in-law. So hurry up and clean well. We need to leave a good impression on her. Zhao Shuang pushed open the door, and his mother Zhongyun's voice came from the kitchen. At the same time, the clattering of dishes and utensils in the kitchen indicated that she was busy. Meanwhile, his father Zhao Zihan, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was happily cleaning in the living room. He didn't forget to respond to his mother. "What did you say? Our son is bringing his girlfriend back? Did he tell you that himself? Why didn't you say so earlier? With this sudden news, we don't even have time for a thorough cleaning." His father complained about the time crunch while speeding up his cleaning. Does he need to say it himself? As the saying goes, a mother knows her child best. I can tell what he's up to just by the way he sits down. Usually, when he calls me on video, it's always about money, always asking for money, and every time he does, his little mouth is as sweet as honey. He knows how to charm. But today, when he called, he was completely different. Not only did he not ask for money, but his eyes were red, looking all wronged. Isn't that a classic case of a couple arguing? It's probably because we've been urging him to bring his girlfriend home to meet us, and the girl, being shy, didn't agree. So they had a fight, and then she compromised and agreed. That's why your son seriously told me there's something extremely important to discuss with you too. You tell me, besides bringing his future daughter-in-law to meet the parents, what important thing could a kid still in school have? And it has to be when both of us are here? What serious matter could he possibly have? So I stopped playing mahjong and rushed back to cook. Trust me, it's the right call. Zhang Yan analyzed the situation with confidence, leaving Zhao Xuan with a face full of black lines. It turns out that when his mother readily agreed to leave her friends in the game, it was a complete misunderstanding. She completely misinterpreted his intentions. He never expected that in his mother's eyes he was still just a kid and didn't have any serious matters at all. It was truly helpless. Ahem, Dad, Mom, I'm back and I brought someone to share a meal. After listening to his parents' conversation, Zhao Shuang finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. He also reminded them that his older brother was there, hoping his parents would show some restraint and save him some face. He didn't want them to spill all his secrets. Another reason was that there wasn't much time left. In about 10 minutes, the X-virus would reach here. But it was really nice to hear his parents' voices again and see them. See, I told you our son would bring someone back. A mother knows her child best, trust me on this. Oh my goodness, why is it a guy? When Zhang Yun heard Zhao Shuang's voice, she quickly emerged from the kitchen, proudly saying this to his father, while her gaze instinctively shifted past Zhao Shuang to look at his companion. When she realized that Zhao Shuang's older brother, Wang Chang, was a guy, her voice instantly shot up an octave. She seemed a bit flustered. A guy? What guy? Damn, how did our son bring back a guy? Hearing Zhao Shuang and Zhang Yun, Zhao Zihan, who was moving clutter from the living room to the balcony, hurriedly ran back. He immediately spotted Wang Chang behind Zhao Shuang and exclaimed something colorful. At that moment, Zhao Zihan felt like the sky was falling. Hello, uncle and aunt. I've heard Zhao Shuang mention you often. I'm Zhao Shuang's. At that moment, Wang Chang stepped forward to greet them, feeling a bit embarrassed for coming empty-handed. So he didn't take the initiative to speak, and it seemed that Zhao Shuang's parents had a lot of opinions about him now. Could it be that they were blaming him for coming empty-handed? Thus, his second brother Wang Chang had no choice but to brace himself and greet the elders. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by his mother, Zhang Yun. Ahem. Old Zhao, you need to pull yourself together first. Let me ask a few questions. Xiao Shuang. According to logic, it's already 2066, and tomorrow will be 2067. I've seen quite a few homosexuals, and I don't discriminate. I've also heard of our City of Heavenly Corruption title. But when you told me you had a girlfriend, I never expected you were actually talking about a boyfriend. My son coming out is such a big deal, your dad and I need some time to process this. After raising you for so long, we can't even tell if you're a son or a daughter. Zhang Yun's words struck Zhao Shuang like a bolt from the blue, leaving him feeling both crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Seeing his dad nodding along, Zhao Shuang felt as if the sky had fallen. What on earth was going on? What were his parents thinking? Every day? He was worried that his second brother Wang Chang would turn into a zombie and brought him back, but how did it turn into him liking men and having a boyfriend? He never expected his parents to be so corrupted in their thinking, not only not opposing it but actually being quite open-minded. 3 minutes later, after Zhao Shuang, in a fit of anger, finally explained that Wang Chang was just their dorm's second brother who came over for a meal and that his orientation had always been normal, only liking women and not men. With Wang Chang backing him up, he mentioned that Zhao Shuang had been pursuing the campus beauty, Bingyu Meng, for the past 2 years. He even recounted how Zhao Shuang had fought over Bingyu Meng, leading to his second brother getting hospitalized with 13 stitches on his head. When he revealed the scar on his head as proof, Zhang Yun exclaimed, "Oh, with 13 stitches on your head, you must be the 13 bodyguards that Xiao Shuang mentioned. I remember now, you are Wang Chang, the second one in your dorm. Coming over for a meal is fine, as long as you're not my son's boyfriend. Liking women is good. Liking women is good." It was all a misunderstanding. Once they understood it was a misunderstanding, both parents showed relieved and unburdened smiles. After all these years of raising a son, it was just good that he was still a son. It was a false alarm. Completely a false alarm. Alright, Dad, Mom, and second brother, I don't have time to bicker with you anymore. Come sit down. I hope you remember every word I say next. This concerns your lives and the lives of all of us. Don't laugh, this isn't a joke, I'm serious. In about 10 minutes, the X-virus brought back from Proxima Centauri will sweep through our Panda province. By then, we will all be infected with this virus without exception. This is a sign of the apocalypse. Once infected with the X-virus, those with weak willpower will instantly turn into zombies or ghouls, becoming mindless creatures that only know how to devour and attack humans indiscriminately. Moreover, besides us, humans, animals, plants, and even microorganisms will all be affected without exception. After being infected, as long as one has a strong will and stays true to oneself, they can withstand the attack of the X-virus. If they can endure it without turning into a zombie or ghoul, there will be a 50% chance of awakening special abilities. Therefore, our primary goal is to survive and not let ourselves be affected by the virus and mutate into zombies or ghouls. Zhao Shuang said seriously, without a hint of joking. Son, are you saying that the scenes in the Faineo live broadcast are real? I just watched the live broadcast of the spacecraft's return capsule at home and recorded it with Faineo. Your mother can take a look. At this moment, his dad, Zhao Zihan, immediately stood up and opened Faineo to play the recorded live broadcast. In the scene, as the box opened, it was empty inside, and then the people on site began to turn into zombies and ghouls one by one. Those with black hair and black pupils became zombies, while those with blonde hair and blue eyes turned into ghouls. There were even zombies and ghouls with dark skin, randomly mutating. Then the scene shifted back to the studio, where the host was frantically trying To cover up the truth of the live broadcast, before the lies could be fully spoken, the host also transformed into a zombie. Then, the screen abruptly cut off, turning into a flurry of static. Upon seeing this, both mom and second brother displayed expressions of terror and panic. Had the apocalypse really descended so suddenly? Following Zhao Shuang's instructions, everyone locked themselves in a room, securing the doors and windows. Half an hour later, they could only open the door if they heard someone speaking normally. Otherwise, they were not to open the door for any reason. Zhao Shuang quietly locked himself in his room, patiently waiting for the arrival of the X virus. 5 minutes later, he felt a warmth in his nose, as if he had inhaled something particularly unusual. This familiar yet strange sensation was the feeling of the X virus invading his body. The X virus was here. As the X virus entered his body through his respiratory system, Zhao Shuang felt as if a line of fire had been inhaled into his lungs. It quickly spread throughout his body, making him feel unbearably hot, as if his blood were boiling. The circulation speed and flow rate increased rapidly. In just a moment, Zhao Shuang's clothes were completely soaked with sweat. He estimated that at this moment, his body temperature must have exceeded 100 degrees, feeling as if he were being steamed alive. Although he had experienced the invasion of the X virus once before in his previous life and had remembered this feeling vividly for 10 years, experiencing the invasion of the X virus again still made him feel unbearable discomfort. In the next instant, an excruciating pain far beyond that of childbirth spread throughout his body. Lying on the bed, Zhao Shuang was in so much pain that he almost fell off. This pain was still as unforgettable as before. Experiencing it again made Zhao Shuang, who had once ruthlessly dismembered himself to escape from the dragon's nest, cry tears of agony. This illustrates its horror. And now, as an ordinary person, facing the torment of the X-virus invasion, he had no choice but to rely on his unwavering willpower to endure. After the X-virus invaded, there were 3 major trials. The first was the intense heat he had just experienced, feeling as if he were being roasted alive over a fire. The second was the terrifying pain, which was 10 times worse than that of childbirth. Half of humanity fell at the first hurdle, turning into zombies or ghouls. Among those who survived, half fell again at the second hurdle. As long as one's will was slightly unsteady, and there was no compelling reason to survive, allowing fear, panic, anger, and frustration to take over, the X-virus would completely seize control of one's consciousness, turning them into a walking corpse. It would erase human consciousness, deform the body, and transform people into zombies or ghouls, turning human society into a hell on earth, a scene of apocalypse. And this was just the first 2 trials. The third trial followed closely after the intense pain. Zhao Shuang felt the excruciating pain just beginning to fade, and before he could even grit his teeth, everything went black before his eyes. His consciousness was interrupted, and he fell into a complete coma. This interruption of consciousness was the third trial of the X-virus, and it was the most difficult trial. 80% of those who made it through the first 2 trials fell at this third hurdle. As the X-virus swept across the globe, ultimately, only 1 in 10 humans survived. Or more precisely, the final survivors made up about 1/20th of the original population. This was the number left after the X-virus had ravaged the world in just half an hour. As the apocalypse descended, an overwhelming number of zombies and undead, along with mutated animals and plants, and bizarre creatures that had never been seen or heard of before emerged from the transformed humans. These were the true challenges for all surviving humans. The end of the world had only just begun. Among the surviving 1/20th of humanity, the probability of awakening supernatural abilities had risen to about 50%. The other half remained ordinary people. And ordinary people, in this apocalypse, faced indiscriminate attacks from zombies and various unheard of monsters. They were like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others, with no power to fight back. Ultimately, 6 or 7 out of those who survived would perish. The order among the surviving humans had completely collapsed. Legal principles were about to vanish in this apocalypse, transforming the world into one where the strong preyed on the weak. This left the already small number of humans caught in a rapid cycle of internal strife. It was not until the appearance of that man, Feng Xiaoyang, that he single-handedly subdued everyone and reshaped the order of human society. But that was a story for later. As Zhao Shuang's consciousness was completely interrupted, losing control over his body, he felt uncertain about whether he could survive this time. After all, with consciousness interrupted, even the strongest will had no room to manifest. Whether he could live or awaken supernatural abilities was all left to fate. As Zhao Shuang slowly regained consciousness, he hurriedly checked his body and assessed his condition. He found that he was still human and had not mutated into a zombie or undead. After surviving the 3 trials of the X-virus, Zhao Shuang knew that the main event was about to begin. He felt a wave of movement throughout his body as streams of energy began to converge from his limbs and bones, heading straight for his brain. Ultimately, it gathered in the center of his mind, and a piece of information flowed in as if it had always belonged to him. Supernatural ability awakening successful, ability talent level B grade. Ability, regeneration, mutation. Regeneration, activating the ability allows for limb regeneration and regrowth of severed limbs. Mutation ability, during the awakening of the ability, there is a very small probability of a special mutation occurring. This mutation is uncontrollable and may result in either a positive or negative mutation. Mutation ability, vital point. Vital point, you can choose a body part or organ as the vital point. If the vital point is destroyed, the ability becomes completely ineffective. At the same time, the regeneration ability upgrades to powerful regeneration. As long as the vital point is intact, life continues. As this familiar information merged into his mind, Zhao Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his previous life, he had not been invaded by the X virus at home, but rather when the virus outbreak reached Panda province. He had been busy being a sycophant for Bing Yumei, standing foolishly under her dormitory building delivering her favorite milk tea. Thus, he had awakened his abilities in an open environment. After being invaded by the X virus, when he regained consciousness, the same information had merged into his mind, word for word. This meant that although Zhao Shuang had altered the trajectory of his previous life, the outcome of his ability awakening had not changed. Everything remained the same. That was fine. Just as Zhao Shuang was about to get up and check on his parents and second brother, his eyes suddenly experienced a violent tremor and an astonishingly powerful energy surged from his eyes. It quickly flowed into his mind. At the same time, another piece of information, resembling a memory, once again merged into his mind. Supernatural ability awakening successful, ability talent level, S grade. Ability, Sharingan, can evolve. Sharingan, activating the ability allows you to copy the abilities of others that do not exceed the Sharingan talent level. The copied ability can only be used once. The energy consumed to use the copied ability is 80% of the original ability, while its power is 120% of the original ability. A maximum of 3 copied abilities can exist simultaneously. Moreover, during the process of copying abilities, there is a 1 in 100 million chance of permanently acquiring the copied ability. The permanently acquired copied ability is no longer limited by the number of uses. Evolution, this ability can evolve into a higher level talent ability, with the conditions for evolution unknown. Zhao Shuang stared blankly at the sudden addition of an ability, and it was a powerful S-level ability at that. Furthermore, it was the rarest eye-based ability, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. The Sharingan isn't that the ability of the Uchiha clan from the anime Naruto, which aired over half a century ago in the island nation? How could this suddenly appear on him? In his previous life, Zhao Shuang did not possess such a powerful ability, let alone one that was evolvable. This meant there was a chance to evolve into an SS-level talent ability. Could this be the benefit of being reborn? Or perhaps it was compensation for his eyes being brutally gouged out and crushed in his previous life? Or was it the result of the SSS-level evolution material, Sky's Mystery? He had consumed it just before dying, hitting that 10% chance of ability evolution, and then he was reborn, which took effect. Zhao Shuang thought of various possibilities regarding this unexpected ability, the Sharingan. But which possibility was the truth? He had no answers, it was all a mystery. Third brother, how are you? Are you still alive? At that moment, the knock on the door from his second brother, Wang Chang, pulled Zhao Shuang back to reality. His second brother was actually alive? The second brother, who had turned into a zombie and disappeared from his world in the last life, had truly changed his fate in this life. What about their mother? Was she still alive? I'm fine, second brother. How are mom and dad? Have they come out? Zhao Shuang said as he opened the door and walked outside. The fact that his second brother could communicate normally proved that he was definitely okay. Although he didn't know if he had awakened any abilities, at least he was a normal person. I don't know yet. I just fainted for some reason, and the first thing I did when I woke up was come to find you. I haven't had a chance to ask about your parents yet, Wang Cheng said. At that moment, with a click, the door to their father Zhao Zihan's room opened. Their father stepped out, still looking like a normal human without any mutations. It seemed that their father would likely awaken a B-level talent ability just like in the last life. What about your mother? How is she? Did she make it through? As soon as their father came out, he saw Zhao Shuang and Wang Chang, and he asked with some concern, a hint of worry in his eyes. I'm fine, just woke up. At that moment, their mother's strong voice rang out, and the door to her room opened in response, revealing their mother, Zhang Yun, looking as usual. The moment Zhao Shuang saw her, he let out a long sigh of relief. The stone that had been weighing on his heart finally fell. After being reborn, he had changed the fates of his mother Zhang Yun and his second brother Wang Chang. How wonderful! So how do you all feel? Have you awakened any abilities? Zhao Shuang asked the group, now gathered together again, posing the question he was most concerned about. I awakened. Wang Chang replied. I have, their father Zhao Zihan said. I didn't. Their mother Jiangyan shook her head in disappointment. Mom, don't be disappointed that you didn't awaken an ability. There will always be a way for you to awaken one in the future. With your big son here, awakening an ability for you is a piece of cake. Now, second brother and dad, why don't you tell me what abilities you awakened? Zhao Shuang first comforted his mother's low spirits, then turned to ask his second brother and father. He already knew his father's ability. What he was most concerned about was what ability his second brother Wang Chang would awaken, especially since he had turned into a zombie in the last life. As for mom not being able to awaken her abilities, it's not a big deal. Not long after the apocalypse broke out, some people started defeating monsters and dropped ability activation potions. This thing is useless for those who have already activated their abilities. What they can use is the ability evolution potion. For those who didn't manage to activate their abilities during the initial outbreak of the X virus, there are still opportunities to make up for it. Taking the ability activation potion gives a chance to activate abilities later on. However, the probability gradually decreases, and the hope of activating abilities becomes increasingly slim as time goes on. In my previous life, Bing Yumming didn't awaken her abilities during the first wave and had to consume 9 bottles of the ability activation potion before finally activating her ability, which turned out to be an A-level ability. To buy those 9 bottles of ability activation potions, Zhao Shuang spent almost all his income from the golden period of ability level enhancement just before the apocalypse broke out. This caused a gap in his ability level compared to others, leading Bing Yumming to disdain him as a waste. However, in this life, Zhao Shuang would no longer be Bing Yumming's loyal follower. Getting the ability activation potion to activate mom's abilities first is a much better idea, right? Oh, the third one, my awakened ability is S-level talent ability, Dominance of the Sky. I wonder how powerful it is, said my second brother, Wang Chang, scratching his head as he spoke to Zhao Shuang. Son, I awakened a B-level talent ability, Neurotoxin. I wonder if this thing is useful. Dad Zhao Zihan also cast an inquiring glance. For some reason, many people from Dad's generation have names like Zihan, Ziheo, Zitong, and Zitong. Just among uncles and aunts with similar names. Zhao Shuang has 7 or 8 S-level ability? Second brother, are you saying you awakened an S-level ability? Dominance of the Sky? Is this an ability that can fly? Wow, that's amazing. As for Dad, your ability can be very powerful if used well, but if not, it's not much use. I can only say it's a special skill in certain situations. Zhao Shuang's eyes lit up when he heard that his second brother had actually awakened an S-level ability. When he learned that this ability could also fly, he was so excited. He almost jumped up. Flying abilities are already rare, and right now, at the onset of the apocalypse, zombies and undead are everywhere. Transportation has almost completely broken down. When everyone's ability levels are very low and they are all beginners, trying to use abilities to carve out a bloody path is nothing but a pipe dream. Normally, one can only hide in the safe zone and grind monsters to level up little by little. Only after gradually increasing their ability level can they expand their activity range. But having a flying ability changes everything. In the current cities filled with zombies and undead, their levels are low and they can't fly. Flying mutated beasts, plants, and microorganisms haven't expanded their territory or invaded human cities yet. So, my second brother's ability is a godly skill for quick movement in the early stages. Without hesitation, Zhao Shuang activated his S-level ability, the Sharingan, intending to copy his brother's ability. As Zhao Shuang's Sharingan activated, the energy in his mind began to rapidly converge towards his eyes. In the next moment, Zhao Shuang's eyes turned blood red, and the black pupils transformed into a kaleidoscope shape. His second brother completely vanished from his sight, leaving only a mass of white energy. Then Zhao Shuang discovered that this white energy was copied by his Sharingan and stored in his mind. Thus, the S-level ability Sharingan was successfully copied. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in his mind as if it were a memory. Sharingan activated, ability copy successful. Copied ability, S-level talent ability, Dominance of the Sky. Dominance of the Sky. Activating this ability allows free flight in the sky, significantly increasing speed. Damage to aerial targets is increased by 100%, and damage received from aerial targets is reduced by 50%. Sharingan ability copy reduces ability consumption by 20% and enhances ability effects by 20%. Zhao Shuang looked at his second brother Wang Chang's ability introduction, and suddenly, he was filled with surprise. This ability of his second brother is quite impressive. 100% damage increase to aerial targets and a 50% damage reduction. He is truly the king of the skies. No wonder it's called Dominating the Sky. His second brother is simply superhuman. Just as Zhao Shuang was marveling, a sudden wave of extreme dizziness hit him, causing him to stagger. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. This was the result of him just using his S-level talent ability, the Sharingan, to copy his second brother Wang Chang's ability, which had drained his own powers due to overexertion. After all, he had only just awakened his powers and was still a rookie with only level 1 abilities. Copying an S-level ability at level 1 was indeed a bit of a stretch. Fortunately, his second brother Wang Chang was on his side and offered no resistance, allowing Zhao Shuang to successfully copy it. Otherwise, Zhao Shuang would likely have failed. With the ability to copy his second brother's S-level power to dominate the sky, Zhao Shuang now had a trump card. He then led everyone to the balcony and looked down. He discovered that the streets were densely packed with zombies and ghouls, and traffic had completely collapsed. These zombies and ghouls were attacking and devouring each other, and it wouldn't be long before second level or even third level zombies or ghouls would emerge. Occasionally, a few lucky humans appeared on the street trying to test their newly awakened abilities or seeking to move to a relatively safe place, but they were immediately besieged by all the zombies and ghouls. Living humans were a great supplement for them, much faster than the speed of evolution from consuming their own kind. Son, can you tell us why you seem to have foresight and know so much? You seem very familiar with this apocalypse. Of course, if you don't want to say, that's fine, we won't ask again. Zhao Shuang's mother, Jiang Yun, asked her son. She was genuinely curious as it seemed her son could predict the future. Everything he said had come true. Faced with his mother's inquiry, Zhao Shuang was momentarily stunned. But in just 3 seconds, he thought of an answer. You're right, Mom. My awakened ability is an SS-level talent ability, foresight. That's why I can foresee some things that are about to happen in the future. Of course, this foresight isn't 100% accurate. After all, the future has many possibilities and is full of uncertainties. What I foresee is just one of many possibilities. However, Mom, I have foreseen that in the future, killing these zombie monsters will yield a kind of ability activation potion. When the time comes, if you take this ability activation potion, you might activate your powers. Since such an absurd event, as the apocalypse had already occurred and countless bizarre abilities had appeared in this world, Zhao Shuang's tall tales were easy to come by. After all, he had been reborn and truly knew many things about the future. Pretending to be a prophet who could foresee the future was not out of the question. Really? I can also activate my powers? Were you just comforting me? That would be wonderful. Son, what should we do next? We will follow your lead, Jiang Yun said, looking as if she would leave everything to Zhao Shuang, while second brother Wang Chang and father Zhao Zihan nodded in agreement beside her. Next, we have 3 things to do. First, stockpile supplies. The most important thing in this apocalypse is to survive. Food and water are the most basic conditions for survival, so we must find ways to gather more food and water. Second, we need to quickly level up by fighting monsters, killing those zombies and ghouls, and collecting the energy cores from their heads. Consuming those energy cores can enhance our ability levels. Abilities have not only a talent level but also their own level. Talent determines the upper limit of a supernatural being's abilities, while their actual power level determines the lower limit. Therefore, leveling up by defeating monsters is very important. It's best to find a safe training spot. Thirdly, we need to look for a safe shelter and build a secure zone. This isn't urgent for now, we should be able to stay at home for a while. Before Zhao Shuang could finish speaking, a loud crash echoed, and their front door shattered. A dark-skinned zombie burst in, one of its eyes dangling from its socket hanging down to its mouth, looking quite terrifying. Zhao Shuang's mother, Jiang Yun, screamed in fright and fainted, caught in the arms of her quick-reacting father. Zhao Shuang immediately recognized that this was the foreigner living next door, a black man who had immigrated from Africa. He had given himself a Chinese name, Li Jeka. Fortunately, it was only a level 1 zombie. Although a level 1 zombie was incredibly strong, capable of smashing their security door to pieces, it was slow and clumsy. Moreover, the back of its head was its fatal weakness. Without hesitation, Zhao Shuang dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife and charged at the black zombie. As it swung a punch, he sidestepped and circled behind it, swinging the knife to slice through the back of its head. He precisely cut out a transparent crystal core the size of a fingernail and absorbed the energy within it. In his previous life, having survived for 10 years in the apocalypse, he had killed no less than 1 million of these low-level zombies and was thoroughly familiar with them. He could even take down this level of zombie without using his supernatural abilities. As he absorbed the energy from the level 1 crystal core, he felt his total supernatural energy increase by about 10%. If he absorbed 9 more level 1 crystal cores, his supernatural ability level would rise to level 2. Little 3, you're too fierce, right? We haven't even reacted yet and you've already taken care of it? At that moment, his older brother Wang Chang finally realized what had happened, looking at the bloodied kitchen knife in Zhao Shuang's hand with admiration. Hey, can't I foresee the future? I can tell what it's going to do, so dealing with it is naturally easy. Zhao Shuang suddenly felt that the apocalypse and the emergence of supernatural abilities were quite good. At least he could ramble on, and others would believe him. Son, is your mom okay? And didn't you say that this crystal core needs to be eaten? How can you absorb it with your palm? His father, Zhao Zihan, asked Zhao Shuang. Oh, my mom just got overly scared, she's fine. Just pinch her philtrum and she should wake up soon. As for the crystal core, I didn't wash it. Isn't it disgusting to eat it directly? I just absorbed it with my palm. However, using my palm for absorption is less efficient, probably only about 50% effective. To absorb it this way, I would need 10 level 1 crystal cores to reach level 2. If I swallowed them, I could reach level 2 with just 5 level 1 crystal cores, Zhao Shuang explained to his father and older brother. Then, little 3, can you tell us about the different levels of supernatural talents and how they are distinguished? How are the levels of supernatural beings classified? At this moment, his older brother's eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge, and his father and just awakened mother looked the same. Alright, let me give you a brief overview. The talent levels of supernatural beings are classified from high to low as follows: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E. An FF level is almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person having supernatural abilities or not makes little difference. The levels of supernatural beings are divided into level 1 to 20 for soldiers, level 21 to 40 for sergeants, level 41 to 64 generals, level 61 to 80 for kings, level 81 to 100 for emperors, and level 101 to 120 for sovereigns. From level 141 to 170, it's the immortal level. From level 171 to 200, it's the divine level. The power systems of these zombies and monsters are quite similar to ours. They can level up by devouring each other, and living humans are a great supplement for them, allowing their strength to increase rapidly. That's why before the appearance of living humans, they were all in chaos. But once a living human appears, they all swarm to attack. As someone who can foresee the future, Zhao Shuang directly shared the power level classifications from his past life. This was to bolster the credibility of his claim of foreseeing the future. After all, he had just been slapped in the face by that black zombie, Li Jieka, right after saying that his home was relatively safe, only to have zombies break in. Just then, Zhao Shuang's green bubble suddenly received 2 messages from his boss, Meng Lingyu, and his fourth brother, Li Fan. Both of them were safe and had successfully awakened their abilities, showing no significant changes from their past lives. Just as Zhao Shuang was about to use his mental waves to turn off the phone screen in front of him, that woman, Ding Yume, actually initiated a video call. He remembered that in his past life he was completely focused on Bing Yume, neglecting his parents after the apocalypse broke out. He rushed straight to Bing Yume's dormitory. Although Bing Yume survived under the invasion of the X virus, she did not awaken any abilities. Among her 3 roommates, 2 had turned into zombies. In his past life, when Zhao Shuang burst into Bing Yume's dormitory, she and another roommate were hiding in the bathroom, trembling in fear. The 2 female zombies were constantly attacking the door. It was Zhao Shuang, disregarding his own safety, who stepped forward to save Bing Yume, which ultimately led to their romantic relationship. However, in the end, it resulted in betrayal, as this woman, who was so cold and indifferent to him, was incredibly flirtatious and clingy in front of Long Quang. In this life, Zhao Shuang decided to ignore her. Instead, she took the initiative to seek him out. Zhao Shuang initially didn't want to answer the video call, but then he thought about how this woman had betrayed him in his past life, doing so many things that hurt him. She had cheated on him for 3 whole years and had even caused his death. In this life, he should at least collect some interest, right? Bing Yume had betrayed him in his past life and ultimately caused his death. But at this moment in this life, she was at least still pure, still a virgin. Moreover, she was still the stunning campus belle, breathtakingly beautiful. He could have his fun with her and then abandon her. Otherwise, wouldn't that be disrespecting his own nickname? In his past life, so what if she cheated on him? So what if she caused his death? In this life, he would enjoy himself without any responsibilities. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuang decisively answered the video call from Bing Yume. As the video connected, the stunningly beautiful and pure face of campus belle Bing Yume appeared on Zhao Shuang's screen. At that moment, her eyes were red, looking weak and pitiful, like a flower in the rain, evoking a strong protective instinct in any man. It was hard for anyone to ignore such a beautiful woman. Zhao Shuang, help! There are zombies! There are zombies in our dormitory. 2 of my roommates just inexplicably turned into zombies. Now only Zhang Qian and I are still normal people, and we are hiding in the bathroom, too scared to go out. Wang Man and Xian Lu have all turned into zombies. They want to bite us. If we get bitten, will we also turn into zombies? Listen, they are attacking the bathroom door. This door might not hold up much longer. Save me, Zhao Shuang, save me. Haven't you always been pursuing me, wanting me to be your girlfriend? Save me. As long as you can help me get out, I will consider being your girlfriend, okay? Please save me. As soon as the video connected, the tearful and pitiful Bing Yume bombarded Zhao Shuang with words in one breath. She spoke even more than she had in the 2 years he had pursued her. After all, she had always appeared as the aloof goddess. She had consistently ignored Zhao Shuang. Only when Zhao Shuang became annoying with her questions would she occasionally respond with a simple "oh." In the past, even just That could make Zhao Shuang happy and excited for several days. Looking back now, she realized how pathetic she had been. In her previous life, when the apocalypse arrived, she had rushed into Bing Yumei's dormitory without hesitation. She fought desperately against those two zombies covered in blood to save Bing Yumei, yet she had never spoken so many words to her. She still maintained her aloof goddess demeanor, indifferent to Zhao Shuang. It wasn't until she witnessed the drastic changes in the world and realized that the apocalypse had truly come that she understood how difficult it was for an ordinary person without abilities to survive. Only then did she see herself as her lifeline, and her attitude towards Zhao Shuang changed, becoming her girlfriend. Later, after taking the ability awakening potion, she failed time and again until the 7th bottle went down. Even then, she still hadn't awakened her abilities, and she finally resigned herself to her fate, choosing to marry Zhao Shuang. In this life, however, Zhao Shuang was no longer interested in her. She prioritized her own family, and in the face of life and death, she became proactive. For the first time in over 2 years, she took the initiative to video call Zhao Shuang, and for the first time, she spoke so much to her in one breath. It seemed that human beings were indeed fascinating, or to put it bluntly, they were quite pathetic. Just considering being my girlfriend? Then you can wait. I need to settle my parents first, and then I'll see how I feel before deciding whether to save you. After seeing the true face of this woman who had two completely different personas in front of Long Quang and herself, Zhao Shuang finally realized that this woman was just a green tea. Even when her life was at stake, she was still playing word games with her. She was still considering being her girlfriend. If Zhao Shuang saved her and she then said she hadn't thought it through or that it wasn't suitable, rejecting her, wouldn't that be like trying to catch a wolf with empty hands? In her past life, she had been foolish, loving her deeply, thinking she was her whole world, so whatever she said was what it was. But after being betrayed, harmed, and even having her own idea lead to her demise in this rebirth, she no longer loved her. What did she think she was? Still wanting to catch a wolf with empty hands? Dream on. No, no, no. Zhao Shuang just misspoke. It's not considering, but directly agreeing. As long as you can save my life, I'll agree to be your girlfriend right away. I'm really scared. Please come save me, okay? I'm begging you. Watching her most loyal dog, Zhao Shuang, suddenly seem indifferent and uncaring, Bing Yumei panicked. She had surprisingly let go of her aloof goddess demeanor. For the first time in both lives, she had asked Zhao Shuang for help. It was also the first time Zhao Shuang deeply understood the saying, people are indeed pathetic. It turned out that not being a loyal dog felt so refreshing. In the prime of her youth, with her stunning beauty and perfect figure, Bing Yumei's appearance as she actively sought help was truly captivating. Alright, since you've taken the initiative to ask me, and even requested to be my girlfriend, call me husband once to hear it, and I'll come save you on my way. Zhao Shuang decided to collect a bit more interest. He wanted to gradually strip away this woman's aloof facade. He aimed to turn her into a plaything who would obey him completely, to toy with her, and ultimately abandon her mercilessly, thus relieving his pent-up resentment. Zhao Shuang, enough. You are taking advantage of someone in distress, you despicable, shameless. Facing Zhao Shuang's unreasonable demands, at this moment, Bing Yumei finally erupted, feeling that this dog of a man was nothing but a shameless little person who took advantage of others' misfortunes and lusted after her body. Is that so? Then you can deal with that zombie by yourselves. I have things to do. I'm hanging up first. Faced with Bing Yumei's sour expression, Zhao Shuang directly interrupted her words and prepared to hang up. No, Yumei. The door is about to break. I can barely hold on. Do you really want to die here? At this moment, Bing Yumei's roommate, Zhang Xian, could be heard trembling on the other end, along with the sound of bang 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 as she pounded on the door. Meanwhile, the beautiful face of Bing Yumei turned a few shades pale, clearly frightened. Fine, I agree. Husband, save me. Please come and save us. As long as you are willing to come and save us, you can do whatever you want to me, however you want, it's all fine. By the end of Bing Yumei's words, her face turned a deep shade of red, making Zhao Shuang's fingers twitch with excitement. At this moment, she was still pure and untouched, her innocent appearance and youthful aura made such suggestive words all the more impactful. Alright, my wife, just wait, your man will be there soon. Zhao Shuang grinned and agreed, then hung up the video call. As Zhao Shuang hung up, Bing Yumei, furious, threw her phone to the ground. That scummy man, truly a despicable person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes, a lecherous little man who lusts after her body. If it weren't for him, Zhao Shuang would be the only one among her many admirers who managed to connect the video call. As a high and aloof goddess, how could she agree to be his girlfriend and even call him husband? Disgusting. How could a mere Zhao Shuang be worthy of a top beauty like herself? She couldn't even be bothered to pay him any attention. It was only because she didn't know what kind of drastic changes had occurred in the world that she needed his help. Once she was safe, she'd see if she would even bother with him. Frustrated, Bing Yumei was about to continue venting her pent-up anger when she heard the sound of banging on the door. Instantly, her face turned pale with fear and she hurriedly picked up her phone again, afraid that when that dog Zhao Shuang came to save her, he wouldn't be able to reach her. After hanging up the video call with Bing Yume, Zhao Shuang glanced at the broken security door of his home. It seemed he couldn't stay there any longer, it wasn't safe to remain. After a moment's thought, he looked out the window and spotted the Panda University gym across the street. Its unique shape and elevated position, along with the open view in front of the gym and the vast empty space, as well as the structural strength of the gym itself, made it an excellent shelter and a great place to level up. So Zhao Shuang immediately made up his mind. The target was the Panda University gym. He then rushed into the kitchen, distributing knives to his second brother Wang Chang and his father Zhao Zihan. His mother Jian Yun also gave him a fruit knife for self-defense. Then Zhao Shuang took the lead and began to move the group. As they went downstairs, he acted as the tip of the spear, cutting down everything in his path, carving out a bloody trail. He successfully obtained 5 level 1 crystal cores. Without caring whether they were clean or not, he swallowed them directly, blood and all. As the 5 level 1 crystal cores entered his body, Zhao Shuang felt waves of energy coursing through him, eventually converging in his mind. In the next moment, with a loud boom in his mind, information appeared again as if it were a memory. It indicated that his ability level had risen to level 2. His strength, speed, and physical toughness had nearly doubled. Moreover, in his eyes, the movements of those zombies and ghouls had all slowed down a bit, making it much easier to deal with them. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Shuang discovered that the unit door had been completely destroyed. At a glance, one could see the general situation downstairs in the community. In the distance, there were about 100 zombies and ghouls attacking and devouring each other. Moreover, Zhao Shuang took a rough look and discovered that there were already third-level zombies and ghouls among them. It had only been about 10 minutes since the X virus spread, and yet third-level zombies and ghouls had already evolved. The speed of evolution of these monsters had always been terrifying, which was the most important reason why humanity remained weak. Even 10 years after the apocalypse, even with the emergence of the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, humanity still couldn't escape its disadvantaged position. Countless SSS-level monsters kept appearing, and even the human war god Feng Xiaoyang was exhausted from dealing with them. When Zhao Shuang saw those 100 or so zombies and ghouls, they had already caught the scent of the living. Instantly, they went wild as if they had been injected with hormones, charging madly towards Zhao Shuang and the other three. Faced with this terrifying situation, Zhao Shuang's mother, Jiang Yun, was on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, her quick-witted father swiftly pinched her acupoint, preventing her from losing consciousness. Although Zhao Shuang was confident that he could kill all of them without a scratch, he lacked the confidence to protect his mother, father, and second brother. He could only turn and shout at them, "Retreat! You guys go back first. Wait until I clear them out, then I'll call you down. Second brother, protect mom and dad." As Zhao Shuang spoke, he brandished the kitchen knife in his hand and stood in front of the unit door, exuding an aura of one man holding the pass against 1,000. "Alright, third brother, take care," his second brother, Wang Chang, replied without hesitation, quickly lifting their mother and running upstairs with their father. At this moment, they dared not take the elevator. Just a moment ago, it was Zhao Shuang who had led them down the stairs, killing all the way. Meanwhile, the two third-level monsters had already used their strength to reach Zhao Shuang first. It was precisely a third-level zombie and a third-level ghoul. Comparatively, the zombie was faster, while the ghoul was stronger. At this moment, the zombie lunged at Zhao Shuang, attempting to bite him. This third-level zombie was one level higher than Zhao Shuang, and its strength attributes were also superior. Zhao Shuang could easily dodge its bite, but he would clearly be entangled. With the subsequent arrival of the third-level ghoul and the horde of over 100 zombies and ghouls, even if Zhao Shuang had the ability to deal with them all, it would still take considerable time. Then he would have to take his parents and second brother to the gym to settle down, and he still needed to rescue Bing Yumming. Clearly, there wasn't enough time. Most importantly, he didn't know if Bing Yumming and the others could hold out for that long. He didn't want that woman to die so easily. He hadn't yet repaid the pain she had caused him in his previous life. Thus, Zhao Shuang decided to end this quickly. Facing the bites and lunges of the third-level zombie, Zhao Shuang not only showed no intention of dodging but instead actively thrust his left forearm forward. He deliberately shoved his left forearm into its mouth. And at the moment his arm was bitten, a sharp pain surged through him. With a fierce pull downward, he yanked his left arm, causing the zombie that had bitten him to lose its balance. Stumbling, its back head was exposed before Zhao Shuang's eyes. With his right hand holding the kitchen knife, he swiftly brought it down, striking the zombie's most vulnerable spot at the back of its head. However, the scene he had imagined, where the knife would cut through and bring out a third-level crystal core, did not occur. As Zhao Shuang's knife fell, a layer of fine scales appeared on the back of the third-level zombie's head, covering it completely. With a ding, the knife struck as if it had hit steel, producing a metallic clashing sound. Zhao Shuang's grip on the knife was shaken to the point of numbness, and it was during this delay that the level 3 zombie had already reached him, delivering A punch straight to Zhao Shuang's face. Damn it, an ability zombie, what bad luck. Faced with the zombie's attack, Zhao Shuang abruptly lifted his head, cursing as he did so. At the same time, he sharply turned the kitchen knife in his hand and struck it against his own left arm, severing it completely. In the next moment, his powerful regeneration ability activated, and the severed left arm grew back as good as new. The saliva of zombies and ghouls carried strong corrosive and toxic properties if bitten by them. Without timely treatment, one would become infected and ultimately turn into a being like them. The reason Zhao Shuang dared to let this zombie bite him was because he relied on his mutated B-level talent ability, powerful regeneration. As long as he severed his arm before the zombie's toxin spread, he would be fine. He had done this many times in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with it. However, he hadn't expected to encounter a rare ability zombie right from the start, nearly leading to his downfall. Just as surviving humans could awaken abilities, zombies, ghouls, and even animals, plants, and microorganisms could also awaken abilities after being infected by the X virus. However, the chances of these monsters awakening abilities were much lower than those of surviving humans, with only about a 1% chance. But given their large numbers and the decreasing human population, they were continuously growing stronger. In this ebb and flow, humans would only become increasingly disadvantaged. Zhao Shuang also didn't expect to hit the jackpot right at the beginning, encountering a level 3 ability zombie. It seemed he was in for a tough battle. This meant that the woman, Bing Yume, was likely in grave danger. Letting that woman die so easily would truly be too lenient on her. Wait, can the Sharingan copy the abilities of monsters? Unwilling to let that woman die so easily, Zhao Shuang's mind suddenly sparked with this thought. It seemed that in those island anime, the Sharingan could also copy the skills of enemies. Thus, Zhao Shuang directly activated his S-level ability, the Sharingan, against the zombie. Ability copy successful. B-level ability. Scales. Activating ability allows scales to grow and cover the body, greatly enhancing defense and impact resistance. Ability. Consumption reduced by 20%, ability effect increased by 20%. After advancing to level 2, or rather, copying only a B-level ability, this time the copying went exceptionally smoothly. Zhao Shuang felt no discomfort and did not experience the faintness that came from exhausting his ability energy. Since he now possessed this scales ability, he could engage in a direct confrontation. With this thought, Zhao Shuang immediately activated the B-level ability scales. Instantly, his entire body was covered with a layer of dark scales, even larger than those on the zombie by 20%. Zhao Shuang discovered that with these scales, the zombie couldn't bite him, and the ghoul's attacks felt like mere tickles. Filled with bravado, he charged straight into the horde of corpses, swinging his knife. One strike, one crystal core. He didn't care about being clean, he stuffed the cores into his mouth, utilizing the continuous energy they provided to maintain his B-level ability scales. Meanwhile, the level 3 ability zombie tilted its head, watching Zhao Shuang, who also had scales growing on him. Its simple mind couldn't comprehend why this human could also use its ability. After Zhao Shuang dealt with all the zombies and ghouls except for this ability zombie, he continuously devoured crystal cores, raising his ability level to 6. His physical attributes, strength, speed, and body toughness, had increased several times, and his monster-slaying speed had also improved significantly to high in less than 3 minutes. All the zombies and ghouls downstairs in the community were dealt with. Level 6 against level 3, and they all had scale armor abilities, with Zhao Shuang's being 20% stronger. Facing these ability zombies again, there was no longer any suspense. However, at that moment, a thought arose in Zhao Shuang's mind. He looked at the ability zombie in front of him. The B-level ability scale armor he had copied had already been used up and disappeared. The description of the S-level ability, Sharingan, mentioned that the copied abilities could only be used once. Once used, they vanished, which made sense. But was there a limit to how many times he could copy? With this thought, Zhao Shuang didn't rush to kill the ability zombie. Instead, he activated his S-level ability, Sharingan, once more. In the next moment, the prompt indicating successful ability copying appeared in Zhao Shuang's mind again, instantly exciting him. If he could copy repeatedly, then his second brother's ability to dominate the sky would essentially be infinitely usable, right? He could just fly his parents directly to the gym. So, Zhao Shuang swiftly dealt with the ability zombie and extracted a black crystal core. Unlike other crystal cores, this one had color. This was the special trait of monsters with abilities. The energy contained in their crystal cores was much more powerful. One of these was equivalent to several of those transparent crystal cores. Alright, it's all taken care of, you can come down now, Zhao Shuang shouted towards the stairway but received no response from his parents and second brother. This immediately changed Zhao Shuang's expression, and he hurriedly rushed up the stairs. When he reached the third floor, he saw his parents sitting pale-faced on one side. His second brother, Wang Chang, was slumped on the other side, covered in blood. In between them lay the mangled body of a level 1 zombie and that of a human girl. The girl looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a fruit knife still stuck in her back. It's over, it's over, it's over. I killed someone, I killed someone. At that moment, his mother, Jang Yun, was slumped in his father's arms, muttering, in a daze, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. His father, Zhao Zihan, gently stroked his mother's back while softly comforting. Horror, third brother, I just killed this zombie who seemed to be this child's mother. Seeing her mother killed by me, the child went crazy and lunged at me. Her teeth turned into sharp fangs, trying to bite me. In a moment of panic, I stabbed her in the back, accidentally killing her. It's not Auntie's fault. When the police come, I'll take all the blame, and it won't implicate you. Wang Chang's voice came through, recounting the events. Zhao Shuang, however, did not respond but walked over to the zombie's body, swiftly cutting open the back of its head to extract its crystal core. He then gave the human child another stab, retrieving a crystal core from the back of her head as well. She's no longer human. Look, she's already been bitten by her mother, and has started to turn. She's about to become a zombie. You killed a monster. What's there to feel guilty about? Besides, it's the apocalypse. Where are the police now? Come on, second brother, eat these, and then we'll use our abilities to fly directly to the gym with our parents. Zhao Shuang flipped the little girl's body over, pointing to the blood hole in her neck as he spoke to them. He also showed them the long zombie fangs that had already grown from the girl, which significantly alleviated their guilt. After all, Zhao Shuang had a background as a scout, and his observational skills were not something ordinary people could compare to. He directly handed over the black level 3 crystal core and the 2 recently obtained level 1 transparent crystal cores to his second brother, Wang Chang. Good. Now, the third brother, Zhao Shuang, was their pillar of support. They would follow all of his arrangements. Wang Chang didn't hesitate to take the 3 crystal cores and swallow them. Then, his aura changed repeatedly, directly rising to level 3, becoming a level 3 ability user. Then, his second brother Wang Chang, along with their dad and Zhao Shuang with their mom, activated the S-level ability, Dominate the Sky, gaining the ability to fly, soaring through the air like Superman at incredible speed. Even with one person in tow, they reached the outside of the gym in the blink of an eye. Here, there were countless zombies and ghouls, and a rough glance revealed thousands of them. Second brother, that window is open. Let's go in through the window. Zhao Shuang spotted an open window in a room on the second floor of the gym and led their mom in first. The second brother and their dad followed closely behind, rushing in. Thanks to the flying ability of second brother Wang Chang, otherwise, just the thousands of zombies and ghouls outside the gym would not be so easy to break through. Damn, is that you two useless fools? You even brought 2 old folks with you? I'll make you feed the zombies. As Zhao Shuang and the others rushed into the room on the second floor of the gym, before they could steady themselves, a strange yet familiar voice suddenly rang out, followed by a fireball the size of a basin whistling towards Zhao Shuang's face. Faced with the surprise attack, Zhao Shuang quickly sidestepped with their mom, narrowly avoiding the fireball strike. Then he saw that the one attacking him was actually Longgu, the guy he had fought on the playground not long ago. He didn't expect that upon his rebirth, while changing the fate of second brother Wang Chang, he also indirectly altered the fates of Longgu and Xiamin. In the previous life, during the outbreak of the X-virus, they were turned into zombies and directly bitten to death by Wang Chang. In this life, due to his appearance, after giving them a beating, Longgu, being from the sports department, brought Xiamin to the gym for treatment. Then, when the X-virus broke out, both he and Xiamin fell unconscious, and upon waking, they found that they had both awakened their abilities. At this moment, seeing their enemy, Longgu was filled with rage. He launched a deadly attack, wanting to take Zhao Shuang's life directly. Could Zhao Shuang let him have his way? He immediately used his S-level ability, Dominate the Sky, to rush towards Longgu, intending to kick him down while holding onto their mom with both hands. However, just as he was about to get close to Longgu, a flowing shield enveloped Longgu completely. Zhao Shuang's kick landed on the water shield, but it didn't budge at all. Oh, Wang Chang, you useless piece of trash, you're still alive? How come you haven't turned into a zombie? I was just thinking about how to take revenge, and now you all come knocking on my door. Zhao Shuang, weren't you very arrogant just now? Not only did you beat Longgu, but you also hit a woman. Now that both Longgu and I have awakened our abilities, I want revenge. I will make you die. At this moment, Xiamin's figure flashed out from behind the burly Longgu, speaking arrogantly to Zhao Shuang and the others. In this apocalypse, the law has collapsed, the weak are prey to the strong, and the fist is the hard truth. Second brother, keep flying, just fly around them, don't stop. Faced with the sudden attack from Longgu and Xiamin, Zhao Shuang showed no signs of panic. After shouting this to second brother Wang Chang, he began to fly in circles around Longgu and Xiamin, occasionally kicking the water shield. He appeared confident and composed. Second brother Wang Chang, obediently following orders, also began to fly in circles with their dad. While using his S-level ability, Dominate the Sky, to dodge the fireball attacks, he looked at Xiamin with a complex expression. This was the woman he had loved dearly for over 2 years, pouring his heart and soul into her, almost giving her everything. Yet, what he got in return was not only a green hat, but now this woman was actually colluding with her lover to take his life. At this moment, second brother Wang Chang completely saw through this woman, Xiamin, and no longer had any infatuation for her. Damn it! What kind of ability do they have? They can actually fly, slippery as hell. I can't even hit them. Ha! Why am I feeling so dizzy? Where's my ability? My A-level ability, fire control, why can't I use it? At this time, Long Ge's panicked voice came through. Oh no, Long Gu. Why has my A-level ability, water shield, also failed? And I'm feeling dizzy too. Xia Min's tone was equally frantic. At this moment, it was Zhao Shuang's turn to sneer. Defeated opponents dare to speak of bravery? You still want me to feed zombies? You might as well go feed the zombies yourselves. Seeing that this Long Gu and Xia Min, this pair of dog men and women, had indeed run out of steam, all their energy was exhausted. They could no longer use their abilities. Suddenly, slowing down, after putting down his mother, he approached Long Gu and Xia Min with a wicked smile on his face. Slap! He raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps, directly causing both Long Gu and Xia Min to bleed from the corners of their mouths. Zhao Shuang had already noticed while circling in the air with his mother. On the second floor of the gymnasium, besides this pair of dog men and women, there were also more than 20 other people present. Additionally, there were some charred zombie and corpse bodies, numbering around 30 or 40. Those charred corpses of zombies and corpses were clearly the handiwork of Long Gu. A-level elemental abilities are considered relatively rare and powerful. This was evident as Long Gu, a rookie who had just awakened his abilities, could easily deal with 30 or 40 zombies and corpses. But Zhao Shuang noticed that despite the zombies and corpses being charred and unrecognizable, the crystallized parts at the back of their heads were intact. Clearly, in this newly erupted apocalypse, almost no one besides himself knew about the existence of these crystals or their uses. This meant that Long Gu and Xia Min were still first-level ability users. First-level ability users have a limited total energy. They could hardly use their abilities a few times, and with Long Gu having previously eliminated zombies and corpses, they had barely thrown out a few fireballs before running out of energy, feeling dizzy and unable to use their abilities. This was also the reason Zhao Shuang had Wang Chang just fly around this pair of dog men and women. With the little energy they had left, they would collapse without Zhao Shuang needing to lift a finger. Now at level 6, Zhao Shuang, although still looking somewhat thin, had multiplied his strength, speed, and physical resilience several times. With a single slap, even Long Gu, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds, was sent flying several meters away by Zhao Shuang. The impact left him dazed, and he struggled to get up, trying several times without success. Zhao Shuang was in need of a powerful attack method, so he directly used his S-level ability, SHARINGAN, to copy Long Ge's fire control ability. Copy successful. A-level talent ability, fire control. Using this ability allows control over flames, with thoughts and intentions flowing freely. In his previous life, all elemental abilities were referred to as minor S-level abilities, recognized for their power. If Zhao Shuang had this fire control ability before, dealing with that level 3 ability zombie would have been just a matter of a fireball. His S-level ability, SHARINGAN, could only copy up to 3 abilities at the same time, and now he had temporarily filled all 3 slots, including the S-level ability Dominance of the Sky, A-level ability Fire Control, and B-level ability Scales. 1 for flying, 1 for attacking, and 1 for defense, making it quite comprehensive. Zhao Shuang was confident that even if he encountered an SS-level ability user now, he could still win. Plus, with a level advantage, victory was assured. After copying Long Ge's ability, Zhao Shuang, under the gaze of more than 20 people present, strolled over to Long Gu and Xia Min, the pair of dog men and women, then bent down and grabbed one of their feet. He began dragging them towards the window. These 2 scoundrels had just wanted to put Zhao Shuang and the others to death, even claiming they would feed them to zombies and ghouls. After surviving in the apocalypse for a full 10 years, Zhao Shuang knew deeply that sometimes human ability users could be far more terrifying and dangerous than monsters like zombies and ghouls. After all, the human heart is the hardest thing to fathom. Monsters only have one thought in mind: to make you die. Therefore, Zhao Shuang could never do anything like repaying kindness with kindness. In the apocalypse, a Mother Teresa heart would only harm oneself and those around them. Since they wanted him dead but lacked the ability to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed by him. Instead, a killer will always be killed. What are you doing? Zhao Shuang, you dog who hits women, what are you doing? You even hit women, are you still a man? At this moment, Xia Min still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, even as Zhao Shuang dragged her along the ground. She kicked her legs to try to kick Zhao Shuang while cursing at him. Let go of me. My dad is the director. If you offend me, do you believe my dad will have you arrested and rot in jail? That Long Gu pulled out the same threats as before to intimidate Zhao Shuang while desperately trying to struggle What else can I do? Feed you to zombies and ghouls. Isn't that what you just wanted to do to me? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. I figure 2 living ability users can give birth to one or several powerful zombies or ghouls, Zhao Shuang said, dragging the 2 scoundrels along while speaking with a hint of longing. He was now a level 6 ability user. Level 1 crystal cores no longer helped his ability level. Only hundreds or thousands of them would be useful to quickly enhance his strength and ability level. Obtaining and swallowing high-level crystal cores was the only choice. What? You actually want to use us to feed zombies and ghouls? You beast demon. Do you want to kill? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Someone, help! Help! Murder! Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Xiamin panicked, struggling even more than before. But Zhao Shuang's grip on her ankle was like a vice. No matter how she struggled, he remained unmoved. She could only cry out loudly, trying to awaken people's sympathy. You want to use me to feed zombies and ghouls? No way. My dad is the director. He really is the director. You can't kill me. You can't use me to feed zombies and ghouls. You can't. Let me go. I beg you, let me go. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. It was all that shameless woman Xiamin who seduced me. Spare me. As long as you can spare me, I'll do anything. I can give you money, a lot of money. My dad has money. He embezzled a lot of money. I'll give it all to you. Just please don't kill me. Don't kill me. At that moment, Long Ji's mentality completely collapsed, realizing that all resistance was futile. The fear of death overcame everything, and he began his shameless begging for mercy. What? Li Wenlong, you bastard. It was clearly you who threw money around to lure me into bed. You say I seduced you? And you call me a slut? I'll fight you. You scum, shameless loser. Wang Chang, brother Chang. I know I was wrong. Save me, save me. I still love you, brother Chang. Actually, my heart has always only had you. Quickly persuade Zhao Shuang, don't let him kill us. Murder is against the law, and you wouldn't want your brother to rot in jail for life, right? Brother Chang, I beg you, I really love you. If it comes to it, you and Zhao Shuang together, I can accept the 3 of us. Seeing Long Li Wenlong so shamelessly begging for his life, Xiamin also went all out, treating second brother Wang Chang as her last lifeline, even going so far as to mention the 3 of us in the ENDAT. This moment, Zhao Shuang also remained silent, simply turning her head to quietly watch her second brother, Wang Chang, to see what choice he would make. Wang Chang's brows were tightly knitted together, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. However, in the end, he let out a heavy sigh, turned his head away, and no longer looked at Xiamin. Zhao Shuang smiled broadly at the fact that her second brother ultimately did not speak up to plead for Xiamin. It seemed that he had indeed come to his senses. A woman who had betrayed him and still wanted to kill him was not worth it. Her second brother deserved better. Now that you're about to die, you realize you did something wrong? Don't you think your repentance comes a bit late? Go confess to those zombies and ghouls. As Zhao Shuang spoke, she forcefully grabbed the ankles of the 2 and threw the pair of scoundrels out of the second-floor window. Wait, you can't do this. This is murder. It's against the law. Aren't you afraid of retribution? At that moment, among the more than 20 survivors, someone stood up to try to stop Zhao Shuang's actions. It was a pretty young girl who was sternly criticizing Zhao Shuang's behavior. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. By the time she stood up, Li Wenlong and Xiamin had already been thrown out the window by Zhao Shuang. They were instantly torn apart by the swarm of zombies and ghouls, letting out a brief, pitiful scream before it abruptly stopped. Oh, what? You want to save them? Then do you want to go down and keep them company? Zhao Shuang turned her head, staring at the pretty girl, and grinned as she said this. As Zhao Shuang spoke, her somewhat eerie smile, combined with the sight of Li Wenlong and Xiamin being dismembered by zombies through the glass window, made the girl involuntarily shrink back. At that moment, Zhao Shuang's image in her eyes had become indistinguishable from that of a demon. Hearing that this murderous demon wanted her to go down and join those 2, she was immediately frightened into a shiver. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to find that there was nothing behind her. She had clearly been standing with everyone just moments ago. Confused, she turned to look, only to discover that the others had long since distanced themselves from her, as if afraid that her earlier words would implicate them. At this moment, the girl felt the need to explain herself. Otherwise, what if this murderous demon turned her anger on her and tossed her down to feed the zombies? That. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought there were so many zombies and ghouls outside, and both Li Wenlong and Xiamin are ability users, and they're quite strong. You see, those zombies and ghouls were just killed by them. If you kill them, then who will protect our safety? I haven't awakened any abilities, and in this world full of zombies and ghouls, I can't rely on myself to survive. As Zhao Shuang stared at her, the girl's voice grew smaller and smaller until it was barely audible. Then why didn't you speak up when that pair of scoundrels wanted to kill us? When I counterattacked them, you jumped out. Do you think I'm easier to bully than them? Remember, this is the apocalypse. The laws and morals of the past no longer apply. If you're strong, if you have the bigger fist, then you are right. Since you know you're just an ordinary person, and in this apocalypse, you need to rely on us ability users for protection to survive, then you should learn to keep your mouth shut. The weak have no right to speak. If there's a next time, your fate will be the same as theirs. Zhao Shuang glared at the girl, imparting a universal survival rule for the apocalypse. This was just her good temper. If she had encountered someone with a worse temper, and that ordinary person dared to meddle, they would be publicly humiliated and tortured to death, and no one would care. But this was also because it was just the beginning of the apocalypse, and everyone still adhered to some moral and legal constraints. However, when that pair of scoundrels wanted to kill her group, she chose to remain silent. When he counterattacked, he couldn't help but speak up. Did he think his group deserved to die, or did he think they were easy to bully? I just thought you looked familiar. Like a good person. Not like Li Wenlong and Xiamin, who are so fierce. I just wanted to advise you. Good person? Should a good person be pointed at with a gun? Should a good person be killed without the chance to fight back? What kind of bullshit logic is that? I've been a good person for half my life. I don't want to be a good person now or in the future. I don't want anyone pointing a gun at me ever again. Zhao Shuang's roar startled the girl, causing her to burst into tears and fall to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Alright, Zhao Shuang, why are you getting so worked up? You scared the girl. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? I'm an ordinary person too, can't I take care of you? Seeing that Zhao Shuang had frightened the girl to tears, his mother, Jiang Yun, stepped in to mediate. Fine, you can take care of me, but how can you not? Time is running out. You take care of my parents, I'll be right back. Zhao Shuang glanced at the time and realized it had been nearly 10 minutes since the video call with Bing Yume. He was afraid that if something happened to that woman, it would be a loss for him. After giving a brief instruction to his second brother, Wang Chang, he flew out while the effect of the S-level ability dominating the sky was still active. Kid, where are you going? His mother asked. What else? To save my girlfriend. By the time Zhao Shuang replied, he was already hovering above the gymnasium square. He looked at the more than 20 survivors, unsure if there were any with ulterior motives among them. So, before leaving, he decided to give them a show of strength. According to the description of his second brother's S-level ability, damage to aerial targets was increased by 100%, while damage from aerial targets was reduced by 50%. This meant that besides flying, the ability should also have offensive capabilities. Zhao Shuang channeled his energy and attempted an attack. In the next moment, blades of wind, 3 meters long, shot out from his body. In the blink of an eye, these wind blades instantly killed over 10 zombies, including several level 4 ones. After this display, Zhao Shuang didn't bother to collect the corpses or crystals but turned and flew straight towards Bing Yume's dormitory. His earlier display of power, which had effortlessly taken down more than 10 zombies, truly shocked the remaining survivors in the gymnasium. They no longer dared to show any disrespect towards Zhao Shuang's parents or his second brother. Meanwhile, in Bing Yume's dormitory, she was crying, her makeup ruined, repeatedly trying to call that dog of a man, Zhao Shuang, but all she got was silence. She could never get through. That dog of a man was the only one among her backup options who could still connect in this apocalypse. Even though he had taken advantage of her, making her admit to being his girlfriend and call him husband, he was just a disgusting man who lusted after her, a petty person taking advantage of her vulnerability. But now, as the bathroom door trembled, about to be breached by her 2 roommates turned zombies, her life hanging by a thread, she desperately wished for Zhao Shuang, this petty man, to appear before her and rescue her from this peril. Even if it meant truly being his girlfriend, she wouldn't mind. At that moment, her roommate, Zhang Xian, was desperately bracing the door with her petite frame. Her beautiful face was filled with despair, as if she could already foresee their imminent death devoured by zombies. Zhang Xian was also a rare beauty, her looks rivaling Bing Yume's, perhaps even surpassing her by a notch. It's just a pity that her chest was as flat as a tablet, and from the side, it looked even more masculine than a man's. So she earned the nickname Zhanggu, even though her features were stunningly beautiful and flawless. But no one chose to pursue her. After all, who would want a girlfriend who, when the lights went out, you couldn't even tell the front from the back? So with no one chasing her and no admirers, she could only block the door and seek help from the campus beauty, Bing Yume, who had a large number of suitors. What she envied and resented the most was Bing Yume's impressive figure and the pair of towering peaks on her chest. Every time she compared those mountains to her own flatlands, it left her feeling a wave of melancholy. Dog man, you deceitful dog man. You promised to come save me, called me hubby. Yet you vanished on me. If I survive this time, I will definitely find a man stronger than you and trample you underfoot, humiliating you thoroughly. After another round of silence on her phone, the frustrated Bing Yume slammed her phone hard onto the ground and said angrily, "This isn't good, Yume. No one knows what the situation outside is like. Perhaps Zhao Shuang is being held up by a horde of zombies? As long as he is willing to come save us, he will always be our hope. If there's a man willing to risk his life to save me in this apocalypse, I would be willing to offer myself to him." Hearing Bing Yume's words, Zhang Qian, who was desperately bracing against the door, frowned slightly. Instinctively, she felt that it was inappropriate for Bing Yume to say such things about someone willing to risk their life to save her. What? Just a dog man. Besides looking decent, what about his family background or wealth is worthy of me? A man who can't even afford a bag I want has no right to possess me. Before Bing Yume could finish her retort, Zhao Shuang's extremely anxious voice rang out. "Yume, baby, are you okay? I'm here to save you." Zhao Shuang, drenched in sweat and covered in blood, burst in. He kicked away the two level 1 zombies without killing them and knocked on the rickety door. "Open up. It's Zhao Shuang, Yume, baby, I'm here to save you." As Zhao Shuang spoke, the bathroom door swung open, and Bing Yume rushed out with a look of surprise. She had intended to throw herself into Zhao Shuang's arms, but upon seeing his sweaty and bloodied state, she abruptly hit the brakes. This made Zhao Shuang grin widely. This was the effect he wanted. "What? Yume, are you disgusted by me?" Zhao Shuang asked with a serious face. "And no, how could I? I'm already so happy and grateful that you came to save me. How could I possibly be disgusted by you?" Bing Yume said with a forced laugh. "Is that so? Since I've come, you have to keep your promise and be my girlfriend, right?" Zhao Shuang asked. Yes, Bing Yume replied, somewhat reluctantly. "Then since we're girlfriends, you have to do what girlfriends should do," Zhao Shuang said with a wicked smile. What should girlfriends do? At this moment, Bing Yume's face was already losing its composure. The level of disgust she felt for this opportunistic man had reached its peak, especially with the sweat pouring down his forehead and the sticky hair clinging to his scalp. Not to mention the blood and the stench all over him, it was all triggering her nerves. Being a neat freak, she couldn't tolerate this at all. But thinking that she still needed this opportunistic man to save her, Bing Yume could only hold back her disgust and nervously asked the question that concerned her. She was afraid this opportunistic man would make some outrageous demand, and her voice trembled slightly. "Of course, a sweet kiss to welcome your boyfriend." "What? Are you the kind of girlfriend who only talks the talk? Do you want to play with my feelings?" Seeing the look of disgust in Bing Yuming's eyes and her evasive gaze, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, the two had lived together for 10 years. This woman had always maintained a cold demeanor, indifferent to him, with an attitude of complete apathy. Yet, he knew everything about her, even better than she knew herself. Zhao Shuang was well aware of her obsessive cleanliness, so just downstairs he had deliberately wet his hair. He pretended to be drenched in sweat, even killing a zombie to cover himself in blood. Every detail of his appearance was meticulously crafted, perfectly stepping on this woman's landmines. In this life, he intended to take revenge fiercely, tearing away all her disguises. This woman, who appeared so aloof and goddess-like in front of him, was as gentle as water and submissive as a sheep in front of Long Quang. A person could have two faces. Now that he had torn off her cold facade, why shouldn't he make her as docile as a sheep in front of him? What? You still want to kiss me? But your face is all blood and sweat, you haven't even washed. Hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Bing Yuming instinctively took a step back, shaking her head like a wave drum. If Zhao Shuang were clean, he would actually be quite handsome. Otherwise, without a family background or money, he wouldn't qualify to be her admirer. Considering he was good-looking and had saved her life, a kiss could be overlooked. But now, this blood-soaked, sweaty Zhao Shuang was utterly disgusting to her, who had a cleanliness obsession. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't bring herself to kiss him. Just looking at him was enough to make her want to vomit. Roar! At that moment, the two zombies that Zhao Shuang had kicked away finally struggled to their feet, roaring as they charged towards Zhao Shuang and the others. What? You find me disgusting? Then deal with these two zombies yourself. I can't accompany you any longer. You're on your own, Zhao Shuang said with a grin, noticing the disdain and struggle in Bing Yuming's eyes as well as the approaching zombies. In that instant, he savored the thrill of revenge. Everything this woman had once inflicted upon him, he would return double. Don't! If Yuming won't kiss you, can I? Save us, I don't want to die. As long as you're willing to save me, you can do whatever you want, even offer myself to you. Just as Zhao Shuang was focused on Bing Yuming's conflicted expression, waiting for her to compromise again, enjoying his momentary victory and the thrill of revenge, a sweet voice suddenly came from the bathroom, followed by someone bursting out and crashing into his arms, kissing him on the lips. This completely stunned Zhao Shuang. Even more bewildering was that this figure, she actually crashed into him. Zhao Shuang felt two enormous soft mounds collide directly against his chest. As she kissed him, the pressure made it hard for him to breathe. The astonishing sensation and elasticity made Zhao Shuang feel like he was soaring. In Bing Yuming's dormitory, he was familiar with all four girls, having done his homework to pursue Bing Yuming. He had bribed and gotten through to each of them. Yet, he had never known there was such a hot figure. with a well-built chest in their dorm. The biggest pity was the stunningly beautiful Zhang Qian. In terms of looks, this girl was even a point more beautiful than the campus flower Bing Yuming, with long, straight legs. The only flaw, and the biggest drawback, was that her chest was too flat. It was even flatter than his as a man, affectionately nicknamed Zhangge by Zhao Shuang. Somehow, this nickname became popular on campus. So beautiful was she that not a single suitor pursued her. During Zhao Shuang's pursuit of Bing Yuming, Zhang Gu had several times expressed that if she couldn't get married, Zhao Shuang would have to take responsibility. It was as if she was trying to latch onto Zhao Shuang. Therefore, this muscular and robust guy definitely wasn't Zhang Qian. Moreover, in the last life, when the X-virus struck, Zhang Qian had directly turned into a zombie. As for the other two girls, Wang Manman and Qian Lu, Wang Manman was a chubby-faced girl with glasses. Her figure, though plump, looked quite appealing. However, at most, she was only a C-cup, definitely not this large, comparable to 2 footballs, reaching a terrifying level of carrying the ball to crash into people. Qian Lu had dark skin, a tall figure, and an average appearance, with not much flesh. Although her chest was larger than the flatness of Zhang Gu Zhang Qian, it wasn't by much, at most a B-cup. In the previous life, it was also Qian Lu and Bing Yuming who survived together. Unfortunately, neither of them awakened any special abilities. At that time, Zhao Shuang saved both Bing Yuming and Qian Lu, but soon after parted ways with Qian Lu. Zhao Shuang had never paid attention to that girl's ultimate fate. One could imagine that an ordinary person, without someone like Zhao Shuang who would buy her 9 doses of ability awakening medicine like he did for Bing Yuming, would likely not have a good ending. Zhao Shuang was certain that Qian Lu's chest was definitely not this size, and her voice was a bit rough. It was nothing like the sweet voice of the girl who had just leaped into his arms to kiss him. As Zhao Shuang's memories reached this point, his mind briefly short-circuited, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He wasn't blind, so why was he guessing? He could just look. As soon as Zhao Shuang opened his eyes, he was left dumbfounded. Zhang Gu? How could it be you? How can you carry the ball to crash into people? Aren't your breasts flatter than mine? What the hell? So big? Did you stuff a football in there? The moment Zhao Shuang opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Qian's stunning face. With exquisite features, snow-white skin, and delicate skin that showed no pores, this woman was undeniably beautiful. The reason no one chose to pursue her was probably because they feared being asked if they liked men when they took her out, or being looked at with strange eyes as if they were the same. After all, Zhang Gu was flatter than any big man. Yet now, Zhao Shuang was shocked to discover that the Zhang Qian who should have turned into a zombie in this life had not. Moreover, from Zhao Shuang's perspective, Zhang Qian's chest was truly magnificent. Her pectorals were so developed they were comparable to 2 footballs. Her clothes were stretched tight, almost bursting at the seams. The 2 prominent peaks were particularly noticeable. This girl was actually not wearing a bra. Inside, it was completely vacant. At that moment, even Zhao Shuang, who had been married for years to the stunning Bing Yuming, couldn't help but be taken aback. Blood gushed from his nose. Why has my chest suddenly become so big? At this moment, Zhang Gu Zhang Qian was also in a daze, staring at her grand and massive chest in disbelief. She saw Zhao Shuang gushing blood from his nose. When she reached back to touch her bra, she realized that the hook had somehow broken. This meant she was currently in a state of being completely vacant inside. No wonder Zhao Shuang was bleeding from his nose. Help! I'm willing to kiss you, isn't that enough? Zhao Shuang, quickly save me. She's about to bite me. At that moment, the panicked voice of Bing Yuming came through. Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian turned to look, and saw the zombie that was Qian Lu cornering her, with teeth just a few centimeters away from her neck. Isn't there still a few centimeters before she can bite your neck? She won't die right away, so why are you shouting? Zhao Shuang turned her head to take a look, and saw that Bing Yumei was desperately pushing against the chest of the zombie transformed from Qian Lu. She was trying her best to push it away from her body, and for a moment the two were locked in a standoff. Meanwhile, the other zombie king, true to its name, had just been kicked away by Zhao Shuang and had yet to get back up. Seeing that Bing Yumei was temporarily safe, Zhao Shuang shot her a glare and said, without any intention of immediately helping her, let her suffer a bit more, it's like collecting some interest. Then she turned her gaze to Zhang Qian's exaggeratedly large pectoral muscles and asked, Zhang Qian, have you awakened any special abilities? Zhao Shuang paused as the words reached her lips, looking at Zhang Qian's prominent peaks, and ultimately couldn't bring herself to call her Zhang Gu. Now, her chest was even bigger than the school beauty Bing Yumei's D-cup, making the title Zhang Gu no longer fitting. Calling her Zhang Gu again would be impolite. Special abilities? I think I have awakened a special ability, an SS level talent ability, robust growth. This thing just appeared in my mind like a memory. The ability information says it can heal internal and external injuries, mental trauma, and all kinds of wounds. But what does this have to do with my suddenly enlarged chest? In response to Zhao Shuang's inquiry, Zhang Qian thought for a moment and replied, her exquisitely beautiful face showing a look of confusion. Double S level talent? And it's a healing type? Wow, what a treasure. You just said that as long as I'm willing to save you, I can offer myself, right? Upon hearing Zhang Qian's answer, Zhao Shuang's eyes widened in shock as if she had just hit the jackpot. In this life, not only had Zhang Qian not turned into a zombie, but she had also awakened an SS level healing ability. SS level ability users are among the top existences in all of humanity, even attracting the attention of the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang. Moreover, when ranking abilities by rarity, the most rare are time and space abilities, followed by vision and healing abilities. The healing ability that Zhang Qian awakened is as rare as the vision ability that she unexpectedly obtained. Furthermore, her talent level is SS, which is higher than Zhao Shuang's S level, meaning she is even stronger. In the previous life, when the human war god Feng Xiaoyang reshaped human order and established a safe zone for humanity to create the City of Hope, one of the most important foundations was the presence of the SS level healing talent, the Fairy of the Tides, by his side. Her ability could allow hundreds of thousands of people to bathe in her healing light, a true battlefield miracle. However, healing talents are already incredibly rare, and in the previous life there were only a handful of individuals with double S level healing talents, all of whom were key targets for major factions to recruit. Zhao Shuang never expected that upon her rebirth she would encounter someone with an SS level healing talent so early in this life. And Zhang Qian, who was supposed to become a zombie in her previous life, not only avoided that fate but even awakened such a heaven-defying ability. It seemed likely related to the fact that the box in this life was opened half an hour earlier. The X-virus arriving half an hour early also changed the fates of Zhang Qian and Chen Lu. With the fluttering of butterfly wings, the scope of this butterfly effect was widening. Many things seemed to have deviated from the previous life, but since she had encountered this SS level healing ability, there was no reason to let her slip away. With Zhang Qian, a person with SS level healing talent, by her side, why couldn't she become an existence like the human war god Feng Xiaoyang, rebuilding human order herself, leaving a mark in history, and having her name written in textbooks for future generations? Wasn't that a form of glory? With this thought, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but feel excited, and she blurted out to Zhang Qian, asking if the offering oneself she just mentioned was still valid. In his previous life, Zhao Shuang's heart and eyes were solely devoted to Bing Yume. She was his entire world. He gave her everything he had, only to be rewarded with 3 years of being cuckolded and ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of a lecherous couple. In this life, Zhao Shuang decided he would no longer be that infatuated fool. He would only pursue physical pleasure, not emotional attachment. Right in front of the campus beauty, Bing Yume, he began flirting with other girls without a hint of guilt. We kissed. Of course it counts. Faced with Zhao Shuang's fiery gaze, Zhang Qian's pretty face turned crimson, and she shyly fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. She lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Shuang's intense stare, her soft response barely audible. The girl's bashfulness surpassed all the cheesy love declarations in the world. Really? That's great. Then from now on, you will be mine, Zhao Shuang, and no one can take you away from me. As long as I'm here, I will protect you. Seeing Zhang Qian's reaction and hearing her response, Zhao Shuang was instantly overjoyed, nearly jumping up in excitement. He then made his promise to Zhang Qian. So, do you know why my chest is like this? Why has it suddenly grown so big? Asking this question again, Zhang Qian's stunning face was so red it seemed it might bleed. She bowed her head deeply, nearly burying it in her chest. Your ability is called robust growth, so isn't it normal for a previously flat chest to grow robustly? Plus, the healing ability is commonly referred to as a healer in games, and your chest perfectly supports your milk capacity. This is very reasonable. It completely matches your SS level terrifying talent. Your sense of security is off the charts. While Zhao Shuang was bleeding from his nose, he couldn't take his eyes off Zhang Qian's chest, simultaneously providing his speculative answer. Ah, pervert, don't look. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Zhang Qian's beautiful face turned red to the roots of her neck. She wanted him to stop talking, but when she looked up, she found Zhao Shuang staring intently at her chest, blood streaming from his nose. She let out a shriek and quickly covered her chest with her hands. Zhao Shuang watched as her ample bosom was squeezed and deformed under her grip. A deep ravine appeared, and the sight was enough to make Zhao Shuang's heart race. Just thinking about the fact that it was still a vacuum inside, without a bra, made him feel like he was about to take off. I'm going to die. A beauty, a heavenly beauty. Zhao Shuang lamented in his heart, never expecting that his rebirth would allow him to witness such a sight. Truly, heaven had not treated him poorly. Help! I'm really going to die. At that moment, Bing Yume's voice came from the corner, strained from her struggle against the zombie that was Qian Lu. Her pretty face was flushed, and she felt her toes straining. Despite this, as a frail girl, she was no match for the zombie. At this moment, the fangs of the zombie transformed from Qian Lu were mere millimeters from her neck, ready to bite. Meanwhile, the zombie transformed. From Wang had finally crawled up from the ground, swaying as it approached Bing Yumei. Perhaps Zhao Shuang's earlier kick had instilled some fear in these two zombies. They dared not provoke Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian, instead setting their sights on Bing Yumei. At this moment, Bing Yumei was filled with hatred for Zhao Shuang, that dog of a man, and Zhang Qian, that little vixen. In her life and death moment, the two were still flirting with each other. Moreover, Zhao Shuang was clearly her boyfriend, there to rescue her, yet Zhang Qian, that shameless vixen, had suddenly rushed out, kissed her boyfriend, and even offered herself, seducing her man. How shameless. Zhao Shuang saw that if he didn't pay attention to Bing Yumei, she would truly meet her end at the hands of the zombie yacht. If she really died just like that, it would be too easy on her. So, without hesitation, I took action and revealed the kitchen knife. With 2 swift strikes, I obtained 2 transparent level 1 crystal cores. The zombies transformed from Qian Lu and Wang Man fell to the ground, unable to rise again. At that moment, Bing Yumei cried and threw herself into Zhao Shuang's arms, regardless of how dirty and bloodied he was. Ignoring her own cleanliness obsession, she closed her eyes and boldly kissed Zhao Shuang's lips. It was as if Bing Yumei was declaring her sovereignty, wanting to tell Zhang Qian that she, Bing Yumei, was Zhao Shuang's girlfriend. Not only did she kiss Zhao Shuang, but she also took the initiative, unwilling to let go for a long time. This made Zhao Shuang's eyes widen in disbelief as he looked at Bing Yumei's face, so close to him. 10 years, they had been together for a full decade in their past life, and Bing Yumei had always treated him coldly. She had never been this proactive before. In this life, he simply didn't want to continue being her loyal dog, no longer putting her first. Yet, unexpectedly, this resulted in her being so proactive, revealing such a passionate side of herself. Just as Zhao Shuang was about to embrace Bing Yumei and kiss her fiercely, she quickly pushed him away, wrinkling her nose and frowning as she took a step back. The thought of kissing this dog of a man still made her feel nauseous. At that moment, she even wished she could cut off her own tongue and throw it away. She felt dirty and unclean. Then, Bing Yumei glared at Zhang Qian, especially at her pair of breasts that were comparable to footballs. Flames of jealousy ignited in her eyes. She never expected that this flat-chested girl not only had facial features more exquisite and beautiful than her own as the campus belle, but also had longer, straighter legs and a taller figure. Now, even her huge flaw, her laughable flat chest, seemed to be larger than her own. Did that mean she was completely outclassed by Zhang Qian? She felt she had no advantages in front of her. At that moment, a sense of crisis overwhelmed Bing Yumei, fearing that Zhao Shuang might choose to save Zhang Qian and abandon her. That was why she could be so bold, even overcoming her cleanliness obsession to kiss Zhao Shuang. It was all to suppress Zhang Qian, the vixen who only knew how to seduce men. Bing Yumei shot a fierce glare at Zhang Qian and let out a cold huff from her nose. Brother Shuang, didn't we agree? As long as you are willing to save me, I will be your girlfriend. And I even called you hubby. So I am your girlfriend now. With me, Brother Shuang, you can't flirt with other women anymore. Especially not with certain vixens who seduce other people's boyfriends. You can't even look at them. Do you understand, Brother Shuang? My good brother, okay? Bing Yumei used her charm, breaking her aloof goddess persona to act cute with Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang, who had never experienced such treatment in their 10 years together in the past life, was instantly melted by Bing Yumei's act. After all, she was his white moonlight. The impact was immense. Even though he had already lost feelings for her and no longer wanted to be her loyal dog, he still couldn't deny her power. Who is the vixen? Zhao Shuang promised to dedicate himself to me, and he just said with his own mouth that I am his woman. No one can take me away from him. So I am his girlfriend, okay? Zhao Shuang, I don't care. You have to be responsible for me and get me out of here. At that moment, Zhang Qian once again charged in, coming to Zhao Shuang's side, grabbing one of his arms and starting to shake it. Feeling the amazing touch and elasticity from his bicep, and thinking about how she was wearing nothing underneath, Zhao Shuang's nosebleed uncontrollably gushed out again, seeing Zhang Qian, this vixen, actually going head-to-head with him to snatch a man who was now a lifeline for survival, made Bing Yumei overcome her cleanliness obsession once again. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Zhao Shuang's other arm, and began to shake and act cute. Zhao Shuang, caught in the middle of the two women, was truly in heaven. His nosebleed was gushing uncontrollably. He worried that if it kept going, his little life would be in danger. Alright, everyone quiet down. Right now, go pack your things, gather your personal belongings. If you have any food, bring it along. We are preparing to leave and take you to a safe place. You pack your things first and I will check if there are any survivors left in this building. Zhao Shuang shouted, stopping the two women from their jealousy and rivalry. This was not the time for such antics. Saying this, Zhao Shuang turned and left, leaving the two women to gather their personal items. Girls are different from rough men, especially those stunningly beautiful goddess-level girls like them. Even in this apocalypse, it is only right to have some personal items. As Zhao Shuang left, he began searching each room for survivors and clearing out zombies to collect crystal cores. Since he had encountered Zhang Qian, an SS-level healing ability user, he was determined to cultivate her well. Only by raising the level of the ability users could her extraordinary and powerful healing talent gradually manifest. In the early stages, healing ability users were still quite weak, lacking even the ability to protect themselves. Their combat power was no different from that of an ordinary person. As a reborn individual, Zhao Shuang's greatest advantage was knowing about the existence of crystal cores in the back of zombies' heads. This allowed him to rapidly enhance his strength right at the onset of the apocalypse. A step ahead, always ahead. Unlike in his previous life, when humanity discovered the existence of crystal cores, the highest level monsters had already reached over level 60. Humanity could only passively endure the tragic situation of being beaten by monsters. But in this life, with Zhao Shuang's presence, things were destined to be different. Zhao Shuang cleared the entire girls' dormitory building and ultimately found only 11 survivors, including Bing Yumei and Zhang Qian. At the onset of the apocalypse, these girls were all trembling in fear, their eyes filled with dread and helplessness for the future. In the blink of an eye, one by one, their roommates had turned into zombies, as if the entire world had changed into something they could not comprehend, a scene of the apocalypse. When Zhao Shuang returned with the remaining 9 survivors, Bing Yumei had already packed her belongings. However, Zhang Qian's face was flushed, looking awkward and uneasy. As a former ace scout, Zhao Shuang noticed the problem at a glance. Even though Zhang Qian had added an extra piece of clothing, he could still vaguely see the 2 protrusions on her chest, resembling footballs. Clearly, her originally A-cup size could not cover her current proportions with her underwear. Just thinking about how she was essentially in a vacuum made Zhao Shuang's nose heat up again. He was about to have another nosebleed. This was not sustainable. Being around this temptress like this would surely lead to anemia sooner or later. Zhao Shuang tried not to look at her well-defined chest muscles and approached Zhang Qian, handing her the more than 200 transparent crystal cores he had just cleaned. Here, eat this. What is this? Zhang Qian asked as she picked up the transparent crystal core and put it in her mouth. Seeing that Zhang Qian trusted him so much, taking something she didn't even know the nature of and putting it in her mouth, Zhao Shuang felt a stir in his heart. But he silently reminded himself twice, only go for the body, not the heart. After that, Zhao Shuang suppressed the fluttering in his heart. This is a good thing that can enhance the level and strength of ability users, just eat it. As Zhao Shuang spoke, Zhang Qian also felt waves of energy beginning to surge through her limbs and bones. Ultimately, it converged in her mind, and after swallowing 5 crystal cores, she successfully advanced to a level 2 ability user. Looking at everything before her, a flicker of jealousy shone in Bing Yumei's eyes. However, unable to awaken her own abilities, she restrained the jealousy burning within her, choosing not to act out at this moment. Once she was completely safe, she would find a stronger man, a more powerful backing. Just a mere sycophant of hers, a petty person taking advantage of others' misfortunes. If you want him, go ahead. I don't even want him. I'm not interested in competing with you, Bing Yumei thought to herself. As Zhang Qian's mouth continued to open and close, over 200 crystal cores were consumed. Eventually, her ability level reached level 5, making her a level 5 ability user. Her strength, speed, and physical resilience had increased several times. When one reaches the King-level ability user status, even a healer with a healing talent can rely on their robust physical qualities to shatter steel plates with bare hands. Royal, Emperor level, and above ability users possess even more formidable physical attributes. Even a healer would have sufficient self-defense capabilities. Zhao Shuang's future goal was to focus on cultivating Zhang Qian, this SS-level healer, aiming to train her into a celestial-level ability user like CF Fairy, an existence above level 140. She would become one of the cornerstones for establishing order among humanity in the apocalypse. As the crystal cores were completely consumed, Zhao Shuang led a group of girls, making their way towards the gymnasium. With 11 girls in total, he alone could not carry so many people through the air. They had no choice but to proceed on the ground. When the girls saw the terrifying number of zombies rampaging below, the horrifying scene finally convinced them that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. As fragile girls, where should they go in this apocalypse? How could they survive? Just as Zhao Shuang was slaughtering his way through, his kitchen knife already dull from the fighting, survivors from the other girls' dormitory began to call for help from the windows, hoping Zhao Shuang could rescue them as well. 2 girls even claimed to be ability users, able to protect themselves, and only asked Zhao Shuang to take them along. Hearing that there were ability users, Zhao Shuang's face lit up. It was said that survivors had a 50% chance of awakening abilities, but it seemed his luck had run out when he encountered Zhang Qian. None of the other 9 girls he saved were ability users, and Zhao Shuang's Sharingan could not replicate Zhang Qian's SS-level abilities. This meant he could only rely on his physical strength and combat skills to fight along the way, not daring to use his abilities lightly. He needed to save his abilities for critical moments. Now that there were ability users joining them, as long as they weren't SS level or above, Zhao Shuang could basically replicate them. With a stable source of abilities, Zhao Shuang could unleash his powers to kill zombies. On a large scale, if someone could protect the main group, Zhao Shuang wouldn't have to worry about everything alone. Their speed of advancement would also increase. Thus, Zhao Shuang decisively led the team into another girls' dormitory building, clearing the entire building. They found 13 survivors, among whom were 5 ability users. Among these 5 ability users, 3 had only F and E level abilities. Such abilities were not much different from an ordinary person's combat power. Only one senior, Lu Cece, had an A-level ability, Wild Rhythm, and a freshman, Wang Jing, had a C-level ability, Bone Spear. Only then did Zhao Shuang actively use the previously copied B-level ability, Scaled Armor. He charged into the horde of zombies, cutting through them with ease. Then he activated his S-level ability, SHARINGAN, to replicate Lu Cece's A-level ability, Wild Rhythm. Ability replication successful. A-level ability, Wild Rhythm. Activating this ability can enhance one's strength, speed, and physical resilience by 100% for a period of time. Damage reduction by 30%, pain sensation reduced by 50%. Usable once. The Sharingan can replicate abilities, energy consumption reduced by 20%, ability effects enhanced by 20%. This is a very powerful self-enhancement ability and one of the mainstream combat abilities. With the addition of Lu Cece and Wang Jing, Zhao Shuang no longer needed to rush back and forth around the team. Plus, with Zhang Qian, an SS-level healer who looked like she had ample healing power, even if an ability user got injured, they could easily recover. This significantly increased the team's pace. At this moment, survivors from other dormitory buildings saw Zhao Shuang and his group through the windows. They excitedly called for help, wanting to join their ranks, but unfortunately, Zhao Shuang couldn't hear them due to the distance. Zhao Shuang led the team straight towards the gymnasium. Along the way, they encountered a group of over 500 zombies and ghouls. Leading them was an 8th-level ghoul, accompanied by a 7th-level zombie and a 6th-level zombie as subordinates. At the onset of this apocalypse, they had already amassed such a scale, clearly the early form of a future zombie king. Unless something unexpected happened, it was a certainty that this leader would be promoted to zombie king. Upon seeing such a massive horde, Zhao Shuang felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly directed the team to turn towards the nearest male dormitory building. If they encountered such a large-scale horde in an open area, even Zhao Shuang couldn't guarantee the safety of everyone. After all, he was alone, and it was difficult to protect 24 people against so many foes. As Zhao Shuang and the team approached the male dormitory building, a large number of zombies and ghouls suddenly burst out from inside. There were no less than 100, led by 2 2nd-level zombies. The senior sister Lu Cece, at the forefront, turned pale upon seeing the horde charging towards her. Her legs went weak, and she even forgot to use her abilities. Fear had robbed her of her fighting spirit. Even as an A-level ability user, she was in such a state, making it even worse for the ordinary people who had not awakened their abilities. They were all terrified, their faces pale and eyes filled with tears. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, followed by a bone bullet shooting. Fourth, it instantly hit one of the leading 2nd-level zombies, entering its forehead and exiting through the back of its head, bringing out a colorless crystal core. In the next moment, that zombie fell to the ground, dead beyond recovery. The shooter turned out to be Wang Jing, a freshman, unexpectedly the one with the strongest psychological quality among the group of girls. With her C-level ability, she was able to use her bone gun in such a situation, hitting accurately and killing a 2nd-level zombie. This truly surprised Zhao Shuang. The bullet fired by Wang Jing was made from the first segment of her right index finger bone. After that shot, Wang Jing raised her hand for another shot, just as the first segment of her right index finger bone had just regenerated. She shot it out again. However, this shot was a bit hasty and missed the other 2nd-level zombie, instead hitting a 1st-level ghoul. Nevertheless, this performance was quite impressive. Zhao Shuang felt she was more suited for the position Lu Cece currently held. When he was fighting, it would be more appropriate to leave the team to Zhang Qian and her. But the horde of over 100 zombies and ghouls was clearly not something Wang Jing's C-level bone gun could handle one by one in a short time. With a massive horde of over 500 pursuing from the front and over 100 blocking from behind, Zhao Shuang knew it was not the time to hold back. He immediately stuffed a large handful of 1st-level crystal cores into his mouth. Although this stuff was of little use to him as a 6th level, it was very useful as an energy supply to support his ability's energy consumption. In this way, during the battle, there was no need to worry about energy depletion or the deadly situation of abilities failing. With this crystal core in his stomach, Zhao Shuang directly activated the A-level ability of that dragon brother, Fire Control, along with the A-level ability of senior sister Lu Cece, Wild Rhythm. With his speed, strength, and physical intensity doubled again, he instantly charged to the front of the team, beside Lu Cece and Wang Jing. Then, with a thought, he activated his energy, and a fire dragon roared out from his hands. It charged towards the horde of over 100 corpses, almost turning them to ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a ground covered with hundreds of transparent crystal cores. This A-level elemental ability is referred to as a small S-level ability due to its power. In the hands of that dragon brother, it could only throw out large fireballs. Now, in Zhao Shuang's hands, he could unleash a fire dragon over 10 meters long with a mere gesture. Even abilities of the same level can vary greatly in power depending on the user. Unfortunately, that dragon brother had already been fed to the zombies by Zhao Shuang. This A-level fire control ability would be rendered obsolete after use, with no place left to replicate it. Quick, go into the building. If I don't call you, don't come out. Zhao Shuang pointed towards the boys' dormitory after dealing with the more than 100 zombies. As he spoke, he decisively turned around and used Wild Rhythm's speed to charge towards the massive horde of corpses. Zhao Shuang reached the back of the team, stood firm, and began to circulate energy within himself, preparing for the next round of violent attacks. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian, who had originally been covering for him, now stood beside him, ready to share life and death with him. Ice Rain Dream had already squeezed into the crowd, rushing eagerly into the boys' dormitory, not even glancing at Zhao Shuang, her savior and boyfriend. She certainly had no intention of caring about his life or death. In contrast, Zhang Qian's actions warmed Zhao Shuang's heart. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. It is during life and death crises that one can truly see a person's character. However, despite the warmth in his heart, Zhao Shuang still spoke up. "You silly girl, what are you doing here? Hurry up and get inside to hide, you're just causing trouble. When I deal with the horde, I'll have to split my attention to protect you, but I have healing abilities. I can help you heal your injuries if I stay. With so many zombies, what if you die? What will I do then? I have already pledged myself to you." At this point, Zhang Qian's stunningly beautiful face turned crimson again, not daring to look Zhao Shuang in the eye. "Don't worry, I won't die. If you stay here, you're more likely to drag me down with you, and then I'll be a widower." "Alright then, I'll listen to you," Zhang Qian said, turning back 3 times as she rushed towards the boys' dormitory. At this moment, the massive horde of corpses finally arrived. What awaited them was a gigantic fire dragon, over 100 meters long, that Zhao Shuang had been charging up for a long time. It roared as it swept towards the horde, almost having their numbers in a single encounter. The first to bear the brunt, a level 6 zombie, was directly turned to ashes, leaving behind a level 6 transparent crystal core. Where the fire dragon passed, there were ashes and a large number of level 1 and 2 transparent crystal cores left behind. The power of this single strike was terrifying. Under Zhao Shuang's attack, those low-level zombies instinctively felt fear. They subconsciously wanted to retreat and scatter. Roar! 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 As a result, the level 8 zombie let out a roar, instantly stabilizing the horde. Then, it actually charged towards Zhao Shuang. Its speed was so fast that it was on par with Zhao Shuang, who was using Wild Rhythm. Facing the level 8 zombie charging at him, Zhao Shuang waved his hands, and enormous fireballs began to bombard the zombie. In the blink of an eye, the level 8 zombie was ignited, transforming it into a fireman. Roar! The next moment, the level 8 zombie let out a roar towards the sky. Its body suddenly began to swell, almost doubling in size in an instant. From its original nearly 2 meters, it ballooned to a gigantic zombie nearly 20 meters tall. It was comparable in size to a dormitory building. The flames that had just engulfed its body were extinguished as its form expanded, causing almost no harm to it. Gulp! Faced with this colossal creature, Zhao Shuang instinctively swallowed hard. The oppressive feeling was truly intimidating. Zhao Shuang did not expect that this level 8 zombie was also a rare ability mutant, one capable of increasing its size. It seemed he had kicked a hard board this time. Size enhancement was the most troublesome among all enhancement abilities. It was like the law of heaven and earth from myth, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even Zhao Shuang, who had been through countless battles, couldn't help but feel intimidated by this giant before him. He decisively activated his S-level ability, the SHARINGAN, hoping to replicate the zombie size enhancement ability. Ability replication failed. The opponent's ability talent level is too high to replicate. Please evolve this ability before attempting to replicate again. He received a notification of failure. This meant that the size enhancement ability of the level 8 zombie was at least SS level. No wonder the A-level fire control ability caused it so little damage. Just as Zhao Shuang's ability replication failed, the nearly 20-meter-tall giant zombie charged right in front of him. It lifted its foot, larger than Zhao Shuang himself, and stomped down towards him. Boom! Dust flew everywhere as the zombie's massive foot crashed onto the ground, creating a huge pit even in the concrete surface. The girls hiding in the boys' dormitory corridor were all pale with fear, their faces drained of color. They felt the violent tremors akin to an earthquake. Their eyes filled with despair. Was today their day of death? They were still so young, they didn't want to die. Zhang Qian stared blankly at the rising dust, her eyes fixed on the ground. She hoped for a miracle. She couldn't believe that man could just die like that. She hadn't even had the chance to repay him or express her feelings. How could he just die? Tears blurred her vision. The man she had liked for nearly 2 years was completely infatuated with someone else. His eyes only had room for Bing Yumang, that green tea girl skilled at fishing who had never looked at her directly. Today, as the apocalypse arrived, she had finally mustered the courage to confront her feelings and offered herself. She had even received his response. But now, was their happiness about to end? Before it even began? She was unwilling, she was not ready to accept it. Look, quick, look, that man is in the sky. He can actually fly. My God, is he Superman? He can fly without wings. At that moment, someone pointed at the sky, marveling at Zhao Shuang, who was circling around the zombie that was as tall as a building. In that instant, Zhang Xian's tear-blurred eyes brightened again. As long as he was alive, everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang, who had activated his S-level ability to dominate the sky, was flying around the level 8 zombie's head, feeling somewhat frustrated. He hadn't expected to encounter such a tough opponent. Figuring out how to take down this giant had become his biggest headache. The ability it used couldn't be replicated by his Sharingan, which meant it was at least a double S-level size enhancement ability. It could even be an SSS level size enhancement ability. Abilities of this level would definitely reduce damage significantly. Zhao Shuang estimated that even an S-level ability dominating the sky couldn't inflict any effective damage on it. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuang still flew in the air, waving his hands continuously, unleashing a series of wind blades over 10 meters long. They shot towards the giant zombie's eyes. As a result, the level 8 zombie merely closed its eyes, and the dozen wind blades vanished into thin air. Not even the eyelids of this level 8 zombie were cut. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? I can't just wear it out, Zhao Shuang muttered, instinctively while flying in the air. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh right, wear it out. Maintaining such a massive body at its level of ability must consume an enormous amount of energy, and now it was only at level 8, even though the apocalypse had just arrived less than an hour ago. Level 8 was already a high rank, but the energy of level 8 was insufficient to sustain the use of double S or even triple S level abilities for a long time. If it were after level 60 facing a king level 1, Zhao Shuang would turn and run, not daring to exhaust himself against it. At that time, the energy consumed would not be less than the energy it could recover. But now it was only level 8, even though it was 2 levels higher than him. However, he had plenty of crystal cores in his pocket to restore energy, while this zombie had no means of recovering energy. The advantage was mine. With this thought, Zhao Shuang continued to wield wind blades to attack the level 8 zombie, drawing its attention. It roared in anger, trying to swat Zhao Shuang down like a fly. At the same time, he flew towards the horde of zombies and the level 7 zombie, using wind blades to take them down one by one. At this moment, with the apocalypse just having arrived, all the monsters were below level 20. Flying abilities were simply divine skills. Attacking non-flying monsters from the sky was like beating primitive people with an airplane. It was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Even the level 7 zombie had no power to fight back and was directly killed by Zhao Shuang's wind blades. As he watched his gathered subordinates being wiped out by this despicable human, the level 8 zombie roared in fury but was equally helpless against Zhao Shuang flying in the sky. Until it roared and suddenly its nearly 20-meter-tall body began to shrink rapidly. At that moment, a look of panic finally appeared on its face. Having exhausted its energy and rendered its abilities ineffective, it wanted to escape but was completely taken down by a wind blade from Zhao Shuang. Then, beside its corpse, a bottle of light blue potion exploded. This made Zhao Shuang's heart race. Ability Awakening Potion. The Ability Awakening Potion could allow ordinary people who had not awakened abilities to have a chance to awaken after consumption. It also had a chance to allow those who already possessed abilities to awaken a second or even third ability. However, the probability was much lower, almost negligible. It was similar to the one in a 100 million chance of his S-level ability, the Sharingan, permanently copying someone else's ability. In his previous life, Zhao Shuang had bought 9 bottles of this potion for Bing Yuming, each one costing a fortune. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had relied on himself to obtain this potion. In his previous life, he had heard that this potion had a chance to drop only from elite-level monsters and above, and the drop rate was extremely low. This was also why the Ability Awakening Potion had always been so expensive. Seeing this bottle of potion, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and dove down to pick it up. With it, his mother would have a chance to awaken her abilities. This time, the first person he thought of was his mother. Zhang Yun, not that woman, Bing Yuming. After putting away the Ability Awakening Potion, Zhao Shuang took out the already dull kitchen knife and directly scraped open the back of the level 8 zombie's head. He obtained a red crystal core of level 8, resembling a ruby. Without hesitation, Zhao Shuang swallowed the red crystal core in one bite. In the next moment, a surge of energy rushed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his mind. This caused his ability level to leap from level 6 to 8.5, almost reaching level 9. Afterward, he collected a large number of crystal cores, and after swallowing a level 7 core, his ability level finally reached level 9. As long as a soldier-level ability user consumes a soldier-level crystal core, there is no danger. There's no need to worry about exploding from excessive energy. This means that even a level 1 ability user can safely consume a level 19 core without risk. However, for soldier-level ability users, consuming a sergeant-level core carries the risk of exploding. If a soldier-level ability user directly consumes a general-level core, it's basically a guaranteed death. There's no risk in lower-level users consuming cores of higher levels, but the risk increases significantly for higher realms. After Zhao Shuang quickly cleaned up the battlefield using the speed of his A-level ability, Wild Rhythm, he obtained nearly 600 crystal cores, most of which were level 1. There were also quite a few level 2 cores, and some level 3 and 4 cores, but in smaller quantities. When Zhao Shuang returned with these cores, the enchanting Zhang Qian was so excited that she directly leaped into his arms again. Moreover, the little girl looked pitifully delicate, clearly having just cried. Zhao Shuang didn't know what was wrong with her this time, so he could only feel her astonishing elasticity when she collided with him, while comforting her by stroking her hair. After comforting her, he fed her again. After Zhang Qian consumed all the level 2, 3, and 4 crystal cores, her ability level successfully reached level 7. Coupled with her SS level innate ability flourishing, she was no longer the weak healer she had been in the early stages and was not so easy to kill. In a situation where most human ability users were still level 1 and had not discovered the existence of crystal cores, it was almost impossible for them to harm her. Moreover, in the short time since the apocalypse had begun, there were not many zombies that had managed to reach level 7 by devouring others. With her own protection, Zhang Qian's safety was assured. The level 8 zombie they had just encountered was a special case, with a tenfold increase in size that was indeed exaggerated. To defeat it, Zhao Shuang had exhausted all the skills he had copied using his S-level ability, SHARINGAN. Now that his second brother, Wang Chang, was not around, he had no way to replicate the S-level ability to dominate the skies again. However, Zhao Shuang successfully copied the A-level ability, Wild Rhythm, from Senior Lu Cixi once more, and for the first time he copied Wang Jing's C-level ability, Bone Gun. SHARINGAN. Activated, ability copied successfully. C-level ability, Bone Gun. This ability allows any bone in the body to be launched as a bullet to inflict piercing damage on enemies. The launched bones can regenerate in a short time. A maximum of 2 bullets can be launched simultaneously. It can be used once, and the bone gun state can be maintained for 5 minutes. SHARINGAN ability copy. Reduces ability consumption by 20% and enhances ability effects by 20%. Zhao Shuang looked at the description of the bone gun ability and was overjoyed. He hadn't expected this C-level ability to be quite strong, at least during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. When everyone was a soldier-level ability user or a soldier-level monster below level 20, firearms and firearm-related abilities were still very valuable and could inflict significant damage. However, as the levels of ability users and monsters increased, their strength grew, and the effectiveness of firearms and firearm-related abilities would diminish. This was also the reason why the bone gun was only C-level. But at this stage, the bone gun could be considered a divine skill, and its lethality was beyond doubt. Zhao Shuang even thought that if he had copied the bone gun earlier, he could have easily killed that level 8 zombie, which had used at least a double S-level size enhancement ability, but at least he could use this bone spear to deal a heavy blow to it. After all, being only level 8, it couldn't ignore or be immune to firearm-type abilities. Now that he had the bone spear, a god-level ability in the early stages, as his trump card, Zhao Shuang's confidence immediately grew. Moreover, with Wang Jing in the team, he could replicate it as many times as he wanted, with no limit on usage. Just as Zhao Shuang was about to lead the team to the gym, survivors from the boys' dormitory began to appear before everyone. They actively requested to join the main group, wanting to relocate together. After all, that level 8 zombie had grown to about the size of the dormitory building. With a nearly 20-meter frame, it couldn't possibly be quiet, drawing the attention of all the survivors to the commotion. They regarded Zhao Shuang and his group as their lifeline and wanted to join them. Yameng, you're alive. You didn't turn into a zombie or anything. This is just wonderful. You have no idea how worried I was about you. My bodyguard somehow turned into a zombie, and my phone was managed by my bodyguard. So when you sent me a video, I didn't get it. But when I used my awakened S-class ability, Power Frenzy, to deal with my bodyguard and retrieved my globally limited Supreme phone, I wanted to call you back. But no matter what, I couldn't get through. The entire wireless communication network collapsed. Yameng, my love for you. So do you know how worried I've been about you for almost an hour? I was so anxious for you, going crazy for you. Wait, who is that busty beauty? When did our school get such a stunning beauty? This looks and figure, even more beautiful and perfect than the school flower, Bing Yamung. At that moment, among the survivors in the boys' dormitory, a guy dressed in luxury brands but with a rather sleazy appearance emerged. As soon as he appeared, he pushed through the crowd to get next to the school flower, Bing Yamung, and started talking a lot. Suddenly, while speaking, his eyes caught sight of Zhang Qian, who had transformed from a C cup to an E cup. His eyes widened, unable to look away, completely mesmerized by Zhang Qian, looking like a lovesick fool. This guy was one of Zhao Shuang's rivals in his past life and also one of the school flower Bing Yuming's pursuers. The notorious rich second generation Zhang Hao, who even brought bodyguards to college. It was Zhang Hao who, out of jealousy for pursuing the school flower Bing Yamung, had his bodyguard beat up Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang's second brother, Wang Chang, also had his head injured by Zhang Hao's bodyguard. Zhang Hao's family was said to be among the top 5 richest families in the Earth Federation. Logically, with his financial power and family background, winning over the school flower Bing Yamung should have been easy. However, Zhang Hao's sleazy appearance was simply too disappointing for the audience. Compared to Zhao Shuang's handsome looks, he was worlds apart. This was also the reason why Bing Yaming had always treated him with indifference, keeping him at arm's length. If only Zhang Hao were a bit more handsome, Bing Yaming would have long been his, and Zhao Shuang, the ordinary poor boy, would have had no chance. Bing Yaming often sighed, wishing the two could combine looks and family backgrounds, then she could choose, with her eyes closed. But now, with the apocalypse upon them, the alliance currency had completely become worthless paper. Family background was of no use at all. However, Zhang Hao's appearance still made Zhao Shuang frown. According to Zhao Shuang's memory, in his past life, this guy had also turned into a zombie, while his bodyguard had survived and awakened an A-class ability. Why had the fates of Zhang Hao and his bodyguard changed in this life? Was this part of the butterfly effect? Zhang Hao, you've awakened an ability too? What's the point of staring at that woman, Zhang Qian? She's already made a lifelong commitment to Zhao Shuang, and she even took the initiative to throw herself at Zhao Shuang, offering her a fragrant kiss. After all, she is now Zhao Shuang's girlfriend, so you might as well give up on that idea and stop trying to make a move on her. Bing Yumei was pleasantly surprised to see her other admirer, Zhang Hao, who had somehow survived and appeared at this moment. A smile instantly spread across her face. Just thinking about Zhang Hao's family background, she figured that even in this apocalypse, he should have more means to protect himself, right? Staying with him would ensure her safety. And when she heard that Zhang Hao had also awakened his powers, she immediately entertained the thought of abandoning Zhao Xuan, that dog of a man who was only after her body, and taking advantage of the situation. She planned to stick with Zhang Hao, believing that this would better guarantee her safety in life. Plus, this way, she would have another admirer, allowing her to enjoy that feeling of being cherished again. For some reason, that dog of a man, Zhao Shuang, seemed to suddenly stop fawning over her. Instead, he was now lavishing attention on that cheap woman, Zhang Qian, feeding her some transparent crystal that she didn't even know what it was. This left her, who was always pursued by many and had numerous admirers, feeling a huge psychological gap, which was particularly uncomfortable. Little did she expect that her once loyal admirer, Zhang Hao, upon seeing Zhang Qian's enlarged chest, also displayed a lecherous look. His eyes seemed to be glued to that cheap woman, Zhang Qian, unable to look away. This made Bing Yumei inwardly exclaim, men really are all the same, nothing but fickle bastards. Yet, despite cursing men in her heart, Bing Yumei still intended to hold on to Zhang Hao, her loyal admirer. So she directly exposed Zhang Qian's shortcomings, revealing what had happened between her and Zhao Shuang. Her goal was to make Zhang Hao lose interest in Zhang Qian and continue being her loyal admirer. However, she concealed the fact that she had also thrown herself at Zhao Shuang and offered him passionate kisses, even extending her tongue. Her green tea attributes were undoubtedly on display. At the moment Zhang Hao appeared, Zhang Qian's face immediately turned tense, her body trembling slightly. She instinctively moved behind Zhao Shuang, avoiding Zhang Hao's gaze. It was clear that she felt some fear towards Zhang Hao, even daring not to meet his eyes. Sensing Zhang Qian's fear, Zhao Shuang stepped forward to protect the somewhat fragile girl. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhao Shuang gently patted Zhang Qian's shoulder and spoke softly to her. Those simple 4 words seemed to possess infinite power, instantly stopping Zhang Qian's trembling and dispelling her fear. Yet, her thoughts were rapidly pulled back to a year ago. It was shortly after the start of her second semester in her freshman year. She was walking back to the dorm after studying in the library as usual. It was around 9 in the evening when Zhang Qian reached the edge of a small grove. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind her, covering her nose and mouth, and dragged her into the grove. She desperately tried to struggle and resist, but another person was there to help, grabbing her legs and pulling her into the grove. By the moonlight, Zhang Qian clearly saw that the bastard trying to defile her was none other than the infamous Zhang Hao from the wealthy Zhang family, along with his bodyguard. This sleazy guy, while openly pursuing the campus beauty Bing Yumei, was also plotting against her, wanting to force himself on her. She struggled desperately, trying to scream for help. But As a girl, how could she compete against two big men? Especially with one of them being an incredibly strong bodyguard. Just when she was in despair, Zhao Shuang suddenly rushed out, smashing a brick over Zhang Hao's head, causing him to bleed profusely. As Zhang Hao clutched his head and howled in pain, Zhao Shuang seized the opportunity to rescue her, firmly standing in front of her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." When those 4 words came to her, it pierced through her dark sky like a ray of dawn, bringing her light. Just like now. Later, Zhao Shuang urged her to run and not look back, so she kept running and running. She ran all the way back to the dormitory, and when she returned with others, all she saw was a pool of blood left behind. The next day's school announcement somehow turned into a fight, with the cause being jealousy over the pursuit of the campus beauty, Bing Yume. It was said that a boy had his head smashed and was sent to the hospital for 13 stitches. Zhang Qian thought that boy was her hero who saved her. Zhao Shuang. She went to great lengths to find out the hospital and the ward, and when she brought a fruit basket to visit, she discovered it was a boy she didn't even know. After that, she no longer dared to pass by that small grove alone. At the same time, she secretly developed feelings for Zhao Shuang. He became her light. But later she found out that her light, her prince, was actually her roommate and the campus beauty Bing Yume's loyal admirer. He couldn't even connect himself with the girl he saved. He even called her Zhang Gu and complained that her chest was flatter than a man's. This plunged her into the pain of unrequited love. Watching the boy she loved madly pursue her roommate being toyed with by that high-level character Bing Yume, her heart ached. But under the name Zhang Gu, she didn't dare to express her feelings to Zhao Shuang. Instead, she helped him pursue Bing Yume, time and again. In her previous life, Zhang Qian became a zombie on the eve of the X-virus outbreak. Zhao Shuang brought a bouquet of flowers to Bing Yume's building, once again confessing his love. But he was ignored by Bing Yume, who was teasing her other admirers. Unable to bear it, Zhang Qian finally went downstairs, took the bouquet, and delivered it to Bing Yume. "It's just a bunch of worthless flowers, throw it in the trash for me, Qian." "Chen," was the cold response she received. This shattered Zhang Qian's resolve. Then the X-virus broke out, and she didn't even survive the first wave, turning directly into a zombie. In this life, Zhao Shuang was reborn, no longer a loyal admirer of Bing Yume, nor did he deliver that bouquet. Moreover, the box was opened half an hour early, and the virus broke out half an hour earlier. With her resolve intact, Zhang Qian changed her fate, surviving and awakening an SS-level ability. But Zhao Shuang didn't know the cause and effect of the previous life, and Zhang Qian certainly couldn't know. At this moment, all Zhang Qian knew were Zhao Shuang's words, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." After that incident, the trauma left in her heart and her fear of Zhang Hao dissipated the moment Zhao Shuang spoke those words. He was still her light, and as the apocalypse approached, she finally mustered the courage to express her feelings to him. She even received his response. With him by her side, the apocalypse didn't seem so terrifying anymore. "Zhang Qian, when did your chest suddenly become so ample? Young master likes it. How about considering being with me? I have awakened an S-level ability enhancement. Power. No longer relying on the useless 7th ancestor of my family. Now I completely depend on my own powerful abilities and strength. As for Zhao Shuang, he's just a defeated opponent. Back then, he dared to obstruct my good fortune and even competed with me for the campus beauty Bing Yume. You should be grateful that it's a lawful society that saved you. Now that it's the end of the world, with zombies everywhere, who would care if a few people die? Those who are sensible should get out of my way, or in the face of my absolute power, you won't even know how to write the word death." Such a stunning beauty like Zhang Qian, I want her, and I also want to claim Bing Yume for myself. In this apocalypse, as long as there is absolute power, beautiful women, and supreme authority and status, everything belongs to this young master. Ha ha ha. As Zhang Hao spoke, he directly unleashed his S-rank ability enhancement. Instantly, his muscles bulged, and his clothes were torn apart by the swelling muscles. His body, now a muscular beast, exuded an overwhelming sense of power. His boisterous laughter echoed through the corridor. Zhang Hao performed a dramatic display of bursting out of his clothes. With the S-rank ability enhancement, his bulging muscles made him several sizes larger, almost filling the entire corridor by himself. The feeling of possessing unmatched strength made him laugh wildly, embodying a sense of "I am the best in the world." He had already regarded the campus beauty, Bing Yumeng, and the even more beautiful and well-proportioned Zhang Qian as his possessions. Meanwhile, his former rival, Zhao Shuang, who had ruined his plans, was seen as a thorn in his side. Just thinking about his woman, Zhang Qian, who had actually thrown herself at Zhao Shuang and even kissed him, made him grind his teeth in anger, wishing he could eliminate Zhao Shuang immediately. As for Bing Yumeng, who originally wanted to kick Zhao Shuang out and find a new support, she still fantasized that Zhang Hao, her once loyal admirer, would continue to adore her. She wanted to stay by his side, relying on his family background for greater security. But unexpectedly, this guy Zhang Hao was even more disgusting and shameless than Zhao Shuang, wanting to directly occupy both her and Zhang Qian. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that she and Zhang Qian were just the beginning, and he would definitely have more women in the future. Indeed, no man is a good thing. She only regretted not awakening her abilities, otherwise, why would she have to look at these disgusting men's faces? At this moment, Bing Yumeng's desire for abilities had reached its peak. She longed to awaken her powers, to gain strength. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, was hiding behind Zhao Shuang, nervously clutching his shirt, her palms sweating. The psychological shadow Zhang Hao left on her still haunted her to this day. A year had passed, and she still often woke up from nightmares, dreaming of Zhang Hao covering her mouth and nose and dragging her into the woods. Every time she woke from a nightmare, she had to look at the secretly taken photos of Zhao Shuang for a long time before she could fall asleep again. Due to Zhang Hao's family background, she lacked the courage to stand up and accuse him of his crimes. Moreover, she knew that with Zhang Hao's family background, even if he had defiled her, it would likely be downplayed in the end. So, she could only be awakened by nightmares night after night, clutching Zhao Shuang's photo to sleep. Zhao Shuang had turned into light, healing her time and again on every night of nightmares. Now, her nightmare, her psychological trauma, stood before her again, claiming to occupy her. She couldn't help but feel anxious. But fortunately, her hero, her light Zhao Shuang, was standing right in front of her, providing an incredibly strong and reliable presence. What a joke! I'll treat you to peanuts. Facing the wildly arrogant and boisterous Zhang Hao, Zhao Shuang looked at him as if he were an idiot. In the apocalypse, survival has always been about the principle of the barking dog doesn't bite and if you can act, don't make noise. Many times, it was all about ambushes where not a single word was spoken, yet a life and death struggle ensued. But someone like Zhang Hao, who blabbered before making a move, was rare. Zhao Shuang found herself at a loss. An enemy so foolish could leave one speechless. Thus, Zhao Shuang surprisingly spoke up before making a move, offering a reminder. Then the sea-level ability bone gun was activated. With a bang, the first segment of Zhao Shuang's right index finger bone shot out. In an instant, it hit Zhang Hao's forehead and pierced through the top of his head, leaving a fist-sized blood hole at the back of his skull. With a thud, Zhang Hao, whose muscles were still bulging with explosive power, fell to the ground. He was dead beyond any doubt. Even in death, his eyes were wide open, displaying an expression of disbelief. Before using the sea-level ability bone gun, Zhao Shuang had already activated his S-level ability Sharingan while Zhang Hao was rambling on aimlessly. He copied Zhang Hao's ability. Sharingan activated, ability copied successfully. S-level talent ability, power enhancement. Activating this ability can enhance one's own strength, increasing power tenfold, while defense and body strength each increase by one-fold. Speed decreases by 10%. The Sharingan's copied ability can be used once, and the power enhancement state lasts for 10 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%, ability effect increased by 20%. Zhao Shuang was quite satisfied with the effect of this S-level power enhancement. In his previous life, he only had a B-level ability, and now looking at these S-level abilities, he couldn't help but marvel at their power. Ah, someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. Call the police, someone's been killed. As the well-known rich second-generation Zhang Hao was directly killed by Zhao Shuang, and his body fell heavily to the ground. One of the girls in the previous team suddenly screamed with a pale face. Saying this, she took out her phone and began dialing the police, leaving Zhao Shuang, a veteran who had survived in the apocalypse for 10 years, dumbfounded. But then he thought the apocalypse had just begun, and many people still hadn't adapted to the collapse of human society. Their minds were still stuck in a lawful society, so this reaction was quite normal. Just like his parents and second brother, who, after accidentally killing a little girl bitten by a zombie, were filled with guilt and remorse, still not realizing that the apocalypse had arrived and everything was different now. So, facing this girl's reaction and actions, Zhao Shuang smiled and had no intention of stopping her. On the contrary, he hoped that the police would connect the call and be willing to intervene. And with the fall of this nightmare named Zhang Hao, at that moment, the word hero materialized in Zhang Qian's eyes. It overlapped with Zhao Shuang's figure. At that moment, Zhao Shuang was her hero, glowing brightly right in front of her. As Zhang Hao was killed by Zhao Shuang, Bing Yumei's gaze towards Zhao Shuang also added a hint of timidity and fear. In her heart, after the labels of simp, beta male, and dog, she was now also branded with the label of murderer. Then Bing Yumei glanced at the surviving boys and found none of them appealing. She sighed inwardly, realizing that she could only continue to stay by Zhao Shuang, this disgusting man who was both a beta male and a murderer, until she found a better support. Once she found someone better, she would definitely kick Zhao Shuang, this repulsive man, to the curb. Just thinking about having to compete for affection with Zhang Qian, who was prettier and had a better figure than her, made Bing Yumei's head ache. Life was truly not easy. She, a dignified campus belle, had to stoop to showcasing T-art to please a simp she had once refused to even look at. What a ridiculous world. Bing Yumei complained in her heart but still put on what she considered a stunning smile and moved closer to Zhao Shuang. Hey, hubby, let me explain. I didn't mean to please that jerk Zhang Hao just now. Bing Yumei's cooing, elongated hubby made Zhao Shuang's bones feel weak. Although he had completely seen through this woman and no longer loved her, the allure of the white moonlight was simply too strong. Zhao Shuang, who fully understood what kind of person Bing Yume was, didn't want to hear her nonsense anymore, suddenly interrupting her pale and weak explanation. He turned to look at all the survivors in the boys' dormitory building. What do you say? Are you joining us to go to the gym, or does someone want to be like him? Thinking they're the best in the world and wanting to monopolize these two beauties? Zhao Shuang scanned the group of boys and found 11 survivors, promptly asking, No, no, no. We are willing to join the team and go to the gym. Instantly, the boys shook their heads like a wave drum, having learned from Zhang Hao's example. The corpse was still lying there, not yet cold. They had no intention of losing their minds. Again, they all expressed their willingness to follow the main group. So, among you, is there anyone who has awakened their abilities and needs to use their powers to protect everyone as we move forward? With Zhao Shuang's inquiry, 6 out of the 11 boys stood up. Among these 6 who had awakened their abilities, 5 had F and E level powers. Their combat strength was not much different from that of ordinary people, only slightly stronger. The only one who had awakened a B-level ability was named Qi Luhai, whose power was a defensive ability, Petrified Skin. He was a senior in his 4th year. Looking at his neatly styled bangs, he indeed lived up to his name, with his round eyes and thick eyebrows. He looked just like Rock Lee from the anime Naruto from over half a century ago. After the team grew stronger, they set off again under Zhao Shuang's leadership. With the addition of Qi Luhai as a meat shield and Zhang Qian, a dual S-level healer, Zhao Shuang could confidently leave the team's defense to them, no longer needing to rush around in all directions. This way, the team's progress speed increased significantly. Moreover, for safety's sake, Zhao Shuang gave Qi Luhai a Level 1 Crystal Core, raising his ability level to 4. With Zhang Qian's healing, even if they encountered level 6 or 7 zombies, they could hold their ground for a while. His own responses could be more composed. Plus, with the Bone Spear, a powerful early game skill, those zombies would fall the moment they showed their heads. What was supposed to be a survival battle in the apocalypse, fleeing for their lives, was turned into a mobile shooting game by Zhao Shuang. Even the not-so-intelligent zombies, seeing their kind fall one after another, would instinctively choose to flee. As they fought on, a rare vacuum zone of monsters appeared near Zhao Shuang's team. However, Zhao Shuang had no time to run over and collect the crystal cores. One by one, wasting quite a few cores, at least 100. It was quite painful for him. But thinking of the ability awakening potions in his pocket, Zhao Shuang's mood inexplicably brightened. He even hummed a little tune and started singing, raising his hand to take down the zombies that showed their heads one by one. Old 3. Here, Old 3. We are blocked by zombies, we can't get out, Old 3, help us. As Zhao Shuang led the team past his dormitory building, the window of room 414 on the 4th floor suddenly opened. The voice of the leader, Meng Lingyu, came through, tinged with a cry. Third brother, help, help. There are zombies, the hallway is full of zombies. At this moment, the 4th member, Li Fan, also poked his head out, stretching his neck long. It extended from the 4th floor all the way down to the 1st floor, and just as he tried to reach Zhao Shuang, a zombie suddenly jumped out, aiming to bite his long neck. Instantly frightened, Li Fan's neck retracted in the blink of an eye. Li Fan had awakened a D-level talent ability stretch, allowing any part of his body to extend and retract freely. The leader, Meng Lingyu, had awakened a C-level talent ability, gluttony, which made him particularly good at eating. You all didn't die? That's great. Wait, I'll come to save you right away. When Zhao Shuang saw the boss and the 4th, he felt genuinely happy in his heart. At least they were still the same as in the last life. There were no deviations. Although the boss, Meng Lingyu, and the 4th, Li Fan, were not as fierce as the 2nd brother, Wang Chang, they were indeed reliable when it mattered. They had once been offered a large sum of money by Zhang Hao to frame Zhao Shuang for theft, drug use, and other crimes, but they had refused. It was their reminders that made Zhao Shuang aware of Zhang Hao's underhanded tactics, allowing him to navigate the later incident of getting someone pregnant irresponsibly. When a beautiful pregnant woman came to the school to cause a scene, he managed to leave unscathed. With a few clear and concise words, he rendered that woman speechless, and she fled in embarrassment. The idea had come from the boss, Meng Lingyu. Faced with a beautiful woman claiming to be Zhao Shuang's girlfriend and showing off her big belly, she insisted that the child in her womb was Zhao Shuang's. She could even recite Zhao Shuang's home address and recount their every detail. Meng Lingyu only allowed Zhao Shuang to ask the pregnant woman one question: how many moles were on Zhao Shuang's butt? As a result, the woman was left speechless and fled in a hurry. Having never actually slept with Zhao Shuang, how would she know how many moles were on his butt? Both the boss and the 4th were of good character and worthy friends, so Zhao Shuang was naturally willing to help them. He also saved the survivors of the entire building, a total of 7 people. 5 of them awakened their abilities. However, apart from the boss and the 4th, all of them had F-level abilities, which Zhao Shuang simply overlooked. By the time Zhao Shuang and his team arrived at the gymnasium, the number of survivors had already exceeded 100. Yet, apart from Zhang Hao, who was swiftly eliminated by Zhao Shuang and had S-level abilities, none of the other survivors had even reached S-level or above. This clearly showed how low the probability of high-level abilities appearing was. Initially, Zhao Shuang thought there would be a fierce battle in the open space before arriving at the gymnasium. After all, he had previously thrown Long Gu and Xiamin, that pair of scoundrels, to the zombies. Human ability users were like a great tonic for zombies, promoting their evolution and upgrades. It wouldn't be surprising if a level 10 zombie or two appeared. However, in the open space in front of the gymnasium, there were only a couple of level 1 or 2 zombies. Zhao Shuang used his bone spear ability and resolved the situation with just a few shots. As a group of people entered the gymnasium, in a grand manner, his parents and second brother Wang Chang joyfully welcomed them. Seeing each other safe and sound, both sides breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Shuang, is this your girlfriend? She's really pretty and her figure is great, I like her. The moment Zhao Shuang's mother, Zhang Yun, approached, her gaze was drawn to Zhang Qian. She enthusiastically grabbed Zhang Qian's hand, her face beaming with joy. Hello, auntie. Hello, uncle. Zhang Qian, held by Zhang Yun, did not struggle, appearing obedient, sweetly calling them auntie and uncle. She did not deny Zhang Yun's words, and not denying them was tantamount to acceptance. Zhang Yun grew more and more satisfied with Zhang Qian. Aside from her being a bit too beautiful, fearing her son might not be able to handle it, she found no flaws. But at that moment, Bing Yumei was not pleased. Currently, Zhao Shuang was her support, her boyfriend. How could that vixen Zhang Qian steal him away? So, she rushed to Zhao Shuang's side, resolutely ignoring the disgusting bloodstains on him. She hugged Zhao Shuang's arm and, with a slightly dissatisfied tone, said, Auntie, I am your son's girlfriend. Zhao Shuang has been pursuing me for over 2 years, and all his roommates know this. I only recently agreed to be his girlfriend, so auntie, if you recognize someone else as Zhao Shuang's girlfriend, I won't accept it. Bing Yumei emphasized the word someone else particularly heavily. She even brought up Zhao Shuang's roommates to prove her status and identity as the legitimate girlfriend. Hearing Bing Yumei speak, Zhang Yun immediately gave Zhang Qian an apologetic smile. Then, with a slight frown, she turned to look at Bing Yumei. The moment Zhang Yun heard Bing Yumei's tone, she instinctively felt a bit of disdain. Dead weight. Scheming girl, green tea were Zhang Yun's first reactions to Bing Yumei's words. Compared to Bing Yumei, she preferred the graceful and straightforward Zhang Qian. Moreover, that girl was also prettier than her son's girlfriend. With a better figure, her chest was like 2 footballs. She wondered what kind of nourishment she had grown up on. Was her son blind? How could he not choose better? Just as Zhang Yun was lamenting in her heart, unsure of how to start a conversation with Bing Yumei, Zhao Shuang spoke up first. Mom, drink this. Zhao Shuang directly ignored Bing Yumei's scheming remarks and subtly broke free from her grasp. He took out a bottle of Ability Awakening Potion and handed it to his mother, Zhang Yun, saying, What is this? The color is strange. Zhang Yun looked at the light blue potion her son handed over, taking it while asking with some confusion. Oh, it's the Ability Awakening Potion. Drinking it gives a chance for those who haven't awakened their abilities to do so. Why ask so much? Just drink it. You might awaken your abilities. As Zhao Shuang said this, he kept an eye on Bing Yumei's reaction from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, when she heard that the bottle contained the Ability Awakening Potion, her eyes widened in desire. Just as Zhang Yun, with a look of surprise, was about to drink the potion, Bing Yumei called out, Auntie, wait a moment. Seeing Zhang Yun about to gulp down the Ability Awakening Potion, Bing Yumei immediately shouted. Hearing her boyfriend's voice, Zhang Yun instinctively stopped her actions, looking at Bing Yumei with a puzzled expression, unsure of what she wanted. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shuang quickly grabbed the bottom of the potion bottle and pushed it up. Guliolu. In an instant, the entire bottle of Ability Awakening Potion was swallowed by Zhang Yun. Mom, once this thing is open, you have to drink it in time, otherwise, the effect will quickly diminish. Zhao Shuang caught a glimpse of Bing Yumei's gritted teeth expression and grinned, cheerfully saying to his mother, Zhang Yun. Having lived together for nearly 10 years, Zhao Shuang had long understood Bing Yumei's character. She must have wanted to snatch the Ability Awakening Potion for herself. How could Zhao Shuang let her have her way? Cough cough cough. You little rascal, why are you pushing? Do you want to choke your mother to death? Girl, did you just tell me to wait? Wait for what? As a result of Zhao Shuang's push, Zhang Yun was choked and coughed, glaring at Zhao Shuang in complaint. Then she turned to Bing Yumei and asked, Nothing. I just wanted to remind Auntie to drink slowly, don't choke. Bing Yumei looked at the already empty bottle with a pained expression, forcing a laugh as she spoke to Zhang Yun. However, in her heart, she was already furious with Zhao Shuang. That dog man, for being a lowly killer. Clearly, he was her loyal dog, yet he was flirting with that cheap Zhang Qian. He had the good stuff, the Ability Awakening Potion, but chose to give it to his useless mother instead. They were both half dead already. What use was awakening abilities? Clearly, she, the youthful and sunny beauty, needed the Ability Awakening Potion more. That dog man, the lowly killer, wouldn't give it to her. It was so infuriating. At this moment, Bing Yumei's hatred for Zhao Shuang had reached its peak and she was mentally cursing his crimes. But she didn't show it on her face or in her words. Since she now knew about the existence of the ability awakening potion, she no longer needed to rely on this man in front of her. To awaken her abilities, not only could he not immediately fall out with Zhao Shuang, but he also had to continue to please him, consolidating and strengthening his position in Zhao's heart. He wanted Zhao to prioritize giving this goddess the next batch of awakening potion when he had it, instead of giving it to that damned old woman of his. Zhao Shuang, you little rascal, look at how understanding that girl is. She knows to tell her mom not to choke. And look at you, afraid that your mom might choke to death, right? You even pushed and forced it down her throat, almost choking her to death. Hearing Bing Yumei's words, Zhang Yun smiled broadly, praising her for being sensible while giving Zhao Shuang a fierce glare. Mom, how do you feel? Did you awaken any abilities? Facing his mother's eye roll, Zhao Shuang directly ignored it, pretending he didn't see. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, that bottle of potion would have likely been taken by that woman, Bing Yumei. Given his mother's prideful nature plus the identity Bing Yumei had given herself as his girlfriend, if she spoke up, his mom would probably let her drink the awakening potion. In his previous life, Bing Yumei had consumed 9 bottles of awakening potion before awakening an A-level ability. But in this life, Zhao Shuang didn't want to give her a single bottle. Deciding to pursue physical pleasure without emotional attachment, he would no longer believe in love in this life. He wouldn't easily trust himself to fall for any woman. The reason he chose to keep Bing Yumei around was to toy with her feelings and then abandon her ruthlessly. That way, he could relieve the resentment in his heart. Of course, he couldn't let this woman gain any benefits from him. No reaction at all. This potion can't be fake, can it? His mom, Zhang Yun, closed her eyes to feel it, then spoke to Zhao Shuang in a somewhat uncertain tone. Then it seems the awakening failed. But that's normal. The chance of the awakening potion working isn't 100%, so failure is expected. I'll just get you a few more bottles later. Seeing that his mom couldn't awaken her abilities, a flash of disappointment crossed Zhao Shuang's face, but he quickly accepted the reality and comforted her. Upon hearing that Zhang Yun had indeed failed to awaken her abilities, Bing Yumei's expression immediately soured. As expected, she was useless. A waste of good resources. If she had drunk it, she would definitely have awakened her abilities. When Zhao Shuang mentioned he would continue to give the subsequent awakening potions to this old woman, Bing Yumei's face turned as cold as ice, as if frozen for 1,000 years. Dearest, I haven't awakened any abilities either. Don't forget about me. If you forget me, I won't be happy. Bing Yumei wrapped her arms around Zhao Shuang again, pressing her ample D-cup chest against him. While shaking Zhao Shuang's arm vigorously, creating friction between her chest and his arm, she acted coyly. She was using all her charms. There was no trace left of her previous life's aloof goddess demeanor towards Zhao Shuang. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Zhang Qian's stomach began to rumble, and her pretty face turned crimson as she turned her head to look elsewhere, not daring to meet Zhao Shuang's eyes. What's wrong, Zhang Qian? Are you hungry? Are your parents and everyone else hungry too? Hearing Zhang Qian's stomach growl, Zhao Shuang immediately asked with concern, completely ignoring Bing Yumei's coquetry and charm. Although his arm was being rubbed by this woman's chest, making him feel a bit restless, he acted as if he hadn't heard Bing Yumei's flirtation and turned to ask everyone if they were hungry. Seeing some of the more than 100 people nodding and others shaking their heads, Zhao Shuang realized that with so many people, eating, drinking, and other needs would also be a concern. His biggest gain from this trip was the stunning beauty Zhang Qian, who had a double S-level healing talent. He couldn't let anyone feel wronged, especially not her. Zhang Qian was a significant support for Zhao Shuang's future rise, and he had to take good care of her. Qian. I'm not hungry, no. You don't need to worry about me. Zhang Qian heard her hero, her light, affectionately call her Qian. Instantly, her pretty face turned as red as an apple, and she awkwardly explained that she wasn't hungry. Yet her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble. She felt so embarrassed that she wished she could bury her head in her ample bosom. How could she be hungry already? It was only a little past 3, and she had just eaten lunch at noon. Zhang Qian was baffled. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang looked at her impressive chest muscles, pondering. Zhang Qian's quick hunger must be related to her sudden transformation from an A cup to an E+. It was no wonder she was hungry after sprouting such large assets. How about this? With over 100 of us, we need to eat, drink, and take care of business. There's a big mall not far from our school. Second brother, you and I should go find some supplies. Qian, you come with me. After surveying the crowd, Zhao Shuang said this. To find supplies, second brother Wang Chang's flying ability was undoubtedly the most suitable. There was little danger in soaring high. When Zhao Shuang saw Zhang Qian's ample chest, he thought about how it was still empty inside. Noticing the occasional glances from other men, he decided to take Zhang Qian along, insisting she join him. Ha, am I going too? Okay, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's arrangement, Zhang Qian was momentarily stunned, then happily agreed. As long as she could be with her hero, she was willing to go anywhere. Hubby, I want to go too. Hearing that Zhao Shuang was taking that shameless woman Zhang Qian alone, Bing Yuming immediately resorted to her charm and beauty tactics. Stay put and don't cause trouble. Be good. Zhao Shuang did not agree to Bing Yuming's request. First, he used his A-level ability, Wild Rhythm, to free up a slot for copying a Sharingan ability. Then he copied second brother's ability to dominate the skies. To prevent any accidents, he took out a large number of crystal cores and upgraded the ability levels of his dad, the eldest Meng Lingyu, the fourth Li Fan, as well as senior Qi Lu Hai, senior sister Lu Sisi, and junior sister Wang Jing, to level 5. This would enable them to protect everyone and handle emergencies. Then he activated the Sky Domination ability, picked up Zhang Qian, and soared into the air with second brother. When he previously used the Sky Domination ability to fly with his mom, Zhao Shuang had held her hands. But now, carrying Zhang Qian, he directly wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, holding her entirely in his embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him, and he inhaled the unique fragrance of a young girl emanating from Zhang Qian. Zhao Shuang's heart raced. Being so intimately held by his beloved hero made Zhang Qian's face flush all the way to her neck. Feeling Zhao Shuang's strong masculine aura, she trembled slightly. As they flew, she suddenly felt something hard pressing against her waist, making her uncomfortable. What is that? Something's poking my waist, Zhang Qian said as she reached back to pinch it. Heroine, please have mercy. It's just a brother. Zhao Shuang squeezed the words out between his teeth. Zhang Qian, realizing what had happened, felt her face turn crimson, as if it could bleed. It was so embarrassing. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the mall. This suffocatingly awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Zhao Shuang landed directly on the rooftop of the mall with Zhang Qian, with second brother Wang Chang following closely behind. Third brother, what happened to you two? Why do I feel like the atmosphere is strange? After landing, second brother Wang Chang looked at the two with suspicion and asked curiously. Nothing at all, let's not waste time. We need to quickly search for food and supplies. I'll clear the way. Qian, second brother, you follow me. Qian stays in the middle, and second brother, you take the rear. Zhao Shuang said this as he directly opened the door from the rooftop and charged into the mall. Sure enough, it was already overrun by a large number of zombies. Among them were even some at level 6 or 7, but under the power of the bone spear, they were all easily dispatched. They posed no threat to Zhao Shuang and the others at all. However, his junior sister Wang Jing was not by his side, and once the bone spear ability was activated, it could only last for 5 minutes. He had to act quickly and resolve as many opponents as possible in the shortest time. Second brother, protect Qian, I'll be back soon. With that, Zhao Shuang dashed out, using his S-class ability to dominate the sky while flying at low altitude. The bone spear combined with wind blades ruthlessly harvested the lives of the zombies. In just 5 minutes, the number of zombies killed by him exceeded 700. Among them was a level 7 zombie and 3 level 6 zombies, all of which were shot in the head by the bone spear. By the time the bone spear ability wore off, Zhao Shuang had already cleared out more than half of the zombies in the mall. While cleaning up the battlefield, mainly collecting cores of level 4 and above, he flew upstairs intending to regroup with second brother and the others. After collecting a level 5 core, he looked up and saw a store that specialized in women's lingerie. Thinking about how Zhang Qian was still empty inside, Zhao Shuang inexplicably walked in. He measured the size of 2 footballs and found a white lace bra. There was also a matching pair of panties, making it a complete set. Zhao Shuang revealed a mischievous smile, tucked them away, and continued to clean the battlefield while moving towards second brother. Upon reaching the dining area on the 3rd floor, he spotted second brother Wang Chang and Zhang Qian from a distance. Seeing Zhao Shuang's figure, Wang Chang's face lit up with joy. Third brother, you protect her first, I'm going to see if there's any food left inside. Even from several dozen meters away, Wang Chang couldn't wait to say this as he rushed into a restaurant, leaving the stunning Zhang Qian standing there gracefully. The moment Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian's eyes met, an ambiguous atmosphere began to form in the air. The girl blushed again, burying her head deep into her chest, too shy to look into Zhao Shuang's eyes. But Zhao Shuang, with a cheeky grin, leaned closer, glancing around as if he were a thief. Noticing that no one was around and that second brother was still rummaging in the restaurant's kitchen, Zhao Shuang approached Zhang Qian and mysteriously pulled out the carefully selected bra and panties from his pocket. Qian, take a look at this bra, does it suit you? It's not good to leave it empty all the time. As he spoke, he handed over the white lace set of lingerie. Zhang Qian responded with silence, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so embarrassing, incredibly embarrassing. The person she loved, her hero, actually knew that she didn't have suitable underwear. He knew she had been going without anything underneath. The reason he chose to bring her along was not just to help her pick out a suitable piece of lingerie, was it? At this thought, Zhang Qian's heart felt as sweet as if it had been smeared with honey. What's wrong? Don't you like it? There's a lingerie store downstairs, how about I take you there so you can choose for yourself? Zhao Shuang's face felt a bit hot. At this moment, despite having lived 2 lives, he was still a bit flustered, but giving a girl lingerie and panties was a first for him. In his previous life, he had only given Bing Yuming a silk nightgown, which he had bought at a high price. In the end, that woman wore the silk nightgown and got together with Long Quan. I like it. I'll go try it. Zhang Qian, feeling sweet inside, despite being a bit shy and embarrassed, finally mustered the courage to take the entire set from Zhao Shuang's hands. She fled to the bathroom like the wind. After a sharp scream of awe, she rushed out even faster than she had entered. With a pale face, she once again collided into Zhao Shuang's arms. Behind her followed a level 4 zombie and a level 2 corpse. Clearly, the presence of the zombie and the corpse frightened Zhang Qian quite a bit. However, feeling the incredible elasticity of Zhang Qian's strong chest muscles, Zhao Shuang's heart raced again. A hard object pressed directly against Zhang Qian's lower abdomen, instantly turning her pretty face from pale to bright red. Knowing what that object was, she didn't dare to touch it again. Instead, she spat and turned her head away, her little face flushed. She didn't dare to make eye contact with Zhao Shuang. To ease the awkwardness, Zhao Shuang vented all her frustration on the zombie and the corpse. She even personally rushed into the women's restroom to clear them out, then promised to guard the door of the women's restroom. Only then did Zhang Qian finally gather the courage to go in and try on the lingerie. Inside the women's restroom, Zhang Qian was surprised to find that the size of the lingerie Zhao Shuang picked for her fit perfectly. It was also very comfortable, filling her heart with sweetness. After glancing at the matching lace-trimmed panties, she decided to change into those as well. Just as she was about to get dressed and head out to gather with everyone, she suddenly caught a glimpse of herself in the bathroom mirror. Unable to resist, she walked over to admire herself. Her stunningly beautiful features, delicate makeup, and smooth skin, with long black hair cascading naturally down her back. Her snow-white, elongated neck, beautiful collarbone, and flat shoulders. The chest that had once made her feel incredibly inferior, teased by her crushes Zhang Ge for being flatter than a man, was now large, round, and firm, like 2 footballs securely wrapped in white lace. It outlined a deep cleavage. As a woman, her proud assets were undoubtedly on display, making her extremely satisfied. Then there was her smooth, flat abdomen, the triangular area wrapped in white lace, and her long, rounded, straight legs that she took pride in. Her perfectly shaped calves, attractive ankles, and smooth, delicate feet. Looking at her nearly perfect figure, Zhang Qian couldn't help but smile. She no longer had to feel inferior. Just thinking about how her crush Zhao Shuang would be embarrassed. Nosebleeding at the sight of her chest made her mood soar. She finally had the confidence to compete with that green tea Bing Yumeng, who toyed with her crush's feelings. She was determined to bravely pursue her own happiness. When the stunningly beautiful Zhang Qian, with her outstanding figure, once again appeared before Zhao Shuang, even though she was still wearing the same short-sleeved shirt and jeans with white sneakers, Zhao Shuang felt that she seemed even more beautiful and attractive, especially when she blushed, not daring to look into Zhao Shuang's eyes, and in a voice as tiny as a mosquito, said, "It fits well, I really like it." At that moment, a sense of vanity was greatly satisfied, causing Zhao Shuang's lips to involuntarily curl up, almost impossible to suppress. Just as the ambiguous atmosphere between the two quickly heated up, Zhao Shuang leaned closer to Zhang Qian. Suddenly, the voice of the second brother interrupted the intimate moment. "Old 3, come help move things. I found a lot of food, enough for all of us to eat for a long time." Second brother is calling us to help. So, I'll go help." Zhang Qian hurriedly turned her head away, straightened her already neat clothes, and then, saying this, ran off as if escaping. Her heart was pounding wildly, as if a little deer was crashing around inside. "Little fairy." Zhao Shuang looked at Zhang Qian's graceful figure and couldn't help but smile broadly. How foolish he had been in his previous life, completely infatuated with that woman, Bing Yume, unable to extricate himself. He had completely overlooked the treasure that was Zhang Qian. Now that he thought about it, she didn't even get angry when he called her Zhang Gu, such an offensive title. She even half-jokingly said that if she couldn't get married, he would have to take responsibility. Little did he know that many heartfelt words were spoken in jest. Could it be that the girl he had saved in the small grove while urinating, who was being targeted by Zhang Hao and his bodyguard, was Zhang Qian? But at that time, in the dark, he hadn't seen clearly who that girl was. Yet he had recognized Zhang Hao, who was competing with him for the school beauty, Bing Yume, at a glance. After all, he was the only one in Panda University who brought a bodyguard to school. His recognition was too high. If the girl he saved was Zhang Qian, then everything made sense. Otherwise, why would she inexplicably like him, even to the point of offering herself? Zhao Shuang didn't believe that there could be love without reason in this world. After all love at first sight was merely lust at first glance. If it were such a wonderful Zhang Qian, Just as Zhao Shuang thought of this, he slapped himself hard across the face. Then he reminded himself, women only affect your speed in drawing your sword. Only go for the body, not the heart. No woman in the world can be trusted. The ones who hurt you the most are always the ones you love the most. Zhao Shuang, betrayed and left for dead by the woman he had loved for 10 years, had developed a natural wariness towards women in this life. When Zhao Shuang approached with a handprint on his face, Erge and Zhang Qian had already moved a large pile of food out of the restaurant's kitchen. They had all been placed in the corridor on the 3rd floor of the mall. Zhang Qian, whose ability level had risen to 6, had her physical fitness increased several times. Even though she was a delicate girl with slender arms, legs, and waist, she could easily lift a 50-pound bag of rice and flour with one hand. The gap between ability users and ordinary people was evident. Just as the three were preparing to carry the food back, a commotion broke out, instantly capturing their attention. Following the sound, they saw 4 people on the 1st floor of the mall fighting zombies while making their way inside. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were ability users. One of the men, who looked small and thin, could transform his arms into hard shields to block the zombies' attacks. Another man, who appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds, was surprisingly agile and could manipulate vines to strangle zombies. He was a rare control-type ability user. The last man, who looked very ordinary with no distinctive features, could conjure one bone spear after another out of thin air, throwing them at the zombies with significant penetrating damage. Among the 4, the only woman was a European with blonde hair, fair skin, and blue eyes. She was quite pretty, with an excellent figure, controlling balls of water that continuously merged into the body of the thin man, constantly healing the injuries he sustained from the zombies' attacks. This woman was actually a rare healing-type ability user. Moreover, the 4 of them had already formed the prototype of an ability user team. A tanky shield for damage absorption, a control and damage-dealing fatty, an ordinary man with penetrating damage, and a healing white woman, capable of tanking, fighting, controlling, and healing. They could be considered a well-rounded and competent ability user team. What surprised Zhao Shuang the most was that after the team finished off the zombies, they actually approached the bodies, opened the back of their heads, and searched for and extracted the transparent crystal cores. The moment Zhao Shuang witnessed this scene, her mind went buzz. The secret of the crystal cores being inside the zombies' heads was something that only she, as a reborn person, should know, right? In her previous life, when this secret was made public, the apocalypse had already been going on for a full month. By then, the most powerful monsters had already reached the level of being formidable. Thus, the human survivors were almost at an absolute disadvantage. However, in this life, the apocalypse had just begun less than 2 hours ago. This team of ability users had already grasped the secret of the transparent crystal cores. Could all of this be related to her rebirth? Was it all a butterfly effect? It seemed that the development of events in this life had completely deviated from the trajectory of the previous one. At this point, Zhao Shuang was also uncertain whether the major events about the future that she was familiar with would continue to unfold as they did in her last life. Just as Zhao Shuang's head was buzzing like a pile of mush, a level 7 zombie suddenly unleashed its abilities. In the next moment, the bodies of the zombies around the 4 ability users began to explode with terrifying force. With just one wave of explosions, the meat shield, a thin guy who could take damage, fell to the ground, unable to get up. The other 3 were also affected by the zombie explosion, all knocked down by the shockwave, lying in a pool of blood. The white-skinned woman with healing abilities, despite desperately trying to heal herself and her companions, found that the level 7 zombie had no intention of giving them a chance to recover. It lunged forward, opening its bloody maw to bite at the woman's neck. Damn beast, don't harm others. At this critical moment, the second brother, Wang Chang, shot out like an arrow, using his sky-dominating ability to fly towards them. By the time Zhao Shuang came to her senses and wanted to call out to stop him, it was already too late. Although the second brother was only level 6, he possessed an S-level ability that allowed him to dominate the sky and fly, making it easy for him to deal with this level 7 ability zombie. With a series of wind blades, he successfully eliminated the level 7 zombie, saving the team of ability users. After rescuing the 4, the second brother shouted for Zhang Qian to go down and treat them, as he had learned from Zhao Shuang that Zhang Qian was a well-endowed healer, a healing ability user. Zhang Qian, looking anxious, wanted to rush down to save them but was stopped by Zhao Shuang. Since the second brother Wang Chang had already intervened to save them, Zhao Shuang also planned to go down and see what was going on with these people. Intentionally or not, she walked in front of Zhang Qian, blocking her behind. The injuries of the 4 ability users gradually healed under the treatment of the white-skinned woman. They expressed their gratitude and promises of future repayment to the second brother Wang Chang while silently watching him approach the corpse of the dead-level zombie and dig out a crimson crystal core. When Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian entered the line of sight of the 4, 3 of the men among them were instantly captivated by Zhang Qian's stunning and perfectly hot figure, their eyes lighting up with greed and wickedness. After exchanging a tacit glance, the four suddenly erupted, simultaneously, directly targeting their savior, the second brother Wang Chang. A bone spear was thrown out in an instant, piercing through Wang Chang's left thigh and knocking him to the ground. At the same time, a massive vine swept towards Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian, accompanied by the wild laughter of several men. This chick is really on point, I'll enjoy her first. As for this foreign girl, I'll decide whether to keep her or kill her later, depending on my mood. As the numerous vines surged forward, Zhao Shuang directly took Zhang Qian into the air. Flying in mid-air, they evaded the entangling control and strangulation of the vines. Her cold eyes stared at the three men before her. Why are you doing this to me? I just saved your lives. At that moment, the second brother, Wang Chang, clutched his thighs, which had been pierced through, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. With a look of disbelief, he voiced his confusion. He had clearly saved their lives. How could they suddenly turn on their savior? Moreover, they didn't spare even the third brother in Zhang Qian. Ha! Why? Just because that little girl is too damn perfect, too beautiful, with a figure that's exactly our type. And because you took the crystal core that should have belonged to us right in front of us. And it's a different fiery red crystal core. As for the life-saving grace, it's just a trivial matter. Besides, we didn't ask you to save us. You chose to meddle, so who can you blame? The ordinary-looking man with the ability to throw bone spears answered the second brother's question with a sneer, while simultaneously launching his spear towards Zhao Shuang. Just surrender. We're 3 against 2, you have no chance. If this exquisite beauty is willing to have some fun with us, maybe we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead. The chubby man controlling the vines continued to manipulate the massive vines, growing wildly, wrapping around Zhao Shuang in midair. While saying this, he wore a look that suggested he had already secured their fate. The three men's gazes towards Zhang Qian were filled with the most primal desire. They had already begun to fantasize about how to ravage and toy with this stunning beauty. Zhang Qian was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen in their lives, even more so than those big stars. If they could sleep with such a beautiful woman, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Faced with the sudden aggression of the three men, the fair-skinned woman seemed to be frightened. She screamed and tried to escape, but was blocked by the small man, who slapped her hard across the face. The force sent her sprawling to the ground, unable to get up. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang flew in the air with Zhang Qian, dodging the attacks of the bone spear and the entangling vines. Without saying a word, Zhao Shuang unleashed a dozen wind blades towards the three men. However, these wind blades were all blocked by the small man, who turned his arms into shields, causing no harm to the trio. In the next moment, Zhao Shuang's eyes instantly turned blood red and her pupils transformed into a kaleidoscope shape. S-rank ability, SHARINGAN activated, ability copied successfully. A-rank talent ability, vine entanglement. Activating this ability generates a large number of vines to entangle, control, and strangle the opponent. The number, speed, and toughness of the vines depend on the ability level. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. SHARINGAN copies the ability, allowing for 10 minutes of vine entanglement status. Usable once. Ability consumption reduced by 20%. Ability effect increased by 20%. After successfully copying the ability of the 300-pound fat man, Zhao Shuang waved her hand and directly activated the A-rank vine entanglement ability. Instantly, a large number of vines appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the three men. With this move, her vines surpassed the fat man's in both quantity and speed, as well as toughness, being about 20% stronger. What? How could he have my ability? And it's even stronger than mine. Impossible, this can't be. The fat man exclaimed, immediately controlling his vines to engage in a fierce counterattack against Zhao Shuang's vines, his large fat face displaying disbelief. He really didn't expect that his enemy would also use his abilities. In fact, they were even stronger than him, the original. How was he supposed to fight? Although he had been doing his utmost to counterattack with vines against Zhao Shuang's vines, his ability level was only 6, while Zhao Shuang's was 9. Moreover, the S-class ability, SHARINGAN, had a 20% enhancement effect when copied. Under the crushing pressure of both level and ability effects, Zhao Shuang's vines quickly gained the upper hand. They directly bound the three guys into dumplings, instantly controlling them. Then, Zhao Shuang glanced at the pale-skinned woman, and with a thought, a mass of vines also bound her into a dumpling. After subduing these four ability users, Zhao Shuang finally brought Zhang Qian down from midair and approached his second brother, Wang Chang, signaling Zhang Qian to treat him. Second brother, are you being honest this time? You almost lost your life. You should understand now that in this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are treacherous, and not everyone can be saved casually. It's very likely that after you save them, they will come for your life. The order of human society has collapsed. Many people's moral standards are extremely low, or even non-existent. Such people are often more dangerous than monsters. Zhao Shuang rarely spoke to his second brother Wang Chang about the survival strategies in this apocalypse. After all, he was his own brother, and he needed to grow up quickly. This time, he was by his side and could save his life. But what about next time? So in the apocalypse, it's best to avoid meddling in others' affairs. Remaining indifferent when witnessing death can help evade 80% of troubles and risks while greatly increasing one's chances of survival. I understand, third brother. I won't randomly save people anymore. I should just watch them get bitten to death by zombies. Wang Chang's thigh was still bleeding profusely and he was sweating from the pain, realizing he was wrong. At that moment, Zhang Qian also activated her dual S-class ability, Thriving Growth. As her ability was unleashed, a large amount of light rain fell, landing on Zhao Shuang and Wang Chang. Then they saw Wang Chang's pierced thigh visibly healing. In the blink of an eye, it returned to normal, leaving no scar. Truly, the dual S-class healing ability was incredibly powerful. Just as Zhao Shuang marveled at Zhang Qian's gifted ability, he noticed that he and his second brother had actually grown a size larger, just like in Thriving Growth. Zhang Qian's dual S-class gifted ability could not only heal injuries but also enhance body size. In that moment, Zhao Shuang was completely stunned. Was the dual S-class talent really that terrifying? However, Zhao Shuang had no time to question Zhang Qian about her gifted ability. Seeing that Wang Chang's injury was no longer a concern, he approached the 4 ability users he had trapped with vines. Tell me, how did you know about the crystal core in the back of the zombie's head? Zhao Shuang asked the question that concerned him the most and that he wanted the answer to. Pa, who do you think you are? You think I'll just tell you? Unless, then you can go die. No. In response to Zhao Shuang's question, the man with the bone spear said, but before he could finish, Zhao Shuang interrupted him, directly controlling the vines to instantly strangle the man into a bloody pulp. If he won't say, then you will. After killing the ordinary-looking man with the bone spear, Zhao Shuang walked towards the thin man and asked, what about you? Pa, do whatever you want. The thin man was defiant, spitting at Zhao Shuang, showing a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water attitude. Alright, then you can go die. Fatty, are you this tough too? I don't mind sending you on your way. As well. Zhao Shuang directly fulfilled the thin man's wish, controlling the vines to instantly strangle him, then walked up to the fatty and asked, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. The reason we know about the crystal core in the back of the zombie's head is that we heard it on the radio. It's that old antique radio from nearly a century ago. The guy who died by your hand with the bone spear was obsessed with collecting radios. When the apocalypse came, the signals and communication networks were cut off, but the radios still worked. And the information about the crystal in the zombie's head was something we heard from a guy named by Sean on the radio. He seems to have established some kind of survivor gathering place, calling all survivors who hear his voice to head there. The fatty, in a bid to save his life, spilled everything he knew in one breath. By Sean. You mean by Sean? Sean Bai, a double S-level gifted ability user, was a 170-level celestial being before Zhao Shuang's rebirth. He was someone whom the human war god Feng Xiaoyang held in high regard. Besides being an SS-level combat talent, he was also an ancient martial arts inheritor, proficient in a series of ancient martial arts like Bagua Palm, Tongbei Fist, and Taizu Long Fist. His most impressive feat was single-handedly exterminating 7 other celestial-level monsters without using his abilities. His combat power was off the charts. He was hailed as the #1 person below the god level by his fervent supporters. However, corresponding to his overwhelming combat power, this person had a rather poor reputation. It was said that he was both lecherous and greedy, and before Zhao Shuang's rebirth, during the 10 years since the apocalypse began, Sean Bai had over 1,200 wives, many of whom he forcibly claimed. In the palace he built for himself, treasures piled up like mountains, much of it wealth of unknown origin. If someone like Sean Bai could discover the crystal core in the zombie's head, Zhao Shuang felt the credibility was quite high. But the fact that he could publicly announce this news was somewhat unexpected for Zhao Shuang. Since this fatty said they heard the information about the crystal core on the radio, then this news must have been broadcast more than once. All he needed to do was get a radio to listen in. Alright, do you have anything else to say? With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuang coldly asked the fatty in front of him. And no, nothing to say. Don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I can be your servant. I can even be your slave. This woman, right, and this white-skinned woman, you can have her however you want. She's amazing. Just don't kill me. Before the fatty could finish his sentence, a mass of vines instantly strangled him into a pile of meat paste. Zhao Shuang had no intention of leaving any future troubles with such scum. Do you want to die or live? Zhao Shuang then walked up to the white woman and coldly asked, I want to live. I want to live. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. The woman spoke fluent Chinese, as the only official language of the Earth Alliance was Mandarin, so communication was not a problem. She answered with a sobbing tone, if you want to live, then follow him for now. When the opportunity arises to reach the survivor gathering place, you can decide for yourself whether to stay or go. Zhao Shuang said to the woman, then untied the vines that bound her, setting her free. He pointed to Ergo Wang Chang, indicating that she should temporarily follow him. Okay, I will be obedient. The woman looked anxious and cautiously approached Ergo Wang Chang. Third brother, they just wanted to kill me. I saved them, yet they want to kill me. How can you still trust this woman? She's in cahoots with them. Faced with Zhao Shuang's arrangement, the second brother, Wang Chang, jumped up, avoiding the woman who cautiously approached him as if she were a plague. He shouted at Zhao Shuang, no, I'm not with them. I was kidnapped and forced by them. They are demons, scum. They have defiled and killed several girls. All the men we encountered were killed by them, and the girls were defiled before being murdered. My boyfriend died at their hands, and I was also violated by them. They originally intended to kill me, but when they discovered I was also a supernatural being capable of healing, they spared my life. I just want to live. I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't killed anyone. Faced with the accusations from the second brother, Wang Chang, the white woman finally broke down and cried. She fell to the ground, recounting her experiences and the heinous acts of those scoundrels. Are you satisfied now, second brother? You had to bring up her painful memories. Didn't you notice how those men treated her? They didn't see her as a person at all. Second brother, you really need to work on your perception. You made her cry, you comfort her. Zhao Shuang approached the second brother and patted his shoulder as she spoke. Qianqian, let's go. Where to? To feed you. Since we're already on the first floor, let's check out the big supermarket on the basement level. To see if they have self-heating hot pots or something. Your stomach has been growling non-stop. It's not good. No way. I'm not that hungry. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As soon as Zhang Qian's denial left her lips, her stomach betrayed her, growling incessantly. Ever since she had just activated her double S-level supernatural ability for rapid growth, she felt extremely hungry. Stay close to me, Zhao Shuang said, leading the way to the big supermarket on the basement level. Just before that fat man died, he had copied the A-level ability of Vine Entanglement. And now, not even 10 minutes had passed and the state of Vine Entanglement was still active. After using the Vine Entanglement to clear a large number of zombies on the basement level, they successfully found a self-heating hot pot for Zhang Qian to eat. Watching her face light up with happiness at the sight of the food, Zhao Shuang felt a sense of joy in feeding her. Once Zhang Qian was full, Zhao Shuang took her to the electronics section. Initially, she was just trying her luck, but unexpectedly, she found an old antique radio in the electronics section, and it even ran on batteries. Zhao Shuang excitedly installed the batteries, turned on the radio, and began tuning the channels. After fiddling for over 10 minutes, she couldn't receive any signals. All she got was the sound of static. Ultimately, Zhao Shuang had to give up and not waste any more time there. Instead, she took the radio back to the first floor. At this point, the white woman had stopped crying, seemingly comforted by the second brother. After clearing the zombies on the basement level, Zhao Shuang had already used the A-level ability of Vine Entanglement copied from the Sharingan. Now, the abilities he had copied included S-level power enhancement and the ability of the level 7 zombie he copied when the second brother rushed out, corpse explosion. S-level ability Sharingan activated. Ability copy successful. A-level ability corpse explosion. Activating this ability can cause corpses to explode violently, resulting in significant area damage. The more corpses there are, the stronger the damage. Sharingan copied ability can be used once and the corpse explosion state lasts for 10 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%. Ability effect increased by 20%. When Zhao Shuang saw the corpses explode, he knew he had encountered another divine skill. So, before the second brother killed that zombie, he copied its ability. The S-level ability, Sharingan, can copy up to 3 abilities simultaneously. So Zhao Shuang copied the sky domination ability of his second brother. He flew towards the gym with Zhang Qian and a large amount of supplies. The second brother, Wang Chang, followed behind with Susan and a lot of supplies. The woman with fair skin was named Susan, 26 years old and a model. She had awakened a B-level ability, hydrotherapy, which allowed her to control water balls for continuous healing of injuries. Flying in midair, Zhao Shuang seemed a bit distracted. The apocalypse had just descended less than 2 hours ago, and Shanbai had announced the existence of crystal cores to the outside world. This allowed human ability users to grasp a method to enhance their ability levels and grow stronger. Unlike the previous apocalypse, where the existence of crystal cores was made public only a month after its arrival, this significant event had quietly occurred with a full month of difference. Zhao Shuang was unsure how this change in the timeline would affect the world and humanity. However, at least the human survivors could keep up with the pace of becoming stronger, preventing them from being too far behind the monsters. Perhaps this time, the situation where humans were utterly powerless against the monsters would improve. During this trip to the mall, Zhao Shuang had cleared out no less than 1,000 zombies, obtaining a large number of crystal cores, including more than a dozen cores above level 7. This successfully raised Zhao Shuang's ability user level to 10. Through Zhao Shuang's feeding, Zhang Qian's ability user level also increased to 8. The second brother, Wang Chang, swallowed a crimson crystal core, raising his ability user level from 7 to 8 as well. As for Susan, Zhao Shuang also gave her some level 1 and 2 crystal cores, boosting her ability user level to 4. When Zhao Shuang and the others returned, they found the atmosphere in the gym somewhat off. There were two groups of people facing off against each other. One group naturally consisted of Zhao Shuang's parents, dorm leader Meng Lingyu, the fourth dorm member Li Fan, senior Qi Luhai, and senior Lu Sisi, along with a portion of survivors that Zhao Shuang had rescued from various dorm buildings, both male and female. Together, they numbered nearly 100. The other group was led by a man in his 30s with a scarred face, a face Zhao Shuang had never seen before, and behind him were about 30 unfamiliar faces. Clearly, during the time Zhao Shuang and the others had been away, another group had arrived at the gym. What surprised Zhao Shuang was that some of the survivors he had saved were standing in the opposing camp. Upon seeing Zhao Shuang and the others return, his parents and the group rushed over, all talking at once about what had happened in the gym, making it overwhelming for Zhao Shuang. Meanwhile, Bing Yuming, who claimed to be Zhao Shuang's official girlfriend, stood in place without approaching him. She glanced at Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian, then at the scarred man, looking conflicted. "Alright, everyone quiet down, you're making my head spin." "Boss, you explain," Zhao Shuang finally shouted, stopping the chatter and designating Meng Lingyu to explain the situation. "Oh, actually, it's simple. They are a group of 32 survivors from a community outside the school, led by that scarred face. Their talent seems quite high, and their strength is strong." He claims to be at level 8. After arriving here, they said that strong individuals should lead to increase everyone's chances of survival. In reality, they just want to seize power, Meng Lingyu explained succinctly, clarifying the situation in just a few sentences. "Oh, so, you guys in charge finally returned? Wow. And brought back so many supplies. It seems you have some skills. In the face of great change, with the apocalypse arriving, we survivors should unite and face the upheaval together. Although I, Wang, have awakened powerful abilities and possess great strength, but my conscience is not dead, my humanity still exists, and I am unwilling to wield the butcher's knife against my own kind. However, I, Wang Shiho, do not wish to entrust my fate to a mediocre person, fearing that I might not even know how I died when the time comes. Therefore, I propose that we collectively elect a leader to survive in this apocalypse. I wonder what you think, little brother?" Seeing Zhao Shuang and the others return, and with such a large amount of supplies, the scar-faced man felt a surge of greed. Moreover, when he saw Zhang Qian's stunning face and her extremely alluring figure, especially her pair of voluptuous breasts that seemed to call out, it was simply too eye-catching, making it hard to look away. He had already been amazed by the pure and beautiful campus goddess, Bing Yume, but he never expected to encounter someone even more extraordinary than her. However, the scar-faced man skillfully concealed the desire and greed in his eyes, and his words were quite eloquent. As soon as he spoke, he immediately gained the support of those behind him, with some applauding and others cheering for him. "Why ask for my opinion? If you want to lead them to survive in this apocalypse, then go ahead and lead them. What do you need to tell me for? This gymnasium is so large, with so many rooms, even a few hundred more people can be accommodated. If others are willing to follow you, that's their choice, and I won't interfere. But I have no interest in this so-called leader, so I won't accompany you. Boss, fourth, lend a hand, let's start cooking. I see that the desks in the office next door are all solid wood. We can chop them up for firewood." Zhao Shuang glanced at the scar-faced Wang Shiho and replied, then began to plan to cook with the supplies they had brought back. This guy, who spoke so grandly and sweetly, Zhao Shuang didn't even want to bother with him. This person wanted both power and a good reputation, yet he spoke of the conscience not dead, humanity still exists, unwilling to wield the butcher's knife against fellow beings. He truly wanted to be both a whore and have a memorial arch. Zhao Shuang couldn't be bothered with him. He could play however he wanted, as long as he didn't provoke him. "Little brother, you are mistaken. You probably still don't understand the current situation and the severity of the matter, do you? This is not a simple disaster, but the end of the world. You know what the end of the world means, right? Outside, there are zombies and the undead everywhere. Their strength is continuously increasing, and there are already zombies above level 10. Compared to these zombies, the strength of us human survivors is vastly inferior. The quantity and level of strength are not even on the same scale. Therefore, under these circumstances, all of us surviving humans must unite and gather all the forces we can. Only by jointly resisting the terrifyingly numerous zombies can we have a glimmer of hope. Little brother, stop speaking of forming small groups and dividing our living strength. Such words are detrimental to unity." Facing Zhao Shuang's response, the scar-faced Wang Shiho stepped forward, appearing heartbroken and compassionate, as if the fate of all humanity rested solely on him. "Oh, then what do you want?" Hearing Wang Shiho's words, Zhao Shuang stopped his actions and put down the food. He coldly looked at the scar-faced man and asked in an icy tone, "You are wrong, little brother. It's not about what I want, it's about what we should do to maximize our chances of survival in this apocalypse. When the apocalypse struck, I was driving, and the car was playing a program from the car radio. When I woke up from my coma, I heard a voice from the radio belonging to someone named Sean Bai. Due to personal preference, I downloaded a radio app on my phone, and I found this channel. I recorded a segment from Sean Bai, which has almost no sound, but everyone can listen to it. This is his speculation and analysis regarding the levels of ability users. Scarface Wang Shihao said as he took out his phone and played a recording. A slightly hoarse yet magnetic male bass voice began, "Hello everyone, I am still Sean Bai, a survivor of the apocalypse. Now, based on my own situation and that of the survivors around me, I would like to share my thoughts on the talent levels of ability users. I personally possess a double S level talent ability, and around me, there are single S level, A level, B level, all the way down to F level. I have never seen anyone below F level, nor anyone above double S level. However, the abilities of F level users are similar to those of ordinary people, so I speculate that there are likely no abilities below F level. As for those above double S level, I suspect there may be triple S level abilities, but I have never seen one. It's just a speculation. Based on actual effectiveness and combat power, the ranking from strongest to weakest should be SSS, SSS, A, B, down to F. The voice abruptly stopped here. Zhao Shuang was taken aback, not expecting that the classification of ability user talent levels, which had taken a month to spread during the last apocalypse, was made public by Sean Bai within just 2 hours this time. This Sean Bai really has some skills, even speculating about SSS level talents. Of course, I am sharing this so that everyone, especially our family members who have not awakened their abilities, can have a general understanding of the talent levels and strengths of ability users. My suggestion is that the leader should be someone virtuous, capable, and strong. It should be elected by everyone together. As for myself, Wang Shihao, I am an S-level talent ability holder, Dragon Blood Berserker, and 8th level ability user. I am willing to run for the position of leader among our survivors, to lead everyone to survive together in this apocalypse. I will not abandon any family member, nor give up on any ordinary person. I wonder what talent ability you have, little brother, and what level of ability user you are? Scarface Wang Shihao looked at Zhao Shuang with a proud expression, inquiring. Boring. Zhao Shuang snorted coldly, intending to continue cooking. What are you afraid of, Zhao Shuang? Why not compare with him? You're so strong, are you really afraid of him? At that moment, the voice of the woman Bing Yumei rang out. Exactly, Zhao Shuang, what's there to be afraid of in comparing with him? You're so powerful, you even defeated Zheng Hao in an instant. Can you really lose to this Wang Shihao? As soon as Bing Yumei spoke, those who had been rescued by Zhao Shuang began to chime in one after another, urging Zhao Shuang to compete with Scarface Wang Shihao. Now that chaos had arrived, these ordinary people who had not awakened their abilities, along with the weak E-level and F-level ability users, had their desire for strength magnified many times over. Their thoughts were quite simple, with just one demand: survival. So whoever was strong, they would follow, whoever was strong, they would act with. This way, they felt safer. Zhao Shuang's cold smile was the only response to their words. If you think he's strong, then go ahead and follow him, let him lead you to survive. I have no interest in this boring competition or election, nor in that so-called leader. If you bother me again, don't blame me for getting physical. Exactly, if you think someone is strong and can give you a sense of security, then go with them. Don't disturb us while we cook. Second brother, come help with the fire. At this moment, Zhang Qian also chimed in, not even glancing at Scarface, feeling disgusted by his grandstanding for power. Oh, alright. Second brother Wang Chang responded and began to set up the pot, with the eldest and the fourth preparing to start the fire for cooking. No. Since we are going to survive together, these supplies belong to everyone. It should be up to the leader to decide how to use them. Until a leader is chosen, you cannot touch them. As Zhao Shuang and the others were about to use the supplies they brought back to start a fire and cook, someone among the unfamiliar faces suddenly jumped out and said this with an air of entitlement. The supplies that Zhao Shuang and the others had just brought back were suddenly turned into everyone's in his mouth. What? You want to snatch the supplies my son worked so hard to bring back? And you say it's everyone's? Have you ever lifted a finger to help? How dare you just open your mouth and demand benefits? How can you be so shameless? What gives you the right to say such things? Upon hearing that someone wanted to claim the supplies her son had worked hard to bring back as everyone's, Mom Jiangyun immediately exploded with anger, launching a furious tirade at that person. What gives me the right? Just because I'm a level 6 ability user with an A-class talent. Just because when zombies attack you need me to provide protection. And now that it's the apocalypse, the law doesn't apply anymore. Even murder goes unpunished. Might makes right, strength is the only truth. Wang Lauda is a good person, unwilling to resort to violence with you, still wasting words here. His temper is good, but that doesn't mean mine is too. If reason doesn't work with you, I don't mind showing you a thing or two about fighting. At this point, the man was so infuriated by Mom Jiang Yun's words that he turned red with rage, looking like a rogue. While speaking, he even used his ability, transforming into a 3-meter-tall giant bear, roaring at Zhao Shuang and the others. Enough, Lao Feng, quickly retract your ability. Didn't I say before? I still have a conscience, humanity, intact, and I don't want to harm my fellow kind. I just want everyone to unite and face the power and challenges of the apocalypse together. I believe everyone will make the right choice. Only unity is our only way out. Little brother, I was just talking about your ability level and talent level. What's there to be afraid of? I have patience, but my brothers and sisters may not. Scar-faced Wang Shihao hurriedly stepped in front of the giant bear, playing the peacemaker. However, as soon as he finished his last sentence, 7 or 8 ability users stepped forward, each revealing their abilities. Ready to fight at any moment, the threat clear in the air. Exactly, Zhao Shuang. It was just about your ability level and talent level. What's there to be afraid of? Now that it's the apocalypse, as fellow survivors, let's not fight among ourselves, okay? If a fight breaks out, it's the ordinary people who will suffer. At this moment, Bing Yumei spoke up again, seemingly agreeing with scar-faced Wang Shihao's suggestion. Hey, aren't you that girl? Who's Zhao Shuang's girlfriend? Why are you always speaking up for outsiders? Mom Jiangyun couldn't hold back any longer and shot a glare at Bing Yumei. Auntie, please don't say that. Zhao Shuang and I are just ordinary friends. He has indeed pursued me for over 2 years, but I'm still considering whether to accept his pursuit. I'm not his girlfriend yet. At this point, Bing Yumei noticed that Zhao Shuang had been silent about his ability level and talent level, thinking he was afraid of scar-faced Wang Shihao. Especially after hearing the recording released by scar-faced Wang Shihao, she had a rough idea of the ability levels of ability users. She felt that scar-faced Wang Shihao's S-class ability must be very powerful. Thus, she began to distance herself from Zhao Shuang, looking for a backup plan. Considering her looks and figure, she thought it wouldn't be difficult to handle scar-faced Wang Shihao. Continuing to follow Zhao Shuang, he still needed to get that ability awakening potion for his mother, Jiang Yun, that old immortal. If he followed this S-class talent with an 8th level scarred face, Wang Shihao, it would mean a higher probability of obtaining the ability awakening potion. Moreover, he wouldn't have to exhaust himself competing with that old immortal Jiang Yun, it would all be his. After making a decision in his heart, Bing Yumei quickly distanced herself from Zhao Shuang. What? Do you want to make a move? You can. Roar. Faced with the violent threat from the scarred face in his group, Zhao Shuang also spoke coldly. Just as he was about to take the initiative and not waste words with this group, a loud roar interrupted him. The moment he heard that sound, Zhao Shuang's expression changed. This sound could only be made by a soldier-level zombie or a corpse, and soldier level represented an existence above level 20. Zhao Shuang was currently only at a mere level 10, a soldier-level existence. The soldier level and the soldier level were not even on the same level. He was afraid he couldn't even break through the defenses of that soldier level existence. Following the sound, Zhao Shuang discovered that, at some point, a crowd of over 1,000 corpses had gathered in the gymnasium's open space. In the very center of that crowd, a giant zombie nearly 10 meters tall exuded a terrifying soldier-level aura. Zhao Shuang estimated that this creature was at least level 25 or higher. When he saw the red dress on the soldier-level zombie's head, Zhao Shuang's pupils instantly dilated. Wasn't that the red dress worn by that woman, Xiamin? He remembered that it was a zombie that had taken most of Xiamin's body. He never expected that. After the zombie devoured Xiamin's corpse, it evolved to the soldier level and returned here. The bodies of human ability users were indeed a great supplement for them. Roar! Just as Zhao Shuang was troubled about how to deal with this soldier-level zombie, another equally oppressive roar came from the other direction. He saw another crowd of thousands of corpses moving toward this side. Just from the sound, Zhao Shuang knew that this was also a soldier-level existence, a terrifying being above level 20. One was already difficult to deal with, and now there were two. Instantly, Zhao Shuang felt overwhelmed. Especially with his parents, older brother, Zhang Qian, and others present, he had to think of a way to protect their safety. Even if he used his older brother's S-class ability to dominate the sky and escape by flying, he and his brother could only take 2 people at a time. Moreover, the structural strength of the gymnasium clearly struggled to withstand the terrifying attacks of soldier-level beings, unless someone could attract the firepower. Then, Zhao Shuang set his sights on the scarred face, Wang Shihao, and his group. Grinning, he said, well, actually, I only have a B-class talent ability, and my ability is flight. My ability user level is only 5. So I think I'm not suitable to be this leader. This leader position rightfully belongs to you, brother Wang Shihao. As soon as Zhao Shuang's words came out, Bing Yumei's expression immediately brightened with a smile. A B-class ability, this dog man only had a mere B-class ability, flight, nothing impressive. Moreover, his ability user level was only 5, a full 3 levels lower than Wang Shihao's 8. Choosing to distance herself from this dog man was indeed the right decision. He was clearly afraid, unwilling to compete with others and chose to be a turtle hiding its head. He even put on a disdainful look to cover up his lack of confidence. Bing Yumei felt pleased with her decision to distance herself from Zhao Shuang. Oh, so, little brother, your talent ability is only B class. Since you also think I'm suitable to be this leader, then I will humbly accept. Although a level 5 ability user is a bit low, flight is still a very good ability. From then on, all the survival supplies for us survivors will be handled by you and that big fool. I see he can fly too. As for this young lady's name, what is it? How old is she? From now on, you will stay by my side, responsible for conveying orders and tasks to everyone. And with my presence as a dignified S-rank powerhouse protecting you, your safety will be much more assured. Upon hearing that Zhao Shuang, the core figure of the opposing side, was merely a B-rank ability user, and only at level 5 at that, the scar-faced Wang Shihao's true colors immediately showed. He bit down hard on the B and B rank, wearing an extremely smug smile. The earlier declaration about a full vote to elect a leader was instantly forgotten by him. He directly assumed the role of leader and immediately shifted all responsibilities for everyone's needs onto Zhao Shuang and his second-in-command, Wang Chang. With a somewhat lewd smile, the scar-faced man approached Zhang Qian, a stunning beauty with top-notch looks and figure. He opened his mouth to ask for her name and age, without even inquiring if she was willing, and directly arranged for her to be by his side, claiming it was to better protect her. Bah! I'm not going anywhere except by Zhao Shuang's side. Faced with the scar-faced man's proposal, Zhang Qian gave him no good grace, coldly and stiffly refusing. Oh, still a spicy little girl. Boss Wang, you quickly look outside. There's a huge zombie, a zombie with green hair. In response to Zhang Qian's ruthless rejection, the scar-faced man looked excited. He liked this fiery personality and a beauty. It made the desire to conquer her even stronger. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by his companion. Upon hearing his companion's words, the scar-faced Wang Shihao turned around and saw a nearly 10-meter-tall giant zombie, which was now staring with big eyes at the second floor of the gymnasium. The moment their gazes met, the zombie raised its hand and slapped it against the gym wall. At the same time, a green-haired zombie leaped, jumping a full 7 or 8 meters high, crashing through a window from the first floor and landing directly in the second floor room, appearing before everyone. As the giant zombie's slap came down, the entire gymnasium's walls trembled violently. A large number of wall tiles began to fall off, and the wall that was struck caved in significantly. It looked like another slap would bring the whole thing down. Meanwhile, the new type of green-haired zombie, which everyone had never seen before, charged straight towards the crowd, its eyes reflecting a human-like excitement. Don't panic, everyone, don't panic. We have more people and more ability users, the advantage is on our side. Old Fong, just like before, hold the line. You all too, charge together. Faced with this sudden change, the scar-faced Wang Shihao was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. He began to command in an orderly fashion, trying to restore everyone's morale and confidence. At the same time, he activated his S-rank ability, Dragon Blood Berserker, instantly transforming into a berserker with dragon horns on his head, exuding a powerful aura. Roar! Old Fong, who had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant bear, saw that the scar-faced man had also used his ability to transform. Despite feeling fear in his heart, he still let out a roar and charged at the green-haired zombie. One by one, the scar-faced man's teammates unleashed their abilities and rushed towards the green-haired zombie. However, unlike usual, Wang Shihao did not follow up with a frenzied attack. Instead, he suddenly turned and sprinted towards the super gorgeous beauty, Zhang Qian. Little beauty, we can't hold this place anymore. Those two monsters are simply beyond our capability. Don't resist, just follow me from now on. I'm definitely stronger than that useless B-rank. As the scar-faced man rushed towards Zhang Qian, intending to abduct her and escape to a carefree life for just the two of them, he spoke to her with a lewd smile on his face. The thought of being able to freely dominate such a beauty in the future made him uncontrollably excited. The dragon blood within him boiled with anticipation. He was grateful for the apocalypse. If it weren't for its arrival, Wang Shihao would still be a corporate slave, working a 9-to-5 job, paying off a mortgage and car loan, and facing his tired wife while struggling to help their child with homework. Zhang Qian, a stunning beauty even more beautiful than the stars of television and film, was something he had never dared to imagine. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, this corporate slave had awakened an S-class ability, and with the collapse of law and order, he felt no hesitation in killing. Forcibly abducting and possessing such an exquisite beauty was nothing to him. In that moment, he even felt that the apocalypse was so wonderful, it was practically his paradise. Ah, Zhao Shuang, help! Faced with the scar-faced man charging at her like a dragon-blooded berserker, Zhang Qian instinctively called out her hero's name. In the next instant, Zhao Shuang's not-so-tall but incredibly imposing figure stood before her, blocking her from the scar-faced man. At that moment, a pair of dragon horns sprouted from Zhao Shuang's head, and the scorching dragon blood within him boiled. It enhanced all his bodily functions, making his previously slender frame swell significantly. The scar-faced man, rushing in, collided with Zhao Shuang, and then he was sent flying back in disbelief. Wasn't this young man supposed to have B-class flying abilities? How could he also possess the S-class Dragon Blood Berserker ability? And his Dragon Blood Berserker ability was even stronger than his own? Was he seeing a ghost? Wang Shihao, the scar-faced man, saw his beautiful dream of being with Zhang Qian, that super exquisite beauty, slipping away. In a frenzy, he charged at Zhao Shuang again, refusing to believe that this trash with only B-class abilities could be stronger than him. Besides, he was at level 8 while Zhao Shuang was only at level 5. Even if they both had the Dragon Blood Berserker ability, he couldn't possibly be weaker. Zhao Shuang, who had just activated the S-class Dragon Blood Berserker ability he had copied, looked at the scar-faced Wang Shihao charging at him again with a sense of helplessness. He had originally wanted the scar-faced man to hold off the level S giant zombie and the level S green-haired zombie so he could escape with his important person alongside his second brother. But unexpectedly, that scum Wang Shihao had made his companions go to their deaths, abandoning them to flee. Moreover, this guy was also coveting Zhang Qian's beauty, wanting to abduct her. Zhang Qian, with her SS-class healing ability, was one of Zhao Shuang's future cornerstones and supports. How could he allow someone to take Zhang Qian away right in front of him? He immediately intervened to stop the scar-faced Wang Shihao. However, this delay had cost him the best opportunity to escape. It seemed that getting away from these two level S zombies and the undead would not be so easy. He had to fight desperately. With that thought, Zhao Shuang activated the S-class power enhancement of his copied unique ability again. Building on the Dragon Blood Berserker foundation, his muscles instantly bulged. His entire physique grew by 3 sizes, transforming him into a nearly 3-meter-tall muscle-bound Dragon Blood Berserker with every muscle radiating explosive power. The scar-faced Wang Shihao, unwilling to back down, saw Zhao Shuang's physique swell by 3 sizes, turning him into a muscular powerhouse, every muscle exuding explosive strength. This transformation, beyond his comprehension, startled the scar-faced man, and he instinctively wanted to change direction, no longer daring to clash head-on with Zhao Shuang. However, the enhancement from the S-class ability, Dragon Blood Berserker, was too great for his body, making his speed too fast. At this moment, it was too late to brake. The only thing he could do was to forcibly change direction, no longer charging towards Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian. Kidnapping that woman, Bing Yumeng, didn't seem too bad either, even though she wasn't as beautiful as Zhang Qian and her figure wasn't as exceptional. Her chest wasn't as large or firm as Zhang Qian's, but she was still a rare beauty. Compared to a big star, she was not lacking. Being able to pin Bing Yumeng down and have his way with her seemed appealing. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Just as the scar-faced Wang Shihao turned to rush towards Bing Yumeng, Zhao Shuang moved as well. In an instant, he appeared in front of Wang Shihao, throwing a punch at the scar-faced man. Under the enhancement of 2 S-class abilities, Dragon Blood Berserker and Strength Amplification, Zhao Shuang's punch even produced a sonic boom. With this punch, Wang Shihao didn't even have time to scream. His upper body was obliterated by Zhao Shuang's blow. His legs, still propelled by inertia, continued to run towards Bing Yumeng until they finally collapsed in front of her, exhausted. Seeing the remaining half of his body, Bing Yumeng's face turned pale as she let out a shriek. She never expected that her once highly regarded Wang Shihao, a dignified S-class ability user and a level 8 powerhouse, would meet the same fate as S-class ability user Zhang Hao, dying at the hands of that dog of a man. Zhao Shuang, Xian Shen, stop dawdling and start healing. They can't hold on any longer. Everyone, don't just stand there, look for an opportunity. This fierce battle is unavoidable today. After killing Wang Shihao with a single punch, Zhao Shuang glanced at the companions of Wang Shihao, who were already lying in a pool of blood. In just a few seconds, none of them could stand. Even the giant bear, Old Fong, who had previously threatened to take action, had been knocked down by the green-haired zombie and couldn't get up. These people might have had some issues with their judgment, but their bravery was beyond doubt. In this apocalypse, with the weakened state of human survivors, having one more ability user meant an increase in overall combat strength. So Zhao Shuang directly urged Zhang Qian to use her abilities to save them. They had merely been on different sides. Old Fong and the others were not necessarily like Wang Shihao. At least they hadn't engaged in the disgusting behavior of encouraging their companions to fight to the death, while abandoning them to escape. Zhang Qian was also quick to act. As soon as Zhao Shuang spoke, she activated her SS-class ability, Robust Growth. Now that she was well fed, a rain of light enveloped a 30-meter radius, covering everyone in the room. As the light rain fell, the injuries of Old Fong and the other ability users began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. One by one, they got back up, nodded at Zhao Shuang, and rejoined the battle with a desperate determination. Especially the giant bear, Old Fong, who nodded vigorously at Zhao Shuang. Little brother, you killed that traitor Wang Shihao. That dog who abandoned his comrades to survive? Well done, splendidly done. That dog spoke of righteousness, yet turned out to be this kind of scum. Old Fong, was truly blind to think he was a trustworthy good person. If you hadn't killed him, I would have definitely fought him to the death. After saying this, the giant bear spat on Wang Shihao's corpse and, bathed in the light rain, charged again at the green-haired zombie. However, as mere soldiers, most of the ability users were only at levels 5 or 6, with Old Fong being the only one at level 7. They were no match for the green-haired zombie, whose ability level exceeded 25. Knocked down, the light rain of SS level abilities, thriving and growing, stood up as if dancing on blades. One careless move could result in a fatal injury, leading to death. Even the light rain of SS level abilities couldn't bring them back. After all, even an SS level healing talent ability lacked the miraculous power of resurrection. Alright, all of you step back. This green-haired zombie is not something you can handle right now. Go protect those ordinary people without abilities. This place is about to collapse, ensure everyone's safe. Evacuation. I'll take care of this green-haired zombie, Zhao Shuang said, charging into the battle circle at nearly 3 meters tall, throwing a punch at the green-haired zombie. The sound of an explosion echoed again, and the previously invincible green-haired zombie was actually forced back 10 steps by Zhao Shuang's punch. Little brother, we can stay and help. Stop talking, listen to Zhao Shuang. Healing you is too much of an energy drain. I want to save my energy to rescue him. Lao Fong and the others wanted to continue fighting, but Zhang Qian's commanding voice cut through. She just wanted her hero to live well, not wanting to lose her hero and her own light. So she aimed to conserve more energy to save Zhao Shuang, rather than waste it on those who were unimportant. With Zhang Qian's authoritative words, Lao Fong and the others wisely retreated. After all, staying on the battlefield would only hinder them. This was not a fight they could participate in. Boss, Uncle Zhao, and Senior Qi, protect Zhang Qian, don't let anyone or any monster get close to her. I can fly, I'll help third brother hold off that green-haired zombie. Second brother Wang Chang said, immediately activating his ability and flying out. He intended to launch a wind blade attack to assist Zhao Shuang, but the green-haired zombie leaped and charged at him with incredible speed. It opened its gaping mouth to bite its second brother Wang Chang's neck, startling him into a quick dodge. As a result, he crashed into the wall with a loud bang, dazed and seeing stars. The green-haired zombie attempted to capitalize on the moment and finish second brother off, but Zhao Shuang arrived just in time, delivering another punch that sent it flying back again. It was pushed back 10 steps. Second brother, this green-haired zombie is too agile and fast, and the space is too small for you to unleash your abilities. Go distract that giant zombie, it's best to lure it away from here. Don't let it destroy the place any further. If it tears down this gym, it will really collapse. Don't worry, I can handle this green-haired zombie. Zhao Shuang glanced at the already precarious gym walls, where a large amount of building materials had begun to fall from above. He reminded second brother to complete his task. Alright, third brother, take care. Second brother Wang Chang said, instantly flying out the window, launching several wind blade attacks straight at the giant zombie's eyes. This immediately provoked the giant zombie to roar repeatedly, swinging its arms, trying to swat second brother out of the air. It chased after second brother as he gradually distanced himself. Meanwhile, Lao Fong and the others began to orderly organize the evacuation of ordinary survivors. Bing Yumeng glanced at Zhao Shuang, who was fighting the green-haired zombie, revealing a struggling expression. In the end, she chose to prioritize her own life, realizing there was no need to stay and risk it with this dog of a man. Just a mere sycophant, with her looks and figure, she was a goddess who wouldn't lack for admirers anywhere. After exchanging a few punches with the green-haired zombie, Zhao Shuang felt his body starting to show signs of collapse. Now at only level 10, his physical strength was merely at soldier level. Yet he forcibly used 2 SS level abilities to enhance his body simultaneously, effectively boosting his strength to soldier level intensity. Doing this for a short time, he could throw a punch or two without issue. But over time, his bodily functions could not withstand such high intensity. Strained signs of collapse were gradually appearing, his skin began to crack inch by inch, and a large amount of blood flowed out, instantly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Fortunately, he possessed a mutated B-level talent ability, Powerful Regeneration. In this life, his life gate still chose the left eye. Coupled with Zhang Qian's SS-level healing ability flourishing, his body kept oscillating between collapse and restoration. However, Zhao Shuang understood in his heart that this couldn't go on. If this continued, he would neither be able to completely defeat this green-haired zombie nor escape with it. Moreover, the abilities copied by his Sharingan had time limits. The copied S-level ability, Dragon Blood Berserker, and the S-level ability, Strength Enhancement, both had a time limit of 10 minutes. At this moment, more than 5 minutes had already passed, and time was running out. His explosive punches could only push the green-haired zombie back, dealing no serious damage, just some minor injuries. Knowing that if this continued, everyone would be doomed, Zhao Shuang steeled his heart. The S-level ability, Sharingan, activated once more, choosing to copy Old Fong's ability. S-level ability Sharingan activated, ability copy successful. A-level talent ability, transform into giant bear. Activating this ability allows Transformation into a giant bear with the bear's size related to the user's ability level. Strength increased by 200%, resistance to damage increased by 50%, agility decreased by 15%, intelligence decreased by 5%. Sharingan ability copy can be used once. Giant bear state lasts for 10 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%. Ability effect increased by 20%. The moment the ability was successfully copied, Zhao Shuang immediately unleashed this A-level ability to transform into a giant bear. He didn't care that his body, already on the verge of collapse from the dual enhancement of 2S level abilities, was rapidly breaking down. He chose to triple enhance and transformed into a giant bear. Roar! With Zhao Shuang's roar, in the next moment he transformed into a giant bear over 5 meters tall, nearly double the size of old Fang's bear. At this moment, under the enhancement of 2S level abilities and 1A level ability, Zhao Shuang's physical strength underwent a qualitative change, reaching a new height. When the green-haired zombie charged again, the giant bear stood upright and swiped a paw down at the zombie's head. The once unmovable, robust body of the green-haired zombie, under the previous dual S-level enhancements, now felt as fragile as paper. The bear paw of the giant bear Zhao Shuang had transformed into instantly tore through it, splitting it in half from the left shoulder to the right hip. It immediately lost its ability to jump and move. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang's body, already on the brink of collapse, also shattered under the impact of this triple enhancement, disintegrating into dozens of pieces, large and small. The amplification from the triple ability enhancement was a force that his level 10 soldier class body could not withstand. No, don't die. You said I already belong to you, Zhao Shuang. With you here, no one can take me away from you. With you here, you must protect me. If you die, what will I do? I will be left with no one. Bad people will take me away. Who will protect me? Zhao Shuang, don't die, don't leave me. As she watched her hero disintegrate before her eyes, his body splitting into dozens of pieces, even though she had exerted all her strength, using all her energy without reservation, desperately trying to heal Zhao Shuang and restore him to his former self, she was still powerless, only able to watch Zhao Shuang's body collapse and die before her Zhang Qian's legs suddenly went weak, and she collapsed helplessly onto the ground, instantly bursting into tears. She whispered softly, her tears blurring her vision. Even when the corpse fragment of Zhao Shuang moved slightly with its left eye, she couldn't see it clearly. Little crybaby, if you keep crying, you won't look pretty anymore. When Zhao Shuang's somewhat annoying voice rang in Zhang Qian's ears again, she abruptly looked up. Then she saw the handsome face that had accompanied her through countless sleepless nights, the face she had longed for. Sunlight streamed through the damaged ceiling, shining on Zhao Shuang's face, dazzling her. At that moment, his light took on a tangible form. Zhao Shuang? You're not dead? That's great, really great. Seeing her beloved hero, her light, alive and well before her again, Zhang Qian didn't know where the strength came from. She instantly stood up from the ground and threw herself into Zhao Shuang's arms, laughing and crying at the same time. At that moment, she was so happy that she cried. Zhao Shuang was not dead. It was truly wonderful. Once again, Zhao Shuang was collided into by Zhang Qian, this enchanting creature. Feeling the scale and incredible elasticity akin to 2 footballs, he was instantly captivated. Watching Zhang Qian's shy and charming appearance, Zhao Shuang's heart fluttered. Reflecting on the heartfelt words she had just expressed, Zhao Shuang understood the feelings of this beautiful woman. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Zhang Qian thought she was dead, and the words she spoke were sincere. A feeling called infatuation emerged but was quickly suppressed. The betrayal from the icy rain dream in his previous life, which had him wearing a green hat for 3 long years, made his heart turn cold again, frozen. Over. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. I only act on desire, not on emotion. After silently reciting his life's creed, Zhao Shuang swallowed a large handful of crystal cores. Restoring most of his energy, he focused on his junior, Wang Jing, and activated his S-class ability, the SHARINGAN. He successfully copied her C-class ability, the Bone Spear, as Zhao Shuang used his B-class mutated ability for powerful regeneration, reshaping his body with his left eye. The triple ability enhancements he had previously cast had all disappeared. After all, those enhancements were all applied to his original body. This new body had no enhancements from any abilities. Although he had chosen to fight to the death, trading life for life, and had split that green-haired zombie in 2, rendering it immobile, the green-haired zombie still stubbornly lived on. Its vitality was extremely vigorous. With only a head, half a body, and a right arm, the green-haired zombie continued to roar, crawling towards the crowd, still wanting to attack and devour humans. As a soldier-level entity, with a level exceeding 25, even in its severely damaged state, it was not easy to deal with. Its defensive capabilities remained terrifying. For a soldier-level ability user, injuring it was not easy, and killing it was even more difficult. However, this did not pose a challenge for Zhao Shuang, thanks to the earlier divine ability of the Bone Spear. Killing this green-haired zombie was not a difficult task. Zhao Shuang directly used the C-class ability Bone Spear, then circled behind the green-haired zombie and shot it in the back of the head. Unfortunately, the finger bone of his right hand shattered upon hitting the back of the green-haired zombie's head, failing to break through its defenses. However, it left a white mark on its skin and green hair. There's hope. Seeing that white mark, Zhao Shuang's eyes lit up. Then he showcased the shooting skills he had honed over nearly 7 years in the ability group. The bones of all 10 fingers were fired in succession, all hitting the same spot, the back of the green-haired zombie's head. A mere C-class ability Bone Spear was used to create the effect of a machine gun. Yet in the hands of the main character, Junior Wang Jing, it was merely a single shot that required aiming, like a handgun. After a full 37 shots, the back of the green-haired zombie's head finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. A large, transparent crystal core fell out, marking the complete demise of the soldier-level green-haired zombie. Zhao Shuang stepped forward to pick up this crystal core, which was as big as a pigeon egg, significantly larger than all the previous cores. Based on his experience from his last life, this should be a level 26 core. And this soldier-level zombie should indeed be level 26. Zhao Shuang, being only a level 10 soldier, dared not directly consume this core that was of a higher realm. It could easily lead to his own demise. He had already risked his life once to kill this green-haired zombie and didn't want to do it a second time. After carefully storing the level 26 core, Zhao Shuang kicked aside the green-haired zombie's corpse. A bottle of light blue potion was unexpectedly pressed beneath it. Another ability awakening potion? The moment Zhao Shuang picked up the bottle of light blue potion, it caught the eye of that woman, Bing Yumei. This immediately sparked her interest, and as she watched Zhao Shuang's departing figure, it seemed she had made some kind of resolution. The reason Bing Yumei returned was mainly that someone had seen Zhao Shuang and the green-haired zombie perish together. Among the survivors, someone shouted, "They're dead, they're all dead," that Zhao Shuang died with the green-haired zombie. When Bing Yumei heard this news, she inexplicably followed everyone back to see for herself. When she heard that Zhao Shuang was dead, there was even a hint of relief in her heart. After all, she had been oscillating between being Zhao Shuang's girlfriend and just a regular friend. Even Zhao Shuang's useless mother couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She didn't know how to face this once most loyal admirer of hers. After all, she was still an ordinary person in this apocalyptic world, while the once devoted admirer, Zhao Shuang, had become an ability user. Moreover, he seemed to be a very strong, ruthless ability user. Just the S-level ability users who had died at his hands were Tu Zhonghao and Wang Shihao. If Zhao Shuang's useless mother stirred up trouble again, making Zhao Shuang hold a grudge against her, it wouldn't be impossible for a powerful ability user like Zhao Shuang to harbor ill intentions towards her in this lawless era of the apocalypse. As an ordinary person facing all this, she felt powerless to resist. So when she learned of Zhao Shuang's death, she even felt a bit of relief and secret joy. However, the moment she entered the door and saw Zhao Shuang picking up that bottle of light blue potion from the ground, she no longer had time to ponder why the supposedly dead Zhao Shuang had come back to life, because she clearly remembered Zhao Shuang saying that this potion was called the Ability Awakening Potion. It could give ordinary people like her a chance to awaken abilities, allowing someone like her, who had to rely on others for protection, to have the means to protect herself in this apocalypse. The ability to awaken powers had now become Bing Yumei's obsession. At that moment, she made up her mind to obtain this Ability Awakening Potion. She absolutely could not let that bastard Zhao Shuang give this potion to his useless mother. He must give it to her, even if it meant sacrificing everything. She had to get this potion. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang had no time to concern himself with Bing Yumei's thoughts. He glanced back at Zhang Qian and found that the girl was also sneaking glances at him. But when he looked at her, her face turned red all the way to her neck. She buried her head deep into those two footballs again, playing the ostrich once more. This teasing little fairy was probably still embarrassed about her heartfelt words when she thought he was dead. A hero and light? Was he so important in her heart? But can women really be trusted? With this thought, Zhao Shuang glanced at Bing Yumei again. The softened gaze of Zhang Qian turned cold again. She immediately turned her head to the sky, where the giant zombie was chasing her second brother, Wang Chang, who was flying around in a panic. After activating the S-rank ability, the SHARINGAN, to copy her brother's power and dominate the sky, Zhao Shuang also soared into the air, heading straight for the giant zombie. This soldier-level zombie was also a formidable opponent. How is it, second brother? Have you found any weaknesses in this guy? Or any useful information? After flying to Wang Chang's side, Zhao Shuang joined the fray, shooting wind blades at the giant zombie's eyes while asking, "Weakness? I can't even break its defenses when I hit it. I can't inflict any damage at all, so how would I know its weaknesses? But it seems this guy has abilities and can heal itself. Just now, I got lucky and hit its eyeball with a wind blade, causing it some pain. But then it turned, and with a flash of white light, that eyeball instantly healed. So I suspect it probably has healing-type abilities." Wang Chang's words left Zhao Shuang stunned. It has abilities? A soldier-level being is already something we can't handle, and it can use abilities too? And healing ones at that? Then, what's the point of fighting? We should just take everyone and run. That green-haired zombie had already made Zhao Shuang suffer enough from fighting above his level. If he hadn't fought desperately for his life, he might not have made it out at all. And this giant zombie, first of all, was nearly 10 meters tall. Such a massive size inherently reduces damage. Moreover, it was a soldier-level being with astonishing defense. For a level 10 like him, and a level 8 like his brother, it would be difficult for them to break through its defenses. And if this guy could heal, their attacks might not even keep up with its recovery. What was the point of fighting? It would be better to just run away. Zhao Shuang didn't want to suffer needlessly. Run away with everyone? Where to? Besides, we currently have nearly 200 people. Are we supposed to carry them all one by one? In response to Zhao Shuang's suggestion to run, Wang Chang casually asked this question, which left Zhao Shuang momentarily speechless. Yes, where to? After leaving the school and the gym, where should they go? And nightfall was approaching, marking the first night after the apocalypse began. Night has never been humanity's stronghold. Whether it's zombies, mutated animals, plants, or microorganisms, these monsters gain at least a 50% boost in their attributes at night. Meanwhile, humans not only gain no boosts at night but are also weakened due to limited vision. In the apocalypse, night is the most dangerous time. Humans without shelter find it nearly impossible to survive until dawn. Moreover, all the survivors, including themselves, hadn't had dinner. Neither he nor his brother could possibly have the strength to carry nearly 200 people back and forth to escape. It seemed that the idea of running away with everyone wouldn't work. They would ultimately have to endure the hardship of fighting above their level. They had to find a way to deal with this soldier-level giant zombie. Otherwise, once night fell and its attributes surged, it would become even harder to handle. Not only would they have to fight above their level against this tough opponent, but they also needed to resolve it quickly. They had to finish it before the sun set. At this moment, the time was already 5:10 and the sun was about to go down. There wasn't much time left for him. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? Despite Zhao Shuang's internal complaints, he activated the S-rank ability, SHARINGAN, and looked at the giant zombie. He needed to figure out what abilities this giant zombie had and see if there were any weaknesses to target. After all, effort determines outcome. How would he know if he didn't try? S-rank innate ability SHARINGAN activated, ability copy successful. C-rank innate ability, healing sphere. Activating this ability generates a healing sphere that heals oneself and living companions. The healing effect is related to the level of the supernatural ability. The SHARINGAN can replicate supernatural abilities, which can be used once, and the healing sphere can last for 5 minutes. The consumption of supernatural abilities is reduced by 20%, and the effectiveness of supernatural abilities is increased by 20%. As this information imprinted in his mind, Zhao Shuang felt a wave of headache. This giant zombie indeed possesses healing-type supernatural abilities. With its tough skin and massive size, its defense is already astonishing. Being a soldier-level entity, its supernatural ability level is at least above 25. Without supernatural abilities, Zhao Shuang found it difficult to fight, as the level gap was too significant. Now, this creature could heal itself, making it incredibly tricky. Hitting it felt like scraping the skin, and after scraping for a long time, it could just heal with a healing sphere. The damage he dealt was less than what it could recover. How was he supposed to fight? It seemed that some things couldn't simply be resolved with the phrase "it's all up to human effort." Perhaps he should consider how to escape and where to spend the night. Zhao Shuang turned to backtrack, looking towards the gymnasium, hoping to find a suitable shelter nearby. As he looked, he saw the open space in front of the gymnasium, densely packed with over 2,000 corpses. These zombie hordes were brought by the giant zombies and the green-haired zombies. The moment he saw this dense mass of corpses, Zhao Shuang glanced at the giant zombie's nearly 10-meter massive frame. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he thought of a way to deal with this troublesome giant zombie. When he saw the densely packed horde of over 2,000 corpses, he recalled the level 7 supernatural ability zombie he had copied while in the mall. An A-grade talent ability, Corpse Explosion. This ability is a godly skill under certain circumstances. The more corpses there are, the higher the damage. And those 2,000 corpses were precisely over 2,000 bodies, right? If he could stack their bodies together and lure the giant zombie over, then instantly activate the Corpse Explosion. With the giant zombie's massive size, it wouldn't be able to dodge. Even with the overwhelming number of corpses, even a soldier-level entity above level 25 could be directly blown up, preventing its healing ability from activating. After all, as long as it is used properly, every supernatural ability is a godly skill, and this proper usage falls within the realm of human effort. Now, Zhao Shuang needed to figure out how to turn this horde of over 2,000 corpses into 2,000 bodies in a short time. At this point, he could only take a gamble and push forward. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuang said to his second brother, Wang Chang, "Second brother, keep the giant zombie occupied. I'm going to set things up. Hopefully, I can take it down in one go." After Zhao Shuang dropped this line, he flew towards the gymnasium. Without looking back. Alright, third brother, good luck. I'm waiting for your good news. Wang Chang waved his fist at Zhao Shuang and continued to circle around the giant zombie, maintaining a strong aggro. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang flew to the open space in front of the gymnasium, desperately wielding wind blades to slay the horde of zombies, which numbered over 2,000. The survivors inside the gymnasium watched as Zhao Shuang flew around and then returned. They began to clear the zombie horde with all their might. Everyone wore puzzled expressions. Third brother, why are you clearing these corpses? Is killing them a prerequisite for defeating that giant zombie? The eldest, Meng Lingyu, leaned against the broken window, staring at Zhao Shuang in the sky and asked, do you need our help, little brother? Wouldn't having more people make it faster to kill them? At this moment, the now human Old Fong also stepped forward, asking enthusiastically, of course, everyone, let's work together to kill all these zombies. Killing them is indeed a prerequisite for defeating that giant zombie. But everyone must also protect yourselves and pay attention to your safety. After all, you can't fly. Shanshan, you just stay upstairs and directly support them. I believe in your healing abilities. And those with long-range attack abilities, don't engage in close combat. Just stay up there and attack from a distance. The boss in Lao Fong spoke, and Zhao Shuang suddenly remembered that she wasn't fighting alone, immediately rallying everyone's strength. She also replicated her junior Wang Jing's sea-level talent ability, the Bone Spear. She picked off the higher level, more dangerous zombies one by one. In Zhao Shuang's hands, this Bone Spear ability could unleash the effect of a machine gun. It was tough to deal with soldier-level beings, but against those below level 20, the soldier-level beings, this ability was a divine skill. Even against level 15 or 16 zombies, one shot would blow their heads off, taking them out instantly. Ultimately, with everyone's cooperation, they wiped out the over 2,000 zombies in just over 20 minutes, less than half an hour. The bodies piled up like mountains. The results were quite impressive. The zombie horde was completely annihilated, and the human ability users suffered 0 casualties. The reasons for this astonishing achievement were twofold. First, Zhao Shuang had picked off almost all the powerful zombies with her Bone Spear ability, greatly reducing the threat and danger of the horde. Second, Zhang Qian's SS-level talent ability had flourished. Under the full power of her healing ability, the ability users bathed in the light rain of her ability. As time passed, everyone's physique actually began to flourish, growing larger and larger. With the increase in size, their defense, stamina, and physical strength all saw significant improvements. When Zhao Shuang faced the green-haired zombie earlier, the short duration hadn't shown this effect. But during the extermination of this large horde, as the battle continued for over 20 minutes, the ability users bathed in Zhang Qian's flourishing light rain saw their physiques grow by at least double. This directly doubled everyone's combat power, making them braver as they fought. At this moment, Zhang Qian was only at level 8, yet she possessed such a powerful supportive effect. If she were to advance to Imperial level, Dell level, or even Immortal level in the future, how powerful would her support effect be? Wouldn't every ability user bathed in her abilities light rain grow to hundreds or thousands of meters tall? Like the legendary immortals who could manipulate the heavens and the earth. The combat power they would unleash would be terrifying. An SS-level healing ability user was indeed so formidable. At this moment, Zhao Shuang finally had an intuitive and rough understanding of SS-level healing ability users. No wonder the human war god Feng Xiaoyang valued the SS-level CF fairy so highly, considering her one of the cornerstones of human revival. At this moment, Zhao Shuang gained a new recognition of Zhang Qian's importance. She would be the woman he would protect for the rest of his life. If CF fairy could be seen as a cornerstone of human revival, why couldn't Zhang Qian fairy be one too? As the sun began to set, about to enter the night, Zhao Shuang started arranging everyone to hurriedly pile all the zombie corpses together. He hoped that when he activated his A-level ability, Corpse Explosion, stacking more bodies would cause more damage to that giant zombie, completely obliterating its soldier-level existence. As everyone busily worked, covered in bloodstains, Lao Li Fan approached Zhao Shuang, mysteriously pulling out a massive amount of crystal cores. The lowest level among them was above level 5. Proudly, he said to Zhao Shuang, third brother, look at these crystal cores. I collected them using my ability, Stretch. I found that although my ability talent level isn't high and doesn't have much combat enhancement, it seems to be a divine skill for cleaning up the battlefield. That's right, as long as it's used properly, every ability can be a divine skill. Damn, why am I so stubborn? With these crystal cores, I can directly reach the soldier level. Killing a giant zombie is nothing, why go through all this trouble? Zhao Shuang casually replied to Li Fan's words. In the next moment, Zhao Shuang suddenly slapped his forehead and, saying this, began to grab the crystal cores from Li Fan's hand and shove them into his mouth. With over 2,000 crystal cores, even if he just filled himself up, it would elevate his ability level to above 20, transforming him from a soldier level to a soldier existence. Dealing with a mere sea-level healing zombie, why bother using over 2,000 corpses for a corpse explosion? What a hassle. as over 300 high-level crystal cores went down, including 1 level 15 and 3 level 14 cores. Zhao Shuang's ability level successfully broke through to the significant threshold of 20. Reaching level 21, he transformed from a soldier level to a soldier existence, and at the moment of breakthrough, a layer of foul-smelling black impurities oozed from his entire body. His strength, speed, and physical resilience were all enhanced several times over, completing a leap in life level. At this moment, when Zhao Shuang looked at the giant zombie, he found that it no longer exuded the overwhelming sense of pressure it had before. Moreover, with a level 21 ability, using the Bone Spear ability, he pierced through the giant zombie's defenses in one shot. 2 shots unleashed its abilities, and 3 shots took its life. After exterminating the giant zombie, Zhao Shuang obtained a blue level 25 crystal core. At the same time, as the giant zombie fell, a bottle of light blue awakening potion appeared beside its corpse. Another awakening potion had dropped. With 2 bottles of awakening potions in hand, even after 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse in his previous life, he had never been this affluent. It seemed his mother's awakening was promising. After killing the giant zombie, looking at its nearly 10-meter-tall corpse and the more than 2,000 corpses in the distance, excitement flickered in Zhao Shuang's eyes. Perhaps he could use these corpses to pull off something big. After all, with enough corpses, the A-level corpse explosion was definitely a divine skill. Zhao Shuang was brewing plans for something big but struggled with a lack of targets. After all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, or rather, half a day since it began. He had already risen to level 21, becoming a soldier existence. In his previous life, he had only reached level 21 40 days after the apocalypse began. Just knowing about the existence of crystal cores took him 30 days, and he only learned about them when everyone else did. By then, king-level monsters were rampaging everywhere. Finding a monster he could fight was not easy. Yet in this life, he had traversed the 40 days of his previous life in just half a day. After the apocalypse began, fate, indeed, was marvelous. For Zhao Shuang, who had reached the soldier level, lifting a few tons of the giant zombies' corpse was not a difficult task. The gap between ability users and ordinary people would grow larger as the ability level increased. Eventually, ability users would appear to ordinary people as divine beings. They could move mountains and fill seas with ease, possessing powers unimaginable to mortals. This was already evident in Zhao Shuang, who had just stepped into the soldier level. Once, the Western Chu overlord's strength was recorded in history for being able to lift a cauldron. In this apocalypse, Zhao Shuang lifting a few tons of the giant zombie's corpse was merely a reflection of the soldier level existence. Alright, it's getting dark. Everyone should stay in this gym for the night. I'm sure everyone is hungry, so let's start a fire and cook. Zhao Shuang joked, hearing the familiar gurgle from Zhang Qian's stomach after resolving the crisis with the soldier-level green-haired zombie and the giant zombie. It seems that her SS-level talent and abilities have a downside, which is she gets hungry easily. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Bing Yuming, who was constantly monitoring the battle situation, was in a state of extreme excitement upon witnessing Zhao Shuang obtain the second bottle of ability awakening potion. She felt as if the potion was hers. When Zhao Shuang returned with her team, she, as Zhao Shuang's official girlfriend, was the first to rush to Zhao Shuang. She wanted to throw herself into Zhao Shuang's arms and give him a sweet, passionate kiss, doing all the things a girlfriend should do. She thought that if this goddess were to actively offer her embrace and kiss to her devoted admirer, then all previous unpleasantness would be wiped away, right? However, just as she got within 3 meters of Zhao Shuang, a strong stench hit her face, nearly making her faint. Upon closer inspection, the once sunny and handsome Zhao Shuang, who had no flaws except for being a bit thin, was now covered in blood and grime, with a large amount of black, foul-smelling substance all over him. His clothes were a mess, and the sight made the cleanliness-obsessed Bing Yuming turn pale, as she turned away and started to vomit. That enthusiastic embrace and sweet kiss ultimately never happened. Zhao Shuang glanced at Bing Yuming, who had rushed over only to turn and vomit, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes before he ignored her. This woman had just been so eager to distance herself from him when that scar-faced Wang Shiho wanted to seize power. Her words and her eagerness to clear her relationship with him were still fresh in his memory. In his previous life, he had devoted 12 years of genuine feelings to her, treating her as more important than himself. She was his entire world. In return, he received only her cold indifference and ruthless betrayal, and he lost his life at her hands. In this life, he had only been her devoted admirer for a little over 2 years, so naturally, his importance in her heart was insignificant. She would choose to say things to distance herself from him, and Zhao Shuang was no exception. Son, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? They were just saying you died. It scared your mother to death. It's so good that you're alive, so good. At that moment, his mother, Jiang Yun, was being supported by his father, Zhao Zihan, as she walked over. Seeing her son safe and sound, she immediately broke away from his father and rushed over, wrapping Zhao Shuang in her arms with a joyful expression, tears glistening in her eyes. Just moments ago, upon hearing others say that Zhao Shuang and that green-haired zombie had perished together. Jiang Yun had panicked and fainted, only just regaining consciousness under her husband's care. Seeing her son, who had come back from the dead, she was naturally overwhelmed with emotion. You little rascal, you didn't die. You scared your father to death, did you know that? And now, I have to take care of your mother. I couldn't even dare to be sad. You can't scare people like that again, do you understand? It's best if there's no next time. At this moment, Zhao Zihan also came in for a bear hug, embracing his wife and son as if he were holding his entire world. I'm dirty. Mom, Dad, I'm dirty. Not only am I covered in blood, but there are also impurities from the body that were secreted during the recent level up. It stinks. Don't get it all over you too. Zhao Shuang felt a bit embarrassed being hugged like this by his parents, saying, I'm already grown up, and there are nearly 200 people watching. How embarrassing. Come on, what parents would mind their son being dirty or smelly? Remember when you were a little kid, it was all, Mom, Mom, Mom. Stop, let's stop. I'm hungry, Mom, I'm hungry. Seeing Jiang Yun about to bring up old stories again, Zhao Shuang wished he could find a hole to hide in. With nearly 200 people watching, did he still have any face left? He couldn't just change places to live, could he? So Zhao Shuang unleashed his own trump card, interrupting his mother's storytelling. What? Hungry? Then Mom will go make you something to eat. You have to eat well first. As soon as Zhao Shuang mentioned he was hungry, Mom indeed stopped reminiscing about Zhao Shuang's childhood and let go of him to go prepare a meal. A mother's love remains so simple and unadorned. She just feared that her child wouldn't have enough to eat, wouldn't be warm enough, and would suffer. Here, Mom, drink this and see if it can awaken your abilities. If it's not enough, I have another bottle. Here. Just as Mom Jiangyun was about to turn around to make something delicious for her son, Zhao Shuang grabbed her. He pulled out a bottle of light blue ability awakening potion and handed it to her while also pulling out a second bottle. Is it this thing again? Does it really work? The last bottle didn't feel like anything, so should I drink another one? Mom Jiangyun looked at the ability awakening potion with some skepticism, but seeing her son's determined nod, she decided to try drinking another bottle. So she took the ability awakening potion, opened the cap and gulped it down. No. Wow. Wow. Drink. Wow. Ice Rain Dream, who was squatting nearby and vomiting violently, heard that Zhao Shuang, that dog of a man, had actually given his own ability awakening potion to that useless mother of his. She immediately panicked, wanting to shout to stop it, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she vomited again. As a result, her voice went unheard and unclear. However, Zhao Shuang, now sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, clearly heard the woman's words. He just smiled, not caring at all. As soon as the ability awakening potion entered Mom Jianyun's body, an energy storm began to form around her. The group of survivors surrounding her, including Zhao Shuang and Dad Zhao Zihan, were all pushed away by the force of this energy storm. Within a 3-meter radius centered on Mom Jianyun, there was no one left. Seeing this, Zhao Shuang's eyes lit up. This was the reaction of successfully awakening abilities after drinking the ability awakening potion. In his previous life, when Ice Rain Dream drank the 9th bottle of ability awakening potion, the reaction was exactly the same as now. His mom awakened her abilities after just the 2nd bottle. It seemed luck was still on their side. He just didn't know what abilities his mom had awakened. In fact, Zhao Shuang didn't have high hopes and didn't expect his mom to be too powerful. As long as she had the ability to protect herself in this apocalypse, that was enough, especially when he wasn't around her and Dad. They could survive in this apocalypse, and that was good enough. After a long while, Mom Jiangyun slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, her face unable to hide her joy. How is it, Mom? What ability did you awaken? At that moment, Zhao Shuang's curiosity was piqued, and he asked aloud. It's nothing much. Just an S-level ability, spatial storage. At that moment, the corners of Mom's mouth were harder to suppress than an AK. What the hell? Spatial ability? Mom, you hit the jackpot? Spatial abilities, like time abilities, belong to the rarest category of abilities. Their rarity is undoubtedly the highest among all abilities, even more so than healing and vision-related abilities. In his previous life, his mom had turned into a zombie, and now she had survived and even awakened the rarest spatial ability. Even Zhao Shuang, the reborn one, was shocked by his mom, his face filled with disbelief. He even thought she had hit the jackpot. After all, that was a spatial ability. Its power needed no further explanation. In the next moment, Zhao Shuang directly activated his S-level ability, the Sharingan, his eyes turning blood red with his pupils transforming into a kaleidoscope. S-level innate ability Sharingan. Activated, ability copied successfully. S-level innate ability, spatial storage. Activating this ability opens a personal space of 10 cubic meters, which can store items. To store an item, touch it to activate this ability. As long as the item's size does not exceed that of the personal space, it can be successfully stored. The personal space is a static space, and items stored within will always maintain the state they were in when stored, without any changes. The size of the personal space increases with the level of the ability. Sharingan copies abilities with one use of the ability. The state of the personal space lasts for 10 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%. Ability effect increased by 20%. Zhao Xuan looked at her mother's information about this space-type ability and frowned slightly. It seemed that her mother's awakened space-type ability was not a combat ability at all. It was more like having a warehouse that could be opened anytime and anywhere. This ability was somewhat similar to the space ring Zhao Shuang had read about in fantasy novels. However, Zhao Shuang thought to herself, even without combat capabilities, a space-type ability was still the pinnacle among all abilities. Especially in this apocalypse, having a personal space was incredibly convenient. Just the thought of being able to pull out water, food, and other essential survival supplies anytime and anywhere made it clear that there was no more practical ability than this personal space in the apocalypse. What's all this about cheating? Aren't you hungry? Mom's going to cook, nearly 200 mouths are waiting to eat, and I bet you kids won't cook for yourselves. You smell terrible, go wash up, there's plenty of water over by the swimming pool area. Mom, Jiang Yun had finally awakened her own ability, and it was an S-rank space-type ability. She was overjoyed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Cheerfully, she directed everyone to help start the fire and cook. Zhao Shuang, on the other hand, put away the remaining bottle of ability awakening potion and headed towards the swimming area. Zhang Xian had also wanted to hug Zhao Shuang, whisper sweet nothings, and express her feelings. However, with so many people around and Zhao Shuang's parents present, she felt too shy to approach. Now that Zhao Shuang was going to take a shower, she didn't feel right following him. A big man going to shower while a girl like her tags along? Instead, she decided to stay and help Jiang Yun, bustling around, which made Jiang Yun like her more and more. Meanwhile, the vomiting Bing Yume felt her heart sink when she saw that old useless Jiang Yun had drunk another bottle of ability awakening potion. Mine, all mine. That old useless waste drank another bottle of my ability awakening potion. That dog Zhao Shuang really deserves to die. This was the cry of Bing Yume's heart at that moment. However, when she heard that Jiang Yun had really awakened an ability, and it was an S-rank ability, she didn't understand what space-type meant but felt deep down that S-rank seemed very powerful. Moreover, even that old useless Jiang Yun could awaken an S-rank ability after drinking this potion. If she drank the ability awakening potion, wouldn't she only need one bottle to awaken her ability? And at the very least, it would be double S-rank or even higher. As long as she awakened her ability, she would make those who looked down on her understand what it meant to be a favored daughter of heaven. And that dog Zhao Shuang still had a bottle of ability awakening potion on him. His useless mother had already awakened her ability, so there was no reason not to let her drink this potion. After all, she was his girlfriend. However, she had previously thought that Wang Shihao was very impressive and was eager to distance herself from that dog Zhao Shuang. Just now, she had been disgusted by the blood and stench on him, which prevented her from successfully throwing herself into his arms and giving him a kiss. But for the sake of the ability awakening potion, she had to show off her charm. Even if it meant sacrificing something, she had to get what she wanted. That dog, wasn't he the one who liked to take advantage of others' misfortunes, forcing her to be his girlfriend under the pretext of saving her? That lowly man, wasn't he craving her body, wanting to possess her? For the ability awakening potion, she was determined. After vomiting, Bing Yume thought this way and steeled her heart, heading straight for the swimming area. Zhao Shuang was showering there, and she didn't believe that her charm as the school goddess wouldn't be able to win him over. Bing Yume had made up her mind and already regretted her foolish statement about distancing herself from Zhao Shuang. To repair their relationship, she would have to put in some effort. Moreover, considering how Zhao Shuang forced himself to be her boyfriend just to agree to save her, it's likely he would pressure her into sleeping with him before he would agree to give her the ability awakening potion. But for the sake of her powers, for the sake of surviving in this apocalypse, Bing Yume accepted it. After all, if Zhao Shuang was qualified to be her devoted admirer, it meant he had some merits. At least he was quite handsome. And it seemed he was ridiculously strong, having killed 2 S-rank ability users already. After coming to this realization, Bing Yume walked with determined steps towards the swimming area. However, after all the mental preparation she had done, when she arrived, she mustered her courage and blushed as she pushed open the door to the men's bathroom, only to find it completely empty, with no one inside. Where could that dog Zhao Shuang be in the entire swimming area? Do boys shower this quickly? Just a few minutes? Can they even get clean? A series of strange questions she had never considered before swirled in the mind of this aloof goddess of the campus. Every time the girls showered, it was at least half an hour, and she thought boys were the same. Yet, she had walked over in less than 5 minutes, and it was already deserted. At that moment, Zhao Shuang had indeed finished showering and had run off to copy the second brother's ability, using it and then copying it again. He headed straight for the mall. This time, he intended to clear out the entire mall. The initial size of this S-rank talent ability portable space is 10 cubic meters. With the 20% enhancement from Zhao Shuang's S-rank ability, the effect of the Sharingan, it became 12 cubic meters. Moreover, the size of this space increases with the level of the ability, but Zhao Shuang was still unclear about how much it would increase. When Zhao Shuang arrived at the mall alone and activated his portable space ability, he discovered that his portable space was actually a whopping 48 cubic meters in size, and the entire space could stack items freely. He could almost clear out half of the mall. Thus, Zhao Shuang unceremoniously began his clearance operation, putting almost everything edible, usable, and wearable into his portable space. After emptying the supermarket on the basement floor of daily necessities, Zhao Shuang passed by a lingerie store again. He thought of Zhang Qian's voluptuous figure in the lingerie he had personally chosen and handed to her, and he immediately felt a reaction. His excitement surged. Thinking that Zhang Qian would also need to change, he inexplicably walked inside. When he came out again, the lingerie suitable for Zhang Qian's 2 football-sized measurements was completely gone. The lingerie that didn't fit Zhang Qian's size was also all gone. This lingerie store mainly sold silk products, and each set cost several tens of thousands of alliance coins. It seemed that everything was embroidered stitch by stitch with non-heritage shoe embroidery or Su embroidery. These were truly luxurious items that had been passed down for thousands of years. Before the apocalypse, these were things Zhao Shuang wouldn't even dare to imagine. After the apocalypse, he had become a regular here and had cleared out the entire purchase. In the future, the value of these items would only increase. In his previous life, after the human war god Feng Xiaoyang established the city of Ho, Zhao Shuang and Bing Yume lived in the city of Ho. Following the SS-ranked dream chasing ability team, Zhao Shuang had saved up for a whole year to buy Bing Yume a silk nightgown. By then, he was already a level 65 king-level existence and the ace scout of the dream-chasing ability team with decent earning capabilities. The value of these silk products in the apocalypse was evident. Moreover, that silk nightgown didn't even have any non-heritage embroidery, it was just an ordinary silk product. Its value had already reached an outrageous level. Faced with an entire store of luxurious silk lingerie, Zhao Shuang had no reason not to clear it out. These items, if left for a few more years, might not even be available for purchase, no matter how much money one had. He passed by a luxury mattress and bedding store and cleared it out. Clothing store, cleared out. The bag store, forget it. In the apocalypse, no one carries small bags. Everyone tries to choose larger ones. When Zhao Shuang filled his entire personal space of 48 cubic meters to the brim, only 8 minutes had passed of the 10-minute personal space ability duration. This shows how fast he, now at level 21, had become after advancing to the soldier rank. He activated the sky domination ability he copied from his second brother, Wang Chang, and flew towards the gymnasium. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. In just half a day since the apocalypse began, the communication network had collapsed. The power supply had failed. The entire Sea City was shrouded in darkness, making the moon and stars in the sky appear unusually bright. As Zhao Shuang flew above, he could occasionally hear the roars of survivors battling zombies. The first night of the apocalypse was destined to be anything but peaceful. Human survivors were still unaware that the monster's attributes would surge at night. The wisest course of action was to quietly hide in shelters at night and avoid any confrontation with monsters. Just as the personal space state was about to disappear, Zhao Shuang took out a radio and 2 batteries from the space. He re-entered the frequency channel that the fat man had told him before he died. The static sound of electricity crackled through. Just as Zhao Shuang was about to turn off the radio, a voice suddenly appeared on the channel. "Hello everyone. I am a survivor of the apocalypse, Shan Bai. I have established a survivor gathering place in the underground works of the Sea City Military District, welcoming all survivors seeking shelter. Welcome to come. The address is. I, Shan Bai, warmly welcome everyone here again. Here's a breaking news update. My ability team has discovered that after nightfall, the attributes of zombies and mutated creatures in the wild have surged by more than 50%. Many of my people have been injured. I sincerely advise all survivors not to go out at night and to avoid fighting zombies and mutated creatures as much as possible. Especially do not engage with mutated wild creatures, their strength is beyond your imagination. Moreover, there are signs that these mutated creatures are approaching the city's edge and even the city center. I, Shan Bai, give all survivors one more piece of advice. If you encounter mutated creatures other than zombies, it's best to turn around and run. Do not attempt to fight them. Their danger is beyond your imagination. Alright, goodbye, I need to go stretch my legs. Shan Bai's voice abruptly cut off. When Zhao Shuang heard that the survivor gathering place was established in the underground works of the Sea City Military District, his head buzzed. In his previous life, he had heard of this god-level figure, Shan Bai, who had military connections. It was said that before the apocalypse broke out, he was part of the Sea City Military District, but this had never been confirmed. Now, with Shan Bai mentioning the underground works of the Sea City Military District and clearly revealing the address, Zhao Shuang was certain that Shan Bai was indeed a military person. In his last life, he was just a B-level talent with the ability of regeneration, a level 65 king existence. He had not even qualified to interact with someone like Shan Bai, a peak figure at level 170. Even Long Quang, the team leader who betrayed him and killed him, despite having dual S-level talents, was only a peak existence at level 120. Long Quang also did not qualify to interact with a legendary figure like Shan Bai. Everything he knew about Shan Bai was just hearsay. However, in this life he had unexpectedly gained an S-level talent, the Sharingan, which could copy others' abilities. He had reached level 21 on the first day of the apocalypse, becoming a soldier-level existence. He wondered if he would have the chance to meet this legendary figure in person. With a bad reputation and an extreme lecherous nature, Shan Bai had over 1,000 wives. If he took a liking to Zhang Qian and wanted to forcefully take her, Zhao Shuang wondered if he could withstand it. As Zhao Shuang was lost in thought, the gymnasium of Panda University appeared before him. He landed and enjoyed a delicious meal cooked by his mother. After a full 10 years, he once again savored the taste of his mom's cooking. This meal brought him to tears, as only he knew the bittersweet experience of being an orphan for a decade. Seeing Zhao Shuang cry, Zhao's father and mother comforted her. Zhang Qian, standing nearby, also had tears in her eyes, which gradually welled up. At that moment, she too missed home and her parents. The thought that her calls and video chats to her parents had gone unanswered since the apocalypse made her heart uneasy. If her parents were gone, what would a weak woman like her do in this world? She truly wished she could go home and take a look. Meanwhile, Bing Yuming held the food but hardly ate any of it. Her eyes were almost entirely focused on Zhao Shuang, pondering how to obtain the ability awakening potion from him at the least cost. She couldn't even taste the food in her mouth, appearing completely distracted. On the first night of the apocalypse, everyone had their own thoughts during this meal. After eating, Zhao Shuang generously took out several giant tents that could accommodate dozens of people and distributed them among the survivors. He chose a room on the second floor to sleep alone. In his previous life, he had died because of talking in his sleep. No matter how much he calculated, he never anticipated that his vital point was a secret related to his eyes. It was because of his sleep talking that he was ultimately killed by Long Quang, who crushed his eyeball. In this life, he possessed a secret even greater than a vital point. He was a reborn person. Therefore, he didn't want to sleep with anyone. However, Zhang Qian, with her SS-level healing ability, was his precious treasure, and he had to protect her. So, Zhao Shuang, in an unquestionable tone, arranged for Zhang Qian to stay in the room next to his. He even personally laid out luxury mattresses and bedding for her. This ambiguous behavior and the teasing from his older brothers and friends made the stunning Zhang Qian blush deeply, burying her head in her chest like an ostrich. Yet, she obediently entered the room Zhao Shuang had arranged for her. Even her feelings of missing and worrying about her parents were temporarily replaced by shyness. After arranging for Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang took care of his parents and other ability users. He then planned to return to his room to sleep. Wait, Zhao Shuang. At that moment, Bing Yuming called out to him. What's the matter? Zhao Shuang asked suspiciously, staring at her. What about me? Where do I sleep? You've arranged for Zhang Qian and all of them. I'm your girlfriend, why haven't you arranged for me? Bing Yuming asked with a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears, greatly triggering the man's protective instincts. Unfortunately, her tactics were ineffective against Zhao Shuang. Where do you sleep? You can stay with those girls. Didn't I give you all tents? And what girlfriend? Didn't you say we were just ordinary friends? I've been pursuing you for over 2 years, and you're still in the consideration phase? Did you forget what you said this afternoon? Why should I arrange for you? What's there to arrange for ordinary friends? Hearing the woman's demands, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but laugh, showing her no kindness as he prepared to leave. However, the corner of his clothing was grabbed by Bing Yuming. Zhao Shuang, you've changed. You've changed since the apocalypse. You weren't like this before. You used to be so compliant with me and would never be harsh. Have you forgotten about me because of your new flame, Zhang Qian? But I've already agreed to be your girlfriend, and I even kissed you. I gave you my first kiss, and you treat me like this. What am I supposed to do? As Bing Yuming spoke, she began to cry, her expression mixed with shyness. With a look that could melt hearts, even the stone-hearted Zhao Shuang found it hard to resist. The destructive power of the white moonlight is truly immense. What a fuss. We're just ordinary friends. What good does it do for you to cry to me? Your ordinary friend? Cry by yourself. I'm tired and going back to sleep. Zhao Shuang recalled his death in the last life and the scenes before it, neutralizing the power of the white moonlight as he spoke. Then he turned and went upstairs without a hint of hesitation. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. I only act on instinct, not on feelings. Zhao Shuang silently recited this life's motto once more in his heart. In this life, he would never easily trust any woman again, except for his own mother. Watching Zhao Shuang's retreating figure, the tearful and pitiful Bing Yumei, with her eyes brimming with tears like a weeping pear blossom, stomped her feet in anger. Turning her head, the tears and sadness vanished without a trace. In her heart, she cursed Zhao Shuang, that dog of a man, wishing he would die. It was as if After the apocalypse arrived, this guy had suddenly become a different person. He suddenly stopped fawning over her, no longer being her loyal admirer. This left her, who had always been proud and accustomed to playing the aloof goddess in front of Zhao Xuan, feeling quite out of sorts. Yet that dog of a man had suddenly become so formidable in this apocalypse. Moreover, he had the awakening potion for the supernatural abilities she had longed for. No matter what, she had to get that bottle of potion, she must obtain it. Bing Yumei shouted in her heart. Now she almost regretted her foolish act of hastily trying to distance herself from Zhao Shuang. At that time, she thought he was scared and lacked confidence. When she heard him say he was a B-class supernatural with the ability to fly, she even felt a sense of glee. She had been smug about her wisdom. Now, looking back, how foolish she had been. If she wanted to repair her relationship with Zhao Shuang, it seemed she would have to take drastic measures. It was impossible without making some sacrifices. With this thought, Bing Yumei, having made a certain resolution, turned around again, preparing to head towards Zhao Shuang's room. But as soon as she looked up, she saw that dog of a man, Zhao Xuan, who had not returned to his own room but had gone to Zhang Qian, that flirtatious woman, the fox spirit's room. This instantly heightened Bing Yumei's sense of crisis. For more than 2 years, as roommates, she, who had been elected the school flower goddess upon entering school, had never even glanced at Zhang Qian. She had never considered her arrival. Although Zhang Qian was even more exquisitely beautiful than her, the school flower, with a pair of long legs that were more attractive than her own, Zhang Qian had a fatal flaw: she was flat-chested. With an A cup, she was no match for Bing Yumei, who had a D cup, and her family background was not very good, making her somewhat insecure. For more than 2 years, under the halo of being the aloof goddess, she had been like a little transparent figure. Then, when the apocalypse suddenly arrived, Bing Yumei remained the same Bing Yumei, without awakening any supernatural abilities. Yet that woman, Zhang Qian, not only awakened a double S-class healing ability but also inexplicably transformed her flat chest into something large and firm. It even reached a level that made Bing Yumei, with her D cup, envious and jealous. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang, who had always revolved around her as her loyal admirer, had actually started to fawn over Zhang Qian. The disparity between the two situations was so great that Bing Yumei found it hard to accept. With her sense of crisis at its peak, she was prompted to make a decision. If she didn't make a choice soon, she feared she would miss the opportunity to obtain that awakening potion. Since that dog of a man was lusting after her body, then she would give it to him. As long as she became his woman, he couldn't possibly still call her his ordinary friend, right? With this thought, Bing Yumei happened to see Zhao Shuang coming out of Zhang Qian's room with a beaming smile. So she steeled her heart and walked directly towards Zhao Shuang's room. You dog of a man, the first to make me lower myself. Once I awaken my abilities and find a stronger backing than you, I'll kick you to the curb, Bing Yumei thought fiercely as she knocked on Zhao Shuang's door. Come in. Zhao Shuang had just arrived at Zhang Qian's room when he handed her a set of pink underwear with intangible cultural heritage embroidery and a silk nightgown, claiming it was for her to change into. However, he was promptly chased out by Zhang Qian, whose face was flushed bright red. Although he was kicked out, the underwear and silk nightgown were left behind with her. The thought that she was wearing the carefully selected intimate garments made Zhao Shuang wear a mischievous smile. Just as he was feeling pleased, there was a sudden knock on the door. He casually said come in, thinking it was that enchanting Zhang Qian. But when he looked towards the door, he found it was the woman, Bing Yumei. Why are you here? Didn't I say we are just ordinary friends? I can't arrange anything for you, so now, we are still just ordinary friends? Upon seeing Bing Yumei, Zhao Shuang's expression immediately turned cold, and he spoke these words. He thought this woman had come to pester him for a room. But the next second, after Bing Yumei pushed the door open and entered the room, she casually locked the door behind her. With a zip, she pulled down the zipper of her dress, and the snow-white dress slid down. A nearly perfect, snow-white body was presented before Zhao Shuang. Aside from a set of white underwear covering a mysterious area, a large expanse of snow-white skin fell into Zhao Shuang's view. Gulp! Zhao Shuang swallowed hard. At that moment, the door to Zhang Qian's room was half open, and she stood there in shock. After chasing Zhao Shuang away, her face was flushed as she looked at the new underwear and nightgown he had left behind. Overwhelmed with shyness, her heart was sweet. Thinking that her attitude towards Zhao Shuang had seemed a bit stiff, she planned to go find him to thank him. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Bing Yumei entering Zhao Shuang's room. In that moment, Zhang Qian's mood plummeted to the depths. She stood frozen in place, and after a long while, she returned to her own room with a dejected expression. Like a walking corpse, her face no longer bore a smile. Zhao Shuang had crazily pursued the campus beauty Bing Yumei for over 2 years, only to have his feelings toyed with by her for just as long. She was clearly a green tea, treating him as a backup, yet he was blissfully unaware, looking content. Now, Bing Yumei had taken the initiative to enter Zhao Shuang's room and had not come out. Zhang Qian felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost all her strength. The boy she had liked for over a year, her hero, Her light might be falling asleep with another woman tonight. And it was the goddess he had pursued so hard for over 2 years, fulfilling her wishes. Zhang Qian didn't know whether to be happy for her crush's dream coming true or to be sad for her own shattered dreams. She had thought she would become Zhao Shuang's girlfriend, his wife, his woman. After all, he had told her that she was his. But that beautiful dream shattered in less than half a day. After all, the person he had been obsessively pursuing for over 2 years had never been her. Zhao Shuang, watching Bing Yumei's actions, was also taken aback. In his past life, after more than 12 years of devotion, Bing Yumei had never been this proactive. Even when she had awakened her abilities, pouring everything into it, and failed 7 times, she ultimately resigned herself to marrying him and becoming his woman, his wife, yet she had always been aloof. She had never been as proactive as she was now, almost throwing herself at him. What are you doing? Zhao Shuang felt a rare sense of nervousness, witnessing another side of Bing Yumei, which gave him a different feeling. What else could I do? Of course, it's to do what a girlfriend should do. Bing Yumei's face turned crimson, her shyness evident as she spoke, taking one step after another towards Zhao Shuang. Then she pushed him down onto the bed and kissed him actively. Being rated as the school beauty, a goddess-level existence, Bing Yumei was naturally extremely beautiful, with an outstanding figure. Moreover, her pure appearance always gave people a sweet, first love-like feeling. The usually aloof and even somewhat cold Bing Yumei now revealed her fiery side, instantly stirring a reaction in Zhao Shuang. However, at that moment, a scene of Zhang Qian shyly burying her head in her chest flashed through his mind, causing him to calm down. He pushed Bing Yumei away. What's wrong? You don't want it even when it's offered to you? Are you still a man? Seeing Zhao Shuang, this dog of a man, actually push her away, Bing Yumei decided to go all out. What? Am I not a man? Today, I'll show him what a man is. Bing Yumei's words triggered Zhao Shuang's unpleasant memories. In his previous life, he stood outside the bedroom. Inside, that pair of dog men and women, Long Quang asked him who was stronger, and Bing Yumei chose Long Quang. As if to prove himself, Zhao Shuang took the initiative and pressed forward. He wanted this shameless woman to see what a real man was. But when Bing Yumei frowned and the sheets turned red, Zhao Shuang suddenly realized. In this life, Bing Yumei was still a pure girl. She was not yet his wife or his woman. What she had just said was merely a provocation. However, the ship had already sailed and Zhao Shuang had no intention of stopping. After all, his nickname was Zhao Shuang Bu Wu, and since it had come to this, he might as well enjoy it first. Moreover, it was this woman who took the initiative. He hadn't forced her. To Zhao Shuang's surprise, this time, Bing Yumei was surprisingly cooperative. She directly unlocked positions that had never been unlocked even after years of marriage in his previous life. Bing Yumei was completely compliant, displaying a charming demeanor that seemed to invite him. Zhao Shuang, I am now already yours. So, can I have that ability awakening potion? Along the way, Bing Yumei awkwardly cooperated while asking, what? You not only crave my body? You even have your eyes on my ability awakening potion? But you're not worth that price. I won't give you the potion. Dream on. Get off me. Hearing Bing Yumei's question, Zhao Shuang exclaimed and kicked her off the bed. Bing Yumei lay there, completely exposed, looking at Zhao Shuang on the bed, her mind momentarily short-circuited. She never expected that Zhao Shuang, this dog of a man, would be such a heartless guy. Even halfway through, he could abruptly interrupt and kick her, the grand school beauty, the goddess as beautiful as a flower, off the bed. The ancient saying about heartless men was somewhat like pulling up your pants and not recognizing people. This dog man was even more ruthless. He hadn't even pulled up his pants yet, and he already didn't recognize her. I. Bing Yumei struggled to sit up from the ground, pointing at Zhao Shuang, unable to express her anger. You, what about you? You were the one who came in and threw yourself at me without saying a word, and I thought you were after my body, coveting my handsome appearance. What about me? I never forced you at all. Everything that happened between us was voluntary on your part. You came in so proactively, and when I pushed you away, you provoked me by saying I wasn't a man. I just wanted to prove my manly prowess, but I didn't expect that not only did you, this woman, covet my handsome appearance and desire my body, but you also coveted my ability awakening potion. Do you know how valuable this ability awakening potion is in this apocalypse? You actually think you can trade your body for the potion? You're not worth that price. Facing the furious and flustered Bing Yumei, Zhao Shuang said this while starting to put on his clothes one by one, and he also used his powers to store the blood-stained sheets into his personal space. He had never imagined that being a scumbag and a heartless person could feel so exhilarating. It gave him a sense of satisfaction, like avenging a great grievance, making him feel completely at ease. You dog. You're just repeating my words. Clearly, it was you who lusted after my body and forced me to be your girlfriend. Just now, it was you who pinned me down, claiming me. I, as a girl, gave you my most precious first time, sacrificed my purity and dignity for you. And You actually pulled up your pants and turned your back on me. You even said I'm not worth that price. Zhao Shuang, you're shameless. You bastard. Bing Yumei sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she accused Zhao Shuang, this heartless man, of his crimes. This dog not only took her first time but also had the audacity to kick her off the bed halfway through, showing no compassion. Not only was he unwilling to give her the potion she desperately wanted, but he also turned the tables and claimed she was the one who desired him, saying she was cheap and that she wasn't worth that price. It made her furious, absolutely furious. At that moment, Bing Yumei felt like her lungs were about to explode from anger. She never expected that Zhao Shuang could be such a man without limits, so heartless. He took the most precious thing from her, yet he turned the tables, unwilling to even offer a bottle of the awakening potion. All her calculations fell apart, leaving her utterly drained. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like. When did I ever lust after your body? Wasn't it you who came in and locked the door, stripping off your clothes and throwing yourself at me? So proactive that I couldn't stop you, couldn't push you away. You willingly offered yourself and then mocked me for being a man. I was just proving that I am indeed a man. You didn't even mention the price. If you had said that the price for sleeping with you was the awakening potion, even if I admitted I wasn't a man, I would never have touched you. I think you should understand that the moment you set the price, I stopped all actions. Before you set the price, we could say it was mutual consent, no one taking advantage of the other. After you set the price, I disagreed, thinking you weren't worth it, and I didn't touch you again. This is a termination of a deal where the price wasn't agreed upon. I didn't take advantage of you at all. But next time you come out to sell, remember to set a price first. At that moment, Zhao Shuang seemed to expel all the grievances from his past life. He felt refreshed and completely at ease. You actually said I'm out here selling myself? I'll fight you. Bing Yumei, nearly exploding with anger, lost all defenses upon hearing Zhao Shuang, this dog, say she was selling herself. She jumped onto the bed, ready to confront Zhao Shuang. But as an ordinary person, how could she compete with Zhao Shuang, who was at the 21st level? Not only was she subdued with one hand, but he also ignored her resistance and insults, forcibly putting her dress back on her. In the end, he pushed her out the door and closed it, demonstrating his ruthlessness and his refusal to acknowledge her. Bing Yumei, locked outside, turned pale with rage, trembling all over. When had she, Bing Yumei, ever suffered such a great loss? From childhood to now, wherever she went, she had always been the center of attention, like a star surrounded by the moon. Having always played with countless men at her fingertips, when had she ever stumbled over a man, especially one who was just her devoted follower? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she immediately raised her fist and slammed it against Zhao Shuang's door. Even if the fish dies and the net breaks, I must expose the true face of that dog of a man, Zhao Shuang. Let everyone know how heartless he is, a scumbag who puts on his pants and denies people. Bing Yumei messed up her hair, pulled open some of her collar, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. She created the impression of having been violated. All for that ability awakening potion. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Zhao Shuang, you dog of a man, open the door. You heartless scumbag. Open the door. Hurry, someone come. Everyone come and judge this. With the violent banging on the door and Bing Yumei's loud cries, it was as if a large stone had been thrown into the still water of the quiet night, causing a huge uproar. Whether it was the ability users on night watch or the ordinary people who had already gone to bed, they all appeared, watching from a distance, ready to gossip. Even Zhang Qian, who felt empty and as if she had lost all her strength, seemed to regain some energy. Just because you put on a sad act doesn't mean white can turn into black, right? I remember when I was talking to you just now, there were several senior sisters and junior sisters nearby. But did anyone witness for me? Did I ever say that if she came to my room, I would give her the awakening potion? Zhao Shuang snorted coldly and retorted. I can testify. I can testify too. I was there and heard your conversation. And me, I was also present and heard everything. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's question, several girls immediately stood up, all expressing that they could restore the conversation between Zhao Shuang and Bing Yumei in front of the tent. All right. Then, you tell me. Did I ever say that if she entered my room, I would give her the awakening potion? No, you never said that. I was there the whole time and can recount it on the spot. At that time, the campus beauty Bing Yumei stopped you and said, in the end, you left with a line saying, you can cry, I'm going back to sleep, and walked away without looking back. You never said anything about her going to your room to get the potion. Zhao Shuang casually pointed at a girl, but unexpectedly, the girl vividly restored the scene. Indeed, the talent for gossip among the Chinese is remarkable. Bing Yumei, did you hear that? What else do you have to say now? I never said anything about you coming to my room for the awakening potion. You coveted my potion. You must have some basis for your fabricated story, right? Otherwise, if it's exposed, how embarrassing would that be? Zhao Shuang seized on the flaw in Bing Yumei's words and found a bunch of witnesses. Instantly, Bing Yumei's face turned red and white. Even if you never said that, even if I took the initiative to go to your room. But the fact that we had a relationship is true. You took my most precious first time as a girl, I just wanted a bottle of potion. Your mother has already awakened her powers and no longer needs that awakening potion. Why? Can't you just give me that bottle? You've already taken me, just give me the potion. I will be your woman from now on. I'm willing to be your girlfriend, or even your wife. But who would have thought that you, Zhao Shuang, are such a scoundrel who would deny everything after getting what you wanted? You took everything from me and then turned your back. I will make everyone see your true colors as a scumbag and let them know how heartless you are. What kind of person you really are. Bing Yumei didn't expect that Zhao Shuang would catch the loopholes and flaws in her words. She even found a bunch of witnesses, making her feel a bit cornered. But for the sake of the awakening potion, she decided to go all out and boldly admitted that she had taken the initiative. However, the fact that Zhao Shuang had a relationship with her was undeniable. If he slept with her, he had to pay the price and give her the potion. He couldn't deny the facts, could he? You say we had a relationship, so we had a relationship? Then let me ask you, how many moles do I have on my butt? If you answer correctly, what's the harm in giving you the awakening potion? Remember that time a beautiful woman caused a scene at school, claiming that the child in her belly was mine? Everyone still remembers that, right? Who would have thought that you, the esteemed campus beauty, the aloof goddess Bing Yumei, would go so far for a bottle of potion? You would even use your innocence to slander me. Since you've already sacrificed your innocence, I won't quibble. Just answer this question correctly, and the potion is yours. Hearing Bing Yumei say this, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but laugh. He asked the same question he had faced with that pregnant woman who caused a scene at school. How would I know how many moles you have on your butt? I was nervous and shy during my first time as a girl. How could I have the time to look at your butt and care about how many moles you have? Faced with Zhao Shuang's question, Bing Yumei was momentarily speechless but still tried to defend herself. As soon as she said this, many people began to point and discuss her. There was a beautiful pregnant woman who caused quite a stir at the school, claiming that the child in her belly belonged to Zhao Shuang. Being alumni, everyone knew a little about it. Now, hearing Bing Yumei unable to answer Zhao Shuang's question, everyone suddenly had an answer in their hearts. Most likely, it was indeed Bing Yumei who had gone mad wanting the ability awakening potion. She had staged this whole scene herself. Faced with the pointing and whispering of the crowd, listening to their discussions about her, Bing Yumei's face finally couldn't hold up anymore. No, I didn't slander him. He really took advantage of me. He had relations with me and took away my most precious first time. What I'm saying is true. It's all true. Bing Yumei hoarsely defended herself, but it sounded so pale and powerless. No one believed her. She felt so lonely and helpless. You have disappointed me too much, Bing Yumei. I never expected that the goddess I, Zhao Shuang, had pursued for more than 2 years would turn out to be such a person. To slander me for a bottle of potion, you would sacrifice your own innocence and reputation. This is simply the greatest insult to me, a level 21 ability user. You have no idea how terrifyingly strong the physical quality of a level 21 ability user is. If I really had relations with you, it wouldn't have ended in less than half an hour or an hour. Classmate, tell me again. How much time has passed since I finished talking to her and left? 15 minutes. It's only been about 15 minutes. The onlooker girl glanced at the time and answered seriously. It's been about 5 minutes since everyone started discussing. That means from the moment you, Bing Yumei, entered my room to the moment I kicked you out, it took less than 10 minutes. Are you saying I'm a quick shooter? That the whole process of undressing and dressing took less than 10 minutes? By the time calculation, what you're saying about us is impossible. Such poor acting, such a flawed slander. Just for a bottle of potion. I never expected you, Bing Yumei, to be such a person. I was truly blind to have liked you back then, Zhao Shuang said, putting on a heartbroken expression. Bah, really shameless, still a campus belle, yet slandering others like this. Exactly, this Bing Yumei looks pure, but unexpectedly is so filthy and despicable. She doesn't even care about her face for a bottle of potion. The crowd immediately began to discuss fervently, launching a verbal attack on Bing Yumei, all standing on Zhao Shuang's side. Zhang Xian also stood by, nodding her head. She had seen Bing Yumei enter Zhao Shuang's room with her own eyes. Indeed, in less than 10 minutes, Bing Yumei started banging on the door. And as a fellow ability user, Zhang Xian knew that Zhao Shuang was not lying. Her level 8 physical quality had already increased several times. If the two really had something happen, it would be impossible for it to end so quickly. No, it's not like that. We were only halfway through when he suddenly kicked me off the bed. Right, the bed. I have evidence. That bedsheet is the evidence. There's my virgin blood on it. Zhao Shuang, do you dare let everyone in to see your bedsheet? Let everyone see the true face of the scum who pulls up his pants and denies it. As Bing Yumei spoke, she suddenly remembered the blood on the bedsheet as if she had grasped a lifeline. She immediately gained the confidence to question him. Come in and take a look. Feel free to look. Let everyone see what this crazy woman is really saying. Zhao Shuang directly opened his door, generously allowing everyone to see. That bedsheet had long been stored in his personal space, and he had replaced it with a new one, leaving no trace of a flaw. Roar! As a crowd of onlookers rushed into the room to investigate whether there was blood on the sheets, a loud roar echoed above the gymnasium. Zhao Shuang looked up and his expression changed instantly. A massive ice blue bat, over 10 meters long with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, was circling in the sky. Its crimson eyes gazed down at the people in the gym, revealing its fangs. The Frost Phantom Bat. The Frost Phantom Bat, an SS-level mutated creature, possesses an SS-level ability, Frost Storm. It is an aggressive ability with a vast range, combining ice and wind attributes, and its power is terrifying. Its size increases with the level of its ability. The strongest Frost Phantom Bat can reach the peak of level 170, measuring up to a kilometer in length and several kilometers in wingspan. Its fangs are materials for crafting SS-level weapons, possessing excellent energy conduction capabilities and enhancing abilities. Its wing membranes are materials for crafting S-level armor, providing outstanding energy defense and reducing damage from abilities. Its claws are materials for crafting A-level weapons. Information about this SS-level creature, the Frost Phantom Bat, flooded Zhao Shuang's mind. In his previous life, the Dream-Chasing Ability Team had undertaken a mission to hunt this SS-level creature, targeting a level 118 Imperial existence. As the reconnaissance team leader of the Dream-Chasing Ability Team and the most outstanding scout, he was well versed in the information about the Frost Phantom Bat. This Frost Phantom Bat belonged to the category of mutated beasts infected by the X virus. Unlike zombies, which are lifeless, mutated beasts are almost entirely valuable. They can provide materials to craft powerful weapons and armor, enhancing the combat power of human ability users. In contrast, zombies only yield useful materials after reaching level 80, at the royal level or above. This is also why Zhao Shuang never bothered to deal with the corpses of zombies. They held no value. The Frost Phantom Bat that suddenly appeared before him, judging by its size, should be around level 30, a soldier-level existence. If it were daytime, Zhao Shuang, at level 21, might have been able to confront it, leveraging his second brother's ability to dominate the sky and gain an advantage over aerial units, potentially defeating it and obtaining its precious materials. After all, its attributes would be weakened during the day. Of course, this weakening would gradually diminish with increasing levels. The attributes of a celestial-level Frost Phantom Bat would be nearly the same day and night. However, the Frost Phantom Bat appeared at night, enhancing its attributes by at least 50%. This also meant it was extremely dangerous. Even with an S-level ability to dominate the sky, providing damage, bonuses and reductions against aerial units, it would be challenging to defeat it, let alone kill it. The best course of action was to escape or lure the Frost Phantom Bat away. But now, at night, escaping with nearly 200 people was nearly impossible. The only option left was to lure it away. Resolute, Zhao Shuang shouted to his second brother, Wang Chang, "Second brother, take to the skies. Let's work together to attract this big guy's attention. We need to lure it away. Harming it is already difficult, let alone killing it. It's not something we can handle right now. Be careful, it has long-range area attack abilities and is very fast, don't let it touch you." Zhao Shuang shouted loudly, activating his S-level ability to dominate the sky and soaring into the air. He unleashed several wind blades at the massive body of the Frost Phantom Bat. However, the nearly 10-meter-long wind blades struck the Frost Phantom Bat and were completely absorbed by its enormous form. Not even a breach in defense could be achieved. Roar! 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 Although he couldn't break its defense, Zhao Shuang's attack still provoked the Frost Phantom Bat. It suddenly twisted its head, resembling a ghostly face with green skin and sharp fangs, and with a flap of its wings, it charged towards Zhao Shuang. With a pair of basketball-sized, blood-red eyes glaring, it opened its massive maw and unleashed its SS-level ability, Frost Storm. In the next moment, a colossal storm appeared out of thin air, covering a radius of 100 meters around Zhao Shuang. The fierce winds were laced with sharp ice blades, and Zhao Shuang, who was escaping at breakneck speed, was merely grazed by the edge of the storm. Half an arm and a leg vanished without a trace, and his body was left with thousands of tiny wounds, all inflicted by the ice blades within the storm. "Second brother, you need to get down and stop coming. This monster is even fiercer than I expected." Zhao Shuang hadn't anticipated that the SS-level ability of the Frost Ghost Bat, Frost Storm, would be so terrifying under the enhancement of the night. Just one encounter had left him severely injured. This completely exceeded Zhao Shuang's expectations, and he hurriedly stopped his second brother, Wang Chang, from getting involved in such a high-level battle. He had a mutated B-level ability for powerful regeneration, allowing him to regrow severed limbs in an instant and return to his original state, but his second brother did not. If he got involved, losing an arm or a leg would be minor, but losing his life would be a major issue. In his previous life as a scout, his main task was to gather intelligence and reconnaissance. He was not the main force in actual combat. He had never faced the SS-level ability Frost Storm directly. It was only when he confronted this ability in this life that he realized how devastating its lethality was. In his previous life, the guy from the crazy dragon who had betrayed him had been bolstered by his SS-level ability, Dragon Scale Frenzy. In the midst of the frost storm, he had charged recklessly, leading Zhao Shuang to misjudge the power of this ability. It turned out that the frost storm was not weak, rather, the defense of that crazy dragon guy was too strong. An ability with such a vast range was already difficult to evade, and its power was astonishing. Zhao Shuang immediately activated his S-level ability, Sharingan, and copied his senior sister Lu Cici's A-level ability, Wild Rhythm. He used it directly, and under the effect of the two abilities stacking, his speed doubled once again. Evading the frost storm, which spanned hundreds of meters, became much easier. Even with the damage reduction effect of dominating the skies, the SS-level ability Frost Storm still instantly took away his arm and leg. This was merely the result of being grazed by the edge of the frost storm. If he had been caught directly in the center of the storm, even with his powerful regeneration, he would have been reduced to nothing. Therefore, Zhao Shuang exerted all his strength, pushing his speed to the limit, not hesitating to enhance himself with dual abilities. However, having reached level 21 in soldier rank, his physical strength had also been significantly enhanced. The dual enhancement of abilities was no longer a burden on his body, and there was no risk of his physical form collapsing. Nevertheless, Zhao Shuang still felt uneasy and quickly took out the crystal cores of the level 26 colorless green-haired zombie and the level 25 blue giant zombie. He swallowed them directly. As the two crystal cores entered his stomach, a surge of powerful energy began to rampage through his body. Ultimately, all of it converged in his mind, causing Zhao Shuang's momentum to rise continuously and his level to increase again. He finally reached level 25 in ability rank, with the two crystal cores boosting him by 4 levels. With further enhancements to his bodily functions, speed, strength, and physical resilience, Zhao Shuang's speed increased by another third. At this point, the Frost Ghost Bat's ability, Frost Storm, couldn't even touch the hem of Zhao Shuang's clothes. However, when Zhao Shuang attempted to attack it, he still couldn't break through its defenses. On one hand, the Frost Ghost Bat's defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. On the other hand, he lacked a purely offensive ability that he could replicate. The two abilities enhancing his body were both focused on speed, and their offensive capabilities were not outstanding. It was reasonable that he couldn't break through the defenses of the 30-level Frost Ghost Bat, seeing that killing the Frost Ghost Bat was hopeless and he couldn't obtain those precious materials he coveted. Zhao Shuang decided to lure it away. He had considered using his A-level ability, Corpse Explosion, to kill the Frost Ghost Bat with the more than 2,000 corpses piled up in front of the gym. But at this moment, he couldn't even injure the Frost Ghost Bat, let alone bring it down from the sky. And since it was flying, the range of the corpse explosion couldn't even touch it, so Zhao Shuang gave up on that idea. He turned to run, trying to lead the enraged Frost Ghost Bat elsewhere. However, the Frost Ghost Bat was quite intelligent, unlike the mindless zombies that acted solely on instinct. It chased Zhao Shuang for a moment, but after realizing it couldn't catch up, it turned back and targeted the people in the gym. A frost storm slammed into the already shaky roof of the gym. "You beast, how dare you!" Seeing the frost storm strike the gym building, Zhao Shuang's eyes widened in fury as he roared and charged at the Frost Ghost Bat. As the Frost Ghost Bat unleashed its SS ability, Frost Storm, on the gym's roof, large chunks of material began to fall, and the entire gym showed signs of imminent collapse. The destructive power of the level 30 Frost Ghost Bat's ability was incomparable to that of a giant zombie's physical attack. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor of the gym, Bing Yumeng and a group of people were still examining Zhao Shuang's bedsheet. Bing Yumeng clearly remembered that while cooperating with Zhao Shuang, that dog, to change into various shameful positions, she had seen the bloodstains on the bedsheet, which symbolized her transition from girl to woman. It was also the strongest evidence to accuse Zhao Shuang of being a scumbag who would deny her after getting what he wanted. Yet now, even after flipping the bedsheet and mattress inside out, she couldn't find any trace of her virgin blood. If it weren't for the lingering pain in her lower body, she might even doubt whether she had truly been with that dog Zhao Shuang. But facing the clean bedsheet and mattress without any bloodstains, she found herself speechless. In the face of everyone's pointing and harsh comments, she felt utterly powerless. She couldn't possibly strip off her dress in front of everyone, could she? Moreover, with the apocalypse upon them, the process of going to the hospital for a checkup and going through legal procedures was no longer feasible. Fortunately, a giant monster appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention and taking the heat off her. Especially now, as the gym was once again under attack, the entire building seemed on the verge of collapse. People were fleeing in panic, like headless flies. Bing Yumeng also chose to run away. Despite her hatred for Zhao Shuang's despicable behavior of denying responsibility after getting what he wanted, and her sorrow over losing her precious first time and her chastity, she valued her life even more. If she were to be crushed to death by the collapsing building, she would lose everything. So, she screamed and fled in a panic, looking up at the direction of the falling debris to anticipate and dodge it. In that moment, she saw Zhao Shuang, that dog, charging angrily at the giant monster. He appeared so small in front of it, yet so brave, like a hero. That dog, dying at the hands of this monster would be just right. Ding Yumeng cursed fiercely and continued to flee. Zhang Qian also followed the crowd around Zhao Shuang's room, and upon seeing the clean bedsheet and mattress, she already had her answer, or perhaps she had known it all along but was now more certain. Nothing had happened between her beloved hero Zhao Shuang and Bing Yumeng. This was all just the slander of that woman, Bing Yumeng. After all, over the past 2 years, she had seen too many of her manipulative tricks. Lies flowed from her lips, leaving her devoted followers dizzy and entranced. She clearly told one of her admirers that they had slept together, only to turn around and flirt with another. Yet her followers remained unwaveringly loyal, obsessed and fervently lost in their infatuation. With her own answers in mind, Zhang Qian's mood suddenly brightened, even in the face of the impending monster crisis. She felt that with Zhao Shuang, her hero, by her side, nothing was a problem. Thus, Zhang Qian rushed out, intending to unleash her healing powers and fight alongside Zhao Shuang. As the gymnasium was on the verge of collapse, while others fled in panic, she swam against the current. She headed towards the point of collapse, where the view was open, hoping to assist Zhao Shuang. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhao Shuang had no time to concern himself with the situation inside the gym. After the frost demon bat unleashed its powers on the gym, he was consumed by rage. He roared and charged towards the frost demon bat with incredible speed. Inside the gym were the people he had met and vowed to protect in this life. This included his parents, whom he couldn't protect in his previous life, and his cornerstone treasure, Zhang Qian, along with his second brother, the eldest, and the fourth brother, among others. At that moment, Zhao Shuang had only one thought: he absolutely could not allow this monster to attack the gym structure any longer. Otherwise, if the gym collapsed completely, everyone inside, except for his flying second brother, would likely perish. Those inside the building wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He had been an orphan for 10 years in his last life, and he absolutely did not want to be one again in this life. Moreover, with Zhang Qian possessing dual S-level healing abilities, she was the one he promised to protect for a lifetime. There could be no mistakes. Thus, Zhao Shuang, who had initially planned to lure the frost demon bat away, was now determined to fight with all his might. Relying on his enhanced dual abilities, he instantly broke through the frost demon bat's icy storm barrier. He charged directly onto the 10-meter-long body of the frost demon bat, riding on its neck. He raised his fist and struck down hard on its enormous demonic head. Unfortunately, the S-level power enhancement he had copied from that guy Zhang Hao was now depleted. Even with Zhao Shuang's level 25 warrior body attacking directly, he couldn't inflict any effective damage on the frost demon bat. Not even its defenses could be breached. However, Zhao Shuang's active riding on its neck was the greatest provocation to the frost demon bat. It roared in fury, trying to shake off the insect clinging to its neck. Yet, no matter how it clawed or twisted its ghastly head, it couldn't reach its own neck or the Zhao Shuang on top. This infuriated the frost demon bat even more. Although its intelligence was higher than that of zombies or other mindless creatures, it was still limited. It immediately unleashed its most proud ability, Frost Storm. It aimed directly at Zhao Shuang, who was riding on its neck. However, this Frost Storm was an area attack, and its range was large enough to cover several hundred meters. This resulted in the ability, originally meant to attack Zhao Shuang, engulfing the frost demon bat itself. Upon sensing the frost storm's presence, Zhao Shuang instinctively dodged out of the storm's range with incredible speed. He then watched in shock as the frost demon bat howled within the storm, its body gradually disintegrating until it met its end. Is this guy really that brave? To use an area attack ability on itself? It's like I'm killing myself. Does it think this is a game? That it can be immune to its own skills and not harm itself? Unfortunately, this is reality. Almost no one can be immune to their own abilities. The wings of the frost demon bat were indeed made of S-level armor material, significantly reducing damage. However, its head and body did not have such high damage reduction, and they were directly taken out by its own SS-level ability. Even its corpse was shattered within the frost storm, with only a pair of SS-level fangs, 2 enormous S-level membranous wings, and a pair of claws made from A-level materials. These 3 materials and its crystal core withstood the attack of the frost storm falling from the sky. Zhao Shuang, who was swept past, caught it directly in his hands. He never expected such a surprise to come so suddenly. Originally, his attacks couldn't break through the enemy's defenses, and he had already given up on fantasizing about these materials. Yet, he didn't expect the frost demon bat to be so generous, unleashing a dual SS-level ability, the frost storm, right at the back of his neck. When it got ruthless, it could even kill itself. The materials that Zhao Shuang had longed for fell right into his hands. Although the levels of these materials were somewhat low, only level 30, their quality was high. Especially this pair of SS-level fangs, over 50 centimeters long, would be more than enough to make daggers or short swords. With weapons made from SS-level materials, Zhao Shuang would no longer face the embarrassment of being unable to break through a monster's defenses. Relying on its dual SS-level quality, even using it against level 40 or 50 monsters would not be a problem. In the early days of the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly a divine artifact. The only pity was that Zhao Shuang was not skilled in crafting weapons and armor. He had not encountered any ability users who could forge or refine items. It would not be easy to create a weapon that was satisfactory and worthy of the SS level material quality. At the same time, he also obtained a blue-green dual-colored level 30 crystal core, which Zhao Shuang swallowed without hesitation. The night was still dark, and the gymnasium was on the verge of collapse with no safe shelter for them. They had no idea what kind of dangers they would encounter. Therefore, his level of strength was naturally better the higher it was. As the level 30 dual-colored crystal core entered his stomach, a violent and massive energy began to rampage through Zhao Shuang's body. Ultimately, the vast energy converged in Zhao Shuang's mind, raising his ability user level by 3 levels in a row, making him a level 28 ability user. From a distance, Zhao Shuang saw Zhang Qian's beautiful figure standing atop the collapsed ruins, looking at him with a worried expression. "What are you doing here?" "Nothing much, just wanted to see if you needed my help. If you get hurt, I can treat you right away." "Silly girl, don't stay in such a dangerous place next time." "I'll be fine. Let's go check on everyone else." "Okay." Seeing Zhao Shuang return safely, a sweet smile appeared on Zhang Qian's face. The Frost Demon Bat's dual SS level ability, the Frost Storm, struck the gymnasium, instantly destroying about a third of the building and causing a large area to collapse. Zhao Shuang directly picked up Zhang Qian in his arms and flew away at high speed, worried about the safety of his parents. Looking at the collapsed ruins and the occasional remains that appeared beneath them, Zhao Shuang's heart tightened. He feared that his parents and important people might also encounter some accidents. Clearly, the frost storm had caused significant damage. When Zhao Shuang brought Zhang Qian and the materials to the first floor, where there was no collapse, nearly 100 survivors had already gathered there, including his parents. His second brother and the eldest and fourth brothers were also nearby, all looking fine. "Son, are you okay? Did you deal with that monster?" There was no collapse here, but visibility was blocked, and they couldn't see what was happening in the sky. His mother, Jiang Yun, rushed over to carefully examine her son from head to toe upon seeing him return, confirming that he was unharmed. "Don't worry, your son is tough. I dealt with it all. Here, these are all materials from that monster, real treasures. Mom, please store them in your space." Zhao Shuang replied, casually handing the materials from the Frost Demon Bat to his mother, Jiang Yun, and with the previous incident of kicking that woman, Bing Yuming, off the bed, he couldn't reveal that he also had the S-class ability of a portable space for the time being. So, in front of everyone, he handed the materials to his mother to store. The tent and bedding they had were also brought back from the mall by him and his second brother after dinner. His mother had swallowed a large number of crystal cores, raising her ability level to 8, and her portable space had grown to 18 cubic meters. "Good treasures? Then I'll keep them for you, Mom." There were quite a few injured, many missing arms and legs from falling debris, but they were all treated by that Susan. "Your dad broke a few bones in his back while protecting me from falling bricks, but he's healed and back to normal. A few were crushed to death, and Susan couldn't save them. There are still dozens missing, either crushed by collapsing buildings or scattered in panic. By the way, that Bing Yuming has also gone missing. I haven't seen her." Hearing her son say that the materials in his hands were treasures, Jiang Yun immediately stored them in her portable space. Then she told Zhao Shuang about the general situation of the survivors. "Young man, how do you plan to arrange things next? Old Fong and everyone else are listening to you." At this moment, Old Fong, who had transformed into a giant bear with his A-class ability, along with a group of ability users, gathered around and said this. Zhao Shuang's abilities and his character in dangerous situations had earned their unanimous recognition, far better than that scar-faced Wang Shihao. The physical quality of ability users increased several times with the rise in ability levels, making their chances of survival in such widespread collapse events much higher. Aside from a few F and E-class ability users who died, there were hardly any casualties. "Then let's trouble everyone to help settle the survivors. Go to my mom to get tense and rest. I see everyone is tired, so let's rest early. Arrange for a few ability users to take turns keeping watch. The monsters are stronger at night, and danger is everywhere. As for my second brother, you come with me to look for the missing people and see if there are any survivors who got scattered. Shanxian, you go with my mom." Zhao Shuang looked at the nearly 200 survivors, now reduced to less than 100. Excluding those who were crushed to death, there were definitely some who had gotten lost. In this apocalypse, every survivor was an important source of productivity. Later, after the human war god Feng Xiaoyang established a safe zone and reshaped the order of human society, he often had headaches over the sparse population. Since Zhao Shuang had encountered Zhang Qian, who had an SS-level healing talent ability and had one of the cornerstones, he needed to do his best to preserve the number of survivors within his capabilities, retaining labor and productivity. After all, in the apocalypse, population numbers were also one of the cornerstones. He couldn't let the survivors, who had barely survived the X-virus infection, die without reason. And now, the office area on the second floor had basically collapsed, and there were no conditions to stay in single rooms anymore. So, Zhao Shuang directly arranged for Zhang Qian and his mother to stay together for mutual support. Then he and his second brother Wang Chang set off separately to look for any survivors who might have gotten lost. Second brother, remember not to leave the gym's perimeter. If you encounter any monsters, run at the first opportunity. Ensuring your safety is the most important. Before parting, Zhao Shuang reminded him, then flew off in a low arc in a specific direction. Zhao Shuang hadn't flown far when he faintly heard someone calling for help. Now at level 28, his physical quality had improved more than tenfold compared to an ordinary person. His speed, strength, body intensity, and senses like hearing and smell were all much sharper. The voice sounded quite familiar. The person calling for help seemed to be Bing Yuming. Zhao Shuang immediately followed the sound, quickly approaching. Help! 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 Damn it, you filthy bitch, what are you screaming for? It is already the end of the world, and for an A-level ability user like me to take an interest in an ordinary person like you is a blessing. Did you think you were that aloof goddess, the campus belle? Now you're just someone who, for a bottle of potion, is willing to sacrifice your own reputation to provoke Zhao Shuang's ire. Unfortunately, Zhao Shuang has become capable and no longer looks at you, an ordinary person, and won't let you be his lapdog anymore. He's with Zhang Qian now, who is prettier, has a better figure, and is also an ability user. TSK, even I get angry just looking at her chest. I don't know why a flat-chested girl suddenly became so well endowed. Just thinking about how Zhao Shuang can casually squeeze those soccer-sized assets makes me envious and resentful, wishing I could take his place. Zhao Shuang doesn't want you, and even if you throw yourself at him, he won't accept you. But I'm interested in you. Don't worry, it's just some damn potion. If Zhao Shuang can get it, so can I. As long as you follow me and serve me well as a dignified A-level ability user, I will definitely give you the potion to awaken your powers. Don't be so shameless. If you keep being ungrateful, I'll take you by force. Don't. Help me. Slap. You shameless bitch, asking for a beating. You're forcing me to use force. Rip. With the sound of a slap and the tearing of a dress, Zhao Shuang finally discovered a man and a woman in the stall of the women's restroom. The woman was Bing Yume, her pretty face now marked with a crimson handprint, half of her face swollen. Her white dress had become dirty and was torn, falling to the ground. Large patches of her fair skin were exposed, with only her underwear remaining, her hands frantically covering her important parts. Desperately crying for help, she looked pitiful, like a flower in the rain. The man, Zhao Shuang, however, the moment this thought arose in his mind, it was immediately dismissed by Zhao Shuang. Once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy. Since this woman chose to betray him in her past life, it indicated that her nature was such. Given the same choice in this life, she would still choose to betray him. Human nature cannot withstand the test. This was evident when she hurried to distance herself from him during the power struggle with the scar-faced Wang Shihao. His revenge was ultimately justified. Killing was not just about taking lives, but also about striking at the heart, and it was only natural to scheme against her. Zhao Shuang, let me explain. This shameless woman previously slandered you, claiming you took advantage of her, and now she refuses to take responsibility? All for a bottle of potion. She has no shame. 2. Tarnish your name and reputation with a woman's purity. She is nothing but a pure whore. I just wanted to teach her a lesson for you. I am hearing this man's words. Zhao Shuang knew he was beyond saving and didn't want to waste any more breath with him. How could I possibly fight you? You saved my life. Though he said this, the man suddenly erupted with fury, his entire body transforming into a sharp sword, lunging fiercely towards Zhao Shuang. In his view, at such a close distance, even someone as strong as Zhao Shuang would be vulnerable to his attack. However, he did not expect Zhao Shuang's speed to exceed his comprehension. Just as he activated his A-level ability, transforming into a sword, the hilt was seized by Zhao Shuang. With a sudden burst of strength, the entire sword was forcefully driven into the wall. In the next moment, a massive fist came crashing down, and the sword snapped in response, leaving the man breathless. He was dead. Half of his body was embedded in the wall, while the other half fell to the ground, blood and flesh a gruesome mess. Witnessing yet another person die at Zhao Shuang's hands, Bing Yume trembled even more violently. She feared that this man, who would abandon anyone once he had what he wanted, might also kill her without a second thought, and she immediately threw herself back into his arms. Zhao Shuang, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Please give me another chance, okay? This time I will definitely be obedient, be a good girlfriend, know my place, and never ask for any more potions. As long as you want, I can give you anything, including myself. As she spoke, Bing Yume desperately tried to burrow into Zhao Shuang's embrace, attempting to showcase all her charm. Give you a chance? Then drink this. Zhao Shuang grinned, pulling out the ability awakening potion and handing it over. Is this the ability awakening potion? Why are you giving it to me? I gave you my first time, and I couldn't even get the ability awakening potion in return. Why are you giving it to me now? Bing Yume looked at the light blue potion she had longed for, her disbelief evident as she hesitated to reach for it. She had sacrificed her most precious first time, transitioning from a girl to a woman without receiving it. She had abandoned her dignity and reputation as a girl, causing a scene in public, yet still couldn't obtain it. And now, it lay so simply before her, making it hard for her to believe. Why? I just want you to know that what I, Joshwang, give you is yours. What I don't want to give, no matter how much you scheme, you will never obtain. Put away your little tricks, and if you are steady and act as my woman, there will always be a place for you by my side. If you try to play games with me or think of betraying me again, I hope you consider the consequences and costs. You do not have a second chance. Zhao Shuang directly opened the potion and personally fed the light blue liquid into Bing Yumei's mouth. The moment this woman asked him for a chance, he changed his original decision to kill. After all, in this life, Bing Yumei hadn't done anything that would provoke the wrath of heaven and man. Despite her small schemes, she didn't deserve death. In the previous life, she chose to betray him because he only had a B-level talent with a level of 65. She felt weak, which led her to be with Long Quan. In this life, however, he was strong enough to not give her the chance to betray him, which was the confidence a reborn person should have. So why not give her a chance? Gilu Gilu. After downing an entire bottle of the ability awakening potion, Bing Yumei waited excitedly for her powers to activate. Deep down, she believed she would be stronger than Zhao Shuang's mother, thinking that drinking this potion would at least awaken a double S level ability. But nothing happened. After consuming the entire bottle, there was no reaction at all. With her hopes shattered, the immense disappointment left her momentarily unable to accept it. She felt utterly lost. Zhao Shuang, who already knew the answer, was not surprised at all that she had no reaction. She needed to consume her 9th ability awakening potion to awaken her powers. This is just the first bottle, there's still plenty of time. Put this on and come with me, Zhao Shuang said, taking out a white pleated skirt from her personal space and handing it to Bing Yumei. Her original white long dress had been torn by that dead boy, making it unwearable. It wouldn't do for her to just walk around in her underwear. Shuang Ge, do you want it now? I can give it to you. Looking at the skirt Zhao Shuang handed over, despite her disappointment, Bing Yumei accepted the fact that she hadn't awakened her powers. Realizing that she would have to rely on this man to provide her with the awakening potion in the future, Bing Yumei immediately leaned closer, playfully teasing Zhao Shuang. Her tone was sultry and enticing, a perfect mix of resistance and invitation. This made Zhao Shuang feel a surge of anger. That Shuang Ge made his bones feel weak. In his previous life, he had been her devoted admirer for 10 years and had never received such a title, nor had he seen her in such a seductive light. Fairy, Zhao Shuang said, using his copied S-level talent ability to summon his personal space. Instantly, a large bed appeared out of thin air in the women's restroom. The bloodstains on the sheets were so conspicuous. Seeing the suddenly materialized bed and the pleated skirt from earlier, Bing Yumei instantly understood that Zhao Shuang was also a space-type ability user. No wonder he had dared to open the door for everyone to see before. No wonder there were no bloodstains on the sheets. At that moment, Bing Yumei connected all the dots. But having already received the awakening potion and needing more, she still passionately offered her kiss, personally unhooking her bra. She continued to finish what had been interrupted earlier. Nearly 2 hours later, wearing a brand new pleated skirt, her face flushed, Bing Yumei walked back to the resting area, limping and gasping for breath with every step. When Zhao Shuang helped her back, most people had already gone to sleep. Second brother Wang Chang had also rounded up about 30 survivors who had scattered in panic. This meant that nearly 50 to 60 people had died under the collapsed buildings. That was almost a third of the total number of survivors, and the casualties were indeed heavy. After arriving at the resting area, Bing Yumei no longer acted coy. Under Zhao Shuang's arrangement, she entered a tent for female rest and soon fell into a deep sleep, clearly exhausted. After all, she was still an ordinary person, and Zhao Shuang had kept her busy for nearly 2 hours, leaving her hoarse from shouting. It was no surprise she was tired, but Zhao Shuang felt no guilt or fatigue at all. At level 28, he felt invigorated from the exercise, full of energy. With no hint of drowsiness, he took over Old Fong's night watch duty, allowing Old Fong to rest. However, Old Fong was reluctant, and they chatted back and forth. Old Fong's name was Fong Yuqian, a name that reeked of vulgarity and copper smell. He ran a small supermarket and had a happy family, with a virtuous wife and a well-behaved daughter. Old Fong even proudly showed Zhao Shuang their photos. The woman was plain-looking and dressed simply, while the little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, had a very cute smile. Old Fong smiled at the photos, but as he smiled, he began to cry. He cried heart-wrenchingly, tears streaming down his face. The reason was that when the apocalypse struck, his wife and daughter had all turned into zombies. A happy family had shattered in an instant. And when the apocalypse came, how many families besides Old Fong's were broken? Zhao Shuang wanted to say a few comforting words, opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. There were no words of comfort to be said. The pain of suddenly losing loved ones hadn't he felt that in his previous life? 10 years of apocalypse, 10 years as an orphan, he had lived through a decade of feeling utterly alone. Perhaps letting Old Fong cry would ease his Hurt a little. In the end, Zhao Shuang couldn't find any comforting words to say. He just patted Lao Fang's shoulder heavily and gave him a hug. Perhaps having cried enough, or not. Wanting Zhao Shuang to see his disheveled state, Lao Fang ultimately chose to go rest. This left Zhao Shuang alone, sitting in place, looking up at the bright moonlight. It was rare to see such a bright moon in the night of City C, but from now on, such a bright night sky would become the norm for this city. The bright lights and the bustling nightlife of wine and song had already become a thing of the past. The city in the apocalypse was as dark as the wilderness. A rustling sound came from behind, and Zhao Shuang turned to see it was Zhang Qian. "Why aren't you asleep so late?" Zhao Shuang asked. "I miss home and can't sleep. After the apocalypse hit, when there was still a communication network, I called my parents and tried video calls, but unfortunately, none went through." "Zhao Shuang, do you think they are still alive? I hope I won't become an orphan." Why did the apocalypse suddenly come? Why did good people suddenly turn into zombies? Zhang Qian said, her emotions suddenly spiraling out of control as she threw herself into Zhao Shuang's arms and began to cry. Once again, the act of charging into someone did not make Zhao Shuang have any lewd thoughts. As a man, all Zhao Shuang could do at that moment was gently stroke her back and comfort her softly. "Don't worry. Uncle and Aunt will be fine. They are surely alive and maybe even have special abilities. One day, you will reunite with them. As for the strangeness and fear of this world, it's nothing. I'm here for you. Are my parents really still alive? Or are they special ability users? I hope what you said comes true. I really envy how your family is all together. You're here for me? Zhao Shuang, you're so nice. Thank you for giving me light and hope in this apocalypse. You will always be by my side, right?" "Yes. I will always protect you." "Do you want to hear my story?" "Yes, I still don't know where you're from." "I'm from Suwaning. My parents are ordinary wage earners, busy all their lives and never saved much. My home isn't big, but it's warm. My parents are kind to others, and our neighbors are friendly. My mom." Zhang Qian lay in Zhao Shuang's arms, starting to sob intermittently while telling the story of her family. Her words were filled with longing for her loved ones and nostalgia for beautiful memories. As she spoke, the girl actually fell asleep in Zhao Shuang's embrace. Zhao Shuang, however, didn't dare to move, holding her tightly, afraid to wake her. Looking at her stunning face and smelling her fragrance, such a beauty in his arms, Zhao Shuang, who had vowed to only pursue physical pleasure and not emotional attachment, surprisingly had no impure thoughts at all. He sat like that all night, holding her, allowing Zhang Qian to sleep soundly until dawn. It was unclear whether it was the strong aura emitted by the frost demon bat earlier or if Zhao Shuang and the others were just lucky, but after the frost demon bat, there were no zombies or monsters coming to disturb them for the rest of the night. When the first ray of morning sunlight hit her face, Zhang Qian fluttered her long eyelashes and woke up. Upon waking, she realized she had actually fallen asleep in Zhao Shuang's arms and seemed to have slept the whole night. Instantly, her face turned crimson to the roots of her neck, burying her head into his chest. Seeing this made Zhao Shuang's heart flutter. Indeed, a girl's shyness surpasses all the sweet nothings in the world. All right, everyone wake up, it's morning. We should set off, Zhao Shuang said as he saw Zhang Qian wake up and leave his embrace. Set off? Where to? Someone asked. Destination, Survivor Gathering Place. Destination, Survivor Gathering Place. Zhao Shuang looked into the distance and said this. The structure of the gymnasium had collapsed by more than half and could no longer be considered a proper shelter. For the survivors to better survive in this apocalypse, a qualified shelter was essential. Zhao Shuang pondered all night and concluded that the most suitable shelter was undoubtedly the military's underground fortifications. The survivor gathering place established by the SS level ability user, Shan Bai, was based on the underground fortifications of the Sea City Military District as its shelter. Moreover, Shan Bai had also invited survivors through the broadcast, welcoming everyone to join. Previously, Zhao Shuang was somewhat worried about whether he could face Shan Bai, a person with a not-so-good reputation, given his own abilities. He feared that if Shan Bai took a liking to Zhang Qian or Bingyu Meng and wanted to forcibly take them as his women, he might not have the ability to protect those he wanted to safeguard. But when Zhao Shuang decided to give Bingyu Meng a chance, ensuring she would never dare to betray him in this life, he realized that as a reborn person, he should display the confidence and determination that a reborn individual ought to have, pushing aside all enemies, rather than being timid and restraining his own hands and thoughts. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had already reached level 28, setting a record for the fastest level up that had never been achieved in his previous life. It was others he should fear, not himself. This was the core reason Zhao Shuang chose to lead everyone to the survivor gathering place established by Shan Bai. Okay, brother Shuang, I'll follow you wherever you go. At this moment, Bingyu Meng stepped out from the crowd and naturally wrapped her arms around his. Her entire body almost pressed against Zhao Shuang's, looking like a little bird relying on him. The way she obediently clung to Zhao Shuang showed no trace of her previous aloof goddess demeanor. Seeing the intimate display between Bingyu Meng and Zhao Shuang, the group of survivors, including Zhang Qian, were stunned. Just last night, this woman had been banging on Zhao Shuang's door, tearfully accusing him of being a scumbag who would not acknowledge her after getting what he wanted. How had they suddenly reconciled? What had happened last night? Even Zhao Shuang's parents frowned at the sight. Ahem. Faced with the puzzled and confused gazes of everyone, Zhao Shuang cleared his throat twice. Hearing Zhao Shuang's cough, Bing Yumeng suddenly remembered his warning from last night. With a somewhat stiff smile, she released her arms from around Zhao Shuang. Although Zhao Shuang ultimately chose to give her a chance and they had been entangled for nearly 2 hours, he had also warned her to put away her little thoughts and all her schemes, to honestly be his woman. It was as if she was being kept by Zhao Shuang, but in this apocalypse he had become her only support. Moreover, she still needed Zhao Shuang to continue providing her with ability awakening potions, making her dependent on this man. So, despite feeling displeased and not wanting to be a kept canary or a decorative vase, Bing Yumeng still chose to listen and restrained herself, not continuing to assert her dominance. She also did not dare to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Zhao Shuang. However, Zhao Shuang had no interest in whether she made their relationship public or not. In this life, he would no longer trust any woman, deciding to only engage physically without emotional attachment. His perspective had moved beyond mere romantic entanglements. Strength was the foundation for survival in this apocalypse. As long as he was strong enough, women, money, and status would be easily attainable. But before leading everyone to the survivor gathering place, Zhao Shuang looked at the pile of corpses in front of the gymnasium. With his copied A-level ability, he decided to make a big move. Otherwise, all these corpses would go to waste, and wasting was shameful. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuang instructed everyone to start a fire to cook, ensuring they were well fed and ready for the journey ahead. Using my S-rank ability, I soared into the sky, searching for suitable targets to be killed by the zombie explosion. Last night marked the first night of the apocalypse, and with all monsters experiencing a significant boost in their attributes and power, it was undoubtedly the most devastating night for human survivors and ability users. Living beings, especially living ability users, were undoubtedly a great supplement for the monsters. They were the best choice for rapidly increasing their levels and power. The first 3 days of the apocalypse were also the time when monsters experienced the fastest growth and strength. It was even possible for king-level creatures to emerge with levels above 60. As the number of human survivors decreased again and their adaptation to the apocalypse increased, the number of human survivors that monsters could hunt would gradually diminish, and the speed of their power growth would also slow down, entering a relatively slow phase of level advancement. However, with the first night of the apocalypse just passing, there would certainly be a large number of monsters whose levels and powers skyrocketed. Zhao Shuang had only flown less than a kilometer in the sky when he spotted a white-haired zombie from a distance. As zombies level up, they undergo significant changes in appearance. Soldier-level zombies from level 0 to 20 have no distinguishing features. From level 21 to 40, they are all green-haired zombies. From level 41 to 60, they are all white-haired zombies. From level 61 to 80, they are all purple-haired zombies. From level 81 to 100, they are all black-haired zombies. From level 101 to 120, they are all black-scaled armored zombies. That white-haired zombie was clearly a general-level existence, and it seemed that after the apocalypse arrived, it had at least devoured 3 or more human ability users or consumed hundreds of ordinary humans. In any case, to have raised its level to above 41 in less than 24 hours since the apocalypse began, this white-haired zombie must have had quite a harvest from hunting humans. Aiming at the target, Zhao Shuang flew above the white-haired zombie and launched a wind blade attack at it. This was an attack method that came with the S-rank ability to dominate the sky. However, the nearly 10-meter-long terrifying wind blade struck the white-haired zombie and was completely blocked by its incredibly tough white fur. Not even a single strand of fur was cut. This made Zhao Shuang furrow his brows. It seemed he needed to quickly forge 2 suitable weapons using the SS rank material, the fangs of the frost demon bat. Otherwise, his attacks would never break through its defenses, and constantly scraping like this wouldn't be a big deal. A scraping master wouldn't be able to showcase the demeanor of a skilled practitioner, nor would he be able to display the prestige of a reborn individual. With this thought, Zhao Shuang turned around and flew back. Although his previous attack failed to break through the defense, it successfully enraged the white-haired zombie. Roar, roar, roar. Despite the white-haired zombie not changing in size and remaining the same as an ordinary human, after advancing to level 41, its speed had become incredibly fast. Its jumping ability was astonishing, leaping nearly 100 meters high. It almost touched the hem of Zhao Shuang's clothes, which immediately gave Zhao Shuang a rough judgment of its strength. Being able to jump 100 meters high meant it was at least a level 50 existence. The white-haired zombie had originally gathered a large horde of over 1,000 zombies, but with this leap, it had thrown the horde far behind. Other zombies couldn't match its speed, and despite their desperate chase, they couldn't catch up. As Zhao Shuang flew, he occasionally turned back to see if the white-haired zombie was following him. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, from another direction, a massive zombie over 20 meters tall also spotted Zhao Shuang and charged towards him with a roar. Hearing the roar, Zhao Shuang turned his head and immediately saw this giant zombie, which resembled a high-rise building. Looking at its terrifying size of over 20 meters, it was a being of the general level, likely around level 50. Just like the zombies, as their levels and powers increased, they would undergo significant changes in appearance. The zombies would grow larger as their levels rose. Based on the size of the giant zombie, one could roughly gauge its level of power. Zhao Shuang didn't expect that by merely adhering to the principle of not wasting opportunities, he would end up with a buy one get one free situation, encountering two at once. Moreover, both were beings of the general level, around level 50. Luring one general level being onto the pile of corpses would be relatively simple. However, trying to lure both general level beings onto the pile at the same time significantly increased the difficulty, especially given the difference in speed between the two monsters. Additionally, Zhao Shuang discovered that both of these general level monsters possessed special abilities. The white-haired general level zombie could unleash a power that turned its entire body red, multiplying its speed and destructive power several times over. If it weren't for Zhao Shuang's ability to fly with his copied skill, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying attacks of this white-haired zombie. When Zhao Shuang activated his S-level ability, the Sharingan, to copy the white-haired zombie's power, he was met with failure. S-level talent ability Sharingan activated, but the opponent's talent ability level is too high, copy failed. It was clear that this enhancement type ability of the white-haired zombie was at least a double S-level talent ability, possibly even a triple S-level talent ability. No wonder the enhancement to its physical attributes was so exaggerated. It was simply not comparable to the A-level Wild Rhythm or the S-level Dragon Blood Berserker. This was the second monster Zhao Shuang had encountered since the apocalypse that possessed such a high-level talent ability. The previous zombie with a size-enhancing ability had been exhausted to death by Zhao Shuang due to its low level and energy. However, this general-level white-haired zombie was clearly not something that could be worn down, so he could only hope that his early-stage divine skill, Corpse Explosion, would have miraculous effects. The other general-level giant zombie also had a special ability, occasionally summoning a massive meteor to crash down towards Zhao Shuang in midair. Zhao Shuang had always thought that its ability was something like falling rocks or meteors. However, upon using the Sharingan to copy, he realized it was something entirely different. S-level talent ability Sharingan activated, ability copy successful. S-level talent ability, Earth Element Control. Activating this ability allows control over Earth elements with limitless possibilities at will. Earth Element affinity increased by 100%, Earth-type ability. Damage reduced by 40%. Sharingan copied ability can be used once, and the effect of Earth Element control lasts for 10 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%. Ability effect enhanced by 20%. Zhao Shuang looked at the S-level talent ability of Earth Element Control that he had just copied and was overjoyed. Elemental abilities were inherently strong. A-level abilities like Fire Control, Water Control, Wind Control, Thunder Control, and Earth Control were all considered the strongest below S-level, often referred to as minor S-level abilities. This Earth Element Control, meeting the S-level standard, was surely among the top in S-level abilities and could yield miraculous effects in Zhao Shuang's hands. Just moments ago, he was worried that with two bodies on the pile, combined with an A-level ability like Corpse Explosion and his own level 28, he might not be able to take down both general-level beings at once. Especially the white-haired zombie, which was already fast and had at least a double S-level enhancement ability. With the boost from its ability, its speed was absurdly fast. Zhao Shuang's greatest fear was that at the moment he activated Corpse Explosion, the white-haired zombie would sense danger and, relying on its speed, quickly escape from the explosion's center. After all, it was alive, not dead. Despite its low intelligence, acting almost entirely on instinct, a living creature's instinct is to seek benefits and avoid harm. If it sensed danger, it would run, and Zhao Shuang wouldn't be able to stop it. Now that Zhao Shuang has the S-level talent ability of Earth Element Control in hand, he knows he is secure. Just like that Dragon Brothers A-level Fire Control ability back then, in Dragon Brothers' hands, Fire Control meant throwing out large fireballs. In Zhao Shuang's hands, it transformed into a majestic fire dragon. The key lies in the 4 words, heart follows intention. Zhao Shuang has 10 years of survival experience in the apocalypse. His understanding and control of abilities are naturally not comparable to those who have just been exposed to abilities for less than a day. Whether human or monster, there is a familiarization process with something unfamiliar. Zhao Shuang has already familiarized himself for 10 years, so his control over abilities is on a different level than someone who has just been in contact for a day. Being able to fly is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Zhao Shuang, whose speed is not as fast as the white-haired zombie and whose size is not as large as the giant zombie's fist, still relied on his flying advantage to lure these two general-level beings onto a pile of corpses. Then, in the next moment, a huge yellowish dome instantly formed, directly enveloping the white-haired zombie, the giant zombie, and the entire pile of corpses. This massive yellowish dome was the earth wall barrier formed by Zhao Shuang using his S-level talent ability of Earth Element Control. At the same time the Earth Wall Barrier appeared, Zhao Shuang unhesitatingly activated the A-level ability, Corpse Explosion. The white-haired zombie and the giant zombie, both around level 50, sensed something was wrong and were frantically attacking the Earth Wall Barrier that imprisoned them when the pile of corpses beneath them suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. And it was from over 2,000 corpses. The reason Zhao Shuang referred to the A-level ability Corpse Explosion as a divine skill is due to its damage stacking characteristic. The more corpses, the higher the damage. This also means that theoretically, as long as there are enough corpses, this A-level ability could even slay gods. Of course, that is just theoretical, as no god would be foolish enough to stand there and let you blow them up. Zombies, driven by instinct, know to dodge, let alone gods. At this moment, the effect of the S-level talent ability of Earth Element Control became evident. Its defensive capability could not withstand the combined attack of two general-level beings. Even the explosion damage from the corpse explosion itself would shatter the entire Earth Wall Barrier. However, the Earth Wall Barrier served two purposes. First, it momentarily blocked the white-haired zombie, preventing it from easily escaping the explosion center. Second, it acted like a lid on a firecracker, doubling the explosion damage contained beneath it, allowing for a maximum burst of damage. Sure enough, the Earth Wall Barrier was cracked inch by inch with just one punch from the white-haired zombie, and just as it was about to collapse with another punch, the intense explosion damage from over 2,000 corpses erupted forth. The two general-level beings, the white-haired zombie and the giant zombie, tried to escape but could not. They were trapped inside the Earth Wall Barrier and were violently blown apart, not even able to throw a second punch before falling silent. The Earth Wall Barrier also collapsed instantly under the terrifying explosion of the corpses. With a loud bang, after the violent explosion, the two general-level beings in over 2,000 corpses simply vanished from the world. All that remained was a nearly 100-meter-wide deep pit and two brightly colored crystal cores at the bottom of the pit, along with a blood droplet hovering 1 meter above the ground, shimmering with red light. The moment Zhao Shuang saw this blood droplet, his heart skipped a beat. Evolution material for abilities. It was actually evolution material for abilities. This material could be used to create evolution potions for abilities, allowing existing abilities to evolve into higher-level abilities. The single-colored glow flickering indicated that it was A-level evolution material. It could allow B-level talent abilities to evolve into A-level talent abilities. And although Zhao Shuang's powerful regeneration ability is a mutated ability, it is indeed B-level. It can also evolve into an A-level talent ability. So this A-level ability evolution material is just right for him. Moreover, the drop rate of this ability evolution material is even lower than that of the ability awakening potion. If swallowed directly, there is a 50% chance that a B-level talent ability will evolve into the same type of A-level talent ability. However, if made into an ability evolution potion, this probability can be terrifyingly increased to 90%. The only problem is that Zhao Shuang does not know how to make this A-level ability potion. In his previous life, such high-end items were all controlled by major forces. Even their double S-level Dream Pursuit ability team did not have the qualifications to touch them. After all, the double S-level team leader, Long Quang, was merely a 120-level Imperial existence. Any force without a peak celestial level existence around 170 levels could not be called a major force. And in the 10 years since the apocalypse, the number of divine level existences was less than a handful. Only Feng Xiaoyang qualified to be called a human war god, having reached the maximum level of 200. At this moment, Zhao Shuang excitedly rushed to the bottom of the pit, collecting both a red and a yellow general-level crystal core. He also carefully gathered the A-level evolution material that was flickering with red light. A 50% success rate was not worth the risk for him. After putting away the crystal cores and the ability evolution material, Zhao Shuang noticed faint blue traces at the bottom of the pit. It should be the residue left by the light blue liquid of the ability awakening potion. It seems that these two general-level existences also dropped 2 bottles of ability awakening potions. However, due to the violent explosion of the corpse blast, even the potion bottles of the ability awakening potions were destroyed. Although he felt a bit regretful, Zhao Shuang was still quite satisfied with the rich harvest. Since over 2,000 corpses and A-level ability corpses had all been used up, and he had also taken down 2 general-level existences, Zhao Shuang took out a paper map of City C from his spatial storage. He began to study the route from Panda University to the underground works of the Sea City Military District. The X-virus swept across the globe in half an hour. At the time of the outbreak, many people were driving. When the virus struck, the vast majority of people turned into zombies or ghouls, and even those who did not mutate briefly lost consciousness. This led to a complete paralysis of traffic. The streets were filled with cars that had crashed into each other or lost control and crashed into buildings. It was clearly unrealistic to drive or take public transport to the survivor gathering place built by Shan Bai. Just clearing the roads and the vehicles that had collided was a massive project. Relying on Zhao Shuang and his brother Wang Chang to transport survivors back and forth by flying was also not feasible. In the end, Zhao Shuang gathered everyone and announced the plan to move forward using the most primitive method, on foot. Given the long distance and the numerous dangers along the way, the number of survivors was large and the target was significant. After considering various factors, Zhao Shuang devised a segmented action plan. It would take about 7 to 15 days to depart from the gymnasium of Panda University and finally reach the address left by Shan Bai. Each day, they only needed to cover a predetermined distance, allowing them to find shelter and rest in place. Moreover, this plan involved moving only during the day and resting at night. After all, the monster's attributes would greatly increase at night, and even Zhao Shuang did not dare to leave the shelter easily, let alone ordinary people. Zhao Shuang's bravery and strength in previous battles had earned him the respect of old Fangfang and the other ability users. Zhao Shuang had effectively become the actual leader of all the survivors, and everyone executed his words without reservation. Currently, there were a total of 143 survivors, including 81 ability users. Excluding F-level and E-level ability users, who had combat power similar to ordinary people, there were 27 with combat power, including D-level ability users. Zhao Shuang divided the 27 combat-capable supernatural beings into 7 groups, with 3 people in each group forming supernatural teams. The remaining 116 individuals were also divided into 7 groups, with the supernatural teams responsible for the safety of each group. Then they set off with their teams. Their goal for today was to cover a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers. In Zhao Shuang's team were the second brother Wang Chang and Zhang Qian. Zhao Shuang took the lead, responsible for clearing the way for the entire team. The second brother Wang Chang was tasked with protecting Zhang Qian's safety. Zhang Qian walked in the middle of the team, her beautiful big eyes glancing at Zhao Shuang's back and then at that woman, Bing Yumei. She looked rather unhappy. Just moments ago, Zhao Shuang had, adhering to the principle of not wasting, used over 2,000 corpses to ambush 2 generals. Meanwhile, everyone else was inside the gym, making and eating breakfast. At this time, seeing Zhao Shuang absent, that woman Bing Yumei approached Zhang Qian and asked her a question. Do you know what Zhao Shuang was doing for nearly 2 hours last night when he came looking for me? Her tone was filled with provocation. Faced with someone who had a notorious history of playing with others' feelings and had slandered Zhao Shuang by claiming they had a relationship, all for a bottle of potion, Bing Yumei had no regard for her own reputation or purity. Zhang Qian initially didn't want to engage with her, merely snorting coldly and attempting to leave without responding. I am now Zhao Shuang's woman. With his strength, he only managed to save me in nearly 2 hours. Don't you find that strange? And his way of walking, transitioning from girl to woman, is quite an adjustment. That guy is too intense. I almost couldn't get out of bed today. I had to lean against the wall to walk. And this skirt was personally chosen by him and put on me. The previous one was literally torn to shreds by him. This man is wild. As Zhang Qian was about to leave, Bing Yumei leaned closer to her ear. Her words, like whispers from a demon, echoed in Zhang Qian's ears, causing her mood to plummet. From the sweet and peaceful sleep she had enjoyed in Zhao Shuang's arms the night before, Zhang Qian desperately wanted to convince herself that Bing Yumei's words were all lies, mere tricks. But looking at the brand new pleated skirt she wore and her strange way of walking, along with the detail of her hugging Zhao Shuang's arm that morning, which he did not refuse, all of it left her feeling agitated and suffocated. Even being grouped with Zhao Shuang did not bring her joy. After all, the school beauty, the aloof goddess Bing Yumei, was the one he had liked and pursued madly for over 2 years. She was merely Zhang Gu in his words. He claimed he would dedicate himself to her, saying that she would be his for the rest of his life. He would always protect her, but that was probably mostly a joke. Bing Yumei was his white moonlight. Perhaps she was not important in his heart at all. But why did he send her such high-end lingerie to tease her? Did he want to have his cake and eat it too? Or did he think his strength allowed him to have a harem in this apocalypse? Did he see her as his prey? His woman? His forbidden fruit? If he were to make a request to have something happen between them, would she refuse? All of this left Zhang Qian's heart in turmoil. She had no answers. Perhaps to repay him for saving her twice, she might yield to him. But after that, she might never love again. She would rather have her man to herself than share him with another woman. He was her hero, her light. When that light also shone on others, then she would rather not have it at all. Zhao Shuang was oblivious to Zhang Qian's complex feelings and Bing Yumei's little schemes. At this moment, he was using his experience as a scout from his previous life to lead the team along the optimal route. Of course, there were unavoidable battles, and it was also the time to utilize the Bone Spear ability of Junior Wang Jing. This early-stage divine skill quickly resolved the fights. The team steadily advanced, and when they reached a nearby residential area, a window on the 3rd floor suddenly swung open. A man, looking somewhat refined and wearing glasses, poked his head out and shouted for help at the team. Since they had encountered a survivor, they naturally had to rescue him. However, with this guy's shout, he immediately attracted the attention of hundreds of surrounding zombies. They soon discovered Zhao Shuang and his large group rushing towards them to attack. But before they could get close, they were picked off by Zhao Shuang's bone spears, which fired like a machine gun. Witnessing Zhao Shuang's bravery and strength, more windows in the residential area opened. One after another, survivors poked their heads out, crying for help. In the end, Zhao Shuang rescued a total of 13 survivors from this residential area, 6 of whom were ability users. There were 4 F-grade ability users, 1 C-grade ability user, and 1 S-grade ability user. The S-grade ability user was the refined man with glasses who had first poked his head out to shout for help, named Zhuang Yan. The reason he, as a proper S-grade ability user, still needed to call for help was that his awakened ability was neither a combat-type ability nor a healing-type ability like Zhang Qian or Susan's. Instead, it was a rather rare forging-type ability, divine refinement. When Zhao Shuang heard Zhuang Yan say that his ability was divine refinement, he nearly jumped up in excitement. He had struck gold again. S-grade innate ability Sharingan activated, ability copied successfully. S-grade innate ability, divine refinement. This ability allows the user to refine weapons and armor using mental energy. The mind acts as the cauldron, and intent is the furnace. Visualizing and materializing is the essence of divine refinement. This divine refinement ability can only refine ability materials, not items without energy. Please ensure sufficient energy before using this ability to prevent the energy from depleting and the ability materials from being wasted. Sharingan copies the ability, usable once, and the divine refinement state can last for 30 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%, effect increased by 20%. Zhao Shuang directly used his Sharingan to copy Zhuang Yan's divine refinement ability. He found that it was indeed the divine skill he had in mind for creating energy weapons and armor, and he was instantly delighted. Meeting Zhuang Yan was truly a stroke of luck. Although his ability couldn't directly participate in combat, having Zhuang Yan meant they could at least arm a large ability user group. This divine refinement ability was undoubtedly a top-notch logistical support and equipment supply skill, especially with his Sharingan. Having Zhuang Yan was equivalent to having 2 divine refinement ability users at once. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about wasting any ability materials he obtained, and if there were any surplus, he could even sell them. The profits from selling finished ability equipment were incomparable to selling ability materials. Mom, take out the materials for the frost ghost bats that I stored with you. I have use for them, Zhao Shuang said, feeling a surge of excitement after copying this S-grade divine refinement ability. The temptation to personally forge weapons and armor for himself was something even he, as a reborn individual, couldn't resist. In his previous life, he didn't have a combat talent ability and had spent most of his money on purchasing ability awakening potions for Bing Yumming. He had always used cheap items that prioritized cost-effectiveness. Before reaching level 60 as a king-level ability user, he didn't even have an ability weapon to use, relying instead on ordinary weapons made of common iron. After reaching level 60, he bought a weapon made from A-grade ability materials, only to be scolded by Bing Yumming for wasting money. She said that as a mere B-grade innate ability king-level ability user who primarily focused on intelligence gathering as a scout, he didn't need an ability weapon at all. But even that A-grade ability material weapon, which was not very effective due to his pursuit of cost-effectiveness, was still better than nothing. Zhao Shuang also regarded it as a treasure, accompanying him through life and death until he met his demise with his eyeball crushed, always carrying that weapon. In this life, he replicated the divine refining ability, allowing him to forge a weapon that suited his desires. Moreover, it was crafted from the fangs of the SS-grade frost demon bat, which would surely become a divine artifact. Although this frost demon bat was only level 30, the materials it produced might be a bit low in level and would soon be outdated. However, this would be the first capable ability weapon that Zhao Shuang personally forged in his life. Its value and significance were immense. Most importantly, it could resolve the awkwardness Zhao Shuang had been facing, where he would often be caught off guard and unable to defend himself. After obtaining the 2 SS-grade materials, the fangs of the frost demon bat, from his mother, Zhao Shuang couldn't wait to activate his S-grade talent ability, divine refining. In the next moment, a pair of fangs, about half a meter long, ignited with crimson flames. They floated in midair, hovering 3 feet above Zhao Shuang's head. 3 feet above the head, there are deities. That pair of fangs of the frost demon bat, 3 feet above Zhao Shuang's head, burned with flames and began to transform according to his thoughts. Gradually, they morphed from a pair of fangs into a pair of ancient and grand daggers. They slowly changed from a bright white bone texture to a pair of sharp blades with a metallic feel, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Just a glance could even give the illusion of being pierced by these daggers. When Zhao Shuang opened his eyes and stopped the S-grade ability divine refining, the daggers suddenly erupted with a dazzling display of 5 colors. However, this brilliance was fleeting, quickly retracting all its glow, transforming into a pair of unadorned daggers. As Zhao Shuang reached out, the daggers naturally floated into his hands. The moment he grasped the daggers, information about them appeared in Zhao Shuang's mind, as if it were imprinted in his own memories. Unnamed, SS-grade epic dagger pair. Level 50, 30 level plus 20. Quality, elite item. Ability effect increase of 103%. Additional 50% penetration effect. Additional 30% defense ignoring effect. Additional 10% frost effect. Looking at the information about the daggers in his mind, Zhao Shuang felt as satisfied as his mother had been when she opened the door, completely content. He never expected that using the divine refining ability for the first time in his life would yield a pair of SS grade epic items. It seemed he had quite the talent in this path of divine refining. After all, it wasn't easy to forge an SS grade epic weapon using a single type of SS grade material. Many people who used a single material for refining ended up with a final product of lower quality. Achieving such a level on his first attempt at weapon forging surely indicated some talent. The 30-level material combined with the quality enhancement being usable at around level 50 was reasonable. If he couldn't find suitable high-level materials later, these daggers could still be used effectively at the early stages of level 70 or 80. After all, SS-grade creatures were not easy to deal with, and SS-grade materials were not easily obtained. In his previous life, he had reached over level 60 as a king, and even buying an A-grade ability weapon would earn him a few scoldings from the aloof Bing Yu Meng. Yet in this life, less than 24 hours after the apocalypse began, he was already at level 28 and had acquired an SS-grade epic ability weapon. This was something he had never dared to dream of in his past life. In his previous life, his comrade, the leader of the ability group Long Quang, possessed a level 100 SS epic weapon. He couldn't even touch it, let alone own it. And in this life, not only had he personally forged an SS-grade epic weapon, but this pair of daggers also belonged to him. Zhao Shuang held the pair of daggers, growing fonder of them with each passing moment, her face nearly blooming with joy. The way she looked at the daggers was akin to gazing at a beloved. Then I'll call you Lin Xuan. Zhao Shuang grinned at the daggers in her hands, speaking to them as if they were alive. In the next instant, a dazzling five-colored light suddenly erupted from the pair of daggers, as if responding to Zhao Shuang's naming. After a long while, the light gradually faded, returning them to their ancient and majestic appearance. The entire process of using her abilities to forge the Lin Xuan daggers and naming them took no more than 5 minutes. Knowing that sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood, Zhao Shuang decided to continue and began refining the S-class ability material, the Frost Phantom Bat's wing membrane. The Frost Phantom Bat was a full 10 meters long, with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters. Under Zhao Shuang's ability, she managed to refine 4 pieces of leather armor and 2 leather shields from its wing membranes. Since it was a single material refinement, only 1 piece of S-class rare leather armor was produced, and it was a women's style. Unnamed, S-class rare leather armor, 1 piece. Level 40, 30 level plus 10 quality, elite item. Ability damage reduction of 55%. Physical damage reduction of 35%. Additional frost resistance of 30%. Additional wind resistance of 20%. The remaining 3 pieces of leather armor and 2 leather shields only reached the A-class fine level. The fine level ability equipment also provided a 30% reduction in ability damage and a 20% reduction in physical damage, along with an additional frost resistance attribute of 10%. However, they did not bear the unnamed label, clearly indicating they were not qualified for individual naming. The 2 A-class leather shields directly increased ability damage reduction by 80% and physical damage reduction by 50%. The attributes were simple yet powerful. Zhao Shuang directly took the only S-class rare women's leather armor to Zhang Qian, wanting to personally drape it over her. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed to instinctively want to dodge for some reason. Faced with the suddenly evasive Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang would not let her have her way. With a fierce glare, she swiftly put the armor on Zhang Qian. Just as Zhang Qian was about to struggle and refuse, the moment the armor was on her, information about it appeared in her mind. Upon seeing the information, Zhang Qian's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Zhao Shuang. She never expected that this somewhat ugly leather outfit was actually an S-class rare quality ability equipment. Hadn't Zhao Shuang already been with Bing Yumei? Why was he trying to flirt with her again? And in front of Bing Yumei, didn't he fear making her jealous? Or was everything that woman said a lie? Was she deceiving her again? Just as Zhang Qian's mind was in turmoil, Zhao Shuang spoke. Qian, this one and only S-class ability defense equipment belongs to you. You can give it a name you like. Remember your promise of devotion. You are mine. Your safety is more important than anything, even more than my own. Zhao Shuang looked at Zhang Qian, this enchanting beauty, uttering sweet words. She was his precious gem, one he must secure by all means. Binding her to his side was essential, as this woman was one of the cornerstones of his ambitions in this life. As a proud reborn individual, how could he allow her to escape his grasp? In his previous life, powerful figures had more than one woman by their side. That guy Shanbai had over 1,000 women, making it impossible for Zhang Qian to refuse him, to resist him, and to fall in love with him without hesitation was the confidence he should possess as a transmigrator. How cheesy. Who belongs to you? Aren't you all tangled up with your goddess, Bing Yumei? Why would she still provoke me? This leather armor is so ugly, who would want it? Just give it to your goddess. Hearing Zhao Shuang's cheesy words, Zhang Qian's cheeks instantly flushed, turning red all the way to her neck. She clearly wanted to despise this two-timer who had a relationship with Bing Yume and still dared to flirt with her. Yet, looking at his face and listening to his cheesy love talk, she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. Moreover, the thought that she could name this piece of leather armor made her heart feel sweet and warm. Why give it to her? She's not as important as you. This is the only S-class high-end item, and you actually think it's ugly? If you don't want it, I'll just give it to another girl, Zhao Shuang said, pretending to take off the leather armor to take it away. It's already on me, so it's mine. How can I give it back to you to please other girls? Even if it's ugly in my heart, and you can't use it to flirt with other girls. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Zhang Xian tightened her grip on the leather armor and coldly snorted. Look at you, with such a good figure and being so beautiful, you look good in anything. This leather armor looks absolutely stunning on you. Where is it ugly? It's simply full of charm, okay? Zhao Shuang looked at Zhang Xian in the leather armor and felt a sudden brightness in front of her. This super exquisite beauty is a feast for the eyes. She looks good in anything. In the end, Zhang Xian accepted the leather armor and named it Longing Armor. However, she had never mentioned this name to anyone. With this little episode, Zhang Qian's earlier gloomy mood was instantly swept away, especially knowing that this S-class leather armor was hers alone, and that Bing Yume had none. Meanwhile, Bing Yume was seething with anger upon seeing Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian, that vixen, flirting with each other. What infuriated her even more was that this dog of a man was flirting and being ambiguous with another woman right in front of her, completely disregarding her feelings and not valuing her at all. But thinking of Zhao Shuang's previous warning and the ability awakening potion she needed, she coldly snorted and turned her head away, not daring to explode. This dog of a man will definitely die when I get the chance, and before you die, I'll make you green. Bing Yume thought fiercely in her heart. If Zhao Shuang had mind-reading abilities, she would probably be curious about what Bing Yume was thinking. After all, in the last life, this woman treated him like that. Yet in the last life, he had given all his deep affection to her, never looking at another woman except for her. The only S-class rare quality leather armor was given to Zhang Qian. The remaining 3 A-class leather armors were one for Zhao Shuang, one for each of his parents. The 2 A-class leather shields were given to the 2 team members with defensive abilities, Old Fangfang, who was wealthy, and Senior Qi Luhai. With these 2 leather shields, they initially qualified to be neat shields, and the entire team's safety was better guaranteed. Then everyone continued on their way, and in the first 5 miles, they didn't encounter any formidable monsters. It seemed that within the 5-mile radius around the gymnasium, it should be the territory of that white-haired zombie and the 20-meter-tall giant zombie, both of which were at the general level. Now that these 2 general-level existences had been wiped out, no other formidable creatures came to occupy the territory. Once they stepped outside the 5-mile range, they finally encountered a zombie with green and white hair from a distance. It seemed to be a peak soldier-level existence at level 40, about to step into level 41. That's why there was a zombie with both green and white hair. Upon seeing this zombie, Zhao Shuang was instantly delighted and rushed forward with the frost dagger in her hands. As a soldier level, even with 2 general-level crystal cores in her pocket, she wouldn't dare to swallow them. After all, crossing such a large tier to consume a crystal core could easily lead to her demise. The energy of a general-level being is not something his level 28 body can withstand. The existence of a general-level being is not something Zhao Shuang can easily deal with at this moment. Without at least 2,000 corpses and the early-stage divine skill of corpse explosion to trap strong enemies, Zhao Shuang is not foolish enough to provoke a general-level being again. Even though he now has handy supernatural equipment, having upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, he still wouldn't actively seek out a general-level existence before being pushed to the brink. He doesn't want to suffer the hardships of fighting above his level. Enduring hardship is not his style. It's not easy to encounter someone like the Frost Ghost Bat, who generously kills their own kind. But the zombie before him, which is about to advance to the general level, is currently Zhao Shuang's best sharpening stone. It allows him to test the power of his supernatural equipment and provides him with a crystal core he can consume. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shuang instantly activated his S-level supernatural ability, Dominance of the Sky, and A-level supernatural ability, Wild Rhythm, and charged towards the zombie at an exaggerated speed. The green and white-haired zombie only saw a blur before it couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zhao Shuang's figure. 2 incredibly sharp frost daggers had already plunged into the back of its head, extracting a blue crystal core. Upon seeing this crystal core, Zhao Shuang was taken aback. This zombie actually had supernatural abilities? A level 40 supernatural zombie was so easily taken down by him? It didn't even have time to react or use its abilities before he took it away. With the dual enhancement of S-level Dominance of the Sky and A-level Wild Rhythm, Zhao Shuang's speed was already extremely fast. Coupled with the terrifying 130% enhancement from the dual S-level Epic Frost Daggers, his speed reached a horrifying level. It was so terrifying that even a level 40 supernatural zombie couldn't keep up with his speed and was killed in one move. The penetration and defense ignoring attributes attached to these dual S-level epic weapons were equally Exaggerated. The defense of a peak level 40 soldier zombie was as fragile as paper in front of these daggers. He instantly broke through its defense and extracted the crystal core to kill it. Finally, no more scraping and unable to break the monster's defense. These dual S-level epic weapons are simply divine artifacts. The scraping master doesn't match my identity and status as a reborn person. This is the kind of instant kill of monsters that I want. Actions must be quick and the posture must be cool. Instant kills are my trademark. Zhao Shuang thought to himself as he pocketed the level 40 crystal core. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a light blue potion at the feet of the zombie. Did it drop an ability awakening potion? In his previous life, he had been in the apocalypse for 10 years and had never dropped a single ability awakening potion. This was mainly because such items only had a chance to drop from the death of a boss-level monster. In his previous life, he had exchanged almost all the resources he obtained in the apocalypse for money, which he then used to buy ability awakening potions for Bing Yumeng. He had hardly any cultivation resources or handy equipment, let alone boss-level monsters. Even ordinary monsters were not easy to deal with, and he couldn't even defeat elite monsters. But this life was entirely different. After unexpectedly awakening the S-level talent ability, SHARINGAN, which allowed him to copy others' abilities, Zhao Shuang felt almost invincible. When others had only one ability, he could have nearly infinite abilities as long as he had enough energy. With multiple layers of ability enhancements stacked, he could continuously increase his strength to the point of being able to kill boss-level monsters. Moreover, he had now upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, using dual S-level epic weapons that he had never even dared to dream of in his previous life. The terrifying enhancements and additional attributes even allowed him to achieve the feat of instantaneously killing boss-level monsters. The more he killed boss-level monsters, the higher the probability of dropping ability awakening potions naturally increased. Zhao Shuang grinned and picked up the bottle of ability awakening potion, casually storing it in her personal space. From a distance, when Bing Yumei saw that bottle of light blue potion, her heart skipped a beat. She was in a state of extreme excitement. Is it coming? Is it coming? The ability she had been longing for was about to arrive, wasn't it? As long as she drank this potion, she was sure to awaken the ability she had always dreamed of. Moreover, she had been tormented by that guy Zhao Shuang for nearly 2 hours last night, which left her limping today. If she took a slightly larger step, it would hurt so much that she would grimace. With her beauty and figure, combined with her flattery from last night, there was no reason for that dog Zhao Shuang not to give her this ability awakening potion. Bing Yumei waited with joy and anticipation for Zhao Shuang to bring the potion to her. Instead, she watched helplessly as that dog of a man picked up the potion and casually stored it away, showing no intention of giving it to her to drink. In that moment, Bing Yumei's heart began to curse, and her pretty face instantly turned cold. The flower-like smile on her face disappeared in an instant. That dog of a man actually didn't bring the potion to her to drink. Remembering Zhao Shuang's words from last night, what I, Zhao Shuang, give you is yours. If I don't give it to you, no matter how you scheme, you won't get it. Bing Yumei's pretty face turned into a bitter melon face. It seemed that to get this ability awakening potion, she would have to endure being tormented by that dog of a man Zhao Shuang again tonight. She had to serve him well, make him happy, and only then would she have a chance to get that potion. Bing Yumei had already started to plan in her heart how to cooperate and please Zhao Shuang tonight. There was no trace left of her high and cold goddess demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang had no time to care about what this woman Bing Yumei was thinking. Her thoughts and feelings in this life were, to Zhao Shuang, unimportant, completely unimportant. At this moment, Zhao Shuang was holding the crystal core of a zombie with green and white fur, contemplating whether to swallow it now to enhance her ability level or to wait a little longer until her ability level reached the peak of level 40. Then she could swallow this crystal core in one go and break through to the existence of level 41. Forget it, I'll wait until I'm about to advance to level 41 before swallowing this crystal core. Eating it now would be a waste. In the end, Zhao Shuang made up her mind to temporarily store this crystal core, which contained a portion of level 41 power but could be consumed by a level 40 existence. After putting away the crystal core, Zhao Shuang began to lead the entire survivor team along the predetermined route. Along the way, Zhao Shuang personally acted as a scout while also responsible for clearing the path in battle. Her 10 years of experience as a scout in her previous life allowed her to quickly navigate through the clusters of monster corpses, devising a fast and safe route. Even unavoidable battles could be resolved swiftly by her, ensuring that no more monsters would be attracted, preventing larger battles and any casualties. Thus, under Zhao Shuang's leadership, the entire survivor team advanced, breaking through the 10-kilometer mark. Zhao Shuang looked up at the sky and noticed that it was still early before dark. Just as she was about to signal everyone to continue, she saw a dark cloud in the distance rapidly moving toward them. Upon closer inspection, it was not a cloud at all, but a large group of mutated flying birds. This instantly changed Zhao Shuang's expression, and she quickly turned to the team and shouted, "Quick, hide! Find some cover or a building to hide in. Danger is coming. If we're late, we'll lose our lives." With Zhao Shuang's shout, the dark clouds in the sky grew closer. A dense mass obscured the sun, making it impossible to see the sky above. It felt just like the lines in a poem, truly evoking the sensation of dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it. This brought an immense sense of oppression to everyone present. It was a massive flock of mutated birds, numbering in the tens of thousands, each about half a meter in size. They had wings and bodies strikingly similar to sparrows, but their heads had morphed into those of pterosaurs. Their beaks were lined with serrated teeth, sharp and terrifying. This group of mutated avian beasts had originated from sparrows infected by the X virus. Zhao Shuang had information about these avian beasts in his mind. He knew they were merely B-grade beasts, not particularly strong on their own and easy to deal with. But the terrifying aspect was that they appeared in swarms? At the very least, there were hundreds, and at most tens of thousands or even millions. When the numbers reached a certain level, even SSS grade beings would hesitate to provoke them. After all, while a swarm of ants might not be able to kill an elephant, a large enough group of these creatures could indeed slay gods. The saying that quantitative change leads to qualitative change was perfectly illustrated by them. In their previous life, these avian beasts were also known by a beautiful name, Daxiaolongke. At this moment, the number of these B-grade beasts, Daxiaolongke, exceeded 90,000, blocking out the entire sky. Seeing such a vast number of Daxiaolongke, even Zhao Shuang had to hide, not daring to provoke them lightly. His brows furrowed at the sight of the Daxiaolongke. It seemed that the large number of wild beasts and monsters were beginning to invade the ruins of human cities. The aerial dominance of his brother's S-grade talent would gradually diminish. This sky would become increasingly dangerous over time, to the point where it would be unwise to take to the air. Despite Zhao Shuang's warnings and shouts, nearly 10 ordinary people still moved a beat too slowly. Before they could find cover and hide inside the buildings, the massive flock of Daxiaolongke had already swept past. In an instant, they were torn to shreds, their bodies devoured. The bloody scent from these few human survivors instantly drove the entire flock of Daxiaolongke into a frenzy. Each half-meter-sized Daxiaolongke glowed with a bloodthirsty light in its eyes. Their bodies swelled dramatically, growing from half a meter to a full meter in size. This was the B-grade talent ability of the B-grade beast Daxiaolongke Frenzy. Once in a frenzied state, the entire flock would lose all rationality. Each Daxiaolongke would become a bomber, diving towards their targets with reckless abandon. It was a state of relentless aggression. This was why even SSS-grade beings were reluctant to provoke such a massive swarm of Daxiaolongke. "It's over, damn it, how did these stupid birds go into a frenzy so suddenly?" Zhao Shuang exclaimed, shocked at the sudden frenzy of the Daxiaolongke. It seemed that the nearby buildings were doomed. "Not good, run. These stupid birds are in a frenzy. Split up and hide in the larger buildings." As he saw the Daxiaolongke swarm enter a frenzied apocalypse, Zhao Shuang shouted at the top of his lungs. But his words were drowned out by the cacophony of the birds, the noise of over 90,000 Daxiaolongke rendering his shouts ineffective. Even his parents, brother, and Zhang Qian, who were right beside him, looked at him in confusion. They could see him shouting, but they couldn't make out what he was saying. Meanwhile, the frenzied Daxiaolongke began to dive from the sky, heading straight for the few buildings where Zhao Shuang and the others were hiding, like a barrage of missiles. Each Daxia dragon sparrow, with a wingspan of 1 meter and a head resembling that of a pterosaur, could leave a hole in these buildings. Even though such attacks would also lead to their own demise, turning them into mere flesh and blood under the immense impact, they still dove down relentlessly, wave after wave. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding buildings appeared as if they had been bombarded, riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. Some Daxia dragon sparrows even crashed through multiple walls, falling right in front of Zhao Shuang. "No, we can't let these foolish birds wreak havoc any longer, or we'll all die." Zhao Shuang glanced at the crumbling buildings and then at his parents, Zhang Qian, his second brother, and the terrified Bing Yuming, who was huddled in a corner with her hands over her head. Here were the important people he wanted to protect. He knew he had to do something. He could no longer sit idly by. Thus, Zhao Shuang instantly activated his S-rank ability to dominate the skies and his A-rank ability, Wild Rhythm. With the enhancement of these two abilities and the 130% boost from his double S-rank epic quality weapon, Lin Shuang Twin Daggers, Zhao Shuang's speed surged to a terrifying level once again. Without hesitation, he charged into the swarm of Daxia dragon sparrows, swinging his arms to unleash massive wind blades. Under the terrifying density of the Daxia dragon sparrows, each wind blade could take the lives of dozens or even hundreds of them. However, such casualties were insignificant compared to the overwhelming number of over 90,000. The sheer quantity of Daxia dragon sparrows also meant that Zhao Shuang had to face attacks from several or even dozens of them at once. Even though he had systematically learned combat techniques and was astonishingly fast, he still managed to evade fatal attacks but was hit multiple times. Fortunately, he was wearing A-rank quality energy armor, which helped absorb a significant amount of damage, leaving only some minor wounds on his body. Zhao Shuang's appearance immediately became the primary target of concentrated fire from the Daxia dragon sparrows. As he killed more and more of them with his wind blades, the stench of blood grew heavier. Pairs of blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Zhao Shuang, the human. They screeched and charged at him with a relentless determination. Seeing that he had attracted enough hatred, even causing these foolish birds to stop their suicidal bombardment of the surrounding buildings, Zhao Shuang took to the air with his extraordinary speed, hoping to lure the birds away and help everyone escape the crisis. But the number of Daxia dragon sparrows was simply overwhelming, filling the sky and blocking out the sun. Even with Zhao Shuang's current terrifying speed, it was a pipe dream to navigate safely through this flock. Ultimately, when Zhao Shuang successfully broke free from the swarm, he had already paid a bloody price. His A-rank quality energy armor was in tatters, completely destroyed under the relentless attacks of the Daxia dragon sparrows. His body was pecked and torn by their beaks and sharp teeth, leaving him riddled with wounds. Not only was his armor ruined, but his clothes were also shredded into strips by their sharp claws. He was covered in countless wounds, almost turning into a blood-soaked figure. Fortunately, aside from his S-rank talent ability, Sharingan, Zhao Shuang also possessed a mutated B-rank talent ability, Powerful Regeneration. Once activated, all those countless wounds on his body healed back to normal. This was also the reason and confidence behind his willingness to use himself as bait and charge into the Daxia dragon sparrow swarm. Although all his wounds had healed, the blood he had just lost was very real. The smell of blood wafted through the air, further igniting the bloodthirsty and violent nature of the Daxia dragon sparrows. More and more of them locked onto Zhao Shuang, charging at him desperately, even if it meant injuring their own kind in the process. As the hatred drew close to its peak, Zhao Shuang had no intention of lingering in battle. Although the Daxia dragon sparrows were only B-rank creatures, their abilities had two major characteristics: individual frenzy and group frenzy. The effect of individual frenzy was simple and brutal. It doubled the size and physical attributes of the creature. From half a meter in size, they grew to 1 meter, with speed, strength, and physical resilience all multiplied. The group frenzy, on the other hand, was triggered when every individual in the flock went into a frenzy, activating a collective ability. This group frenzy's attribute enhancement was not fixed, it depended entirely on the number of Daxia dragon sparrows present. The more there were, the more terrifying the enhancement became. A flock of dozens or hundreds of Daxia dragon sparrows would have a group frenzy effect that was almost negligible, not even reaching 1/10 of the individual frenzy's effect. But once the number exceeded 10,000, the group frenzy enhancement became truly horrifying. This is why even SSS rank creatures would retreat when faced with a flock of Daxia dragon sparrows numbering over 1 million. Now, with over 90,000 Daxia dragon sparrows, the group frenzy enhancement was already quite terrifying. Originally only half a meter in size, the Daxia dragon sparrows gradually became agitated as the smell of blood spread, triggering their group frenzy characteristics. From their original half-meter size, each individual now approached a terrifying 5 meters. Their speed, strength, and physical resilience also increased exponentially. Zhao Shuang's S-rank ability, the wind blade that dominated the skies under such a terrifying density of Daxia dragon sparrows, could take the lives of dozens or even hundreds with each blade. However, now that the group frenzy had been triggered and their size reached around 5 meters, even with the enhancement from the frost twin daggers, it was difficult for Zhao Shuang to kill even a single Daxia dragon sparrow. Moreover, with their speed nearly increasing tenfold, Zhao Shuang's advantage in speed became less significant. Flying in the sky, surrounded and pursued by over 90,000 Daxia dragon sparrows, he gradually moved away. As he saw his speed advantage being neutralized, Zhao Shuang's eyes instantly turned blood red, his pupils transforming into a kaleidoscope pattern. S-rank talent ability Sharingan activated, ability replication successful. B-rank talent ability Frenzy, group, activated, enhancing body attributes such as size, strength, speed, and physical resilience across the board. Group, the group ability is influenced by the number of individuals, enjoying a special group enhancement. The more individuals, the better the enhancement effect. Current group size, 95,872. Group attribute enhancement, multiplied by 9.5 times. Sharingan replicated ability, usable once. Frenzy state lasts 5 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%. Ability effect increased by 20%. Looking at the frenzy information, Zhao Shuang did not hesitate to activate his own frenzy. Instantly, his size multiplied by 10.5, transforming him into a giant, nearly 20 meters tall. His physical attributes were enhanced across the board, and he once again distanced himself from all the Daxia dragon sparrows. Such a massive size immediately became the target of all the Daxia dragon sparrows, chasing after him as he gradually moved away. Watching Zhao Shuang take risks, using himself as bait to lure the entire flock of Daxia dragon sparrows away, Zhao's father, mother, Zhang Qian, and his second brother all wore worried expressions. Even the woman Bing Yumeng rarely hoped for Zhao Shuang's safe return. After all, he still had a bottle of ability awakening potion on him. Just as everyone saw the Daxia dragon sparrow flock being led away by Zhao Shuang and began to count the casualties among The survivors' roars suddenly erupted from all directions. At some unknown point, a large number of zombies had surrounded this place. The group had already fallen into the encirclement of the monsters. Just as Wang Chang and Lao Fong Yuqian were gathering everyone to prepare to account for the casualties from the recent bird swarm attack, the roar of roar echoed incessantly from all directions, almost from every side. In that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Among the survivors, Zhao Shuang was the absolute main force and backbone. With him around, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of security. Even in the apocalypse, where everything was an unknown danger, they didn't find it so terrifying. Because that man could always lead them to overcome one strong enemy and difficulty after another, guiding them forward. But now, that man, their backbone, was gone. The remaining people were instantly thrown into chaos. Apart from Zhao Shuang, who was a level 28 ability user, under Zhao Shuang's intentional nurturing, Zhang Xian had become the second among them to break through the level 20 barrier, becoming a soldier-level existence. She was also one of the only 2 soldier-level existences among them. The rest included Ergu Wang Cheng at level 19, Lao Fong Yuqian at level 18, Senior Qi Lu Hai at level 18, Mom Jiangyan at level 16, Junior Wang Jing at level 15, and along with Lao Fong, Old Zhang, and Old Zhang, who came with Scarface Wang Shihao, all at level 15. Dad Zhao Zihan was at level 13, foreign girl Susan at level 13, Senior Lu Sisi at level 11, and the eldest, Meng Lingyu and the fourth Li Fan at level 10, and so on. The levels of the combat-capable ability users were neither particularly high nor particularly low. Compared to the situation of human ability users in the previous life, the people in this life had managed to raise their ability levels to such an extent within the first day of the apocalypse. This was already quite fast. However, unfortunately, the monsters also had a bountiful harvest on the first day of the apocalypse. Many survivors had died at their hands, causing their levels to soar. Especially after last night, the first night of the apocalypse, there were even already existences at level 41 and above. What everyone was currently facing were 2 full general level existences, 2 enormous zombies. Each one was nearly 20 meters in size, terrifyingly resembling a moving building. Besides those 2 general level existences, there were also 7 soldier level existences, 5 green-haired zombies and 2 giant zombies. And there was a terrifyingly large horde of corpses, so dense that they were impossible to count. When they saw the monsters closing in, everyone felt their scalps tingle, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. The highest level among their group, Zhang Xian, was only at level 21. Moreover, she was the only soldier-level existence among them, and she was a healing ability user, lacking strong combat power. Given their current configuration, dealing with a soldier-level green-haired zombie or giant zombie would be a struggle, and whether they could win was debatable. Yet now, an overwhelming number of corpses had suddenly appeared all at once. The monsters had an overwhelming advantage in power. Faced with them, a deep despair spread in everyone's hearts, leaving them with no courage to resist. At that moment, Jiang Yun moved closer to Wang Chang and whispered in his ear, "Wang Chang, I'm afraid we're doomed today and we'll die here. If the situation looks bad later, take that girl Zhang Qian and fly away. She seems very important to Xiao Shuang. Also, tell Xiao Shuang that even if his dad and I are gone, he must stay strong and continue to live. Although the world has changed into something we old bones can't understand, my love for him and his dad hasn't changed. Good child, I'll leave my son in your care from now on. Auntie sincerely thanks you." When Jiang Yun said this, she had already resigned herself to death, leaving the hope of survival to Zhang Qian. "It seems that this girl is particularly important to my son. I don't know if that little brat has taken a liking to her or if he is just interested in her healing abilities. In any case, Jiang Yun does not intend to survive on his own. Given the current situation, unless one can fly, it is nearly impossible to survive. Aside from Zhao Shuang, the only other person with flying abilities is his second brother, Wang Chang. However, he can only take one person with him. Not wanting to leave his old partner behind to survive alone, Jiang Yun naturally leaves the hope of survival to Zhang Qian, who is particularly important to his son. As for the girl, Bing Yumei, although she is also extremely beautiful and has a good figure and claims to be his son's girlfriend, for some reason, Jiang Yun just cannot bring himself to like her. In fact, he feels quite disgusted by her actions. A girl who publicly slanders his son's reputation just to get a bottle of medicine, how could she possibly earn Jiang Yun's favor? Why should the chance to survive be given to that vixen Zhang Qian? "I am Zhao Shuang's girlfriend. We spent a full 2 hours together in the women's restroom last night. I am already Zhao Shuang's woman. I am the most important, beloved, and valued person in his life. If anyone is to escape, it should be with me, not with her, Zhang Qian, who seduces other people's boyfriends." But at some point, Bing Yumei had crept up beside them and overheard Jiang Yun's whispers to Wang Chang. Instantly furious, she shouted at the top of her lungs. It turns out that the extremely fearful Bing Yumei was also watching the horde of corpses rushing in from all directions. Terrified to the point of losing control, the strong desire to survive made her realize that Wang Chang, the one with flying abilities, was her only hope of surviving in this situation. so she ran towards Wang Chang, hoping to find a way to convince him to take her away. However, as she got closer, she heard Jiang Yun's whispers to Wang Chang and immediately exploded in anger. Her shout completely shattered the already low morale. Everyone turned to Wang Chang, realizing he was their only hope of survival. Those zombies and ghouls could not fly. As long as someone could take to the air, they could survive. Even the most powerful beings had no way to deal with flying targets. Thus, everyone gathered around Wang Chang. Although they did not take action, the intention was clear. As long as Wang Chang took off, everyone would grab onto him and rise together, giving themselves a glimmer of hope. People are selfish. At that moment, no one was willing to give up their chance to survive for someone else. Everyone, don't give up. There is always a way out. As long as we fight, there is still a glimmer of hope. Zhao Shuang said, my abilities are very powerful, with a special effect of growing stronger with each battle. My abilities have already awakened. As long as we don't lose hope, we will definitely hold on until Zhao Shuang returns. Once he is back, miracles can happen. At that moment, Zhang Qian, dressed in a black leather armor, looked valiant and heroic. As she spoke, a shower of light rain fell upon everyone. Those bathed in the light rain visibly grew in size at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. This was the change that occurred when her SS level ability, Thriving Growth, reached level 21 and entered the Soldier tier. In addition to the powerful healing effects, the speed of size increase became faster and more significant. It was getting closer to the meaning of thriving growth. In just a few seconds, everyone's size had increased by about 50%. Hearing Zhang Qian's resolute words and feeling the changes in their size, strength, speed, and physical resilience, many of the ability users felt a stir of emotions. The wealthy Lao Fang and the senior Qi Luhai, both shield-type ability users, even took up their leather shields and actively approached the two giant zombies at the soldier level. Everyone, don't believe Zhang Qian, that vixen. She just wants us to go to our deaths to draw fire for her. Once we clear the way to fight, she'll definitely fly away with Wang Chang. By then, we'll all be dead. Don't trust her, don't be swayed by her seductive words. As a group of ability users bathed in the light rain, feeling their powers growing stronger, they hesitated about whether to fight. Ice Rain Dream clutched Wang Chang's clothes tightly, wrapping her arms around one of his. She shouted out again. Hearing her words, the originally hesitant ability users once again placed their hopes on Wang Chang. Those who had a chance to survive under Zhang Qian's light rain were now completely trapped in despair. Old 3 was really blind back then. How could he fall for a selfish woman like you who only cares about herself and ignores others' lives? Let go. Get your hands off me. Upon hearing Ice Rain Dream's shout, second brother Wang Chang was instantly furious. He never expected that the esteemed campus beauty, Ice Rain Dream, whom Old 3 had crazily pursued for over 2 years, would turn out to be this kind of person. He wanted to shake her off and personally respond to Zhang Qian's call, leading the charge into battle. But as he moved, more ability users grabbed onto him, holding him tightly, fearing he would fly away and leave them behind. Humanity was vividly displayed at this moment. Wang Chang, brother Chang, don't be so angry. As long as you're willing to take me away, as long as I can survive, I'll follow you from now on. You can do whatever you want with me. I'll definitely cooperate to make you happy. Please take me with you, okay, brother Chang? Faced with second brother Wang Chang's angry rebuke and his attempts to shake her off, Ice Rain Dream not only didn't get angry but instead tightened her grip on his arm. Her entire body was almost pressed against Wang Chang and she leaned in close to his ear, whispering breathy words, calling him brother Chang in an extremely cheesy manner. In this life and death crisis, her sense of shame had long been thrown to the winds. As long as she could survive, she would do anything. In this apocalypse, without any abilities, the only thing she had to attract men was her beautiful appearance and her curvaceous figure. Even though in every aspect she was overshadowed by that vixen Zhang Qian, Ice Rain Dream was still a rare, genuine super beauty, a campus goddess. That scoundrel Zhao Shuang was also tempted by her body. And under her active seduction, they had a relationship. Last night, they had even spent nearly 2 hours in the women's restroom. So she firmly believed that no man could resist her active seduction. Unless he wasn't a man, or was gay, otherwise he wouldn't escape her grasp. At that moment, the 5 fastest green-haired zombies, all of soldier level, had already charged in from different directions. They rushed into the survivors, and immediately, someone lost their life to them. The 2 giant zombies, nearly 20 meters tall, were only slightly slower than the green-haired zombies. They were about to make contact with the actively approaching Old Fong and senior Qi Luhai. A dense swarm of corpses surged forward. Yet, under Ice Rain Dream's few loud shouts, the fighting spirit of the ability users vanished. They only thought about Wang Chang taking them away, desperately clinging to a glimmer of hope to survive. Get away, I find you disgusting. Look, that group of strange birds is back again. Just as second brother Wang Chang faced the temptation of Ice Rain Dream and cursed loudly, suddenly, a massive swarm of Daxia dragon sparrows appeared on the horizon. And leading the charge was none other than Zhao Shuang, right? Wang Chang himself had been cheated on by his girlfriend, Xia Min, who had brought her lover to bully him. Naturally, he was disgusted by Bing Yumei's behavior of trying to seduce other men while having a boyfriend. Just as he was in the middle of cursing, he heard someone shout and he immediately looked up in excitement. Then he saw the sky filled with the monstrous birds returning, each about 5 meters in terrifying size. They nearly filled the entire sky, blocking out the sunlight so completely that it couldn't reach the ground. The monster birds are back. Hide quickly. Everyone. Find a building to take cover. Can we finally relax this time? Is there really any difference between flying up there and seeking death? Seeing Zhao Shuang return, despite the swarm of monster birds still following, Wang Chang couldn't help but smile. Saying this, he forcefully shook off Bing Yumei, who had almost pressed her entire body against him. At that moment, Xia Min's expression seemed to overlap with that of Bing Yumei. This woman only made him feel disgusted. You're back. It's good that you're back. Zhang Xian looked at Zhao Shuang in the sky, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. She had thought she was going to die, forever separated from Zhao Shuang. But unexpectedly, her hero, his light, had returned at that moment. Xianxian, why are you just standing there? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Have you gone mad? Zhao Shuang, flying ahead of all the Dasha dragon sparrows, looked at Zhang Shen, who was standing still, laughing and crying at the same time. While he shouted at her in frustration, he flew towards her. He grabbed Zhang Xian in his hand and took her up into the sky. At this moment, under the enhancement of his B-level talent ability, he also enjoyed the collective boost of the Dasha dragon sparrows. His size increased to 10.5 times, reaching a terrifying nearly 20 meters. With his enormous form, Zhang Qian was like a doll in his grasp. Why are you back again? I thought I was going to be forever separated from you. I was a bit angry and annoyed when I found out you were with that woman, Bing Yumei, but just now, when I thought I was going to die, all I could think about was you. Zhao Shuang, I love you. I want to be your woman, and I never want to be apart from you again. You are my hero, my light, I can't live without you. At that moment, the feelings Zhang Xian had suppressed for over a year erupted in this life and death situation. She completely cast aside her modesty as a girl and spoke the words she had wanted to say to Zhao Shuang for more than a year. Don't love me, it won't end well. I plan to be a scoundrel in this uncertain apocalypse, someone who only seeks physical pleasure without emotional attachment. I'm afraid my actions will hurt you, and in the end, we won't even be friends. Besides, this isn't the time for romance. Let's deal with the horde of corpses below first. I have a feeling there's something strange about their appearance. Faced with Zhang Qian's sudden confession of love, Zhao Shuang was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a smile. It seemed he was right. This woman really seemed to like him, having some special feelings for him that even he didn't know about. Moreover, as a reborn person, when Zhang Qian collided with him, he had already made up his mind to win her over. He would bind her to his side, even if it meant tying her up. But after being deeply hurt by Bing Yumei in his previous life, he would not easily trust any woman in this life. He could sleep with Zhang Xian, but he couldn't love her. The reason Zhao Shuang chose to say this was to give her a warning, to prevent her from being disheartened and leaving him when he later adhered to his life principle of only seeking physical pleasure without emotional attachment. After all, her double S-level healing ability is too important for the grand ambitions of this life. So important that Zhao Shuang could even restrain himself from having a relationship with her, from possessing her. Something strange? What strange thing? Hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Zhang Xian also knew that this was not the time for romance, so she forcibly suppressed her feelings and asked with a puzzled expression. Their appearance is very strange. Moreover, the timing and location of their appearance are also very strange. The route I chose should not have led to a situation where we were surrounded by a horde of corpses. I think these corpses must have been lured here by someone. We must have been targeted by someone. So, seeing this situation from the sky, I immediately turned back without hesitation. In response to Zhang Qian's question, Zhao Shuang answered decisively. This was his absolute confidence as the ace scout of the double S-level ability team. The routes he chose were definitely made after careful consideration and thorough thought. Even if there were unexpected encounters with the corpses, there would surely be escape routes in space. But this sudden appearance of the corpses surrounded them from all directions, cutting off all their escape routes. There is no such thing as coincidence. In this world, someone must be scheming. Then do you have a way to deal with these corpses? They are too strong. They are not something we can contend with right now. Zhang Qian was taken aback by Zhao Shuang's words and continued to ask. Of course, we are not fighting alone. We have over 90,000 helpers. Are you talking about those strange birds? Clever. Before the Dasha Longke went berserk, they indeed only hunted humans and prey they were interested in. But after going berserk, they will destroy everything they see. This is also the reason I went back. I want to use them to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Using strength against strength is something anyone can do. It's just a small trick. I want to see who is plotting against us from behind. As if to validate Zhao Shuang's words, as he finished speaking, the flock of birds that had been relentlessly pursuing him finally arrived. The Dasha Longke flock, so numerous that it blocked out the sky, seemed to pour their anger at not being able to catch Zhao Shuang onto the zombies. At that moment, they all launched indiscriminate attacks on the horde of corpses, especially those two nearly 20-meter-tall elite zombies whose size was not much different from Zhao Shuang's current form. The furious birds treated them as substitutes for Zhao Shuang, and countless strange birds charged at them. The two slightly smaller elite zombies, about 10 meters in size, also became the focus of the Da Xiaolong's attention. Initially, the two giant elite zombies could rely on their level and attribute strength advantages, almost knocking down the attacking Da Xiaolong with a single punch. But the sheer number of Da Xiaolong was overwhelming, so many that a single elite giant zombie had to face dozens or even hundreds of Da Xiaolong at the same time. And in their berserk state, the Da Xiaolong had no rationality left, only instinctive bloodlust and slaughter. The zombies were also completely driven by instinct, showing no intention of avoiding the attacks. After sacrificing hundreds of Da Xiaolong, the first elite giant zombie was dismembered and fell completely. Similarly, after the deaths of hundreds of Da Xiaolong, the second elite giant zombie was also pecked to nothing by the birds. With the fall of the two highest combat powers of the horde, their defeat became inevitable. Even the zombies, driven only by instinct, began to feel fear after so many of their kind fell, turning to flee in all directions. However, the bloodthirsty Da Xiaolong were unwilling to let go of any living creature in front of them, chasing after the zombies. In this way, the terrifyingly large group of Da Xia dragon sparrows was divided into hundreds or even thousands of smaller groups. The number drastically reduced, and the group bonus from the B-level talent ability went into a sharp decline. Without the terrifying group bonus from the violent ability, the combat power of the Da Xia dragon sparrows also plummeted. They could even be killed in retaliation by zombies below level 20. The battlefield, in this chase and escape, even affected a vast area of dozens of miles. However, two giant zombie leaders fell, along with 7 green-haired zombies and giant zombies. The combat power of the zombie horde was left with very little, posing no threat to the surviving humans. At the same time, more than 90,000 Da Xia dragon sparrows fell during this wave of direct confrontation with the zombie horde, with thousands lost. Originally, the Da Xia dragon sparrows, who were on the verge of a great victory, relentlessly pursued in their violent state, dispersing into hundreds or thousands of teams. Each team consisted of only dozens or hundreds of Da Xia dragon sparrows, leading to the group bonus from the violent ability becoming almost negligible. Their strength plummeted, and they were instead killed in retaliation by the zombies, with the number of losses even exceeding those during the direct confrontation. Nearly 30,000 corpses of the strange birds were left behind. As the groups dispersed, the number of individual Da Xia dragon sparrows sharply decreased, and the effect of group violence diminished. Without the collective will of the group, each Da Xia dragon sparrow regained consciousness. Their bloodthirsty crimson eyes all returned to a clear and bright state. Having feasted on the flesh of zombies, the strange birds took to the sky again, regrouping into a flock of over 60,000 birds flying away in a certain direction. The scene was left in disarray, with broken bodies scattered everywhere. Above in the sky, 5 minutes had passed, and Zhao Shuang's body returned from 20 meters back to its normal size. In the instant his size restored, he swiftly took out a set of clothes from his spatial storage and put them on. Embracing Zhang Qian's slender waist, he brought her down to the center of the battlefield. Indeed, he had just experienced a sudden increase in size and had burst out of his clothes, flying around the city completely naked. This spectacle caught the eyes of many survivors peering out from their windows. They've all left. Why did this group of strange birds leave? Their numbers were still so many, yet their eyes are no longer red? At this moment, Zhang Qian's pretty face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look Zhao Shuang in the eye. Just moments ago, she had seen his naked body clearly. Embarrassed and shy, she could only look up at the sky to find something to say. Watching the departing Da Xia dragon sparrow flock, she curiously asked, how did the once ferocious and unstoppable group of strange birds suddenly become so gentle and non-aggressive? Isn't that simple? They're full now. The old saying humans die for wealth, birds die for food always holds true. Even if these strange birds have mutated from regular birds into monsters, their essence is still that of birds. When they are hungry, they fear nothing, but when they are full, they naturally won't attack desperately. After all, whose life isn't precious? Zhao Shuang glanced at the stunning Zhang Qian in his arms, and an unusual feeling arose within him. He held her slender waist tightly, reluctant to let go, while explaining this to her. In the 10 years of the last days, human survivors had gradually figured out the habits of the Da Xia dragon sparrows. To awaken them from their violent state, there were generally only 2 ways, either wipe them all out or let them eat their fill. And now, the flesh and blood of the tens of thousands of zombies had naturally fed them, so it was only normal for them to be full and awake. Ahem. Well, everyone, come out. The crisis is over, let's gather and see how many people we lost this time. Zhao Shuang reluctantly released his hold on Zhang Qian's waist, allowing her to leave his embrace. He then called for the survivors to gather, wanting to know the extent of the losses from this crisis. Soon, the survivors crawled out from their hiding spots and gathered in the middle of the road. The original group of nearly 140 people was now reduced to less than half. Including Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian, there were only 67 left. Most of them were ability users, as their physical qualities were several times better than those of ordinary people. The probability of survival was also greater. The number of ordinary people, which once constituted the majority, had now fallen to less than half. Among the survivors was Bing Yuming. The good news was that Zhao Shuang's parents, his second brother, the eldest, and the fourth were all still alive. The bad news was that old Feng, who was wealthy, had died and his body was missing. Only a half-damaged leather shield was found. This was the middle-aged man who had cried out in anguish in front of Zhao Shuang last night, missing his wife and children. Just like that, he abruptly followed in the footsteps of his wife and child. After a brief moment of sorrow, Zhao Shuang collected his emotions and began directing the survivors to gather crystal cores and clean up the battlefield. His 10 years of experience in the apocalypse had made him accustomed to the pain of separation and loss. The deceased were gone, and the living had to continue moving forward. The only thing he could do was to help those who were still alive to live better. In this apocalypse, strength was the foundation of everything. Only by raising everyone's ability levels and enhancing their strength could the chances of survival improve. The scene was filled with incomplete corpses, and a rough estimate suggested there were tens of thousands of crystal cores. These could elevate everyone's ability levels to a new height, increasing the hope of survival for all. During this time, Zhao Shuang kept a firm grip on his frostblade daggers, wary of a sudden ambush from someone lurking in the shadows. However, 10 minutes passed, and the shadowy figure still did not appear. Could it be my illusion? Is the appearance of these corpses really just a coincidence? Zhao Shuang felt a hint of doubt in his heart. Zhao Shuang, look at this. It's floating in the air and glowing. At that moment, Zhang Qian came running towards Zhao Shuang holding a bone fragment that emitted a ghostly blue light, her face filled with excitement. But she accidentally tripped over a severed limb and fell towards Zhao Shuang. Oh, this is an ability evolution material. If it glows a single color, it should be a watch out. Before Zhao Shuang could finish his sentence, he saw Zhang Qian falling towards him and hurriedly reached out to catch her, wanting to pull her into his arms. Just then, a shadow suddenly emerged from Zhao Shuang's own shadow. With a blade in hand, it struck with incredible speed, piercing through Zhao Shuang's back and instantly penetrating his heart. Cough. The moment his heart was pierced, Zhao Shuang coughed up a mouthful of blood. He turned to look at the figure that had emerged from his shadow. Just one glance made Zhao Shuang's pupils dilate in disbelief. He recognized this person. To be precise, he had seen him in his previous life in the city established by the human war god Feng Xiaoyang, Hope City. He had seen the wanted notice personally, issued by the war god Feng Xiaoyang. The first name on that wanted list at the top was the person before him, the infamous Pope of the Apocalypse Church, Shadow. He was also the notorious leader of the Shadow ability group. This Shadow believed that the apocalypse had come because humanity's sinful greed had angered the gods. He thought that humanity did not deserve to exist in this world. Thus, he established the Apocalypse Church, promoting its doctrine while launching indiscriminate hunts against human survivors. He even personally formed the Shadow Ability Group, leading its members to assassinate surviving ability users. It was said that Shadow had awakened an SS-level talent ability, Shadow Sting. He could freely traverse through shadows, making him an extremely formidable and troublesome existence. Shadow's most glorious achievement was that he had personally assassinated the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang. Although he was not successful, Feng Xiaoyang was unable to leave him unharmed, allowing him to retreat completely. This is also the reason why he ranked first on the wanted list. Zhao Shuang did not expect that on the second day of this apocalypse, under such circumstances, he would encounter such a terrifying existence as Shadow. It is said that before the outbreak of the X-virus and the arrival of the apocalypse, this Shadow was a world-class assassin. After awakening the double S-level talent ability, Shadow Stab, this Shadow truly thrived. He reached an unprecedented height in assassination, with strength that was unfathomable. Now, when Zhao Shuang faced him personally, he felt the overwhelming pressure of Shadow's power. Just one opportunity, one flaw, and he struck cleanly, delivering a fatal blow. The precise hit pierced his own heart, completing an almost perfect assassination. Zhao Shuang used the last bit of strength in his body to swing the frost dagger towards Shadow. However, Shadow once again turned into nothingness, merging into Zhao Shuang's shadow, causing Zhao Shuang's strike to miss. No, Zhao Shuang. At that moment, Zhang Qian, who was originally joyfully running towards Zhao Shuang with A-level ability evolution materials in her hands, tripped and was about to fall. She ultimately fell, landing in front of Zhao Shuang, watching helplessly as his heart was pierced by the suddenly appearing shadow. She let out a heart-wrenching roar, tears streaming down like a dam that had burst. Then, crying and struggling, Zhang Qian got up and rushed to Zhao Shuang, embracing his body. She reached out to cover the wound that had been pierced through, almost unable to breathe from the sadness. Are you okay? Wake up quickly. Don't die, don't leave me. I love you, I haven't become your woman yet, don't leave me behind. Zhang Qian's tears fell drop by drop onto Zhao Shuang's face, bringing a warmth to his gradually cooling body. At the same time, the SS-level ability of Rapid growth activated, and a large amount of light rain surged into Zhao Shuang's body. His pierced heart began to heal rapidly, and the lost vitality was also recovering quickly. Silly girl, don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Zhao Shuang lay in Zhang Qian's arms, comforting her while his eyes desperately searched the crowd for his father's figure. Oh, is that so? In the next moment, shadow once again emerged from Zhang Qian's shadow. A pitch-black blade silently pressed against Zhang Qian's neck. As his words fell, a massive amount of black energy erupted from Zhao Shuang's heart, instantly dismembering him into several pieces. This caused Zhang Qian's healing efforts to come to naught. It turned out that just as Shadow's black blade pierced Zhao Shuang's heart, he injected a large amount of black energy into it, laying a deadly trap for Zhao Shuang. When the zombie horde had surrounded them, Zhang Qian had previously used her healing talent ability. Knowing that there was a healing talent ability present, Shadow's assassination would certainly take the healing ability into account. No, Zhao Shuang, don't leave me. Just as Zhao Shuang's heart wound was about to heal under her ability, Zhang Qian was about to smile through her tears, but she watched helplessly as the person she loved deeply was dismembered in her arms. Shattered into several pieces, she immediately broke down again, crying out loud, "Don't move! If you don't want to die, be obedient. Your ability is very useful to me, so just follow me from now on. I can promise you that I will only kill you after I have killed all the survivors in this world." Facing the emotionally broken and crying Zhang Qian, the black blade in Shadow's hand pressed forward a bit more. It pressed tightly against Zhang Qian's throat, trying to force her to submit. If Zhao Shuang is dead, I won't live either. What Shadow did not expect was that in the face of his death threat, Zhang Qian not only did not fear or retreat, instead, she took the initiative to charge forward, fiercely colliding with the black blade in his hand, choosing to seek death as if she were unafraid of it. You crazy woman, have you lost your mind? I've killed countless people in my life, and you're the first one I've let go without killing. If it weren't for your powerful healing ability being of great use to me, you'd already be a corpse. The Shadow, faced with Zhang Qian's mad act of seeking death, surprisingly retracted the blade in his hand just as she lunged toward it. Accustomed to killing, he found it quite unusual to spare someone. If he hadn't seen the potential in Zhang Qian's healing ability, he would never have let her go. Zhao Shuang, son, third brother. At this moment, the crowd that had scattered to collect loot and clean the battlefield also noticed the situation on Zhao Shuang's side. Zhao's father, mother, and second brother Wang Chang, along with others, rushed frantically toward Zhao Shuang, Zhang Qian, and the Shadow. Suddenly, 9 ability users appeared, blocking everyone's path. They struck with lethal force, directly attacking the crowd. These 9 ability users were clearly the Shadow's accomplices. Caught off guard, the crowd found themselves in peril, with casualties occurring at the first encounter. As they watched Zhao Shuang and the others suffer injuries and deaths, even that dog Zhao Shuang was dead. His body was torn apart, leaving no whole corpse. Facing these suddenly appearing ability users, and the Shadow who could move in and out of others' shadows, Bing Yumeng trembled in fear. Seeing these people kill without blinking, they were true murderers. She felt the threat of death so close. Suddenly, her legs went weak, and she knelt down, crying out, "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. If you let me live, you can do whatever you want with me. I won't resist. Instead, I'll cooperate with you wholeheartedly. Look, not only am I beautiful, but my figure is also fantastic. I have value. I just ask you not to kill me." As Bing Yumeng trembled, she pulled down her dress, revealing the upper half of her chest and a deep cleavage. She desperately tried to prove her worth to stay alive, pleading with the Shadow and his group not to kill her. The Shadow didn't want to kill Zhang Qian, but she was intent on seeking death, repeatedly throwing herself against his black blade. Eventually, the Shadow grew annoyed with her persistence and knocked the irrational Zhang Qian unconscious with a swift chop. He had intended to abduct Zhang Qian and flee, but upon hearing Bing Yumeng's words, he became intrigued. "Oh, you say you have value? Then go kill one of them, and I might consider taking you as a plaything for my buddies. I'll spare your life. Do you dare or not?" The Shadow grinned, casually tossing a dagger at Bing Yumeng's feet as he spoke. Just then, second brother Wang Chang broke through the ability user blocking him and flew toward the Shadow, wanting to save the unconscious Zhang Qian. However, the Shadow swiftly grabbed his arm and threw him heavily to the ground. He then kicked Wang Chang in the neck, instantly knocking him out. "Alright, little beauty, you don't need to choose anymore. Just come over and kill him. Kill him, and I'll give you a chance to live," the Shadow said, pointing at the unconscious Wang Chang. "Okay, I'll kill." Without hesitation, Bing Yumeng agreed to the Shadow's condition. She picked up the dagger that had been thrown beside her, overcoming her fear of these unfamiliar ability users and death. Trembling, she walked toward the unconscious Wang Chang and the Shadow. "I just want to live, don't blame me, I did nothing wrong. I just want to live, what wrong have I done?" Bing Yumei repeatedly warned herself in her heart like this. With her self-hypnosis and brainwashing, her trembling body due to fear surprisingly stopped shaking. The hand that could not steady the dagger became strong. Bing Yumei crossed over the Shadow's body and came to the unconscious Wang Chang's side, suddenly raising the dagger and stabbing it towards Wang Chang's chest. The strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless, without a hint of hesitation. Just at that critical moment, as the dagger in this woman's hand was about to pierce the second brother's heart, a ding sounded, and a bone bullet struck the dagger in Bing Yume's hand. The dagger was knocked out of her grip and flew away. At the same time, the 9 helpers of the shadow, 9 unfamiliar ability users, were also shot and killed by bone bullets to the head. Meanwhile, 4 bone bullets almost simultaneously attacked the shadow. One aimed at the shadow's brow, one at the heart, the third at the abdomen. The fourth was aimed at Bing Yume, concealed by the shadow. As a result, the first 3 bone bullets missed their target just as they were about to hit the shadow. He actually vanished into thin air. The bone bullet shot into nothingness, not even grazing the shadow's clothing. And the fourth bone bullet, aimed at Bing Yume's head, was about to hit her when the shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, a flash of black ghostly light passing by. In the next moment, the fourth bone bullet aimed at Bing Yume was split in half. It flew away, not injuring either the shadow or Bing Yume in the slightest. The fleeting black ghostly light was the glow created by the shadow's black blade splitting the bone bullet. This shadow was so powerful that in the early days of the apocalypse, he could split bullets with a knife. And to be able to use a C-class ability bone gun to achieve a machine gun effect, firing so many bone bullets almost instantaneously, there was no one else but Zhao Shuang. You didn't die? Could it really be like that guy? The shadow looked at Zhao Shuang, whose body he had already dismembered, yet who stood unharmed before him. For the first time, he showed a look of shock, exclaiming in surprise, but quickly realized he had misspoken. He immediately chose to remain silent and then vanished again. In the next moment, the shadow suddenly sprang out from Zhao Shuang's shadow, holding a pair of pitch-black blades. Both blades lunged towards Zhao Shuang's eyes. This move from the shadow instantly drenched Zhao Shuang in cold sweat. His mutated B-class talent ability, Powerful Regeneration, was set at his left eye. If the left eye were to be pierced by this shadow, he would truly be doomed. At this critical moment, Zhao Shuang directly activated his copied S-class ability, Dominance of the Sky, and A-class ability, Wild Rhythm, coupled with the 130% enhancement from his double S-class epic quality Frost Dagger. His speed surged to its peak, and he executed a backflip to evade the shadow's deadly strike. But before Zhao Shuang could catch his breath, the shadow emerged from his shadow again, still wielding 2 black blades aimed straight at his eyes, as if knowing that these eyes were his vital weakness. The shadow relentlessly pursued Zhao Shuang's critical point. However, at this moment, under the dual enhancement of his abilities and the Frost Daggers, Zhao Shuang's speed had reached a terrifying level. He was unwilling to dodge any longer and swung his Frost Daggers, engaging the shadow in combat. Ding 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 ding. In just 1 second, Zhao Shuang's Frost Daggers clashed with the shadow's pitch-black blades a total of 37 times. Sparks flew around them, yet neither was able to injure the other in the slightest. But as the shadow swung the blade in its hand, it soon realized something was amiss, horrified to find that its speed was slowing down. This discovery startled the shadow, and in an instant, its body vanished into thin air again. When it reappeared, it had already emerged from the unconscious Zhang Qian's shadow, intending to drag her away. However, just as it appeared beside Zhang Qian, the shadow stumbled, nearly falling over. Is this a nerve toxin? The shadow shook its head violently, trying to regain its composure, and cast a shocked glance at Zhao Shuang. As Zhao Shuang's frost-covered daggers lunged toward it, the shadow vanished once more. When it reappeared, it emerged from the shadow of that woman, Bing Yume. At that moment, the shadow was like a person who had suffered a stroke, with only half of its body able to move. Clearly, getting too close to the unconscious Zhang Qian had caused it to stumble badly. Seeing the shadow emerge from Bing Yume's shadow, Zhao Shuang immediately fired again, using bone bullets. In an instant, dozens of bone bullets rained down, showing no intention of holding back. He had said he would only give that woman, Bing Yume, one chance. But she did not cherish it and had just chosen to betray him, even attempting to kill his second brother, Wang Chang. If it weren't for this woman, Zhao Shuang would not have used his powerful regeneration ability prematurely to save his second brother. He would have waited until the B-level talent ability, Nerve Toxin, was more potent before making his move. He could have even aimed for a one-hit kill on that notorious shadow. But Bing Yume had disrupted Zhao Shuang's plans and calculations, preventing him from getting the chance to kill the shadow in one blow. The moment Zhao Shuang chose to reveal himself, he had already developed a murderous intent toward Bing Yume. His fourth bullet was aimed at her forehead, intending to blow her head off. Unfortunately, that shadow had managed to deflect the bullet, saving that woman, Bing Yume. But now, half of the shadow's body was paralyzed and stiff, unresponsive. How would it handle the dozen or so bullets coming its way? Just as Zhao Shuang's bone bullets whistled through the air, the shadow raised its only functioning left hand, resting it on Bing Yume's shoulder. In the next moment, both the shadow and Bing Yume transformed into a black liquid, merging into Bing Yume's shadow. They vanished in an instant, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Zhao Shuang flew over, looking at the large pool of blood left on the ground, clearly indicating that either the shadow or that wretched woman, Bing Yume, had been injured. However, whether they were dead or how severe the injury was, Zhao Shuang could not tell. So, even with such calculations, I couldn't capture That shadow? Dual S-level ability users are indeed hard to kill. Dual S-level talents are truly troublesome. Zhao Shuang sighed inwardly, lamenting. It turned out that the moment his heart was pierced by the shadow's blade, he had begun searching for his father, Zhao Zihan's, presence. He had successfully copied his father's B-level talent ability, Nerve Toxin. S-level talent ability Sharingan activated, ability copied successfully. B-level talent ability, Nerve Toxin. Using this ability releases a nerve toxin that can paralyze the nerves of the poisoned, rendering them unable to move, but not fatal. The nerve toxin can be released in two ways. First, directly injected into the target's body through a wound, simple, brutal, and quick to take effect. Second, it can spread through the evaporation of one's own blood, taking effect slowly and unnoticed. Sharingan copied ability can be used once, nerve toxin state. Lasts for 5 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%, ability effect increased by 20%. The moment Zhao Shuang copied his father's talent ability, he realized that with his current capabilities and strength, it was impossible to inflict even the slightest harm on the shadow, making it nearly impossible to poison it instantly. Zhao Shuang chose to use his own blood as a medium, instantly employing his abilities to produce a large amount of neurotoxin within himself. His 10 years of experience in the apocalypse in his previous life had taught him the infamous assassination technique of the shadow. He liked to pierce the hearts of his targets and then inject a massive amount of energy into them, ultimately detonating it to dismember the target. He even gave this assassination method a beautiful name, Black Rose Funeral. The moment Zhao Shuang's heart was pierced by a sharp blade, he knew that the shadow would definitely use his signature killing move, Black Rose Funeral. So he played along, replicating his father's gifted ability of neurotoxin. He created a large amount of neurotoxin in his own blood, just waiting to be dismembered. The splattered blood would surely poison the shadow without him noticing, as long as the shadow was poisoned deeply enough to be completely immobilized. Even with his extremely troublesome double S-level ability, Shadow Sting, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, easily wiped out by Zhao Shuang. As fate would have it, he was dismembered by Black Rose Funeral right in Zhang Qian's arms. A large amount of blood splattered all over Zhang Qian, making her the source of the neurotoxin. As time passed and the blood evaporated, the neurotoxin surrounding Zhang Qian would only increase. This was also why the shadow, who had just attempted to abduct Zhang Qian, changed his expression drastically the moment he emerged from her shadow. Half of his body was almost paralyzed by the neurotoxin. Coupled with Zhao Shuang's pursuit, he instinctively distanced himself from Zhang Qian as if avoiding a plague. It's just a pity I couldn't kill this infamous shadow. Zhao Shuang looked at the bloodstains on the ground and sighed inwardly. Once more. If it weren't for that woman, Bing Yume, being so decisive with the butcher's knife against his second brother, Wang Chang, forcing Zhao Shuang to reveal himself, he could have delayed for another 10 or 8 seconds. By then, when the neurotoxin took effect, he would have surely been able to kill the shadow right there, making the notorious shadow, who had plagued humanity in his previous life, completely disappear on the second day of the apocalypse in this life. Unfortunately, he still managed to escape. Moreover, that despicable woman, Bing Yume, likely hadn't died either. At this moment, Zhao Shuang even felt a bit regretful, regretting that he had given that notorious woman, Bing Yume, a chance due to his inexplicable confidence. If he had killed her early on, he wouldn't have had his plans disrupted, and he could have taken out the shadow in one fell swoop. But there are no pills for regret in this world. It was useless for Zhao Shuang to feel remorse. He turned and walked towards Zhang Qian, planning to first relieve her of the neurotoxin and wake her up. Several of his companions were heavily injured but still alive, and in the face of a double S-level healing ability, as long as there was still a breath left, they could be saved and restored to their former vitality. However, as he approached Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang's brows furrowed deeply. Just now, when the shadow saw him using his powerful regeneration ability to come back to life, he looked shocked and inadvertently mentioned the words "that guy." Although he quickly realized and stopped himself, combined with the shadow's later targeted attacks on his eyes, it seemed as if he knew that his weak point was his eyes. This led Zhao Shuang to form a guess in his heart, thinking of a shocking answer that he was extremely reluctant to accept. In the end, he forcibly suppressed this astonishing guess and came to Zhang Qian's side. He began to work on relieving her of the neurotoxin and woke her up, allowing her to use her abilities to heal the survivors. Meanwhile, in a building several thousand meters away, within the presidential suite of a hotel, the shadow appeared, dragging Bing Yume into the suite. The shadow, now deeply affected by the neurotoxin, collapsed stiffly, unable to move at all. Even blinking his eyes was impossible. At the same time, his back was pierced by 2 blood holes from Zhao Shuang's bone spear, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. The blood had soaked through his shirt, and he was no longer able to stop the bleeding. The once mighty king of assassins might very well bleed to death like this. Dying from excessive blood loss could be considered a rather humiliating way to go. In contrast, the woman Bing Yume miraculously remained unscathed. The bullets aimed at her were all blocked by Ying. Bing Yume looked at Ying, who lay stiff and motionless on the ground, and cautiously kicked him with her foot. After confirming he was indeed unresponsive, she picked up the pair of pitch black and incredibly sharp blades from the ground, intending to end this guy's life. However, halfway through the thrust, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to stab down. Bing Yume's heart was in turmoil. This was the apocalypse, filled with zombies and strange monsters everywhere. She was just a weak woman, an ordinary person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was powerless, let alone deal with zombies and monsters. She could only rely on the abilities of others to survive. And now, it was clear that there was no going back to that dog of a man, Zhao Shuang. She could see clearly that several bullets from that dog were aimed at her life. That dog of a man was indeed someone who would turn his back on you after getting what he wanted, taking away her innocence and possessing her body, tormenting her for nearly 2 hours. Last night. Now he actually wanted to kill her. He was truly despicable. Since there was no way back to that dog of a man, and the outside was crawling with zombies, the only one she could rely on was the man before her. Forget it, since you were willing to block bullets for me, I'll save you. I hope that once you recover, you won't turn against me like that dog Zhao Shuang, shouting and threatening me. Bing Yume muttered to herself, ultimately putting down the black blades. In fact, her words were meant for Ying to hear. At that moment, Ying's entire body was paralyzed by the neurotoxin, unable to even blink an eye. Responding to this woman, Bing Yume, was out of the question. Inside, Ying was already galloping with 10,000 grass mud horses. I blocked your damn bullets. Blocked bullets. Did I want to help you block them? I was paralyzed and couldn't dodge. Alright. If I could dodge, would I care whether you lived or died? Even if I died, I could still make my report. This was Ying's most genuine thought. Then, Bing Yume rummaged through the presidential suite and found a first aid kit. She carefully cut open the shirt that had stuck to Ying's back. What she saw shocked her, the horrifying wounds and scars. The 2 blood holes were left by Zhao Shuang's bone spear bullets. The countless scars on his body were like snakes intertwined together. All of them were new wounds layered over old ones. These scars revealed the brutal environment Ying had once lived in. The king of assassins was not self-proclaimed. He had earned that title through these very scars. If he hadn't been a killer before the apocalypse, with a strong resistance to various toxins, including neurotoxins, he might have already died at Zhao Shuang's hands. It was impossible for him to endure a large amount of neurotoxin while also bringing a woman here to use her abilities. Bing Yume's knowledge of treating external injuries was not very good, or rather, she had almost none. After all, a college student, unless born into a medical family, would find it hard to have any opportunity to deal with injuries. She had only taken a few first aid courses in college. Watching was one thing, but doing it was another. Now, she had no choice but to dive in headfirst. After a series of operations, even the mighty king of assassins, Ying, was left groaning and rolling his eyes. If he hadn't been taken down by the neurotoxin and was able to move, he would have long since dealt with this woman. Bing Yume, the scars on his body were layered upon each other, countless injuries. That made him feel as if he might faint from the pain. Ice Rain Dream's bandaging skills were evident. The neurotoxin was not lethal, but without an antidote or a neurotoxin user to detoxify him, it would take a full 6 hours, or 12 hours in total, for the neurotoxin to gradually wear off. During these 12 hours, even someone as powerful as Shadow, a top-tier SSS-level ability user, could only let an ordinary person like Ice Rain Dream do as she pleased, with no means or methods to resist. He couldn't even speak or express his opinions. After Ice Rain Dream finished bandaging Shadow's wounds, she suddenly remembered that she had been too afraid to look at him, too afraid to meet his gaze. Up until now, she still didn't know what Shadow looked like, and curiosity about his appearance surged within her. With great effort, she managed to flip Shadow, who was stiff and lying on the ground. As a result, he let out a muffled groan, nearly fainting from the pain. The freshly bandaged wounds began to bleed profusely again. Once she turned him over, Ice Rain Dream finally saw Shadow's face. What a handsome, melancholic-looking top-tier guy. Ice Rain Dream hadn't expected that this person, who had suddenly emerged from someone else's shadow and had ruthlessly attacked his kind, would be such a strikingly handsome man, perfectly fitting her aesthetic. Just one glance made her feel as if she was falling for him. Suddenly, she thought that in this apocalyptic world, being able to stay by such a handsome guy's side seemed like a wonderful thing. After admiring Shadow's stunning features for a while, Ice Rain Dream suddenly realized that he was still lying on the floor. She immediately wanted to get him onto the big bed in the presidential suite. However, being a delicate girl with slender arms and legs, she simply couldn't lift a tall guy like Shadow, who was about 1.8 meters tall. But leaving him on the floor wasn't a solution either. So, Ice Rain Dream began her dragging journey, forcefully sliding Shadow across the floor until she managed to get him to the edge of the bed. Throughout this process, muffled groans continuously escaped from Shadow's throat. He even thought that all the tortures in the world couldn't compare to this. When Ice Rain Dream finally found a way to get Shadow onto the bed, 2 clear tears rolled from the corners of his eyes. He completely lost consciousness, devoid of any awareness. Over an hour later, due to excessive blood loss, even with 3 thick hotel blankets covering him, Shadow's lips were still pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. It seemed that if he couldn't hold on, he would perish. Without Shadow, Ice Rain Dream, an ordinary person would have no way to survive in this apocalypse. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, took off her pleated skirt, and crawled into Shadow's bed, intending to use her own body heat to warm him. Finally, the two of them faced each other. Honestly, their skin pressed closely together, transferring warmth. As Shadow's body temperature gradually returned, the overly fatigued Ice Rain Dream also began to fall asleep. However, Shadow, who had fainted from the pain, was unaware of when he woke up. Although the neurotoxin's effects were still present, rendering him unable to move a muscle, he could distinctly feel the warmth coming from the girl beside him. Breathing in her pleasant scent and recalling how clumsily she had bandaged his wounds and dragged him onto the bed, he found he couldn't be angry at all. In fact, he felt a rare sense of security from her. Listening to Ice Rain Dream's soft breathing as she slept beside him, Shadow found himself filled with a desire to protect her. But this thought was quickly pushed out of his mind. He was a killer, the king of assassins, only killing. When had he ever protected anyone? As Shadow's mind wandered, 12 hours gradually passed, the neurotoxin in his body gradually faded, allowing him to regain his ability to move. But beside him, Bing Yume slept soundly, her smooth body tightly embracing him. Ing wanted to get up but accidentally brushed against Bing Yume's body, feeling her astonishing elasticity. Instantly, he reacted, a pillar rising to the sky. Then Ing turned his head in disbelief to look at the sleeping Bing Yume, tears of joy silently streaming down his face. It had been 10 years, as the renowned king of assassins, he had been in this role for nearly a decade. During these 10 years, he harbored a secret that no one knew. 10 years ago, while on a mission, he was injured, which rendered him unable to perform as a man. He could no longer enjoy the pleasures of manhood. He had spent a fortune on surgeries, but even after recovery, he remained limp. He showed no reaction to any beauty's provocations. The doctors told him that his physiological functions had returned, and the lack of response was likely a psychological issue. So, he killed that doctor. Over the course of 10 years, he had killed no fewer than 100 quack doctors. Countless beauties who learned of his condition also met their end at his hands. During this decade, he began to develop a disdain for the world, eagerly anticipating its destruction. He even hoped for the arrival of the apocalypse. Now, his dream had come true. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. He could slaughter humanity without restraint. The mad idea of creating a world without humans began to take shape in Ying's mind. On the very first day of the apocalypse, the number of human survivors who died at his hands exceeded 1,000. Until he encountered the man he couldn't kill and struck a deal. But fate played a trick on him. He unexpectedly reacted to the target of his transaction, regaining his masculine vigor. Driven by a man's instinct, he wanted to do something with Bing Yume. Yet, as a professional assassin, he couldn't engage with his target. What? You're awake? If you want to, do something to me, I won't resist. Perhaps Ying's earlier excitement at regaining his manhood had stirred something in Bing Yume, for she suddenly woke up. Her face flushed, she looked at Ying's handsome face with shyness, and as she spoke, she pressed her body against him. Coupled with her coy expression, it ignited a fire within Ing, causing a strong reaction. However, in the end, Ing sighed, got out of bed, and tossed Bing Yume her pleated skirt and underwear. Alright, put this on. The reason I risked my life to use my powers to take you away is that I made a deal with someone. They showed me your photo and specifically requested you. Now, I'm taking you to meet him and handing you over. Ying's tone was as cold as machinery, devoid of any emotion. He averted his gaze, unable to look at Bing Yume's expression. You're handing me over to someone else? Someone specifically wants me? Can't I stay with you? In this apocalypse, can't you be my support? Hearing Ying's words, Bing Yume was taken aback, then boldly rushed to Ying's back, wrapping her arms around his waist. Once again, her bare body pressed against him, and at that moment, Bing Yume wanted to struggle for her fate. Rather than being handed over to someone else, she preferred to stay with this man she could see and touch. At least he was handsome, and following him wouldn't be a loss. Bing Yume's bold move and the sensation of her cool, silky skin made Ying's body tremble. But ultimately, Ing remained true to his professional ethics as an assassin and did not engage with Bing Yume. With the Ice Rain Dream fully equipped, the two once again used their abilities to merge into the shadows and disappeared. When they reappeared, they found themselves in what seemed to be a factory environment. Steel structures surrounded them, and in front stood a massive steel door, prominently labeled cold storage. As Ing and Ice Rain Dream emerged, for ability users suddenly flashed out from the darkness surrounding them. However, Ing ignored these four completely, coldly shouting at the steel door, "Long Quang, is this how you treat your guests? What's the point of bringing out 4 dogs? If you don't show yourself soon, I'll take this woman and leave. Ha ha ha. Brother Ing is joking, I'm just busy here." Brother Ing really found her in this apocalypse. Impressive, truly worthy of the famous Ing. Are you interested in collaborating with me, to develop together and achieve something grand in this apocalypse? As Ing spoke, the massive steel door swung open. A tall, imposing man stepped out, flanked by a pair of twin sisters. He glanced at the graceful Ice Rain Dream beside his eyes lighting up. But he quickly turned his gaze back to Ing, attempting to draw him in again. Forget it, I'm not interested. We're not on the same path. I've brought you the person, so you should fulfill your promise now, right? Facing Long Quang's invitation, Ing remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. Of course, bring the items in. Let me ask. One more thing, is that Zhao Shuang dead? As Long Quang finished speaking, two people carried in a large, heavy box. Not dead. I've taken the items, and this person belongs to you now. Ing stepped forward, opened the box for a glance, then shadows enveloped it, causing it to vanish. He then pushed Ice Rain Dream towards Long Quang. Not dead? How could he not be dead? Didn't I tell you his weak point is his eyes? With your abilities, if you strike suddenly and without defense, hardly anyone can withstand your assassination. Did your first strike not target his eyes? Did you use your black rose to send him off, piercing his heart and dismembering him? Hearing that Zhao Shuang had survived, having escaped the assassination of the infamous Ing, Long Quang became anxious, his voice rising in pitch, displaying a look of frustration. What? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Just a reborn person, what's so great about that? Watch your tone and measure your words. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to me again, I will kill you. In response to Long Quang's words, Ying's voice remained icy, and he seemed to melt into the shadows, disappearing completely. In the next moment, the four ability users who had surrounded Ing suddenly burst forth with blood from their chests. They all fell straight down, and black energy erupted from their hearts, dismembering their bodies. Damn! Knowing I'm a reborn person and still being so arrogant, one day you'll die. At my hands. You too, arrange for someone to clean up. I have something to discuss privately with my dreamer. After confirming that Ing had left, Long Quang cursed. He clapped his hands on the twin sisters' backs, sending them to arrange for the cleanup of the four ability users' remains. Then, with a beaming smile, he opened his arms towards Ice Rain Dream, as if waiting for her to leap into his embrace. Who are you? Do we know each other? But facing the open arms of this stranger, Ice Rain Dream did not take the initiative to embrace him. Instead, she stood there, timidly asking, What? You don't recognize me? Didn't you reincarnate? But you were truly beautiful 10 years ago. Although she lacked some of the mature charm of a young woman, her youth was vibrant and pure, and the key point was that she was finally the real deal. I no longer had to settle for Zhao Shuang's second-hand goods. In this life, I, Long Quang, will be the only man for you, Menger. Upon hearing Bing Yu Meng's inquiry, the smile on Long Quang's face vanished. However, looking at Bing Yu Meng's beautiful face and fiery figure, he immediately broke into a lewd grin. Amidst Bing Yu Meng's screams, he hoisted her up and headed towards the bedroom. In his previous life, when Long Quang first met Bing Yu Meng, he was astounded by her beauty and fell for her at first sight. He even went so far as to establish the Dream Chaser ability group for her, and became the best of brothers. With Zhao Shuang, a mere B-class talent, he absorbed both of them into his ability group. Every time Zhao Shuang went out on a mission, Long Quang would take the opportunity to secretly shower Bing Yu Meng with cultivation resources, allowing her ability level to surpass her husband's, reaching the royal level. Later, he sought opportunities to get drunk and take Zhao Shuang out on missions, hoping to have something happen with Bing Yu Meng. He originally thought this ice-cold beauty would sternly reject him, or even expose his actions. To his surprise, the seemingly aloof goddess was actually half pushing, half accepting, and they ended up in a relationship. As time went on, this woman became both proactive and wild, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. In his previous life, Long Quang had to scheme and plan for years to win over Bing Yu Meng. Who would have thought that fate would play tricks on him? He merely crushed Zhao Shuang's eyeball and found himself reborn, on the very day the apocalypse began 10 years ago. In his previous life, Long Quang's rise came too late, before meeting the woman who stirred his heart. He had been muddling through each day, missing his wife and children while drowning in alcohol. It wasn't until he encountered the young couple Zhao Shuang and Bing Yu Meng that he was struck by Bing Yu Meng's beauty and wanted to possess her. This led him to establish an ability group and reach the peak of level 120. However, even with his double S-level Dream Chaser ability group, he still couldn't compare to those top-tier forces. After obtaining Bing Yu Meng, he had once thought about wanting even better women. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, beautiful women were the rarest resource, often clustered around the most powerful figures. Even at the peak of the imperial level, he wouldn't be regarded highly by those top beauties. He might even be mocked and scorned by them. Since he, Long Quang, had been reborn in this life, it was a chance bestowed upon him by the heavens. It was time for him to make up for the regrets of his previous life. If the human war god could be Feng Xiaoyang, why couldn't he, Long Quang? In this life, Bing Yu Meng would only be his starting point, not his end point. His journey would be the stars and the sea. He would have over 1,000 beautiful wives, just like that mountain white. And since Bing Yu Meng hadn't been reborn, there was no need to dwell on old feelings. She was just a pretty ordinary person. He wouldn't be foolish like Zhao Shuang, wasting 9 bottles of ability awakening potions on one woman. He could drink them himself and try his luck at awakening other abilities. Wouldn't that be better? With this thought, Long Quan carried Bing Yu Meng into his bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. As a reborn individual, he had no patience or time to spend years getting her into bed. Instead, he simply and brutally tore apart Bing Yu Meng's pleated skirt. Did I just give him my first time and become his woman? How is it that in this life, just one day after my abilities erupted, I'm no longer the original? You shameless whore. I went so far as to make a deal with someone like Ying just to obtain your pure first time, to be your only man. And yet, damn it, you filthy bitch, you're secondhand. Am I, as a dignified reborn person, only worthy of a second-hand woman? Soon, Long Quan realized something was off. He discovered that this woman, Bing Yume, was no longer the original. Infuriated and humiliated, he slapped Bing Yume off the bed. As if he had suffered a great humiliation, a murderous intent filled his eyes, and he was ready to kill. At that moment, Bing Yume curled up in the corner, her most immediate feelings being fear, anxiety, and confusion. Just an ordinary person, she had been kidnapped by Ying and brought here, handed over to this rough guy in front of her. After he said some incomprehensible things, he forcefully took her. As if that wasn't enough, this guy even despised her for not being a virgin. Clearly, you used force against me, yet you turn around and look down on me? Even wanting to kill me? But these thoughts she could only dare to think in her heart, afraid that she would really die at his hands. At that moment, Bing Yume unexpectedly began to miss that dog Zhao Shuang. She even regretted her decision to betray Zhao Shuang. Meanwhile, after Zhao Shuang detoxified Zhang Qian, she surprisingly woke up. Instantly, she unleashed her SS-level talent ability, rapidly healing the wounds of the survivors. Under the powerful healing ability of double S level, as long as there was still a breath left, even those with mutilated bodies, fatal injuries, or even exploded hearts could recover to their original state, becoming lively again. This is the terrifying aspect of the double S level healing talent ability. Zhao Shuang initially thought that after being attacked by Ying and those 9 ability users, the few survivors on their side would be reduced by more than half. However, under Zhang Qian's light reign, many people miraculously stood up and returned to normal. In the end, upon counting, only 6 survivors truly died under Ying's ambush. Most of the important people Zhao Shuang knew were alive. Zhao Shuang led everyone to clean up the battlefield again, tallying the spoils, and found a bountiful harvest. After everyone finished cleaning the battlefield, they obtained a total of 5 bottles of ability awakening potions, 1 piece of A-level ability evolution material, nearly 100 pieces of D-level ability evolution materials, 43 pieces of C-level ability evolution materials, and 5 pieces of B-level ability evolution materials, 2 pieces of S-level crystal cores, both colored ability crystal cores, with energy content many times that of colorless crystal cores, 7 pieces of F-level crystal cores, 3 of which were colored ability crystal cores. There were over 1,000 crystal cores from levels 15 to 20, over 10,000 crystal cores from levels 10 to 15, and over 20,000 crystal cores below level 10. It was truly a bountiful harvest of crystal cores. Among all the spoils, the most precious was a blueprint, a D-level ability evolution potion. Formula blueprint. It could utilize D-level ability evolution materials to synthesize the formula for D-level ability evolution potions. Drinking this D-level ability evolution potion could give E-level ability users up to a 90% chance of evolving their abilities to D-level. Among all the survivors, those who had awakened abilities in this apocalypse were basically 50-50 with ordinary people. Among the ability users, F-level ability users accounted for almost 50% of the total. E-level ability users made up nearly 40% of the total. C-level ability users accounted for about 5% of the total. B-level users made up 4%. A-level and above users combined only accounted for about 1% of the total number of ability users. With the vast number of E-level superpowers, it means that this D-level superpower evolution potion will have a very broad market in the future. If a force masters the formula for this potion and can stabilize its production, they will definitely make a lot of money. This is also the reason why Zhao Shuang was so excited and thrilled the moment he saw the blueprint. Having it means an endless source of wealth. However, although the formula blueprint is available and the D-level superpower evolution materials are ready, they still cannot produce the D-level superpower evolution potion. This is because they are still missing the most crucial element, a superpowered individual who has awakened the ability in pharmacology. Only a superpowered individual who has awakened the pharmacology ability can activate their powers to create a qualified superpower evolution potion. Otherwise, other superpowered individuals or ordinary people, even if they follow the types, quantities, weights, and ratios of the evolution materials exactly as stated in the blueprint, will only end up with a bottle of poison. Drinking it will not only fail to allow the superpower to evolve but may also lead to severe diarrhea, making one question their life, or worse, could be fatal. Since they have not yet encountered a superpowered individual who has awakened the pharmacology ability, Zhao Shuang temporarily stored the formula blueprint in his personal space. Then, under the massive accumulation of crystal cores, everyone devoured them vigorously. Almost all superpowered individuals with combat capabilities broke through the level 20 barrier, advancing from soldier rank to officer rank. At the same time, they expelled a large amount of foul-smelling, black, viscous impurities. Seeing everyone in this condition and with the sky darkening, Zhao Shuang decided not to continue on their journey. The attributes and strength of the monsters at night were too terrifying. So, he led everyone to find a relatively intact building nearby to serve as a shelter for cooking and making a fire. It also provided a place for everyone to wash off the dirt on their bodies. Those F-level and E-level superpowered individuals also received a considerable number of crystal cores, allowing their superpower levels to rise several levels, gradually widening the gap in physical fitness between them and ordinary people. However, their innate superpower levels were too low, and their efficiency in absorbing and utilizing crystal cores was poor. For example, to advance from a level 1 superpowered individual to level 2, Zhao Shuang only needed 5 level 1 crystal cores. In contrast, an F-level superpowered individual would need as many as 50 or even more level 1 crystal cores to elevate their superpower level to 2. The input and output were severely disproportionate, which is why Zhao Shuang initially overlooked the F-level and E-level superpowered individuals. Zhao Shuang consumed crystal cores below level 20 to enhance his and Zhang Qian's superpower levels. It wasn't until he reached level 30 that crystal cores below level 20 could no longer provide him with any level growth. He then swallowed 7 level 2 crystal cores in one go, successfully raising his superpower level to 34. The higher the superpower level, the more energy is required to advance each level, and the more crystal cores must be consumed. Zhang Qian's superpower level reached 30 without consuming any level 2 crystal cores. His parents' and older brother's superpower levels were all at 21, just entering the officer rank standard. Dinner was still prepared by his mother, Jiang Yun, with everyone helping out. In this apocalyptic world, they enjoyed a rare moment of peace, experiencing a hint of warmth and humanity, allowing the survivors to relax their tense emotions for a while. After all, when they set out in the morning, there were still over 140 survivors. By the end of the day, the number of survivors had sharply decreased to only 61, and this was after rescuing a group of 13 survivors led by Zhuangyan along the way. This death rate approached 60%. And the cruelty of the apocalypse and the fragility of humanity were vividly illustrated at that moment. After dinner, Zhao Shuang appeared deep in thought. The assassination attempt by Ying during the day and the motives behind the abduction of the woman, Bing Yumeng, led into some unsettling speculations. It seems that someone has also been reborn with me 10 years ago. And at the time of his death in the last life, there were only 3 people present, myself, Bing Yumei, and Long Quang. Zhao Shuang can be certain that that woman, Bing Yumei, did not reincarnate. So the remaining answer no longer needs to be guessed. Otherwise, the fact that the guy mentioned by Ying knows that my life gate is my eyes is simply inexplicable. Ying has his eyes on Zhang Qian's powerful double S-level healing ability and wants to abduct her for his own use. Zhao Shuang can understand this motivation. But if he abducts an ordinary person like Bing Yumei without the guidance of Long Quang, who is also reborn, it definitely doesn't make sense. Ying wouldn't risk his life to save a woman unrelated to him like Bing Yumei. What Zhao Shuang can't figure out is how the infamous Ying from his previous life is connected to Long Quang. What kind of relationship do the two of them have? All of this made Zhao Shuang's head throb, and he couldn't find a clue. Whatever. Long Quang, it's fine that you have been reborn, but the hatred of stealing my wife and the grudge of killing me from my last life will definitely be repaid in this life. I will find you and kill you with my own hands. Just as Zhao Shuang's thoughts were racing, there was a sudden knock on his door. He went to open it and found Zhang Qian, that enchanting fairy, standing elegantly outside. At this moment, her stunning face was flushed, and there was a hint of moisture in her hair, clearly indicating that this little girl had just taken a shower. Wearing the silk nightgown he had given her, it outlined her incredibly sexy and perfect figure. Zhao Shuang felt a rush of heat and quickly hunched over, afraid of embarrassing himself in front of her. As a result, when he leaned forward, he immediately saw Zhang Qian's chest, which resembled a pair of footballs. The deep ravine that formed revealed a different kind of scenery. Blood gushed from his nose uncontrollably, causing Zhang Qian, this little fairy, to smile sweetly. A smile that could topple cities, and another that could topple nations. Her beauty left Zhao Shuang in a daze. Meanwhile, from other rooms, sounds of indulgence could be heard. In this apocalyptic world, not knowing if there would be a tomorrow after today, everyone was on edge. With a death rate close to 60%, the survivors abandoned secular ethics and chose to indulge themselves, to live in the moment. Because they didn't know how long they could live or if death would come for them next. They needed an outlet for their emotions and repression. Thus, that night, survivors found those they found pleasing to the eye and rolled in bed together. Before Zhang Qian, several girls had already knocked on Zhao Shuang's door, wanting to share his bed. But he had rejected them all. What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Shuang, whose nose was bleeding profusely and looking ridiculous, and smiled. Please come in. The arrival of the beautiful Zhang is a blessing for my humble abode. While Zhao Shuang awkwardly covered his nose, desperately trying to stop the bleeding, he hurriedly made way for Zhang Qian to enter his room. Put. Silly. Seeing Zhao Shuang's comical appearance, Zhang Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. While calling him silly, she gave him a flirtatious roll of her eyes and playfully brushed her hair back. Then a fragrant breeze wafted past Zhao Shuang as Zhang Qian, dressed only in her silk nightgown, entered his room. Instantly, Zhao Shuang's heart began to race uncontrollably. In the middle of the night, with a man and a woman alone in a room, isn't it only natural for something to happen in such an ambiguous atmosphere? Watching the stunningly beautiful Zhang Qian enter, Zhao Shuang wiped his nosebleed. After decisively closing the door and locking it, he followed her inside. Qian, just treat this place like your own home, no need to be polite, make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? I have everything. Here. Zhao Shuang followed behind Zhang Qian, his eyes glued to her figure. He admired her graceful silhouette, those beautiful legs, that lovely backside, and that slim waist, all of which made Zhao Shuang's desire soar. Until he caught sight of her beautiful back, a strange thought suddenly popped into his mind: what a pity it would be if she didn't have cupping done on that back. While his eyes and mind were busy, his mouth was not idle either, asking her what she wanted to drink, each of them multitasking in their own way. My own home? What to drink? Is there any alcohol? The kind that gets you drunk. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, the corners of Zhang Qian's mouth lifted into a beautiful arc. Then, with a lazy demeanor, she plopped down onto the living room sofa and stretched. She actually asked Zhao Shuang for alcohol, and the kind that gets you drunk at that. As she leaned back on the sofa and stretched, her sexy, fiery perfect figure was fully displayed. The silk nightgown she wore rode up with her movements, lifting the hem that originally covered her knees higher and higher. It rose all the way to the roots of her thighs, revealing a pair of round, straight, and fair legs. At that moment, the phrase "legs are longer than life" became a reality. Zhao Shuang even caught a glimpse of the lace trim of her underwear. His eyes nearly popped out. However, when Zhang Qian finished stretching and turned her gaze towards him, Zhao Shuang hurriedly averted his eyes. In an instant, he transformed back into a gentleman, avoiding any sideways glances. The only thing that betrayed him was the increased flow of blood from his nose. You want to drink? Of course, we have some. Which kind do you want? Zhao Shuang said as he directly pulled out a dozen types of alcohol from his personal space, including beers, whites, and reds. Compared to the springtime glow that Zhang Qian had just revealed with her lazy stretch, it was her words that stimulated Zhao Shuang even more. This little girl actually wanted to drink alcohol that gets you drunk, which meant she wanted something to happen between them, right? As the saying goes, if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance. This little girl was clearly indicating that she wanted to get drunk. Wasn't she just handing him an opportunity? I don't know much about alcohol, but I've heard that mixing a few kinds together gets you drunk the fastest. So let's just mix a few and see how it goes. Zhang Qian said as she adjusted her position on the sofa, kicked off her slippers, and placed her beautiful legs up on the couch. Finding a comfortable position, she lay back and continued, realizing that every move she made drew Zhao Shuang's gaze. Ever since she appeared before him in this outfit, his nosebleed hadn't stopped, and his eyes hadn't strayed from her. This undoubtedly proved that she, as a woman, was exuding an overwhelming charm. No longer was she the invisible figure in his eyes, nor was she just Zhang Gu in his words. A woman's greatest happiness should be that the person she likes is completely filled with thoughts of her, right? As for alcohol, I don't know much either, so let's just mix a few kinds and give it a try? Come on, let's see how it tastes. Alcohol was a rare commodity in the apocalypse, a scarce resource. The big shots of various factions might drink it often or have quite a collection. But in his past life, Zhao Shuang was merely a level 65 king-level B-class ability user. He couldn't even afford a glass of low-quality beer, which would cost him several months' worth of income. Before the apocalypse, he was a good student, and his parents didn't drink at all, so he had hardly any opportunity to come into contact with alcohol. Thus, Zhao Shuang picked a few brands of alcohol he had heard of, mixed them together, and poured a glass for Zhang Qian. He even used an expensive high-stem glass worth tens of thousands, deliberately raising the bar. After all, it was all free stuff he had taken from the mall, and using it to enhance the atmosphere at this moment was just perfect. Zhang Qian took the wineglass, looking at the colorful liquid inside, gently swirling it in her hand. She gazed at the guy who often appeared in her dreams, someone she needed to look at in photos to fall asleep again after waking from nightmares. Now, this guy was alive and sitting right across from her, beside her. She hadn't even taken a sip of the wine, and she was already feeling a bit tipsy. Oh yes, darling, you're amazing, keep it up. Yes, don't stop. At that moment, a sudden female voice came through the wall, clearly reaching the ears of Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian. The sound, a mix of pain and moaning, instantly flushed Zhang Qian's stunning face with embarrassment. Zhao Shuang perked up, his expression one of disbelief. Who lives next door? Despite her flushed cheeks, Zhang Qian still asked her question. Oh, it's my second brother, Wang Chang. I thought the emotional hurt from Xie Min would Make him sulk for a while, but I didn't expect him to find a new love so quickly. I wonder who it is, Zhao Shuang casually replied, not realizing that his second brother had also joined the ranks of those indulging in self-release. But that's fine, the best way to heal from one relationship is to start a new one. Oh, I saw when I knocked on the door just now, it's that model, Susan, Zhang Qian clarified, revealing the identity of the woman next door to Zhao Shuang. So it's her. I didn't expect my second brother to be so capable. He made her cry, comforted her, and ended up in bed with her. Zhao Shuang grinned, recalling the scene from the mall. Humph. However, Zhao Shuang's response earned him an eye roll and a cold snort from Zhang Qian. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Zhao Shuang thought his words were a bit crude and had upset Zhang Qian, so he instinctively apologized. In response to Zhao Shuang's apology, Zhang Qian shot him another glare, then suddenly raised her glass and downed the drink in one go. Cough, cough, cough. The intense stimulation and strange taste made her tear up. It was her first time drinking. To be honest, it didn't taste good at all. But for some reason, after this unpleasant, stimulating liquid went down, it seemed to fill her with courage. Zhao Shuang, you big dumb wooden block. My cold snort wasn't meant for you to apologize. I wanted to point out that I knocked on the door at almost the same time as Susan. I came in like this and knocked on the door myself. Don't you know what that means? They've already started next door, and you're still so far away from me, not daring to come closer. Are you afraid I'll eat you? My response to your confession during the day was originally dismissive. Until you were stabbed by that guy who emerged from the shadows and your body was torn apart in my arms, I realized just how cruel this apocalypse is. When I left in the morning, there were over 140 people, and by nightfall, only 61 were left. In a situation where no one knows if they'll see tomorrow's sun, enjoying the moment and living for today is also right. So, big dumb idiot, what are you waiting for? Come here, kiss me. Zhang Qian vented a whole lot to Zhao Shuang in one breath, leaving him completely stunned. Then she felt a warm, soft body leap into her arms. A pair of icy, wine-scented lips pressed against her own. After a moment of daze, Zhao Shuang wrapped his arms around Zhang Qian's slender waist, giving her a passionate response that made the girl let out a soft ning, as if she had lost all her strength. She melted into Zhao Shuang's embrace, looking like she was ready to be taken. Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian kissed passionately, savoring her sweetness while lifting her up and laying her down on the sofa, his body pressing down on hers. You came to me willingly, so don't say I'm a scumbag. Zhao Shuang said this and kissed her again. Zhang Qian trembled all over, responding somewhat awkwardly to his passionate kiss, wrapping her arms around his waist. Yet she had no idea how to proceed next. Compared to the inexperienced Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang could be considered a veteran. While kissing, his hands were not idle. One hand moved upward, from Zhang Qian's beautifully shaped calves to her round, straight, long thighs and then to the top of her thighs. Wherever his fingers passed, the girl's body trembled lightly, as if electrified. The delicate, cool touch, akin to silk, and the astonishing elasticity intoxicated Zhao Shuang. The other hand moved downward, from her well-defined chin to her slender neck and then to her beautiful collarbone. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Zhao Shuang's one hand reached the top of her thighs and the other hand approached her firm, football-sized breasts, a series of roars echoed in his ears. In the next moment, the entire building shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. This abruptly halted their intimate moment. Even the symphony next door stopped. Zhao Shuang did not want to stop at this critical moment. He was just about to continue when another violent tremor hit, and the entire building began to tilt, leaning towards another building nearby. The building was about to collapse. Zhao Shuang had no choice but to stop his intimacy with Zhang Qian. Here, put this on, the building is going to collapse. I'll take you out first, then go save my parents. Zhao Shuang immediately took out a set of luxury women's clothing from his spatial storage and handed it to Zhang Qian. Then he embraced her and activated his S-level talent ability to dominate the sky, breaking through the window. As they flew into the sky, Zhao Shuang was taken aback. Before him was a gigantic centipede over 100 meters long, with a head resembling that of a gorilla. The centipede's tail stood on the ground, its body upright, nearly 200 meters tall, as if it could fly. The building where Zhao Shuang and the others had been was a 30-story office building, which had been forcefully pushed down by this enormous centipede. Zhao Shuang recognized this giant centipede. It was an S-level creature, Diamond Iron Centipede. It was a terrifying creature that had mutated from an ordinary centipede infected by the X virus. Among all the monsters, the easiest to deal with were undoubtedly the zombies and ghouls that had mutated from humans. Next were large mammals, and then birds, which were much harder to handle than zombies and ghouls. Following that were various mutated insects and plants, which often underwent transformative changes, becoming extremely difficult to deal with. If one was not familiar with their habits and characteristics, it was easy to stumble and fall into a trap. The most challenging mutated beings were the inconspicuous microorganisms and fungi that existed before the apocalypse. They were terrifying entities that made countless ability users tremble in fear. The Diamond Iron Centipede before him belonged to the insect category of mutated beings, making it a particularly difficult opponent. This could be inferred from its size compared to an ordinary centipede. As an S-level creature, the Diamond Iron Centipede's signature ability was its S-level talent ability, metallization. It could transform its entire body into a steel-like form, becoming incredibly tough. After metallization, its countless pairs of centipede legs would also become extremely sharp, turning into deadly weapons. Coupled with its terrifying body, nearly 200 meters long, it was both offensive and defensive, making it quite troublesome. Based on the Diamond Iron Centipede's nearly 200-meter size, Zhao Shuang estimated its approximate level. It should be a top-tier general-level existence, around level 57 or 58. The size of the Diamond Iron Centipede increased with its power level. A body length of 200 meters marked the threshold. From general to king level. As Zhao Shuang held Zhang Qian and broke through the window to fly into the sky, the centipede's gorilla-like head showed signs of excitement. A massive head, as towering as a mountain, suddenly opened its blood-red maw and lunged towards the two, attempting to swallow them whole. Zhao Shuang swiftly took to the skies, evading the attack by flying upwards. Once he reached an altitude of over 300 meters, the indestructible iron centipede could no longer reach him, even with a jump. Just as Zhao Shuang planned to find a place to set Zhang Qian down before going to rescue others, a group of survivors with abilities burst through the walls and windows of the collapsing office building. Given their current level of 21 and their physical condition, it was nearly impossible for the collapsing structure to crush them. However, the sudden collapse of the building caught many off guard. And in this apocalyptic world, many had chosen to indulge in reckless abandon. In the chaos, numerous people fled through broken walls and windows, barely clothed and in a state of panic. Zhao Shuang quickly spotted his second brother, Wang Chang, flying out with the white-skinned model, Susan. However, their appearance was quite a sight to behold. Susan was wearing Wang Chang's shirt with buttons misaligned, and underneath she was completely bare. Her pants were nowhere to be found, leaving her long, fair legs exposed. Fortunately, the shirt was long enough to cover her backside, preventing any embarrassing exposure. As for Wang Chang, he was even more shocking, completely naked except for a pair of pink lace-trimmed underwear, clearly a woman's. In his panic, he must have mistakenly grabbed Susan's underwear to wear. Aside from Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian, who could fly, the other ability users also appeared outside the office building. Among them, their parents were dressed appropriately, having chosen not to indulge in reckless abandon in this apocalypse. Besides them, only a few less attractive individuals were without partners, unable to indulge as they wished, thus maintaining their dignity. The rest were in situations similar to Wang Chang and Susan. The eldest, Meng Lingyu, had somehow ended up with his senior, Lu Cixi, and cleverly wrapped himself in a bedsheet. Lu Cixi was indeed wearing a man's t-shirt, but half of her backside was still exposed. The others were in similar predicaments, and no one could mock anyone else. Since you all seem fine, you go save the others. I'll deal with this giant centipede, Zhao Shuang said as he flew to his parents' side, handing Zhang Qian over to them. He instructed the other ability users to focus on rescuing the ordinary people while he went to confront the indestructible iron centipede that had interrupted his plans. It was nighttime, and the monster's attributes had surged. He needed to act quickly. Otherwise, if he got held up, a swarm of monsters would arrive, and it was uncertain how many of the 61 people would survive. Moreover, Zhao Shuang was extremely frustrated. He was just about to hit second and third base, ready to score a home run with Zhang Qian and make her his woman. Yet, this creature had collapsed the entire building, forcing him to stop. Being interrupted at such a critical moment, it was easy to imagine how terrible Zhao Shuang's mood was at that moment. I wonder if you can withstand my wrath, Zhao Shuang said, looking at the indestructible iron centipede as he brandished his frostblade daggers and flew towards it. He activated his A-level talent ability, Wild Rhythm, once again. With the dual enhancement of his S-level ability dominating the skies and the A-level ability Wild Rhythm, combined with the 130% effect increase of the frostblade daggers, his speed reached its peak. He charged straight for the centipede's gorilla-like head. In an instant, he arrived at the center of the centipede's forehead, plunging a dagger towards it. The frostblade dagger pierced through as if it were stabbing into tofu, effortlessly embedding itself into its forehead. Roar! The indestructible iron centipede let out a piercing wail. In the next moment, its supernatural ability activated, and instantly the entire centipede body and gorilla head gleamed with a metallic sheen. After landing a hit, Zhao Shuang initially thought he would deal a heavy blow to this adamantine iron centipede. After all, he clearly knew that the greatest weakness of this adamantine iron centipede was the center of its gorilla head. That was the most vulnerable part of its entire body, and compared to the strength of other parts, it could be considered its weak point. If he could destroy the entire gorilla head, the adamantine iron centipede would be considered dead. However, after Zhao Shuang stabbed down with his dagger, not only was the adamantine iron centipede not severely injured, but it also used its supernatural ability to launch a counterattack. Zhao Shuang glanced at the 30-centimeter-long frost dagger in his hand. Then he looked at the enormous body of the adamantine iron centipede and its gigantic gorilla head, which resembled a mountain. Suddenly, he realized that the reason his frost dagger attack was ineffective was entirely because his weapon was too short and the adamantine iron centipede was too large. A 30-centimeter wound. was merely a surface injury for the adamantine iron centipede. It was impossible to deal it a heavy blow. Faced with the now S-rank gifted ability, metallization of the adamantine iron centipede, Zhao Shuang immediately thrust the second frost dagger towards its forehead. Since a 30-centimeter wound couldn't reach its core, he decided to stab a few more times. The result was a ding sound, echoing the clash of metal. This time, when Zhao Shuang thrust down with his dagger, he no longer felt the sensation of piercing through tofu as he had before. At this moment, after the adamantine iron centipede had activated its S-rank ability of metallization, when Zhao Shuang stabbed down, only the front half of the dagger penetrated into the center of the adamantine iron centipede's forehead. The remaining half could not penetrate at all. The body of the adamantine iron centipede was completely different before and after it used its gifted ability. Zhao Shuang, not willing to give up, stabbed repeatedly over a dozen times, but none of them could penetrate the metallized skin of the adamantine iron centipede. Instead, it sparked a large number of sparks and produced sharp metallic friction sounds. Zhao Shuang immediately copied the C-rank ability bone gun of his junior, Wang Jing, and fired a dozen shots at the massive gorilla head. The clanging sounds were incessant, yet not a single bullet could break through the metallized skin of the adamantine iron centipede, causing any effective damage. His father's B-rank gifted ability, neurotoxin, was completely ignored by Zhao Shuang because this thing had no nervous system at all. It was directly immune to neurotoxins. Zhao Shuang had almost copied everyone's abilities and unleashed them one by one on the adamantine iron centipede. The sad result was that after a flurry of operations, he looked at his score, 0-5. Not only had he wasted a lot of supernatural energy, but he also failed to inflict any effective damage on the adamantine iron centipede. It was even difficult to break through its metallized defense. This damn thing is really tough. No wonder in my last life hardly anyone was willing to take on tasks related to it. If I can't even break its defense, and it's so large, it's hard to hurt it fundamentally. Unless I start causing destruction from within. Zhao Shuang looked at the enormous centipede before him, which left him at a loss and made it difficult to even think about breaking its defense. He couldn't help but curse. But as he was cursing, Zhao Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Destroy it from within. As the saying goes, no matter how solid a fortress is, it is destroyed from the inside. Since this guy is so tough and attacking from the outside doesn't work, then let's collapse it from the inside. It's internal. Organs can't possibly be metallized, right? With this thought, Zhao Shuang's mind became lively again. Instantly, his eyes turned blood red, and his pupils transformed into the shape of the Sharingan. S-rank gifted ability Sharingan. Activated, ability copy successful. S-rank gifted ability, metallization. Activating the ability can transform the skin into an incredibly hard metal, with the hardness of the metal increasing as the ability level rises. Defense power increases by 200%, attack power increases by 100%, and speed increases by 50%. Gold element damage reduction increases by 50%. The Sharingan copies abilities with one use available, and the metallization lasts for 30 minutes. Ability consumption is reduced by 20%, and ability effectiveness is increased by 20%. S-rank talent ability Sharingan activated, ability copy successful. C-rank talent ability, gluttony. Activating this ability allows one to become a super glutton, capable of consuming almost any object with enhanced digestive capacity. When consuming objects above one's level, there is a very low probability of gaining special attributes. When consuming objects above one's rank, the probability of gaining special attributes slightly increases. The Sharingan copies abilities with one use available, and the gluttony state lasts for 10 minutes. Ability consumption is reduced by 20%, and ability effectiveness is increased by 20%. Zhao Shuang first copied the S-rank talent ability metallization from the diamond iron centipede. Then he copied the C-rank talent ability gluttony from his leader, Menglingyu. Instantly, he activated both copied abilities, transforming Zhao Shuang into a metallic being gleaming with a metallic sheen. While his defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, his entire body turned into incredibly hard metal. Even his teeth became iron and steel. Then, as the diamond iron centipede's gorilla head let out another roar, Zhao Shuang flew directly into its mouth, willingly allowing himself to be swallowed. Once inside the diamond iron centipede, Zhao Shuang found himself in darkness, unable to see anything. But not being able to see was fine, it made eating less nauseating. Thinking this, Zhao Shuang opened his iron teeth and began to devour the insides of the diamond iron centipede. The gluttony ability had a chance to gain special attributes, and although the probability was extremely low, it was still a growth-oriented ability. The reason it was only C rank was likely because 1. It had no combat power, 2. It had no self-defense capability, and 3. It required consuming objects of a higher level or rank. For an ability user with no combat power and no self-defense capability to consume objects of a higher level or rank was akin to seeking death. Although Menglingyu awakened the C-rank talent ability gluttony, he had not gained any special attributes in the 10 years of his previous life. The reason was clear. But Zhao Shuang, who copied the gluttony ability with the Sharingan, was different. With various enhancements to his abilities, his combat power was off the charts, and his self-defense capability was also extremely strong. This allowed the ability to unleash unexpectedly powerful combat effectiveness in his hands. After Zhao Shuang voluntarily entered the Diamond Iron Centipede's body, the centipede immediately lost its target for attack. It then turned its attention to Zhang Qian and the others, who were rescuing ordinary survivors. It roared and charged towards them, kicking up clouds of dust. The massive body gleaming with metallic sheen brought an unparalleled sense of pressure to everyone, causing their scalps to tingle and their bodies to stiffen in place as if they were paralyzed with fear. As they watched the giant gorilla head of the Diamond Iron Centipede open its massive maw to devour them, it seemed that someone would soon meet their demise beneath its jaws. Suddenly, its nearly 200-meter-long body began to roll violently on the ground. The immense gorilla head displayed an expression of immense pain, letting out a piercing roar that left everyone stunned. Meanwhile, inside the Diamond Iron Centipede, Zhao Shuang was eating faster and faster, growing more and more excited as if he had discovered a treasure, devouring the flesh and blood of the Diamond Iron Centipede at the general level, with a level higher than one's own and a rank higher than one's own. Acquired special attribute, low-level toughness. Low-level toughness, defensibility increased by 10%, devouring the flesh and blood of the Diamond Iron Centipede at the general level, with a level higher than one's own and a rank higher than one's own. Acquired special attribute, low-level endurance. Low-level endurance, all buff durations extended by 10%, including one's own arousal states. Zhao Shuang had just used his devouring ability to consume less than half of the Diamond Iron Centipede's flesh and organs. He had already gained 2 special attributes. This was also the reason he was so excited, as if he had discovered a treasure. Especially the note in parentheses regarding low-level endurance made him feel exhilarated. Thanks to Wang Wushang for the donation, 2 extra chapters, a total of 5 chapters updated today. Thanks to everyone for watching as this enormous giant centipede rolled around on the ground. Rolling and rolling, it eventually ceased to move, crashing heavily to the ground, and just like that, it died. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Is it dead? Could it be that the third brother did it? Wasn't he just swallowed by this giant centipede? Second brother Wang Chang stared at the corpse of the Diamond Iron Centipede, asking in confusion. It must have been Zhao Shuang. No one else could have done it, and he is like an indestructible little cockroach, an omnipotent existence. I believe him without a doubt. Stop dawdling, second brother, keep saving people. We can't fly like you, so don't be lazy. Zhang Qian glanced at the corpse of the Diamond Iron Centipede and answered second brother Wang Chang's question. After the previous 2 experiences, one facing the soldier-level green-haired zombie, and the other facing an assassination by the shadow, Zhang Qian realized that her previous worries about Zhao Shuang were unnecessary. That guy had clearly died in front of her once, his body shattered from the inside, and another time he was dismembered by the shadow, his heart exploding, blood splattering all over her. Both times she thought Zhao Shuang was dead, crying her heart out. Yet, Zhao Shuang had come back to life as if nothing had happened, appearing before her. After these 2 experiences, in Zhang Qian's eyes, Zhao Shuang had become an immortal, omnipotent being. So this time, even when she saw Zhao Shuang being swallowed by the Diamond Iron Centipede, she remained calm, no longer crying, no longer worried, and no longer screaming in anguish. Instead, she continued to rescue ordinary survivors, fulfilling Zhao Shuang's instructions with a demeanor of ease. However, it was only when the Diamond Iron Centipede suddenly stopped moving and became a corpse that she quietly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her stunning face. This also meant that everything she had just shown was an act, a facade of calm she had put on. That was the man she deeply loved, the one she had planned to give herself to. How could she not worry during his life and death struggle with the monster? How could she not care? It was just that his parents were still by her side, and considering Zhao's father's and mother's old age, she had to maintain her composure and comfort her uncle and aunt. Now that the outcome was clear, she finally relaxed and her face regained its smile. Even in this incredibly cruel and dangerous apocalypse, as long as he was there, everything seemed not so bad. Everything seemed still full of vitality and hope. After Zhao Shuang frantically devoured a small portion of the Diamond Iron Centipede's organs and flesh, he noticed that the centipede's body seemed to suddenly stop moving. It must have been eaten to death by him. It seems that the strongest fortresses are indeed breached from within. The ancients did not deceive me. Even though the Diamond Iron Centipede was already dead, but having already tasted the benefits of the devouring ability, feasting on monsters above his own level and rank, Zhao Shuang had gained 2 special attributes. How could he possibly stop? His mouth was nearly smoking as he frantically devoured the entrails and flesh of this adamantine iron centipede. He looked determined to eat it clean, vowing not to give up until he did. Although the probability of gaining special attributes from this devouring ability was extremely low, the sheer number of adamantine iron centipedes made up for it. Moreover, Zhao Shuang was only a level 34 soldier, while this adamantine iron centipede was a formidable level 58 general. The gap in their levels and strengths was enormous, slightly increasing the probability of obtaining special attributes. As Zhao Shuang continued to gorge himself, a piece of information finally appeared in his mind, devouring the flesh and blood of the level 58 General Adamantine Iron Centipede, which is higher than your own level and rank. Obtain special attribute, low-level strong attack. Low-level strong attack, attack power increased by 10%. He had finally gained another special attribute. Zhao Shuang couldn't help but feel excited again. He had only copied and used the C-level talent ability, devouring, once, and he never expected the rewards to be so great. He had permanently acquired 3 special attributes, which were solid boosts to attack, defense, and endurance. Although they were all low-level, even low-level attributes increased by 10%. Moreover, there were no additional conditions, it was a straightforward 10% based on his stats. This meant that the stronger he became, the higher his base attributes and the more terrifying that 10% boost would be. It was a definite profit. It seemed he would need to copy and use the boss's devouring ability more often in the future. This ability was only temporary, it could only be used after being copied, but the special attributes gained with such a low probability were permanent. Gaining them was a sure win, and not gaining them was still not a loss. Just as he was thinking this, Zhao Shuang took a bite, but the hard flesh nearly shattered his teeth. The flesh and entrails of the adamantine iron centipede, which had just been as soft as cake, suddenly became incredibly hard at that moment. It felt as if he had bitten into a rock. Zhao Shuang was taken aback, and after checking the time, he realized that the 10 minutes of the devouring ability copied by the Sharingan had expired. Without the enhancement of the devouring ability, Zhao Shuang could hardly bite through the entrails and flesh of the adamantine iron centipede with just his own teeth. Even if he managed to bite and swallow it, his stomach wouldn't be able to digest it. So, Zhao Shuang decisively turned back and crawled out from the giant gorilla's mouth of the adamantine iron centipede. Only his bloody head and upper body were exposed, resting on the chin of the gorilla's head, as he searched for the boss's figure. After looking around, he still couldn't find the shadow of his boss, Manglingyu. Boss! Boss! Where are you? Come out quickly so I can see you. Not seeing him, Zhao Shuang immediately shouted, and his voice attracted everyone's attention. All they saw was a blood-soaked figure crouched inside the terrifying, gaping mouth of the bizarre centipede. His lower body was still in the monster's mouth, while his upper body was exposed, looking like a vengeful spirit demanding a life, which startled everyone. Is that you, Zhao Shuang? What are you doing? Trying to scare people? Do you believe I'll smack you? Zhao Shuang's mother, Jiang Yun, who had turned to look after hearing his voice, was nearly fainted by his terrifying appearance. With half of his body outside and half inside the monster's mouth, she was furious and embarrassed, immediately taking off her slipper and gripping it in her hand, ready to hit him. Exactly. You little rascal, not learning anything good. Honey, I'm here to help you. Zhao Shuang's father, Zhao Zihan, was also startled by Jiang Yun's stance, and while speaking, he loosened his belt, pulling it out and holding it in his hand. Gulp! Zhao Shuang swallowed hard. Clearly, the stance of his parents reminded him of some bad memories of being mixed doubles. Even he, who wasn't afraid of top-tier monsters like the diamond iron centipede, felt a bit intimidated by the ordinary items of a slipper and a belt. Big brother, Manglingyu, where the hell are you? Come out. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Zhao Shuang shouted towards the crowd, feeling scared and unable to look at his parents. He looked like he was about to explode. Coming. Third, why the hell do you want to find me? You better have something important, or I'll take you on. Facing Zhao Shuang's repeated shouts, specifically calling for him, big brother Manglingyu finally appeared in front of the crowd, right in front of Zhao Shuang. However, at that moment, the bedsheet he had wrapped around himself was gone, now draped over senior sister Lu Cece. Meanwhile, big brother was completely naked, holding a small stainless steel basin in one hand, covering his private parts and backside. Manglingyu's comical appearance instantly drew laughter from everyone. His face turned beet red from the laughter, and he gritted his teeth, shouting at Zhao Shuang, ugh. Actually, it's nothing much, just wanted to see you, you can go back now. After instantly copying Big Brother's devouring ability, Zhao Shuang said this and shrank back into the body of the diamond iron centipede, leaving Big Brother Manglingyu holding two small stainless steel basins, shielding his naked body, looking disheveled in the wind. Damn third, I'm going to kill you. I won't let you off. Big Brother Manglingyu roared to the sky. Today, he felt he had lost face big time. How would he ever face anyone again? Just moments ago, while rescuing ordinary survivors, senior sister Lu Cece had come close to him, showing off her t-shirt that was on her legs and half of her exposed backside. Using that as an excuse, she forcibly took the bedsheet wrapped around him. Just as senior sister Lu Cece was about to take off the t-shirt on her legs to give it to Manglingyu in exchange, Zhao Shuang's voice calling for Big Brother Manglingyu startled both of them. In a panic, senior sister Lu Cece wrapped herself in the bedsheet and ran away, leaving Big Brother Manglingyu alone, disheveled in the wind, thinking, you can run, but at least leave the t-shirt behind. The place where the two had just been was a kitchen. Naked Manglingyu searched for a long time but couldn't find a single piece of clothing, unwilling to go out. But Zhao Shuang was urging him urgently, looking like he had something important to discuss. So, with no other choice, Meng Lingyu steeled himself, grabbed the 2 stainless steel basins, and rushed out. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. At that moment, Meng Lingyu felt like he wanted to kill Zhao Shuang. He treated him like a brother, but the guy was making a fool of him, causing him to lose face in a big way. He was sure he would get revenge. Someday, making that third experience social death too. It would be best to make him run around naked in public without even leaving him the 2 stainless steel basins. Big brother Meng Lingyu thought viciously. After copying Big Brother's devouring ability again, Zhao Shuang shrank back into the body of the diamond iron centipede. Using the devouring ability, he began a new round of consumption. However, he didn't know if he had just exhausted all his luck or if he had already acquired all the special attributes carried by this diamond iron centipede. Zhao Shuang devoured nearly half of the centipede's internal organs and flesh again, but surprisingly, he didn't gain any special attributes. Undeterred, he didn't plan to give up, taking advantage of the 2 minutes left in this devouring state. He continued to eat like crazy, his mouth smoking from the effort. When the last piece of flesh from the over 200-meter-long diamond iron centipede was swallowed by Zhao Shuang, there were less than 10 seconds left in the devouring state. Looks like it's hopeless. Unfortunately, I couldn't obtain any other special attributes, which is a bit of a regret. But having already acquired 3 special attributes is a significant gain. Let's leave it at that, it's quite good. At that moment, even Zhao Shuang believed that no new special attributes could be obtained. Just as this thought crossed his mind, suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind, as if it had always been a part of his memory. Devour the flesh and blood of the diamond iron centipede, a being of a higher level and rank than yourself. Obtain special attribute, centipede of 100 feet. Centipede of 100 feet, the centipede dies but does not decay. Gain 1 chance to avoid death. Upon death, you can be resurrected. When this information appeared in his mind, Zhao Shuang was completely stunned, even experiencing a brief mental freeze. After a while, a look of ecstasy spread across Zhao Shuang's face. Is this a second life? I actually have a second life. A sea-level ability of gluttony can actually grant me such a heaven-defying special attribute. Where can I argue against that? Originally, Zhao Shuang thought his good luck had run out after acquiring 3 special attributes. He didn't expect that the 4th special attribute would be so incredible, allowing him to resurrect after death. This meant that his life gate was no longer a life gate. Even if those who knew the secret of the life gate targeted him, he now had means to counterattack and retaliate. He initially thought that the delay in obtaining new special attributes was a sign that his good luck had been exhausted. Little did he know that his good fortune was brewing something big, bringing him such a surprise. This instantly made Zhao Shuang's mouth break into a wide grin, his smile more difficult to suppress than an AK. Originally, his good fortune with that enchanting beauty, Zhang Qian, was interrupted by this diamond iron centipede. It made him furious, his anger off the charts, and he truly intended to take revenge by consuming its flesh and later using its skin. He vented his inner rage. Yet, unexpectedly, this diamond iron centipede not only delivered nearly 200 meters of S-level ability armor material in the form of centipede shells but also provided him with 4 special attributes, including a second life and a chance for rebirth. How generous! What a good centipede! It truly sacrificed itself to illuminate Zhao Shuang's path. Zhao Shuang happily placed his hand on the remaining centipede shell of the diamond iron centipede. Then, using the S-level talent ability space copied from his mother, Zhang Yun, he directly stored this massive S-level ability armor material into his personal space. Once it was safe and he had time, he would replicate Zhuang Yan's S-level ability divine refining to forge ability armor. With nearly 200 meters of the diamond iron centipede's enormous body and so much S-level ability armor material, how many pieces of ability armor could he forge? It could probably arm a 100-person ability team. The centipede shell was so hard, already gleaming with a metallic luster and texture even before refining. It was excellent material for crafting heavy armor and shields, with defensive capabilities far surpassing leather armor and shields. However, it was also much heavier than leather armor, which could affect agility. As the shell of the diamond iron centipede was stored in Zhao Shuang's personal space, he, covered in blood and resembling a blood-soaked person, appeared before everyone. Before Zhao Shuang could clearly see the scene in front of him, a figure rushed into his arms, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air. Feeling the familiar ball collision and the astonishing elasticity pressing against his chest, Zhao Shuang didn't need to look to know it was Zhang Qian, that enchanting beauty. Only she could possess such an outrageous figure. So large and so firm, without a hint of sagging, truly deserving of the name Thriving Growth. As a healing-type ability user, one glance was enough to tell that her milk supply was abundant. It gives a very reliable feeling, and instinctively one would think she is dependable. Zhao Shuang, you scared me to death. You mustn't do such dangerous things again. What sense does it make to voluntarily offer yourself to a monster? You made me worry so much. Zhang Chen didn't mind Zhao Shuang being covered in blood, she held him tightly. In his embrace, she spoke with a mix of affection and concern. All right, I'll listen to you. I promise I won't do anything that makes our dear Qian Chen worry anymore. But I have a serious issue to discuss with you now. Zhao Shuang knew that to please a woman he had to say things that would make her happy, even if there were future opportunities to use his devouring ability to break through from the inside, he would still do it without hesitation. After all, who could resist the temptation of a special attribute, especially one that grants an extra life? But he readily agreed to ease the girl's mind. Women are emotional beings. As long as you say things nicely, they can accept it even if it doesn't meet their expectations. That's the charm of language. A serious issue to discuss. With me? What serious issue? Tell me. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Zhang Qian became curious and couldn't help but grow serious. It's that you've already devoted yourself to me, so from now on, you're my woman. And since we're so close now, why are you still calling me by my full name? Calling me Zhao Shuang, Zhao Shuang feels so distant. Come on, call me husband or good brother to hear. Zhao Shuang held the beauty in his arms tightly, teasingly, saying it in a tone that was quite infuriating. I spit. Who wants to call you husband or good brother? How cheesy. You shameless. Who's your woman from now on? You haven't even succeeded yet. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's teasing, Zhang Qian's pretty face instantly turned crimson again. The shyness of a young girl truly surpasses all the beauty in the world. Oh, not succeeded yet? How about we find a place to continue? Besides, with the monster attributes surging at this late hour, it's not safe without a shelter. Zhao Shuang thought about how he and Zhang Qian were just at a critical moment. But then this iron centipede interrupted their good fortune, even toppling the entire office building. The desire that had just been extinguished was instantly reignited by a few words from this enchanting girl. He immediately wanted to continue what they hadn't finished. Fearing she might be too shy to agree, he even provided a grand excuse, using the safety of everyone as a reason to create conditions for his own good fortune. Zhang Qian, with her cheeks flushed, gently nodded, letting out a barely audible hum. It seemed to give Zhao Shuang infinite motivation. He immediately lifted the delicate girl, spinning her around in the air a few times to express his inner joy. He was just short of jumping up and cheering. All right, you two little lovebirds can be sweet later. Xiao Shuang, look at you covered in blood. Only Zhang Qian, that good girl, wouldn't mind you. Even your mom is disgusted by you. Quickly find a place to settle down and wash up. You two can whisper sweet nothings behind closed doors, no need to show off your love in public. Just as Zhao Shuang was happily spinning Zhang Qian around, his mother, Jiang Yun, walked over. She glanced at Zhao Shuang, who was covered in blood with no clean spot in sight, and complained with a face full of disdain. However, her eyes were filled with a smile, genuinely happy about the growing feelings between her son and the girl he liked, Zhang Qian. Ah, auntie. No, it's not what you think. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zhang Qian instantly turned beet red. She hurriedly struggled out of Zhao Shuang's embrace, looking like a child caught doing something wrong. Mom, the girl is shy. When you, an elder, suddenly appear like this, she can easily feel flustered. What's wrong? They say that once you marry a wife, you forget your mother, but your wife hasn't even left the house yet. And you're already speaking up for her? However, if it's Zhang Qian, this little girl, then Mom genuinely likes her from the bottom of her heart. So I'll allow you to favor her. Mom is on her side too. If you two get along well, I won't interfere. Jiang Yun said cheerfully and walked away happily. In the distance, the others who had already gotten dressed were watching, but they didn't come over to join the fun. Except for the eldest, Meng Lingyu. At this moment, you could still faintly hear Meng Lingyu shouting to challenge Zhao Shuang to a duel. However, he was firmly held back by his second brother, Wang Chang, and his fourth brother, Li Fan. Unable to break free from their grip, he couldn't rush over to settle the score with Zhao Shuang. Just thinking about the two stainless steel bowls that Meng Lingyu had blocking the view in front and behind made Zhao Shuang want to laugh. But considering that it was the eldest's ability, gluttony, that had earned him a second life, Zhao Shuang ultimately held back and didn't laugh out loud. He even pretended not to hear the eldest's call for a duel, rare as it was for him to act like a turtle hiding its head. But this wasn't really Zhao Shuang's fault. After all, he didn't know why the eldest, who was wrapped in a bedsheet, had turned into two small bowls. However, if Zhao Shuang were given another chance to choose again, he would still resolutely let the eldest come out. After all, between the eldest Meng Lingyu's social death and his own second life, his second life was undoubtedly more important. The eldest could still move to a deserted place to live, but if he missed his second life, there would be no place left to cry. Moreover, it wasn't just the eldest who had suffered social death. The second brother Wang Chang had also worn Susan's women's underwear, and with the eldest's two bowls, it was practically a tie. Alright, everyone gather around. Let's first count the number of people. Then, let's find a relatively intact building to rest for the night. This night belongs to the monsters, and their attributes are not so easy to deal with. It's best to hide in a shelter. Zhao Shuang called everyone together and issued the next action instructions. At the same time, he looked forward to continuing the beautiful union with Zhang Qian that they hadn't completed earlier. Everyone moved closer to Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian. However, when they counted, they found that 9 more people had died in this office building collapse incident. Among them were 7 ordinary people and 2 F-level ability users. The number of survivors dropped from 61 to 52, instantly weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, their faces filled with sorrow. This apocalypse truly isn't a place for humans to stay. Who would have thought that while comfortably staying indoors, indulging in repressed emotions, the building would collapse? Is there any safe place left in this apocalypse where one can live and survive? Moreover, just a moment ago, they were still living people, having dinner together. In the blink of an eye, they turned into several cold corpses. This made everyone sigh at the unpredictability of life, realizing that their behavior of living in the moment was indeed wise. Even in death, one should be a flamboyant ghost. How frustrating would it be to die without understanding why, still a virgin? Regarding Zhao Shuang's instructions, everyone had no objections, nodding in agreement. Zhao Shuang then chose a relatively intact street-side building, planning to clear out the zombies inside and lead everyone in. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as they hadn't taken a few steps forward, not even reaching the foot of that building, a large number of squeaking sounds came from ahead. At the same time, the ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everyone focused their eyes and discovered that it was an uncountable number of rats, so many that it was terrifying. And these weren't ordinary rats, they were as big as cows. Each of these rats was as robust as a cow, and many were even several times larger than a cow combined. The eyes of these mice glowed a sinister crimson, their teeth transformed into jagged shapes. Their ears morphed into those of a cat, and their tails became like those of a tiger. The moment Zhao Shuang caught sight of the terrifyingly large swarm of mice, his expression changed drastically. Tiger-tailed fire mice. It was actually tiger-tailed fire mice, a presence as horrifying as the Daxia dragon sparrow. They also had a gregarious nature. The more there were, the more terrifying they became. Although they were all B-class creatures, once their numbers reached a certain level, they became extremely fearsome. After clearly seeing the appearance of these tide of mice, Zhao Shuang decisively opened his personal space. He took out a large number of thick, long ropes and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, gather close to me and my second brother. Then tie one end of these ropes to yourselves and hand the other end to me and my second brother. We must take to the skies." These mice are as terrifying as the group of strange birds we encountered during the day. They are not something we can deal with right now. Moreover, they are incredibly fast, we can't outrun them. The only way to survive is to fly. Hurry, hurry, and act now. The tide of mice is about to arrive. As Zhao Shuang spoke, he watched the countless tiger-tailed fire mice surge forward. Everything in their path, whether zombies or plants and trees, was reduced to their food. Even many low buildings were flattened by them. Only a few tall skyscrapers stood lonely in their wake. In order to survive, everyone executed Zhao Shuang's orders without hesitation. They quickly grabbed the ropes and swiftly tied them around themselves, handing the other ends to Zhao Shuang or his second brother. Ultimately, as the ground beneath them trembled more violently and the tide of mice drew closer, just as they were about to rush beside them, Zhao Shuang and his second brother Wang Chang successfully lifted everyone into the air. The tiger-tailed fire mice squeaked angrily, unwilling to accept their defeat, and spat flames at the group. Unfortunately, they couldn't reach those in the sky. Flying above, illuminated by the moonlight, they realized that the tide of mice was densely packed everywhere. There were probably millions of them, even more terrifying than the Daxia dragon sparrow flock they encountered during the day. Under such a horrifying tide of mice, if one couldn't fly, even a king-level creature would likely need a bitter end. Fortunately, Wang Chang could fly, and Zhao Shuang, who possessed the SHARINGAN, could also fly. After invoking the rope technique, all 52 people could fly. Since we are already airborne, if there are no threats or dangers in the sky, let's fly straight to the survivor gathering place. It will save us from taking another 10 days or half a month to get there. Zhao Shuang sighed in the sky, realizing that continuing whatever it was with Zhang Qian was no longer hopeful. He simply stated this. Looking down at the terrifying tide of mice numbering in the millions, Zhao Shuang understood that finding a building to land and rest tonight was likely out of the question. In the face of this tide of millions, there was no safe shelter left. Since good things often take time, and he could not complete this step of merging with the enchanting Zhang Qian tonight, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to carry everyone into the air and head straight for the survivor gathering place. Zhao Shuang had previously considered this method of traveling and flying. However, at that time, the number of survivors was large, with over 140 people. Flying in the air with such a large target was akin to seeking death. But now it was different. First, the number of survivors had sharply decreased to 52. Zhao Shuang and his second brother only needed to carry 25 survivors each to fly. This was much faster than carrying over 70. Secondly, they had already ascended passively and millions of tiger-tailed fire mice were galloping on the ground, and they couldn't find a place to land for a while. Rather than hanging in the air like this, it was better to fly directly to their destination. As a result, Zhao Shuang and his second brother led everyone on a swift flight, and surprisingly, they did not encounter any dangers from the sky. Perhaps the commotion caused by the tiger-tailed fire mice on the ground was too great, scaring off the flying birds in the sky. Or maybe the appearance of this mouse tide, with a large number of tiger-tailed fire mice, had become the food for the flying creatures and insects in the sky, allowing the the potential threats from above to be well fed in advance. Whatever the reason, everyone was incredibly lucky to have flown to their destination without incident. However, at this moment, the entrance to the military's underground facility, where the survivors had gathered, was in a state of lockdown. A small team of 5 was stationed at the entrance to the underground, acting as guards. Upon seeing the two groups of people flying down from the sky, tied together like grapes, they all showed expressions of surprise. In the nearly 2 days since the apocalypse began, countless people had come to this survivor gathering place, which served as a refuge in the military's underground facility. Thousands of survivors had arrived here, seeking their protection. Survivors had come in various ways, and they had seen quite a few flying ability users. However, they had never seen anyone like Zhao Shuang and his group who had tied more than 50 people together, flying through the sky like a string of grasshoppers. If they encountered any danger from the sky, wouldn't they be wiped out in an instant? Are you here to seek refuge at the survivor gathering place? Are you looking for General Shan Bai's protection? One of the 5 guards asked as he watched Zhao Shuang and the others land in front of him. His tone was relatively friendly and his attitude was decent, though his fierce appearance gave off a vibe of keep your distance. General Shan Bai? Zhao Shuang keenly picked up on the important information from this person's words. In his previous life, there were many rumors about this legendary figure, Shan Bai. As someone struggling to survive in the apocalypse, Zhao Shuang had never had the qualifications to come into contact with a peak celestial being like Shan Bai. Everything he knew about Shan Bai was hearsay, including the rumor that he was incredibly lecherous and had over 1,000 wives, many of whom he had forcibly taken. There were also rumors about his military background, mentioning that he was a major general before the apocalypse arrived. Zhao Shuang, who had not taken these rumors seriously before, was momentarily stunned when someone referred to Shan Bai as a general in this life. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Yes, we are here to seek refuge at the survivor gathering place." "Oh, then follow me. First, we'll take you to the temporary residence for newcomers, and someone will officially register you at dawn. We don't accept newcomers at night. However, we can't let the brothers and sisters who have come here turn back or sleep outside. So we designated an area to accommodate survivors who arrive at night. Don't worry, even the temporary residence has hot water and food available. You can rest and freshen up a bit, and when dawn comes, someone will naturally come to take you for registration." As he spoke, the man gestured for everyone to follow him while continuously explaining. It was clear he was a tough guy with a warm heart. Zhao Shuang and the others silently followed behind him, listening and observing. The calluses on his hands indicated that he often handled firearms, and his posture and walking style revealed a military aura. Although he wasn't in uniform, he was undoubtedly a soldier. As they gradually descended deeper through the entrance into the underground, a vast underground world gradually unfolded before everyone's eyes. It was entirely made of steel structures, looking incredibly sturdy. Once, Panda Province was developed as the strategic hinterland of the motherland. The underground works of the Sea Army District were built to withstand nuclear attacks. Moreover, it stored enough food and water to sustain millions of people for several years. During the process of the motherland unifying the globe and establishing the Earth Alliance, hundreds of generals were born. Among them was Shan Bai, a leading figure of the younger generation. Even after 10 years of the apocalypse, he was only in his 40s. In fact, he was just in his 30s now. A major general in his 30s was truly a formidable figure built on military achievements. Alright, everyone. This is the temporary accommodation provided for the survivors arriving tonight. The conditions are limited, so we can't provide a room for each person. Everyone will have to make do in this hall for now. However, there are showers over there, and a cafeteria with food and hot water supply. Washing up and resting won't be a problem. Since you all seem quite familiar, I'll share another piece of information about the gathering place. Our military district's tactical command has announced plans to try grouping various ability users with different powers together to form fixed teams, similar to special operations squads or mercenary groups. The aim is to complement each other's strengths and maximize the combat effectiveness of every individual in the team. Of course, this is just an attempt from our military district. The people from the tactical command have researched that while ability users are powerful, their abilities tend to be quite singular, with clear strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, the idea is to collaborate and form fixed teams. The general seems to encourage the formation of such teams. So, for those of you who are ability users, you might consider trying to join a fixed team or even form one yourselves. Naturally, we have many tasks here, which you will officially learn about once you join tomorrow. For now, please take some time to rest. I won't keep you any longer. Thanks, brother. May I ask your name? I'll treat you to a drink another day, Zhao Shuang said cheerfully as he approached the man who was about to leave. No need for drinks, hosting you is part of my job. As for my name, I'm Kong Hu. I should be a few years older than you, so if you don't mind, you can call me Brother Hu. If you prefer not to call me brother, you can call me Xiao Kong or Xiao Hu. The man grinned and said, Kong Hu? You are Kong Hu? Upon hearing that this man was the renowned first general under Sean Bai, with an SS-level talent ability. Zhao Shuang was taken aback, the words slipping out of his mouth. What? You know me? Seeing Zhao Shuang's reaction, Kang Hu was a bit confused, not understanding why this usually calm young man suddenly lost his composure upon hearing his name. Oh, I don't know you, but now I do. Since brother who doesn't like drinking, how about I treat you to a meal another day? Zhao Shuang realized he had overreacted and quickly smiled. To cover it up, a meal? That works. You all rest first, I need to return to my post. We'll gather another day, Kang Hu said as he turned to leave. After watching Kang Hu depart, Zhao Shuang looked around. He found that this was a hall of about 100 square meters, filled with tables, chairs, benches, and sofas, but there were no beds. Besides Zhao Shuang and his group of 52, there were 5 other people in the hall, 4 men and 1 woman. These 5 were divided into 4 groups. The only woman wore a hat that covered her forehead and eyes, revealing only a sharp chin and half of a high nose. She was wrapped up tightly, but it was still evident that she had a great figure. The woman occupied a sofa all by herself, lying on it in a feigned slumber. She appeared indifferent to everything, not even glancing at Zhao Shuang and the others as they were brought in by Kang Hu. Another middle-aged man, looking refined, sat quietly on a wooden chair, lost in thought. His expression shifted between pain, sadness, and terror, suggesting he had experienced some fright or had yet to adapt to the life and death separations of this apocalyptic world. He showed no interest in Zhao Shuang and the others' arrival either. The third person was completely shrouded in a trench coat, wearing sunglasses and a hat, almost entirely concealing himself. He exuded an air of keep your distance. Moreover, he was the only one not sitting on the sofa or the chair. Instead, he chose to sit on the ground in a corner, playing with a dagger in his gloved hands. Occasionally, he tossed it into the air, performing tricks with it, appearing quite skilled. He also seemed uninterested in Zhao Shuang and the others, focused solely on making the dagger dance on his fingertips. The other 2, the fourth wave, were a pair of young people in their early 20s. Their hair was dyed in strange colors, and they wore eccentric outfits, seemingly 2 cosplay enthusiasts. Zhao Shuang, not being part of that circle, couldn't tell which anime or game characters they were cosplaying. These 2 had originally been lying on the sofa sleeping, but upon seeing Zhao Shuang and the others, they suddenly became interested, especially their eyes fixated on Zhang Qian, the stunning beauty. After all, such a level of beauty was rare in reality. Those online with heavily filtered photos couldn't compare to Zhang Qian. It would be a shame not to take a good look. However, aside from staring at Zhang Qian, they didn't do anything out of line. After all, Zhao Shuang and his group were numerous and, if it came to a fight, they would be at a disadvantage with only 2 of them. After sizing up the 5 people, Zhao Shuang withdrew his gaze. There are some sofas over there. If you're tired, feel free to lie down and rest. It's only 3:15 a.m., and there are still several hours until dawn. The safety here should be guaranteed, so everyone can rest easy. I'm going to wash up. This blood-stained outfit is all dried up. Zhao Shuang pointed to a few sofas in the distance and said to the group, then turned and entered the men's bathroom. He found that although the men's and women's bathrooms were separate, there was no one guarding them. He didn't mind and went in to change clothes and take a shower. To his surprise, there was indeed hot water available. Being able to take a hot shower in this apocalypse was a rare treat. The group of girls, having heard there was hot water and not having bathed for 2 days, felt sticky from the previous indulgences before the building collapse. They all got up to head to the women's bathroom for a shower. By the time Zhao Shuang finished washing up and came out, there were even sounds of playful scuffles coming from the women's bathroom. In this apocalypse, a rare chance to relax and unwind, a hot shower was probably the best way to relieve fatigue. It seemed that this underground facility had its own water circulation and supply system, which was why they generously provided hot water for these strangers. By the time everyone finished washing up, it was already past 4 a.m. Zhao Shuang sat on the sofa holding the enchanting Zhang Qian in his arms. However, in this public setting, he couldn't continue the unfinished business with the girl from before, feeling a pang of regret. Zhang Qian had cried the night before and had fallen asleep beautifully in Zhao Shuang's embrace. She realized that this man's arms brought her peace and a special sense of security. Leaning against him, she fell into a deep, comfortable sleep, even her nightmares fading away. Thus, she leaned there, and before long, she was sound asleep, looking at the sleeping beauty in his arms. Zhao Shuang still felt no drowsiness. Unconsciously, his brows furrowed together, as if he were pondering something. With limited conditions, we can't provide a room for each person. Everyone will have to temporarily stay in this hall. But over there are showers, and over there is the cafeteria, with food and hot water available. Washing up and resting won't be a problem. Just as Zhao Shuang's thoughts drifted far away, Kang Hu's voice rang out again. Clearly, more people had arrived at the survivor gathering place during the night. Can't have a room for each person? I'm a dignified S-class ability user, and you want us to stay here? Is this how you treat guests in Shanshan? Bye. I refuse. You must arrange single rooms for me and my brothers, and they must be the best conditions. Otherwise, even if I'm easy to talk to, my brothers won't agree. Right. The boss is right. We won't agree. We won't agree. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted, all shouting in unison. The commotion woke the sleeping crowd, who turned to look towards the entrance. At that moment, Kong Hu stepped into the hall. Following him was a group of nearly 20 people. Among them was a fierce-looking man, tall and muscular, with a dragon tattoo across his shoulder. This guy, wearing sunglasses even at this late hour, followed closely behind Kong Hu. He was also flanked by two alluring, scantily clad women, his hands roaming over their backsides and thighs, exuding the swagger of a gangster. The underlings behind him were all dressed in suits and ties, each looking menacing, embodying the stereotype of a mafia. However, as the tattooed man entered the hall and scanned the room, his gaze instantly locked onto the stunning beauty, Zhang Qian. He felt that compared to Zhang Qian, no matter how beautiful or curvy the two women in his arms were, they instantly became plain and unappealing. He even took off his sunglasses for a moment, his eyes unabashedly staring at Zhang Qian, desire burning in his gaze, nearly drooling. Won't agree? What, do you want to cause trouble? Do you really think? Upon hearing the ruckus from the group, Kong Hu's expression darkened immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the gangster-like man. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother, I suddenly find the conditions here quite good, very good. My brothers and I will stay here tonight, we won't go anywhere else. The gangster-like man kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Qian as he spoke to Kong Hu. At least you know your place. Let me warn you, this is General Shan Bai's territory. Behave yourselves. If you're a tiger, lie down. If you're a dragon, coil up. If you dare to cause trouble here, you will bear the consequences. If anyone dies here, no matter who it is, kill without mercy. Kong Hu could tell that this group was not composed of well-behaved individuals, so he issued a warning. If it weren't for General Shan Bai's previous order that all survivors must be accepted, he wouldn't have let this group in. They clearly look like trouble. Yes. Little brother, you are absolutely right. We are all law-abiding citizens and will definitely not cause trouble, you can rest assured. The gangster-like man patted his chest, assuring Kong Hu. The sound of his chest thumping was loud, but the dragon tattoo on his shoulder trembled, making it particularly eye-catching. I hope you keep your word and behave yourselves. Kong Hu said, snorting coldly as he turned to leave. As soon as Kong Hu walked away, the gangster-like man's expression changed instantly. He put away his smile and revealed a fierce look, leading his underlings straight towards Zhang Qian. This beautiful lady, my name is Chu Longfei. He was a dignified S-rank gifted ability user at level 23 with extraordinary strength. The long night stretched on, and sleep eluded him. Would you be willing to grace me with your company, to enjoy the moon and share our thoughts? From poetry and songs to the philosophy of life? This guy, named Chu Longfei, who looked like a black boss with bare shoulders and a dragon tattoo over his shoulder, approached Zhang Qian directly, ignoring Zhao Shuang, the man who had his arm around Zhang Qian's waist. He spoke to Zhang Qian in a pretentious manner. I'm not interested. Faced with Chu Longfei's persistent advances, Zhang Qian coldly replied with 3 resolute words. She directly rejected him and then buried herself back into Zhao Shuang's embrace, nuzzling against him like a little cat, finding a comfortable position to continue sleeping. She showed no intention of acknowledging Chu Longfei and his group any further. Not interested? I am a top-tier S-rank gifted ability user at level 23. In this perilous apocalypse, strength is the only truth. For you to catch my eye is a stroke of luck for you, yet you dare to refuse me. What's so good about that pretty boy? Just a pretty face with no real use. Come, let's go have some fun. You don't get a say in this. Hearing Zhang Qian's unhesitating rejection and her complete disregard for him, a top-tier S-rank gifted ability user, Chu Longfei was instantly filled with rage, and as he spoke, he reached out to grab Zhang Qian. Having roamed the area around Chuanxi Road for many years, he had never encountered a woman he couldn't have. Before the apocalypse, he had plenty of ways to make those high and mighty women submit, ultimately leading them to climb into his bed willingly, allowing him to toy with them as he pleased. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, he had been favored by the heavens and awakened his own S-rank gifted ability. He remained an invincible presence within the gang. Now that he had set his sights on Zhang Qian, this woman, she actually didn't regard him at all, which made him feel deeply insulted. As Chu Longfei reached out to grab the stunning beauty that was Zhang Qian, his hand was only halfway there when it was slapped back with a loud smack. The one who struck was, of course, Zhao Shuang. Get lost. If you dare to disturb my woman's rest again, I'll tear your mouth apart. If you lay a hand on my woman, then your claws won't be needed anymore. After swatting away Chu Longfei's hand reaching for Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang coldly warned him. Oh, so you think you can show me some respect, huh? Dare to lay a hand on Boss Chu? Do you believe I won't kill your whole family? Don't you know who our Boss Chu is? Everyone in the Qingyang district knows his name. Brothers, let's teach this pretty boy a lesson. Let him know what happens when he dares to touch a woman our Boss Chu has his eyes on. Just as Zhao Shuang's threat landed, one of Chu Longfei's subordinates jumped out, ready to take action against Zhao Shuang. However, before he could finish his words, a figure rushed up and punched him squarely in the nose, causing blood to gush out. The one who struck was none other than second brother Wang Chang. Second brother was someone who truly acted when needed, without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, the rest of the group appeared somewhat timid. After all, most of them were university students who had never encountered such a fierce and intimidating gang. Just the sheer aura of the thugs was enough to overwhelm them, their eyes darting around, afraid to clash with these ruffians. Despite the fact that most of the ability users among them were already at level 21, with terrifying physical prowess, their combat strength was more than enough to crush these thugs, yet I still subconsciously acted according to the mindset from before the apocalypse. When faced with dark forces, the first thought was to protect myself and avoid getting burned. However, when my parents saw my second brother take action, they immediately grabbed chairs and stools to join in. These thugs wanted to harass their daughter-in-law, and they were the first to object. As soon as they saw that Zhao father and mother had joined the fray, the eldest, Meng Lingyu, gritted his teeth and jumped in as well. Seeing the eldest join, the fourth brother, Li Fan, followed suit. The women, who had previously indulged in bed with them, upon seeing their men join the fight, also charged in with furious shouts. In an instant, the hall turned into chaos, with everyone entangled in a brawl. At that moment, the black boss, Chu Longfei, took advantage of the confusion to unleash his S-class ability, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. His body instantly swelled to twice its size, and his eyes turned a deep crimson. His muscles bulged, and his speed tripled as he launched a punch straight at Zhao Xuang's face. If that punch landed, Zhao Xuang's head would surely explode, killing him on the spot. Just moments before, when Zhao Xuang had struck away Chu Longfei's hand reaching for Zhang Xian, Chu Longfei had already developed a murderous intent towards Zhao Xuang. After all, Chu Longfei had been dominating the bustling area of Qingyang district, particularly Chuanxi Road, for many years and was never a good-natured person. And this pretty boy, after setting his sights on his girlfriend, not only failed to clarify his relationship with Zhang Xian but also dared to strike his hand away and threaten him. Chu Longfei, truly, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, completely unaware of the dangers he faced. So, he decided to teach him a lesson. As soon as he made his move, Chu Longfei directly activated his S-class talent ability, aiming to kill Zhao Xuang, completely ignoring Kong Hu's earlier warning. However, at the moment Chu Longfei attacked, he caught sight of the pretty boy's eyes. They suddenly turned blood red, and his pupils transformed into a kaleidoscope shape. In the next instant, the pretty boy's body swelled to more than double its size, even slightly larger than Chu Longfei's. As the pretty boy's physique expanded, his clothes burst apart, revealing a muscular body that was significantly faster than Chu Longfei's. He arrived first, wielding an ancient-looking dagger that had appeared in his hand without him noticing. In a flash, Chu Longfei felt a chill in his arm, and his entire right hand went numb. The next moment, blood gushed from his right wrist. His entire right hand had been severed by the pretty boy in front of him with the dagger. Old woo-woo. As soon as Chu Longfei opened his mouth, a cold glint flashed again. He felt a chill in his mouth, and his entire jaw was sliced open by Zhao Xuang's dagger. Without a jaw, he couldn't speak, only making muffled sounds. But at that moment he was truly terrified. He never expected that Zhao Xuang, who looked like just a sunny and handsome pretty boy, would turn out to be so ruthless. He had thought he could easily manipulate him, but instead, he was a cold-blooded character who followed through on his threats. When he said he would tear his mouth apart, he did so the moment he spoke, slicing off his entire jaw. When he said his claws were unnecessary, he rendered his entire right hand useless as he struck. And seeing Zhao Xuang look at him as if he were a dead man, Chu Longfei felt his guts churn. Terrified, he staggered back repeatedly. "Stop! Everyone, stop!" "Oh, whoa!" Just then, Kong Hu's figure appeared in the hall. Seeing the chaotic brawl, his face turned ashen with anger. He shouted for everyone to stop, but not a single person listened to him. In the next moment, Kong Hu unleashed his SS-class talent ability Wrath of the Wolf King, transformed into a giant wolf king over 10 meters tall. It swept through the crowd like a whirlwind. In just 3 seconds, it ended the brawl, knocking down all the troublemakers, including Chu Longfei, who had lost his right hand and jaw. Only Zhao Xuang remained, standing firm with his twin daggers, Lin Xuan protecting Zhang Xian behind him. The two stood resolutely. "Oh, not bad, little brother. Interested in sparring a bit with me?" Kong Hu's eyes lit up as he noticed Zhao Xuang still standing despite his powerful ability attack and even protecting someone. "Not interested, brother Hu. But if you invite me for a drink, I might consider it." Zhao Xuang decisively declined Kong Hu's challenge. However, he didn't completely refuse. He left a way out that could also help build a relationship with Kong Hu. The best and fastest way for people in the country to strengthen their bonds is undoubtedly over drinks. Zhao Xuang himself doesn't drink. In his past life, he couldn't afford the expensive liquor, but he repeatedly mentioned drinking because there was a rumor about Kong Hu in his previous life. Kong Hu was a heavy drinker who loved alcohol. When Zhao Xuang first suggested treating him to a drink, it was purely polite banter, not knowing he was Kong Hu at the time. Kong Hu had initially chosen to refuse because he wasn't familiar with Zhao Xuang, not even considering him a friend. But after realizing this person was Kong Hu, a fierce man with double S-level talent and the ability Wolf King's Fury, mentioning drinking again, especially asking Kong Hu to treat him, was a sincere attempt to befriend him. It provided an opportunity to deepen their relationship without completely shutting down the possibility of sparring, thus saving Kong Hu's face. Treat you to a drink? Ha ha ha. Little brother, I actually love to have a few drinks when I can. But the military has strict rules against drinking, it can lead to trouble. However, it's rare to meet someone like you who matches my temperament. So, I, Kong Hu, will risk my life to accompany you, specifically to treat you to a drink. Afterward, we'll have a good spar. Being bullied by General Shan by every day is giving me psychological trauma. Kong Hu laughed heartily, transforming back from the towering Wolf King to his human form, cheerfully agreeing to Zhao Shuang's request for a drink. But in the next moment, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. He turned to the crowd he had knocked down, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke coldly. Now, tell me, what's going on? Why did you start fighting? Didn't I just say that anyone who dares to cause trouble here will bear the consequences? If there's no reasonable explanation, everyone involved in the fight needs to get out. You're not welcome here. Kong Hu directed this statement at Chu Longfei. At that moment, Chu Longfei felt incredibly frustrated. Having lost a hand and his entire jaw, he was still bleeding profusely. Yet Kong Hu was joking with that ruthless pretty boy, telling him, the victim, to get out and labeling him a troublemaker. Woo 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 woo. Chu Longfei wanted to argue, but with his jaw gone, his words came out as whimpers. Brother Hu, it's like this. He tried to tease my girl. Zhao Shuang immediately wanted to explain, but he was interrupted halfway by Kong Hu, who raised his hand to signal him to stop speaking. Little brother, you keep calling me Brother Hu, and I just agreed to treat you to a drink. If you explain now, even if what you say is true, others will think we have personal motives involved, which wouldn't be fair. So it's not appropriate for you to speak. For those 5 who didn't fight, is there anyone willing to step up as a bystander and explain what happened? After Kong Hu stopped Zhao Shuang from continuing, he turned his gaze to the other 5 people who had been in the hall from the beginning. As Kong Hu spoke and directed his gaze, among the 5, the 2 young men playing with cosplay were the first to lower their heads. They looked unwilling to stir up trouble, preferring to avoid conflict. The cultured middle-aged man remained immersed in his own world, completely ignoring everyone, including Kong Hu. Humph. Boring. The guy dressed in a trench coat, completely shrouded, sheathed the dagger he had been playing with in an instant. With a cold snort, he crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall, choosing to feign sleep at that moment, appearing unwilling to speak. That black boss saw someone's girlfriend was beautiful and wanted to flirt with the beauty. Ignored by the beauty, he became furious and wanted to make a move, but was stopped and intimidated by that handsome young man. The black boss's little brother saw someone daring to touch their boss and immediately jumped out to threaten. But before he could finish his words, he was punched away by the handsome young man's clumsy friend. Then both sides got entangled. Taking advantage of the chaos, the black boss used his powers and aimed to take the young man's life. Unexpectedly, the young man was also a tough character, countering and disabling one of his hands and slicing off his entire jaw. That's how it went. If you ask me, both sides disturbed my rest and should be thrown out. At this moment, the woman who only revealed a beautiful chin and half of her prominent nose slowly spoke. In just a few sentences, she summarized the events and offered her own solution: to throw everyone from both sides out. Neither side should be afraid of offending. Her voice was sexy and full of temptation, exuding a unique charm. Despite feigning sleep and being indifferent to everything, she seemed to understand all the matters clearly. Oh, so that's how it is. Both sides had someone strike first. They should indeed be thrown out. As Kong Hu spoke, he bent down to pick up the 2 thugs closest to him and was about to throw them out. Wait, Brother Hu. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We weren't fighting or causing trouble. We were just playing around. Just playing around, Zhao Shuang said, and I exchanged a glance with the foreign girl, Susan. Susan immediately understood and began to use her healing powers to treat everyone. The reason Zhao Shuang chose to let Susan heal instead of Zhang Qian, who had a double S-level healing talent, was that before entering this survivor gathering place, Zhao Shuang had specifically instructed Zhang Qian not to use her powers lightly. After all, her abilities were too powerful and could easily attract others' covetousness, so Zhang Qian should avoid using her powers whenever possible. With Susan's healing abilities, Chu Longfei's right hand, which Zhao Shuang had chopped off, and his severed jaw grew back, returning to their original state. Everyone's injuries were completely healed. Playing around? Are you sure? This right hand and jaw are gone. Hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Kong Hu indeed stopped in his tracks, looking at everyone with a face full of suspicion. Especially focusing on Chu Longfei's severely injured condition, he emphasized, "You tell him." Seeing Kong Hu's reaction, Zhao Shuang knew her argument had merit. She quickly stepped over to Chu Longfei's side and kicked him lightly. Oh, yes, we were indeed just playing around. There was no fighting or trouble at all. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Sir, give us a chance. We will definitely be quiet and honest, and we won't cause any more trouble. At this moment, Chu Longfei also wore a smile, since his jaw and right hand had returned. There was no need to venture out at night anymore. The monsters at night were far more terrifying than those during the day, as Shan Bai had said on the radio. They had personally witnessed it. Despite being unwilling to suffer such a great loss at the hands of that pretty boy Zhao Shuang and losing face, he still chose to prioritize his life over his pride. Alright then, since both sides say this is just a misunderstanding, I'll give you another chance. But I warn you, this is the last time. Hearing that both sides had come to a consensus, Kang Hu decided to let the matter slide. Ultimately, he left with a smile from Chu Longfei. Before leaving, he even nodded and smiled at Zhao Shuang. This young man was strong and quick-witted, and most importantly, he had a good temperament. Kang Hu found himself wanting to befriend him. So, he let it go and gave him face. However, after the earlier incident and realizing that Zhao Xuan was a tough character, Chu Longfei dared not make any moves on the stunning beauty Zhang Qian. After all, his right hand and chin were still lying on the ground. But according to his personality, Zhao Shuang had now become someone he held a grudge against. This enmity had been established. Before the apocalypse, any woman that Chu Longfei set his sights on was one he would have. Even if it meant bringing ruin to others, he would make sure the woman he desired climbed into his bed willingly, to be at his beck and call. And Zhang Qian, such an exquisite beauty, was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, surpassing all the countless women he had encountered. She was someone he had to possess, even if it meant using unscrupulous means. Chu Longfei stared intently at the stunning Zhang Qian. When Zhao Shuang's gaze turned towards him, he hurriedly averted his eyes, lacking even the courage to meet Zhao Shuang's gaze. Chu Longfei had a vague feeling that this handsome pretty boy in front of him seemed to possess a similar S-class talent ability, bloodthirsty frenzy. It appeared that this pretty boy could also use it. The aura and effects of the ability he used were almost identical to his own. However, the bloodthirsty frenzy that this pretty boy used seemed even stronger, surpassing his own S-class talent ability. This left him uncertain whether Zhao Shuang's ability was indeed the same as his. Yet, the feeling of being defeated by someone using his own ability lingered in his heart. Avoiding Zhao Shuang's gaze, he dared not meet his eyes or act recklessly. As he continued to stare at the exquisite beauty, Zhang Qian, his gaze shifted. He suddenly spotted a woman still lying on the sofa, pretending to doze off, revealing only a beautiful chin and half a nose. Although this woman was dressed in baggy clothes, wrapping herself up tightly, he, with his vast experience with women, could still tell at a glance that she was also an exceptionally rare beauty. Her figure was top-notch and quite impressive. Although her chest wasn't as grand and spectacular as Zhang Qian's, it was still ample and in his favorite shape. Just thinking about how this woman spoke earlier, her voice sultry and alluring, made his bones feel weak. If he could get this woman into bed and have his way with her, just the sound of her moaning would make him feel like he was in heaven. With that thought, Chu Longfei felt a surge of desire rising within him, completely disregarding Kang Hu's earlier warning. Just as he was about to get up and head straight for the woman, the two provocatively dressed women he had embraced upon entering approached him, actively throwing themselves at him. They took his large hand and pressed it against their chests. "Boss Chu, Brother Fei, that woman doesn't appreciate your kindness, but we sisters know better. If she doesn't want to serve you, we will. As long as you give us the nod, we can entertain you right here in public." One of the women directly took Chu Longfei's hand and stuffed it into her neckline. Then, she blew a breath into his ear, looking at him with a flattering expression and said, "Slap." The result was a loud slap from the furious Chu Longfei, who was enraged and humiliated. Her once pretty face instantly swelled up and blood was drawn from her mouth. "Fuck you, you slut. Do you think I'm an AV actor? You want to perform in public for others to see, right? How shameless can you be? And how dare you compare yourselves to others? Calling you toads compared to swans is an insult to toads. You like to serve in public, huh? Brothers, these two girls are yours now. You can make them happy in public and let them serve you well." Chu Longfei was already feeling displeased, with a belly full of anger that had nowhere to vent. These two women came up to him voluntarily, which made him unleash his fury on them. Why should he, the great Chu Longfei, a person who could cover the sky with one hand, but those two women, having just experienced what he had given to his subordinates, dared not return to his side? They all turned their faces away, pretending not to see Chu Longfei's murderous gaze. Just like that, before they knew it, dawn broke. Some female soldiers appeared, coming over to lead everyone to register and distribute identification proof. They informed everyone about the precautions and rules for living in this survivor gathering place. It turned out that to live in this survivor gathering place, one needed to complete various tasks issued by the gathering place, while enjoying the protection provided by the gathering place. One also needed to make their own contributions. It was not enough to simply enjoy the shelter and resources here without making any contributions to live freely. Moreover, the system here was relatively well established, offering different tasks based on individuals' abilities. There were tasks for collecting supplies, tasks for fighting and clearing monsters around the base, and tasks for gathering intelligence. There were also tasks for ordinary people, not superpowered individuals, such as cleaning, cooking, and organizing collected supplies. As long as one earned enough task points each week, they could comfortably enjoy everything the survivor gathering place provided. If the task points were insufficient, their treatment would be downgraded. If one failed to complete the task points for several consecutive weeks and became useless to the gathering place, they would ultimately be expelled, left to fend for themselves. However, it was only the third day of the apocalypse, and the first week had not yet passed. Naturally, no one had been expelled yet. After the registration was completed, the female soldier who registered Zhao Shuang and the others once again mentioned the proposal to establish superpowered teams, suggesting fixed squads to act together. She said that the Tactical Command Department of the military district was researching and promoting this plan, which was still in the experimental stage. Superpowered individuals could actively sign up. They could join others' superpowered teams or establish their own teams to recruit members. Then I will establish a superpowered team. Please help me register, Zhao Shuang said with a grin to the female soldier in front of her. Really? That's great. What do you want to name your superpowered team? I can help you register. Could you conveniently disclose your superpower level and what your superpower is? This way, we can help recommend your superpowered team information to other superpowered individuals. If others are interested in your team, we can refer them to you, helping you find your desired team members. Hearing that Zhao Shuang was willing to respond to the call and actively establish a superpowered team, the female soldier's face lit up with joy, nearly jumping for joy. Tasking people to form trial superpowered teams was a mission assigned to her from above. Throughout the previous day, many superpowered individuals had come to register to join the survivor gathering place base. However, not many were willing to join superpowered teams, and even fewer were willing to establish superpowered teams. In this apocalyptic environment where the legal system had collapsed, trust between people had plummeted to a very low level. No one was willing to entrust their life to a stranger, especially without knowing the other's character. Who knew if, in a dangerous moment, someone would use them as a shield? Who knew if, when there was a benefit, someone would turn on them, killing them for treasure? Who knew if, when entrusting their life and back to someone else, that person would abandon them and run away, leaving them to take the fall? In short, there were very few people like Zhao Shuang who were willing to establish superpowered teams. That was why the female soldier was so attentive and excited. The name of the superpowered team? Upon hearing the female soldier's inquiry, Zhao Shuang immediately looked at her parents, Zhang Qian, and her second brother. She thought about herself again and suddenly realized that she was reborn. Her parents, Zhang Qian, and her second brother had also lived another life, hadn't they? In their previous life, some became zombies while others went missing or died. It was Zhao Shuang's rebirth that changed the fate of her parents, Zhang Qian, and her second brother, allowing them to remain human in this life without any mutations. It was as if everyone had been reborn from the ashes. Then let's call it the Nirvana ability team. As for my talent level, it is a B-level ability, regeneration. You can publicize my information for other ability users to see. If any ability users want to join my team, remember to notify me. In the last life, the ability user teams were a very mature model, validated through time and life and death experiences. Zhao Shuang just didn't expect that in this life, the model for ability user teams would be proposed and experimented with just 2 or 3 days after the apocalypse broke out, a full 3 months earlier than in her previous life. It seems that the Tactical Command Department of the military district has some capable people. Nirvana ability team. Leader, Zhao Shuang. Ability user, B-level talent regeneration. Alright, your ability user team has been successfully registered. Please choose a totem emblem for your team. Once you've made your choice, I can 5D print a 3-dimensional certificate for you. Nirvana ability team. I think this emblem of the phoenix reborn from the flames is quite good. After all, it's a phoenix's nirvana. The female soldier suggested to Zhao Shuang, pointing at an emblem above the flying brain. Zhao Shuang leaned in to take a look and found a vividly majestic fire phoenix depicted. Its body was surrounded by flames, embodying the essence of rebirth through fire. She nodded immediately, saying, "Alright, let's go with that. Thank you for your support and cooperation. Please take this, it is the token and certificate for your Nirvana ability team. It contains a flying brain chip from our military district. Your ability user team is currently at the lowest level, F. As you complete tasks and earn task points, you can gradually increase your team's level. This is the manual regarding ability user teams from the base. It records the upgrade rules for ability user teams and suggests configurations for ability combinations, etc. You can take your time to read it after you leave." Hearing Zhao Shuang agree to her suggested totem emblem, the girl smiled. With remarkable efficiency, she handed Zhao Shuang the token certificate that had just been 5D printed by the flying brain in a matter of seconds. Alright, let's go. Zhao Shuang realized that the female soldier was subtly hinting for them to leave, as there were many survivors who still needed to be registered. The day's work had only just begun. At the moment of registration, the female soldier had already issued them their residence's door number and keys. After Zhao Shuang led everyone away from the registration office, they continued deeper into the underground works. After about 10 minutes of walking, they were met with a vast and magnificent underground city. There were even many advanced military devices parked inside, providing a strong visual impact for everyone. The most shocking sight was the space mothership from the South Gate project and the phoenix-like bird parked beside it, quietly hovering above the sky dome of this underground city. The power system of the space mothership's anti-gravity device used controllable nuclear fusion. Nowadays, in this apocalypse, it served as an artificial sun, a source of light and energy supply. It hung in the sky like a sun, illuminating the underground city as if it were daytime, providing energy for the daily consumption of this massive underground city. This was also why the base generously provided hot water for all survivors who came here. In her previous life, Zhao Shuang had struggled to survive for 10 years during the apocalypse, completely unaware that humanity had already achieved the construction of space mother ships and phoenix-like birds. Living at the bottom, she had no idea that these powerful weapons had truly been realized and built by the country. In this life, if it weren't for General Shan by opening up this underground facility and establishing a survivor gathering place, Zhao Shuang would have never known that such an astonishing behemoth, a sky mothership capable of enveloping a large city, actually existed, and it was parked right above his head. The crowd, all seeing this supergiant for the first time, was just as stunned as Zhao Shuang, left speechless for a long time. Meanwhile, in the office of the female soldier who had just registered Zhao Shuang and the others, she was diligently promoting the level information of the Nirvana ability team to the next batch of registrants, which included others from the temporary residence hall last night. The crowd, initially uninterested in any ability teams, suddenly became intrigued upon hearing that Zhao Shuang's group had actually formed an ability team and was recruiting members. They wanted to see the information about this ability team. When they discovered that Zhao Shuang's talent ability was only B-level and was a regeneration type, their reactions varied. Especially that black boss, Chu Longfei, who was furious upon realizing that he had been defeated by someone with merely a B-level talent ability, a worthless regeneration type. He was enraged that he had lost 2 women to Zhao Shuang. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, vowing to find an opportunity to kill Zhao Shuang and take back his women. Only then could he quell his resentment. Before killing that pretty boy Zhao Shuang, he wanted him to kneel and beg for mercy, to understand the severe consequences of offending him. As dawn broke, when Zhao Shuang and his group were heading to the accommodation area of the underground city, the survivors who had arrived earlier and completed their check-in began to move out, heading to the task area to look for tasks they could undertake that day. While staying in this gathering place to receive shelter and enjoy everything, they also had to complete corresponding tasks to earn enough task points, qualifying them to live long in this survivor gathering place in the apocalypse. Thus, Zhao Shuang's group and those who had come early to take on tasks were walking towards each other, passing by Zhang Qian, as an extraordinarily beautiful woman with stunning looks and an alluring figure, attracted a massive amount of attention just by standing there, doing nothing. At that moment, a burly man with a fierce appearance suddenly stepped forward, blocking their way. "Beauty, I'll give you 5 task points." "How about sleeping with me tonight?" he said to Zhang Qian. The response he received was Zhao Shuang's fist smashing into his face. With a high ability level of 34, Zhao Shuang was already considered quite strong on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Supported by his high level, his physical strength, speed, and body intensity formed a level suppression against the burly man. With one punch, he knocked out 3 of the man's teeth, dislocated his jaw, and sent him flying 5 or 6 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The guy struggled to get up but failed several times. It was only on the 5th attempt that he shook his head and managed to stand up, looking somewhat dazed. As Zhao Shuang struck, the burly man was sent flying with a single punch, creating a huge commotion that attracted many onlookers, including a military patrol team in uniform who also gathered to watch. However, they showed no intention of intervening. This was also the reason Zhao Shuang acted without hesitation when provoked. During the 10-minute walk underground, he had roughly skimmed through the management manual and regulations of the survivor gathering place. The core principle was simple: no killing was allowed in this space. In other words, aside from the bottom line of not killing, there were no other restrictions. It was clear that the military believed they had done too good a job protecting the civilians in the past. As a result, many people lacked even the most basic survival knowledge when faced with a disaster of apocalyptic proportions. Now that the apocalypse had occurred, humanity's strength was small and weak, trapped in a passive position, compressed by various monsters that eroded their living space. The military adopted this management approach to help the surviving humans quickly adapt to the survival rules of the apocalypse. Faced with even harsher challenges, at least this underground gathering place had rules and boundaries against killing. The people living here had no worries about their lives. Outside, however, when facing zombies and monsters, there was no mercy or consideration for sparing lives. It was a brutal struggle for survival, where only the most ruthless prevailed. Survival had never been easy. This was also why even the military personnel stood by watching the spectacle. Their task was simply to ensure that no lives were lost. As for who won or lost, they were merely spectators. Oh, isn't that the violent bear? He completed an S-level mission yesterday, hunting down a beast over level 20. How come today he got knocked down by a single punch? This group of people seems to be newcomers who arrived last night. Those who dare to go out at night are indeed tough. It's no surprise that the violent bear is at a disadvantage. But that girl is just too damn stunning. That face, that figure, that chest, wow. I've never seen anyone so beautiful and hot in movies or on TV. What good is being pretty? In this apocalypse, being attractive is a sin. Look, she just attracted the violent bear's attention. Even if her protector is strong, there will always be someone tougher. At that point, her fate might be worse than becoming a plaything. In an instant, a crowd gathered to watch, and people began to discuss among themselves. Many voices were loud, clearly reaching Zhao Shuang and the others' ears. It seemed that the management system here indeed had no restrictions except for the absolute rule against killing. No wonder this burly, fierce-looking guy immediately demanded 5 task points for Zhang Qian to sleep with him. Hey, kid, are you ready to face the wrath of the violent bear? Finally getting up. From the ground, the violent bear snapped his dislocated jaw back into place with a crack. After spitting out a mouthful of blood from a knocked-out tooth, he roared angrily at Zhao Shuang. At the same time, he unleashed his special ability. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, his already massive frame swelled even larger, rapidly sprouting countless black hairs. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal black gorilla over 8 meters tall. Bang! Unfortunately, just as his transformation was complete, a gunshot rang out. A bone bullet instantly struck his right knee, shattering it to pieces. The violent bear's massive body tilted dangerously, almost toppling over again, as he roared in anger and forced himself to stand, charging at Zhao Shuang. Bang! 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 3 more gunshots rang out, with 3 bone bullets accurately hitting his left knee and both elbows. Instantly, the giant black gorilla collapsed, losing all ability to move. He was no longer a threat. Zhao Shuang then casually walked over to the violent bear's side, looking at his enormous gorilla head. He revealed a friendly, sunny smile and pointed to a large tree by the roadside, saying to the violent bear, "This tree I planted, this road I opened. If you want to pass, leave behind some toll. Robbery. Hand over the task points in your hand." As Zhao Shuang's words left his mouth, the previously noisy crowd fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, everyone's minds were a bit overwhelmed. Wasn't it the violent bear who had blocked others' paths, causing trouble, and trying to use 5 task points to get that super gorgeous beauty to sleep with him? How did it happen in the blink of an eye that I became the handsome young man, full of sunshine, who was robbed on the road and caused trouble? And this tree by the roadside, it must be at least several decades or even 100 years old, right? How old is this kid? Barely 20. He's a newcomer who just arrived today, yet he boldly claims that this tree was planted by him, that this road was built by him, and now he wants to rob me. It's clear that we're in the apocalypse. This world has gone completely mad, to the point where no one can understand it anymore. You want you want money? No. You want a life, one life. If you want my task points, no way. At this moment, the violent bear, with all 4 major joints shattered by Zhao Shuang's sea-level ability bone spear, was still bleeding profusely and in so much pain that he could barely speak. Yet he remained quite defiant, showing a stance of preferring to die rather than give up his points, valuing money over life. Oh, is that so? Then how about this? Upon hearing the violent bear's response, Zhao Shuang's smile remained sunny, but he stepped on one of the bear's fingers, gradually applying pressure, accompanied by the bear's agonizing screams. That finger was crushed into a pulp by Zhao Shuang, but the bear was indeed a tough guy, holding on until Zhao Shuang had crushed 3 of his fingers. Ah, don't step on it. I'll give, isn't that enough? In the end, the bear could no longer withstand Zhao Shuang's torment and chose to compromise. After confirming his identity, credentials, Zhao Shuang retrieved the credentials from him. He then took out his own credentials, and upon contact, Zhao Shuang publicly transferred all 25 of the bear's task points to himself. This was a blatant act of robbery, in front of everyone. Yet, in the face of Zhao Shuang's brutality, the crowd silently watched, with no one stepping forward to stop it. Instead, many people's eyes involuntarily showed a hint of fear towards Zhao Shuang. The many gazes that had been openly filled with desire for Zhang Qian suddenly retracted significantly. This was also the reason why Zhao Shuang acted so ruthlessly. In this apocalyptic world, merely hiding one's strength and enduring could lead to even more trouble knocking at your door. After all, human nature is such, everyone wants to find a soft persimmon to squeeze, and the tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong is a fundamental flaw of humanity. In this underground city, there is only one ironclad rule: you cannot kill. To avoid trouble and prevent it from coming to you, the simplest and most effective way is to make others fear you, to make them dread you. You're called Violent Bear, right? Do you want to make a deal? After robbing all of the bear's task points, Zhao Shuang tossed his identity credentials back to him. Then, looking down from above, he asked, What deal? The bear gritted his teeth, the intense pain threatening to make him faint at any moment, relying solely on his extraordinary willpower to hold on. I can heal your injuries. I can help you continue to survive in this apocalypse so you won't end up a useless person dying in some deserted corner. And in return, giving me 1,000 task points wouldn't be too much, right? 1,000 task points to buy your life, how about that? As Zhao Shuang's words left his mouth, the crowd around them gasped in shock. Is this person a demon? Is he a devil? Clearly, he was the one who injured and tormented the violent bear. Now he's turning around and saying he wants to heal the bear, but for 1,000 task points as a fee. Does he even know what 1,000 task points means? An S-level task only gives 50 task points. Exactly. This person is simply a demon. Who wouldn't be afraid of violent bear? Yet he provoked such a calamity. Indeed, a woman is a disaster. If violent bear hadn't been enchanted by that woman's beauty, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. 1,000 task points. Even if violent bear has the strength to earn that much, but if he gives everything to this guy, what will happen to him? Without task points, he would ultimately be expelled from the base. Isn't that just a death sentence? How will the violent bear choose? As Zhao Shuang's words left his mouth, the crowd around them gasped in shock. They began to murmur again. At that moment, Zhao Shuang's image in their eyes was no different from that of a demon. He was a living king of hell that one should not provoke. Just look at the miserable fate of the violent bear who had provoked him, and one would know not to easily challenge this king of hell. At this time, even the gazes that had been somewhat restrained towards Zhang Qian had mostly disappeared. Even if they wanted to admire the beauty, they could only do so secretly. Do I have a choice? I agree to this deal. But I don't have that many task points. The violent bear glanced at his shattered joints and the 3 fingers crushed by Zhao Shuang. In the end, he agreed to the deal proposed by Zhao Shuang. Right now, he had no qualifications to refuse or bargain. If his injuries were not treated, he would indeed end up as Zhao Shuang said, dying in some deserted corner after being bullied by others. So he had no choice. There was only one path laid out before him. It's fine. If you don't have enough task points, you can owe them first. Once you complete the task and earn points, you can pay it back slowly. Even if you only pay back a little interest. What do you think? Zhao Shuang's smile remained sunny, but in the eyes of the crowd, it had turned into a devil's grin. Interest? There's interest? Compound interest? Even though he had already prepared himself to be at the mercy of others, the violent bear was still stunned by Zhao Shuang's limitless tactics. It was he who had injured himself. It was he who had robbed himself. It was he who would treat himself. And it was he who would charge for the treatment. The fees were exorbitant, akin to selling oneself. Now he actually wanted to use his hard-earned task points to lend to himself at high interest. The word demon felt pale and powerless at this moment, insufficient to describe the guy before him. At this moment, the violent bear regretted to the core. If he had another chance, even if that woman were a fairy descended from heaven, he would keep his distance, taking a detour to stay 800 meters away from this guy, not daring to look at him. Just a glance made him fear being robbed and extorted. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Smart. That's compound interest. Zhao Shuang's sunny smile remained. But when he said this, the violent bear's vision went dark, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood before completely fainting. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. I'm a kind person, I can't stand to see others get hurt. Susan, it's time to work. Seeing the violent bear completely faint, Zhao Shuang's smile remained as he signaled Susan to take action. The people around were filled with sympathy for the violent bear, and their gazes even held a hint of pity. In their hearts, they all had one thought: why provoke anyone else but this living king of hell? You deserve your misfortune. Under Susan's healing ability, the violent bear's injuries gradually healed, completely returning to normal. But when he woke up and learned that he had passively agreed to Zhao Shuang's compound interest scheme, his vision went dark again, and he fainted once more. This young man's body is really good, he just falls asleep. Alright, everyone, stop crowding around, disperse. Let's go. Seeing the violent bear wake up only to faint again, Zhao Shuang grinned and said this before planning to lead everyone forward, heading towards the residential area of this underground city. At that moment, however, the crowd on both sides of the street suddenly stirred. The Red Scorpion people are back. The Red Scorpion people are back. They even brought back a bunch of prey, they are so strong. Red Scorpion? Is that the first group to respond to the military's call, the first to form a team of ability users? Who else could it be? Dare to go hunting at night when the attributes of zombies, undead, and demon beasts surge? Besides the Red Scorpion ability team, who else in the entire base would dare to do that? My god, what is that? A lion or a dog? Why does it have 3 heads? And wings? Must be the Hellhound, right? I've heard of this mythical creature, it should be a dog. Not necessarily. In mythology, lions can also have multiple heads. For example, the 9-spirit primordial saint in Journey to the West is a lion with 9 heads. Is that woman the leader of the Red Scorpion? She's really beautiful and so cool. If I could marry her, even if it meant I had to have double S-level talent abilities and be invincible, I would be willing. Wow, dude, you must be dreaming. How could such a powerful, beautiful, and cool goddess be interested in you? Maybe me, but you? If she could marry me, I'd be willing to live in a big villa and enjoy the finest things. I think although the leader of the Red Scorpion is extremely beautiful, that white-haired, long-legged, baby-faced girl with a huge chest is the one who truly fits my aesthetic. If she could marry me and become my woman, I'd be willing to become handsome and strong. Only kids make choices, adults want them all. Why can't they both marry me? For a moment, everyone was discussing fervently and almost all eyes were focused on a team slowly entering the city. Upon hearing the name of the Red Scorpion ability team, Zhao Shuang's pupils trembled. It was actually the Red Scorpion ability team. In the last life, the renowned Red Scorpion ability team was one of the few teams that reached the SSS rating. Together with two other SSS-rated teams, they formed the legendary Superpower Red Abyss Alliance. But later, something happened and the Red Abyss Alliance suddenly disbanded. However, the Red Scorpion ability team remained a force to be reckoned with, boasting nearly 100,000 members and firmly sitting on the throne of first-class powers. They were far from being comparable to the Dream Chaser ability team, which had just reached the SS level threshold. Especially the leader of the Red Scorpion, Cheng Rong. She possessed an SS level beast transformation talent ability, reaching the peak of level 170 in the celestial realm. Her strength was unfathomable. At the same time, she was over 1.8 meters tall, truly having legs longer than life, and was known as the top beauty with the world's best legs. People respectfully called her Fairy Cheng Rong to her face, but behind her back, they liked to call her the Leg Fairy. She was a stunning and cool girl who could charm both men and women. In her previous life, it was said that more women liked her than men. Next was the chief healer of the Red Scorpion, Shui Ling Miao. She was an SS-level healing talent, also reaching the peak of level 170 in the celestial realm, a top-tier powerhouse. She was on par with the legendary healer beside the human war god Feng Xiaoyang, the ceiling of human healers, one of the three illusionary gods of the healing system. At the same time, she was a white-haired loli with a baby face and a huge chest, embodying the national average of white-haired enthusiasts and some lowly fans. She could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Leg Fairy Cheng Rong. She was also one of the most important cornerstones that allowed the Red Scorpion ability team to stabilize its position as a first-class power. Zhao Xuan, like everyone else, turned to look back. He immediately saw a super long-legged beauty in a fiery red trench coat, exuding elegance and coolness, leading the way into this underground city. Wherever she passed, both men and women were screaming, completely captivated by her charm. At this moment, the Red Scorpion ability team seemed to have just started, with only 5 members following her. Including the leader Cheng Rong, there were only 6 people in total. Behind her were 3 men and 2 women, along with the corpse of a monster over 10 meters long, with 3 heads and a pair of wings. Seeing that monster's corpse, Zhao Xuan was once again shaken. It was actually an SS-level creature, the Hell 3-headed flying dog. Among the double S-class creatures, they are all at the top of the food chain and extremely difficult to deal with. Looking at the size of this hellish 3-headed flying dog, Zhao Xuan speculated that its strength should be around level 45, a general level existence. On the 3rd day after the apocalypse arrived, or rather, on the night of the 2nd day, when the attributes of the monsters surged, they went to hunt a top-tier double S-class creature. Indeed, the Red Scorpion ability team is impressive. Moreover, Zhao Xuan did not expect that the team duo of the Red Scorpion ability team had already partnered up so early. No wonder they were rated as the most tacit partners. The corpse of this hellish 3-headed flying dog is a valuable item, especially its fangs. Just like the materials for his Frostblade dual daggers, they are both SS-class weapon ability materials. The difference is that this creature has 3 heads and a total of 6 fangs. Its skin is also S-class armor ability material. The fur at the tip of its tail is likewise S-class armor ability material. The bones and seeds are A-class ability materials. One could say that this SS-class hellish 3-headed flying dog is a treasure all over. Unfortunately, this thing does not belong to Zhao Xuan. There is no way to turn it into an ability weapon or ability armor. Zhao Xuan drooled over the corpse of the hellish 3-headed flying dog for a long time before finally averting his gaze. After all, this thing is not his, and he had no intention of snatching it. Although the core principle of this underground city is only one, no killing. Everything else is fair game. However, the other party is the renowned Red Scorpion ability team, with 2 double S-class gifted ability users stationed. They have the strength to hunt at night when the monster attributes surge, and they are hunting such a powerful SS-class creature. If he wanted to rob them, he had to be prepared to be robbed in return, ending up like that violent bear. With his Sharingan still being an S-class gifted ability, unable to replicate SS-class gifted abilities, Zhao Xuan was confident that he could protect his life in front of double S-class gifted ability users and even remain undefeated. But he did not have absolute certainty. And without certainty, he would not engage in a fight. Avoiding unnecessary hardship is Zhao Xuan's principle of action. Thus, Zhao Xuan shifted his gaze from the hellish 3-headed flying dog to Shui Ling Miao. She was a cute loli with silver hair, delicate and beautiful features, a bit of baby fat, and a charming figure. While she had a youthful face, she also possessed a sexy and hot body. Although her chest was not as large, firm, or exaggerated as Zhang Qian's, it could still be considered ample compared to her petite stature, with a D-cup bust. Though not tall, barely reaching 1 meter 60, her body proportions were well balanced. Coupled with her white hair, youthful face, lowly charm, and ample bosom, she instantly captivated countless men. Even Zhao Shuang couldn't help but steal a few more glances. He couldn't understand how one person could embody both cuteness and sexiness. Truly, she was both alluring and adorable, and the key was that she had white hair, truly versatile, right? The most crucial point was that she was also an SS-class healing gifted existence, renowned alongside the Fairy of the Tide, known as one of the 3 healing deities. In his previous life, Zhao Shuang had only seen photos of Qingrong and Xue Lingyao. He had never seen them in person. Upon seeing the real person in this life, he immediately realized that she was much more beautiful than in the photos. Qingrong, I love you. I want to kiss you in the street. Just as Zhao Xuan was engrossed in admiring the beauty, an unexpected event occurred. A tall and handsome fanatic admirer of Qingrong shouted loudly. He activated his ability, transforming into an octopus nearly 3 meters in size. Using his tentacles, he lunged toward Qingrong, attempting to kiss the leader of the Red Scorpion ability team in the street. In the face of this sudden situation, the crowd and the people on the sides of the street had not yet reacted. In an instant, a nearly 10-meter-long scorpion tail, shimmering with a crimson cold light, suddenly appeared behind Qingrong. With incredible speed, it struck out like a sting, precisely hitting the heart of the octopus-like admirer. With a thud, the fervent admirer, now transformed into an octopus, collapsed instantly, rendered unconscious. Then, the nearly 10-meter-long scorpion tail moved again, directly pushing the obstructing octopus to the side of the road. After that, the scorpion tail slowly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the beautiful lake fairy Qingrong continued her pace without any change, her expression unflinching as she moved forward. She was completely unfazed by the sudden appearance of this fervent admirer, maintaining her rhythm and pace. This scene immediately drew countless screams and gasps of astonishment from the crowd. They were still trying to process what had just happened. They hadn't even had the chance to warn Qingrong to be careful. Yet, Qingrong had already calmly and effortlessly resolved both the problem and the person who created it. It was simply too cool, too beautiful, too impressive. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhao Shuang's pupils dilated again, looking utterly shocked. The manifestation of the ability part. General level. This leader of the Red Scorpion ability group, Qingrong, has actually reached the general level? This is only the 3rd day since the apocalypse began, and it's barely dawn. How could a human ability user's ability level rise to above level 41 so quickly? I had thought my level 34 was already quite high, that I had made history in this life. But I never expected that there are always mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. No, I can't slack off. I must seize the time to elevate my ability level. Seeing the leader of the Red Scorpion ability group, Qingrong, display her ability part manifestation, Zhao Shuang immediately deduced her approximate ability level, feeling a sense of urgency to enhance his own ability level and strength. As the ability levels of ability users rise, their strength and physical quality become increasingly formidable. They gain better control over their bodies, abilities, and power. The ability part manifestation occurs when an ability user's level reaches the general level, allowing them to control their abilities in a more refined manner. After reaching the general level, an ability user's subtle manipulation of their abilities and power becomes extraordinarily powerful. At this stage, using their abilities no longer requires full force. Instead, they can control the strength and range of their abilities at will. This capability is known as ability part manifestation. Beast transformation ability users can manifest only part of their beastly traits to utilize their abilities, rather than transforming entirely as before. The nearly 10-meter-long scorpion tail that Qingrong had just displayed was clearly a result of her ability part manifestation. However, her true form showed no external changes. Stimulated by Qingrong, Zhao Xuan no longer felt overly confident. Instead, he felt a pressing need to quickly elevate his level and strength. Thus, he stopped watching the Red Scorpion ability group and ceased to admire the beautiful women. After all, he had the super exquisite beauty Zhang Qian right beside him. Moreover, Zhao Shuang thought Zhang Qian's legs were just as beautiful as the leg fairies. The only possible disadvantage was height. Zhang Qian was 175 centimeters tall, while Qingrong exceeded 180 centimeters. Both had golden proportions. But Qingrong's legs were naturally a bit longer. After leading everyone to their residence, Zhao Shuang inquired about their intentions. Those who wished to leave were allowed to go. For those who wanted to stay, Zhao Shuang made arrangements. He kept a group of ordinary people and those without combat power, including F-level and E-level ability users, as well as the S-level gifted ability user Zhuang Yan, at the residence, and he appointed Zhuang Yan as the head of the logistics department of the Nirvana ability team. He was responsible for handling all affairs in his absence. Then, he incorporated the remaining capable ability users into the Nirvana ability team, leading the team members straight to the mission hall of this underground city. They prepared to take on and complete their first team mission. As a reborn individual, his level and strength should be far ahead of all others. When Zhao Shuang led the members of the Nirvana ability team to the base's mission hall, they found it already crowded, with the entire hall packed to the brim. Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of many, primarily due to the presence of Zhang Qian, the stunning beauty. She was so beautiful that she seemed to glow, becoming the absolute focus wherever she went. Both men and women couldn't help but steal glances at her. However, after the earlier lesson from the violent bear, everyone knew that beside this exquisite beauty there was a demon, the kind that devours people without leaving a bone. The violent bear was a bloody lesson. Not only had he lost all his task points due to a single remark, but he also ended up with a mountain of high-interest debt. The word tragic was insufficient to describe his experience. Thus, when the crowd saw Zhao Shuang and his group enter the mission hall, they not only actively made way for them, keeping a distance of several meters, but they also dared not stare at the exquisite beauty Zhang Qian, only sneaking quick glances before hastily averting their eyes. They feared that one careless moment could make them the second violent bear, suffering the same fate. Observing the crowd's reaction, Zhao Shuang maintained his sunny smile. He skillfully began searching the holographic wall in the hall for suitable tasks for his ability team. He had been familiar with the task acquisition process for several years in his previous life, making him quite adept at it. However, he needed to be cautious since it was only the third day of the apocalypse and the task issuance process might not be fully developed yet. If he appeared more familiar with the task process than the staff issuing the tasks, it would not bode well. After selecting the tasks, Zhao Shuang deliberately feigned ignorance. He first asked many questions before taking on 3 team tasks and 1 personal task. In one breath, he also instructed the members of the ability team to take on a personal task related to collecting supplies. It wasn't that Zhao Shuang only wanted to take on 3 team tasks at once, rather, their Nirvana ability team was still the lowest level F-grade team, which could only take on a maximum of 3 team tasks simultaneously. However, since the base had just started, the system for ability teams was still in the experimental promotion stage. Therefore, there were no restrictions on the task levels that teams of various grades could undertake. Even a newly established F-grade ability team could take on double S or even triple S level tasks. Unlike in his previous life, where, after the ability team system matured, F-grade teams could only take on D-grade team tasks at most. Thus, Zhao Shuang took on 2 double S level tasks and 1 S level task in one go. His personal task was also related to collecting supplies. The 3 team tasks were as follows: SS level team task, eliminate the bloodthirsty wild boar herd. Task information: the military district's unmanned reconnaissance aircraft discovered a herd of about 13 wild boars, each over 5 meters tall, emitting a bloodthirsty red glow in the direction of 1 o'clock, 50 miles from the survivor gathering point. Task requirements: eliminate the wild boar herd. The corpses can be disposed of at will or brought back to the base for task points. This task was initially rated A level but was upgraded to SS level after several ability users were lost. Completion reward: 100 task points. SS level team task: eliminate the moonlit leopard. Task information: the military district's unmanned reconnaissance aircraft discovered, in the mountainous area 30 miles from the survivor gathering point, in the direction of 5 o'clock, there was a leopard over 10 meters tall, entirely black, with white crescent-shaped fur on its forehead. Task requirement: kill the moonlit leopard. The body can be disposed of at will or brought back to the base for task points. This task was initially rated as S level, but after the loss of 2 ability users, it was reassessed as SS level. Completion reward: 100 task points. S level team task: clear the zombie horde. Task intelligence: a military district drone discovered at the 3 o'clock direction above the survivor gathering place, a suburban area 10 miles ahead. There is a horde of over 5,000 zombies, with a suspected leader exceeding level 40. Please respond with caution. Task requirement: kill or drive away the horde. Completion reward: 50 task points. Zhao Shuang chose these 3 tasks simply because they were almost in the same direction. Moreover, they were not far apart, making it convenient to clear them one by one. He did not take advantage of the fact that the apocalypse had just erupted and humanity was still not very familiar with the monsters. He did not exploit the information gap to earn task points. After all, after the military district discovered the monsters, they also did not know the strength levels of the monsters. They could only roughly judge the power of a monster based on its size and ferocity, giving a general level assessment. For monsters that were not well understood, there would definitely be a significant margin of error. For example, some monsters that were not actually powerful but looked very intimidating were rated as S level or even SS level. In reality, those monsters had little combat power and could be easily dealt with. Conversely, some monsters that appeared harmless and weak were actually terrifyingly powerful SS or even S level beings, yet they were only rated as B level or even C level. Such erroneous assessments of monster strength occurred even 10 years into the apocalypse, though the probability was far less than it was on the 3rd day of the current apocalypse. In Zhao Shuang's eyes, this gathering place for ability users was merely a stepping stone for him. The task points here held no real significance for him. Improving team coordination and enhancing everyone's ability levels were what truly mattered. Therefore, he completely refrained from engaging in tasks that might earn points but had no real significance for improving strength levels. Combat experience, awareness, and team synergy could only be gradually developed through actual battles, through life and death struggles. It could not be improved by taking shortcuts or exploiting loopholes. To refine the team, they needed to engage in hard-fought battles one after another, continuously honing and growing amidst blood and fire. Our first battle today is the S-level team tasked to clear the zombie horde. I've already sent my second brother ahead to scout. The first thing everyone needs to do today is to find their position within the team. Understand what you should do and how to maximize your value and role. In previous battles, I did almost everything alone. But in this apocalypse, remember that you cannot rely on others forever. Ultimately, the only person you can rely on is yourself. So, in the upcoming battle, aside from the Horde's leader monster, I will try to refrain from intervening as much as possible. Everyone should take this opportunity while the team is moving to think about what you can do. Consider your role and value to the ability group. On the way to clear the zombie horde, Zhao Shuang said loudly to everyone. As humans, if one wants to survive in this apocalypse, combat has never been a one-person affair. No matter how strong an individual is, their abilities are limited. Even the mighty human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, stands behind an exceptionally capable team. After speaking, Zhao Shuang used the ability he copied from his mother to open his personal space. He took out the nearly 200-meter-long shell of the diamond iron centipede from last night. This was S-level defensive ability material. Then, before leaving, he began to forge armor using the S-class talent ability, Divine Refinement, copied from Zhuang Yan. With the enormous size of the diamond iron centipede, its nearly 200-meter long massive shell, Zhao Shuang ultimately refined a total of 461 sets of ability armor and 30 shields. Although it took less than 10 minutes, it nearly drained all of Zhao Shuang's energy, causing his abilities to falter. Fortunately, after stuffing himself with one low-level crystal core after another, he finally ensured a supply of energy. Among the 461 sets of armor, due to being refined from a single S-class material, only 2 sets reached S-class rare quality. The remaining 459 sets were all A-class excellent quality. Among the 30 shields, only 1 shield reached S-class rare quality, while the other 29 were A-class excellent quality. Zhao Shuang directly gave these 2 sets of S-class rare quality armor to his parents. Zhang Xian already had a set of S-class rare quality leather armor, so he didn't give her armor again. Instead, he provided her with an S-class rare quality shield, maximizing her life-saving capabilities. Unnamed, S-class rare armor, 1 piece. Level 68, 58 level plus 10 quality, king level item. Ability damage reduction of 68%. Physical damage reduction of 78%. Additional rigidity resistance of 40%. Additional intimidation resistance of 40%. Diamond iron armor A-class excellent armor, 1 piece. Level 63, 58 level plus 5 quality, king level item. Ability damage reduction of 48%. Physical damage reduction of 58%. Additional rigidity resistance of 20%. Unnamed, S-class rare shield, 1 piece. Level 68, 58 level plus 10 quality, king level item. Ability damage reduction of 118%. Physical damage reduction of 138%. Additional stamina recovery of 5% per minute. Additional toughness increase of 60%. Diamond iron shield A-class excellent shield, 1 piece. Level 63, 58 level plus 5 quality, king level item. Ability damage reduction of 88%. Physical damage reduction of 98%. Additional toughness increase of 40%. This was the display of the attributes of the ability equipment in Zhao Shuang's mind when he touched these armors and shields after they were refined. Whether S-class or A-class, after adding the quality level, they all became king-level items with attributes significantly enhanced. Moreover, due to the hard material of the diamond iron centipede shell, combined with its own S-class talent ability, metallization, it directly made the ability equipment refined. From its shell heavy armor and heavy shields. While the defense was astonishing, the weight and mobility would also impose a certain burden, making it less convenient. Therefore, Zhao Shuang considered that Zhang Qian's leather armor was already S-class, and its defensive capability was not lacking. He equipped her with the only S-class shield, ensuring her mobility while greatly safeguarding her life. He gave his parents the only 2 S-class armors and equipped them with A-class shields. The rest were all equipped with A-class armors and shields. It was a significant upgrade. It should be noted that in Zhao Shuang's previous life, even 10 years after the apocalypse broke out, he had only become a level 65 king-level ability user, and he only had a single inadequate A-class ability weapon. Even that was complained about by that woman, Bing Yu Meng, for a long time. In this life, Zhao Shuang already possessed a pair of SS-class epic quality daggers, along with king-level A-class excellent quality armor and shields. In terms of ability equipment, he was leagues ahead of his previous life. He was even affluent enough to arm the entire ability team with ability equipment. Wealth meant firepower coverage. After all, although Zhao Shuang repeatedly claimed that she wanted to train everyone and enhance the cooperation among the members of the ability team, she was still doing her utmost to ensure everyone's safety. After all, in this apocalypse, every human life is precious. To recreate the prosperity of humanity, the population base is an unavoidable issue. After everyone received the A-level indestructible armor and shields, the moment they touched these ability equipment, they obtained their attribute information. Instantly, they all broke into smiles. Just moments ago, they had been pondering how to find their team positioning and maximize their contributions, even wearing worried expressions. Now, they felt a surge of confidence, believing that with the enhancement of these ability equipment, they could take on 10 foes. At the same time Zhao Shuang was refining this batch of ability equipment, she also imprinted the team emblem of the Nirvana ability team on them with her divine sense, a vividly lifelike fire phoenix reborn from the flames. Once everyone donned their armor and took up their shields, they transformed from a disorganized mob into a well-equipped elite force. This is the power of equipment and team emblems. At the very least, it gave everyone the appearance of an elite force. However, the core of an elite force requires battles of life and death, a baptism of blood and fire, to instill a spirit of teamwork. Only after a transformation from the inside out can they truly become an elite force. Soon, second brother Wang Chang flew back and informed everyone that he had discovered a horde of zombies exceeding 5,000 in number. At the same time, second brother Wang Chang also received his own ability equipment. Under his leadership, everyone charged forward. They soon spotted a giant zombie over 28 meters tall, aimlessly wandering amidst a horde of nearly 6,000 zombies, searching for prey. When Zhao Shuang and the others saw the horde also detected the presence of the Nirvana ability team and immediately surged towards them in a frenzy. The horde is coming. Is there anyone willing to come out and give some commands on how we should fight? Zhao Shuang stood still, quietly watching the rushing horde, showing no intention of taking the initiative but rather watching everyone with interest as she spoke. Then I'll give it a try. Everyone, follow my lead. Third brother, you take the initiative and entangle that biggest guy. Try to lure it away from the horde. Second brother, keep an eye on the horde's movements while flying and watch for any other monsters or threats. Provide intelligence at all times. Senior Chi Luhai, hold your shield and use your hardened skin ability to take the front. The rest of you support from the side. Those with ranged attack abilities should output from a distance, avoiding close combat with the horde. Fourth brother and Cece, you two are fast, responsible for protection, healing, and filling in any gaps. Zhang Qian and Susan will handle healing and are the focus of protection for everyone. Uncle and auntie, please also hold up shields to protect and heal. At this moment, the leader Meng Lingyu stepped forward, taking the initiative to organize and command everyone in an orderly manner. As soon as the leader spoke, Zhao Shuang wasted no time and soared into the air, heading straight for the towering giant zombie. Seeing that even the team leader Zhao Shuang was following commands and taking action, everyone's hesitation vanished, and they began to act, finding their positions and roles. They knew what they needed to do and what role they would play in this team. And the fact that the leader Meng Lingyu was willing to step up and take command was something Zhao Shuang was pleased to see. Meng Lingyu was the most perceptive person in their 414 dormitory, the intellectual backbone. It was best for him to take on the role of commander, and Zhao Shuang trusted him. Although Zhao Shuang was a reborn individual, she was very clear about her own strengths and weaknesses. He is not an omniscient and omnipotent god who can do everything. He is a person with both strengths and weaknesses. Commanding a team has never been his strong suit or advantage. Even with his rebirth, it wouldn't suddenly make him enlightened and capable of everything. His advantages lie in the 10 years of experience he had struggling to survive in the apocalypse. During his previous life, as well as being a scout for several years, he understands the various monsters of the apocalypse better than most, and in this life he unexpectedly gained an S-class special ability, the Sharingan. Those are his only two advantages. Even combat is not his strong point, but he is also making progress and growing. Therefore, he hopes that everyone in the special abilities team can also improve and grow together. Only in this way can they all go further and last longer together. After the leader, Meng Lingyu, took over the command of the team, everyone suddenly erupted with formidable combat power, especially when the leader discovered the special abilities equipment on everyone, which turned out to be overwhelmingly powerful. Even the soldier-level green-haired zombies and giant zombies couldn't break through their defenses. Instantly, a heart that had been hanging in suspense was set at ease. The tactical arrangement shifted from focusing on defense to protect the healer and the backline to emphasizing attack and full output, especially after Zhang Qian's double S-class healing special ability Vigorous Growth was activated. As time passed, everyone bathed in the light rain grew larger in size. Their combat strength increased, truly becoming braver with each battle. 5 minutes later, the Nirvana Special Abilities team's members had doubled in size and combat power. 10 minutes later, the members of the Nirvana Special Abilities team were nearly 10 meters tall and their combat power had more than doubled. 15 minutes later, the battle ended, with nearly 6,000 zombies almost completely wiped out. Only a few low-level zombies managed to escape. After cleaning the battlefield and collecting the spoils, Zhao Shuang swallowed a large number of soldier-level crystal cores. Along with the previously stored 40-level crystal core containing general-level power, he finally succeeded in breaking through to level 41, becoming a general-level existence. Zhao Shuang's special ability level rose to 41, stepping into the general level, and his physical quality once again underwent a transformation that could be described as a rebirth, cleansing his marrow. A large amount of black, foul-smelling substance was expelled from his pores, making him stink once again. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, and immediately took out a large amount of water from his personal space. He flew to a secluded forest to take a shower and change into a fresh set of clothes. At the same time, he pulled out the crystal cores from the 2 general level beings he had killed using the corpse explosion ability, along with the general level crystal core obtained from cleaning the battlefield after using the Dasha Dragon Sparrow Swarm to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Additionally, there was the general level crystal core from the general level Iron Centipede and the general level Giant Zombie he had just eliminated. Swallowing a total of 5 general level crystal cores instantly raised Zhao Shuang's special ability level to 43. Stepping into the general level, Zhao Shuang felt that his physical quality had increased several times again. He felt that using 3 special abilities to enhance himself would definitely pose no pressure. At his limit, he could probably briefly endure using 5 special abilities simultaneously to enhance himself, allowing his strength, speed, and physical toughness to reach a terrifying level. When Zhao Shuang finished his shower and flew back, the members of the Nirvana Special Abilities team had basically finished cleaning the battlefield. From a distance, Zhao Shuang looked at Zhang Qian, this enchanting beauty, especially her incredibly large bosom. He couldn't help but exclaim, with such a well-endowed healer around, the team truly has a qualitative improvement. No wonder in the last life, everyone in every team envied and wanted to have the healing talent of the 3 illusions. It turns out that having a healer with a double S-class healing talent is such a fortunate thing. Originally, Zhao Shuang thought that eliminating nearly 6,000 zombies in an instant, many of which had reached soldier level with levels over 20 or 30, would be a significant achievement. Even under the crushing pressure of supernatural equipment, it would still be a tough battle. A few people might even die, resulting in casualties. However, with Zhang Qian's double S talent ability, what should have been a fierce struggle turned into a one-sided push with 0 casualties. Even Zhao Shuang himself, bathed in this rain of light and the dual enhancement of dominating the sky and wild rhythm abilities, experienced a significant increase in size and strength. He even single-handedly killed a giant zombie that was nearly level 60 and close to being a king-level creature. He did this without using any special means, as if employing an S-level metallic ability, combined with a C-level devouring ability. He actively dove into the giant zombie's mouth to deal with it from the inside. It was a genuine display of combat power, achieving a level-up kill on this giant zombie, all while not suffering from the hardships of a level-up battle. I must firmly bind this treasure, Zhang Qian, to my side. This way, humanity's healing system will have 4 phantom gods instead of 3. Zhao Shuang believes that Zhang Qian will grow to be as renowned as Fairy Siye and Fairy Lingmiao. Shuang Gu. I found this supernatural armor so amazing. It actually changes size with my body, so I don't have to worry about it tearing and exposing myself. Just as Zhao Shuang returned from bathing and changing clothes, Zhang Qian eagerly approached him as if she had discovered a new continent. She spoke to Zhao Shuang with excitement. Initially, she was worried that as her talent ability continued to be released, her and everyone else's bodies would keep growing, eventually leading to a collective wardrobe malfunction, and she would end up exposed. But she discovered that this supernatural armor not only had incredible defensive attributes, but could also automatically adjust its size according to the user's body changes, completely eliminating the worry of tearing and exposure. Qian. What did you just call me? Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, Zhao Shuang's attention was entirely focused on her address of him. After all, he had known about the armor from his previous life. Instead, he concentrated on how Zhang Qian referred to him. Shuang Gu. No, wasn't it you who said last night that you wanted me to change how I address you? If you don't want to hear it, I won't call you that anymore, Zhang Qian replied, her face flushed with excitement over the supernatural armor's wonders. Her cheeks turned bright red, reaching down to her neck, and she buried her head into her chest again. I want to hear it. How could I not want to hear it? If you could add another gu after Shuang, making it Shuang Gu, that would be even better and more perfect. Of course, if you want to call me husband or dear, I have no objections, Zhao Shuang teased her as he saw Zhang Qian enter her shy mode again. Bah! Shameless! I'm not talking to you anymore. Perhaps Zhao Shuang's words were too cheesy, and the enchanting Zhang Qian couldn't take it anymore. She shyly spat at Zhao Shuang and lightly punched his chest with her small fist before running away. Zhao Shuang couldn't help but grin, his mouth almost reaching his ears. This enchanting girl had just last night, after a drink, asked him to kiss her. She even complained that he wasn't bold enough or proactive enough. Now that he was bold and proactive, she was shy to the point of embarrassment. It seemed he would need to find another opportunity to have a couple more drinks with her, preferably tonight. Zhang Qian ran to her mother, Zhang Yun, and just as Zhao Shuang was about to chase after her, the eldest brother approached. Third brother, you are the team leader. This is all the loot. Please count and store it. This time luck wasn't too good. We have 3 bottles of supernatural activation potions, 307 E-level supernatural evolution materials, 71 D-level supernatural evolution materials, 23 C-level supernatural evolution materials, and 7 B-level supernatural evolution materials. There are no A-level or higher supernatural evolution materials. However, we did obtain a formula for an E-level supernatural evolution potion. There are also 1,637 soldier-level crystal cores and 719 above level 30. Among the soldier-level crystal cores, there are 86 with attributes and colors of special abilities. There are 4,103 soldier-grade crystal cores with 3,210 above level 10. The boss, Mengling Yu, came to Zhao Shuang with a large pile of loot wrapped in a piece of fabric. He said this to him and handed over the large pile of loot. Since you've already counted everything, I have nothing left to count. It's a waste of time. I'll keep these special ability evolution materials for now. As for the crystal cores, I'll keep some below level 10 as energy reserves, and the rest can be distributed among everyone. Enhancing the overall strength of the team is the most important. As for Zhang Qian and my parents' share, I'll deliver it to them. Zhao Shuang said this and immediately took enough crystal cores to raise Zhang Qian's ability level to 41, stepping into the general level. Then he walked towards Zhang Qian and his parents. Ultimately, under Zhao Shuang's feeding, Zhang Qian successfully reached level 41 and stepped into the general level. Her physical fitness improved significantly, multiplying several times. The process of washing the marrow and cutting the bones expelled a large amount of black, foul-smelling impurities from her body. Let's go, Qian Qian. I'll take you to wash up. Zhao Shuang looked at Zhang Qian's foul smell and couldn't help but laugh. He had just seen the fabric. The boss used to carry the loot and understood why everyone had grown so much. Although the special ability equipment didn't tear, the ordinary clothes, pants, and even underwear worn inside had all been shredded. Just now, he was covered in a terrible smell, went to take a shower, and threw away the clothes he took off without a second glance. After realizing this, once he fed Zhang Qian's level to the general level, he also gave her an excuse to wash up and change clothes, so she wouldn't have to go into battle in a vacuum again. When Zhao Shuang prepared luxurious silk-embroidered underwear and dresses by hand and personally handed them to the girl, her pretty face flushed red as she looked around. To see no one was watching, and she surprisingly and quickly pecked a kiss on Zhao Shuang's lips, like a chick pecking at rice. After that, she shyly hugged the underwear and dress and ran into the woods to wash and change. Zhao Shuang felt the warmth left on his lips and smiled. However, he ultimately restrained himself from rushing over to do something with her while she was bathing. After all, in this apocalypse, wild battles were far too dangerous. With both of them at the general level, their physical fitness wouldn't be finished in less than 2 or 3 hours. He couldn't risk everyone's lives for lust. Once Zhang Qian was no longer going into battle in a vacuum and everything was settled, the Nirvana ability team set off again, targeting Moonlight Leopard. While Zhao Shuang was taking Zhang Qian to wash and change, his mother, Zhang Yun, generously opened her personal space and took out many clothes and pants for everyone to change into. This made Zhao Shuang start to consider whether he needed to refine some close-fitting underwear using special ability materials. As Zhang Qian's ability level continued to rise and her strength grew, the effects of her double S-level talent ability would also become stronger. By then, her healing effects and the enhancement of the physique of those being healed would become more powerful and evident. The members of the ability team couldn't possibly change their underwear after every battle, right? If they didn't change, they couldn't really go into battle in a vacuum, could they? So it would be better to refine a batch of underwear using special ability materials. After all, special ability equipment has good energy conduction and extensibility. Whether the ability user's physique grows larger or smaller, or transforms into a beast, it wouldn't tear like ordinary underwear, leading to awkward situations of going into battle in a vacuum or exposure. In the last life, there were forces that specialized in the business of special ability underwear, and it seemed to be quite popular especially for beast-type ability users and those with body enhancement abilities. Specialized ability underwear is an absolute necessity. But first, they need to find suitable materials. They can't just use the shell of a diamond iron centipede to forge iron underwear and iron bras, right? That would be so uncomfortable. The material for underwear should be soft and breathable. Heavy armor underwear is simply out of the question. Perhaps the fur of the Moonlit Leopard could be used to forge specialized ability underwear. However, the Moonlit Leopard is an SS-level creature. Its skin is SS-level defensive ability material, and its fur is also S-level defensive ability material. Using it to forge underwear seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it? Thinking of this, Zhao Shuang recalled information about the Moonlit Leopard. The Moonlit Leopard is not actually a leopard. It is a beast that mutated from a domestic cat infected with the X virus. It possesses an extremely rare dark attribute. Its SS level innate ability domain of night is also a very rare domain type ability. When this ability is activated, it creates a night domain around the Moonlit Leopard with a diameter ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of meters. Within this night Domain: the Moonlit Leopard's speed increases to more than 10 times its original, and its attack power multiplies by at least 5. Moreover, it can seamlessly blend into the night domain, achieving instant invisibility. This makes it an incredibly troublesome assassin. One could say that within its night domain, the Moonlit Leopard is invincible. Generally, to defeat the Moonlit Leopard, one would send a tank-type ability user to actively enter the night domain and wear it down. Only when its energy is exhausted and its ability fails can there be a chance to defeat it. After all, maintaining such a vast domain-type ability requires a tremendous amount of energy. If the range shrinks, the domain-type ability becomes less useful. However, the Moonlit Leopard is not foolish. When its energy is nearly depleted, it often escapes. With its speed in the night domain, few can catch it if it decides to flee. Therefore, hunting the Moonlit Leopard in the past was mostly a thankless task. The success rate was extremely low, and there was a risk of being outsmarted and counterattacked by the clever Moonlit Leopard, leading to total annihilation. Not all Moonlit Leopards are foolish enough to simply exhaust themselves against tank-type ability users. The size of the night domain of this Moonlit Leopard, with its double SS level innate ability, is also related to its level of power. The higher the ability level, the stronger the power, and naturally, the larger the night domain. If a Moonlit Leopard were above level 141, once its innate ability is activated, the night domain could even reach a diameter of nearly 100,000 meters, capable of enveloping a small city in an exaggerated manner. The fate of those caught within it is easy to imagine. In short, the Moonlit Leopard is an extremely difficult assassin to deal with. Whether to fight or flee, the initiative is entirely in the hands of the Moonlit Leopard. Among all double SS level creatures, this Moonlit Leopard belongs to the top tier. It can even be compared to double SS level beings like dragons and phoenixes. However, the reason Zhao Shuang chose to take on this task is that he must have his own confidence. He doesn't want such a troublesome creature to hunt down more ability users who take on this task. After all, humans, especially ability users among humans, are a great source of nourishment for all monsters. The Moonlit Leopard, which has already killed 2 ability users, is now likely stronger than ever. If it surpasses the king level and reaches above level 81, even Zhao Shuang would only have the option to flee. Faced with such a high-risk creature, Zhao Shuang does not plan to lead the entire ability team to their deaths. Even if everyone is wearing king-level armor and carrying king-level shields, they would just be a group of live targets in the night domain. Alright, you all stay here and maintain vigilance and rest for a while. I went to deal with that Moonlit Leopard, and then we can continue on our way to handle that group of bloodthirsty wild boars. When they were still about 10 miles away from the Moonlit Leopard's territory, Zhao Shuang observed the surroundings and found a small hill that was easy to defend but hard to attack. He explained this to everyone. Why do you want to fight alone, third brother? Zhao Shuang, brother Shuang? Didn't you say we are a team and should fight together? In response to Zhao Shuang's words, the eldest brother, second brother, father, mother, and Zhang Qian all asked in unison, their faces filled with worry and concern. They tried to use Zhao Shuang's previous words to persuade him to change his mind. After all, there is strength in numbers. 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. What? After all this time, you still don't understand my strength? Don't worry. I won't take on anything I'm not confident about. Besides, that monster's special ability is useless with more people. The more people, the more of a burden it becomes. Alright, you all stay alert and protect yourselves. I'll be back soon. Zhao Shuang said this, and amidst the worried gazes of everyone, he activated the S-rank talent ability, Dominance of the Sky, which he had copied from second brother Wang Chang. After using it, he copied it again to ensure he could return quickly after dealing with the Moonlit Leopard. This time, when Zhao Shuang used the S-rank ability Dominance of the Sky, the height of his flight was different from before. Previously, he would fly at least 1 or 2,000 meters high. This time, he flew at just over 100 meters, almost skimming the ground. He headed straight for the Moonlit Leopard's territory. After flying around, he finally found the creature about 7 or 8 miles off from the location provided by the intel. It was a massive beast over 10 meters tall, nearly 17 meters high, with fur as black as night. The only distinguishing feature was a crescent moon shape on its forehead. The Moonlit Leopard. This creature was also very alert. As soon as Zhao Shuang spotted it, it almost simultaneously noticed him. Instantly, darkness enveloped the area, covering a diameter of nearly 3,000 meters, turning the bright daylight into pitch black night. Zhao Shuang, who was flying, was also shrouded in this darkness. The cause of the sudden transformation from day to night was the Moonlit Leopard's SS-rank talent ability, Domain of Night. In the next moment, the Moonlit Leopard, which had been standing over 1,000 meters away on the ground, suddenly appeared above Zhao Shuang, at an altitude of just over 100 meters. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at Zhao Shuang. The speed and agility were so astonishing that Zhao Shuang had no time to react before being swallowed whole by the nearly 17-meter-tall big cat. It was only after entering the Moonlit Leopard's gaping mouth that Zhao Shuang finally reacted. He immediately activated the ability he had copied from the Diamond Iron Centipede just before its death. S-rank talent ability, Metallization. Then he used the C-rank talent ability Gluttony, which he had just copied from the Eldest brother mangling you. Before the moonlit leopard could chew him to pieces with its teeth, he charged straight into its throat, diving into its belly. In the next moment, the nearly 17-meter-tall moonlit leopard, which had devoured several human ability users and had reached level 63 in the early king rank, suddenly collapsed within its domain of night, writhing in pain. Zhao Shuang had never intended to confront the moonlit leopard head-on within its SS rank. Ability, Domain of Night. After all, that was its ability, its domain. In the domain of night, he could never be a match for the moonlit leopard. He could only become its prey and food. Since he could only be prey, he might as well play the role of prey well. After all, high-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. And Zhao Shuang was such a high-end hunter. Not only did he actively present himself, but he even willingly dove into the belly of the moonlit leopard. Unfortunately, the diamond iron centipede was already dead. The S-level talent ability of metallization, copied from it, would also become a thing of the past, just like the A-level talent ability of corpse explosion. After finishing this wave, without finding a sufficiently powerful defensive ability, Zhao Shuang dared not actively dive into the mouths of other monsters. After all, if things went wrong, it wouldn't be him using his devour ability to consume monsters, but rather the monster consuming him. Ultimately, he could end up as a pile of dung being excreted. If a reincarnator voluntarily walked into a monster's mouth and got eaten, only to die and be turned into dung, how frustrating would that be? However, this time, facing the moonlit leopard, Zhao Shuang was indeed a genuine hunter. Once inside the belly of the moonlit leopard, Zhao Shuang began to gorge himself with iron jaws and steel teeth. Even the SS-level creature, the moonlit leopard, could not withstand the fatal attack from within his own body. Within its realm of night, it didn't take long before it met its demise. Unfortunately, its talent ability was double S-level, and Zhao Shuang's SHARINGAN couldn't replicate its abilities. But after the moonlit leopard died, Zhao Shuang didn't stop devouring its internal organs and flesh. He was still hoping to obtain the special attribute from the C-level talent ability of Devour, which had an extremely low probability. Sure enough, when Zhao Shuang had consumed half of the moonlit leopard's internal organs and flesh, an exhilarating message appeared in his mind. Consuming the flesh of the king-level existence, the moonlit leopard, whose level is higher than your own and rank is higher than your own, obtains special attribute, Intermediate Agility. Intermediate agility, speed permanently increased by 50%. Wow! Right off the bat, it was an intermediate special attribute. No wonder it was a double S-level creature. It was indeed more impressive than a single S-level iron centipede. With the gain of this intermediate agility special attribute, Zhao Shuang immediately devoured even more vigorously. His mouth was almost smoking. However, the moonlit leopard was only about 17 meters tall. In terms of size, it was nothing compared to the nearly 200 meters long iron centipede that could crush a building. In no time, Zhao Shuang had consumed it down to just a huge skin and its fangs and claws. After finishing off all the internal organs and flesh of the moonlit leopard, another message suddenly appeared in Zhao Shuang's mind. Consuming the flesh of the king-level existence, the moonlit leopard, whose level is higher than your own, and rank is higher than your own, obtain special attribute, Advanced Dark Attribute Affinity. Advanced Dark Attribute Affinity, Dark Attribute Affinity increased by 100%. Using dark attribute abilities increases power by 100% and dark attribute damage reduction by 50%. It turned out to be an advanced special attribute, and a very rare dark attribute at that. Moreover, the notorious shadow was a talent ability of the dark attribute. It seemed that this lifetime he had already caught the attention of the shadow. They had even crossed paths, and he hadn't been able to kill it. Who knows what kind of deadly strike the shadow would deliver the next time it appeared. No one wants to be targeted by the world's top assassin. But here he was, precisely targeted. There was no escaping. That guy's talent ability was just too troublesome. Wherever there was a shadow, he could pop out at any moment. Therefore, this advanced dark attribute affinity was quite a good special attribute for him. It might even save his life at a critical moment. The doubling of the dark attribute ability's power, increasing by 100%, might not be something he could use. But the 50% reduction in dark attribute damage would be incredibly useful for him when facing the shadow's assassination. After Zhao Shuang finished devouring the moonlit leopard's flesh and internal organs, he cleaned off the bloodstains all over his body. Since he had come with the S-level talent ability Sharingan, he had copied 3 abilities: S-level Sky Domination, S-level Metallization, and C-level Devour. He hadn't copied his mother's ability to access her spatial storage. Zhao Shuang could only fly back with the moonlit leopard's fur and fangs to it. Took Zhao Shuang less than 10 minutes to deal with the moonlit leopard. When Zhao Shuang returned with the leopard's fur, fangs, and other materials for his ability equipment, everyone in the Nirvana ability team was stunned. They knew Zhao Shuang was powerful, strong to a degree beyond their comprehension. Almost all the problems they encountered along the way were solved by him alone. But they never imagined he could be this exaggeratedly strong. A team task with a double S-level difficulty was completed by him single-handedly in just over 10 minutes. Was he even human? From a distance, Zhao Shuang saw that everyone in the Nirvana ability team was still safe and sound, having encountered no danger or accidents. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. His only fear was that during his absence, something unexpected would happen to everyone, especially Zhang Qian and his parents and older brother. Fortunately, all his worries were unnecessary. Zhao Shuang used his S-level talent ability, the Sharingan, from afar to copy his mother's S-level talent ability, the portable space. He then opened the portable space and stored the moonlit leopard's fur, bones, and fangs inside. Shuang, brother Shuang, you're back so soon? Did you take care of the moonlit leopard? You're really amazing. Zhang Qian was the first to rush over, her face filled with joy as she looked at the safely returned Zhao Shuang. As a man, what could be more exhilarating than being praised for his strength by a stunningly beautiful woman with an incredible figure in public? Third brother, you completed a double S-level team task all by yourself so quickly? Is that really possible? So impressive, so outrageous? The eldest, Mengling Yu, also looked astonished. Wow, third brother, you're awesome. I want to have your babies. The fourth, Li Fan, joked about wanting to have children with Zhao Shuang, earning him a roll of the eyes from Zhao Shuang. Third brother, you're amazing. The second brother, Wang Chang, looked at him with admiration. Zhao Shuang, are you hurt anywhere? It's good that you're back. Just good. As parents, their main concern was Zhao Shuang's safety. In this perilous and dangerous apocalypse, returning unscathed was better than anything else. Ha ha ha. Everyone, don't worry. This handsome guy can handle too. Taking care of a little moonlit leopard is a piece of cake. Let's go. Next target, bloodthirsty wild boar herd. Let's get it. Zhao Shuang rarely showed off, indulging in a bit of playful arrogance. With a command, the entire Nirvana ability team set off towards the SS-level task of exterminating the bloodthirsty wild boar herd. The corpses of the monsters from these tasks could be dealt with on their own. After killing the monsters and completing the task, they just needed to take out their phones or cameras to document the evidence and submit it to receive their rewards. Alternatively, they could do as the Red Scorpion ability team did and carry the monster corpses back directly. Just showing the staff in the task hall would also earn them rewards. Zhao Shuang had already documented evidence for the 2 tasks just completed. As everyone set off again towards the next SS-level task destination, they unexpectedly ran into acquaintances along the way. From a distance, they saw the black boss, Chu Longfei, from the temporary hall last night, surrounded by his gang of little brothers, attacking a woman. The woman being attacked was the same one who had been lying on the sofa, asleep last night, with only her chin and half her nose visible. However, at this moment, she no longer had the carefree demeanor from last night. Under the assault of Chu Longfei and his gang, she appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Similarly, Chu Longfei and his gang were not faring well either. Chu Longfei was covered in wounds, panting heavily, looking as if he was about to exhaust himself, and the more than 20 well-dressed little brothers following him. At this moment, half of them were dead or injured, and less than half of those who could stand still had any fighting power left. The tragic state of Chu Longfei and his group was clearly the work of that woman. And that woman, at this moment, no longer appeared as carefree as she did last night. The hat on her head obscured the upper half of her face, and there was a notch on the brim. It revealed one of her bright big eyes and half of her cheek. The loose clothing she wore wrapped her up tightly, but it also bore multiple wounds and scratches, all still oozing blood. As her clothes were torn, large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, along with her alluring and sexy figure. Damn woman, still so fierce. You killed several of my brothers. Once I subdue you, I'll have my fun first, and then my brothers will have their turn. We'll take you for a ride. The black boss Chu Longfei shouted, charging fiercely at the woman again. Not only had he suffered losses at Zhao Shuang's place last night, but he also lost 2 women that originally belonged to him. It was truly a case of self-inflicted humiliation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially after learning that Zhao Shuang's pretty boy was merely a B-level ability user. He was furious for quite a while. He kept thinking about encountering Zhao Shuang and regaining his honor, killing Zhao Shuang and taking the super exquisite, big-breasted woman by his side. But instead of Zhao Shuang, he unexpectedly ran into that foul-mouthed woman. Based on Chu Longfei's extensive experience with women, he was certain this woman was also a gem. Even though she covered her face and wrapped her body tightly, revealing nothing, she couldn't escape the discerning eyes of Chu Longfei. So he led a group of little thugs to surround the woman directly. To Chu Longfei's surprise, this woman was not an easy target either. After unleashing her abilities, one ice prison after another trapped him tightly. His S-level bloodthirsty ability had no chance to be utilized. Throughout the fight, he had been breaking through ice prisons. Just as he smashed one open, he was trapped by the next one. He could only watch helplessly as several of his weaker little brothers were killed. Moreover, this woman's ice prisons not only controlled but also dealt considerable damage. Just breaking through the ice prison had left him battered and exhausted. However, it seemed that the woman was also nearing her limit. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, a group attacking one. They could wear her energy down. Seeing the dawn of victory, Chu Longfei immediately began to shout again. But when the woman saw Chu Longfei charging at her, a glimmer of despair flashed in her eyes. With the last bit of energy she could muster, an ice prison appeared instantly, trapping Chu Longfei once again. Damn it! You're coming again? You little ones, go for it, take her down. The charging Chu Longfei crashed into the spiked ice prison again, adding several new wounds to his body. His tone was filled with anger and helplessness. At the same time, his little brothers, indeed fearless, launched another assault on the woman. Faced with their ability attacks, the woman chose to pull out a dagger. She directly slashed it across her neck. She was the type who would rather die than be defiled by these scum. But at the moment the dagger was about to cut her neck, a gust of wind swept by. Suddenly, another person appeared beside her, gripping her wrist holding the dagger. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't succeed in her suicide. Just as despair filled her eyes and she felt sorrow for her impending fate, a voice rang in her ear. What? Do you really want to die that badly? But it's not you who's damned, it's these scumbags. Upon hearing this voice, the woman's pupils instantly dilated, her expression one of disbelief. She turned around sharply and saw a handsome guy with a sunny smile standing right behind her. The large hand gripping her wrist belonged to this guy, whom she had seen just last night. Why are you here? The woman asked, her voice still sultry and seductive, making Zhao Shuang feel as if his ears were about to get pregnant. This isn't the time for chatting, let me deal with these scumbags first, Zhao Shuang said, releasing the woman's wrist and positioning himself in front of her. Then, the C-class ability Bone Gun activated. Bone bullets shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, that group of thugs had their heads blown off, dead beyond recovery. Only Chu Longfei, still trapped in the ice prison, remained alive. With a loud thud, Chu Longfei, who was fiercely smashing against the ice prison, knelt down before Zhao Shuang. With a voice choked with tears, he said to Zhao Shuang, "Big brother, I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. I was foolish enough to touch your woman. I beg you, please spare my life. I'm willing to be your servant, to be your slave, just please show mercy and let me go." In that moment of life and death, Chu Longfei completely abandoned his dignity as a gang leader. Kneeling on the ground, he frantically kowtowed to Zhao Shuang while pleading to survive. He was even willing to be Zhao Shuang's servant. But the only response he received was a bone bullet that pierced his forehead, blowing apart the back of his head. Until his death, Chu Longfei's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why, after he had knelt and begged for mercy, the other party would still strike him down. After dealing with the scum that was Chu Longfei, Zhao Shuang walked away as if it were a trivial matter, not looking back. As he headed towards the members of the Nirvana ability team. However, he had only taken a couple of steps when the woman called out to him. "Hey, why did you save me?" The woman's sultry voice once again pierced Zhao Shuang's ears. "Ha? Why save you? I wasn't intentionally trying to save you. I just wanted to kill them. They have a grudge against me, and you witnessed it. As for saving you, it was just a matter of convenience. No need to be polite," Zhao Shuang replied without turning around, pointing at the corpses on the ground. He then left the woman with a handsome silhouette as he strode away, rejoining Zhang Qian and the others to continue on their mission. But the woman surprisingly followed them, trailing behind like a little tail of the Nirvana ability team. She silently followed, not speaking to clarify her intentions, nor did she leave. "Brother Shuang, that girl seems to have followed us. What did you just say? To her? Did you charm her into offering herself to you? How did you manage to win over another girl in just a few words?" Seeing the woman following them, Zhang Qian leaned closer to Zhao Shuang and whispered in his ear. She was becoming increasingly familiar with calling him Brother Shuang, saying it effortlessly without stuttering or blushing. She just didn't know when she could change it to husband or dear. "We haven't even settled our own matters. How could I go and deceive another girl? She probably exhausted her energy in the fight just now and couldn't continue battling. She has no ability to protect herself, so she chose to follow us. If you don't like her following, I can go and chase her away." "Right now," Zhao Shuang said, turning to shoo her away. But he was immediately pulled back by Zhang Qian. "Brother Shuang, how can you be so heartless and not save someone in need? You said she has exhausted her energy and has no ability to protect herself, yet you want to drive her away. Isn't that equivalent to sending her to her death? It's so far from the base, and without any means to defend herself, she would surely perish on the way. Forget it, I'll go help her. Treat her injuries." Zhang Qian shot Zhao Shuang a glance, her sympathy overflowing as she walked towards the woman. She intended to help her heal. Zhao Shuang watched as Zhang Qian took the initiative to approach the woman, starting to treat her wounds and giving her low-level crystal cores to help restore her energy. Soon, the two girls were chatting and laughing, appearing as if they had become good sisters. He grinned. He truly wanted to kill that group of underworld thugs led by Chu Longfei. If it hadn't been on military territory last night, that group would have been dead by now. However, saving this woman was not as casual as he claimed. It was a deliberate rescue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed himself to his maximum speed, using his dual abilities to enhance himself. Plus, with the enhancement of the Frostblade dual daggers and intermediate agility he had created afterimages moving like a gust of wind. The reason he exerted so much effort to reach this woman and grasp her wrist to prevent her from committing suicide was that Zhao Shuang had his eyes on her ability, Ice Prison. An Ice Prison ability that could trap an S-Class gifted ability user like Chu Longfei must at least be an S-Class talent itself. Elemental abilities are inherently powerful, and control-type elemental abilities are the cream of the crop among elemental powers. The moment Zhao Shuang saw this woman's Ice Prison, he felt a desire to recruit her into the Nirvana ability group. Just at this moment, the Nirvana ability group was in its early stages, with a significant talent gap. They didn't even have a single control-type ability user. However, if he had just saved this woman's life and immediately asked her to join, it would inevitably raise suspicions of him trying to leverage his favor. Even if this woman agreed out of gratitude, she would likely feel uncomfortable about it. If there was a crack in her heart, she wouldn't have such a strong sense of belonging. In the later stages, they might either part ways or do something detrimental to the Nirvana ability group, which was not impossible. So Zhao Shuang simply downplayed his deliberate rescue, framing it as a casual act. He intentionally minimized his life-saving grace towards her, even acting cold and indifferent, as if he didn't care about her at all. He calculated that, being exhausted, injured, and without any means of self-defense, she would take the initiative to follow him and join the Nirvana ability group. As long as she didn't want to die and wished to continue living, following the Nirvana ability group would be her best choice. Moreover, with Zhang Qian's sympathy, as long as Zhao Shuang hinted at the woman's current situation and pretended to drive her away, letting her fend for herself, it would surely prompt Zhang Qian to take action and keep her around. Sure enough, the speed at which friendships formed between women always exceeded Zhao Shuang's expectations. In no time, the two were deep in conversation, becoming sisters. They even held hands and embraced, as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. Even after the woman had fully healed, she chose not to leave but continued to stay, moving along with the members of the Nirvana ability group. At this point, Zhao Shuang knew his plan had succeeded by 80%. As long as she boarded the Nirvana ability group ship and experienced its benefits, he didn't believe she wouldn't be tempted to join. Just as Zhao Shuang was thinking this, Zhang Qian and the woman, hand in hand, approached him, and she said to the woman, "Hey, this is our Nirvana ability group's leader, Zhao Shuang. Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses incredible strength and a great character. He's a big hero who loves helping others and saving lives. My white moonlight, my Prince Charming. Brother Shuang, come and say hello." Her name is Yen Xing, and she is the campus beauty of Southwest University of Finance and Economics. A super stunning beauty. I can't help but drool just looking at her. Stop it. Xian, you're teasing her again. You're the real super beauty, okay? With that face, that figure, and that chest, anyone would feel ashamed in comparison. Hello, Captain Zhao Shuang. Thank you for saving my life just now. If it weren't for your righteous intervention, my life and my fate would be unimaginable. Perhaps to you, saving me was just a casual act, nothing worth mentioning. But my own life is certainly very precious to me. To quote the ancients, a life-saving grace cannot be repaid, I can only offer myself in return. But Sister Qian has already set the precedent by offering herself first, so I can only work like a cow or horse in my next life to repay my benefactor's kindness. Pfft, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to make myself sick with this ancient-style rhetoric. The woman, Yen Shang, responded in kind, first engaging in mutual flattery with Zhang Qian. Then, with a serious demeanor, she approached Zhao Shuang and voluntarily took off her hat. Revealing a face that could topple kingdoms, she turned out to be a top-tier beauty on par with Zhang Qian. No wonder she had to wear a hat to cover her face. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, it would surely attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. This woman even solemnly expressed her gratitude for her life-saving grace. What Zhao Shuang didn't expect was that this Yen Xing, as the campus beauty of Southwest University of Finance and Economics, was actually a drama queen, able to amuse herself. But this woman not only looked good and had a great figure, her voice was truly pleasant to hear. It felt like music to the ears. This Yen Xing not only had a beautiful appearance but also an interesting soul like a drama queen. Plus, she had a sexy, magnetic voice, truly a perfect woman. Work like a cow or horse? Can I ride you? Zhao Shuang looked at the drama queen in front of her, who was laughing so brightly. When she finally spoke, the speed of her words took off like a rocket, causing the onlookers, including Ergu, to burst out laughing, secretly marveling at how fierce this third sister was. She dared to drive in front of two such beauties, Zhang Qian and Yen Xing, and her speed was astonishing. What? Ride? If it's a handsome guy like the captain, I wouldn't mind being ridden. But it all depends on whether Sister Qian agrees. Faced with Zhao Shuang, who immediately accelerated the conversation, Yen Xing's face turned bright red. But soon she launched a counterattack, using Zhang Qian as a shield. Xing, you said you would work like a cow or horse for him. Being ridden is only fair. What do I have to disagree with? However, to Yen Xing's surprise, Zhang Qian actually stood on Zhao Shuang's side at that moment. Clearly, in this apocalypse, she also agreed with Zhao Shuang's philosophy of seizing the moment. After all, no one can guarantee that they will still be alive tomorrow in this apocalypse. Just in the past few days, there have been countless cases of people who seemed fine one moment and then died right in front of her the next. So many people have died along the way. In the face of such severe survival challenges, discussing love is too extravagant. Alright, Yin Cheng, right? Here, put this on, take this, and let's set off. We have tasks to complete. Zhao Shuang finally stopped the banter and brought the conversation back on track. She took out a piece of indestructible armor and a shield from her spatial storage. She handed them to the beautiful Yin Cheng. Oh my god. This is ability equipment? It has attributes? A king level item? Or even A level? The attributes are so strong and impressive. So it turns out that what you all are wearing is ability equipment. Not just for show? The Nirvana ability team is actually this powerful. As the two pieces of ability equipment landed in Yin Cheng's hands, information about the equipment appeared in her mind. She was instantly shocked beyond measure, her speech becoming disjointed. Looking at everyone around her clad in this armor and wielding these shields, she felt utterly disheartened. At first, she thought everyone dressed like this was just trying to show off. Little did she know that these were abilities and equipment she had never seen before, and she didn't even realize such things existed in this world. Before she personally encountered this ability equipment, she had thought that humans could only rely on their own powers to fight monsters. To her surprise, the Nirvana ability team had fully equipped all its members with ability gear. What kind of hard life had she been living before? She couldn't even imagine how exhilarating it would be to fight monsters while wearing this ability gear. It was also from the information about this ability equipment that she learned the concept of king-level items. Then, under her questioning, Zhao Shuang briefly explained the relationship between levels and ranks. But it was only from soldier level, officer level, general level to king level. He didn't mention anything beyond king level. When Yin Cheng learned that Zhao Shuang was the leader of the Nirvana ability team, and that the information the female soldier showed her stated that he had a B-level talent ability for regeneration, she was astonished to find out he was already a 43-level general with unfathomable strength. Moreover, the information clearly stated that his talent ability was B-level regeneration, yet he had just used an ability similar to a bone machine gun right in front of her, instantly taking out a group of thugs. Could a person really use two types of abilities? Was the number of awakened abilities not singular? Did that mean she also had a chance to awaken other abilities? At that moment, Zhao Shuang, this sunny and handsome boy, appeared to Yin Cheng shrouded in mystery. Even the girl beside him, who was equally matched in looks and had a better figure with a chest 2 sizes larger than hers, Zhang Xian, was already a 41-level general. And when the other members of the Nirvana ability team were almost all nearing 30 levels, Yin Cheng felt completely disheartened. She had worked hard to level up by fighting monsters and had even faced life and death trials several times. After struggling through so much, she had only managed to reach level 25, which was merely the soldier level they spoke of. And that was with her decent talent ability, being an S-level ability user. Yet, among the Nirvana ability team, there were hardly any S-level talent ability users. Many were B-level, C-level, or even D-level ability users. With so few A-level talent ability users, they had all already reached level 30. This made her feel utterly inadequate and foolish. No, I have to join the Nirvana ability team. I want to become one of them. If they don't want me, I'll just stay here and not leave. At worst, I'll really be a servant to Zhao Shuang, let him ride me. That's much better than struggling alone. At that moment, the desire to join the Nirvana ability team had deeply rooted itself in Yin Cheng's heart, taking root and growing wildly, becoming uncontrollable. Zhao Shuang watched as Yin Cheng eagerly donned the A-level diamond iron armor and shield, smiling broadly. It seemed secure. The Nirvana ability team had gained another strong member. Finally, there was a control-type ability user in the team, bringing them one step closer to a mature team. Next would be combat training, continuously improving everyone's combat quality and skills, strengthening their willpower and teamwork. Practice makes perfect. A battle-hardened army is built through countless battles. There are no shortcuts or tricks. As they moved forward, they encountered a small horde of nearly 1,000 zombies. The leader of the horde was merely a 39-level soldier-level green-haired zombie. Zhao Shuang had no intention of intervening and also instructed Zhang Qian not to act. He planned to increase the difficulty for everyone to hone their combat will. After all, the ability team still had Susan, the foreign nurse, along with king-level items of A-grade quality ability equipment. It was unlikely anyone would die easily, with the experience of previously completing an S-level team mission and eliminating nearly 6,000 zombies. Everyone, under the command of their leader Meng Lingyu, formed a battle formation and advanced in an orderly manner. Although Zhao Shuang and Zhang Xian, the two strongest fighters, did not take action, they had an additional S-level gifted ability, Ice Prison, thanks to Yin Cheng. The threatening soldier-level zombies were firmly controlled by her ice prison, not only stabilizing the situation but also inflicting considerable damage on the zombies. After one round of combat, they managed to push back the horde once again. There was hardly any difficulty in the battle. Zhao Shuang instructed everyone to collect the spoils, and while They were busy. She sent Zhang Qian to ask Yan Sheng if she would be willing to join the Nirvana ability team. The result was an excited affirmative response from Yan Sheng, who even cheered with joy. Clearly, Zhang Qian's question struck a chord with her, aligning perfectly with her thoughts. This battle was the easiest and most rewarding one she had participated in since the apocalypse began. In just over 10 minutes, they had wiped out a terrifying horde of nearly 1,000 zombies, and there were no casualties at all. The fight was as simple as eating and drinking. However, her journey had been incredibly difficult. On the first day of the apocalypse, nearly 60 students from Southwest University of Finance and Economics set out together. By the end of the first night, only less than 10 remained. The zombies had become overwhelmingly strong and terrifying after nightfall. The casualty rate was astonishingly high. As the number of survivors dwindled to single digits, several people's mental states collapsed. Some boys even attempted to force themselves on her, uttering disgusting words about not wanting to die as virgins. In self-defense, she trapped those crazed male classmates in an ice prison and then escaped, becoming a lone wolf. Her previous experiences made her wary of trusting anyone in this apocalypse. Without the constraints of law, the ugliness of human nature was magnified to a terrifying degree. She endured countless hardships to reach the survivor gathering place, witnessing much of humanity's evil. Many people's first reaction upon seeing her was to pounce on her, wanting to unleash their most primal desires. This led her to view humanity, especially men, as even more dangerous than monsters in this apocalypse. To protect herself, she wore a hat to cover her stunning beauty and donned loose clothing to hide her curvaceous figure. She avoided people, trying to steer clear of any contact, becoming a thorough lone wolf. The reason she was willing to join the Nirvana ability team was that she saw no primal desires in Zhao Shuang's eyes, nor any thoughts of wanting to possess her. At the same time, she recognized the long-lost humanity in the members of the Nirvana ability team, rather than their beastly instincts. Although everyone was amazed by her breathtaking beauty and would steal glances at her alluring figure, no one attempted to force themselves on her or coerce her into a relationship. They were rational, moral, and principled individuals, not mere beasts driven by instinct. Thus, Yan Sheng found her choice, regaining companions in this apocalypse and no longer feeling alone. Seeing Yan Sheng decisively agree to join the Nirvana ability team and even jump for joy, everyone smiled in understanding. Moreover, during the recent battle, they had already witnessed the strength and contribution of this beautiful young girl. As an elemental control ability user, she filled the team's gap in control abilities. Consequently, everyone unanimously chose to prioritize nurturing Yan Sheng, allowing her ability level to quickly catch up to theirs. It was even a level or two higher than most. However, the horde of corpses was not large, and there weren't many good items dropped. The number of soldier-level crystal cores was also limited. Once again feeling that sensation of being cared for, akin to the stars surrounding the moon, Yan Sheng was almost moved to tears. About half an hour later, everyone appeared outside the valley marked as the mission's destination. The bloodthirsty wild boars were not very strong compared to the SS level of this team mission. As an A-level creature, the bloodthirsty wild boar seemed somewhat misnamed. A few ability users had died earlier, either because they were too weak or because they underestimated the threat, allowing the bloodthirsty wild boars to control them. And they were controlled to death by the horde of wild boars. The bloodthirsty wild boar, as an A-level creature, had an A-level innate ability, Blood Charge. Any target hit by this ability would fall into a brief state of dizziness. However, a single bloodthirsty wild boar was not terrifying, and the dizziness did not last long. But if it were a horde of wild boars, once someone was dizzy, there would be a continuous risk of being dizzied to death. Moreover, second brother Wang Chang had just scouted the sky. In this valley, there were about 20 bloodthirsty wild boars, even if they all charged together for the Nirvana ability team. With the support of ability equipment, they would have considerable confidence facing the bloodthirsty wild boars' A-level innate ability Blood Charge. This group of 18 bloodthirsty wild boars had the largest one nearly 20 meters tall. They had already killed and devoured several ability users, and their overall strength was quite formidable. Among the 18 bloodthirsty wild boars, only one remained at the soldier level, around level 37. The remaining 16 were all at the commander level, ranging from level 41 to 60. The largest one, nearly 20 meters tall, exuded a terrifying king-level aura. It was a king-level creature around level 65. When it activated its A-level innate ability Blood Charge, it charged forward like a rapidly moving mountain of flesh towards the crowd. The momentum was extremely intimidating, and several members of the Nirvana ability team were instantly stunned. They even forgot to react and were directly knocked away. Moreover, after hitting the ground, they fell into a state of dizziness lasting half a minute. Seeing the bloodthirsty wild boar leader activate its Blood Charge ability, the other bloodthirsty wild boars also unleashed their abilities. Their eyes instantly turned blood red, flashing with a bloodthirsty glow, while their bodies grotesquely doubled in size. Their speed surged to twice as fast. One after another, they charged at the members of the Nirvana ability team. When this group of meat mountains charged simultaneously, the ground trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck. Hold your ground. Don't retreat. Hold your ground. We have ability equipment. And healing abilities, we won't die. Don't be afraid, don't retreat. Leave enough space for the ranged ability users and healers to maneuver. Don't let them get knocked down and dizzy. Especially Zhang Qian, if she gets controlled. We will be in danger. Yan Chang, can you try to control this group of wild boars? If they all charge in like this, our formation will be broken. Facing the charge of the bloodthirsty wild boar horde, the leader Meng Lingyu shouted loudly. To command everyone in battle. At the same time, he asked Yan Sheng, hoping her control ability, Ice Prison, could create a miracle. I'll give it a try. Yan Sheng said, immediately activating her S-level innate ability, Ice Prison. A massive ice prison swiftly descended upon one of the charging bloodthirsty wild boars, instantly imprisoning it within the ice. However, before Yan Sheng could feel happy or cheer, the next moment, that bloodthirsty wild boar crashed directly into the ice prison. With a crack, the ice prison shattered in response. The charging speed of the bloodthirsty wild boar was hardly affected, its eyes still gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. It charged towards the crowd at an incredible speed. No way? These wild boars are too fierce, I can't control them. Yan Sheng exclaimed as she saw her ice prison instantly shattered, unable to control the bloodthirsty wild boars. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She turned sharply to look at the team leader Zhao Shuang as if she had seen a ghost. The reason was simple, Zhao Shuang had also waved her hand, using the S-level ability that originally belonged to her ice prison. The ice prisons Zhao Shuang created were not meant to trap the bloodthirsty wild boars. Instead, they were released like roadblocks, placed in the path of the charging wild boars. Not to imprison them, but to slow down their bloodthirsty charge. To imprison them, they only needed to break through one ice prison. But by placing the ice prisons in their path, they would need to break through two. With a series of these set up, the wild boars' speed truly decreased, and their bodies were covered in wounds from the spikes on the ice prisons, bleeding profusely. By the time they reached the crowd, their speed was almost like walking. The power of their bloodthirsty charge ability had drastically diminished. Then, it was time for the crowd to showcase their teamwork. Did you see that? Abilities are dead, but people are alive. The way to use abilities is not fixed. This ability is called Ice Prison, but it doesn't necessarily have to imprison the target inside. Think more, be flexible. Using this ice prison like this can also achieve the effect of control. Zhao Shuang noticed Yan Sheng staring at her with wide, shocked eyes. She couldn't help but smile, taking the opportunity to teach her some insights about using abilities. You just used my ability. Why can you use my ability? And why does your ice prison feel stronger than mine? Isn't your talent ability a B-level regeneration? But why? Did you first use the ability to shoot out your finger bones? Now you can use my ability? How did you do that? I want to learn too. Yan Sheng looked at Zhao Shuang as if she were a monster, rushing up to him and shaking his arm as she asked, you can't learn this from me. Look at my eyes. This is a vision-type talent ability. It can temporarily copy others' talent abilities. So I not only know your talent ability, but I basically know everyone's talent abilities. Zhao Shuang felt the wonderful sensation of his arm being embraced by Yan Sheng, whose firm and ample chest was rubbing against him, causing his heart to race. He couldn't help but wonder why the beautiful Yan Sheng also liked to charge into people. Although her charge wasn't as massive as Zhang Qian's, it was still at least a D-cup size, and the sensation was equally intoxicating. Zhao Shuang couldn't help but marvel at what these girls were eating to grow up so well. With the right proportions in all the right places. After Zhao Shuang had successfully stopped the bloodthirsty wild boar's A-level ability, the battle had basically lost all suspense. To prevent everyone from having to change into new underwear, Zhao Shuang hurriedly called off Zhang Qian's ability, stopping everyone's bodies from continuing to grow. Meanwhile, as Zhao Shuang and the others were fiercely battling the wild boar herd in a small room next to a cold storage facility of a company in City C, the injured and tattered Bing Yumei lay on the bed, her eyes vacant. That guy Long Quan ultimately did not kill her, leaving her life intact. However, he completely treated her as a tool for venting his beastly desires. He paid no heed to her pleas for mercy, nor did he care whether her ordinary human body could withstand it. Time and again, he ravaged and tormented her. Whenever he felt the slightest dissatisfaction, he would unleash his fists and feet upon her, leaving her battered and bruised. The current state of Bing Yumei was so tragic that there was no trace left of her former beauty as the campus flower. And that self-proclaimed reincarnator, who claimed to be her lover from her past life, Long Quang, after exhausting his beastly desires, told her a story. A story about her previous life. In that story, after the apocalypse arrived, she, Bing Yumei, relied on that dog Zhao Shuang for survival. In order for her, an ordinary person, to awaken her abilities, it was Zhao Shuang who had a B-level talent ability of regeneration, who spent several years and consumed a total of 9 bottles of ability awakening potions to finally help her successfully awaken her powers. Moreover, she awakened an A-level talent ability, not the double S or even triple S level talent ability she had imagined. The result was that Zhao Shuang, who had treated her wholeheartedly, devoted everything to her, was betrayed by her. She had slept with that Long Quang. Furthermore, she conspired to frame him, wanting to put him to death. In the end, Zhao Shuang returned just as she was having an affair with Long Quang, catching them in the act. It was she who urged Long Quang to kill Zhao Shuang with his own hands. Yet, before Zhao Shuang died, he swallowed the SSS-level ability evolution material Sky's Mystery. Ultimately, he was reborn, and Long Quang, the one who had crushed Zhao Shuang's eyeball, also unexpectedly reincarnated. After hearing this story, Bing Yumei's eyes turned blood red, tears streaming down her face filled with regret. At that moment, everything finally clicked for her. Bing Yumei understood why Zhao Shuang's attitude towards her changed so drastically before and after the apocalypse arrived. Clearly, in the morning, he was still doting on her, one of her most loyal admirers. By the afternoon, when the apocalypse broke out, he had changed, becoming indifferent towards her. Even when she called him for help, Zhao Shuang was somewhat reluctant to come to her aid. It turned out that he had already been reborn, carrying the memories of his past life. That man, even after being reborn, did not choose to kill her, the one who betrayed him and caused his death at the first opportunity. This was enough to show how deeply he loved her. Even with a second chance, he still saved her time and again. Even in that women's restroom in the gym, after rescuing her from that disgusting boy, he was still willing to give her another chance. A chance to stay by his side, to be his woman. But she did not cherish it. In this life, she still chose to betray him time and again. The moment she raised the butcher's knife against his brother, her second brother Wang Chang, he must have completely lost hope in her. That's why he aimed for her forehead and unhesitatingly fired the bullet that would kill her. All of this was her fault. She had repeatedly betrayed a man who loved her deeply. Time and again, she pushed him away. Originally, even if he was a reincarnator, his achievements in this life were destined to be extraordinary. He would have had a place for her by his side. But she had personally buried all of that, leading to her current tragic fate as a tool for Long Quang's desires. All of this was self-inflicted. Heavenly sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived through. She deserved this, it was retribution. Just as Bing Yumei was shedding tears of endless regret, the door to the room she was in was suddenly opened. Blinding light streamed in through the crack of the door, illuminating her tear-streaked face. It was so bright that she could barely open her eyes, instinctively raising her hand to shield herself from the sunlight. The other hand instinctively covered the broken chest of her dress, shielding her exposed spring light. And this dress was a gift from him. Bing Yumei initially thought the visitor was that guy Long Quang coming to vent his beastly desires again. But, to her surprise, it turned out to be two women. Moreover, they were a pair of beautiful twin sisters, just like when she was brought here by Ying. When Long Quang appeared, he was flanked by those two sisters. Their looks were pure and sweet, and their figures were quite decent, scoring a solid 8 out of 10 each. Although they couldn't compare to a stunning beauty like Bing Yumei, the advantage of being a pair of sisters made up for the difference in quality. So, you're the seductive vixen who has Long Gu obsessed? Do you believe I'll tear your face apart? Bah, shameless fox spirit. One of the sisters pushed the door open and frowned as she spoke. At the same time, she slapped Bing Yumei hard across the face. It had the powerful aura of a legitimate wife catching a mistress in the act. Bing Yumei was stunned in place. Clearly, she was the victim, having been forcefully violated by that Long Quang. How did she become the fox spirit in this woman's mouth? How did she turn into the seductive vixen who lured Long Quang? At that moment, a sense of grievance and suffocation filled Bing Yumei's heart. Alright, sister, calm down. You saw it with your own eyes. It was Long Gu who carried her away without a word. Most likely, he used force on her too. She is a victim as well. Why should women make things difficult for other women? We should help her. At that moment, the other twin jumped in, wanting to mediate and speak fairly. In that instant, Bing Yumei understood that this pair of sisters had come to play the roles of good cop and bad cop. As a seasoned green tea, she saw through their ill intentions at a glance. They were probably plotting to harm her. But at this moment, Bing Yumei felt a deep sense of despair, as if she had seen through everything in the world. Her heart was filled with endless guilt towards Zhao Shuang and endless self-mockery for her deserved fate. She was already somewhat disdainful of exposing the sisters' little tricks and just wanted to quietly watch their performance. She wanted to see what they were up to. After all, could there be anything more tragic than being here? Being ruthlessly violated and trampled to death by that Long Quang? No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be worse than this situation. Oh, what my sister said makes sense. It seems I misunderstood her. She is a victim too. So what do you think we should do to help her? At this moment, the twin sister showed a look of regret and asked, how to help her? Let me think. I see that Long Gu is not in the base. It seems he just went out. Should we help her escape from her suffering? As the sister's voice came out, Bing Yumei, who just wanted to quietly watch their clumsy performance, felt her previously dead heart suddenly start to beat violently. Zhao Shuang's sunny and handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. At that moment, she had only one thought. She wanted to appear by Zhao Shuang's side at all costs and say to him, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Not seeking his forgiveness, but sincerely apologizing for her betrayal in both lives, completing her inner redemption. Even if it meant dying at his hands, she would be willing. So at that moment, her originally dim eyes suddenly brightened. her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the older sister of the twins. Wow, you really are a pure beauty that makes one feel pity. Even I, as a woman, am moved. No wonder Long Gu is so enchanted by you that he doesn't come to find his sisters. Why do you want to leave, want to run away? Facing the gaze of Bing Yumei, the elder sister among the two sisters extended a finger and lifted Bing Yumei's beautiful chin, asking this. I want to leave. I hope you can help me escape from this sea of suffering. Bing Yumei said firmly. Sigh, since we are all women, I will reluctantly help you a bit. If Brother Kwang comes back and finds out you ran away, he will definitely skin us sisters alive. But seeing how pitiful you are, we sisters are soft-hearted. Let's go, we will take you away. Here, put this on. The woman looked quite troubled but ultimately chose to take Bing Yumei away. Moreover, seeing that Bing Yumei's dress had been completely torn apart, large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed. She kindly took off her own coat and draped it over Bing Yumei. Then she turned and led the way out. As Bing Yumei followed the two sisters through a maze of twists and turns, she was almost dizzy. Finally, the sisters opened a door. Alright, go out. After you pass through this door and push open the inner door, you will be free. Remember to take our freedom with you. The suffering you endure, we sisters will bear it for you. The two sisters looked reluctant as they spoke to Bing Yumei. Without suspicion, Bing Yumei walked inside the door. As soon as she entered, the iron door behind her was slammed shut and locked. At the same time, the voices of the two sisters came from outside. Stupid bitch, daring to compete with us for a man. We'll feed you to the zombies. Let you know the consequences of competing with us for a man. After the zombies eat you, the rapidly increasing levels will provide high-level crystal cores. This is the nourishment for our sisters' rapid enhancement of abilities. And all of this is part of the corpse-raising plan that Brother Kwang personally taught and is currently executing. Brother Kwang is now an 83-level royal superpower user. He will rule this era and become the hero of all humanity. And you, an ordinary person, are simply unworthy to be by Brother Kwang's side. The information revealed in the sisters' words was astonishing. If Zhao Shuang were here, hearing this information would surely shock her greatly. That guy Long Kwang actually dared to defy the world by using living humans to raise corpses. This was a method used by the madmen of the Apocalypse Church in the last life, an extreme measure. Once this method was employed, it would make him a mortal enemy of everyone in the world. Then the elder sister among the two opened a mechanism. Another door in front of Bing Yumei suddenly opened and a zombie charged at her. With a roar. As an ordinary person, Bing Yumei's eyes were filled with despair at that moment. Was she really going to die here? Was her wish to see him one more time ultimately just a luxury? In the end, with everyone's efforts in Zhao Shuang's powerful attack, the 65-level bloodthirsty wild boar leader let out a wail and fell into a pool of blood. The Nirvana ability team had completely completed the SS-level team task, exterminating the bloodthirsty wild boar herd. In this battle, as the meat shield bearing the damage, the senior Qi Lu Hai felt a lot of pressure. He had been teetering on the edge of dizziness and consciousness. After the battle, he was completely dazed. His head was buzzing. At the same time, everyone was quite lucky, finally obtaining a piece of A-level ability evolution material that shimmered with red light, along with several pieces of B-level ability evolution materials. The long tusks, measuring 2 to 3 meters, from the bloodthirsty wild boar were A-level weapon ability materials. Using them to make swords, large knives, two-handed heavy swords, or even wolf-toothed clubs was not a problem. They were excellent materials. In addition, the pigskin and bristles from the bloodthirsty wild boar were B-level armor ability materials. Although the quality was not high, the level of these bloodthirsty wild boars was indeed high, especially the 65-level royal leader. The ability weapons or armor made from the materials on it would be exceptional. A definite king-level item. Boss, isn't your talent ability gluttony? You could try swallowing a piece of the blood and flesh from this bloodthirsty wild boar. You might be surprised. Then I'll swallow a piece too, and we'll carry the rest back. Just like that red scorpion ability team, it'll be quite a show. It'll boost the reputation of our Nirvana ability team. Zhao Shuang said, activating his S-level talent ability, Sharingan, and copied boss Meng Lingyu's C-level talent ability, Gluttony. He began to gnaw fiercely at the blood and flesh of the bloodthirsty wild boar. Unfortunately, after swallowing the crystal core of this general-level bloodthirsty wild boar, his ability level had already reached the standard of level 44 general. After completely consuming the blood and flesh of this level 65 king-level bloodthirsty wild boar leader, he surprisingly did not gain any special attributes, not even a low-level special attribute. Zhao Shuang looked at boss Meng Lingyu, who was also gnawing with blood all over his mouth, and similarly had not gained any special attributes. This left Zhao Shuang puzzled. Previously, when he activated this C-level talent ability, Gluttony, he had used it twice in total. However, he had gained several special attributes, even a second life, which could be considered an extraordinary special attribute. Why was it not working now? Even the boss didn't gain anything. Could it be that for the gluttony ability to work effectively and have a higher probability of obtaining special attributes, one must consume living creatures? Or must One, enter the monster's belly and eat from the inside out? Zhao Shuang was confused and could not figure it out. In the end, he could only give up on his wild thoughts and led the team back home. Even though he and the boss had each consumed an entire bloodthirsty wild boar with their gluttony ability, there were still a total of 16 bloodthirsty wild boar corpses left. Each one was over 10 meters tall and over 30 meters long. Bringing these bloodthirsty wild boar corpses back would provide enough meat for everyone in the base to eat for several months, even half a year. It would definitely be more than enough for the personal task of collecting supplies. Fresh meat was a rare resource in this apocalypse. Then, with a command from Zhao Shuang, everyone began to carry the 16 bloodthirsty wild boar corpses back home. Given everyone's ability levels and physical qualities, it was more than enough for a single person to carry a bloodthirsty wild boar corpse. Their strength had already surpassed the limits of humanity, resembling that of superhumans. And when the entire Nirvana ability team, wearing armor adorned with a vivid phoenix symbolizing rebirth and uniform diamond iron shields with the same emblem, appeared carrying all 16 bloodthirsty wild boars in the underground city passage, they enjoyed the attention of all the survivors in the city. They became the undeniable focus of the city at that moment. Compared to the Red Scorpion ability team that had entered the city early in the morning with the corpses of the Hellhounds, they were no less impressive. The only difference was that the protagonists had shifted from the Red Scorpions to the Nirvana ability team. Who are these people? They look so strong and impressive. That armor and shield have such a cool design. I want one too. And the wild boars they're carrying are so huge. They look like mountains of meat. That leading man is so handsome. His smile is so sunny. I want to have his babies. Sunny smile? You must have a misunderstanding about sunshine. That's clearly a devil smile, okay? I believe the bear has the most say about his smile. But it's almost sunset. Why hasn't the bear returned yet? Did he run away or get killed? Wow. Those two girls in their team are so beautiful and they have great figures. I like the one with the big chest. If she could marry me, I'd be willing to have a harem. You little brat must be dreaming. I advise you to keep your lecherous gaze to yourself. That woman is not someone you can look at casually. Be careful of being targeted by demons, who will rob you, beat you up, and then insist on healing you, only to demand an outrageous fee for treatment. If you don't have enough task points to pay, they'll make you owe them, and then charge you high-interest loans, the kind that compounds. What the hell? Is it really that exaggerated? Can a person even do such a thing? That's why he's not a person, he's a demon. Do you understand? But those two women are really beautiful. What if I can't help but look? Just sneak a peek, glance and then look away quickly, or you'll attract the demon's attention. The murmurs of the onlookers rose and fell, echoing in the air. Zhao Shuang's lips curled into a smile, radiating sunshine and charm. Appearing harmless. But after the morning's encounter with the violent bear, his signature smile suddenly became a devilish grin in the eyes of others. It made everyone too afraid to openly admire the beauties, instead focusing their gazes on the corpses of the 16 bloodthirsty wild boars. They cast envious and jealous glances at the stylish abilities of the crowd. At that moment, a group of people blocked Zhao Shuang and the others' path. Leading them was a man with yellow hair, sporting a nose ring, and wielding a chainsaw. Listening to these people's discussions, you all seem pretty impressive. But while others might fear you, our Crazy Wolf ability team does not. I'm a bona fide S-class talent, a top-tier level 32 powerhouse. And everyone in our Crazy Wolf ability team is skilled. If you know what's good for you, hand over your spoils to me. Those wild boar corpses belong to us. And those two women, with their beauty and great figures, I like them. They also belong to our Crazy Wolf ability team. Leave the spoils and those two women, and you can go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, he revved the chainsaw, producing a loud vroom vroom sound, exuding an air of dominance. But what responded to him was Zhao Shuang, who, with dual daggers in hand, charged at him with blinding speed. In the next instant, the two brushed past each other and Zhao Shuang stood alone in the center of the Crazy Wolf ability team, seemingly surrounded. But in the next moment, the yellow-haired man's right arm, holding the chainsaw, suddenly flew off. In the instant they brushed past, Zhao Shuang had severed his entire right arm. Ah! You bastard, what did you do to me? My hand! My right hand! My right arm! The yellow-haired man finally reacted, covering the wound with his left hand and screaming in agony. Intense pain radiated from the severed arm, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. At that moment, he truly realized Zhao Shuang's power and regretted his earlier impulsiveness. It seemed there was a reason why that man instilled such fear in others. And here they were, a group of ability users who had just arrived at this survivor gathering place today. They had never witnessed Zhao Shuang's methods and thought that with their superior strength they could easily handle him, which is why they chose to block his path. Indeed, lust had clouded their judgment, and in an instant their entire Crazy Wolf ability team found themselves in a crisis. You've already been surrounded by me. So, what will it be? Should I go through the motions and personally teach you a lesson, beat you up, rob you, heal you, and then charge you? Or will you be smart and voluntarily hand over your task points, acknowledging that each of you owes me 1,000 task points to be repaid slowly with interest? to be repaid slowly with interest? Zhao Shuang stood alone in the encirclement of the Crazy Wolf ability team, claiming that they were the ones surrounded. He even posed the question of whether they would go through the motions or directly acknowledge their debt in a defiant manner. Damn it! Brothers, we have so many people, are we afraid of him being alone? Let's go together. Ah! My hand, my arm. Faced with Zhao Shuang's outrageous remarks, another green-haired member of the Crazy Wolf ability team could no longer hold back. He activated his ability, transforming into a giant wolf nearly 3 meters tall. He called on everyone to join in and beat up Zhao Shuang. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Shuang's figure flashed past. One of the giant wolf's front legs flew up in response, blood gushing out. It let out a howl of pain. At that moment, everyone in the Crazy Wolf ability team dared not act recklessly. The man before them was simply too terrifying. His speed was so frightening that their eyes could barely keep up. Moreover, the pair of daggers in his hands emitted a chilling, eerie glow, seemingly not of this world. In the end, Zhao Shuang still wore his signature sunny smile, cheerfully saying, "That's more like it. You all made a wise choice. It's much better to owe debts and pay them back slowly. It saves you from physical suffering, but even if you aren't injured, no one can escape the 1,000-point treatment fee. Don't crowd, line up properly, one at a time. I'm robbing you here, so pay attention to order. Why is everyone so uncivilized?" As Zhao Shuang spoke, he took out his base identity certificate. He began to mark the task points from each member of the Crazy Wolf ability team onto his own certificate. He even made the victims of his robbery line up and criticized them for their lack of civility. Watching this absurd scene unfold, the onlookers could only feel speechless. They felt that the word demon had been personified at that moment. His sunny, handsome smile was simply the smile of a devil. Even the outrageous statement that one must pay for treatment fees even without injuries left everyone at a loss for words. At that moment, they all had only one thought: no matter who they provoke, they must never provoke this calamity before them. Otherwise, they would regret it deeply. Alright, Susan, come out and get to work. And you all, show a little civility. Susan has worked hard to treat you, remember to thank her, got it? As Zhao Shuang said this, he directly reached out and slapped the back of the head of the Crazy Wolf ability team's leader, the yellow-haired one. The slap made him roll his eyes and nearly faint. Got it. Thank you for suffering to treat us. The yellow-haired one immediately forced a smile that looked worse than crying, his spirit on the verge of breaking. You shameless guy, how can you still have the nerve to mention civility in front of us? Don't you feel ashamed? However, the entire Crazy Wolf ability team could only mutter a few words in their hearts, not daring to say them out loud. They were afraid of offending this demon again. If he did something even more inhumane, it would be the end. After this episode with the Crazy Wolf ability team and their tragic fate, the onlookers kept their distance from Zhao Shuang and his group. Even the glances that had previously stolen peeks at the two stunning beauties, Zhang Xian and Yan Xing, had diminished by more than half. They feared provoking Zhao Shuang and ultimately bringing trouble upon themselves. The crowd moved from 3 meters away from Zhao Shuang to a full 10 meters, avoiding him as if he were a plague. With the foolish ones gone, Zhao Shuang and his group made their way smoothly to the mission hall. Amidst the gasps and exclamations of the onlookers, they completed one high-difficulty team task after another. The Nirvana ability team, when they made their move, completed an S-level team task and 2 double S-level team tasks in one go. This was more than what the earliest established Red Scorpion ability team had accomplished, which was 1 S-level team task and 1 double S-level team task. There was also an additional double S-level team task. This caused the Nirvana ability team's rating to jump from the lowest F level directly to D level, making it the only D level ability team in the entire Survivor gathering place. At the same time, Zhao Shuang proposed using the blood and flesh of these bloodthirsty wild boars as materials for personal tasks to gather supplies. This was enough for everyone in the entire base to enjoy fresh meat for several months, even half a year. Instantly, it was counted as if the members of the Nirvana ability team had completed 10 personal supply gathering tasks. Each individual task could earn 5 task points, meaning each person would gain an additional 50 task points. Plus, the 2 double S-level team tasks each provided 100 task points, and the S-level team task offered 50 task points. The Nirvana ability team leaped to become the team with the most task points in the entire base. These task points had many uses in the underground city of the base. For example, they could be used to train combat skills in the martial arts training hall set up by the military, improving combat awareness. They could also be used in the firearms training hall to enhance knowledge of firearms and shooting skills. Additionally, they could be used in the gravity training hall to increase physical strength and improve overall fitness. Task points could even be used in the military's laboratory to inject gene serums, comprehensively enhancing physical attributes. All of this information was obtained from a casual inquiry Zhao Shuang made to a young lady at the task hall who provided a manual detailing the uses of task points. Of course, aside from the Aforementioned uses, task points could also be spent on beauty treatments, massages, gourmet food, cultivating artistic hobbies, attending concerts, and so on. In short, there was nothing you could think of that task points couldn't accomplish. In fact, as long as you were willing to spend task points, there would be plenty of men and women unwilling to do dirty or laborious work, ready to accompany you to bed. Alright, let's go spend some. After acquiring a large number of task points, Zhao Shuang waved his hand and said this as he led the way. He strode away with confidence. The members of the Nirvana ability team followed him joyfully, their faces beaming with happiness. They loved spending. Even the older brother, second brother, and fourth brother among the boys wore lewd smiles, anticipating some exciting and delightful events, like going for foot massages. However, soon everyone stopped smiling. Zhao Shuang unexpectedly threw them into the martial arts training hall and instructed them to set the difficulty to the maximum. They were rigorously trained. In an instant, the sounds of screams filled the air. After all, the first step to hitting someone is always to get hit first. These courses had all been established in the city of Hope by the legendary warrior Feng Xiaoyang in Zhao Shuang's previous life. He had already experienced all of them and graduated from there. There was no need to start over. After all, those skills and experiences had long become a part of his life, etched into his very bones. However, he was very interested in the ancient martial arts course personally, taught by General Shan Bai. This was something he had never heard of in his previous life, something good that he had wanted to learn but had no opportunity to. Unfortunately, the price was exorbitant, requiring 2,000 task points for a single class, and each class lasted only 1 hour. Robbery is more your style, Shan Bai. Zhao Shuang glanced at his meager task points and couldn't help but internally complain. Then he turned and walked out. Hey, old man, want to have some fun? Just 5 task points for a whole night. Old man, pick me, pick me. I'm not only prettier than her, but I'm also cheaper. Just 4 task points. Choose me. I only need 3 task points. I need 2 task points. I only need 1 task point. This little handsome guy is so charming, I'll even pay you, no task points needed. Let's see how you all earn. As soon as Zhao Shuang stepped out and headed towards the accommodation area, he accidentally turned into a small alley. Instantly, he was surrounded by a large group of heavily made-up women. These scantily clad women were all promoting themselves, choosing to sell their bodies for task points. However, it seemed they were all in malicious competition, with many wolves and little meat. After all, there weren't many people willing to spend task points to buy pleasure here. Zhao Shuang was immediately overwhelmed, even though he was determined to only engage physically and not emotionally. Facing such a scene was daunting. In the end, he fled in embarrassment. However, just as he returned to his residence, he was solemnly informed that someone was looking for him. The visitor claimed to be from the Red Scorpion ability team. Oh, the Red Scorpion ability team is looking for me? What do they want? Zhao Shuang was taken aback by the solemn words. He couldn't understand why the infamous Red Scorpion ability team would come looking for him. I don't know, they didn't say. But those 2 women were truly beautiful. Especially the leading lady. Her legs made me nosebleed. So embarrassing, Zhuang Yan said, wiping his nose. Zhao Shuang could still vaguely see the remnants of blood. There. Alright, take me to them. It's fine, you're not the only one who got a nosebleed from looking at the beautiful legs. It's not embarrassing. Zhao Shuang patted Zhuang Yan's shoulder, offering comfort. When Zhao Shuang followed Zhuang Yan to meet the members of the Red Scorpion ability team, his gaze was immediately drawn to the beautiful legs of the team leader, Rong. They were truly supermodel legs, so stunning they were beyond reproach. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, she was wearing heels that were over 10 centimeters high, elevating her to a height that made Zhao Shuang look up at her. Staring at those flawless legs, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to have those legs draped over his shoulders. What ecstasy and enjoyment that would be. Team Leader Zhao. Team Leader Zhao. Are you listening? Staring at someone's legs like that is quite rude. If it weren't for a request, I think you would have already flown away. Just as Zhao Shuang was lost in his thoughts, Xingrong's biting voice pulled him back to reality. Zhao Shuang was startled. He had embarrassed himself terribly. He had been so entranced by her beautiful legs that he hadn't even heard what the stunning Rong had said. How embarrassing. At that moment he was sure he had been labeled as a lecher in her eyes. Just as he regained his composure and was about to greet Rong, he suddenly felt a warmth in his nose and a large amount of blood abruptly gushed out. Damn! It was even more embarrassing. At that moment, Zhao Shuang wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He felt like dying. He never expected that as a reborn person, such an embarrassing thing would happen to him. Not only had he been mesmerized by her beautiful legs, but he had also ended up with a nosebleed. He probably wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of this woman for the rest of his life. Looking at Zhao Shuang, who was a mess with blood streaming from his nose, Xingrong's chest heaved with anger, and she raised her beautiful legs several times, wanting to leave. She felt that coming here to visit Zhao Shuang was a mistake. However, in the end, she restrained her temper and didn't leave. She stood there with a cold expression, unwilling to speak further. So, what brings you all here to find me? Zhao Shuang awkwardly wiped his nosebleed and asked with a bitter smile. So embarrassing, so damn embarrassing. My image, just like that, was ruined by the beautiful legs of the leg fairy. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yin cast an admiring glance at Zhao Shuang. After all, he was the team leader. Just moments ago, I had consoled myself, saying that it wasn't embarrassing to bleed from the nose while staring at those beautiful legs. But then the team leader demonstrated it for me, staring at the beautiful legs and bleeding from the nose. And he could still speak nonchalantly without a change in expression or a racing heart. He was far better than my earlier hasty retreat, truly worthy of being the team leader. Humph, pervert, filthy pervert. In response to Zhao Shuang's question, all he got was a cold snort and disdain from Qing Rong, who turned her face away, clearly unwilling to engage with Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang was left speechless. Why was she treating him like this when she came to him? It felt as if he was the one seeking her out for help. Ahem. I wonder how your ability group creates ability equipment? After we kill monsters, we dissect their bodies. We can also obtain some weapon ability materials, or armor ability materials. The information about the materials appears directly in our minds, just like our own memories. However, we sought out blacksmiths and tailors, but no matter what, we couldn't forge ability equipment. I hope Captain Zhao can enlighten us. We would be very grateful. Shui Lingmiao, seeing that the two had calmed down, decisively explained the purpose of their visit from the Red Scorpion ability group. It turned out they had come for ability equipment. Oh, so you want to ask about this? What I'm wearing is, of course, ability equipment. However, if you want to find a blacksmith or tailor to make ability equipment, that would be like dreaming. This ability equipment can only be crafted with abilities. And I, being unworthy, am someone who can create this ability equipment. How about we make a deal? After learning the intentions of the Red Scorpion ability group, Zhao Shuang smiled. He immediately set his sights on the SS-level biological material from the Hell 3-headed flying dog. That Hell 3-headed flying dog has 3 heads and 6 SS-level fangs. Helping them create ability equipment, asking for 2 SS-level fangs isn't too much, right? What? Captain Zhao, you can actually forge ability equipment? Aren't you an ability user with B-level talent for regeneration? Did you use fake talent ability information? A deal? What kind of deal? Are you willing to help us create ability equipment? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Shui Lingmiao became excited and fired off a series of questions. Even the aloof Qing Rong cast a surprised glance at Zhao Shuang. She didn't expect that this old pervert in front of her could actually create ability equipment. Isn't that obvious? That kind of publicly available information can be seen by anyone and involves talent abilities. There's no need for fake information. Could it be real? I don't believe any fool would use real talent ability information to register. I am willing to help you create ability equipment. However, as for the reward, Zhao Shuang paused here, elongating his tone, fearing that the other party wouldn't understand his insinuation. Just as Zhao Shuang finished speaking, before Shui Lingmiao could respond, Sheng Rong exploded again. Kid, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Are you still cursing? Who are you calling a fool? What have I done to deserve being called a fool for using real talent ability information? Honesty and trustworthiness are good qualities. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, plus her high heels, Sheng Rong, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped over Shui Lingmiao and came in front of Zhao Shuang, grabbing his collar and angrily asking. She was the fool Zhao Shuang referred to who used real talent ability information. At this moment, Qing Rong's fists were clenched tightly and she truly wished to punch Zhao Shuang in the face. This guy had left a very bad impression on her since they met. She had already labeled him several times, old pervert, lecher, foul-mouthed. If it weren't for needing something from him, especially something as fundamental as ability equipment for survival in the apocalypse, she would have long since beaten Zhao Shuang up and walked away, never to interact again. But since he had already verbally agreed to help them create ability equipment, which concerned the entire Red Scorpion ability group's limits and team security, she ultimately raised her fist, still clenched tightly, but didn't dare to bring it down. Whoever breaks first is the fool. If you don't let go of me and keep holding my collar, the cost for creating your ability equipment will go up. Seeing a legendary figure that only existed in tales and whom she had never seen with her own eyes, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but want to laugh as he watched her defenses crumble right before his eyes. He remembered that the leader of the Red Scorpion ability team, Qing Rong, had publicly revealed her special abilities in his previous life. So, she had just said that on purpose, wanting to make it clear that if you want someone to do something for you, you need to have the right attitude. He never expected this beautiful and fierce Qing Rong to have such a fiery temper. She was ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. But Zhao Shuang wasn't going to indulge her. After all, he wasn't the one asking for help. So he chose to confront this woman head-on, adopting a stance as if he was going to raise the stakes. But to be fair, this super gorgeous beauty, Qing Rong, really had a captivating appearance. Even when angry, there was a certain charm to her. No, don't raise the stakes. It's all a misunderstanding. Wrong, let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. If you don't let G now, saying that he is not an unrelated person is undoubtedly a confirmation of him. It instantly made him, an ability user with little combat power, feel needed. He suddenly felt valuable, not just a useless person who could only rely on others for protection. Captain Zhao, you're joking. Let's get back to the point and discuss how you charge for making ability equipment for us. If the cost is too high, we won't proceed. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang mentioned a lonely man and a lonely woman in the same room, Xue Lingmiao's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. Girls are just sensitive like that, but she quickly got straight to the point. Then we need to see how many ability materials your Red Scorpion ability team has and what kind of ability equipment you want to make. Just to be clear, I won't charge you for making the ability equipment, nor will I take the task points from this base. I only need a portion of the materials as payment. As for the ratio of materials, we can negotiate. I think a 50-50 split would be good. Zhao Shuang stared at Xue Lingmiao's ample chest and said. He opened with a lion's roar, proposing an outrageous price. After all, only the Nirvana ability team could make ability equipment at this base, and rarity makes it valuable. It's better to start high. 50-50? Captain Zhao, if you keep asking for such a high price, we can't negotiate. You can't just demand 50% right off the bat. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Xue Lingmiao was infuriated and amused by Zhao Shuang's offer. Those ability materials were all earned with their lives. And this guy just casually asked for 50%. He must be dreaming. Exactly. I am robbing. Who else besides our Nirvana ability team can make ability equipment? The principle of rarity makes it valuable. I believe you understand that, right? Zhao Shuang said with a tone of self-evidence and a punchable expression, adding, I am robbing. This directly made Xue Lingmiao grit her teeth in anger. This guy is just too infuriating. In that moment, Xue Lingmiao deeply empathized with Captain Qingrong. She finally understood why Captain Qingrong had been so out of character and easily provoked. Even though she, Xue Lingmiao, was just a healer, she couldn't help but want to slap him a couple of times. No way, 50-50 is absolutely impossible. A 90-10 split is the limit for our Red Scorpion ability team. Those ability materials were all earned with our lives. Captain Zhao, you are just responsible for making the ability equipment. Being able to give you 10% is already quite generous. Moreover, there are SS-level ability materials in there. Those are high-grade materials that not just anyone can obtain. Oh, is SS-level ability material that impressive? Then take a look at this. You speak as if no one has SS-level ability materials. But since you're so beautiful, I can give you a discount. How about a 60-40 split? Beauty can get a discount? Our Red Scorpion isn't just about being pretty, our captain is also a top-tier beauty. That figure, those legs, Captain Zhao, you were just staring at them, weren't you? I even have photos as proof. By the way, speaking of photos, Captain Zhao wouldn't want those photos to be widely circulated, right? How about you? Give me a better discount? An 80-20 split, how does that sound? Brother, let me tell you, don't try that on me, I won't fall for your beauty trap. Besides, I, Zhao, don't have much of an image to begin with, so I'm not swayed by your threats. What's wrong with a man bleeding from his nose when he sees a beautiful woman? It's only natural, even if everyone knows, they'll just say I'm a normal man with good taste. Even if you're calling me brother makes my bones feel weak, I still won't compromise. The best I can do is a 70-30 split. Unless you can get that woman who just grabbed my collar to kiss me, then I'll agree to an 80-20 split. Otherwise, it's off the table. I knew you were the best, brother Zhao. Let's agree on 70-30 for now. I'll go talk to the commander and see if we can do an 80-20 split. Good big brother, wait for me. When Xue Lingmiao heard that being pretty could get her a discount from Zhao Shuang, her eyes lit up. She immediately seized the opportunity, using her charm on Zhao Shuang. One gidge, brother, made Zhao Shuang's bones melt. This white-haired, big-chested lowly's destructive power was just too great. Zhao Shuang had no resistance to her coquetry. Even though he said he wasn't falling for her tricks, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. He was completely unaware that Xue Lingmiao had already hooked him like a fish. He proactively lowered the cost to a 70-30 split. He even offered a condition: if that woman, Zheng would kiss him, he'd drop it to 80-20. He looked like a lust-struck pig. Xue Lingmiao couldn't help but inwardly beam with joy. A saccharine gidge could yield so many benefits. It was worth it. Just as Xue Lingmiao got up to leave to discuss the possibility of an 80-20 split with Qingrong, Zhao Shuang, who had just worn a lecherous expression, instantly regained his normal demeanor. Zhao Shuang's psychological price was actually a 90-10 split for materials. An 80-20 split would be pure profit. After all, it only involved using a bit of energy to refine some ability equipment. It was a nearly zero-cost endeavor. Demanding too high a price would surely scare away others who wanted to craft ability equipment. A reasonably priced offer, with the example of the Red Scorpion, would surely attract more people to them for crafting. So, he pretended to be a lust-crazed pig, ultimately taking the initiative to lower the price. He had initially thought that Shui Lingmiao, one of the 3 divine healers and the chief healer of the legendary Red Scorpion ability team in his previous life, would be a difficult person to deal with, but he hadn't expected her negotiation skills to be so poor. She didn't even know the trick of getting up and pretending to leave. Sure enough, she was still just an 18 or 19-year-old girl with little social experience. Zhao Shuang even had to actively give her an excuse to lower the price. However, the fact that Shui Lingmiao could instantly seize the opportunity when Zhao Shuang offered an opening, and moreover, could humble herself to sweetly call engage, showed she was capable of picking up and letting go, making her quite a character. Her future achievements were probably not coincidental. As for Zhao Shuang's proposal of Qing Rong kissing him for an 80-20 split, it was purely to vex that arrogant woman. It was payback for her calling him disgusting when she slammed the door earlier. Now, he'd see if she'd kiss his disgusting self for a discount. However, Zhao Shuang guessed, based on Qing Rong's previous reaction, that there was a 99% chance she wouldn't agree to kiss him. Wouldn't her kissing him be more unbearable than killing her? Thud. Just as Zhao Shuang was thinking this, the door was suddenly flung open with great force, hitting the wall with a loud thud. Enraged, Qing Rong strode in with her long legs, stomping a few steps until she stood before Zhao Shuang, who was sitting on the sofa. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, looking as if she wanted to kill him. Her gaze at Zhao Shuang was like she was looking at her father's killer. It made Zhao Shuang uneasy, and he involuntarily started to rise from the sofa. You, what do you want to do? Woo. Zhao Shuang looked at the woman's murderous eyes and subconsciously asked. But before he could finish, Qing Rong suddenly leaned down. She kissed him directly, her lips landing precisely on his. However, at the moment of the kiss, Qing Rong still chose to close her eyes. But Zhao Shuang's mind went buzz, his brain going completely blank. Looking at the beautiful and fierce face before him, he had only one thought: I've been forcefully kissed by a top-tier beauty? And she even used her tongue. Zhao Shuang had originally thought that, given Commander Qing Rong's temperament, having her kiss him would be more unbearable than killing her. But he never, ever expected to be forcefully kissed by her so unexpectedly. A man, all alone, was overpowered by a stunning beauty? Just as Zhao Shuang was feeling her delicate tongue sliding into his mouth, preparing to take the initiative and indulge in her embrace, he opened his eyes and saw the tears streaming down Qing Rong's face. In that instant, Zhao Shuang snapped back to reality from the warmth and softness. Although this woman had kissed him forcefully, she was now trembling all over, her eyes tightly shut, not daring to look at him. The 2 lines of tears flowing from the corners of her eyes were so piercing. Zhao Shuang instantly pushed her away. Yet, Qing Rong continued to tremble, like a desperate and helpless little girl. Her mind was filled with memories of the companions who had died last night. Originally, there had been 10 of them in the Red Scorpion ability team when they set out, but by the time they returned this morning, only 7 remained. Even Shui Lingmiao had nearly fallen victim to the hellish 3-headed flying dog. The feeling of helplessness as she watched her teammates fall and die before her eyes was something she never wanted to experience again. What terrified her the most was that her best friend, Shui Lingmiao, had also left her. So when she heard that if she kissed that lecherous old man, she could obtain more ability equipment, ensuring a bit more safety for her teammates, she kissed him without hesitation, despite her extreme disgust for that guy, even though it was her first kiss. You promised it would be a 2/8 split. I kissed you, so you can't go back on your word. Being suddenly pushed away by Zhao Shuang, that lecherous old man truly surprised Qing Rong. She had thought he would take the opportunity to pull her in and take advantage of her, or keep kissing her without letting go. But unexpectedly, he chose to push her away, an answer she hadn't considered. Qing Rong wiped away her tears and calmed herself down. She regained her beautiful and spirited demeanor and stared at Zhao Shuang, saying, well, actually, how should I put it? When I said to kiss me, I meant a kiss on the cheek or forehead would be fine. No need for a mouth-to-mouth kiss or sticking out your tongue. No matter where you kiss, it's still a 2/8 split. Zhao Shuang looked at Qing Rong with an innocent expression and said, what the hell? What did you say? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. As a result, Zhao Shuang's words instantly ignited Qing Rong's anger. In an instant, the little goodwill from being pushed away was completely extinguished. Qing Rong felt she had been wronged, severely wronged. How could it be that just a casual kiss would suffice, even on the cheek or forehead? What did her forceful kiss on his mouth with her tongue count as? This despicable man was so infuriating, she wanted to kill him. Kill him. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? If you don't want to kiss, then don't. If it's 3-7, then it's 3-7. There's no need to fight. Hearing Qing Rong's furious shout, Shui Lingmiao, who had been hiding outside the door, rushed in. To prevent Qing Rong from feeling embarrassed, the members of the Red Scorpion ability team had already been sent far away. Just moments ago, even Shui Lingmiao had been outside the door, not coming in. What puzzled her was that Qing Rong had rarely agreed to kiss him, so why was it turning into a life and death situation? Don't stop me. He's too despicable. This man is truly too despicable. I want to tear him apart and scatter his ashes. Cheng Ron's words were fierce, and her expression was agitated. Shui Lingmiao deeply agreed with Cheng Ron's description of Zhao Shuang as despicable, but she tightly hugged Cheng Ron's waist to stop her from acting impulsively. Alright, let's take out the ability materials and call everyone from your ability team in. You need to describe what kind of ability equipment, weapons, and armor styles you want. We need to make them for you in person. In the end, Zhao Shuang's words settled the matter, stopping the two women from their tug-of-war. If Cheng Ron really wanted to make a move, how could Shui Lingmiao, a healer with a healing ability, possibly hold her back? So what's the split then? Zhao Gij, Shui Lingmiao loosened her grip on Cheng Ron's slim waist and once again asked Zhao Shuang in a flirtatious manner, do I even need to ask? Of course, it's 2-8. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Your team leader is so proactive, even sticking her tongue in. As a big man, how could I possibly back out? Your team leader is quite smooth. Just her kissing skills are a bit lacking, Zhao Shuang replied cheekily to Shui Lingmiao's question. You shameless man, if you dare bring this up again, I'll fight you. The anger that Cheng Ron had finally managed to suppress flared up again at Zhao Shuang's words. Her eyes blazing with fury, she glared at Zhao Shuang. Meanwhile, Shui Lingmiao was in a state of shock, staring at her team leader with wide eyes. Based on their reactions, could it be that her team leader really kissed that guy and even stuck her tongue out? This is too straightforward and honest for a team leader. This sacrifice is too great, letting him take such a big advantage, what a loss. Eventually, when the members of the Red Scorpion ability team laid out all the ability materials in front of Zhao Shuang, he was a little shocked. No wonder it was an SSS level ability team. In the last life, their strength is incredible. It's only the third day since the apocalypse began and they've already collected so many ability materials, even SS level ability materials. Aside from the 6 fangs of the Hell 3-headed flying dog, there were 2 more. One was the bear skin of the Snow Domain Demon Bear, an SS level armor ability material. The other was the claws of the Extreme Fire Eagle, an SS level weapon ability material. In addition, there were more than 10 S level ability materials, including both weapons and armor. The A level ability materials were even more numerous. Even if it was just a 2-8 split, Zhao Shuang could still get quite a lot of good stuff. Then, in front of the members of the Red Scorpion ability team, Zhao Shuang began to use the S-level talent ability, Divine Refinement, which he copied from Zhuan Yan. As the Divine Refinement ability was activated, one by one, the ability materials floated into the air. They suddenly ignited with scorching ability flames, and then, according to the descriptions from the members of the Red Scorpion ability team, transformed into the ability equipment they desired. The bear skin of the Snow Domain Demon Bear itself wasn't very large. The Snow Domain Demon Bear wasn't an SS level creature relying on size. It was only slightly larger than a normal bear, with an evolutionary path somewhat similar to a zombie, leaning towards speed and attack. Ultimately, after Zhao Shuang took his 2/10 share, there was enough left to make 2 pieces of leather armor. One was an SS level epic quality leather armor, reaching king level items, which was worn by Shui Lingmiao. The other was an S level rare quality leather armor, also reaching king level items, worn by Cheng Ron. The 6 SS level fangs of the Hell 3-headed flying dog were forcibly split, with Zhao Shuang giving away 2. After discarding all S level and A level materials. In the end, everyone in the Red Scorpion team refined the weapons they wanted and were satisfied with. What did you just say? These ability equipment can change with the size of the ability user? Even if the size increases more than tenfold, changing into another form won't damage them? They won't explode? Just as the members of the Red Scorpion ability team finished crafting their ability equipment and were about to leave contentedly, Zhao Shuang's casual mention of the equipment's performance suddenly made the team leader Cheng Ron's expression turn excited. She stared into Zhao Shuang's eyes, eagerly asking, ever since the apocalypse began, after unexpectedly awakening the SS-level talent ability Red Scorpion Queen, the biggest and most difficult issue she faced was that once she used her talent ability, she would transform into a nearly 20-meter-long, gigantic Crimson Queen Scorpion. While possessing immense power, she always ended up bursting her clothes. Let her, a super invincible beautiful girl, face the constant risk of being naked and exposed. This situation continued until her ability level rose to level 41, stepping into the advanced stage. Only when her innate abilities began to manifest did things improve. However, after every intense battle, she had to consider where to restore her human form without exposing herself and being seen naked by others. The reason the 3 members of the Red Scorpion ability team sacrificed themselves last night, and even Shui Lingmiao almost died, was that after she finished a battle, she went to find a place to turn back into a human and get dressed. That hellish 3-headed flying dog suddenly appeared, and in an instant, the 3 heads bit down on her 3 companions. By the time she arrived, Shui Lingmiao and the others were all severely injured. Shui Lingmiao was even bitten in half by that vicious dog right in front of her. If it weren't for Shui Lingmiao having an SS-level healing ability, she would have died right before her eyes. Now, after hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Cheng Rong excitedly finished speaking and rushed out. In the next moment, a majestic crimson queen scorpion over 20 meters tall appeared in the yard. Zhao Xuan was left speechless. Is this what an SS-level innate ability is like? The size amplification is so exaggerated. Just that scorpion tail over 30 meters long is enough to send chills down one's spine, not to mention the shimmering toxins on it. If that scorpion tail stuns someone, they would surely die on the spot. After using her innate ability in its complete form, Cheng Rong thought for a moment and ran to the back of the house. She found a secluded spot to turn back into her human form. Zhao Shuang's words couldn't be fully trusted. If she were seen naked by a group of people, how would she face anyone in the future? After transforming back into her human form, Cheng Rong's face instantly filled with joy. That scoundrel Zhao Shuang didn't lie this time. The ability equipment was indeed intact, without any damage to her clothes. For the first time after using her ability, she returned not completely naked, but in the next moment, her brows furrowed again. The ability equipment leather armor was intact. However, her underwear was still destroyed, leaving her in a vacuum. In the end, Cheng Rong still left with the jubilant red scorpion ability team, disappearing from Zhao Shuang's line of sight. But not long after, Cheng Rong returned, striding back with her long legs, sneaking up on Zhao Shuang. She appeared before him, her stunningly beautiful face flushed, standing awkwardly in front of him, looking as if she wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. What are you doing? I warn you, I'm not some casual man. Don't even think about kissing me again or sticking out your tongue. Even if I'm handsome, like a jade tree in the wind, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. Zhao Shuang looked at Cheng Rong's shy and blushing demeanor, immediately covering his mouth with his hand, as if afraid of being kissed again. This made the veins on Cheng Rong's forehead bulge, looking like she could no longer tolerate it. What the hell? I'm not kissing you. I'd rather kiss a pig. I came back this time to. Looking at Zhao Shuang's lewd expression, Cheng Rong really wanted to beat him up. He always had a way of making people's anger reach its peak with just a few words. But in the end, she still suppressed the urge to hit him, watching as Zhao Shuang's voice grew quieter. Her beautiful face turned even redder, almost as if it would bleed. It was just too hard to ask a man to make her ability underwear. I wanted to ask if you could make me a set of ability underwear. In the end, Cheng Rong, still blushing, managed to say this difficult request. Compared to the embarrassment of having to fight in a vacuum every time in the future, this was nothing. It would be better to just lose face completely in front of that scoundrel Zhao Shuang. After all, she had already forcefully kissed him, letting him take advantage of her. With that in mind, it wasn't so hard to say, "Oh, so that's what it is? No problem. Just give me the special materials and let me know your measurements again." Compared to Cheng Rong's difficulty in speaking, Zhao Shuang appeared much more composed. After all, in his previous life, there was already a specialized industry chain for special ability gear, including underwear. He had long since become accustomed to it, especially for beast transformation ability users and those with body enhancement abilities. Special ability underwear was a necessity. Zhao Shuang's calm demeanor didn't lead him to lecherously stare at her or even tease her. However, it did catch Cheng Rong off guard and made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She had prepared herself to be caught off guard again by Zhao Shuang's lewd remarks, but instead, he unexpectedly became serious, which made her feel a bit out of place. What are you dawdling for? Your measurements. Do you want me to measure them myself? I can do that, but I don't have a ruler, so I can only use my hands to roughly gauge it. As Cheng Rong was lost in thought, Zhao Shuang spoke up again, wearing a mischievous grin, as if he really intended to measure her dimensions himself. Smack! Cheng Rong slapped away Zhao Shuang's hand that was reaching for her chest. At the same time, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was more like it. That lewd smile and the outstretched hand fit his character as a notorious lecher. Just now, he had been a bit too calm and composed, which felt abnormal. Bah! Who wants you to measure? My measurements are 96, 65, 99. The special materials are all here. Just use whatever you think is best. It was the first time Cheng Rong had ever revealed her measurements to a man, and her face turned bright red. Oh, let me see. So these S-grade special materials, like long-haired rabbit fur, are all mixed and woven together. They are comfortable and breathable, and with several types of S-grade materials, it's easier to refine them into S-grade special gear. Alright, stop blushing and fidgeting. Come over and choose what style you want. Do you prefer triangles or thongs? Do you want lace trim? Or embroidered? Or plain? Do you want to add a logo or something? Do you prefer wired or wireless bras? Tied or stretchy? With straps or without? Zhao Shuang's barrage of questions was like the whispers of a devil. Each question made Cheng Rong's beautiful face turn redder, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. With every question she answered in every style of underwear she chose, it felt as if she was being stripped bare in front of Zhao Shuang. There was a sense of shame, as if her privacy was being exposed to the glaring sun. The feeling of embarrassment was overwhelming. She swore she never wanted to see this scoundrel again. The intersection she had with him today was a mistake that needed to be corrected. Finally, when Zhao Shuang personally handed her the S-grade royal item, the special ability underwear, she lowered her head, blushing, and quickly fled. She didn't even take the remaining special materials, and Zhao Shuang's calls for her to come back only made her run faster until she completely disappeared from his sight. Zhao Shuang watched her vanish and grinned, revealing his signature sunny smile. "You little thing. You, a pure young lady, trying to compete with me, how embarrassing for you." Zhao Shuang checked the time. The combat skills class of the Nirvana special ability group should be starting soon. He might as well go pick them up. After all, there were two stunning beauties, Zhang Qian and Yan Qing, there. In the military's territory, the safety of everyone in the combat skills class was guaranteed. But once the class ended, with two such beauties walking on the street, in the underground city where there was only one rule, no killing, there were no other restrictions. If something unexpected happens, it will be too late for regrets. Although the location of the combat skills class is not far from their residence, Zhao Shuang still chose to go pick them up himself. As a result, when he arrived, everyone was still in class. The members of the Nirvana ability group could only describe their situation with one word: tragic. Many were beaten to the point of being covered in wounds, barely able to stand. This was the result of not being allowed to use all their abilities during the combat skills class. Of course, healing abilities were also off limits. The focus was on honing their fighting skills and reaction abilities. Zhao Shuang believed that with everyone now at least level 30 in their abilities and their physical fitness, it wouldn't take long for them to adapt and learn all the combat techniques and fighting moves taught in the class. This would significantly enhance their strength in a short time, at least greatly improving their self-defense capabilities. While Zhao Shuang was waiting idly for everyone to finish class, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered by the street. Many people were watching something lively. As a lifelong lover of excitement, Zhao Shuang naturally couldn't resist his curiosity and walked over. As he got closer, he saw a man kneeling by the street, looking utterly despondent. To the left of his body lay half of a little girl's corpse. The girl appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, with delicate features. She must have been a well-behaved and lovely little girl in life, but now she was just a cold, lifeless body, and only half of it at that. In front of the kneeling man, there were several large characters written in dried blood: "Sell myself to bury my daughter." The man was thin, with an ordinary appearance that was unremarkable. His right index finger had a wound that was still dripping blood, clearly indicating that he had written the words with his own blood. "Sell yourself to bury your daughter? Is that girl next to you your daughter? How did she die? Do you have any abilities? What's the price?" At that moment, someone in the crowd asked. "Yes, Yaya is my daughter." When the apocalypse came, her mother suddenly turned into a zombie and lunged at Yaya. When I managed to grab Yaya away, she was left with only half. I couldn't awaken any abilities. I'm just an ordinary person. My only wish now is to give Yaya a proper burial and let her rest in peace. The alliance coins here are useless. To get a coffin, I can only exchange for it with task points. It took me nearly 3 days to bring Yaya here without any task points. I asked the staff, and to buy a coffin, I need 5 task points. But Yaya's body has already started to smell. I can't wait to earn those 5 task points myself. Buy me. I only need 5 task points to sell myself. After I bury Yaya, the rest of my life will be yours. I can work to earn task points. I'm willing to do any dirty or hard work. Buying me won't be a loss. You'll definitely earn back more task points. I just want to send Yaya off peacefully. Woo woo woo. As the man spoke, he began to cry, his heart-wrenching sorrow palpable. Cut it? No abilities? What use is buying you? In this apocalypse, an ordinary person without abilities might die for no reason at any time. If I buy you and you die before earning me back those 5 task points, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Plus, you look so weak, like you have a short lifespan. Wouldn't it be better for me to use those 5 task points to find a woman for some fun? Now they only charge 1 task point for a night. I could find 5 decent-looking women. Upon hearing that the man was an ordinary person without abilities, the interest of the crowd immediately waned. The majority shared the same sentiment. Soon, more than half of the onlookers dispersed. In this apocalyptic world, the life of an ordinary person wasn't even worth 5 task points. Earning 5 task points was not easy for ability users either, let alone ordinary people. It takes a long time of hard and dirty work to earn 5 points. Big brother, take out your identity certificate, and I'll give you 5 task points. Go give Yaha a proper burial. At that moment, Zhao Shuang stepped forward and said. Meanwhile, as Zhao Shuang made his move, a chubby, middle-aged man shook his head and retreated. He had already stepped forward with 1 foot. Zhao Shuang caught a glimpse of the chubby middle-aged man retreating with a shake of his head. He grinned. It seemed his luck was really good, having encountered the legendary SS-level top meat shield from his previous life here. Thank you, benefactor, for being willing to buy me with 5 task points. My name is Lu Shaoran, and from now on, my life belongs to you, benefactor. Once I bury Yaya and send her off peacefully, I will definitely come back to find you and repay your kindness by working for you, the thin man Lu Shaoran said, bowing repeatedly to Zhao Shuang, expressing his gratitude and appreciation. Your name is Lu Shaoran? Good, I'll remember you. Here's my address in this underground city. Drink this, and then go send Yaya off peacefully. After you're done, just come find me at this address, no rush. Upon hearing the man state his name, Zhao Shuang knew it was settled, there was no mistake. He then took out a bottle of awakening potion from his personal space and handed it to him, saying, the man before him, who was selling himself to bury a woman, was a well-known and much lamented SS-level meat shield type ability user in his previous life. Although Zhao Shuang had never met Lu Shaoran, he had heard of his story. Drink this? Alright, I'll do as you say. Rest assured, benefactor, once I bury Yaya, I will be the first to find you. I will not go back on my word. Lu Shaoran looked at the light blue potion Zhao Shuang handed him. Although he didn't know what it was, since it was given by benefactor Zhao Shuang, he didn't hesitate at all, took it, opened the cap, and drank it. All in one go. As the ability awakening potion went down, waves of violent energy spread out from Lu Shaoran, pushing everyone around him back to a distance of 10 meters. After a while, when Lu Shaoran opened his eyes again, he looked at Zhao Shuang with an expression of disbelief. Benefactor, what did you make me drink? Why did I suddenly awaken my abilities? A piece of information just appeared in my mind, as if it had always been a memory. Am I now an ability user? And my abilities? Lu Shaoran looked at Zhao Shuang in confusion, not understanding what miraculous medicine he had just consumed. It actually allowed him, an ordinary person, to directly awaken his abilities and become an ability user. Alright, you should go now, don't say anything. Zhao Shuang directly interrupted Lu Shaoran, not allowing him to continue. It was better not to expose information related to ability users' talents in public to avoid being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Okay, benefactor, I'll do as you say. Great kindness is unspoken. I'll go bury Yaya and try to be quick. After bowing a few more times to Zhao Shuang, Lu Shaoran got up and carried Yaya's broken body away. Watching Lu Shaoran's retreating figure, Zhao Shuang's heart was almost bursting with joy. His luck was so good, he had indeed encountered the legendary Lu Shaoran from his previous life. With just a bottle of ability awakening potion, he had awakened his talent and become an ability user. Although Zhao Shuang had never met Lu Shaoran in his previous life, he had heard of his story. In the story, he sold himself to bury a woman, but no one was willing to help him. They all looked down on him as an ordinary person, having no value in this apocalyptic world. Later, a plump middle-aged man with the surname Huan, with a gambling attitude, chose to buy him. As a result, Lu Shaoran encountered an extraordinary situation while burying his daughter, where a supernatural being and a monster perished together. Coincidentally, the monster exploded a vial of ability awakening potion. Lu Shaoran, an ordinary person who had no idea what the potion was, pocketed it. After fulfilling his promise and burying his daughter, he found that plump, middle-aged man and became his follower, obeying his every command. He also handed over the found ability awakening potion to him. After two ordinary men studied it for a long time without results, the plump middle-aged man thought the potion should be ingested. However, fearing it might be toxic, he had Lu Shaoran drink it. Without hesitation, Lu Shaoran picked it up and drank the ability awakening potion. As a result, he directly awakened an SS-level talent ability, Holy Guardian. He became the most resilient shield among all humans. But even after Lu Shaoran became a supernatural being, one of the most durable among humanity, he still honored his commitment to serve that Huang man. As an ordinary person, the plump man suddenly had a powerful supernatural being under him. He was overjoyed and had Lu Shaoran bring him more ability awakening potions. He himself also awakened to become a D-level supernatural being. He even took the lead and formed a supernatural team. With Lu Shaoran, the SS-level shield, the team quickly rose to SS level. After gaining fame and fortune, amidst praises and compliments, the plump man became arrogant. Gradually losing his rationality, he attributed Lu Shaoran's strength to his own abilities. He began to bully others and commit all sorts of evils while also seeking great achievements. He even set his sights on SSS level missions, planning to target SSS level creatures. Ultimately, due to misjudging the strength of the monsters and his own supernatural team, the team fell into danger. When faced with the terrifying pressure of an SSS level creature, he chose to abandon the team and escape alone. Before fleeing, the plump man's last command was for Lu Shaoran to use the Holy Guardian ability for him, then have Lu Shaoran take the hit and block the SSS level creature, covering his retreat. Faced with this deadly situation, Lu Shaoran still did not hesitate to follow the plump man's orders. As a result, an SS level supernatural being met his end in the jaws of an SSS level creature. This was a loss for all humanity. Of course, without Lu Shaoran, the god-level bodyguard and shield, the plump man, now with enemies everywhere, naturally met a bad end, being dismembered in the wilderness. However, Lu Shaoran's deeds and experiences left many people sighing. Some believe Lu Shaoran was morally ambiguous, aiding the wicked, and deserved his fate, while others thought he was a person who kept his promises and strictly adhered to agreements. The fault lay in his misfortune of being bought by a scoundrel like the plump man. But who knew that in Lu Shaoren's most desperate time, the only one willing to help him was that plump man? However, this time was different. This time, Zhao Shuang happened to meet Lu Shaoren in this underground city and helped him before the plump man could. This prevented Lu Shaoren from repeating the mistakes of his past life. Moreover, with the changes in the timeline and the opening of the underground works of the Sea Army District, factors that had never occurred in the previous life were at play. Zhao Shuang was uncertain whether Lu Shaoren would still have the luck to encounter a supernatural being and a monster perishing together, coincidentally exploding a vial of ability awakening potion. However, Zhao Shuang already had about 10 vials of ability awakening potions, so he directly gave one to Lu Shaoren, allowing him to awaken his talent ability. In his previous life, Lu Shaoren died over meaningless matters. In this life, Lu Shaoren, one of the strongest human shields with a double S rank, will obey himself and become a cornerstone for establishing human cities and even a human nation in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Shuang values Lu Shaoren greatly, admiring his quality of honoring promises and defending oaths with his life. In his last life, even his beloved, the one by his side, betrayed him. In this life, Zhao Shuang finds it hard to trust anyone other than his parents. However, Lu Shaoren's appearance is a pleasant surprise for Zhao Shuang. He is someone who can be completely trusted. Even if it costs him his life, he would do so without hesitation. Moreover, with him as an SS-level shield, the overall strength of the Nirvana ability team will rise to a new level. They have taken another step closer to the ultimate goal of placing humanity back at the pinnacle of the world and restoring its glory. After using 5 task points and a bottle of ability awakening potion, and then acquiring such a top-tier shield-type ability user like Lu Shaoren, Zhao Shuang was feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, the members of the Nirvana ability team finally finished their combat skills course. Susan immediately used her abilities to heal everyone, quickly restoring them to their best condition. How do you feel? Do you think you've gotten stronger? Zhao Shuang cheerfully asked the group. I don't know if I've gotten stronger, but I sure took a beating. My mom wouldn't even recognize me now, replied second brother Wang Chang. Exactly. Those combat robots were way too ruthless. They didn't even spare the women, almost ruining this beautiful face. Yin Xing chimed in. Son, can we negotiate? From now on, your dad and I, with our old bones, won't participate in this combat skills course. Okay? Mother Jiangyan looked at Zhao Shuang with a face full of grievances, almost wanting to kick him. The others immediately began to voice their complaints, feeling that this was just spending money to suffer. However, Zhang Xian, that little girl, stood quietly, silently watching Zhao Shuang without saying a word. As a level 41 ability user, she had undergone 2 rounds of energy cleansing, truly transforming her body. Her physical quality was many times stronger than the others. Halfway through the combat skills course, she realized she had already learned most of the techniques. She felt a bit like a martial arts prodigy, 1 in a million. But she understood that her rapid learning was entirely due to her physical quality. Her speed, reaction, and strength had reached a certain level, causing a qualitative change. She believed that as the course progressed and everyone's ability levels increased, they would understand Zhao Shuang's good intentions once they all mastered these combat skills. Alright, I know everyone has worked hard. Let's go back and rest. I wish everyone sweet dreams, and may tomorrow be another beautiful day. Zhao Shuang soothed the group's gloomy emotions. After their tough training and led everyone back to the base to their assigned rooms to rest. In this apocalyptic world, what could be happier than taking a hot shower and having a good night's sleep? For dinner, they had barbecued bloodthirsty wild boar meat with vegetables. After the noise settled, everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for a good night's rest, ready to take on new tasks the next day. But Zhao Shuang stealthily slipped out, heading towards Zhang Xian's room. All day long, he had been thinking about the unfinished business with the enchanting Zhang Xian from last night. They had kissed and embraced, they were just a step away from going all the way, but their moment was interrupted by that iron centipede. However, tonight, in the safety of the military's underground city, it was time for him to take the initiative. One can't always expect the shy girl to take the initiative, right? So Zhao Shuang took out some wine from his personal space and headed straight for Zhang Xian's room. On the way, he saw that foreign girl Susan and knocked on the door of his second brother, Wang Chang. It seemed that the sudden collapse of the office building last night hadn't dampened their spirits. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, the door's unlocked. Zhang Xian's sweet voice came through, making Zhao Shuang's blood rush. She had intentionally left the door open for him. This is promising. With that thought, Zhao Shuang pushed the door open and rushed in. He immediately saw Zhang Xian, who had just finished washing up, sitting on the sofa drying her hair. She was wearing the silk nightgown he had personally chosen for her, the same outfit she had worn when she had come over last night. In that moment, Zhao Shuang's blood boiled, rushing in 2 directions. He quickly turned around, locked the door, and dashed towards the enchanting Zhang Xian. Without hesitation, he was determined to claim this girl and make her completely his. Brother Xuan, why are you? No. Zhang Qian, who was drying her damp hair, was already stunningly beautiful. At that moment, she looked like a painting of a beauty just out of the bath, simply breathtaking. How could Zhao Shuang hold back? The moment she opened her mouth to speak, he kissed her, interrupting her words and sealing her fragrant lips, leaving her only able to whimper. Faced with Zhao Shuang's initiative and passion, Zhang Qian's delicate body suddenly went soft, collapsing like a puddle of mud in Zhao Shuang's embrace. Just as she was about to drown in the passionate kiss of her beloved man, she seemed to suddenly remember something. With all her strength, she pushed Zhao Shuang away and said, "No. No? You mean you don't want to hear? Are you shy? In the living room? Alright then, let's go to the bedroom." Upon hearing Zhang Qian's soft and tender no, Zhao Shuang's face broke into a mischievous smile as he stepped forward again. He scooped up the enchanting Zhang Qian in a princess carry and headed straight for the bedroom. No, Yan Shang, ugh. Just as Zhang Qian tried to explain anxiously, her mouth was once again captured by Zhao Shuang's kiss. She attempted to struggle, but their tongues intertwined, quickly leading her to succumb. Just as they were lost in their passionate kiss, the bathroom door of Zhang Qian's room suddenly swung open. Yan Shang, who had just finished showering and was completely naked, walked out of the bathroom. Holding a cup in her left hand and a toothbrush in her right, she was brushing her teeth while walking out. "Sister Qian, do you have an extra nightgown? The apocalypse hit so suddenly and I don't even have a nightgown. How about we just sleep like this, all bare? Ah, what are you doing? Pervert. Don't look. Ah, dirty rascal." Yan Shang, completely naked and brushing her teeth, walked into the living room and saw Zhao Shuang, the team leader, who had somehow appeared in the living room. He was passionately kissing Zhang Qian. Upon hearing Yan Qing's voice and commotion, the two of them instantly panicked and pulled their lips apart, a string of saliva connecting them. Their gazes turned towards Yan Qing simultaneously. Silence. The air was dead silent. Even Yan Qing, holding a cup and a toothbrush, forgot to cover her exquisite body. It wasn't until she saw Zhao Shuang's eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at her body, blood gushing from his nose, that she suddenly realized she had just showered and was wearing nothing at all. A scream that could shatter glass echoed throughout the entire building. In the end, Zhao Shuang's handsome face bore a bright red handprint left by that little girl Yan Shang. He fled in disgrace. He had hoped to win over the enchanting Zhang Qian, but once again, he was thwarted. However, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of the stunning Yan Qing. It was hard to tell if he had lost or gained from this encounter. It seemed that his chances of hitting a home run with Zhang Qian today were dashed once more. Just before Zhao Shuang left, he knocked on the door again. When Zhang Qian came to open it, Zhao Shuang had already vanished. All that remained was a stool on the floor, on which lay a silk nightgown and a set of luxurious embroidered lingerie. The size was clearly too small for him, indicating it was left specifically for Yan Shang. Meanwhile, that little girl Yan Shang was still curled up naked on the sofa, her pretty face flushed as she wiped away her tears. It was the first time in her life that a man had seen her completely exposed. She felt both embarrassed and angry. At the same time, Zhao Shuang was feeling quite frustrated. Why was Yan Shang, who had her own room, running into Zhang Qian's place? That was his woman, and not only had she been taken away, but he had also been humiliated. It felt as if he were a pervert peeping on her. Clearly, it was she who had walked around naked in front of him. Just as Zhao Shuang was feeling down, the entire underground city suddenly erupted with alarm bells. Emergency! Emergency! All ability users please gather at the city center square. All ability users please gather at the city center square. As the alarm blared throughout the underground city, a broadcast requested all ability users to assemble at the city center square. Zhao Shuang's expression immediately turned serious. It seemed something urgent had occurred. A bad premonition lingered in his heart, making him feel restless and uneasy. However, standing in the hallway, he watched as his second brother Wang Chang and Susan hurriedly opened the door and rushed out, frantically putting on their clothes, looking flustered. At the same time, other doors opened, revealing the eldest brother and senior sister Lu Cixi, the fourth brother and junior sister Wang Jing, and others. A group of people who had chosen to indulge and release their stress were all in a chaotic rush to get dressed. This sight suddenly lifted Zhao Shuang's spirits. Although he had not succeeded in winning over the enchanting Zhang Qian, he had enjoyed the breathtaking view of the stunning Yan Chang. Even getting slapped was worth it. One could even say it was a blood profit. It was certainly better than these guys being interrupted halfway through their escapades. At that moment, Zhang Qian's door also opened. Dressed impeccably, Zhang Qian was as beautiful and stunning as ever. "Brother Shuang, do you know what's going on?" The little girl smiled sweetly at Zhao Shuang and once again collided into him. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. "I don't know, but we'll find out what the military says. There must be something big happening, otherwise they wouldn't gather all ability users at this late hour." Zhao Shuang naturally wrapped his arm around the little girl's slender waist and started to lead her outside. "Humph, Sister Qianqian, you can't go with that big pervert. You have to stay with me. We need to keep our distance from him and not let him take advantage." Just then, Yan Qing suddenly appeared, linking her arm with Zhang Qian's to pull her away from Zhao Shuang. Hey, I'm the captain. And Shanshan is my woman, she won't be with me if you. Forget it. Brother Shuang, you go ahead and we'll follow behind. Qingqing just cried a lot. I need to comfort her. Brother Shuang is the most. Han Zhangqian's words instantly turned Zhao Shuang into a pouting figure, allowing Yan Qing to temporarily take his woman away. When the members of the Nirvana ability team arrived at the central square, their uniform golden armor and golden shields immediately became the focus of the crowd once again. People were buzzing with discussions, some envious, some jealous, some disdainful, and others contemptuous, among various reactions. However, soon after, the members of the Red Scorpion ability team appeared before everyone, also dressed in unified ability gear featuring a large red scorpion emblem on their chests, stealing a significant amount of attention that belonged to the Nirvana ability team, especially the leader of the Red Scorpion ability team, Xing Ron, who stood over 1.8 meters tall and wore high heels that added several centimeters to her height, making her long, perfect legs look exceptionally beautiful. Coupled with her striking and charismatic presence that appealed to both. This is the task points I earned from my mission today. A total of 35 task points. You can take them all. The rest will be repaid slowly as I complete my tasks. The violent bear walked straight to Zhao Shuang's side, saying this while actively handing over his identification credentials. In contrast to the violent bear's actions, the members of the Crazy Wolf ability team were keeping their distance from Zhao Shuang, not daring to approach. Alright, I'll accept these task points. Are you injured? Do you need treatment? Zhao Shuang looked at the violent bear and flashed his signature sunny smile. Forget it. No need. I can't afford it. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, the violent bear shook his head vigorously. Like a rattle drum, he was already psychologically scarred. Don't worry, this time it's free, no treatment fee. Susan is on the job. Seeing the violent bear's response, Zhao Shuang grinned. It was rare for him to be generous and offer free treatment to the violent bear. At this moment, the once noisy central square suddenly fell silent. Approximately 5,000 ability users had gathered in the central square. A team of soldiers in military uniforms stepped onto the stage at the center of the square. A man in his early 30s, with the rank of Major General on his shoulder, a righteous face, and an imposing presence, took out a microphone and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. I am Shan Bai, the wartime commander of the Sea Capital Military District. Although all communications are currently down, our military districts still have the technology to communicate with each other. Just now, the Imperial Capital Military District was attacked by unknown individuals. Our only known human SSS talent ability user, Feng Xiaoyang, has been seriously injured. At the same time, the underground works of the Imperial Capital Military District have also come under fierce attack from monsters. We suspect this is related to that mysterious person. Currently, the underground works of the Imperial Capital Military District are in crisis, and the survivor gathering place in the Imperial Capital is in imminent danger. The Imperial Capital Military District has sent out a distress signal to our 5 military districts. We are all descendants of Huaxia, and even in the apocalypse, our blood remains connected. Therefore, I have decided to personally lead a team to the Imperial Capital for support. I also hope that among you, capable and strong ability users will be willing to lend a hand to assist the Imperial Capital. Of course, I won't let you run around for nothing. Anyone willing to go to the Imperial Capital for support can receive an SSS-level temporary emergency mission from me. Each person will start with a reward of 500 task points, and those who perform exceptionally well will receive additional task points. There is also a chance to receive personal instruction from me on ancient martial arts combat techniques. However, the danger level of this mission is undoubtedly high. Even I, Shan Bai, could die. You'd better think carefully before signing up. But time is tight, you only have 5 minutes to consider. After 5 minutes, those willing to accompany me to support the Imperial Capital will board this Phoenix and fly to the Imperial Capital. Shan Bai's voice echoed throughout the central square. At the same time, one of the 2 phoenixes hovering beneath the sky mothership above the underground city suddenly ignited, flying over and hovering above the central square. As it got closer, people realized just how large this phoenix was. It was the size of 2 football fields, comparable to a naval aircraft carrier. Although it seemed extremely small in front of the sky mothership that could cover the entire city, when it truly hovered overhead, everyone was still deeply shocked. Clearly, this phoenix was also equipped with an anti-gravity propulsion system, continuously powered by a small controllable nuclear fusion source. Otherwise, such a massive object could not possibly hover in mid-air. Upon hearing General Shan Bai's words, Zhao Shuang's brows furrowed tightly. The human war god Feng Xiaoyan was seriously injured? Attacked by a mysterious person, this is something that never happened in the last life, or something he had never heard of. It was only the 3rd day since the apocalypse began, and at this moment, Feng Xiaoyang should not have encountered the fairy Xia yet. So, would his injury have any impact on his growth? The moment Zhao Shuang heard this news from Shan Bai, his first reaction in his mind about that mysterious person was Ing, but he quickly dismissed that thought. At this time, the human war god Feng Xiaoyang was still in the growth stage. He had not yet reached the level of being invincible, able to defeat all opponents. He was not well known, Ing might not even know of his existence. How could he possibly take action against him in advance? At this moment, another figure appeared in Zhao Shuang's mind. That person must have also been reborn like himself. Otherwise, the Ing from back then would not have known that his eyes were his lifeline, desperately attacking his own eyes. And the renowned #1 assassin in the world would not suddenly target such an obscure person like him for no reason. If that person were involved, everything would make sense. But Zhao Shuang couldn't understand why that person would want to target the future human war god Feng Xiaoyang. Losing one of humanity's top combat powers would only make the already disadvantaged humans even weaker. What benefit would that bring him? Zhao Shuang couldn't figure it out, and his brows furrowed deeply. We, the Red Scorpion ability team, are willing to accompany General Shan Bai to support the imperial capital. Just as Zhao Shuang was lost in thought, the beautiful and charismatic Qing Rong broke the silence. While speaking, she led the members of the Red Scorpion ability team towards the stage. We, the Mad Wolf ability team, are also willing to accompany General Shan Bai to support the imperial capital. We, the Heavenly Dragon ability team, are willing to accompany General Shan Bai. We, the Rose ability team, are willing to accompany General Shan Bai. If we have a very long name, would it seem very cringy? We are willing to accompany General Shan Bai. I, the Violent Bear, am willing to accompany General Shan Bai. I, Li Tai, am willing to accompany General Shan Bai. With the leader of the Red Scorpion team, Xing Rong, taking the lead, voices of agreement rose one after another. However, it seemed that a strange name had mixed in among them. Watching the various ability teams or individuals walk up to General Shan Bai, the number of people gathering on the stage increased. The members of the Nirvana ability team couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Zhao Shuang. In this decision-making moment, they firmly supported Zhao Shuang's choice. Brother Shuang, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Your brows are furrowed like this. If you have something on your mind, you can actually talk to me. Having one more person to listen is better than keeping everything bottled up inside. The 5 minutes are almost up. Are we going or not? As everyone focused their attention on Zhao Shuang, they realized that the leader, Zhao Shuang, had his brows tightly locked. He was in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking about. Zhang Qian immediately came to Zhao Shuang's side, reached out a hand, and gently smoothed his furrowed brows, saying to him, "Huh? Is the time almost up? Of course, we have to go. We, the Nirvana ability team, are willing to accompany General Shan Bai." Zhao Shuang grasped Zhang Qian's hand that was smoothing his forehead and shouted loudly. At the same time, he led the members of the Nirvana ability team, striding towards the stage. They became the last ability team to step onto the stage right at the 5-minute mark. Alright, 5 minutes are up. Those who haven't made up their minds won't have another chance. Everyone, please line up orderly to board the Phoenix Bird. During my absence from the base, all matters within the base will be handled by Kong. Who? General Shan Bai said this, leading a team of soldiers to board the Phoenix Bird airship first. The others who accepted this SSS-level mission to support the imperial capital also boarded the Phoenix Bird in an orderly manner. Subsequently, a passage suddenly opened in the sky above the underground city. The Phoenix soared into the sky, disappearing into the night at an incredible speed. Once inside the Phoenix, Zhao Shuang was stunned by the technological marvel of the interior. Moreover, the internal space of the Phoenix was surprisingly vast, divided into 2 levels with dozens of rooms. There were no drivers at all, everything was controlled by artificial intelligence. At the speed of the Phoenix, it will take about 10 minutes to travel from Sea City in Panda Province to the imperial capital. Everyone can take a short break and adjust. What awaits you? Next will be high-intensity, high-risk battles filled with danger. This may be your only chance to rest for a long time to come. The situation at the imperial capital military district base is not optimistic. The number of various monster armies is conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million. Inside the Phoenix, Shan Bai reappeared before everyone, announcing a shocking piece of news in a deep voice. 10 million powerful monsters? What a terrifying concept. And how many people were there in the entire Phoenix? Not even 100. Even if the superpowered individuals from the 5 military districts came to assist, they would barely add up to 1,000. Less than 1,000 people against 10 million? Didn't that mean each person would have to face monsters at least 10,000 times their size? No wonder General Shan Bai said that even he might die. This truly lived up to the difficulty of a 3S level mission. Warning! Warning! A large number of unidentified flying objects are approaching at high speed, expected to collide in 30 seconds. It is recommended to activate the neutrino shield. It is recommended to activate the neutrino shield. Just as Shan Bai finished speaking, before everyone had time to digest this explosive news, the electronic synthesized voice of the Phoenix suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuang hurriedly looked out the window and discovered a massive flock of over 100,000 Daxia dragon sparrows flying directly towards them. This immediately startled Zhao Shuang. Encountering the Daxia dragon sparrows at this moment was a death sentence. Just a mere flock of birds. Activate the neutrino shield. Let them collide with me. Just as Zhao Shuang was contemplating whether to rush out of the phoenix to heroically divert the Daxia dragon sparrows, General Shan Bai's voice rang out again. In the next moment, a neutrino shield suddenly appeared around the exterior of the phoenix, enveloping it entirely, and then it charged straight towards the Daxia dragon sparrows. The expected jolt from the impact did not occur at all. The interior of the phoenix remained as stable as if it were firmly grounded, without any bumps or tremors. But as everyone looked out the window, the monstrous birds that collided with the neutrino shield instantly turned into a mist of blood, dead beyond recovery. They never expected the neutrino shield to be so formidable. However, in the next moment, as blood was shed, the Daxia dragon sparrows went into a frenzy. Each of the originally half-meter-sized Daxia dragon sparrows suddenly grew to more than 10 times their size. The phoenix collided again. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds were incessant and the interior of the phoenix began to tremble violently. My God, this flock of monstrous birds has suddenly increased in size by more than 10 times. The neutrino shield of the phoenix is about to break. What should we do? Are we really going to die on the road, die inside this phoenix's cabin? Feeling the intense vibrations beneath their feet, a superpowered individual pressed against the window. Looking at the neutrino shield that was starting to show cracks, they exclaimed in panic. A size increase of over 10 times. Does that mean this flock of monstrous birds are S-level or even higher beings? Otherwise, how could they possess such a terrifying ability to increase in size? A superpowered individual analyzed. Most of the people here were witnessing the ferocity of the Daxia dragon sparrows for the first time. They did not understand the special nature of the Daxia dragon sparrows and were unaware that they were merely B-level creatures, and this frenzy was just a B-level innate ability. Phoenix, turn the controllable nuclear fusion power to the maximum. Set the energy of the neutrino shield to the highest level. Even if we have to charge through, we must get this general out. Just as the group of superpowered individuals was in a state of panic and confusion, Shan Bai spoke again. As his words left his mouth, the entire phoenix suddenly jolted. In the next moment, a tremendous roar echoed from beneath. The originally blue neutrino shield instantly turned blood red. At the same time, the speed of the phoenix surged to more than double. It flew forward at an even faster pace, crashing ahead. Even the gigantic Daxia dragon sparrow, which had grown more than 10 times in size, turned into a mist of blood upon colliding with the blood-red neutrino shield, unable to shake it or the phoenix in the slightest. But just when everyone thought they were safe, 30 seconds later, the interior of the phoenix suddenly erupted with a beep 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 sound. Warning! Warning! Energy overload at 1000%, engine damaged. Engine damaged. Recommend reducing power and speed. Otherwise, the phoenix will crash in 30 seconds. Otherwise, the phoenix will crash in 29 seconds. Just as they were about to charge through the swarm of Daxia dragon sparrows, the phoenix's alarm blared again, indicating that the engine could not withstand such high loads and energy operations. It was already damaged, on the brink of collapse. After the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, humanity had greatly resolved energy issues. However, the engine, or rather the materials of the engine, had become the biggest challenge and problem in energy conversion. Sigh. Slow down. Phoenix, take me to the top cabin first. I need to confront this group of beasts. Hearing the alarm, Shan Bai sighed helplessly and commanded. As his words left his mouth, a platform rose from beneath his feet, lifting him upward. When he reached the ceiling of the phoenix, a passage suddenly opened in the roof, sending Shan Bai out. Zhao Shuang stared blankly at the scene before him. Was this man really going to face a swarm of over 100,000? Daxia dragon sparrows? Had he gone mad? Just because Shan Bai was unaware of the terror of the Daxia dragon sparrow swarm, it didn't mean Zhao Shuang was ignorant. Even a 3S class creature would choose to avoid confrontation when faced with the frenzied assault of the Daxia dragon sparrow swarm. Not to mention that at night, the monster's attributes surged far stronger than during the day. Could Shan Bai, a human with a double S-class talent, really defy the odds? Even if in his previous life he was known as the man closest to a god, he couldn't possibly confront a swarm of over 100,000 Daxia dragon sparrows head-on. The more there were, the more terrifying they became. But Zhao Shuang also understood that General Shan Bai had no choice but to go out. The engine of the phoenix was damaged and needed to slow down. Naturally, they could not easily shake off this swarm of Daxia dragon sparrows. As the highest commander, if Shan Bai did not step up to turn the tide, everyone inside the phoenix would perish. So he resolutely stood up, choosing to face the swarm of over 100,000 Daxia dragon sparrows alone, to create a path for everyone and bring support to the capital. At this moment, outside the phoenix, on the roof of the phoenix, General Shan Bai was like a nail, firmly anchored there, unaffected by the fierce winds generated by the phoenix's high-speed flight. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on the frenzied swarm of Daxia dragon sparrows charging toward him. Shanbai spread his feet shoulder-width apart, assuming a horse stance, and struck a traditional martial arts starting pose. In the next instant, a figure over 100 meters tall, the 8-armed immovable king, suddenly manifested behind him, mirroring Shanbai's every move. With so many strange birds, it seems like 8 arms are a bit lacking. How about we go with the 1,000-handed guanyin instead? Shanbai looked at the terrifyingly large group of Disya Long K, muttering to himself. As his words fell, the 8-armed immovable king Dharma form behind him actually transformed into a solid, towering figure of a 1,000-handed guanyin, standing over 100 meters tall. Thousands of arms extended from behind the Dharma form, accentuating her majestic and sacred appearance, inviolable. This was precisely Shanbai's SS-level extraordinary ability. From his previous life, known as the Dharma form from the heart. As long as he wished, he could condense a Dharma form behind him that corresponded to the level of his extraordinary ability. The higher the ability level, the larger the Dharma form would be. At this moment, the aura radiating from Shanbai was undeniably that of a level 67 king. Thus, the Dharma form behind him could reach a terrifying height of 100 meters, resembling a small mountain. After manifesting the 1,000-handed guanyin Dharma form, Shanbai, who had assumed a traditional martial arts stance, struck out with a powerful palm. As he moved, the 1,000-handed guanyin behind him also struck out with a mighty palm. Instantly, 500 hands slammed forward. In an instant, nearly 100 Disya Long K were turned into blood mist, crushed into pulp beneath those 500 palms. Once Shanbai made his move, he unleashed a fluid set of Bagua palm techniques. The 1,000-handed guanyin Dharma form followed his movements, executing a seamless set of 1,000-handed Bagua palms. Large swathes of Disya Long K were transformed into blood mist. Meanwhile, those inside the Luan bird, unable to see the situation above the ceiling, could only watch from various windows as blood rained down from the sky. A massive amount of flesh and bodies continuously fell. Even Zhao Shuang, who had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for 10 years, had never witnessed such a bloody, shocking, and spectacular scene. He couldn't comprehend how Shanbai achieved this but deeply felt the power of an SS-level extraordinary being. He profoundly sensed Shanbai's strength. Was this truly the man known as the closest to a god? Indeed, it was. Terrifying. By the end of the battle, Shanbai had reduced the group of Disya Long K, which numbered over 100,000, to less than 50,000. After the numbers had sharply decreased by more than half, even the Disya Long K, now in a frenzied state, regained clarity in their blood-red eyes. They all retreated from their frenzied state, beginning to flee in panic. The once fearless Disya Long K were now terrified of him. This left everyone in awe, providing them with a direct experience of Shanbai's might. Was this guy even human? When Shanbai, covered in blood and barely able to stand, returned to the interior of the Luan bird, his team rushed forward to support him. Clearly, facing and repelling the Disya Long K had drained nearly all of Shanbai's energy. This was a side effect of excessive extraordinary ability consumption. The blood on Shanbai was all from the Disya Long K, not a single drop was his own. Seeing Shanbai, who was exhausted and barely able to stand, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could get tired. At least he could exhaust his energy from overuse. This at least indicated that Shanbai was still human, still within the same realm as everyone else. Otherwise, their mental state would have collapsed. How could there be such a vast power gap among extraordinary beings? Perhaps all the people present together wouldn't be enough to take on this General Shanbai alone. Thankfully, he still had weaknesses, he was still human. This was the thought in everyone's minds at that moment. Alright, the crisis has been resolved. Everyone should take a moment to rest. The Luan bird's engine is damaged, so its speed will likely not improve for now. What originally took 10 minutes will probably take over 20 minutes to complete. There are a total of 63 rooms inside the Luan bird. Feel free to choose any room to rest. No need to be formal. After Shanbai finished speaking in a tired voice, he signaled his team members to help him into a room. The members of the Red Scorpion also chose a room to rest. Zhao Shuang led the members of the Nirvana ability team to find a large room for everyone to recuperate. Then, he activated his S-rank talent ability, the Sharingan, and copied the solemn S-rank talent ability, Divine Refinement. He approached Zhang Qian and, without saying a word, reached out to pull her outside. This action attracted everyone's attention, especially Yin Shine, who held onto Zhang Qian's hand tightly, not wanting her to be taken away by Zhao Shuang. As a result, Yin Chang's hand was slapped away by Zhao Shuang with a smack. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Zhang Qian's stunningly beautiful face instantly turned crimson. However, she did not choose to break free from Zhao Shuang's hand and allowed him to lead her out of the room, which drew a round of teasing from the crowd. But Zhao Shuang paid no attention to it, turning around with Zhang Qian's delicate hand and entering another room. Coincidentally, the room was already occupied by the members of the Mad Wolf ability team. Get lost, this room has been requisitioned by me. No one is allowed to enter without my permission, Zhao Shuang said, scanning the Mad Wolf members with his gaze. Bah! You lecher, still thinking about women at a time like this. If you're leaving, then leave. Brothers, let's go. The leader of the Mad Wolf ability team spat at Zhao Shuang, his eyes filled with envy. but he instantly backed down. Before Zhao Shuang could make a move, he led his team to escape the room, fearing that if they were a moment too slow, they would be dismembered by Zhao Shuang's dagger. Brother Shuang, this isn't a good time for that, is it? As the Mad Wolf members fled, only Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian remained in the room. A lonely man and a woman alone together. Zhang Qian's face turned red, her ears flushed down to her neck, and she shyly whispered to Zhao Shuang. Her voice was barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing, but it was still heard by Zhao Shuang, who was sharp-eared and clear-eyed. He immediately reached out and tapped the little girl's head. Girl, what are you thinking? Keep your thoughts healthy. I brought you here not for anything inappropriate, but to discuss serious matters. Come, sit down, Zhao Shuang said seriously, sitting down on the sofa. He patted the spot next to him, inviting Zhang Qian to sit. Serious matters? What serious matters? Hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Zhang Qian realized she had misunderstood his intentions, and her pretty face turned even redder. Brother Shuang wouldn't think of her as a frivolous woman who only knows about such things, would he? Oh, I plan to custom make a set of ability underwear for you. So tell me, what style do you like? Is it a triangle or a thong? What are your measurements? Zhao Shuang said, directly pulling out the SS rank ability material he had obtained from the Red Scorpion, the bear skin of the snow domain. Magic bear. The bear skin itself wasn't very large, and the portion Zhao Shuang received was only 20%. This part of the bear skin was not enough to make armor. However, it was more than enough to make ability underwear, even enough for 2 sets. Ha! Custom-made ability underwear? I have to choose the style and talk about measurements? But I don't even know what my current bust size is. It has gotten bigger, but I haven't had the chance to measure it. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Zhang Qian's pretty face turned even redder, and she buried her head into her chest again, completely unable to meet Zhao Shuang's eyes. Oh, you don't even know your bust size? Then let me help you measure. But I don't have a ruler, so I'll have to use my hands. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, Zhao Shuang's eyes lit up. Ha! You want to help me measure? And with your hands? Well, okay then. Zhao Shuang didn't expect that this little girl, a charming fairy, would agree so readily before she even got started. Zhao Shuang's nosebleed embarrassingly gushed out. After nearly 10 minutes of hands-on measuring by Zhao Shuang, during which Zhang Qian trembled and spasmed all over, they finally got the measurements right. Then, while demonstrating her S-level talent ability, Divine Refinement, she had Zhang Qian make a choice. Ultimately, using the SS-level armor ability material from the Snow Domain Demon Bear's hide, she crafted 2 sets of specially tailored ability underwear for Zhang Qian. One set was double S-level and the other was single S-level. Unnamed, SS-level epic underwear set. Level 83, 63 level plus 20 quality, Imperial item. Ability damage reduction of 163%. Physical damage reduction of 103%. Additional ice resistance of 100%. Additional energy recovery of 6% per minute. Additional fear resistance of 60%. Unnamed, S-level rare underwear set. Level 73, 63 level plus 10 quality, king item. Ability damage reduction of 63%. Physical damage reduction of 23%. Additional ice resistance of 40%. Additional fear resistance of 20%. Originally slumped in Zhao Shuang's arms, Zhang Qian was stunned when the attributes of these 2 sets of ability underwear appeared in her mind. Her face was filled with disbelief. She never expected that the double S-level underwear would actually be an Imperial epic ability equipment. The added attributes were simply outrageous. They even surpassed the attributes of the S-level shield she held, reaching an absurd level. Go change. Just wear this epic Imperial equipment. What kind of weapon do you want? A staff, a sword, or something like a stick? This time, the support for the capital is going to be a fierce battle. So the team size enhancement in your talent ability is crucial. You just need a suitable weapon. Zhao Shuang told Zhang Qian to change into the SS-level epic Imperial ability underwear in the bathroom while she inquired outside. In the real world, even healing ability users could use swords and knives as weapons. After all, ability weapons and equipment enhance ability effects. There was no need to have a staff or something like that as in games. Of course, if one was keen on using a staff to hit people, it was also an option. At the same time, she took out 2 hell 3-headed flying dog fangs. Choosing to arm Zhang Qian, this double S-level healer, was undoubtedly the most cost-effective decision. The benefits she brought to the entire team and herself were immense. The increasing size boost could very well be the key to the success or failure of this support mission to the capital. In the end, Zhang Qian still chose to have a staff. She felt that a girl, especially a healer with a healing talent ability, wielding a sword to attack, felt somewhat inappropriate. Zhao Shuang discarded all S-level and A-level ability equipment materials from the Red Scorpion ability group. In exchange, she obtained these 2 SS-level hell 3-headed flying dog fangs, each nearly 2 meters long. There was no problem using them to make a staff or a long sword. Unnamed, SS-level epic staff. Level 85, 65 level plus 20 quality Imperial item. Ability effect enhancement of 185%. Additional burning effect of 115 fire. Additional 5% critical hit chance. Additional wind effect of 35%. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shuang's hands were quite warm, and she crafted an SS level epic Imperial item for Zhang Qian. With the support of this staff, Zhang Qian's talent ability, Radiant Growth, would surely reach an astonishing effect. She directly handed the staff to Zhang Qian, who had changed into her ability underwear, her face flushed. Another SS level epic quality Imperial weapon truly surprised the young girl. She was so delighted that she even forgot to be shy and actively kissed Zhao Shuang on the cheek. It was clear how much she loved this staff. Alright, remember to name these supernatural equipment, they are all yours, and the naming rights naturally belong to you. Time is running out. And before the battle begins, I need to continue forging a batch of supernatural equipment. Zhao Shuang seized the opportunity and once again used the remaining fang of the hellish three-headed flying dog to refine a long sword. However, this time luck was not on his side. Using dual S-grade weapon supernatural materials, the final product ended up being one quality lower. It became a single S-grade rare quality supernatural weapon. Unnamed, S-grade rare quality longsword. Level 75, 65 level plus 10 quality, royal item. Supernatural effect increased by 135%. Additional physical penetration 105%. Additional toxin effect 55%. Feeling the information about this long sword appear in his mind, Zhao Shuang was quite satisfied. After all, it was a royal item, even if it was single S-grade rare quality. Its attributes were comparable to the dual S-grade epic quality frostbite daggers he used. In fact, it was even slightly stronger than the frostbite daggers considering the item level difference of over 20 levels. Using a single material to refine supernatural equipment inevitably leads to a drop in quality. This was unavoidable. After forging two weapons, Zhao Shuang began to take materials from his personal space to continue refining. The skin of the moonlit leopard was an SS-grade armor supernatural material. Moreover, its size was a full 10 meters tall and its fur could make several pieces of leather armor. In the end, Zhao Shuang used the moonlit leopard's fur to create a total of 10 pieces of leather armor available in both male and female styles. Unfortunately, luck was not very good. Only 2 pieces of leather armor were SS-grade epic quality items. One of each style, despite the different designs, had the same attributes. Unnamed, SS-grade epic quality leather armor. Level 83, 63 level plus 20 quality Imperial item. Supernatural damage reduction 183%. Physical damage reduction 133%. Additional dark attribute resistance 103%. Additional fear resistance 53%. Additional energy recovery 7% per minute. Zhao Shuang was not polite and directly named the 2 pieces of SS-grade epic quality Imperial leather armor Shuangqian couple outfit, then gave one to Zhang Qian. Instantly, the little girl became shy again. However, her heart was as sweet as honey. Clutching the leather armor, she couldn't wait to rush into the bathroom to change into the new gear. As for the remaining 8 pieces of single S-grade leather armor, their defensive attributes were similar to the diamond iron armor. Zhao Shuang had no intention of letting everyone change, he simply put them away. He also collected the leftover scraps of the moonlit leopard's fur, planning to custom make a few sets of supernatural underwear for Zhang Qian when he had the time. Then Zhao Shuang used the 2 S-grade fangs of the moonlit leopard to forge 2 weapons. He crafted a bunch of weapons using the A-grade fangs of the bloodthirsty wild boar. In his previous life, he had saved for a long time to buy A-grade supernatural weapons, and he had been scolded and complained at length by that woman, Ice Rain Dream. Yet in this life, he generously provided each member of the Nirvana supernatural team with a weapon. Having started anew, he was already vastly different from his previous life. Finally, when Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian pushed open the door, holding a large number of supernatural weapons, and appeared before the members of the Nirvana supernatural team, everyone showed expressions of shame. It turned out that the leader in Zhang Qian had gone to forge supernatural equipment for everyone. Yet everyone had thought otherwise, assuming they had gone to do something embarrassing. In reality, the leader's noble character was for the sake of everyone, making sacrifices for them. They had thought so poorly of the leader, they truly deserved to feel ashamed. Alright everyone, gather around. In 1 minute we will be arriving at our destination. It is about 100 kilometers away from the underground works of the Imperial Military District. Due to the dense number of monsters and the variety of species, even the phoenix does not dare to approach easily. Flying in the sky is not safe either. One could become a live target. For the next 100 kilometers or so, we will have to rely on everyone to proceed on foot. You can choose to act alone or team up. I won't restrict your actions or give random commands. After all, I am not familiar with your abilities and levels of power. Giving blind orders could easily lead to mistakes. What our military district can provide you with are these communication devices and maps. With these military communication devices, you can stay in contact with each other. If you find yourselves in danger, it will be easier to look out for one another. However, whether or not to choose to rescue is up to you. This general does not impose mandatory requirements. Alright, time's up. Everyone leave the lawn bird. I will contact you through the communication devices when it's time to return. I hope you all can survive well. As General Shanbai spoke, his ability team began distributing military communication devices and maps to everyone, one for each person. The communication device is a type of adhesive chip that, once placed on the ear, automatically embeds itself into the flesh without causing any pain. The map is a dynamic one with night vision capabilities, displaying your current location in real time. These are all high-tech items that Zhao Shuang had never even seen in her previous life, let alone used. As General Shanbai finished speaking, the lawn bird had descended to a safe height. The hatch opened, and everyone jumped down, one after another, landing on a mountaintop. What greeted their eyes was a sea of monsters. Many people were instantly terrified, their faces turning pale, losing the courage to move forward. Looking down from the mountaintop, they saw a dense mass of various monsters everywhere. There were zombies, ghouls, elephants that looked like tigers, mice that resembled elephants, and so on. In short, there were creatures flying in the sky, running on the ground, and even monsters that should be swimming in the water, all appearing here. They stretched out in a continuous mass, resembling a sea of monsters, filling everyone's line of sight. Wherever they looked, there were bizarre and terrifying creatures. Instantly, more than half of the crowd was so frightened that their legs went weak, struggling to stand. At that moment, a large group of nearly 100 monstrous birds, each over 10 meters long, spotted the people on the mountaintop. They screeched and dove towards the crowd, launching an attack. Zhao Shuang, now a level 43 general, was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Even in the dead of night, she could see the monstrous birds in the sky clearly. These birds had crocodile mouths and eagle bodies, a type she had never encountered before. After all, there are countless monsters in this world, and in her previous life, Zhao Shuang was merely a level 65 Royal Scout. It was impossible for her to know and remember all types of monsters. However, she could sense the power of this group of monstrous birds. They were all above level 61, royal level beings. Just then, General Shanbai took action again. With a wave of his hand, he struck out. In the next moment, several hundred enormous golden arms suddenly appeared behind him. Those massive golden arms struck out, instantly turning the nearly 100 monstrous birds into mush. Blood rained down from the sky, falling in a drizzle. We have been discovered by the monsters. This place is not suitable for long stays. Anyone willing to follow this general can come along, but I cannot guarantee your safety 100%. Let's go. After General Shanbai swiftly dealt with the nearly 100 monstrous birds, he said this and led his ability team away. Many people chose to follow, believing that moving with such a powerful ability user would increase their chances of survival. Let's go, said Xing Rong, the leader of the Red Scorpion ability team. She glanced at the map and led the Red Scorpion team to choose another route. General Shanbai and his group took a completely opposite route. With Shanbai and Chang Rong leading the way, everyone quickly departed, and in the blink of an eye, only the members of the Nirvana ability group remained on the mountaintop. Captain, what should we do? What's next? Seeing the crowd that had come together vanish in an instant, Zhuang Yan couldn't stay calm and anxiously asked, what should we do? What else can we do? Of course, we dig a hole right here to create a shelter. You all dig down, and I'll find a big rock to cover the entrance. It's the middle of the night, and the monsters' attributes are surging, plus there are so many of them. A sea of monsters, what's the difference between acting recklessly and seeking death? Let's hunker down and wait until dawn, Zhao Shuang commanded, and everyone began to use their newly acquired ability weapons. They frantically dug into the ground, and before long, they had excavated a shelter large enough to accommodate everyone. Then Zhao Shuang covered the top with an enormous rock. This way, even if monsters passed by, they wouldn't discover the group, avoiding any danger. After everything was settled, Zhao Shuang let everyone rest and assigned Zhang Qian a task before leaving on his own. His target was the spoils from the group of monstrous birds that General Shanbai had just dealt with in one blow. There were nearly 100 king-level monstrous birds, and collecting their cores would help him quickly level up in the future. The materials for their ability equipment would also aid him in crafting new ability gear. Moreover, as Zhao Shuang stepped into the general level, the S-Class talent ability space he had copied from his mother, Jiang Yun, had expanded to nearly 500 cubic meters. It felt almost empty inside. When Zhao Shuang reached the site where the monstrous birds had fallen, he found that several ability users had already come to scavenge. It turned out he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. One ability user, after picking up a king-level core, was so afraid of others snatching it that he immediately stuffed it into his mouth without a second thought. The next moment, he exploded, his body torn apart by the violent energy. Zhao Shuang felt no schadenfreude, instead, he was filled with deep sorrow. Having lived through a second life, he realized that countless common knowledge and facts were validated by the lives of many in his previous life. Living in the apocalypse was a tragedy for humanity. Zhao Shuang sighed, collected his emotions, and quickly joined the scavenging team. With the recent death of that person as a cautionary tale, many were so frightened that they dropped the cores they held, fearing the cores of the monstrous birds were toxic and would kill them if consumed. They hesitated to pick them up again. This inadvertently benefited Zhao Shuang, who collected all the cores, amassing over 80 king-level cores. Once his ability level reached 61 and he stepped into the king level, he could consume them. However, with the presence of these scavengers, Zhao Shuang's gains were far from what he had anticipated. Besides the 80+ cores, he only obtained a vial of ability awakening potion and a set of A-class ability evolution materials. At that moment, a scavenger suddenly sprang up and launched an attack on Zhao Shuang using his abilities, clearly harboring thoughts of murder and theft. Unfortunately for him, before his lightning-charged fist could reach Zhao Shuang, he felt a chill at his neck. The next moment, his head flew off, severed by the long sword in Zhao Shuang's hand. Zhao Shuang's frostbite dual daggers had been given to his second brother, Wang Chang, becoming his weapon. What he wielded now was the long sword he had just finished using, which he named K9 Fong. Since we're all here to support the capital, I had no intention of killing for treasure, yet you dared to entertain such wicked thoughts. Isn't that just asking for death? In the next life, remember to choose the right target before taking action, or you'll die a miserable death. Zhao Shuang spat at the headless corpse of the man. Then she collected all the spoils from his body. This man probably hadn't seen that she had just robbed the violent bear and mad wolf ability group, right? Otherwise, how could he have dared? Who gave him the courage to attack her? As she witnessed someone suddenly trying to kill and rob her, Zhao Shuang instantly countered and killed him instead. Immediately, the group of onlookers scattered and fled, fearing that they would attract trouble upon themselves. Zhao Shuang could even hear their complaints. That guy can't be an idiot, right? How dare he attack that demon? Why provoke someone like that? Is he tired of living? Hearing their voices, Zhao Shuang smiled broadly. It seemed that her previous robbery had quite an audience. At least some people remembered her and knew she was not to be trifled with. After confirming that no one was around, Zhao Shuang began to collect the useful materials from these strange birds into her personal space. She discovered that these strange birds were all S-rank creatures, producing the highest S-rank equipment materials. And Shanbai had managed to kill nearly 100 of these S-rank creatures with a single palm strike, all of which were royal-level beings. His strength was truly terrifying. Moreover, his ability to manifest his powers was exceptionally refined. He truly was the man closest to godhood. With such terrifying dual S-rank talents, what kind of horror would the 3 S-rank talents of the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, possess? And who was the mysterious person that harmed him? Was it Ying or the dragon madman, whom she suspected had also been reborn? If it was the dragon madman, why would he choose to attack the future human war god, Feng Xiaoyang? What benefit would that bring him? That bitch, Bing Yumeng, should also be by his side. Now, just right to settle the grievances of the last life all at once. If that were the case, she needed to plan carefully to ensure she could trap them all at once. Zhao Shuang spent another sleepless night. Fortunately, with her current physical condition, even if she went without sleep, food, or water for 10 days or half a month, it wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Shuang looked down at the monstrous horde below, moving in an orderly fashion towards the same direction. The various monsters of different races and sizes were not attacking each other, moving in a disciplined manner like a well-trained army. Their ultimate destination seemed to be the underground works of the Imperial Military District. To have so many different races of monsters obeying and mobilizing on such a large scale, Zhao Shuang only knew of one entity from her previous life. That was the SSS rank creature, the wise celestial fox, an old fox with extraordinary intelligence that could speak human language. It was said that its SSS rank ability was to coordinate and mobilize all monster races for its use. During the 10 years of the apocalypse in her last life, as human ability users struggled to survive, many talented individuals with strength and dreams began to build human cities, attempting to restore human order, recreate human glory, and establish safe zones for humanity. As a result, at least 8 or 9 out of every 10 cities built by humans in the apocalypse were destroyed by this wise celestial fox. It could be said that the threat posed by the wise celestial fox to humanity was greater than that of any other SSS rank creature. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the #1 enemy of all surviving humans, no matter which continent. In the 7 continents, there were records of the wise celestial fox annihilating numerous human apocalypse cities. However, the wise celestial fox was adept at hiding itself, manipulating events from behind the scenes. Countless human powerhouses attempted to drag it out and fight it to the death, but all failed without exception. Even the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, had actively attacked it no less than 10 times, only to return empty-handed each time. Die in the last life, the renowned wise celestial fox was still unknown in this one. Even humans had yet to realize its existence. But Zhao Shuang, looking at the monstrous army marching under the dark night sky, immediately recognized this was clearly the work of the wise celestial fox. This should be its debut after the apocalypse, and it was a grand display right from the start. The number of monsters mobilized was at least in the millions. If this operation to support the Imperial capital were to face the cunning old fox of an SSS-level creature, the difficulty would indeed increase exponentially. Zhao Shuang stood quietly atop the mountain, overlooking the marching monstrous army, her brows unconsciously knitting together. Meanwhile, in the ocean of monsters below, there were occasional fluctuations of supernatural abilities and localized battles. Clearly, those supernatural beings who had come along were encountering monsters during their march. In such situations, they either quickly dealt with the monsters and fled or were overwhelmed by the ever-increasing number of monsters. Even a single supernatural team facing this countless army of monsters would only meet with annihilation. The wise choice would either be to find shelter like their own supernatural team and wait until dawn to act, or to stealthily sneak around, moving through the woods and mountains in the shadows of the monstrous army. However, the variety and number of monsters were vast, with creatures flying in the sky, running on the ground, burrowing underground, and swimming in the water. The unpredictable situations were simply too numerous. A moment of inattention could lead to a collision with a monster, resulting in an uncertain fate. In the short time since everyone had separated, Zhao Shuang's military communication device embedded in her ear had already received dozens of distress calls. These were the desperate cries of supernatural beings whose lives were nearing their end. Of those who called for help, fewer than 3 ultimately succeeded in being rescued or escaping the encirclement of the monsters. The rest had all perished without exception. Those who dared to take on this SSS-level mission and come to support the Imperial capital, whether part of a supernatural team or lone wolves, were undoubtedly strong individuals with absolute confidence in their own abilities. Yet, in less than half an hour since they had separated, they had already lost over 10 people. The journey of more than 100 miles to the underground works of the military district in the Imperial capital was likely not going to be easy. On the contrary, the group led by General Shan Bai, who had the largest number of people, remained eerily quiet. Truly, as expected of a major general, his military training was exceptional. Even with a group of newly joined recruits, they could move so smoothly in stealth. Zhao Shuang couldn't help but refresh her understanding of Shan Bai. There were many rumors about this man closest to being a god in her past life. Most said he was lecherous, with over 1,000 wives in this apocalypse. But now, having seen the real person and interacted closely with General Shan Bai, Zhao Shuang realized he was quite upright. Even when faced with stunning beauties like Zhang Qian, Yan Shang, and Chang Rong, his gaze was merely one of appreciation, and it wouldn't linger on them for long. Zhao Shuang had originally considered how to protect Zhang Qian from being taken away by him, but it turned out she had worried unnecessarily. Rumors should not be easily believed. Indeed, the ancestors were right when they said, "Hearing is false, seeing is true." Such words, which have been passed down for thousands of years, must have been tested by time. Just as Zhao Shuang stopped her thoughts and prepared to enter the shelter to gather with the members of the Nirvana supernatural team, she suddenly discovered, to her astonishment, that the once orderly monstrous army, marching like a military force, had suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless supernatural attacks lit up the night, all chasing after a rapidly moving target. A human. Holy cow, who is this guy? Racing through the army of monsters. Is he out of his mind? And why is he running out from the direction of the Imperial capital? Running the wrong way? When Zhao Shuang realized that the target causing the monster army to riot and turn around to chase and attack was a person, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, while others were trying every means to move under the monsters' noses, fearing being discovered, which would likely lead to a death without a burial place. This guy was boldly and openly running among the monster army, relying on his incredible speed. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife, no different from seeking death. Yet, this person managed to survive unscathed, as if he were performing the Lingbo Weibo from a novel. He dodged all the monsters' attacks and sprinted against the direction of the monster army. Not only was he unharmed, but the monsters, which had originally marched in an orderly and disciplined manner, seemed to be enraged by him, disregarding their formation and frantically pursuing him. They unleashed their abilities to attack this human. However, this guy's speed was terrifying. Not only did he evade all the attacks, but he also inadvertently killed thousands of monsters. In the blink of an eye, he dashed from the far end of Zhao Shuang's line of sight to the monster army below him. Then, in an instant, he vanished from Zhao Shuang's view. After he disappeared, the monster army below Zhao Shuang finally reacted, either choosing to pursue him or launching their abilities to attack. But by then, the man had long gone, and it was unlikely that their attacks would hit him. It wasn't until 3 seconds after the man flashed past Zhao Shuang, causing chaos among the monster army, that a voice finally reached Zhao Shuang's ears. To all the ability users coming to support the Imperial capital, please hurry to the survivor base in the Imperial capital. The base is about to be breached by the frenzied monster army. We can't hold on much longer. We're even considering whether to use nuclear bombs. Everyone, speed up your march. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Shuang was taken aback, feeling a strange familiarity as if he had heard it somewhere before. In the next moment, Zhao Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. It was him, one of the members of the human war god Feng Xiaoyan's ability group. Just like the SSS level healer Sia, this guy was also a double S level ability user, known for his talent ability, wind speed. He was called one of the fastest men in the world, Lu Man. In Zhao Shuang's previous life, when he lived in the City of Hope established by the human war god Feng Xiaoyang, there was an occasion when the monster army attacked the city, and it was Lu Man's voice that echoed throughout the city, providing a warning. But at that time, he was already a top-level celestial being at level 170, with a speed that was 100 or 1,000 times more exaggerated than he was now. Now, Zhao Shuang could still see his shadow. However, after stepping into the celestial level, Lu Man had truly become someone whose presence was only heard but not seen. It was said that he could appear in any corner of the Earth within 10 seconds, with a speed comparable to teleportation. He truly possessed the methods of a wind-speed celestial being. And now, on the third day of the apocalypse, he was only a few times faster than the speed of sound. No wonder this guy dared to run against the monster army, weaving through the horde. If it were the great Lu Man, Zhao Shuang would find it reasonable. After all, he was one of the fastest men in the world. But with Lu Man deployed, it seemed the situation in the imperial capital was indeed critical. They were even considering using nuclear bombs. That thing could cause nuclear radiation and easily mutate the monsters. No one would want to drop such a thing on their own home, their own homeland, their own capital unless absolutely necessary. It seems I can't just sit back and be a bystander anymore. The situation has changed. I need to set off overnight. With this thought, Zhao Shuang turned and returned to the temporary shelter excavated by the Nirvana ability group. Inside the temporary shelter dug out from the mountain's peak, the members of the Nirvana ability team either cuddled together to rest or leaned against the walls in a light doze. Upon hearing the sound of Zhao Shuang moving the large stone that covered the top, they all woke up. Instantly, they entered a combat-ready state, prepared for battle. Only after realizing that the newcomer was their leader, Zhao Shuang, did they all breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, someone rushed over from the imperial capital. They are an ability user who came out from the underground construction base of the military district. The news they brought is, the base over there is about to collapse. They are preparing to use nuclear bombs to bombard the monster army. So the situation has changed. We might not wait until dawn and need to set off now. Zhao Shuang succinctly conveyed the information he had just heard to the members of the Nirvana ability team. We'll follow the leader's arrangements. In fact, when I saw that monstrous horde surging like an ocean, I couldn't help but want to try out this newly acquired ability weapon. My big knife has long been itching for action. Moving out at night sounds great. Second brother Wang Chang excitedly waved his newly acquired Frostblade twin daggers. This was a pair of double S-class epic daggers, and the third brother had given them to him. Without hesitation, he was so thrilled that he couldn't wait to find a few monsters to practice on, especially since he had witnessed the third brother show off in front of everyone using these daggers to disarm the leader of the Mad Wolf ability team. He almost wished that the one showing off wasn't the third brother but himself. Now that the third brother had given him this pair of double S-class epic daggers, it felt like everyone was digging a hole to hide while he played the role of the sixth. Although second brother Wang Chan complied, he felt like a cat scratching inside. He was eager to go out and test the power of Frostblade. TCH. Second brother, with your little dagger, do you even deserve to say that? My big knife is the one that's truly itching for action. See? This is what a real big knife looks like, bigger than you. At this moment, the eldest, Meng Lingyu, spoke up, shouldering a 3-meter-long big knife. The members of the Nirvana ability team responded in unison. Well equipped, they had long wanted to engage in a thrilling battle. Let's wait a moment. If we really fight through the night, we will inevitably need Qianqian's abilities. If everyone goes in unprepared and the ability equipment gets damaged in high-intensity combat, wouldn't that be embarrassing? So I'll first craft a batch of ability underwear for everyone. It won't be too late to change before we set off, Zhao Shuang said, and immediately used his S-Class talent ability, SHARINGAN, to copy the solemn S-Class talent ability, Divine Refinement, and his mother Jiangyan's S-Class talent ability, Spatial Storage. He opened the spatial storage and took out some materials for ability equipment, starting to refine a batch of underwear. After all, Zhao Shuang had only tailored ability underwear for the Red Scorpion team leader Chang Rong and Zhang Qian, and he had personally measured Zhang Qian, making it truly custom-made. But he was still wearing ordinary underwear himself. He didn't want to go in unprepared. Zhao Shuang spent about 5 minutes refining over 100 pairs of ability underwear and more than 50 pieces of women's lingerie. Time is of the essence. Everyone, hurry up and change into these ability underwear. Women can change inside this temporary shelter. Men, come with me outside to the woods to change. Since these are hastily made, don't be picky about quality. As long as they don't get ruined under Qianqian's abilities and fit well, that's enough, Zhao Shuang said after finishing the refinement, inviting everyone to come forward to collect their ability equipment. Brother Shuang, come here for a moment. At that moment, Zhang Qian's voice rang out. Zhao Shuang turned to look and found Zhang Qian sweating on her forehead, looking very weak. At that moment, Zhao Shuang remembered that he had given her a task just before leaving. He hurried over to Zhang Qian's side. How is it? Did you get any results? How long can you maintain your powers at full capacity? Zhao Shuang asked. This was the task. He had left for Zhang Qian before he departed. He wanted her to test how long her abilities could last so he could make informed decisions and direct the team's actions. Otherwise, the members of the Nirvana ability group were currently battling against a massive horde of monsters, all while growing stronger with their SS-level talents and enhanced physical capabilities. With countless monsters surrounding them, if Zhang Qian suddenly reached her limit, running out of energy and her powers failing, wouldn't it lead to a total collapse? Therefore, it was crucial to first understand the limits of this girl before formulating a strategy. After all, they were facing millions of monstrous foes this time. Zhao Shuang's personal strength, even if he exerted himself to the utmost, would hardly make a significant impact against such a multitude of monsters. Even if thousands of monsters stood still for him to kill, it would take him an eternity. Thus, Zhao Shuang never considered himself the core of this mission. The true soul of this operation was only one person. That was Zhang Qian. Only her SS-level talent group enhancement through vigorous growth, combined with a well-equipped team, could create miracles and turn the impossible into possible. The results are in. Without consuming low-level crystal cores for energy recovery, relying solely on my own energy and the energy recovery from this ability equipment, I can maintain my powers at full capacity for a total of 23 minutes and 46 seconds. If I consume low-level crystal cores for energy recovery, I should be able to last over 30 minutes without any issues, Zhang Qian replied, her voice somewhat weak. Clearly, running out of energy was not a pleasant experience for an ability user. 30 minutes, huh? It seems we need to use it cautiously. We can't just push through all the way. We need to stealthily approach to a reasonable distance before we can deploy your trump card. In the meantime, you should rest well and eat more low-level crystal cores to restore your energy to peak condition, Zhao Shuang said, looking at the somewhat weak and haggard Zhang Qian with concern. Yeah, I'm already eating. By the way, did you just casually mass-produce those underwear and distribute them to everyone? Aren't you afraid they won't fit? That they won't be suitable? Zhang Qian asked, stuffing low-level crystal cores into her mouth to recover energy. Her curiosity piqued. When Zhao Shuang had tailored the underwear for her, he had personally taken her measurements. At that time, she had been completely slumped on the sofa. Just thinking about it made her beautiful face flush again. Not fit? How could they not fit? These are all ability equipment. They automatically adjust and adapt to the wearer's body shape. There's no way they wouldn't fit. Qian, you heard me. No, you heard my explanation. Actually, I tailored them specifically for you to make them more comfortable and snug. It wasn't to take advantage of you. Zhao Shuang instinctively blurted out the answer to Zhang Qian's question. But halfway through, he noticed the strange look she was giving him, as if she were looking at a lecherous old man, and suddenly remembered that he had indeed tailored them for her. He had spent quite a while measuring her bust. His old habits seemed to have been exposed. At that moment, Zhang Qian's face turned crimson again, and she buried her head in her chest, playing the ostrich. Brother Shuang was really too bad. He was taking advantage of her. Ahem. Qian, I'll take my leave now. The ladies need to change their underwear. It's not appropriate for a big man like me to be here. Seeing Zhang Qian's shy demeanor, Zhao Shuang felt a stir in his heart, but with so many people around, and his own mother still present, he dared not do anything. Moreover, his sneaky behavior had just been exposed, leaving Zhao Shuang feeling a bit awkward. It was best to leave quickly, so he hurriedly found an excuse and fled. After exiting the temporary shelter, Zhao Shuang slapped his own mouth. It was his big mouth that had revealed his sneaky actions. How could he continue to use the pretext of customizing special ability underwear for the girls to learn their measurements? He even hoped for a chance to measure them personally. The measurements of the beautiful leg fairy Qing Rong had been truly extracted by him. Yet, when facing Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang had hundreds of measuring tapes in his spatial pocket. After all, he had once emptied an entire mall. But he still went ahead and made a move, directly going for second base, and Zhang Qian did not refuse. However, this sneaky behavior would not work in the future. At least not in front of Zhang Qian. It was a misstep. It was all because his mouth was too quick, and he blurted out the answer without thinking. After a moment of small regret, Zhao Shuang quickly dashed into the small woods, changed into his special ability underwear, and led the Nirvana ability team to set off overnight. Opening the military map, he found that the distance to their destination was still 126 kilometers. However, the team was now composed entirely of ability users. The lowest-ranked Lu Xiaoren and Zhuang Yan both had the strength of level 23 soldiers. Zhao Shuang had level 43 general strength, and Zhang Qian had level 41 general strength. The rest of the team ranged from level 32 to 35. Considering the physical fitness of ability users, even the lowest level 23 soldier could cover this distance at full speed in about 2 hours. Taking into account the presence of the monster army and the need to avoid detection, they would likely arrive in about 3 hours. He just didn't know how much longer the capital could hold out. As the Nirvana ability team, under Zhao Shuang's leadership, relied on the stealth experience, he had accumulated as a scout during the 10 years of the last apocalypse. They advanced safely for about half an hour. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky from the direction of the capital. Holy crap, they really used a nuclear bomb? Holy crap, they really used a nuclear bomb? Zhao Shuang, who was swiftly making his way to the destination, looked at the enormous mushroom cloud rising before him and exclaimed. In the next moment, an incredibly strong shockwave swept out, accompanied by terrifying heat. Even Zhao Shuang and his group, nearly 100 kilometers away, could clearly feel the horror of it. During the 10 years of the last apocalypse, there had been instances of nuclear bombs being detonated to deal with monsters. However, Zhao Shuang had never heard of a nuclear bomb being dropped near the capital. It seemed that this mysterious attack on the future human war god Feng Xiaoyang, the monster army's assault on the underground military facilities of the capital, and this nuclear explosion were all events that deviated from the historical timeline, things that had never happened in the last life. With Zhao Shuang's rebirth, he might predict some of the butterfly effects, but now, in his speculation, he was not the only one who had been reborn. If that guy Long Quang had also been reborn, the unpredictability would be too much. Long Quang, in his last life, was the leader of the Dream Chaser ability team, an SS-level gifted ability user. A peak existence at the Imperial level. What he knew and understood would definitely be far more than what Zhao Shuang, a B-level gifted ability user at the King level, could grasp. So, what did Long Quang want to do? After his rebirth? Zhao Shuang simply couldn't understand or figure it out. All he could do was steadily improve his own strength, build his own team, and establish his own power. In the future, he would find the right opportunity to take revenge on that guy Long Quang. After the intense shockwave and the enormous mushroom cloud that illuminated the night sky as if it were daytime gradually dissipated, the members of the Nirvana ability group all turned their bewildered faces toward their leader, Zhao Shuang. They were hoping he would say something to clarify the situation. It was the first time in their lives that they had witnessed a nuclear bomb explode right before their eyes. The shocking scene and the overwhelming sensory stimulation left them in a state of confusion, making them forget how to think. They were all in a daze. The legendary nuclear bomb just exploded so vividly in front of them? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Zhao Shuang, however, quickly recovered after a brief moment of astonishment. After all, the use of nuclear bombs had occurred several times during the 10 years of the last apocalypse. But as the apocalypse progressed, the frequency of nuclear bomb usage decreased. Eventually, nuclear weapons were phased out entirely because their power and lethality became too insignificant. Nuclear bombs were only useful in the early stages of the apocalypse when the monsters and humans had low levels of abilities. When their strength was not yet formidable, the bombs had a significant impact with a considerable lethal radius and scale. They posed a deadly threat to beings below the general level, almost capable of instantly killing all soldier level and private level beings within the explosion range. General level beings at the epicenter of the explosion would also be killed instantly, while those not at the center would be severely injured and on the brink of death, but with a stroke of luck, they might survive. As for king-level beings, even if they were at the center of the explosion, they would generally not perish, suffering at most severe injuries. If they were not at the center, they would likely only sustain minor injuries. For beings above king level, nuclear explosions posed virtually no threat. In fact, it would be difficult for the explosion to even affect them. With the speed and physical strength of emperor level beings, even if a nuclear bomb exploded right in front of them, they could outrun the expansion of the explosion. This was the primary reason why nuclear bombs became increasingly useless as the apocalypse progressed. However, it was only the third day of the apocalypse. Most monsters were between levels 20 and 30, primarily soldier level and below. General level monsters were rare, and king level and above were even scarcer. Only those with exceptional talents, S-level or above, possessing powerful abilities, could hunt a large number of humans and rapidly rise to emperor level or even imperial level beings within just 3 days. But those were rare exceptions. They might not even be influenced by the wise celestial fox responding to its commands to attack human bases. Therefore, the effect of this nuclear bomb was astonishing. Its explosion nearly wiped out millions of monsters within a radius of several dozen miles. Only a few scattered general level or above beings managed to survive within the explosion range, standing alone on the scorched earth. When the nuclear bomb detonated, not only were Zhao Shuang and the group of ability users heading to support the imperial capital stunned, but even the monsters in the army were taken aback. For a moment, they forgot to advance, staring blankly at the enormous fireball that had suddenly appeared before them, along with the massive crater and scorched earth created by the explosion. They even forgot to move forward. It wasn't until a dreamlike fox's long howl echoed that the monsters began to resume their journey. Let's go. We should continue on our way. It's just a nuclear explosion. We'll gradually get used to it in this apocalypse, Zhao Shuang said, scanning the crowd that was staring at him before leading the way forward. What do you mean, just a nuclear explosion? Captain Lao San. That was a nuclear bomb explosion. It's the first time I've seen something like this in my life. And isn't there nuclear radiation after the explosion? I heard that stuff can cause mutations. Are we really going to keep moving forward? The leader, Meng Lingyu, spoke up for the first time, voicing his concerns. Don't worry. We're all ability users now. They have already become mutated beings. Have you ever seen a normal person using supernatural powers? Supernatural powers are just that, abilities. That are different from ordinary people, right? So it's just nuclear radiation which will affect ordinary people and regular monsters. But for us supernatural beings and supernatural monsters, it has no effect at all. Because we and the supernatural monsters are already immune to nuclear radiation. Zhao Shuang said this while continuing to move forward without looking back. He revealed some common knowledge from his previous life to everyone. The military district in the imperial capital has already been forced to use nuclear bombs. It seems the situation is definitely not optimistic. Currently, the army of monsters has not stopped and continues on its way. Zhao Shuang and the Nirvana supernatural team naturally had no reason to stop either. What? We have already mutated? Immune to nuclear radiation? Although this reason is a bit far-fetched, you're the captain. So I believe you. Anyway, I'm already equipped with supernatural gear, so let's go. The leader, Meng Lingyu, said as he followed along, and everyone else quickly followed in Zhao Shuang's footsteps. Meanwhile, just as Bing Yume was about to be bitten to death by the zombie that lunged at her, a shadow suddenly emerged from her own shadow. In an instant, a pitch-black blade pierced through the zombie's heart. The next moment, black energy erupted, and the zombie was instantly dismembered, dead beyond recovery. It was the signature killing move of the King of Assassins, Shadow Black Rose Funeral. Come with me. No one will ever be able to hurt you again, Shadow said to Bing Yume. When he was originally face-to-face with her, trying to regain his masculine vigor, he thought his unspeakable secret had been resolved. However, over the past 2 days, he had tried 7 different beautiful women with various looks and temperaments, but none could arouse him, not even the stunning beauties more beautiful and sexy than Bing Yume. Ultimately, all 7 women were killed by Shadow. Anyone who knew the secret could not be allowed to live. After reflecting, Shadow realized that the only woman who could truly arouse him was Bing Yume, because only she, when he had lost all ability to resist, and was at the mercy of others, chose not to kill him but to save him. She even went so far as to use her own body to warm him, allowing his dark heart to find redemption and solace. So Shadow came to her and made a promise to Bing Yume. Alright, I will follow you. The terrified Bing Yume, having escaped death, leaped into Shadow's embrace and answered resolutely. The members of the Nirvana supernatural team sped along, and the air was now filled with a burnt smell. Nuclear radiation had already begun to spread, but it truly had no effect on everyone. It seemed they were indeed immune to this nuclear radiation. After more than half an hour of moving forward, they could vaguely see an enormous pit. Inside, it was charred black, clearly the result of the recent nuclear explosion. At this moment, the army of monsters had refilled this area, continuing their assault on humanity's base. Although the power of the recent nuclear explosion was astonishing, taking the lives of over 1 million monsters in one shot, it was still not enough against the tide of tens of millions of monsters. As they moved closer, they were getting nearer to the pit created by the nuclear blast. They could clearly see the spoils of war from the various monsters that had died in the pit. There were awakening potions and shining materials for supernatural evolution. In the pitch-black night, they appeared particularly dazzling, making Zhao Xuan's eyes glisten with envy, wishing he could rush over and collect these materials. Unfortunately, he did not possess the SS-level talent of Luman, who could move like the wind. Without such speed, he couldn't do something as risky as reaching into the fire for chestnuts. With Zhao Xuang's current strength and speed, charging into the army of monsters would only lead to death. At that time, those spoils of war, it was feared that Zhao Xuang would have the life to take them but not the life to spend them. Knowing his own limitations, Zhao Xuang could only satisfy his eyes but dared not take action. After all, those were spoils from the deaths of over 1 million monsters. If he could pocket them, wouldn't he be rich? Sure. Just as Zhao Xuan was drooling over the spoils in the nuclear explosion crater, suddenly, in front of the members of the Nirvana ability team, a large tree bore a beast with a bird's head and a monkey's body. It suddenly began to chirp loudly. However, as soon as its voice emerged, a bone bullet pierced through its brow in an instant. Zhao Xuan used his sea-level talent ability, the bone gun, to blow the beast's head off, leaving half of its skull gone. The lifeless body fell from the treetop. Before the group could catch their breath, a large swarm of these bird-headed monkeys suddenly appeared, numbering in the thousands. The incessant chirping quickly attracted the attention of the monster army. A massive horde of monsters surged toward the members of the Nirvana ability team. Retreat first. Move toward the direction without monsters. Now is not the time to confront them head-on. You all go first, and I'll hold them off. Lu Shaoran, your task is to protect Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang said, holding the Fangjin sword in one hand and the bone gun in the other, fiercely blocking the rear of the team. They were still about an hour away from their destination. It was not yet time to confront the monster army directly. Zhang Qian's ability could only be maintained for about half an hour at full power. They had to reach a designated distance before they could face the monster army head-on. For now, it was better to be cautious. Moreover, on this road filled with monsters, avoiding all of them, while sneaking undetected was extremely difficult. There would always be unexpected incidents along the way. Even an experienced scout like Zhao Shuang could not evade all the risks of being discovered. With Zhao Shuang covering the rear, the members of the Nirvana ability team sprinted toward the direction without monsters. The group of bird-headed monkeys and a large number of monsters relentlessly pursued them. Even after Zhao Shuang had killed over 1,000, leaving a trail of corpses, these monsters still pursued the group fearlessly. There were even flying monsters that began to maneuver around, preparing to encircle the Nirvana ability team. Just then, a faint fox howl echoed through the air. The monsters that had been relentlessly chasing the Nirvana ability team suddenly froze in place. Then, they all turned around and returned to the monster army. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Faced with this seemingly endless pursuit of monsters, Zhao Shuang truly felt a bit overwhelmed. If it weren't for the fact that he had just been copying Yen Qing's S-level talent ability, the ice prison, using it as a barrier, he might have been overwhelmed by the monster horde. Standing alone against this endless swarm of monsters did indeed feel somewhat insignificant. If only I had General Shanbai's group attack talent ability. Unfortunately, my Sharingan is only an S-level talent ability. I can't replicate a double S-level talent ability. The information on the Sharingan does mention can evolve, but until now, the evolution condition remains unknown. However, fortunately, my guess was correct. The faint fox howls every half hour or so should be the means by which the 3 S-level intelligent foxes control the monster army. Through its howls, it directs the monster army to attack its desired targets, and those monsters under its control number in the millions, belonging to different races and types. Therefore, the actions of these monsters would definitely have a hierarchy, with the highest priority being to attack the main target. The solution to these suddenly appearing humans was merely the instinct of those monsters. It was not the goal of the wise celestial fox. The wise celestial fox's goal was solely the underground fortifications of the Imperial Military District, the human gathering base. So when the monsters' objectives conflicted with the wise celestial fox's goals, once the fox's long howl echoed, the monsters would immediately return to the army to fulfill the wise celestial fox's objectives. This was also the reason why Zhao Shuang immediately directed everyone to run towards the direction without monsters upon their discovery. Roar! Just as Zhao Shuang and the members of the Nirvana ability team had just relaxed, a loud tiger roar suddenly rang out. In the next moment, a gigantic tiger, over 20 meters tall and 70 meters long, with a pair of flaming wings that illuminated the night sky, flew down from the heavens. It looked down from above at the members of the Nirvana ability team, exuding a terrifying pressure and aura. Damn, here comes the big guy. Shanshan, activate your abilities, urge, follow me into the sky. Everyone, prepare for battle. This thing is too fast, we can't escape. We must end this quickly and take it down. The moment Zhao Shuang saw the imposing tiger with flaming wings, he recognized its identity. The fire-winged flying tiger. It was a particularly troublesome existence among SS-level creatures. Its innate ability was the SS-level talent, dancing with fire. A fierce creature with mixed attributes, including fire element damage, fire-type abilities, and physical damage, among others. Moreover, judging by its size, Zhao Shuang inferred that this creature was at least a level 61 king-level existence. Just moments ago, the wise celestial fox's long howl had just sounded, and all the pursuing monsters had returned to the army. Yet, this king-level fire-winged flying tiger had come charging in. It seemed that the wise celestial fox's innate ability had a much weaker control effect over such powerful SS-level creatures. After saying this, Zhao Shuang directly copied and used Urge Wang Chang's S-level innate ability, dominating the sky. He soared into the air, his Fangjian sword aimed at the fire-winged flying tiger. At the same time, he also copied and used senior sister Lu Cici's A-level innate ability, Wild Rhythm. He further copied his father's B-level innate ability, Neurotoxin, and Yen Qing's S-level innate ability, Ice Prison. After reaching the general level, Zhao Shuang could use 4 innate abilities to enhance himself without any burden. If he were to use 5 innate abilities simultaneously, he could endure it, but it would put some strain on his body. His current limit was to use 6 innate abilities at once to enhance himself. He could still bear it for a short time, but over a longer duration, his body would collapse, and his flesh would disintegrate, just like when he faced the green-haired zombie in the gym back then. However, there weren't many good innate abilities available for him to copy within the Nirvana ability team at present. It seemed urgent to recruit some powerful ability users. Zhao Shuang directly attached the neurotoxin to his Fangjian sword and thrust it towards the fire-winged flying tiger, in response to the provocation. From this insignificant human, the fire-winged flying tiger let out a roar, and in an instant, an enormous fireball was spewed forth, heading straight for Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang immediately cast an ice prison to intercept the fireball's path. In the next moment, with the collision of ice and fire, a large amount of steam and hissing sounds erupted. At the same time, Zhang Qian's SS level innate ability, Priding Growth, was also activated. A rain of light fell from the sky, showering down on the members of the Nirvana ability team. With the enhancement of nearly SS level epic quality innate equipment from within and without, and with Zhang Qian's level having risen to 41, becoming a general level existence, her innate ability was visibly thriving. As soon as the light rain fell upon him, Zhao Shuang could distinctly feel his size increase by a whole circle. No longer did it take a period of time for the light rain to fall upon him for his body to slowly grow larger. Along with the growth of his physique, Zhao Shuang's physical fitness and strength also increased. Is this the double S level healing talent ability? It's truly powerful. Similarly, the members of the Nirvana ability team were not idle. Those who couldn't fly and lacked the long-range attack capability to reach the fire-winged flying tiger all automatically protected themselves around those with long-range attack abilities. Yan Chang and junior sister Wang Jing, both capable of long-range attacks, sprang into action. Second brother Wang Chang also excitedly flew into the sky, wielding his frostbite twin daggers as he charged towards the fire-winged flying tiger. At the moment Zhao Shuang used the ice prison to collide with the fireball of the fire-winged flying tiger, Yan Qing's ice prison directly locked onto the body of the fire-winged flying tiger. It encircled its body, which was over 20 meters high and more than 70 meters long, within the ice prison. But in the next instant, a loud tiger roar erupted. The fire-winged flying tiger was instantly engulfed in blazing purple flames. The ice prison that had locked it in melted away in less than a second under the scorching heat of the purple flames. As the purple flames enveloped it, the strength and size of this royal-level fire-winged flying tiger surged dramatically. It instantly doubled in size, transforming from 20 meters high and 70 meters long into a colossal creature nearly 50 meters tall and over 140 meters long, resembling a small mountain ablaze with purple flames. At the same time, the fire-winged flying tiger let out another tiger roar, and in the next moment, the ground within a 1,000-meter radius of this mountain forest suddenly ignited in purple flames. In an instant, all the trees, flowers, and grass in this forest turned to ashes, and the ground became scorched earth, indistinguishable from land that had been ravaged by a nuclear explosion. Amidst this sea of fire, the members of the Nirvana ability team, unable to fly, found themselves trapped and thought they were about to perish in the flames. At that moment, Lu Xiaoren, who had only just been pulled into the ability team by Captain Zhao Shuang that evening and was unfamiliar with everyone, made his move. A 100-meter-high shadow of a divine guardian angel appeared behind him. In the next instant, a layer of golden shields enveloped all the members of the Nirvana ability team. With the enhancement of this golden shield, when the terrifying purple sea of fire swept in, it caused no harm to the group at all. Not even a hint of heat could be felt. So strong. This was the first reaction of the Nirvana ability team members to Lu Xiaoren. This person, when he finally made a move, was astonishing. Quick! Run outside the sea of fire. I can't hold on much longer. Just a second later, Lu Xiaoren's gritted voice reached everyone's ears. Only then did they react and began to run towards the outside of the sea of fire. Although Lu Xiaoren was also an SS-level talent ability user, he was only at level 23, at the initial stage of the soldier rank. In terms of level and strength, he simply couldn't compare to the royal-level fire-winged flying tiger. Moreover, he had to use his talent ability, Divine Guardian, to protect so many people at once. If he were only protecting Zhang Qian, he could hold on a bit longer. But now, protecting everyone was rapidly depleting his energy. In just a few seconds, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Fortunately, in the end, everyone managed to escape the purple sea of fire without any danger. Lu Xiaoren collapsed to the ground, completely drained of energy. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhao Shuang was already entangled in a fierce battle with the fire-winged flying tiger. Even though second brother Wang Chang occasionally provided distractions and assistance from the side, Zhao Shuang was still being overwhelmed by the fire-winged flying tiger. Especially in terms of size, strength, speed, and physical resilience, he was being completely crushed. The Fanya sword in his hand struck against the fire-winged flying tiger, which had doubled in size, and it didn't even break its defense. He couldn't even inflict damage or inject neurotoxin into it. However, as time passed, Zhang Qian's extraordinary abilities continued to grow and manifest. After 10 seconds, Zhao Shuang's body size increased by more than double. After 20 seconds, Zhao Shuang's body size increased by more than 3 times. After 30 seconds, Zhao Shuang's body size increased by more than 5 times. At this moment, Zhao Shuang finally pierced through the tiger's skin of the fire-winged flying tiger with a sword, dealing damage to it for the first time. He successfully injected it with a neurotoxin, and at the instant this sword struck, the fate of the fire-winged flying tiger was already sealed. 1 minute later, Zhao Shuang's body size had increased by more than 15 times. This also meant that his strength and physical fitness had increased comprehensively by more than 15 times. At this point, Zhao Shuang could overpower the fire-winged flying tiger. As the neurotoxin began to take effect, the movements of the fire-winged flying tiger became increasingly stiff. Ultimately, Zhao Shuang sealed its throat with a sword, ending its life. Its flames suddenly extinguished, and its enlarged body returned to its original size. it fell heavily from the sky, crashing to the ground. Zhao Shuang used his S-level extraordinary ability, the Sharingan, to copy his mother Jiangyun's extraordinary ability of spatial storage. He flew directly to the side of the fire-winged flying tiger and stored its corpse in his spatial storage. At the moment the corpse disappeared, the items that had been pressed beneath it were revealed to Zhao Shuang's view. Instantly, Zhao Shuang's heart skipped a beat. A mass resembling flames emitted a seven-colored glow, quietly floating 1 meter above the ground. 7 colors, 7 lights shining. This was undoubtedly an SS-level extraordinary evolution material. A double S-level epic extraordinary evolution material. It was second only to the 3 S-level legendary extraordinary evolution materials. Directly swallowing it had a 15% chance of evolving an S-level extraordinary ability into a double S-level extraordinary ability. If refined into an SS-level extraordinary evolution potion, there was a 75% chance of evolving an S-level extraordinary ability into a double S-level. Even in his previous life, 10 years after the apocalypse began, this double S-level epic extraordinary evolution material was worth a fortune. It could allow an ability user to enjoy wealth and honor for a lifetime. And this double S-level epic extraordinary evolution material was the first Zhao Shuang had obtained in 2 lifetimes. Zhao Shuang's hand trembled as he reached out to take the flame-like SS-level extraordinary evolution material, revealing just how excited he was at that moment. Contacting the SS-level epic extraordinary evolution material triggers the evolution precondition for the S-level extraordinary ability, Sharingan. The conditions are as follows. Gather the 9 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, poison, light, and dark SS-level epic extraordinary evolution materials. Consuming them together guarantees a 100% chance of evolving the S-level extraordinary ability, Sharingan, into an SS-level extraordinary ability. As soon as Zhao Shuang's hand touched the double S-level extraordinary evolution material, a piece of information appeared in his mind like a memory. Instantly, Zhao Shuang trembled all over. He was incredibly excited. Did this not mean that his S-level extraordinary ability, Sharingan, could evolve into an SS-level extraordinary ability? Wouldn't that allow him to copy SS-level extraordinary abilities in the future? If he could use SS-level extraordinary abilities like Robust Growth, Sacred Guardian, and Law Manifestation from the Heart, wouldn't he be incredibly powerful? Moreover, according to this method of evolving extraordinary abilities, the success rate was actually 100%. There was no need to find extraordinary ability potions to refine extraordinary evolution potions. He could directly evolve the Sharingan extraordinary ability. It seemed that extraordinary abilities with the evolvable label were indeed different. It should be known that evolving extraordinary abilities was quite difficult. Directly swallowing extraordinary evolution materials had a success rate that was shockingly low. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky or in a life or death situation, no one would willingly swallow extraordinary evolution materials. In his previous life, Zhao Shuang directly swallowed the SSS-level legendary ability evolution material, Sky's Mystery. It was purely a gamble on his life. He didn't want that pair of scoundrels to get their hands on such a good thing. He didn't want to let them benefit from it. However, due to a twist of fate, the Sky's Mystery took effect and allowed him to be reborn. But perhaps because he was originally just a B-level gifted ability user, swallowing the SSS-level legendary ability evolution material caused problems. In the end, he did not gain a triple S-level gifted ability. Instead, he directly acquired an S-level gifted ability, Sharingan. However, being reborn 10 years ago was still too fantastical. Normally, evolving a gifted ability requires corresponding ability evolution materials. It also requires a formula for the ability evolution potion, along with an ability user who possesses potion-related abilities. The ability evolution materials must be mixed according to the potion formula to create the ability evolution potion. Only after drinking the potion can one have a high probability of successfully evolving their gifted ability. However, this probability is not 100%. There is also a chance of failure. The higher the level of the gifted ability, the lower the chance of successful evolution. Moreover, the drop rate for the formulas of ability evolution potions is astonishingly low. After the apocalypse arrived, Zhao Shuang and the others had killed tens of thousands of zombies and various monsters combined. Yet, they had only obtained one D-level ability evolution potion formula. This shows just how low the drop rate for these potion formulas is. The higher the level of the formula, the harder it is to obtain, and the lower the drop rate. In his previous life, during the 10 years of the apocalypse, there were only about 10 forces that mastered the S-level ability evolution potion formula. Now, just 3 days into the apocalypse, obtaining the S-level ability evolution potion formula seemed as difficult as climbing to the sky. But Zhao Shuang had a method that could guarantee 100% success in evolving his gifted ability. How could he not be excited? However, after the excitement, Zhao Shuang quickly calmed down. Evolving his S-level gifted ability, Sharingan, was not an easy task. He needed to gather a total of 9 different types of SSS-level gifted ability evolution materials. In his previous life, having just one of these SSS-level gifted ability evolution materials could have ensured a life of wealth and honor. Yet now, he needed to gather a total of 9 different types. Subtracting the fire attribute he already possessed, he still needed 8 more. The road ahead was long and arduous, definitely not something that could be accomplished easily or quickly. He swiftly put away the SSS-level epic gifted ability evolution material and planned to continue on the road with everyone. At this moment, Zhang Qian's gifted ability also came to a stop, and everyone's bodies gradually returned to their original sizes. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. "Captain, the place where the battle just happened should be right in front. The scorched earth here must have been burned by that flying big tiger. That thing was huge. Even the brothers far away saw it. Wow, it's really right in front. There are people here. Captain, come quickly, there are beauties, 2 super gorgeous beauties." As the voice came, an ability user who transformed into a Black Panther suddenly sprang out, appearing in front of the Nirvana ability team. Upon seeing the 2 super gorgeous beauties, Zhang Qian and Yen Chang, he immediately shouted with green eyes towards his companions behind him. As the Black Panther's words fell, a large group of 16 ability users suddenly burst out from the woods. "Yo, you must be from another military district, here to take on the task of supporting the capital, right? We are the Flying Tiger ability team from the Eastern Military District's Magic City base. I am Chen Hu, the captain of the Flying Tiger ability team. A dignified S-level gifted ability user, a level 37 powerhouse. Did you guys steal our spoils? Where's that flying big tiger from just now? We call ourselves the Flying Tiger ability team, and that tiger can fly. Just right to be our team's mascot. Hand over that flying big tiger. These 2 women also belong to me now. I've never seen such beautiful girls in my life. From now on, you will be my women. Otherwise, don't blame me and my brothers for being ruthless. Considering you came to support the capital, as long as you obediently do as I say, I might show mercy and spare your lives." At this moment, a man so fat he was almost a ball, with eyes squinted into slits due to his obesity, stared at Zhao Shuang and the others, speaking as if it were a matter of course. Not only did he demand the spoils from the fire-wing flying tiger, but he also wanted to claim the 2 stunning beauties, Zhang Qian and Yin Qing, for himself. The only response he received was the flash of the Feng sword in Zhao Shuang's hand. You. In the next instant, Chen Hu's eyes widened in shock filled with horror. He stammered several times without making sense, and then blood gushed from his neck. His head rolled down, severed by Zhao Shuang's sword. "The captain is dead. We've hit a tough opponent. Brothers, quick." Seeing their S-rank, level 37 ability user captain instantly killed by Zhao Shuang with a single strike, the guy who had transformed into a Black Panther shouted as he turned to flee. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Shuang caught up and similarly struck him down. The Black Panther's head flew off in an instant. With the captain of the Flying Tiger ability team and the Black Panther both dead, the remaining members all changed their expressions, losing the arrogance they had just displayed and the lecherous glances they had cast at Zhang Qian and Yin Chang. They all turned and fled in different directions. But Zhao Shuang had no intention of letting them go. Relying on his extraordinary speed, he beheaded each of them with his Feng sword, leaving no one alive. According to Zhao Shuang's usual temperament, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, these individuals were all ability users who had come to support the capital. Even if they had provoked him, he might have spared the rest after killing the main culprit. However, the members of the Flying Tiger ability team were an exception, all wiped out by Zhao Shuang, meaning the same fate as the former gang leader Chu Longfei and his underlings. The reason Zhao Shuang was so ruthless was that he had seen a lot of women's underwear in the pockets and on the bodies of these men. A bunch of grown men carrying such items clearly did not belong to them but were from the women they had previously persecuted, and there were certainly many. In this apocalypse, where laws have collapsed and morality has decayed, some awakened ability users suddenly wielded immense power far beyond that of ordinary people, unleashing their most primal evil. Such people could no longer be called human, they were nothing more than a group of beasts driven by desire. They posed an even greater threat to humanity than monsters. This was also why Zhao Shuang sought to eradicate them completely. After killing these men, Zhao Shuang rummaged through the pockets of the Flying Tiger ability team members. Sure enough, he found a considerable amount of women's underwear, of all kinds and styles. There was even a severed woman's hand. It was clear that the person who collected this hand had some peculiar obsession. Upon seeing what Zhao Shuang had uncovered, the members of the Nirvana ability team began to speculate. Especially Zhang Qian and Yin Xing, who spat several times at the pile of headless corpses. Alright, just a bunch of soulless scum. Don't take it to heart, let's continue on our way. The capital is in urgent need of our help, Zhao Shuang said as he took the lead again. Inside the capital base, there was the severely injured human war god Feng Xiaoyang. He was the hope for the future of all humanity. They had to save him. The members of the Nirvana ability team set off again, continuing their stealthy advance. As they got closer to their destination, the density of monsters increased. A horde of monsters from all directions was converging. On this location, the space left for Zhao Shuang and the others to advance stealthily was shrinking rapidly. At this moment, the sounds of battle between the crowd and the monstrous army came through Zhao Shuang's military communication device. Clearly, the earlier departing General Shan Bai, along with the Red Scorpion ability team and other ability groups, had run out of options for continuing their stealthy advance. Monsters were converging everywhere. The choices left for everyone were either to turn back or to engage in battle with the monsters, carving out a bloody path. The military communication device was filled with the sounds of shouting, pleas for help, and curses directed at the monsters. After listening for a moment, Zhao Shuang chose to turn off the sound. In a crowd of nearly 10 million monsters, attempting to save someone was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, they had chosen this themselves, accepting the task of providing support to the capital at the SSS level. Adults must take responsibility for their choices. Zhao Shuang believed that the moment they mustered the courage to charge into the ocean of monsters, they had already considered and accepted their fate. In this apocalyptic world, human life was the least valuable commodity. As they reached the end of the path where they could stealthily advance, Zhao Shuang looked ahead and saw that there was no way forward. The mountains and forests had vanished, replaced by an expansive plain. On this plain, monsters were densely packed, the sheer number terrifying. At the edge of this ocean of monsters, numerous battles were occurring simultaneously. Dozens of waves of ability users were attempting to push forward. Many possessed abilities capable of wide area destruction, capable of killing or severely injuring large groups of monsters with a single strike. Zhao Shuang spotted a statue of the thousand-handed guanyin, towering over 100 meters, rampaging through the monster horde, killing indiscriminately. Even in this exaggeratedly dense ocean of monsters, a vacuum had been created around it due to its relentless assault. This thousand-handed guanyin was also the furthest advancing team among all the groups, having pushed forward more than 10 miles. However, they were surrounded by the swarming monstrous army, and their advance was slowing down, especially after the giant statue was entangled by over 20 SS-level creatures. It even began to stagnate, finding it increasingly difficult to move forward. Yet, it continued to struggle, like a stubborn rock embedded in the middle of a raging river. Though sometimes submerged by the turbulent waters, it always managed to resurface. Aside from the team led by General Shan Bai, the Red Scorpion ability team was the most aggressive and farthest advancing. Led by their captain, Sheng Rong, who transformed into a 20-meter-tall Crimson Queen Scorpion, they charged ahead. Coupled with the excellent ability equipment Zhao Shuang had crafted for them, they carved out a bloody path, having advanced nearly 10 miles and continuing their unstoppable momentum. They even seemed to be on the verge of surpassing General Shan Bai's team, gaining ground. This highlighted the difference between having ability equipment and not having it. Additionally, within the Red Scorpion ability team, there was the presence of Shui Lingniao, an SS-level healer who could withstand damage, fight, and heal, with almost no apparent weaknesses. However, among the monstrous army, the one thing in abundance was monsters. Powerful monsters were everywhere. The strong momentum of the Red Scorpion ability team quickly attracted the attention of numerous formidable SS-level creatures. As more and more SS-level beings focused on them, they were surrounded and their advance slowed significantly. They were nearly at a standstill, just like General Shan Bai's team, trapped in place. In stark contrast to the two powerful teams, other ability groups were almost entirely pushed back by the ocean of monsters. Not only was advancing difficult, but survival was also a challenge. Several weaker ability teams were completely annihilated. Just now, the military communication device was filled with cries for help, shouts, and curses. Almost all of them came from the members of the ability group. At this moment, Zhao Shuang took out the military map and glanced at it. It showed that there were still 41 miles to the destination. If they broke through with all their might and moved at full speed, they should be able to end the battle and reach the destination within half an hour. Next, it's going to be a tough fight. Xianxian, unleash your abilities with all your strength. Everyone, charge with me. Let's carve a bloody path. Boss, you take charge of directing everyone. I'll just focus on fighting, Zhao Shuang said, as he unleashed the various abilities he had just copied. He charged out at the forefront. At the same time, Zhang Xian's SS talent ability, the flourishing rain of light, fell upon him, causing Zhao Shuang's physique to rapidly grow larger. Kill, the members of the Nirvana ability group shouted, following closely behind him as they charged out. The members of the Nirvana ability group followed Zhao Shuang into the sea of monsters without hesitation. At this moment, the powerful monsters had mostly been drawn away by General Shan Bai and the Red Scorpion ability group. What remained on the outskirts were mostly soldier-level and private-level small karami, which were no match for the members of the Nirvana ability group, often falling in an instant upon encounter. Zhao Shuang led the charge, even creating a vacuum zone as he fought through. Ult 4, extend your abilities. Long arms and legs are perfect for collecting crystal cores. I have a task for you. You are responsible for collecting crystal cores. Prioritize giving the collected cores to Zhang Qian and Lu Xiaoren to enhance their ability levels. We are facing an army of nearly 10 million monsters. There are too many monsters, and anything could happen. We should fight to sustain our fight, focusing on increasing Zhang Qian's abilities endurance. Pay attention to the crystal core levels. Old 3 said that consuming cores that are too high in level can be fatal. Only eat those you are sure of. Lu Shaoran, you are responsible for protecting Zhang Qian. Her safety is more important than anything else. And Auntie, please try to collect the spoils dropped by the monsters into your personal space. If you encounter particularly powerful beast corpses or materials, you can also store them in your personal space. Everyone, try to maintain formation and avoid chaos, especially when facing countless monsters charging at us. We must stay steady. At this moment, the boss, Meng Lingyu, was giving tasks to everyone, listing all the points he could think of. After being caught off guard by the Nirvana ability group, the monsters quickly reacted. A large number of monsters roared and surged towards the group, their numbers terrifyingly dense. Monsters were everywhere in sight. It was truly a case of fists against thousands of hands. Fortunately, the ability equipment on everyone was quite excellent, and they were all covered in plate armor made of adamantine. Even if several monsters bit them at the same time, they couldn't break through the group's defenses in a short time. This was the advantage of high-quality ability equipment in such chaotic group battles. At this moment, Zhao Shuang and Yin Chang both took action, turning the ice prison in their hands into ice barriers, intercepting the large number of monsters surging in from both flanks, relieving the pressure on the team as they charged forward. At this time, a fire-red fox over 10 meters tall suddenly unleashed its abilities, releasing a sea of crimson flames towards the Nirvana ability group. Just as Lu Shaoran was about to act upon seeing the flames at his feet, he was directly stopped by the boss, Meng Lingyu. Shaoran, wait a moment, don't rush to use your abilities. Our equipment is excellent, and we also have Zhang Qian's healing abilities. As long as you're not killed instantly, we can heal you back. Just endure the sea of fire. Boss Meng Lingyu considered Lu Shaoran's low ability level and limited energy, not intending to let him expend his energy just yet. Lu Shaoran's extraordinary ability was quite monstrous, as if everyone had been given an invincible shield. However, the downside was also evident. It consumed an enormous amount of energy. Especially when protecting more people at once, the energy expenditure became terrifying. As a result, after the ability equipment on everyone reduced the damage from the abilities, this crimson sea of fire indeed failed to instantly annihilate everyone. In fact, the damage seemed quite low. The burning damage from the sea of fire was completely offset by the continuous rain of light from Zhang Qian's ability. At this moment, Zhao Shuang's eyes instantly turned blood red and his pupils transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. S rank. Talent ability Sharingan activated. Ability replication successful. S rank talent ability, Sea of Fire Burning City. Activating this ability releases a vast sea of fire that attaches to and burns the target. Sharingan replicates the ability, usable once at this moment, with the Sea of Fire Burning City state lasting 30 minutes. Ability consumption reduced by 20%, ability effect increased by 20%. After Zhao Shuang replicated the talent ability of the towering 10-meter tall red fox, he swiftly unleashed a Sea of Fire Burning City into the horde of monsters. Instantly, it covered a radius of 1,000 meters, igniting a raging inferno. A large number of weaker monsters howled as they turned to ashes in this sea of fire. At the same time, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The red fox, with its fox-like eyes, revealed a human-like expression of confusion, as if it were puzzled about how this human could use its talent ability. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang grinned, relieved that he finally had a large-scale destructive ability. Here were the monsters, willingly presenting themselves. Moreover, it was a fire elemental area damage talent ability. Using the Sea of Fire to kill those powerful monsters was unlikely. However, using it to clear out the low-level soldier-class monsters was a divine skill. It saved Zhao Shuang from having to swing his Fangjian sword, hacking away at those small monsters one by one. Otherwise, even if he chopped until his hands were numb and his arms sore, he wouldn't be able to kill so many monsters by dawn. Now, with just a sea of fire, he could clear out monsters within a radius of 1,000 meters. Simple and efficient. Therefore, Zhao Shuang decided to temporarily spare the red fox, keeping it to replicate its ability for later use. Thus, the Sea of Fire paved the way, and the low-level, weak monsters were directly burned to death. The higher-level, stronger ones were then finished off by Zhao Shuang and the ability team. The members of the Nirvana ability team pushed forward. As time passed, everyone bathed in Zhang Qian's SS-rank talent ability, thriving in the rain of light. One by one, their sizes surged. 1 minute later, everyone's size increased by over 15 times. They all transformed into nearly 30-meter-tall giants. 2 minutes later, everyone's size increased by over 30 times. They all became nearly 60-meter-tall towering giants. The red fox watched in astonishment as the human sizes skyrocketed from their tiny forms to a point where even it, standing over 10 meters tall, had to look up. With its low intelligence, it displayed a look of confusion and fear. It even hesitated, no longer wanting to fight Zhao Shuang and the others, only wishing to escape. Unfortunately, just as it turned to flee, Zhao Shuang grabbed it. He beat it half to death and wrapped it around his neck like a fox scarf. This was the source of his replicated S-rank talent ability, Sea of Fire Burning City. How could he let it escape easily? 3. Minutes later, when everyone's size had increased to about 41 times, the effect of this thriving growth finally reached its limit. Although Zhang Qian's talent ability was still in full force, everyone's size stopped growing further. Nearly 80-meter-tall giants stood like deities among the horde of monsters. Even the massive monsters appeared considerably small in front of everyone. Even that fire-red fox, towering over 10 meters, was treated by Zhao Shuang as a scarf wrapped around her neck. With a 41 times increase in size, a 41 times boost in strength, and a 41 times enhancement in physical quality across the board, the members of the Nirvana ability team were terrifyingly strong. And this 41 just happened to be Zhang Qian's current ability level, meaning it was the multiplier for the growth of her innate ability. It was closely related to her ability level. If her ability level increased, the strength of the others could continue to rise. At this moment, the members of the Nirvana ability team felt their own power. They felt this explosive surge of strength. They finally understood why Zhao Shuang valued Zhang Qian so highly, giving her all the best resources. Because she was worth it. At this moment, the sudden increase in size of the Nirvana ability team members was a shocking visual impact, as if gods had descended to earth. It also caught the attention of other ability users. They turned their heads, staring in disbelief at this large group of towering giants, their mouths agape in shock. Is that the leader of the Nirvana ability team, Zhao Shuang, that old pervert? Isn't his innate ability about crafting ability equipment? How can he fight? And so powerfully? What a size! What level of innate ability is this? Is it a 3S level innate ability? At this time, the leader of the Red Scorpion ability team, Qingrong, transformed into a Crimson Queen Scorpion over 20 meters tall. She was simultaneously facing nearly 20 fierce creatures of double S level, almost being overwhelmed. This was also the reason why the members of the Red Scorpion ability team had been stuck in place for so long without being able to advance. Fortunately, there was an SS-level healing ability user, Shui Lingmiao, in the team. Her healing ability was unparalleled. As long as there was a breath of life left, she could bring them back. So Qingrong was not worried at all, even when being pressed by numerous double S-level creatures. She even had the leisure to use her Queen Scorpion's tail to slowly poison these SS-level creatures while utilizing her over 20-meter height to look around. As a result, she spotted Zhao Shuang, the old pervert she despised, along with his team. Their size seemed to shoot up like bamboo after rain, growing crazily. From the size of normal humans to a terrifying height of nearly 80 meters. Each one resembled a deity performing the legendary Heaven and Earth transformation spell. It nearly dropped Qingrong's jaw in shock. Moreover, the Zhao Shuang, whom she found disgusting and even a bit nauseating, had combat power that was simply terrifying. It completely overturned her perception of him. She had originally thought Zhao Shuang was just an old pervert who crafted ability equipment and stared at her legs until he bled from his nose. He had even stolen her first kiss and knew her measurements, a lewd man who could infuriate her with just a casual remark. It could be said that Qingrong had a very poor impression of him before, but she had to rely on him to craft ability equipment, which was frustrating because she couldn't stand him but couldn't get rid of him. It was infuriating. Qingrong had even considered that as long as she didn't ask him to craft ability equipment, she would absolutely ignore this old pervert. This was also the reason why, even though they had arrived together on the Phoenix, Qingrong had completely ignored Zhao Shuang. But at this moment, watching Zhao Shuang charging forward with an imposing presence, she suddenly had a slight change of heart. She unexpectedly found him somewhat handsome, and his strength was impressive. He was indeed qualified to fight alongside her. Wow, so big. And just now, it seemed like he also used the innate ability of the Sea of Fire. Isn't it said that a person can only awaken one innate ability? Could he be an exception? Has he awakened 2 innate abilities? He can craft ability equipment and also use the Sea of Fire innate ability? At this moment, Shui Lingmiao was also looking on in astonishment at the members of the Nirvana ability team, who seemed like gods descended from heaven. Her cute lowly face immediately flushed, looking very excited and mesmerized. She'd always had a weakness for large objects, which was why Qingrong, being over 1.8 meters tall, was so attractive to her. Now, this white-haired, big-chested lowly was looking at the colossal Zhao Shuang, practically drooling. That's the Nirvana ability team? Their leader's profile said his awakened ability was B-rank regeneration, didn't it? How can they be this strong? Ha 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 ha. Heaven is truly helping me. What a huge surprise. Old Luo, Old Li, Old Zhang, and Old Wan, you old geezers just wait for me. So what if you didn't run into any trouble on the way and got here earlier than our military zone, charging ahead? Look how smug you are. Now we have powerful people emerging from our military zone too. It's still not certain who'll be the first to reach the capital military zone base. We'll see who wins in the end. General Shanbai was facing an encirclement of 20 to nearly 30 SS rank creatures. He'd already killed more than half of them. Just as he was fiercely pummeling the remaining small portion, he suddenly saw the physique of the Nirvana ability team members, and they surged upwards. He watched them grow bigger before his very eyes, becoming almost as large as the 1,000-hand Guanyin Dharma idol behind him. They truly looked like gods descended from heaven. He immediately burst into hearty laughter. On the way, he had already used military channels to contact other military zones and get updates on the capital military zone. The decision to use nuclear bombs for a bombing run was made after discussions among the major military zones. Among the leaders of these zones, Shanbai's awakened ability talent was the highest, and SS-ranked talent ability. The others at most had A-ranked talent abilities, and 2 hadn't even awakened any abilities, remaining ordinary people. Among all the major military zones, General Shanbai was the only leader who personally deployed. But unfortunately, they encountered a swarm of great Xia dragon sparrows on the way, which damaged the Luan bird, severely reducing their speed. They arrived a step later than other military zone rescue teams, allowing those other old geezers to get an upper hand. Shanbai had been holding his breath, wanting to regain his lost face. That's why he had been charging forward desperately, wanting to catch up to and surpass the teams from other military zones. But the sheer number of these monsters, like an ocean, was simply too overwhelming. It was so vast that even someone as strong as Shanbai found it hard to move forward, constantly entangled by numerous SS-rank creatures. Just when he thought he might not be able to regain his face so easily, the Nirvana ability team, whom he had never thought highly of, they were even the last to sign up for this SSS-rank capital rescue mission. After much deliberation, gave him the biggest surprise. They presented him with an opportunity to regain his face, allowing him to boast in front of those old geezers from the other military zones. The rest of the ability users were all equally wide-mouthed, so much so that you could fit an egg, a duck egg, or even a goose egg inside. They were all deeply shaken by the scene of gods descending from heaven before their eyes. The divine ability of Fatian Xiangdi, heaven and earth embodiment from ancient myths and legends, had actually become a reality, appearing live before everyone's eyes, causing jaws to drop everywhere. Similarly, the monsters, seeing this sudden appearance of a group of behemoths, also showed expressions of terror and dread. Immediately, many powerful S-rank and SS-rank creatures from afar charged towards the Nirvana ability team. But Zhao Shuang had no time to concern himself with what everyone else was thinking. Excellent! My great blade has been thirsty for battle for a long time. Looking at the powerful creatures charging towards him and his team, he instantly quoted a classic line and rushed forward, brandishing his canine tooth sword. At this moment, his physique and strength had increased by 41 times, with at least 4 types of talent abilities stacking on top. His power was simply terrifying. Even double S-class beings could only be instantly killed in the face of Zhao Shuang now. The Fanya sword, an S-class rare quality king level item, was an ability equipment. The moment Zhao Shuang infused energy into it, it automatically adjusted its size to match Zhao Shuang's current physique. Zhao Shuang swung the Fanya sword, instantly slaying powerful SS-class beings one after another. The scene was etched into the minds of everyone present. In their hearts, this guy was as strong as a war god. Unreasonable. After Zhao Shuang finished collecting the spoils from these powerful beings, he led the Nirvana ability team forward, pushing through relentlessly. The small monsters were burned by the S-class talent ability Fire Sea Burning City. Those that couldn't be burned were struck down with the 40-meter Fanya sword. It was all about overwhelming strength. Even beings as strong as SS-class kings could be dealt with in a single strike. Only the rare double S-class beings, those above level 81, required him to exert some effort, sometimes needing the entire Nirvana ability team to gang up on them. But ultimately, no monster could stop the advance of the Nirvana ability team. Zhao Shuang led everyone forward, quickly surpassing the Red Scorpion ability team and General Shanbai's group. They left a cloud of dust behind as the Nirvana ability team slaughtered more and more monsters. Many of them turned to ashes under Zhao Shuang's replicated S-class talent ability, Fire Sea Burning City. A ground full of crystal cores and spoils was left behind. Old 4, Li Fan, stretched his hands to rapidly collect these crystal cores and spoils. The beings that could be directly burned to death by Zhao Shuang's abilities surely weren't of high rank. These crystal cores were definitely safe. Lu Xiaoren could eat them without worry. Those that were left barely alive by Fire Sea Burning City could be easily finished off with a casual strike. Their level and strength were certainly not high. Their crystal cores were also safe. Giving them to Zhang Qian, a general level being, posed no problem. As for those that were scorched by Fire Sea Burning City but still full of vitality, even though they were killed by Zhao Shuang, it was best not to feed their crystal cores recklessly. They should wait for Zhao Shuang to identify them first. Li Fan would hand over these crystal cores along with the spoils to Jiang Yun for her to store in her personal space. Having a space-type ability user in the team was incredibly convenient. They could collect spoils while fighting without worrying about waste. In contrast, General Shanbai's team and the Red Scorpion ability team had to balance combat while deciding what spoils to take. If they took them, it would severely impact their combat effectiveness. In such high-intensity, high-density battles, even a slight oversight could lead to total annihilation. Taking spoils could easily cost them their lives. But if they left them behind, there were several SS-class beings they could kill, worth a fortune. Just abandoning them here was both painful and regrettable. For someone who loved wealth, it was even harder to bear than being killed. However, the Nirvana ability team had a space-type ability user, and after Zhao Shuang replicated it with his Sharingan, there were now 2 space-type ability users. Not only was no bit of spoils wasted, but even the corpses of SS-class beings were not spared. It was all about I want them all. The towering giants of the Nirvana ability team charged forward, making the monster army feel a bit intimidated. These creatures, relying on instinct and lacking intelligence, began to turn and flee upon seeing Zhao Shuang and his team approach, not daring to engage. Unfortunately, the number of monsters was too great and the density was too high. There was simply no space to escape. Zhao Shuang chased them down with Fire Sea Birding City and the 40-meter Fanya sword, cutting them down. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the monster and who was the prey. Moreover, as a large number of crystal cores were consumed, Zheng Qian and Lu Shouren's ability levels began to soar rapidly. Zheng Qian rose from level 41 to level 50. Lu Shouren's ability level also increased from level 23 to level 41. He officially broke through to the general level, becoming the 3rd general level member of the Nirvana ability team. As Zheng Qian's ability level reached 50, the upper limit of her talent ability's size amplification also grew, increasing from the original 41 times to 50 times. This caused the members of the Nirvana ability team to experience another surge in size, with each of them nearly becoming towering giants over 100 meters tall. Zhao Shuang, charging ahead, was also not idle. He found a crystal core suitable for him and swallowed it without hesitation. Among everyone, he was the one who killed the most, fought the fiercest, and charged the fastest. As he fought his way through and consumed crystal cores, his ability level successfully broke through the 61 mark, becoming a king-level existence. At the same time, a large amount of foul-smelling impurities erupted from his body, once again enhancing his strength. The king level was a height he had struggled for 10 years to reach in his previous life, during the apocalypse. Yet in this life, just 3 days after the apocalypse began, in the early hours of the 4th day, he had completed in just a few days what took him 10 years in his previous life. At this moment, an astonishingly sharp aura radiated from Zhao Shuang, showcasing the demeanor of a king. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the king on this battlefield, the most dazzling one present. The only downside was that after this round of cleansing, the foul smell emanating from him somewhat affected his glorious image. However, this did not faze Zhao Shuang. He directly targeted a water-type talent ability monster and activated his Sharingan to copy its ability. It was just a sea-level talent ability, water ball technique. But for Zhao Shuang, it was more than enough. He immediately cast the water ball technique, instantly creating an enormous water ball suspended in mid-air. Then Zhao Shuang dove right into it, using his ability to control the massive water ball as it spun wildly. He took a refreshing bath on the battlefield, washing away all the filth and bloodstains from his body. Meanwhile, General Shan Bai and the members of the Red Scorpion ability team, who were always attentive to the movements of the Nirvana ability team, were momentarily left speechless by Zhao Shuang's actions. It was too outrageous. This guy was actually bathing on the battlefield. Did he think this was his backyard? While everyone else was fighting desperately, he still had the leisure to care about his image and bathe on the battlefield. We were all carefully dealing with the monsters, fighting with all our might. Yet he was so relaxed. It was infuriating. Just as General Shan Bai and the Red Scorpion members looked on in disbelief, after Zhao Shuang finished his bath, he swung his now 50-meter-long Fong sword, carving a bloody path and leading the Nirvana ability team away, disappearing from everyone's sight. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Why does that guy always make me so furious? Every move he makes me want to beat him up. No, we can't fall behind. Everyone, put in more effort. Let's try to surpass the Nirvana ability team and severely dampen their spirits. We can't let them be too arrogant. Follow me and kill. Watch my tail needle. Xingrong shouted, immediately unleashing her killing move, the enormous scorpion tail of the Queen Scorpion, which swiftly pierced through the head of an SS-level Snow-White giant wolf, killing it on the spot. On the other side, General Shan Bai was also filled with renewed vigor, quickly finishing off the SS-level creature he was already close to defeating. Then General Shan Bai led the charge, actively moving towards the Red Scorpion ability team. Now, they aimed to catch up with the Nirvana ability team, who seemed like giants wielding the heavenly law power. The only hope was to combine the strength of the two teams and move forward together. And Shang Rong had clearly seen through General Shan Bai's intentions. After a brief moment of thought, she began to change direction while fighting, actively moving towards General Shan Bai and his team. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang, having stepped into the king level and become a king level being, experienced another surge in power, with his physical abilities increasing by several times. Wielding a 50-meter-long Fong sword, he could dash over a distance of more than 1,000 meters in a single sprint. Any monster that stood in his way was either directly sliced apart by the Fong sword or knocked away by his enormous size. Some of the weaker monsters were even smashed into a pulp. Now, charging across the battlefield, Zhao Shuang in the ocean of monsters was like a lion that had entered a flock of chickens, charging left and right, with no one able to stand against him. Like a god of death descending, he struck fear into the hearts of the monsters. Not a single SS-level creature dared to approach him or seek him out for battle. Holy crap! Captain, look! How did a towering giant catch up to us? Is that what they call the 40-meter-long big sword? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! It's not just one giant, it's a whole group. A group of giants is coming after us. At this moment, a team in the underground base of the Eastern War Zone, the Demon City, was fighting fiercely, struggling to carve a bloody path forward against the monster army. Suddenly, one team member shouted in surprise, drawing everyone's attention. They all gaped in disbelief at the group of towering giants charging towards them, as if gods had descended from the heavens, their might unstoppable. Relying on his height advantage, Zhao Shuang had an extremely broad field of vision. In fact, he had long since noticed this team of ability users that had advanced over 20 miles. The moment he spotted them, a smile crept onto his lips. It was harder to suppress than an AK. Zhao Shuang was very familiar with this team of ability users. They were core members of the SSS level top force in the Demon City base, the Rose Ability Group. All members of the Rose Ability Group were handsome men and beautiful women. To join the Rose Ability Group, one not only had to be powerful and exceptionally talented, but they also had to be good-looking. Anyone deemed unattractive was outright rejected. The leader of the Rose Ability Group was none other than the top idol star of the Earth Alliance, the Little King, Niu Dehua. Not only was he incredibly handsome and easygoing, with a passion for charity, but he was also nearly omnipotent in film, television, singing, and dancing. The movies and TV shows he starred in were wildly popular worldwide, making him one of the few superstars after the global unification. When the apocalypse arrived, this Little King, Niu Dehua, awakened his SS-level talent ability, Rose C. He was a rare illusion and dream-type ability user and was also the most talented and powerful among the stars of the entertainment industry. He single-handedly established the Rose Ability Group and developed it into an SSS-level force, becoming one of the top powers in the apocalypse. Unlike the SSS-level Red Scorpion Ability Group, which had a membership of over 100,000, the Rose Ability Group had fewer than 10,000 members. The main reason for this was that one of their recruitment standards was based on looks. They only accepted handsome men and beautiful women. They did not want those who were not outstanding in appearance or those who were not exceptionally talented. They were the true embodiment of being both good-looking and capable. One of the most sensational incidents was when an SS-level talent ability user went for an interview with the Rose Ability Group. He was rejected simply because he was unattractive. The fact that even an SS-level talent ability user, a top-tier combat force, was turned away shows just how strict their standards were regarding looks. Zhao Shuang was so well informed about all this because Niu Dehua was the idol of the woman Bing Yume. In his pursuit of Bing Yume, Niu Dehua became his idol. He had been keeping track of all information regarding Niu Dehua and the Rose Ability Group for a full 12 years. In the last life, when Zhao Shuang and Bing Yuming were in Hope City, they had the fortune of seeing the leader of the Rose Ability team, Niu Dehua, in person. Bing Yuming excitedly urged him to go ask for an autograph. Zhao Shuang went over. As a B-level ability user with only a little over 60 levels, he was coldly pushed back by a member. Beside Niu Dehua, the idol who witnessed all this did not speak up to stop it, nor did he give Zhao Shuang an autograph. Moreover, the look Niu Dehua gave him was unforgettable to this day. It was a gaze filled with the indifference of a superior looking down on an inferior. It was so deeply etched in his memory, so far removed from the amiable personality rumored about him. Perhaps he was indeed amiable in the past, but the arrival of the apocalypse, the collapse of order, and the stark contrast of power ultimately changed many people and many things imperceptibly. At that moment, as a 170-level dual S-level ability user and a top-tier celestial-level powerhouse, Niu Dehua looked down on Zhao Shuang, a mere 10-year-old fan with only 60-some levels and a B-level ability. However, in this life, Zhao Shuang encountered the Rose Ability Team here. Could this be the fabled fate? In the last life, Niu Dehua of the Rose Ability Team simply ignored him and did not give him an autograph. Although his gaze left a lasting impression on Zhao Shuang, it was not a matter of life and death. Besides, Zhao Shuang was not a murderous maniac. Killing did not bring him any joy. On the contrary, his goal in this life was to recreate the glory of humanity, to ensure that humanity still stood at the top of the food chain on Earth. The most important thing was the population. Only with a large enough base could one claim dominance. Otherwise, if humanity's numbers were pitifully small, even if they returned to their peak and stood at the top of the food chain, if everywhere was desolate and devoid of human traces, could this Earth still be considered humanity's? However, although Zhao Shuang did not plan to kill the members of the Rose Ability Team, it did not mean he did not intend to discuss them a little. This was also why Zhao Shuang couldn't help but smile as soon as he saw the Rose Ability Team. Since in the last life you looked down on me because of your strength, then in this life I will let you taste the feeling of being looked down upon. With This thought, Zhao Shuang suddenly dashed forward, brandishing his Fangjian sword, instantly covering a distance of over 1,000 meters. He carved a vacuum zone through the monster horde right into the battle circle of the Rose ability team. Then, he hoisted the 50-meter-long Fangjian sword onto his shoulder. As if strolling leisurely, he took step after step towards the members of the Rose ability team, his lips curling up in his signature sunny smile. But from the perspective of the Rose ability team, he was that incredibly imposing man. Like a god, swinging his 40-meter big sword, instantly slaying a horde of over 1,000 monsters. With his enormous feet, he approached them with a thud-thud-thud that felt like an earthquake. His colossal size and overwhelming presence made everyone in the Rose ability team, from leader Niu Dehua to the members, swallow hard in unison. Even those S-level and dual S-level fierce creatures attacking them were intimidated by Zhao Shuang's aura, forgetting to launch their attacks. Leader, that giant is coming towards us. We haven't offended him, have we? As Zhao Shuang drew closer, the pressure mounting, a beautiful female member of the Rose ability team nervously spoke up. Her palms were sweating. Yet, she had faced hordes of monsters without flinching, but now, facing such a powerful and oppressive fellow human, she was extremely anxious. Should anyone have offended him, right? After all, we are not in the same base. The people who came from our Magic City base, I have already noted them all down on the Luan bird. There is no such person as that. He should be a strong individual from another military district. At this moment, the leader of the Rose ability team, Niu Dehua, responded to the beautiful woman's question. Just as the members of the Rose ability team felt anxious about Zhao Shuang's arrival, Zhao Shuang had already reached them. They thought that this towering giant was coming towards them for some reason. All the members of the Rose ability team looked up and even took the initiative to greet him. However, their greetings and friendly gestures were completely ignored by Zhao Shuang. His gaze was extremely indifferent, looking at the members of the Rose ability team as if he were looking down at ants. Then, Zhao Shuang, standing in front of the Rose ability team, continued walking without stopping, directly stepping over the heads of the members of the Rose ability team. With the Fangjian sword resting on his shoulder, he swung it out in one motion. Instantly, he killed or injured more than 30 SS level fierce creatures that had just been entangled with the members of the Rose ability team. The remaining survivors were so frightened that they turned and fled. The power of that sword was terrifying. Zhao Shuang followed up with another strike, and in total, he had slain 18 SS level creatures. Unfortunately, not a single SS level ability evolution material dropped. However, Zhao Shuang was not disappointed. After processing the ability equipment materials and crystal cores of these SS level creatures, he stored them in his personal space and continued to kill forward without looking back. From beginning to end, he did not even glance at the members of the Rose ability team. Just as Zhao Shuang gradually moved away, a voice floated back. You are from the Magic City base in the Eastern War Zone, right? Your Luan bird didn't encounter the monster flock and arrived much earlier than us. Your speed is a bit slow. The members of the Rose ability team stared blankly at the towering figure of Zhao Shuang as he walked away, listening to the mocking words that fell into their ears. Their expressions were extremely rich and varied. Captain, did that guy just step over our heads? The humiliation under his crotch? And then, he mocked us? He thinks we are slow? Did we provoke him? At this moment, a rather handsome young man, with a pale face and clenched fists that crackled, gritted his teeth and said, good-looking and from a wealthy family, he had grown up surrounded by praise and compliments. When had he ever suffered such indignity? Not only did someone step over him, but he also had to endure that guy's cold mockery. How much can one endure? The Rose ability team members, all handsome men and beautiful women, shared similar feelings with this person. They all had the urge to kill Zhao Shuang, especially since they had all taken the initiative to greet him with smiles and even called out to him. Yet that audacious guy didn't even acknowledge them. They feared they would never forget that cold, condescending gaze. They were always the center of attention, the ones being pursued, never having experienced such disregard before. Don't worry, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years later. Damn, quick, dodge. Another group of guys is coming, don't let them step over us again. At this moment, Niu Dehua, the leader of the Rose ability team, also wore a face of anger and frustration. As a superstar, he had awakened an SS-level talent ability. In this apocalypse, it was rare for him to take the initiative to greet a stranger, even with a smile. Yet he was blatantly ignored. That cold, condescending gaze struck deep into his soul, making him feel insulted. He, Niu Dehua, would remember this grudge. One day, he would take revenge. As he was about to say a few harsh words to regain some lost face, he saw the members of the Nirvana ability group, all towering giants as if descended from the heavens, following Zhao Shuang's footsteps, heading straight towards him. Niu Dehua, who had just suffered the humiliation of Zhao Shuang's maneuver, immediately exploded with curses. Zhao Shuang had managed to leap over their heads, purely by surprise, catching them off guard. Taking advantage of their momentary daze, he had directly vaulted over them. But this time, with Niu Dehua's warning, how could they allow themselves to be humiliated again? Some even wanted to take action and directly engage in battle with the Nirvana ability group. This was simply too much. However, considering that they had just fought hard for a long time without killing those powerful creatures, and Zhao Shuang had taken down most of them with just 2 strikes, scaring off the rest, they still held back. There was no need to lose their lives just to vent their anger. They watched helplessly as this group of giants followed Zhao Shuang away, and after they left, the members of the Rose ability group began to verbally attack Zhao Shuang and his companions. They vowed to return today's humiliation tenfold or 100-fold. Yet, after stepping into the king level, Zhao Shuang, with his keen senses, could still hear the voices of the Rose ability group clearly, even from a distance amidst the noisy crowd. Hearing their frantic curses made his lips curl into a grin. The grievances from his previous life had been returned double. This feeling was truly refreshing. Just thinking about how he had just leaped over the heads of one of the future superpowers' big shots made Zhao Shuang unable to suppress his laughter. Could this be considered as being a time assassin? To bully future big shots in advance was indeed a wonderful experience. Did this mean he could also act as an angel investor ahead of time? Investing in future big shots seemed like a good choice for potential stocks. After all, offending some people meant he had to win over others. Otherwise, if he made too many enemies when they all grew stronger in the future, wouldn't he end up in a dire situation? He needed to think carefully about who among them, like Lu Shaoren, was a potential stock for the future. While Zhao Shuang pondered, he continued to fight and advance. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Lu Shaoren's ability levels, as well as those of the Nirvana ability group, were all rising continuously. This battlefield, which had originally been incredibly dangerous, forcing the military to use nuclear bombs against a sea of monsters, had now become a training ground for the Nirvana ability group. While others were fighting cautiously, fearing that a single mistake could lead to total annihilation, the Nirvana members, relying on their exaggerated size and superb ability equipment, moved as if in a no-man's land. The damage the monsters could inflict on them was even outpaced by Zhang Qian's talent ability, the light rain healing. As Zhang Qian's ability level continued to rise, the multiplier of her talent ability's growth and size also increased, making everyone grow larger. From the original 50 times, it had now risen to 58 times. And since the battle began, only about 10 minutes had passed, yet they had already advanced over 20 miles, covering half the distance. Along the way, they encountered other ability user teams from different military districts. However, Zhao Shuang was not familiar with them, so he did not engage with them as he did with the Rose ability group. After all, anyone who could push through such a distance amidst nearly 10 million monsters was surely a future renowned figure. Even if Zhao Shuang had not seen them, he had certainly heard of their exploits. Of course, it was also possible that some early strong individuals had ultimately failed to grow and had perished in this cruel apocalypse, but those who survived and grew up were undoubtedly the big shots. Zhao Shuang didn't need to provoke each and every one of them. However, the presence of the Nirvana ability team was so grand, like gods descending to earth, that they couldn't keep a low profile. Even if they wanted to, it was hard for others not to notice them. After all, their imposing figures were overwhelming. Moreover, their speed of advance was so fast that it left everyone breathless. The combat methods of the Nirvana ability team were simple and brutal. First, they set the place ablaze, and those who weren't burned to death were finished off with a sword. It seemed to lack any technique, yet the efficiency was astonishing. Monsters that were difficult to kill with all their might were easily dispatched in an instant. This was a complete crushing of absolute power. Only when the gap in strength reached a certain level could such a simple and brutal effect be displayed. In a battle of equal strength, they couldn't possibly remain so calm and composed. This is what they call great skill and simplicity. Others wanted to achieve this level, but they simply couldn't. They didn't have that kind of strength. After all, Zhao Shuang, with his current king-level power, could casually unleash an S-level talent ability that turned cities into seas of fire. The terrifying temperature of that flame was comparable to the explosive power of a nuclear bomb. The only difference was probably in the range and the shocking spectacle. There was no mushroom cloud. Just as Zhao Shuang led the Nirvana ability team, surpassing all the other teams in the battle zone, carving a bloody path straight to their destination, a sudden, almost imperceptible fox howl echoed. With the sound of the fox howl, over 50 SS-level fierce creatures charged towards them. They all exuded an incredibly terrifying royal-level aura. A large number of royal, double S-level creatures were mobilized to block the Nirvana team. It seemed that the wise celestial fox was determined not to let the Nirvana members approach the base in the imperial capital. From now on, it's all tough battles. Shaoren, remember to protect Shanshan and maintain formation. I'm going in. Zhao Shuang felt the terrifying aura emanating from the more than 50 royal SS-level creatures. He spoke loudly and directly charged towards the group of monsters with his Fangjin sword in hand. Among them were those flying in the sky, running on the ground, and even some that could burrow underground. There was even a terrifying great white shark with 6 pairs of wings, over 300 meters long. Who would have thought that a creature originally from the ocean could fly in the sky and participate in land battles? Truly, in this apocalyptic world, there are all kinds of bizarre monsters. Among these more than 50 royal SS level monsters, the one Zhao Shuang considered the greatest threat and most dangerous was a gigantic willow tree with eyes and a nose that could uproot itself and run on the ground. This willow tree stood over 200 meters tall, and even Zhao Shuang, who was nearly 100 meters tall, had to look up at it. Its canopy covered a terrifying area of 1,000 meters. When Zhao Shuang unleashed his S-level talent ability, turning cities into seas of fire, and it burned on the willow tree, it was completely unharmed. Logically, plants and trees should be most afraid of fire. However, this willow tree monster showed no fear of the high temperature of the flames. It even absorbed the 1,000-meter-long sea of fire, causing its branches to be enveloped in a layer of green flames. This left Zhao Shuang feeling overwhelmed. Among the creatures infected by the X-virus, the chances of trees, flowers, and fungi mutating were the lowest. But once these organisms did mutate, they became the strongest and most troublesome existences. They often broke through the limits of human understanding, continuously shocking humanity and refreshing their knowledge blind spots. Therefore, the moment Zhao Shuang saw this willow tree monster, he regarded it as his #1 enemy and listed it as the first target to be eliminated. However, as Zhao Shuang charged towards this willow tree monster, with his Fangjian sword raised, suddenly thousands of willow branches surged wildly, wrapping around him. Faced with this countless number of branches, Zhao Shuang swung his sword to cut them. However, the dog-toothed sword struck the branches, producing a sound of metal clashing. He was unable to sever the willow branches that were burning with green flames. Just as he was about to be entangled by the thousands of branches, Zhao Shuang instantly used an ice prison on himself, trapping himself within it. In the next moment, countless branches tightly wrapped around the ice prison, making it completely airtight. They began dragging the entire ice prison, along with Zhao Shuang inside, towards the main body of the willow tree. Captain, Brother Shuang, third son, benefactor. Seeing Zhao Shuang trapping himself in the ice prison, which was now tightly bound by the branches, the members of the ability team panicked and shouted, rushing to rescue Zhao Shuang. What are you doing? What is everyone doing? Maintain your formation, don't panic or get flustered. The captain hasn't called for help. Why are you all so worried? The strength of these monsters is clearly on a different level. Handle it properly. If the captain is truly in danger, your efforts will be in vain. However, Shorin, you need to be careful. Once that ice prison breaks, if the captain is really in danger, you just need to cast an invincible shield immediately. The rare leader, Manglingyu, remained calm as the commander, directing everyone not to panic and to carefully respond to the monster's frenzied attacks. The strength of these royal level monsters was evidently much more formidable. The high-quality A-level ability equipment on everyone began to deform and break under their attacks. If it weren't for Zhang Qian's SS-level talent ability, which was continuously in full effect, boosting everyone's physical strength nearly 60 times, along with the powerful healing effect that was constantly restoring injuries, the Nirvana ability team would likely have suffered casualties by now. Just as Manglingyu finished speaking, the ground beneath everyone suddenly collapsed with a loud boom, catching them completely off guard and causing them all to fall into the underground. Sharan, quickly, use your ability. Prioritize protecting Zhang Qian, then protect the others. Faced with this sudden situation, the leader immediately issued the command. Instantly, a guardian angel apparition over 100 meters tall appeared behind Lu Shaorin. Then, golden shields appeared around everyone. At the moment the shields manifested, a gigantic, unknown length worm with a rat's head lunged at Zhang Qian's head. With a crunch, it bit heavily into the golden shield. As a result, the enormous rat-headed worm not only failed to shatter the golden shield but also had several of its sharp rat teeth broken off. In pain, the rat-headed worm rolled over violently. This rolling motion felt as if an earthquake had occurred, shaking both the monster army on the ground and the people underground, leaving them disoriented. The size of this royal-level rat-headed worm was evident. Among everyone, the only one who did not fall underground was the second brother, Wang Chang. After all, he could fly. However, as soon as he soared into the sky, he was immediately targeted by a large white shark with 6 pairs of wings and nearly 10 various strange birds. Startled, Wang Chang shivered and hurriedly fell back down from the sky. He was not the third brother who had such monstrous strength. Although Wang Chang was indeed capable, he wasn't foolish. He might not even be able to defeat a single one of these monsters, let alone face 10 at once. He was willing to fight for his brother, but he also wanted to maintain a good reputation. Even if he died, others would still respect him as a man. But Wang Chang wasn't foolish enough to throw his life away for a monster. He immediately chose to descend from the sky and dive underground to reunite with everyone. As soon as he entered the underground, he saw his companion, enveloped in a golden light and encased in a golden shield. Alongside was an enormous worm with a mouse's head, its length unknown and exaggeratedly large. Currently, each person was about 100 meters tall. Yet, in front of this mouse-headed worm, they were only about the size of its head. Its massive, unending body was truly exaggerated. Wang Chang initially thought the scene in the sky was terrifying enough. He didn't expect that this creature underground was even more horrifying than 10 of those in the sky combined. However, the only good news seemed to be that this mouse-headed worm appeared to be injured. It was bleeding from its mouth and rolling around frantically, as if a massive earthquake had just occurred. Damn, who did this? So fierce? You guys managed to injure this big guy. Impressive. Second brother Wang Chang exclaimed sincerely. In response to second brother's praise, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Shaoran. The mouse-headed worm had bitten Zhang Qian, sinking its teeth into his shield, which was why it was now injured and rolling about. At that moment, Zhao Shuang was still trapped in an ice prison. Through the gaps tangled with willow branches, he was frantically using his S-level talent, the Sharingan, to copy the abilities of the densely packed monsters outside. His previous life experience as a scout was proving invaluable. There were numerous types of monsters here, a chaotic mix. Zhao Shuang couldn't claim to know them all, but he could recognize at least 60 to 70% of them. Thus, he began to selectively copy their abilities. Now that his ability level had exceeded level 61 and he had entered the king level, after another round of body refinement, his physical attributes had increased by several times. He could now simultaneously use 5 talent abilities to enhance himself without any side effects or burdens. He could use up to 7 talent abilities to strengthen himself, but some would impose a physical toll. However, it was within a bearable range. He could use as many as 9 talent abilities at once to enhance himself, but the burden was immense, with a constant risk of bodily collapse and death. If, unfortunately, his left eye's vital point exploded, he would truly be finished. But clearly, it wasn't time to play with his life just yet. After selectively copying and enhancing himself with 7 strengthening talent abilities, Zhao Shuang once again swung his sword. Having used 7 S-level and A-level talent abilities to enhance himself, combined with his current 58 times body size increase, Zhao Shuang's strength reached an unprecedented level. His size directly broke through the 200-meter mark, shattering the ice prison. His speed also reached its peak as he swung his Feng sword. The willow branches that he couldn't cut through before, now burned with green flames, were instantly severed by hundreds. Blood flowed from the cut ends of the broken willow branches. A willow tree spirit that could bleed. The willow tree spirit, whose branches Zhao Shuang had severed by hundreds, let out a human-like wail from the face on its trunk. It immediately activated its SS-level talent ability, and a green barrier spread out from it, covering a vast area of 10,000 meters. In an instant, within this green barrier, it felt like spring had arrived. The willow branches that Zhao Shuang had cut through suddenly revived and grew wildly again. Meanwhile, the number of branches on the willow tree spirit's crown, originally in the thousands, multiplied tenfold within this green barrier, reaching nearly 100,000 branches, all twisting towards Zhao Shuang from every direction. At the same time, Zhao Shuang keenly noticed that the speed of the willow branches of this willow spirit was more than 10 times faster within this green barrier. Faced with the dramatically increased power of the willow spirit, Zhao Shuang had only one response strategy: to draw his sword and strike. The moment the dogtooth sword struck the willow branch, Zhao Shuang sharply realized the toughness of the branch. Within this barrier, its resilience had also increased by a full 10 times. Yet, he still managed to sever over 1,000 of them with a single sword strike. Empowered by 7 enhanced A-class and S-class talents, combined with a 58-fold increase in size from vigorous growth, it was not something that the mere 10-fold increase of this willow spirit could withstand. Seeing that even the willow branches within his barrier could be cut down by Zhao Shuang, the face of the willow spirit displayed an incredibly shocked expression, almost human-like. However, relying on its terrifying number of over 100,000 branches, it launched a frenzied attack on Zhao Shuang. Originally, Zhao Shuang had wanted to play with it a little longer. After all, he had never experienced such immense power in his past life or this one. He was somewhat lost in the thrill of power. It was only when he keenly noticed that his size was slowly decreasing that he suddenly realized that Zhang Qian's little girl had not showered him with her light rain of abilities for quite some time. At that moment, Zhao Shuang knew he could no longer delay. His gaze instantly sharpened, and in the next moment, his speed erupted violently. Like teleportation, he dashed several thousand meters in an instant, directly appearing in front of the willow spirit's trunk. With a single sword strike, he accurately severed the face on the trunk of the willow spirit. In the next moment, the entire trunk, several dozen meters thick, snapped. In response, the willow spirit didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was directly killed. A large amount of crimson blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhao Shuang reached out and felt around the cut surface of the willow spirit's trunk. Eventually, he found a part of the tree with a human face and satisfactorily stored it in his personal space. With the death of this royal-level willow spirit, its bestowed abilities instantly became ineffective. The green barrier covering a radius of 10,000 meters also vanished in an instant. At that moment, Zhao Shuang finally saw the situation outside clearly. the ground had collapsed and the members of the Nirvana ability group had all disappeared. This startled Zhao Shuang. Dad, Mom, Qianqian, second brother. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs and rushed towards the underground. By the time he reached the underground and saw the people protected by the Holy Guardian ability shield, as well as the situation below, his earlier voice slowly echoed back. At this moment, under the enhancement of 7 strengthening abilities, Zhao Shuang's speed was already several times that of sound propagation. He had the capital to compete with Lu Man, who was known as one of the fastest humans. At this time, Zhang Qian's light rain fell on Zhao Shuang again, stabilizing his size. He no longer shrank. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang also saw the enormous, terrifying rat-headed earthworm. It was now looking furiously at the people covered by the golden shield with an expression that seemed to want to bite but was afraid of hurting its teeth. The golden shield was simply too hard. It was so hard that it couldn't find a way to bite through, leaving it helpless against the group. However, at this moment, Lu Sharin's forehead was already sweating again, looking as if his energy was about to be exhausted. His SS-class talent ability, Holy Guardian, was good in every way. The only drawback was its enormous energy consumption. After all, invincibility always comes at a price. Each time he used this ability on another person, the energy consumption doubled. However, it wasn't additive like Zhang Qian's ability to increase size. For example, with a height of 1 meter, a 50-fold size increase would be 50 meters. After all, it was a group enhancement effect, and the addition was already quite monstrous. Lu Shaoran's extraordinary ability, Divine Guardian, consumed energy exponentially. With each additional person it was used on, it truly doubled, increasing at an exponential rate. So, with the golden shield enveloping everyone, it wasn't long before sweat appeared on his forehead. Just then, he noticed another individual descending without a golden shield. The mouse-headed, worm-like creature turned its head to glance at Lu Shaoran. When second brother Wang Chang had come down earlier, it had lunged at him, intending to bite him to death. However, just as it was about to strike, another golden shield had enveloped Wang Chang, causing it to break a few of its teeth and roll around in pain. This time, the mouse-headed worm had learned its lesson. It first glanced at Lu Shaoran, the one with the shield. After realizing Lu Shaoran was unresponsive, it quickly darted over to Zhao Shuang's side and lunged to bite her. But halfway through, it hesitated, fearing another sudden appearance of a golden shield that would send it rolling in agony. Again, just as Lu Shaoran was about to shield Zhao Shuang, she moved in an instant. With her canine sword, she slashed out. In an instant, the enormous mouse-headed worm's head was cleaved in two by Zhao Shuang's strike. Not only its head, but the sword energy Zhao Shuang unleashed sliced through the entire massive body of the mouse-headed worm, severing it in half. It died instantly, unable to survive. After dealing with the mouse-headed worm, Zhao Shuang collected her spoils and vanished, charging towards the more than 50 royal-grade SS level creatures. It was only after Zhao Shuang had been gone for a while that the members of the Nirvana ability team snapped out of their shock. Wow, so strong. The captain is so strong. And so handsome. Absolutely stunning. At that moment, Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with stars as she spoke dreamily. In that instant, she finally had a concrete understanding of the term heroic figure. The mouse-headed worm, which had once seemed overwhelmingly powerful and godlike to her, was effortlessly defeated by the captain with a single strike. How could one person be this handsome? And she wasn't the only one swooning. Zhang Qian and a group of girls were equally mesmerized by Zhao Shuang's recent display. The boys were no exception, all sharing the same thoughts. Is the captain a sword immortal? He's impressive. They gave Zhao Shuang the highest recognition a man could receive. You're impressive. Meanwhile, both mom and dad were equally astonished, shocked by the unreasonable strength of their son. When the members of the Nirvana ability team finally regained their composure after witnessing Zhao Shuang's strike and emerged from underground, they found that Zhao Shuang had already slain all 50+ royal grade SS level creatures. He had even collected their materials and spoils. Unfortunately, despite killing so many SS level creatures, none had dropped a single SS level ability evolution material. Zhao Shuang only felt a twinge of regret, lamenting his luck. After all, in his previous life, someone who worked in the task hall had specifically calculated that, on average, it took about 10,000 tasks related to SS level creatures to yield one SS level ability evolution material. That meant a 1 in 10,000 chance. This was also why, when the fire-winged Flying Tiger had dropped an SS level ability evolution material, Zhao Shuang's heart had skipped a beat. Hitting that 1 in 10,000 chance was pure luck. It was normal to kill SS level creatures and not receive anything in return. So, in this battle, Zhao Shuang had already killed over 100 SS level creatures without a single SS level ability evolution material dropping, yet he remained calm, showing no signs of discouragement. After all, it was only the early hours of the 4th day since the apocalypse had begun. The road ahead was still long, and there would be plenty of time and opportunities. He would always be able to gather the materials needed for the evolution of his Sharingan. Why did it take you so long to come up? The battle is over. Alright, let's continue on our way. We will definitely be the first team to reach our destination, Zhao Shuang said to everyone, once again using his S-class talent ability Fire Sea Burning City to clear the path. The operation of the dog-tooth sword finishing off the enemies. The fiery red fox, which had been severely injured and was now draped around his neck like a fox fur scarf, witnessed Zhao Shuang's power throughout the entire process. After he had slain over 50 royal-level creatures that were far stronger than it, despair and fear filled its beautiful fox eyes. Aside from continuing to play dead, it didn't dare to move an inch. The towering giants of the Nirvana ability group continued to advance towards their destination. Meanwhile, in the distance, at the underground construction base of the Imperial Capital Military District, they were originally under siege by a horde of monsters and numerous royal-level double S-class creatures. With heavy casualties and on the verge of collapse, suddenly more than half of the powerful royal-level creatures turned and fled. This left the person in charge of the Imperial Capital Military District and the Tactical Command Center utterly confused. However, the pressure on the human base suddenly dropped, allowing them to launch a fierce counterattack. At the same time, the person in charge forcibly ordered the severely injured SSS-class ability user, Feng Xiaoyang, to rest despite still fighting on the front lines. He also arranged for an ability user with healing talents to take care of him. Uncle Lu, even in the apocalypse, you still want to pressure me with military orders. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. I won't die. I know what I'm doing. The number of deceased ability users in the base has already exceeded 60%. I have no reason to retreat. I can't just think my life matters while others don't, right? Look at Sister Huanyan's face. She doesn't look like she has any energy left at all. Her energy must have been exhausted in the recent battle while saving the soldiers. I can't let you exploit her just because she's your daughter. I absolutely disagree. She is my goddess. And dawn is just around the corner. As long as we can hold on until dawn, the monsters' attributes will drop significantly. Even if the rescue teams from other military districts don't show up, we can still make it through. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyang had a buzz cut and his handsome features wore a sunlit yet weary smile. His resolute profile, however, was marred by a pale face devoid of any color. Clearly, his injuries were not as light as he claimed. The mysterious royal-level figure had struck him hard during the ambush, clearly aiming to take his life. If it weren't for his childhood friend, Lu Man, being right beside him and carrying him away, he would have likely died at the hands of that mysterious person. Alright, stop being dramatic. What else can you do besides run your mouth? Your life is on the line, and you're worried about whether I have the energy to activate my abilities? You talk a good game about me being your goddess, but when it comes down to it, you get scared if someone really wants to marry you. Feng Xiaoyang, you're just a coward. A big fool. Lu Huanyan, a goddess-level beauty in the military, looked at Feng Xiaoyang's smiling face with an impulse to take off her high heels and smash them into his face. At the same time, her heart ached for him. This big boy she had loved for many years still dared not face her and respond to her affections. Huanyan, Lu Man is a good man worth entrusting your life to. He loves you so much. He has been pursuing you for nearly 10 years. Lu Man is my brother. We grew up together. And now he has saved my life. Enough. I don't want to hear your twisted reasoning. I have no feelings for Lu Man, no spark. If you insist on pushing me away, then don't go around saying I'm your goddess. I'd rather embed these high heels in your face. Ahem. As an elder, I shouldn't interfere in the romantic matters of you young people. But now, with the great enemy at hand and the crisis not yet resolved, this is not the time for such discussions. Xiaoyang, you should follow Huanyan to treat the injuries while the pressure has suddenly eased. I'll hold your position, uncle. Lu will manage that, right? At this moment, General Lu coughed a few times, interrupting the conversation between the two. The young man's emotional entanglements were quite interesting, but this was not the time for gossip. He could find his daughter later to inquire more. Watching the two depart, General Lu couldn't help but chuckle and sigh. Being young is wonderful. It's just that this damn apocalypse has suddenly descended upon us. In this chaotic era, they were born into this time. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? An age where humanity, conscience, morality, and law are collapsing, or perhaps have already collapsed. A time where desires are released to the extreme. Where power dominates everything. Love is such a luxurious word. At that moment, the faint sound of a fox's long howl echoed again, clearly reaching General Lu's ears. That fox's call must be the mastermind behind the extermination of our military district base in the capital. What kind of old fox are you? I really want to have a go with you. It's just a pity that this is no longer the era for us old folks. Ultimately, it will be those young ones who replace humanity and face you. We old bones, having failed to awaken our abilities, are probably useless in this apocalypse. Listening to the fox's long howl, General Lu muttered to himself in a somewhat despondent manner. With the arrival of the apocalypse, as a general, he was about to exit the stage in such a muddled way. He had become an existence ruthlessly abandoned by the times. And as the fox's long howl sounded again, the previously slowing monster army suddenly launched a fierce attack once more, displaying a relentless determination. General Lu immediately drew his sidearm, preparing to stand his ground for one last stand, and charge out to kill the enemy. He absolutely could not back down from taking Xiaoyan's position. When he charged out with the body of an ordinary person, holding a pistol, he was resolved to die. After all, he had to leave the chance of survival to the young, right? As he burst out of the underground fortification, he happened to see the pale light of dawn on the horizon. It was a glimmer of the first light of day. The sky was about to brighten. At the same time, he also saw a group of towering giants bathing in the rosy glow, descending from the sky like deities, rapidly charging towards him. Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived. Great, we are saved. Are they gods? Has heaven sent down deities to rescue us? May heaven bless Huaxia! The excited shouts from those nearby reached General Lu's ears, making him realize that what he saw was not an illusion. Reinforcements had truly arrived. Real deities descending from the heavens. What General Lu did not know was that just moments ago, the pressure from the monster army attacking the military district base had suddenly decreased. More than half of the royal-class SS-level fierce creatures had turned to leave, heading straight for this group of towering giants. Meanwhile, the monster army was frantically attacking, storming the military district base. The main reason for this mad assault was that this group of towering giants was about to arrive. Dawn was also approaching. This was the last chance for the nearly 10 million monsters to capture the military district base. If they missed it, all their efforts from that night would be in vain. As Zhao Shuang led the Nirvana ability team, they charged in like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. At that moment, the ability users defending the military district base finally saw a glimmer of hope for survival. They saw the possibility of living on. Suddenly, amidst the cheers and exclamations, they erupted with astonishing combat power, managing to withstand the monster's most frenzied final counterattack. They noticed Zhao Shuang and the group of giants charging in like a raging tide. Immediately, many SS-level biological royal entities attempted to turn around to stop Zhao Shuang and the others from approaching. However, at this moment, the faint sound of a fox's long howl became urgent and clear. The monsters that had been controlled by this fox's howl seemed hypnotized at this moment. As their eyes turned blood red, their bodies doubled in size. Although they had previously been under the control of the wise celestial fox, the monsters still retained their instincts. When faced with lethal attacks or injuries, they would dodge, feeling pain and fear. But at this moment, the monsters with blood-red eyes and swollen bodies seemed to have lost their sanity. They completely ignored the attacks and advances of the Nirvana ability team, recklessly launching the most frenzied assault on the Imperial Military District base. Even when faced with certain death, they did not flinch or evade. There was only the madness of attack, with no thought of retreat. Faced with such frenzied and abnormal behavior from the monsters, the ability users defending the Imperial Military District base were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties, and several breaches were created by the rampaging monster army. They desperately surged towards the underground base, slaughtering the elderly, women, and children inside. But at this critical moment, Feng Xiaoyang, with his crew cut and bright sunny smile yet pale face, suddenly appeared. He directly used the last of his energy to activate his SSS-level talent ability, Divine Dragon Emergence, instantly transforming into a majestic golden five-clawed dragon over 1,000 meters long. He swept away a horde of attacking monsters with a single flick of his tail. The dragon opened its mouth, ready to unleash an energy attack, only to remember that he had no energy left for long-range attacks. He could only soar into the air and charge into the midst of the monsters for close combat, relying on his incredibly powerful dragon form to confront the monsters head-on. Previously, it was Feng Xiaoyang who, relying on his SSS-level talent ability, had withstood wave after wave of attacks from hundreds of SS-level royal biological entities with his severely injured body. This had caused his injuries to swing wildly between healing and severe damage. However, only he, with his 3S-level talents, could withstand the frenzied attacks of over 100 royal SS biological entities. If it weren't for his desperate support, the Imperial Military District base would have already fallen under the onslaught of millions of monsters. Now, Lu Huanyan's healing energy had also been exhausted, and she could no longer heal Feng Xiaoyan's injuries. However, she had managed to provide some treatment, and now he only needed to face the combined frenzied attacks of fewer than 50 royal SS biological entities. Feng Xiaoyang should still be able to hold on, and he must hold on. But, contrary to expectations, Feng Xiaoyang, transformed into a golden dragon, made a miscalculation this time. The remaining fewer than 50 royal SS biological entities all launched a frenzied attack against him, adopting a reckless, all-out offensive strategy. It was a life-for-a-life approach. Although one was directly bitten to death by the dragon Feng Xiaoyang and 3 were crushed, Feng Xiaoyang himself was severely injured, even to the brink of death. Just then, a rain of light accurately fell upon the golden dragon, over 1,000 meters long, that Feng Xiaoyang had transformed into. This made his originally life-threatening injuries rapidly improve. Just a single drop of the light rain had a healing effect comparable to Lu Huanyan's full-strength A-level healing talent ability. And this kind of light rain was now filling the sky, saturating the area. Such a powerful healing talent ability brought a significant shock to the 3S level talent user Feng Xiaoyang. Yo, what's wrong? Why does this National Guardian Dragon seem a bit weak? Come on, get some energy replenished. Open your mouth. At this moment, Zhao Shuang spoke, looking at the National Guardian Dragon before him, which stretched over 1,000 meters long, feeling an indescribable warmth. In his previous life, this golden dragon was not merely 1,000 meters long. It could fill the entire sky, hidden among the clouds, a true super dragon that was seen only in part. The reason Zhao Shuang felt such warmth was because in his last life, in the City of Hope, this dragon had repeatedly blocked wave after wave of SSS-level creatures, using its life to protect the peace of everyone in the City of Hope. It truly was a guardian deity that brought hope to all. The human war god, without a doubt. In his previous life, Zhao Shuang was merely a B-level talent with over 60 levels, a kingly existence that was just a nameless pawn in the eyes of such big shots. However, Zhao Shuang had once stood on the streets of the City of Hope, looking up at the dragon and his teammates fighting bravely, dreaming more than once of the day he could stand beside the human war god Feng Xiaoyang and fight alongside him, to become someone even recognized by the human war god Feng Xiaoyang. But that was merely a dream. Yet in this life he was truly standing before Feng Xiaoyang, this national guardian dragon, and had the fortune to save his life. Just this alone could be bragged about for a lifetime. When the time came to boast, he could simply say, I once saved the life of the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang. Starting from 0 frames, it would be the pinnacle of bragging. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyang, whose injuries healed instantly under the light rain, turned his head and saw a handsome guy with a sunny smile on his face, carrying a stunning woman not far away. The handsome guy looked at him with eyes full of tenderness and even reached out a hand. His hand was full of crystal cores, at least numbering in the thousands. Thanks, brother. National Guardian Dragon? That name is quite impressive, but I'm not worthy of it right now. I hope one day these 4 characters can be rightfully used to describe me. Feng Xiaoyang did not refuse Zhao Shuang's kindness and swallowed the crystal cores in the giant's hand before him. Instantly, a surge of energy filled his body. The golden dragon soared into the sky and unleashed a breath of dragon fire. Previously, these royal-level SSS creatures would dodge his attacks, which had limited lethality. But now, these royal creatures were foolishly attacking without any defense. Under his breath of dragon fire, he directly killed 13 royal creatures. The results were significant. At this moment, Zhao Shuang also set down Zhang Qian, whom he had been carrying on his back. Just now, seeing that the human war god Feng Xiaoyang was at risk of dying, in a moment of urgency, Zhao Shuang had directly picked up Zhang Qian without a second thought, relying on his 7 unique talents to enhance his powerful physique. With extreme speed, he rushed over with Zhang Qian and shouted 2 words to her, save him. That was how the previous scene unfolded. Now that this national guardian dragon had been saved, he could also fulfill his dream from the last life. Finally, he had the opportunity and qualification to fight alongside the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang. After setting down Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang drew his dogtooth sword and charged out, instantly slaying a royal-level giant python with a tiger's head in one strike. At that moment, the first ray of sunlight fell upon Zhao Shuang, illuminating him like a war god. Perhaps the appearance of this ray of sunlight signified that dawn had arrived. This meant that the monsters, whose attributes had surged in the night, would see a significant decrease in strength. This operation targeting the Imperial Capital Military District base was destined to fail. Or perhaps it was the arrival of Zhao Shuang and his Nirvana ability team, a group of towering giants, combined with Feng Xiaoyang, a SSS-level talent user. With the high-end combat power of the monsters already halved, they were powerless to turn the tide. Continuing this battle would only add to the casualties regardless of the reason. The clear and urgent howl of the wise celestial fox suddenly came to a halt at that moment. As the fox's howl ceased, the blood-red eyes of the monsters gradually regained clarity. The monsters' instincts regained control of their bodies, but they did not retreat immediately. However, their attacks were no longer as frenzied as before, nor did they carry the reckless momentum of fearlessness. At that moment, 3 beams of white light suddenly shot from the horizon in the distance. They streaked across the night sky before dawn and instantly struck Zhao Shuang, Zhang Qian, and Feng Xiaoyang. Watch out! Zhao Shuang, seeing the incoming beams, thought they were some kind of deadly ability. He shouted and immediately positioned himself in front of Zhang Qian. Unfortunately, although his speed was now much faster than the speed of sound, it was still far from being comparable to the speed of light. By the time he shielded Zhang Qian, the white light had already entered the bodies of the 3 and vanished. Zhao Shuang felt himself and found that he was completely unharmed. The white light seemed to have no effect at all. The same was true for Feng Xiaoyang. The white light that fell upon him also had no effect. Only Zhang Qian, at the moment the white light entered her body, fainted. Immediately, Zhao Shuang, quick on his feet, caught her and held her in his arms. With the release of the 3 beams of white light, the monster army, which had been controlled by some force, suddenly broke free from their restraints and began to attack each other in a chaotic melee. The scene was thrown into utter confusion. Qianqian, what's wrong? The wise celestial fox must have acted. Lu Shaoran, protect Qianqian well. I'm going to confront that wise celestial fox. Zhao Shuang reached out to check Zhang Qian's breathing and found it steady, with no danger to her life. He immediately instructed the members of the Nirvana ability group rushing over, especially Lu Shaoran. Then he directly unleashed his power to dominate the skies, soaring into the air and flying towards the direction from which the 3 beams of white light had shot. His speed was astonishing. At this moment, Zhao Shuang was filled with rage. His anger had reached its peak. Anyone who dared to touch his woman, even the SSS-level creature, the wise celestial fox, would not be spared. No matter what it had done to Qianqian, Zhao Shuang would make it pay. If he had the chance to eliminate the wise celestial fox, the #1 enemy of humanity in the future, it would undoubtedly be a great relief for all of humanity. Damn, this human can actually fly? Is it really that exaggerated? At that moment, in the mountains dozens of miles away, a snow-white fox with 9 tails, standing over 20 meters tall, spoke human words. It even let out a curse. This snow-white fox with 9 tails was the SSS-level creature known as the wise celestial fox in the previous life. However, no one had ever known that it, as a fox, could actually speak human language. After the wise celestial fox finished speaking, it turned and bolted away, showing no intention of continuing to engage Zhao Shuang in close combat. After all, it had already expended far too much energy that night. Not only had it controlled an army of millions of monsters, but at dawn, it had also forcibly controlled the thoughts of the monster army and enhanced their strength. Just moments ago, it had unleashed 3 beams of the wisdom shackles to try to seal and weaken the abilities of Zhao Shuang, Zhang Qian, and Feng Xiaoyang. This kind of energy consumption method, even for an SSS-level creature like the wise celestial fox, was unsustainable. In its view, the reason its operation against the human base had failed was primarily due to these 3 individuals. The one who could transform into a dragon had withstood wave after wave of the monster army's assaults. The woman's light rain had created a squad of giant monsters. The man wielding the 50-meter-long sword was the most bizarre of all. Not only could he unleash various different extraordinary abilities, but he also single-handedly slaughtered over 50 royal-class SSS-level creatures. He was simply absurdly powerful, an existence akin to a god of death. However, for the wise celestial fox, combat was not its strong suit. With the immense energy consumption, if it didn't run now, when would it? As the wise celestial fox fled, its fox-like eyes suddenly controlled a fox monster of similar size. It sent this controlled fox monster to the spot where it had just used the wisdom shackles to emit 3 white beams of light, making it serve as a scapegoat. After doing all this, the wise celestial fox quickly escaped, disappearing at the edge of the forest. Its speed was astonishing, comparable even to Lu Man's pace. At that moment, an infuriated Zhao Shuang also flew to the location where the wise celestial fox had emitted the beams of light. He happened to see a gray fox with 3 tails, standing over 10 meters tall, trying to flee elsewhere. In a fit of rage, he instantly drew his sword, the Fangjin, and cleaved the fox in half with a single strike, killing it instantly. This left Zhao Shuang momentarily stunned. Did he just kill a 3 SSS level creature so easily? However, the next moment, when Zhao Shuang saw the true form of the fox, he couldn't help but feel utterly disappointed. It was merely an A-level 3-tailed gray fox, not the wise celestial fox at all. Immediately, Zhao Shuang soared into the air again, starting to search for the figure of the wise celestial fox. But there was no trace of the wise celestial fox anywhere. Even as he flew in the sky, he was besieged by a flock of bizarre birds with dog heads and tiger feet. Frustrated and looking for an outlet for his anger, Zhao Shuang swung his Fangjian and dealt with the sea-level clueless birds. In the end, he could only return empty-handed and head back to see how Zhang Qian was doing. This wise celestial fox was an SSS-level creature. Countless powerful humans in his past life had no way to deal with it. Even the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, had personally attempted several times, all without success. If he could so easily resolve the wise celestial fox, it would be somewhat unreasonable. He also wondered what that white beam of light was and what effects it had. Why did it have no effect on him and Feng Xiaoyang, yet caused Zhang Qian to faint? Could it be that the wise celestial fox's extraordinary ability was affected by gender? When Zhao Shuang flew back to Zhang Qian's side, his body had already returned to the size of a normal human. Similarly, the sizes of the Nirvana ability group members had also returned to normal human size. At this point, the monster army had already left behind a large number of corpses, scattered by the SSS-level extraordinary ability user Feng Xiaoyang's dragon transformation. Those who fled slowly were all dead. The battlefield now appeared exceptionally desolate. Zhang Qian had also regained consciousness and, upon seeing Zhao Shuang return, immediately threw herself into his arms. With a tearful voice, she said to Zhao Shuang, "Brother Shuang, it's over. I've been hit by some damn wisdom shackles negative status. The effect of my extraordinary ability has been reduced by 99%. Am I going to be useless from now on? Will you despise me, Brother Shuang? Wisdom shackles? A reduction of 99% in extraordinary ability effects? That's so insane. Is there a time limit on this wisdom shackles? Does it automatically disappear, or how is it lifted?" Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, Zhao Shuang was instantly dumbfounded. A reduction of 99% in extraordinary ability effects, leaving only 1% of effectiveness. A hundredfold difference was just too outrageous. Time limit? No. The information that appeared in my mind shows that as long as that wise celestial fox is alive, the wisdom shackles will remain in effect. Damn it. I won't rest until I take down the wise celestial fox. At that moment, Zhao Shuang felt as if the sky had fallen on him. Having been reborn, I finally encountered a precious treasure with a double S-level healing talent. Moreover, I had just experienced the exhilarating sensation of robust growth, transforming into a towering giant as if wielding the divine power of heavenly law and earthly phenomena. Yet that damn wise celestial fox actually used this ridiculous wisdom shackles, reducing Zhang Qian's talent ability by 99%. This meant that Zhao Shuang, who could originally transform into a 100-meter giant, could now only increase his size by 1 meter at most, and that would only be under the condition that Zhang Qian fully activated her ability. Furthermore, the healing effect of Zhang Qian's talent would likely be significantly diminished as well. At this moment, Zhao Shuang truly wished he could fight that wise celestial fox to the death. However, when he rushed over, he didn't even see a ghostly shadow. That wise celestial fox was quite cunning. Wanting to kill it to lift the wisdom shackles from Zhang Qian was no easy task. It could be said that the difficulty was quite high. In the last life, the apocalypse had come for 10 years, and that wise celestial fox was still living well. Humans hadn't even seen what it looked like. Zhang Qian couldn't possibly remain in this wisdom shackles state for a full 10 years, could she? She was one of the crucial cornerstones in my grand plan to establish a human kingdom and restore human glory. I couldn't let my precious Zhang Qian be wasted like this. There must be other ways to lift the wisdom shackles. There must be. I was definitely missing some important information. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian lay in Zhao Shuang's arms, crying her heart out, looking quite sorrowful. As Zhao Shuang patted her back to soothe her emotions, his brows furrowed in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhao Shuang's mind. Why was it that 3 beams of white light were directed at him, Zhang Qian, and Feng Xiaoyang, yet nothing happened to him and Feng Xiaoyang? Only Zhang Qian was affected by the negative state of the wisdom shackles? The answer was certainly not the difference between men and women, but rather the level of their abilities. Feng Xiaoyang was a 3S level talent user, and in my last life I had consumed SSS level ability evolution material, the mystery of the sky. Although I wasn't an S-level talent user when I ingested this SSS level ability evolution material, the mystery of the sky must have taken effect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have experienced this unbelievable event of being reborn 10 years ago. Even though I didn't know why I didn't directly become a 3S level talent user, I did gain an S-level talent ability, SHARINGAN. Everything was definitely related to that SSS level ability evolution material, the mystery of the sky. In a certain sense, I was also a 3S level talent user. It was just that my S-level Sharingan hadn't evolved to the 3S level yet. This was evident from the fact that my Sharingan could evolve into an SS-level talent ability with a 100% success rate. At that time, I would surely be able to evolve from double S-level to 3S-level talent abilities with a 100% certainty. This meant that both Feng Xiaoyang and I were 3S-level talent users, so the wisdom shackles of that 3S-level wise celestial fox wouldn't affect us. Didn't that imply that as long as I could elevate Zhang Qian's talent ability from SS level to SSS level, the wisdom shackles on her would naturally be lifted? Just thinking about this made Zhao Shuang's furrowed brows instantly relax. In my last life, the wise celestial fox had still been living well after 10 years of the apocalypse. However, during those 10 years, although the chances of SSS level ability evolution materials appearing were extremely low, there had been a few that had manifested. Obtaining SSS level ability evolution materials to elevate Zhang Qian to a 3S level talent user was a much greater hope than killing the wise celestial fox. Don't worry, Qian. I've already thought of a way to lift the wisdom shackles from you. As long as you find the 3S level ability evolution materials and raise your ability talent level to 3S level, the wisdom shackles on you will automatically be lifted. Whether you kill that wise celestial fox or enhance your ability talent level, you will be devoted to me, becoming my woman. I, Zhao Shuang, will never abandon you in this lifetime. Moreover, in this battle, we collected so many spoils, so many royal grade double S level biological ability equipment materials. I will forge the best ability equipment for you to use. Even if only 1% of the ability effect remains, I can stack it with ability equipment to make you a useful person. I will never let you feel that you have no value. After figuring out the key to the problem and finding another way to lift the wisdom shackles, Zhao Shuang gently stroked Zhang Qian's back and said to her, "The greatest fear for a person is to not be able to demonstrate their value, especially within a team." Zhao Shuang would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. In this battle, Zhang Qian's contribution was undoubtedly the greatest. Without her vigorous growth, it would have been impossible for everyone to charge forward and reach this military base in the imperial capital. Even the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, could have fallen here. Zhao Shuang would never let Zhang Qian feel any disparity. "Brother Shuang, you are so good. I love you." Hearing Zhao Shuang's words, which dispelled the gloom in her heart like sunshine, Zhang Qian couldn't help but express her feelings and actively offered her passionate kiss. Their lips met, intense and fragrant. "There's hope. There's hope. Xiaoyang, I found reinforcements. Your injuries can be treated." The SS level healing talent ability user from the N Capital Military District, Xie. What the hell? Has the battle here ended? Just as Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian were lost in their passionate kiss, Lu Man, as fast as lightning, appeared beside everyone carrying a woman on his back. However, his speed was still so fast that even after he arrived, his voice only slowly drifted over, as loud as ever. When he ran closer, Lu Man was surprised to find that the battle had actually ended. The battlefield was filled with the bodies of monsters and humans. Known for his speed, it seemed he had returned a bit late this time. Stunned, he stood still with Xie on his back. How can you be like this? You don't even let people finish their words, just carry someone and run off." Casanova put her down. At this moment, Xie, who was lying on Lu Man's back, spoke with a flushed face. Her voice was soft and pleasant, and as a beauty from Suzhou, she naturally possessed the gentle and virtuous qualities of a southern beauty. Oh, alright, I'll put you down right now. Don't be angry, sister. I'm just a rough guy. The situation was urgent and my brother was about to lose his life. So when I heard you were a dignified double S level healing talent ability user, I got so excited that I ran off with you. I was mainly waiting for you to save him, so please forgive me, miss. After hearing the words of the beautiful Xie, Lu Man, who was still in shock from just being pressed down and sent out for reinforcements, was confused as to how the battle had ended so quickly. He hurriedly set down the beautiful Xie. "Casanova, impudent fool." Xie shot Lu Man a flirtatious glare, her face flushed. "My brother is just a bit hot-tempered, but he means no harm. I apologize on his behalf. May I ask for your name, miss? How old are you, and are you married?" At this moment, Feng Xiaoyang had also transformed back from the golden divine dragon into human form, originally intending to step forward to help his brother Lu Man out of trouble. However, upon seeing the fairy Xie, he was momentarily stunned, and then the atmosphere shifted as he began to inquire about Xie's personal situation. This was likely what they called love at first sight. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian had already stopped their passionate kiss upon hearing Lu Man's first shout. At this moment, Zhao Shuang was happily munching on some melon seeds. In his previous life, he had heard about the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, and his brothers, Lu Man and the fairy Xie, as well as a woman named Lu Huanyan. Their emotional entanglements were quite complex, resembling a legendary love quadrangle. Feng Xiaoyang liked Xie, Xie liked Lu Man liked Lu Huanyan, and Lu Huanyan liked Feng Xiaoyang. It seemed that the starting point of this story was right here. Lu Man's reckless actions had revealed Xie's feelings. However, the beauty and grace of the stunning Xie had made Feng Xiaoyang fall head over heels at first sight. It was unclear what their previous life interactions were like, but this life still unfolded as a love quadrangle. Even Zhao Shuang, a reincarnator, couldn't help but take a second glance at the drama involving the human war god Feng Xiaoyang. Just as Zhao Shuang led the Nirvana ability team in enjoying this love quadrangle, the monster army was in full retreat, and the various teams that had fought were finally arriving at the base with their spoils. Especially General Shan Bai, whose loud voice and hearty laughter echoed over. "Ha ha ha, you old folks have quite a few capable subordinates. There are many strong fighters too. We were lucky, making our way here without any obstacles. We arrived more than half an hour earlier, gaining the advantage. But unfortunately, RC Capital Military District is still a cut above. Carelessly, we took the lead and slapped your old faces. Ha 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 ha. How does it feel to have just mocked me? How about now? Have you been slapped in the face? I ask you, old folks, is your face swollen now? Does it hurt? Will you dare to mock me again next time? Today, RC Capital Military District stands tall. Is there anyone who disagrees? Step forward and let me hit you. You all are so cowardly, it's boring. Just drop dead. Ha ha ha." General Shan Bai ended his military communication device amidst his wild laughter. Clearly, the sudden surge of the Nirvana ability team had allowed the Sea Capital Military District to catch up and be the first to reach the destination for support. This made Shanbai feel proud in front of the old-timers from various military districts. General Shanbai walked as if he were floating. He couldn't even squat to relieve himself, his back was too stiff. After hanging up on the old-timers, Shanbai laughed and walked over to Zhao Shuang and the Nirvana ability team. He immediately gave Zhao Shuang a bear hug. Not bad, not bad. You must be Zhao Shuang, the leader of the Nirvana ability team, right? A talented individual, a fierce general. You really brought glory to our military district base. This time, I'm so happy today. If you all have any requests, just let me know. As long as our military district base can do it, we will definitely fulfill your requests 100%. Of course, you can take your time to think about it. We can discuss it when we return to the base. Well done, you all are great. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Don't worry, with such a great achievement. In saving the Sea Capital Military District base, I will talk to old Lu to get you some benefits. I won't let you suffer any losses. After that bear hug, General Shanbai's eyes were filled with admiration. He cheerfully promised everyone that they could make any requests. He even patted Zhao Shuang's shoulder, indicating he would seek benefits for the Nirvana team from the Sea Capital Military District. He was all about ensuring his people wouldn't suffer losses. General Shanbai came and went like the wind, finishing his words without any hesitation. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but feel a lot more favorable towards this imposing general. Shanbai was completely different from the rumors in his previous life. Zhao Shuang had initially thought he was as lecherous as the rumors suggested and had even been wary of him. But as it turned out, rumors were indeed just rumors and their credibility was low. At this moment, the Red Scorpion ability team, merged with General Shanbai's group, stood not far away. With a complex gaze, she looked at Zhao Shuang and the members of the Nirvana ability team, especially the leader of the Red Scorpion team, Cheng Rong, who couldn't help but recall the moment she had forcefully kissed him as soon as she saw Zhao Shuang's face. He knew her measurements and various private preferences regarding underwear, secrets that were extremely personal. In front of him, she felt as if she had been stripped bare. Moreover, this guy had a sharp tongue and an annoying knack for provoking her. With just a couple of sentences, he could make her explode with rage, to the point where she would want to take off her shoes and press the heel against his face. He was someone she utterly despised and wished to avoid. Yet he was so powerful. The scene of that team, like gods descending from the heavens, charging across the battlefield and unstoppable, had deeply imprinted itself in her and the hearts of the Red Scorpion ability team members. Even she, a double S-class gifted ability user, had to look up to them. Just as Cheng Rong hesitated and struggled with whether to approach and greet the Nirvana ability team, a voice suddenly rang out from behind the members of the Red Scorpion team. You go too far. You Nirvana ability team go too far. Do you think that just because you are powerful, you can do as you please and look down on us weaklings? I, Nyo Dehua, will remember this humiliation today. The name of the Nirvana ability team, I will remember deeply, and one day I will return this humiliation to you. Led by the global superstar Nyo Dehua, the handsome men and beautiful women of the Rose ability team accused Zhao Shuang and the others of their crimes while crossing over to Zhao Shuang's side. They unleashed the harsh words he had been contemplating all along. He spoke too harshly, fearing that Zhao Shuang might turn hostile and actually kill him, leaving him with no place to seek justice. If he didn't reclaim his dignity and face, leading this team would become difficult in the future. With no authority and his face in the dirt, how could he, a global superstar, continue? So in the end, Nyo Dehua still gritted his teeth and ran over to Zhao Shuang to deliver his harsh words. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, this dignified SS-class gifted ability user became a weakling. This showed how deeply they recognized the strength of the Nirvana ability team members, especially Zhao Shuang. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang continued to ignore the members of the Rose ability team, just as they had treated him in their previous life. He directly gave a look to his second brother, Wang Chang, who immediately understood. He stepped up to block the members of the Rose ability team, preventing them from getting closer. Throughout the entire encounter, Zhao Shuang remained silent, not even glancing at them. It was a blatant disregard. His attitude mirrored that of the peak SS-level powerhouse Nyo Dehua from the previous life towards him. The only difference was that the roles had been reversed. At that moment, powerful ability teams or individual ability users from various military district bases also gathered around, actively trying to greet and befriend Zhao Shuang and the members of the Nirvana ability team. The strength of this team, capable of transforming into towering giants, was undoubtedly the strongest among all the ability teams present. Taking the initiative to get familiar with them in this apocalyptic world was definitely more beneficial than harmful. After all, having more friends means more paths. Who knows when they might encounter problems they couldn't solve or monsters they couldn't defeat? They might need to rely on them. After all, no one could guarantee that an army of such monsters wouldn't attack their military district base. As Zhao Shuang looked at the ability users and teams coming to greet him, he suddenly realized they were all big shots. Many of them would later become renowned figures, even famous in their own right. After all, those who could lead a team and charge into an army of millions of monsters were certainly not ordinary individuals. As long as they didn't fall midway and grew normally, they would undoubtedly become powerful figures in their own territories. But now, those big shots and important figures that Zhao Shuang admired in her previous life only exist in legends, and she doesn't even have the qualifications to meet those formidable people. Yet, they all took the initiative to come and befriend her. This feeling is quite wonderful. To sum it up in one word, in 2 words, in 3 words, the ordinary Zhao Shuang from her previous life has now become a significant figure in the eyes of many big shots, someone they need to curry favor with and befriend. At this moment, Zhao Shuang's vanity was greatly satisfied, especially when everyone saw Zhang Xian and Yanqing, 2 stunningly beautiful women. They only praised Zhao Shuang for her good fortune in love but dared not have any improper thoughts about them. They didn't even dare to look at the 2 women more than once, fearing to upset Zhao Shuang. This is the symbol of power. As long as you are strong enough, the people who appear before you will all be kind-hearted good people. In response to their goodwill, Zhao Shuang greeted them all with a smile, engaging in pleasant conversations. After all, these people are future big shots, and befriending them is all gain and no loss. The only awkward ones on the scene were the handsome men and beautiful women of the Rose Ability team. Zhao Shuang greeted everyone with a smile but completely ignored them. She used cold violence against them, making the members of the Rose Ability team feel like they were sitting on pins and needles, ultimately having to leave in embarrassment. Even those who wanted to regain their dignity couldn't withstand the cold violence. Zhao Shuang also noticed that among these future big shots and strong individuals, there were quite a few ability teams equipped with special gear. Clearly, their ability teams also had ability users capable of crafting special equipment. Moreover, this time, coming to support the capital city on a 3S level mission not only allowed them to earn a large amount of base mission points but also resulted in the various ability teams reaping a significant amount of loot, including many SS and single S level special equipment materials. Some teams even carried the massive corpses of SS level creatures, parading them around. In short, all the capable ability teams and future big shots made a fortune. After all, danger often coexists with opportunity. The relationship between risk and reward is often quite intricate. Those who weren't very strong and chose to take on this 3S-level support mission to the capital city were primarily after the high mission reward points, and the gains for such ability teams were generally limited. Many even lost their lives to the monster army, leaving no complete corpses behind. However, for those who survived, the 3S-level support mission to the capital city started with 500 mission points each, which could allow them to live a superior life for a while upon returning to the base. Among all the military district bases that came to support the capital city, the most unfortunate were the ability teams from the N Capital Military District. Their phoenix birds encountered attacks from flocks of strange birds on the way. In fact, they were attacked 3 times by 3 different flocks of strange birds. Moreover, among the ability users from the N Capital Military District, there was no formidable figure like General Shan Bai. When facing the attacks from the strange birds, no one dared to go out alone and stand on top of the phoenix bird to confront the terrifying flock. Thus, the ability users from the N Capital Military District were the slowest to arrive. The first to reach the destination, the Moontide Ferry, was forcibly carried over by Lu Man. Even with Lu Man's speed boost, by the time she arrived, the battle here had already ended. Without the control of the 3S level intelligent creature, the Heavenly Fox, the monster army scattered like birds and beasts, quickly fleeing or dying. In the end, the ability users from the N Capital Military District basically came away with nothing and ended up acting as the laborers to clean up the battlefield. Together with those less capable ability teams, they scrambled to clean up the battlefield. Each one, despite their frowns, still worked quite hard. After all, although cleaning up the battlefield was a bit tough and tiring, but it has its benefits. It can always find opportunities to secure some advantages for itself. However, the major capable ability groups look down on those small benefits and the rewards from the Imperial Capital Military District. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shuang with smiles, they gathered again to prepare to return to their own bases. Of course, there were also quite a few ability groups that believed the Imperial Capital Military District had just gone through a fierce battle. The base personnel suffered heavy casualties, and they thought that discovering something at the Imperial Capital Military District base would be a good choice. Thus, they were willing to give up their own base's SSS-level support mission points for the Imperial Capital task and chose to stay in the Imperial Capital for development. But Zhao Shuang had no intention of staying in the Imperial Capital. She still wanted to lead her team back to the Sea Capital Military District base. After all, the Imperial Capital was the home ground of the human war god Feng Xiaoyang, and competing for resources with such a dragon destined to soar was unwise and would delay her own growth rate. At this moment, the sky had completely brightened in the morning of the imperial capital. The air was filled with the scent of blood and fire, and the earth was stained red with blood. It blended with the dawn, making it hard to distinguish where the sky ended and the earth began. Zhao Shuang, you all from the Nirvana ability group come over. I have good news to tell you. General Liu, considering you are the #1 contributor to this support mission for the imperial capital, has decided to open the treasure vault of the imperial capital military district base. You are allowed to choose one item from this vault, and of course, as the team leader, Zhao Shuang, you can choose two. This is an opportunity that General Liu and I fought hard for, so make sure to seize it. Look carefully and pick something good. Don't take anything worthless. At this moment, the loud voice of Shan Bai rang out again, cheerfully waving at Zhao Shuang and the others. Beside him was an old man with a worried expression and white hair. He should be the General Liu he mentioned. Sigh. Alright, go on. Without your appearance, who knows if our imperial capital military district base would still exist. Anyway, all the spoils are obtained by the military using high-tech weapons to fight monsters. They are all piled up in that warehouse, so take what you like. Come on, I'll personally take you there. The General Liu, who had been arguing with Shan Bai just moments ago, suddenly changed to a friendly face upon seeing Zhao Shuang and the others arrive. There was no trace left of the flushed face he had from the earlier argument over rewards. After all, in General Liu's eyes, this group of people was like celestial beings sent down to save the imperial capital military district base. The future of this world originally belonged to these young people. Giving them good things was not a loss. Thus, under General Liu's personal guidance, the Nirvana ability group stepped into the underground base of the imperial capital military district. Together, it was also an incredibly vast underground city. However, the airship carrier above this city was nowhere to be seen. It was probably the high-tech weaponry mentioned by General Liu that was used to fight monsters. The imperial capital military district was actually using airship carriers to strike monsters. That was quite a bold move. This immediately piqued Zhao Shuang's interest in this so-called treasure vault. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a massive warehouse in this underground city. As General Liu entered the password command, the enormous super alloy metal door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling array of spoils inside. There were ability awakening potions, various ability equipment materials, different levels of ability evolution materials, and even formulas for ability evolution potions. In short, it was a treasure trove with a wide variety of items almost covering everything. This made Zhao Shuang marvel at the correctness of the imperial capital military district's decision. The earlier the apocalypse, when the monsters were still at a low level and weak, the more powerful the high-tech weapons became, and the higher their lethality, the longer it dragged on. As the monsters' levels and powers increased, the effectiveness of high-tech weapons would diminish. Eventually, even nuclear bombs would only be able to clear out the smaller monsters, leading to an embarrassing situation. But looking at the vast array of spoils piling up in this treasure vault, Zhao Shuang began to understand why that SSS-level intelligent creature, the Celestial Fox, would launch an attack on the Imperial Military District Base. It was likely related to the Imperial Military District Base's use of the space battleship to conduct large-scale monster extermination. However, Zhao Shuang had no right to interfere with what the Imperial Military District Base wanted to do. He cheerfully took the lead and walked into the vault to see if there were any treasures that caught his eye. Each person is only allowed to choose one item, but Captain Zhao Shuang can choose two. No tricks or using any abilities to take more. There are cameras everywhere here. Just as Zhao Shuang's mischievous thoughts began to surface, preparing to use his personal space to clear out the good stuff, General Liu's words came to mind at the right moment. Instantly, it dispelled Zhao Shuang's idea of plundering the vault. Although General Liu was just an ordinary person without awakened abilities, he had the future human war god Feng Xiaoyang backing him. There was no need for Zhao Shuang to fall out with Feng Xiaoyang over a few spoils. 2 items would suffice. As Zhao Shuang thought this and moved forward, he spotted a palm-sized small sword. It shimmered with 7 colors of light, quietly floating 1 meter above the ground. In that instant, his heart skipped a beat. An SS-level ability evolution material. And it was a dual S-level ability evolution material of the metal attribute. He had killed over 100 dual S-level creatures on the battlefield that night, many of which were royal-level dual S-level creatures, yet he hadn't obtained any SS-level ability evolution materials. To think he would encounter one in this vault. He already had a fire attribute, dual S-level ability evolution material, and with this metal attribute 1, it meant he was one step closer to successfully evolving his S-level talent ability, the Sharingan. Zhao Shuang ultimately chose this SS-level metal attribute ability evolution material and a bottle of the most ordinary ability awakening potion. The rest of the members of the Nirvana ability group were quite clever. They didn't understand which items were good or bad, but Captain Zhao Shuang did, so they all sought his opinion. In the end, they all took relatively rare dual S-level ability equipment materials or formulas for ability evolution potions, nearly emptying the vault of its good items. Seeing everyone so savvy, specifically picking the good ones, General Shanbai's face blossomed with joy. It turned out that the monsters General Lu had hunted down for several days with the space battleship had all been a gift for his military district. How could he not be happy? General Lu was also a broad-minded person who could play alone, and he kept his word. He didn't backtrack just because Zhao Shuang and the others took all the good items. Instead, he happily let everyone leave with their loot. General Lu, right? This bottle of ability awakening potion is my humble tribute to you. Drink it and it might have miraculous effects. Seeing General Lu keep his promise, Zhao Shuang didn't regret taking the SS-level ability evolution material. He immediately handed the ability awakening potion he was holding over to General Lu. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, this General Lu had awakened an A-level talent ability after drinking a bottle of ability awakening potion, transforming from an ordinary person into an ability user. Then the news spread, and the surviving humans learned that the light blue potion that monsters occasionally dropped had the effect of awakening abilities in ordinary people. Thus, it was named the Ability Awakening Potion. The reason Zhao Shuang chose this bottle of Ability Awakening Potion as his second item and decided to hand it to General Lu at this moment was that General Lu's quality of keeping his word earned Zhao Shuang's recognition. Secondly, he also had the intention of befriending General Lu. He was waiting for General Lu to discover the use of the Ability Awakening Potion on his own and for Zhao Shuang to personally hand it to him, explaining its purpose. That was a different matter altogether. What? Zhao Shuang, you say this light blue potion is the Ability Awakening Potion? Literally, it can awaken abilities? Allow ordinary people to awaken abilities? Our military district's laboratory has been analyzing it for several days, yet we still have no clue about the composition and effects of this potion. You actually know its name and purpose? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, General Lu was momentarily stunned, and General Shanbai became excited as well. Shanbai instantly ran in front of Zhao Shuang, emotionally snatching the Ability Awakening potion from his hands. He exclaimed excitedly, "Shanbai, what are you grabbing for? That's something Zhao Shuang gave to me. Put it down. Give it back." Zhao Shuang, is what you said true? This potion really is the Ability Awakening Potion? Can it allow ordinary people to awaken abilities? Is it to be drunk directly, or is there some special way to consume it? At this moment, General Lu also snapped out of his daze. As an ordinary person, he swiftly snatched the potion from Shanbai's hands, equally excited as he asked, "Of course, my son. Wouldn't lie. When the apocalypse first arrived, I was just an ordinary person. Now I can become an ability user because I drank this ability awakening potion. But the success rate isn't 100%. I drank 2 whole bottles before I finally awakened my abilities and became an ability user. You can drink it directly, and it's sweet and quite tasty." At this point, his mother, Zhang Yun, jumped in to share her experience. The members of the Nirvana Ability Group nodded in agreement as they had witnessed this process firsthand. "I also awakened my abilities after drinking this light blue potion." Lu Shaoran stepped forward to share his experience as well, though he was not very articulate and fell silent after that. "So what's there to hesitate about? Since it's a gift from Zhao Shuang, I, Lu Jiangwo, will accept it. I will remember this kindness from you, my young friend." As General Lu spoke, he directly opened the bottle and gulped down the Ability Awakening Potion. In the next moment, a strong wave of energy radiated from him, pushing everyone back beyond a 10-meter radius. Then General Lu awakened his abilities, transforming from an ordinary person into an A-grade talent ability user just like in his previous life. At that moment, the expressions of both General Lu and General Shanbai changed. Once again, thank you for the gift, Zhao Shuang. I, Lu Jiangwo, will remember your kindness. However, we old fellows have urgent matters to discuss in a remote meeting now, so I won't see you off," General Lu said. "Good lad. You've given me a tremendous surprise. You truly are my lucky star. Don't worry, the credit for discovering the Ability Awakening Potion belongs solely to you, Zhao Shuang. No one can dispute that. I will ensure you receive the best reward, and I won't let our own people suffer. But such an important matter regarding the Ability Awakening Potion indeed requires a remote meeting with those old fellows. After all, more than half of them are ordinary people. I will definitely make sure they owe you a favor just like old Lu. See you later." Shanbai laughed heartily as he spoke, and he and General Lu were the first to leave. Since the sudden onset of the apocalypse, Shanbai had never laughed as heartily as he did today. The members of the Nirvana Ability Group, especially Zhao Shuang, had truly given him one surprise after another. Listening to General Shanbai's words and watching their retreating figures, Zhao Shuang smiled broadly. Initially, he had only intended to casually offer a favor to befriend General Lu, but he hadn't expected to gain such unexpected rewards. Moreover, it seems that this Shanbai person is particularly eager to help him gain benefits. Is it really appropriate for a dignified major general to be so protective? but I like it. That feeling of having someone backing you up is quite refreshing. Let's go. What are you still doing here? Let's head up and wait, Zhao Shuang said to the members of the Nirvana ability team, taking the lead and preparing to leave the underground base of the Imperial Military District. Brother Shuang, where did you get that fox fur scarf around your neck? It looks pretty good. I want one too, Zhang Xian said, staring at the bright red fox scarf hanging from Zhao Shuang's neck. Fox scarf? What scarf? Damn, that big red fox. Wasn't it over 10 meters tall? How did it get so small? A monster that can freely change its size? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's question, Zhao Shuang suddenly remembered that he had previously injured a massive red fox that was over 10 meters tall, and in order to replicate its S-class talent ability, Fire Sea Burning City, he hadn't killed it. Instead, he had wrapped it around his neck like a scarf. Gradually, he had forgotten about this detail amidst a series of events, mainly because he had faced a group of royal-level powerful double S-class beings where the S-class talent ability Fire Sea Burning City had no place to be used. The battle was intense, and Zhao Shuang completely forgot that the red fox was still wrapped around his neck. What puzzled Zhao Shuang was that when he had forcibly wrapped it around his neck, he had a height of over 60 meters, which later surged to over 100 meters. Having a 10-meter tall fox around his neck didn't seem out of place or awkward, but now that his size had returned to normal, what was the situation with this red fox? How could its size shrink along with his? Could it be a rare monster with dual talent abilities? Just as Zhao Shuang and the others noticed the fox scarf, the red fox, which had been lying quietly on Zhao Shuang's body pretending to be dead, suddenly trembled all over and jumped down from Zhao Shuang's neck, landing in front of him. It actually bent its front legs and knelt before Zhao Shuang, appearing submissive. Zhao Shuang and the others were taken aback. In his previous life, Zhao Shuang had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for 10 years and had never heard of anyone taming monsters for their own use. Yet this red fox was kneeling in a human-like manner, its eyes filled with pleading, even shedding tears, trembling in fear. It was completely in a posture of choosing to submit. Moreover, information about this red fox flashed through Zhao Shuang's mind. It was an S-class creature, crimson-tailed fire fox. It possessed the S-class fire attribute talent ability, Fire Sea Burning City. Its size typically ranged from 5 to 50 meters tall. As its level and strength increased, its size would grow larger. However, the appearance of this crimson-tailed fire fox clearly exceeded Zhao Shuang's understanding and his preconceived notions about it. This creature had shrunk from a massive body over 10 meters tall to the size of a normal fox before the apocalypse. Zhao Shuang had replicated and used its S-class talent ability Fire Sea Burning City more than once. This meant that this fox, beyond the S-class talent ability Fire Sea Burning City, actually possessed an ability that allowed it to freely shrink and grow in size. This creature was indeed an extremely rare existence with dual talent abilities, just like his own situation. Can you understand human speech? After some thought, Zhao Shuang asked the trembling crimson-tailed firefox that was lying on the ground. He originally just asked casually, unexpectedly. The red-tailed firefox in front of him was nodding vigorously, indicating that it understood human speech. This unexpected surprise made Zhao Shuang laugh. Wasn't it said that the intelligence of these monsters was low? Most were driven by instinct, not much different from the beasts before the apocalypse. Could it be that this red-tailed firefox was a mutated variety? In his previous life, Zhao Shuang had hunted red-tailed firefoxes with the dream-chasing ability team, and the royal-level red-tailed firefox he encountered was not as clever or spirited as this one. Perhaps something truly extraordinary had happened to it. It's good that you can understand human speech. What does it mean for you to be lying on the ground? Are you planning to submit to me? Zhao Shuang asked again, and the red-tailed firefox nodded frantically. Previously, it had been entangled around the neck of this killing god and had witnessed the power of this human killing god firsthand. Those double S-level royal monsters that seemed immensely powerful in its eyes were all killed in an instant by him. It was simply a killing god in the flesh, completely terrifying it. Fearing that it would also become a soul under Zhao Shuang's sword, it had come up with the only path of submission. Seeing you nod, are you really planning to submit to me? But I am human, and you are a monster that wants to hunt humans. We humans have a saying, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. How can I believe that you truly submit to me, or is it just a pretense? Zhao Shuang looked at the red-tailed firefox lying on the ground and spoke again. This time, the wise gaze of the red-tailed firefox showed a hint of confusion. Clearly, it did not understand what those who are not of my kind must have different hearts meant. Fortunately, it understood the meaning of Zhao Shuang's next words. Suddenly, the red-tailed firefox opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flame shimmering with 5 colors. This flame quietly floated half a meter above the ground, burning silently without extinguishing or emitting any heat. This was actually an S-level evolution material of fire attribute. Just as Zhao Shuang was astonished, the red-tailed firefox moved again. Instantly, a fist-sized essence of blood floated out from its brow. This essence of blood drifted towards the fire attribute S-level evolution material. The moment this essence of blood encountered the quietly burning flame, it exploded violently. Then, the essence of blood fused with the fire attribute S-level evolution material, transforming into a blood jade the size of 2 fingers, marked with a flame symbol. After doing all this, the red-tailed firefox immediately appeared listless. The brilliance and wisdom in its eyes were gone. Then, the spiritless, red-tailed firefox picked up the palm-sized blood jade and placed it in Zhao Shuang's hand. The moment the palm-sized blood jade was in his hand, Zhao Shuang felt a strange connection to the bloodline of the red-tailed firefox, as if he could control its life and death. It was quite magical and mysterious. Master, can you hear my voice? This is my life essence, and to show my submission, I have handed this life essence to you. As long as you crush this life essence, I will die. Now you can rest assured. I truly submit to you. And just as that mysterious feeling had not yet faded, a gentle and melodious woman's voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Shuang's mind. This made Zhao Shuang's pupils dilate instantly, looking at the spiritless red-tailed firefox in disbelief. What the hell? You can actually talk? Have you become a spirit? Zhao Shuang blurted out, clearly astonished. Zhao Shuang? What nonsense are you talking? It's not like it has a fever. How could a fox possibly talk? We have so many people here listening. It clearly didn't even make a sound. Oh my god. This fox has become a spirit. It can actually talk. Hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Mom Jiangyan immediately thought her son was delirious from a fever. She quickly stepped forward to touch her son's forehead, only to find he wasn't running a fever at all. Why was he suddenly talking nonsense? As a result, Zhao Shuang directly slapped the blood jade into Mom Jiangyan's hand. In the next moment, Mom Jiangyan jumped up, looking at the red-tailed fox in front of her with immense surprise. Then, Dad, second brother, Zhang Xian, Yan Qing, and the rest of the Nirvana ability team appeared one after another, all asking questions. The blood jade was passed around among the crowd with exclamations of "Oh my" and "What the hell" echoing back and forth, never ceasing. For the first time in their lives, they witnessed the marvel of a talking fox. This could be considered their first encounter with the legendary fox spirit, right? Alright, stop playing around. This thing is tied to the fox's life. If it breaks, it's game over for it. But holding it like this seems a bit inconvenient. Zhao Shuang finally retrieved the palm-sized blood jade from the crowd. This was the life essence of the red-tailed fox. He then instantly activated his S-level talent ability, the Sharingan, and copied the solemn S-level talent ability, Divine Refinement. He also copied Mom Jiangyan's S-level talent ability, the Portable Warehouse. Immediately, he took out several types of SS-level royal biological equipment materials and began to refine the ability equipment. This time, he planned to refine 2 pieces of ability equipment necklaces. Among them was a royal double S-level monster fish he had killed, which contained a double S-level ability equipment material similar to jade. It was perfect for refining the ability equipment necklace. Moreover, this time Zhao Shuang was not using a single type of material for the refinement. So, the probability of the equipment quality dropping by 1 level was greatly reduced, not to mention there was even a tiny chance of it rising by 1 quality level. Zhao Shuang was aiming to create couple necklaces, so he asked Zhang Qian what style and type of necklace she wanted. Before long, he had refined 2 double S-level epic quality ability equipment necklaces shimmering with brilliance. One for Zhang Qian, and one for himself, both in a couple style. The only difference was that Zhao Shuang's necklace was hollow, just the right size to embed the 2-finger-wide blood jade into it. After embedding the blood jade into the necklace, Zhao Shuang immediately put it around his neck. Instantly, the voice of the red-tailed fox appeared in his mind. It seemed his idea was correct. This made things much more convenient, and he no longer had to worry about losing the blood jade during intense battles. From then on, the Nirvana ability team gained a special new member, the red-tailed fox. Since you choose to submit to me and become my pet, I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Little Red. Zhao Shuang directly ignored the red-tailed fox's protests about the name and gave it a name that was utterly cliché. Unnamed. SS level epic necklace. Level 107, 87 levels plus 20 quality imperial item. Ability effect increased by 117%. Additional energy recovery of 8% per minute. Additional effect of breaking illusions with a 67% chance to dispel illusion type ability effects. Additional clarity effect, increasing thinking speed by 37%. When Zhao Shuang put on this epic quality imperial necklace, the information about the necklace appeared in his mind. Since he had used several types of double S-level ability equipment materials to craft the ability equipment, the quality of both necklaces did not drop. They were both double S-level epic quality imperial items. This was also the highest level of ability equipment Zhao Shuang had ever worn in this life and the last. Moreover, the attributes of these 2 necklaces were exceptional, capable of restoring energy, breaking illusion type ability effects, and enhancing thinking speed. Simply perfect, such an exquisite SS-level epic quality imperial necklace, and it's a couple's version with Zhang Qian. Zhao Shuang immediately named it Xuanqian's love. This naming successful. As the information appeared in his mind again, the two necklaces suddenly burst forth with a strong light, shining brilliantly together. Hey, I've already put mine on, this one is yours. Do you want me to put it on for you personally? Zhao Shuang directly handed the other necklace to Zhang Qian, grinning as he spoke to her. And no, that wouldn't be good, right? Everyone is still watching. This name, Shuang, you're so annoying. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's suggestion to put the necklace on her, Zhang Qian glanced at the members of the Nirvana ability team and shyly refused. However, the moment she held the necklace, her charming face turned red all the way to her neck. The flirtatious Shuang, you're so annoying, made Zhao Shuang's bones feel weak. His heart melted. He truly wished he could just make this little girl his right, then and there. But unfortunately, despite her always being so close to him, he had never managed to completely make her his woman. Every time he wanted to do something with her, some unexpected event would always occur. However, as they spent more time together and fought side by side, the bond between them grew closer. Captain, you only made ability equipment for you and Sister Qian, and such a beautiful necklace at that. Isn't that a bit biased? I want one too. Just as Zhao Shuang and Zhang Qian were gazing at each other with eyes that could almost spark, Yin Cheng jumped out again, protesting. The subtext was, you've already seen me naked. Shouldn't you give me a gift to make up for it? As Zhang Qian spoke, Guang Chang and the others joined in the teasing. This made Zhang Qian so embarrassed that she buried her blushing face into her enormous chest once more, playing the ostrich. Although she felt it wasn't quite right for just her and Shuang to have the ability equipment necklace, her heart was sweet, filled with the happiness of being pampered by the one she loved. Moreover, this necklace was a couple's version, looking like an impressive double S-level epic quality imperial equipment. The feeling of having something that others didn't, combined with the envious gazes from everyone and their teasing remarks, greatly satisfied her vanity at that moment. Alright, don't worry. Everyone will have one, all of you. I also noticed that during such an intense battle, everyone's diamond iron armor and diamond iron shields were basically all damaged. Don't worry, our gains from this battle are quite substantial. I will definitely not shortchange anyone. Once we return, I will forge the finest ability equipment for everyone, ensuring that you all upgrade. From bird guns to cannons, okay? Compared to Zhang Qian's shyness, Zhao Shuang's confidence was much thicker, immediately promising the members of the Nirvana ability team. Yay! Long live the captain. Captain, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. Captain, we love you. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Shuang's promise, they excitedly screamed. At that moment, the military communication devices worn by everyone also transmitted General Shanbai's voice, notifying everyone to gather and board the Phoenix to return home. The Phoenix had also been brought over by the members of General Shanbai's ability team, stopping above the Imperial Capital Military District base. Thus, the members of the Nirvana ability team hurried to the gathering point, boarding the Phoenix to head to the Sea Capital Military District base, concluding their SSS-level mission to support the Imperial Capital. As they were leaving, General Lu led the future human war god Feng Xiaoyang and the others from the Imperial Capital Military District to personally see them off. This was quite a show of face and prestige. Seeing the look in General Lu's eyes, Zhao Shuang knew that he had truly accepted his favor. With this connection, it was likely that if there were any matters in the future that required his assistance, he would certainly not refuse. This was merely a casual act by Zhao Shuang after taking the SS-level evolution materials for the gold-type ability. Even if General Lu turned out to be an ungrateful person who would deny their relationship, Zhao Shuang wouldn't suffer any loss, as he had not invested any real power into it. After all, that bottle of ability awakening potion was taken from the treasury of the Imperial Capital Military District. Moreover, General Lu had a decent reputation in his past life, and Zhao Shuang found him to be a person worth associating with after their interactions. So, no matter how one calculated this investment, it was a guaranteed profit. As the Phoenix gradually ascended into the sky, Zhao Shuang spotted the figures of the Mad Wolf ability team among the crowd. That group of individuals with their flashy hairstyles, yellow, purple, green, had actually chosen to stay and develop at the Imperial Capital Military District base. However, Zhao Shuang thought about it and realized it made sense. These guys had offended him and owed him a lot of task points as high-interest loans. This time, taking on the SSS-level task to support the Imperial Capital, the points they earned might not even be enough to repay the high-interest debt they owed. Zhao Shuang, rather than returning to the Sea Capital Military District base with no way out, it was better for them to stay and develop at the Imperial Capital Military District base. Since the Phoenix had already taken off, Zhao Shuang let them be. After all, he had initially dealt with them just to establish his authority, to deter those who were blind to provoke him. He had no real intention of demanding task points from them. On the contrary, he viewed task points very lightly. Even this time's support mission for the Imperial capital was not aimed at earning task points. At this moment, Zhao Shuang sat on the phoenix, lost in thought, his brows unconsciously knitting together. Just before leaving, he had specifically asked Feng Xiaoyang about the characteristics of the mysterious person who had injured him. The answer he received was that the mysterious person was completely shrouded in a cloak, making it impossible to see his face. All he knew was that this person was extremely powerful. Even Feng Xiaoyang, who had an SSS-level talent ability, was no match for him. However, Lu Man provided Zhao Shuang with a clue. At the moment the mysterious person launched a surprise attack on Feng Xiaoyang, Lu Man saw that his hands were covered in black scales. Black scales? That must be Long Quang's SSS-level talent ability, Dragon Scale Frenzy, no doubt. But why would that guy choose to attack the future human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, after his rebirth? What benefit would killing the human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, bring him? Zhao Shuang was puzzled, his frown deepening. At that moment, Zhang Qian, holding the spirit weakened, much smaller, red-tailed firefox Xiao Hon, came to Zhao Shuang's side. After reaching out to smooth his furrowed brows again, she smiled sweetly at him. Brother Shuang, if you have anything unhappy or any worries, you can tell me. I may not be a qualified advisor, but I am definitely a qualified listener, willing to share all your sorrows. I can sense that you have heavy concerns and a sense of urgency to become stronger, but I am willing to be the harbor where you can dock and rest. When you are tired and weary, you can come here to rest. Zhang Qian's voice was as gentle as water, causing Zhao Shuang's heart, which had been wounded by the icy rain dream and had lost trust in any woman, to show signs of softening. As the Phoenix successfully landed, this trip to the Imperial capital finally came to a perfect conclusion. When a group of ability users streamed out of the Phoenix, they immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Nearly 100 ability users had chosen to take on the SSS-level ultra-high difficulty task to support the Imperial capital. However, the number of ability users who returned safely was less than 40, only 37. The exaggerated battle losses and survival rates immediately made those onlookers, among the ability users, who had originally regretted not taking on this 3S-level mission, change their minds. They secretly rejoiced that they had not accepted such a dangerous task. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be the ones who wouldn't return. Alright, thank you all for your strong support. The task points rewards and everyone's performance are all recorded in our military's map. You can go to the task hall to submit your tasks and collect your rewards. Zhao Shuang, come here for a moment. After everyone dismounted from the Phoenix Bird, General Shanbai spoke up and called Zhao Shuang over individually. This left the members of the Red Scorpion ability team, who had originally wanted to greet Zhao Shuang, momentarily stunned, and then Chang Rong took the lead in turning to leave. Zhao Shuang was also taken aback but quickly followed in General Shanbai's footsteps to his office. I wonder what the general wants with me? Zhao Shuang asked curiously. Of course, it's good news. Here, this is from General Liu, entrusted to me to pass on to you as a reward for providing the information on the ability awakening potion. These are the rewards from RC Capital Military District, thanking you for sharing such important information about the ability awakening potion. There should also be rewards from those old fellows in other military districts on the way. Each military district is giving you 20 bottles of the ability awakening potion, totaling 100 bottles. Afterwards, we want to spread the information about the ability awakening potion through the radio. I wonder if you have any objections. Once this news spreads, the value of the ability awakening potion will soar, and the 100 bottles in your hands will also become a rare commodity. As General Shanbai spoke, he handed Zhao Shuang 2 briefcases. Each briefcase contained a full 20 bottles of the ability awakening potion. With 5 major military districts, just for this piece of information about the ability awakening potion, he was rewarded with a full 100 bottles. This could be considered quite a generous gesture. It should be noted that even 10 years after the apocalypse, this thing was still in a state of high demand, especially knowing that the ability awakening potion had a 1 in 10,000 chance of allowing someone who already possessed a gifted ability to awaken a new second or even third ability. The value of the ability awakening potion skyrocketed. The military was willing to spend a full 100 bottles of the ability awakening potion to freely disseminate the information they obtained. Just this consideration for all of humanity made Zhao Shuang deeply admire them. How could he possibly refuse? You can spread this news however you like. I never intended to ask for anything in return. This 100 bottles of the ability awakening potion is already an unexpected surprise. No objections, absolutely no objections. Moreover, I suspect that this ability awakening potion can not only allow ordinary people to awaken abilities and become ability users, but it can also give those who are already ability users a chance to awaken new second or even third abilities. It's just that the probability is hard to say. In light of the 100 bottles of the ability awakening potion, Zhao Shuang revealed a bit more information about it to the military. Really? Is everything you said true? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, General Shanbai was so excited that he stood up from his seat. His loud voice made Zhao Shuang's ears buzz. It seemed that having such sharp hearing was not entirely a benefit, especially when encountering someone like General Shanbai with such a booming voice. It's just a guess, I'm only speculating. I can't rule out that possibility. If the military is willing to give me another 10 or 20,000 bottles of the Ability Awakening Potion, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Hearing General Shanbai's inquiry, Zhao Shuang once again flashed his signature sunny smile and said, "Get lost. 10 or 20,000 bottles, you really dare to ask for that? If the military really had that many, wouldn't I enjoy drinking it myself? Still your turn. Alright, I'll have those folks in the lab conduct some thorough experiments on your guess. By the way, when we set off, I mentioned a reward for accepting my personal martial arts guidance. Are you interested?" Shanbai laughed as he scolded Zhao Shuang. This kid really knows how to take advantage of a situation. Right off the bat, he was asking for thousands of bottles of Ability Awakening Potions, and he actually dared to speak up. "I'm interested. I'm very interested." Upon hearing Shanbai's inquiry, Zhao Shuang's eyes immediately lit up. Who is Shanbai? He is known as the man closest to a god. In his previous life, his most glorious achievement was single-handedly battling a large group of celestial-level beings. Without even using his innate abilities, he wiped out those celestial monsters. His ancient martial arts combat techniques are the culmination of mastery. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a grandmaster of his generation. Having the opportunity to learn from him and receive his personal guidance? Only a fool would pass that up. Alright then, I have things to handle during the day, but after dark tonight, I'll arrange for someone to come get you. You can leave now, I have more matters to attend to. Once the other military district's Ability Awakening Potions arrive, I'll get them to you. After General Shanbai finished speaking, he buried himself in his work at the desk, not sparing Zhao Shuang another glance, nor showing any intention of seeing him off. Zhao Shuang, understanding the hint, packed up the 2 boxes of Ability Awakening Potions and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. When Zhao Shuang returned to his residence, he was surprised to see an unexpected figure. A hulking guy over 2.5 meters tall. He was also from the Nirvana Ability Team, who had just arrived at the Sea City Military District base. This was the guy who wanted to spend 5 task points to have Zhang Qian accompany him for a night. As a result, Zhao Shuang had given him a severe beating to establish his authority. This guy had also taken on a 3S level mission to support the capital. As a lone wolf, Zhao Shuang thought he had either fallen or, like the members of the Mad Wolf Ability Team, chosen to stay in the capital to develop. He never expected this guy to have survived and even come looking for him. At this moment, all the members of the Nirvana Ability Team were present, watching the hulking bear with great interest. However, the hulking bear appeared somewhat uneasy, his eyes no longer holding the arrogant demeanor from their first meeting. Back then, he had boldly wanted to use 5 task points to have Zhang Qian accompany him for a night. Now, he didn't even dare to look Zhang Qian in the eye. This clearly showed the psychological shadow Zhao Shuang had cast over him. Plus, he had personally witnessed the towering giants of the Nirvana Ability Team, who looked like gods descending from the heavens, and their formidable combat power. How could he still dare to show any disrespect? "Oh, isn't this the hulking bear? What brings you here?" Zhao Shuang immediately asked. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's voice, the hulking bear's massive body instinctively trembled. He turned around sharply and saw Zhao Shuang's signature sunny smile. The hulking bear immediately forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "What brings me here is too much to ask. I'm here to repay the task points I owe you. This is the task points I earned from my 3S level mission supporting the capital. They said I performed quite well. They rewarded me with a total of 1,350 points. I'm giving them all back to you. If it's not enough and I haven't repaid it all, I'll take on more tasks and repay you slowly." As the hulking bear spoke, he handed over his identity token, indicating for Zhao Shuang to deduct the task points inside. This left Zhao Shuang utterly bewildered. Was this guy really that foolish or just missing a few screws? Zhao Shuang looked into the hulking bear's eyes and asked, "You could have chosen to develop over at the capital military district base and not come back. Why did you choose to run back and repay this debt that you didn't have to?" No, I'm not a good person, but I have my principles. I must fulfill what I promised, whether I agreed to it actively or passively. Since I have promised to repay the task points I owe, I will definitely do it. This is my bottom line as a person." Hearing the words of the bear, Zhao Shuang grinned. It was rare to see a glimmer of light in this big guy. He remembered that before setting off to the capital, when they gathered at the central square, this guy had proactively repaid task points. At that time, he was covered in injuries, and without even treating his own wounds, he wanted to return the only task points he had to Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang had even asked Susan to treat him for free. Now, the bear looked just as miserable, even worse than when Zhao Shuang had encountered him before heading to the capital. He was heavily injured with hundreds of wounds of various sizes, some deep enough to see the bone. Yet he still chose to return all the 1,350 task points he earned from this S-level mission. In this apocalypse, when the rule of law is absent and morality has collapsed, it is truly rare for someone to uphold their bottom line as a person. Bear, let me ask you. If I ask you to give 5 task points for Zhang Qian, this super beauty, to accompany you for a night, would you do it? Zhao Shuang's face broke into his signature sunny smile as he pointed at Zhang Qian, the woman who had caused the bear to make a mistake and provoke Zhao Shuang. I wouldn't dare. Even if you beat me to death, I, the bear, wouldn't dare to have such improper thoughts again. She is your woman, big brother, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to look at her again. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's question, the bear immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Back then, he was just bewitched, thinking that as an S-level gifted ability user he had the strength and capability to snatch a woman from Zhao Shuang. But now, especially after witnessing Zhao Shuang's combat power on the battlefield outside the capital's military district, like a god descending from the heavens, how could he dare to have any improper thoughts about Zhang Qian? He just had his own bottom line and principles. The bear wasn't foolish. Then what if I ask you to give 1 task point for this top-notch beauty to accompany you? For a night? No, for 3 nights? Hearing the bear's words, Zhao Shuang immediately laughed and then pointed at Yan Qing, the super beauty, to ask the bear. As soon as the bear heard Zhao Shuang's words and saw him pointing at her, before he could respond, Yan Qing exploded. Why should it be like that, Captain? Why does Sister Qian need 5 task points for just 1 night, while I only need 1 task point for 3 nights? What makes me worse than Sister Qian? If you keep talking nonsense, I might just stay in Sister Qian's room and not leave. As the flower of Southwest University of Political Science and Law, she was unexpectedly so far behind Zhang Qian in the captain's eyes. This instantly made her unhappy. This guy had seen her completely naked, yet he still treated her with such disrespect. I wouldn't dare. I swear I will never have any improper thoughts about your woman again, big brother. If I go against this oath, may the heavens strike me with 5 lightning bolts, and may I die a terrible death. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's question, the bear immediately broke into a sweat and began to swear an oath. Big guy, I warn you, you can eat randomly, but don't talk nonsense. Who is his woman? Sister Qian is his type. In his eyes, she is just someone worth 3 nights for 1 task point. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? As soon as Yin Chang heard the bear's oath, she exploded again. She vehemently denied it, yet she subconsciously looked at Zhao Shuang's expression, wanting to see how he would react. Seeing Zhao Shuang standing there grinning foolishly, neither denying nor clarifying nor correcting the bear's words, for some reason, her mood suddenly brightened. She admitted that Captain Zhao Shuang had saved her life. Moreover, Captain Zhao Shuang was very handsome, completely fitting her aesthetic preferences, and was her ideal type of handsome guy. On top of that, her body had been inadvertently exposed to him. Coupled with the invincible strength he had displayed during battle, he was like a god of death, slaying anyone who stood in his way. No matter how powerful the monster, he could cut them down with a single sword. Her gaze was completely drawn to him. He exuded an overwhelming sense of security. If Captain Zhao Shuang really wanted to have something happen between them, she would probably not refuse. However, compared to the thoughts Zhao Shuang had for Zhang Qian, she felt like a mere transparent figure in his eyes. As the school belle and a heartthrob, it was the first time she felt less confident in front of a man. This was also the reason she was eager to clarify things. Alright, since you are a person of your word, you've sworn an oath, so I'll trust you this once. Bao Xiong, are you interested in joining our Nirvana ability team? I sincerely invite you on behalf of everyone in the Nirvana ability team. After hearing Bao Xiong's response, Zhao Shuang immediately spoke again. Ha, me, inviting Bao Xiong to join you? What merit do I have to be noticed by you, Boss Xiao? I'm more than willing to join you. Ever since you took care of me, the Nirvana ability team has become my idol. But I'm only a level 39 S-class ability user. Will I hold everyone back? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's invitation to join the Nirvana ability team, Bao Xiong was stunned, nearly causing his brain to crash. He immediately agreed without hesitation, but worried that being only an S-class ability user would drag everyone down. What do you mean by dragging down? Since you've agreed to join, we're all on the same side now. Susan, give him some treatment. Bao Xiong, get to know everyone. We're all on the same side. Now, no need to be reserved. After Zhao Shuang made this arrangement, he waved to Boss Meng Lingyu. The two of them walked off into the distance. What's up, Captain? Any orders? For this support mission to the capital, how many mission points did our Nirvana ability team earn? A full 36,000 mission points. The base is really generous this time. I thought we'd be lucky to get over 10,000 mission points. I didn't expect it to exceed expectations by 3 times. Wow, that's quite a lot. But mission points are just a fleeting thing. Strength is what really matters. We don't need to save the mission points. Enjoying life is the main theme in this apocalypse. Come, On, boss, let me take you out to spend. Spend? Should we call the second and fourth guys too? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang mention spending, Boss Meng Lingyu immediately wore a lewd smile. He had heard that after the apocalypse there was a street in the base where one could spend a mission point to have a woman for an entire night. 2 mission points could get you a decent-looking woman, and 5 mission points could get you a beauty. He had long wanted to see it for himself. Now with over 30,000 mission points he could sleep with anyone he wanted. Call them? Sure, let's call everyone. After considering Boss Meng Lingyu's suggestion, Zhao Shuang thought it made sense to call everyone. They would all go together to enjoy the pleasures of spending. Ha! Call everyone? Can women go to that kind of place? And can uncles and aunts go too? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang say to call everyone from the ability team, Boss Meng Lingyu was dumbfounded, looking confused. What kind of place? Boss, where are you thinking? You're not suggesting going to the red light district, are you? Why is your mind so dirty? What I meant by spending is to directly purchase a building for our ability team. Let's make this our headquarters. For the ability team. Zhao Shuang shot a glance at the boss, Meng Lingyu, not expecting that the usually gentle and reliable boss would turn out to be a refined beast. He was even thinking of bringing my parents along to find women. He really could come up with that. So that's the kind of expense it is. Then we need to call everyone together. I'll go gather people right now. The boss's face turned a rare shade of crimson, just like when he had used 2 basins to cover his private parts. It was the kind of scene that would lead to social death in front of everyone. He realized that the third guy was just messing with him. Ultimately, after a heated discussion among the members of the Nirvana ability team, Zhao Shuang made a decisive call, splurging a whopping 29,800 task points. He directly purchased the most luxurious 22-story building in the underground city of the Sea Military District, which came with an artificial garden. He even had the building renamed Nirvana Headquarters Building. It became the first ability team in the entire military district base to have its own building and headquarters. This building was extremely luxurious, with the 1st to 5th floors designated as office areas. It had all kinds of office equipment and even various indoor sports courts. The 6th to 22nd floors were residential areas featuring both flat and duplex structures. At least they all met 5-star standards. The members of the Nirvana ability team gasped in amazement. Even Zhao's parents never imagined that at their age, with the apocalypse upon them, they would one day live in a flat. Everyone else could choose their own rooms freely, but Zhao Shuang personally arranged the rooms for his parents, himself, and Zhang Qian. Now, this building was several times better than the SS-level Dream Chaser ability team headquarters from his previous life. Alright, we've been busy fighting all night and no one has had a good rest. Today, let's not take on any tasks, everyone should go and rest. Well, if anyone can't sleep or doesn't want to rest, they can go to the military to use their points to learn combat skills. Zhuang Yan, arrange some jobs for those companions who came with us but haven't awakened their abilities. Give them a position and a meal. After Zhao Shuang finished speaking, everyone cheered and dispersed. As they walked, pairs began to embrace each other, clearly planning to indulge and enjoy themselves again. Seeing this made Zhao Shuang feel a pang of envy, and he set his sights on the alluring Zhang Qian. This tempting piece of meat had been hanging at his lips for a long time, but he had never been able to take a bite. This time, he was determined to succeed. So, Zhao Shuang swaggered behind Zhang Qian, following her back to her room. Brother Shuang, why are you in my room? Zhang Qian opened the door and was surprised to see Zhao Shuang striding in confidently. Her pretty face flushed red, and before she could finish her question, Zhao Shuang domineeringly kissed her, silencing her. Under Zhao Shuang's intense advance, Zhang Qian had no resistance, and melted into his embrace. She let her fragrant tongue be teased and entangled, allowing his hands to roam over her body. At that moment, she was like a puddle of mud, offering no resistance or defense against him. Just as their ability gear was being removed piece by piece, and they were about to be completely honest with each other, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang unexpectedly. Hearing the doorbell, Zhang Qian, who was lost in passion, finally regained some clarity. She used all her strength to break free from Zhao Shuang's embrace. Brother Shuang, someone is ringing the doorbell. Go see who it is. What does it matter? Let's continue. As long as we ignore them, they'll think no one is home and leave. Zhao Shuang had no intention of caring. His good fortune had been interrupted time and again. This time, he was determined to completely win over the enchanting Zhang Qian, let her completely become his woman. Saying this, Zhao Shuang kissed her again. Zhang Qian also let out a softing ning and fell back into his arms once more, looking as if she was ready to be taken at will. But just then, the person at the door kept ringing the bell persistently. Just as Zhao Shuang was about to lose his temper, he heard a knock 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 at the door, along with his mother Jiang Yun's voice. Zhao Shuang, what are you doing in there? The comrades from the military district have something to discuss. Hurry and open the door. Mom saw you go into Qianqian's room. Auntie is already knocking. Brother Shuang, you should hurry and open the door. I'm going to take a shower. At night, I'll leave the door open for you, okay? You should go now. Sigh. This is really speechless. But you better leave the door open for me tonight. After getting the promise from the enchanting Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang reluctantly let her go. He let her slip away to take a shower, and listening to the sound of running water, Zhao Shuang felt like he could hardly move. But in the end, he still walked over to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw his mother Jiang Yun and a man in military uniform standing outside. Hello, Zhao Shuang, the leader of the Nirvana ability team. We have something to discuss with General Shan Bai. Oh, General Shan Bai is looking for me? Alright, I'll go with you right now. No need to go over, the general is already waiting in the office area downstairs. Right downstairs? Then I'll go meet him now. Upon hearing that General Shan Bai was looking for him, Zhao Shuang couldn't let his anger out. He hurried downstairs and indeed found General Shan Bai and all his ability team members there. Even Kong Hu, the first fierce general with SS-level talent under Shan Bai, was present. General Shan Bai, you need something from me? Yes, I do. Here. These are 60 bottles of ability awakening potions from the other 3 military districts. I've brought them over for you. Also, I heard you can craft ability equipment, so we'd like to ask you to help us create some ability gear. I understand the rules, it's an 80-20 split for the materials, right? We can accept that. Of course, if you have any additional conditions, feel free to mention them. To be honest, we are preparing to hunt down a powerful Imperial level SS class creature. We need some handy ability equipment. We inquired with the Red Scorpion ability team and they said you could help us, so we came. General Shan Bai was very sincere, getting straight to the point. Seeing that General Shan Bai had come to him for serious business, Zhao Shuang didn't hold back and directly entered bargaining mode. He channeled the frustration of being interrupted with Zhang Qian into the price for crafting the ability equipment. In the end, they settled on a 70-30 split for the ability equipment materials. After all, there were no stunning beauties like the leggy fairy Qing Rong in General Shan Bai's ability team to kiss him. How could Zhao Shuang agree to an 80-20 split? After calling for Zhuang Yan, Zhao Shuang began to tailor the ability equipment according to the needs of General Shan Bai's team. Zhao Shuang's products were guaranteed to be top-notch. The quality of the final crafted ability equipment left everyone, including General Shan Bai, very satisfied. Moreover, Zhao Shuang didn't forget that Kong Hu still owed him a drink. He kindly gifted him 2 pairs of ability-enhanced underwear. After all, for a beast transformation talent like him, underwear was the most worn out. Every time he transformed and fought, he was most worried about the issue of his clothes tearing. Are you saying this thing won't break when I transform and then change back? I don't have to worry about my clothes tearing anymore? Then can I get 10 or 8 more pairs? At first, when Kong Hu saw Zhao Shuang giving him underwear, he thought Zhao Shuang was gay and had some thoughts about him. After all, this was City, that heavenly corrupt nation, as the name suggested. But once he realized that these underwear were ability equipment and wouldn't be damaged during his transformations, he immediately asked for 10 or 8 pairs. Alright, but remember you owe me a drink, it's been 2 meals now. Zhao Shuang readily agreed and crafted several pairs of underwear for Kong Hu. Alright, 2 meals it is. After sending everyone off, Zhao Shuang looked at the large amount of ability equipment materials left behind. He simply opened his personal space and pulled out what could only be described as a massive amount of ability equipment materials. He began to refine the ability equipment again. This time, he aimed to give the members of the Nirvana ability team a major upgrade in their ability equipment. The equipment they had on them had already been damaged quite a bit during last night's battle in the capital. Moreover, the monsters the Nirvana ability team would face next would definitely be of higher and stronger levels. They would also need higher level ability equipment to ensure everyone's protection. Of course, the spoils were already plentiful and everyone's strength and ability levels could be improved. Plus, his and Zhang Qian's good fortune had been interrupted. Zhao Shuang couldn't help but smirk. If he couldn't enjoy it, he wouldn't let them have it easy either. He immediately arranged for Zhuang Yan to call people over. Unnamed, SS level epic battle armor. Level 103, 83 level plus 20 quality, imperial grade item. Physical damage reduction of 223%. Ability damage reduction of 203%. Additional stiffness resistance of 93%. Additional fear resistance of 83%. Additional fire attribute resistance of 73%. Unnamed, SS level epic shield. Level 102, 82 level plus 20 quality, imperial grade item. Physical damage reduction of 302%. Ability damage reduction of 262%. Additional taunt resistance of 92%. Additional metal attribute resistance of 82%. Additional wood attribute resistance of 82%. These 2 pieces of battle armor and shield, adorned with the Nirvana ability team's emblem and stylish in design, were specially crafted by Zhao Shuang for the members of the Nirvana ability team as replacement equipment, which he also wore. He directly named them Nirvana Battle Armor and Nirvana Shield. They were refined using a large amount of ability equipment materials from royal grade. double S-level creatures. A total of 35 pieces of Nirvana battle armor and 20 pieces of Nirvana shield had been crafted. This was enough to arm the members of the Nirvana ability team to the teeth. At this moment, aside from his parents, Zhang Xian, Yan Xing, Lu Shaoran, and Bao Xiong, as well as Zhuang Yan, the rest of the people who appeared before Zhao Shuang had rather unnatural expressions. There was a palpable sense of frustration, as if their good fortune had been interrupted. The feeling of joy being abruptly halted halfway was written all over their faces. Seeing their displeased expressions, Zhao Shuang's previously less than happy mood instantly brightened. He couldn't let his good fortune be interrupted time and again while they enjoyed such comfort and happiness. However, when Zhao Shuang presented the Nirvana battle armor and Nirvana shield, both double S-level epic quality Imperial grade ability equipment, in front of everyone, the original gloom on their faces was instantly swept away. Several even expressed their desire to have Zhao Shuang's children on the spot, especially Bao Xiong, who had just joined and still didn't know what ability equipment was. When the Nirvana battle armor and Nirvana shield were handed to him, the information about these two pieces of ability equipment directly appeared in his mind, leaving the massive and sturdy man stunned, his brain momentarily crashing. Is this heaven? I, Bao Xiong, must be dreaming. I wouldn't dare to dream this big. This double S-level epic quality Imperial ability equipment is just given to me like this? I'm just a newcomer who has just joined and hasn't contributed anything to the team yet. Do I deserve this? Bao Xiong held these two pieces of what he considered to be godly equipment with attributes that seemed outrageous, his hands trembling, showing just how excited he was at that moment. Zhao, Boss Zhao, I am probably not worthy. The violent bear finally mustered the courage to return these two pieces of god-level ability equipment to Zhao Shuang. He, who had not contributed anything to the team, did not deserve such luxurious ability equipment. Despite the reluctance in his heart, he still spoke up. Oh, not worthy, huh? I know, come to me alone later. Tell me what kind of ability weapon you want, and I will tailor one for you. And you all too, since we're changing equipment, let's change the whole set. Now that we're affluent, let's directly upgrade from bird guns to cannons, equipping everyone with the best. Zhao Shuang interrupted the violent bear's words and said to everyone, which once again drew cheers from the crowd. Even the men, including Ergo, Lao Da, and Lao Si, were clamoring to give Zhao Shuang a monkey. This earned Zhao Shuang a look of disdain. You still want to craft ability weapons? For me? You want to equip me with a full set of ability gear? Have I arrived in heaven? It can't be better than this. Zhao Shuang's words completely short-circuited the violent bear's brain, nearly causing him to lose his ability to think. He had originally thought he would be kicked out of the military base due to insufficient task points, and would eventually die at the mouth of some monster. Yet, in such a short time, he experienced the feeling of entering heaven from hell. This extreme reversal from one end to the other was just too damn thrilling. Is this the ups and downs of life? Captain Zhao Laode is his benefactor, his own patron. A soldier dies for his confidant. From now on, this life of the violent bear belongs to Zhao Laode. Whatever he asks me to do, I will do, even if it means death, I won't frown. After Zhao Shuang crafted a handy SS-level epic quality Imperial weapon for everyone, he took out a large amount of ability evolution materials of various levels and laid them out before everyone. Alright, the ability equipment has been upgraded for everyone. But one thing you need to remember is that equipment is always just equipment. It's merely a tool for us to use. Talent is fundamental, and strength is what we rely on to survive in this apocalypse. Originally, I planned to concoct corresponding ability evolution potions after encountering an ability user with a talent related to ability potions to enhance everyone's ability talent level. But plans can't keep up with changes. During this trip to the Imperial capital, we killed too many monsters. The amount of loot we obtained is terrifying. So we are fully qualified and capable of directly consuming the materials, without concocting them into ability evolution potions, gambling on that 10 to 20% evolution chance. We can stack everyone's abilities this way. So come and collect your corresponding ability evolution materials. However, there's no chance for double S-level ability evolution materials, so S-level and above talent ability users won't get this benefit. Moreover, the number of S-level ability evolution materials is limited, only 7. Whether senior sister Lu Cece can successfully evolve her A-level talent ability depends on your luck. Anyway, there are no other A-level talent ability users in our ability group, so no one will compete with you. As Zhao Shuang spoke, he immediately distributed a large amount of ability evolution materials. In this apocalypse, he needed to build a powerful team with coordinated and explosive combat power, rather than relying on a few strong individuals to support the structure. Therefore, enhancing everyone's strength was an urgent matter. Just as everyone began to directly consume the ability evolution materials to gamble on the success rate of only 10 to 20%, Zhao Shuang found a room and started stuffing over 100 A-level ability evolution materials into his mouth. In addition to his S-level talent ability, the Sharingan, he also possessed a B-level mutated talent ability. Powerful regeneration. In his previous life, he struggled to survive in the apocalypse for a full 10 years, never once considering his own evolution or enhancement of his abilities. All his thoughts were consumed by that woman, Ice Rain Dream. In this life, he finally had the opportunity to enhance and evolve his talent abilities. This was also one of his strategies for dealing with the future, especially when facing Long Quang or Ing again. The success rate of directly swallowing A-level ability evolution materials for evolution was 17%. Even though his B-level talent ability was mutated, the chance of successful evolution was 10 times lower than that of a normal talent ability. The success rate of directly swallowing for evolution dropped to 1.7%. The more than 100 A-level ability evolution materials in front of him could definitely pile up to evolve his B-level talent ability. Zhao Shuang thought this and began to swallow the A-level ability evolution materials one by one. After consuming 50 evolution materials, there was still no reaction from his B-level mutated talent ability's powerful regeneration. The success rate of directly devouring evolution materials without concocting them into potions was indeed appallingly low. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Shuang continued to swallow one after another. 60, 70, 80, 90, until he had consumed 100. Still, there was no reaction. It wasn't until he swallowed the 107th A-level ability evolution material that his body suddenly erupted with astonishing energy, instantly radiating outward from him. Just as he had anticipated, after his mutated B-level talent ability evolved into A-level, it remained a mutated talent ability. Ability evolution successful. Ability talent level, A-level. Ability power, clone, mutated. Clone. Activating the ability can generate a replica identical to the original mutated ability. During the awakening period, there is a very small probability of a special mutation occurring. This mutation is uncontrollable and may be a positive or negative mutation. Mutated ability, multiplicity. Multiplicity, the number of clones can increase. Influenced by level strength, for every level increase, the number of clones increases by 1. A level talent ability, clone, mutated, corrected to multiplicity clone, mutated. As the final energy dissipated, this segment of information was imprinted in Zhao Shuang's mind like a memory. It appeared in his mind, making Zhao Shuang so excited that he almost jumped up. The original B-level mutated talent ability, powerful regeneration, had disappeared, replaced by this A-level mutated talent ability, multiplicity clone. The mutated attribute of the original B-level mutated talent ability, powerful regeneration, was the life gate. This granted him powerful regenerative abilities, akin to the life gate of an indestructible cockroach, but it was also his fatal weakness. Once the life gate was destroyed, his abilities would become ineffective, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. Zhao Shuang was unsure whether this mutation of the life gate was entirely positive or negative. However, now that he had successfully evolved into an A-level mutated talent ability, multiplicity clone, this multiplicity mutation was certainly positive. There were no side effects at all, and it had eliminated his greatest weakness. In his excitement, Zhao Shuang immediately activated this newly acquired multiplicity clone. Instantly, 4 other Zhao Shuangs, identical to him, materialized, making a total of 5 Zhao Shuangs. Looking at the other 4 identical beings, Zhao Shuang felt it was quite mystical. He controlled them to attack each other and found that their attack power was the same, with no difference. This nearly made Zhao Shuang burst into laughter. Didn't this mean his strength had directly multiplied by 5? Moreover, as his level strength gradually increased, the number of clones would continue to grow. Moreover, Zhao Shuang also discovered that the existence of his several clones was actually not limited by time. However, their existence would continuously consume his energy. Zhao Shuang also tried to control his clones, wanting them to use the S-class talent ability, SHARINGAN, but he failed. These 4 clones did not possess the ability to use the S-class talent ability, SHARINGAN. In other words, even though they were almost identical to him in appearance and strength, they could not replicate the S-class talent ability, SHARINGAN, that he possessed. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Shuang felt relieved. This A-class mutated talent ability, multiple clones, was always A-class, even if it was mutated. It was still an A-class ability. How could an A-class talent ability possibly replicate an S-class talent ability like SHARINGAN? Just like his S-class talent ability, SHARINGAN could not replicate double S or even triple S-class talent abilities. Although the inability of the clones to use SHARINGAN left Zhao Shuang a bit disappointed, he was still very satisfied with this multiple clones technique. Especially on some future day, when facing Long Quang, it would definitely give him a big surprise. Zhao Shuang controlled one of his clones, opened the door, and left, wanting to test if there was any distance limitation between him and his main body. As a result, that clone made its way out of the underground city and fought all the way to the sea urban area without any distance limitations. It was just that after getting too far away, Zhao Shuang could no longer share energy with it. Once the clone's own energy was exhausted, it would automatically dissipate. However, with Zhao Shuang's current king level Strength. As long as this clone did not engage in large-scale battles, it could probably last 2 or 3 days before its energy was completely depleted and it automatically dissipated. This immediately sparked a bold idea in Zhao Shuang's mind. Perhaps he could use the clones to venture out everywhere. Even at night, they could act. Even if they encountered powerful monsters and were defeated, he would only lose some energy. After dispersing the remaining 3 clones, Zhao Shuang pushed the door and walked out of his room. Suddenly, the previously noisy hall filled with members of the Nirvana ability group fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhao Shuang standing in front of them, then glanced at the entrance, their faces filled with disbelief. Wait, Captain, didn't you just push the door and leave? We didn't see you come back. How come? You walked out of the room again? Did I just imagine it? Second brother Wang Chang pinched his thigh, causing himself to wince in pain as he asked. He thought he had just experienced a hallucination or was dreaming, but after pinching himself he realized it was not an illusion. Did I just go out? You must be seeing things. Alright, enough about me. Have your abilities evolved successfully? Zhao Shuang grinned, and with one sentence he made second brother and the others feel uncertain. They all began to doubt whether they had just seen things incorrectly. In response to Zhao Shuang's question, everyone excitedly began to introduce the new talent abilities they had obtained. Under the accumulation of vast resources, everyone, without exception, had successfully evolved their abilities. The luckiest was Senior Lu Cece, who originally had only 7 portions of S-class ability evolution materials. Zhao Shuang was worried it wouldn't be enough for her to directly consume for evolution. As it turned out, she only swallowed the first portion and successfully evolved from the A-class talent ability Wild Rhythm to the S-class talent ability Berserk Rhythm. Her speed and explosive power had significantly increased. Zhao Zihan, his father, had his B-class talent ability Neurotoxin successfully evolve into the A-class talent ability Neuro Venom. The effects and duration of the toxin had more than doubled. Except for being ineffective against zombies and similar creatures, it was a godly technique against humans and monsters. Junior Wang Jing's C-class talent ability, Bone Spear, also successfully evolved into a more powerful B-class talent ability, Bone Cannon. The boss, Meng Lingyu, had his C-level talent ability, Gluttony, successfully evolve into a B-level talent ability, Frenzied Gluttony. The speed of consumption and digestion increased several times, but it seemed he still lacked combat power. The fourth member, Li Fan, had his D-level talent ability, Elongation, successfully evolve into a C-level talent ability, Elongate and Shorten. He gained the ability to shorten as well. Senior Qi Lu Hai's B-level talent ability, Petrified Skin, successfully evolved into an A-level talent ability, Petrified Shell. His defensive capabilities were further enhanced. Susan's B-level talent ability, Hydrotherapy, successfully evolved into an A-level talent ability, Silent Nurturing. The single-target healing ability transformed into a group healing ability with enhanced healing effects. This was just enough to compensate for Zhang Qian's robust growth being sealed by the shackles of wisdom. Not bad, not bad. Congratulations to everyone for advancing in strength. After this ability successfully evolves, the interval for the next evolution is 1 month. After a month, those with lower talent ability levels can continue to evolve. When you all have free time wandering around the city, pay attention to the ability users related to evolution potions. Evolution potions are crucial for team development. The higher the level of the talent ability, the more important these evolution materials become. After all, S-level and even SS-level evolution materials are becoming increasingly rare. The drop rate is extremely low. It won't be possible to have everyone directly consume materials like this time to gamble on that pitiful chance, Zhao Shuang said earnestly to the crowd. At that moment, a soldier in military uniform appeared to inform Zhao Shuang that it was time for him to receive personal guidance from General Shan Bai. Zhao Shuang then took out a large amount of A-level and S-level ability equipment materials and handed them to Zhuang Yan. Alright, I'm off to receive General Shan Bai's ancient martial arts guidance. If you need any underwear or special ability equipment, you can ask Zhuang Yan to refine it. He will be our chief divine refiner in the Nirvana ability team from now on. If you get on his good side, you can have whatever ability equipment you want. Xian, as for your underwear, just forget it, I'll personally tailor it for you later, Zhao Shuang said before turning to leave with the soldier. This left Zhang Qian blushing furiously. Zhao Shuang's tailoring was quite literally measuring her with his hands. Brother Shuang really is a big bad guy, always bullying her. Shen, how about you come over to our place for dinner tonight? Auntie wants to have a heart-to-heart with you. At that moment, looking at her son's departing figure, Mom Jianyan turned to her future daughter-in-law and said, she took the initiative to invite Zhang Qian, having seen the rapid warming of feelings between her son and Zhang Qian over the past few days. As a mother, she felt she should express her support. Oh, okay, Auntie, Zhang Qian replied, surprised. Auntie, I also want to come to your house for a meal. Hearing Jiang Yan's invitation to Zhang Qian, Yan Shang inexplicably blurted out this line. Alright, you can all come. I guarantee there will be plenty of good food and drinks. Jiang Yun cheerfully agreed, also extending the invitation to everyone. But everyone tactfully declined, eager to return to their joyful activities that they hadn't completed during the day. Zhao Shuang followed the soldier through the corridors, eventually arriving at a military facility building. At that moment, General Shanbai had not yet arrived, but Zhao Shuang spotted a familiar face, Qing Rong, the leader of the Red Scorpion ability team. Oh, isn't this the beautiful Qing Rong? What brings you here? Zhao Shuang stepped forward to greet her, his eyes unabashedly roaming over her beautiful legs, displaying a complete lecherous demeanor. Humph. Old pervert, if you can come, why can't I? Do you think my legs are nice? You like looking, huh? Keep staring and I might just start charging you. Let you refine ability equipment for our Red Scorpion ability team for free. Faced with Zhao Shuang's unreasonable behavior as a lecherous scoundrel, Qing Rong gritted her teeth in anger. She truly wished she could take off her high heels and embed the heel into the face of this audacious guy. How brazen can you be? But considering this guy's inhuman strength displayed on the battlefield in the capital, she realized that if it came to blows, she might not even be his match. Moreover, the rules in the military base were clear. As long as no one was killed, anything goes. If she really fought back and lost, and this guy took advantage of her, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Thus, Qing Rong suppressed her fury, her eyes darting as she devised a plan to have Zhao Shuang forge supernatural equipment for free. Their Red Scorpion ability team had already begun actively recruiting ability users with equipment refining skills. Unfortunately, after a day of recruitment, they had found no one. It seemed that if they wanted to update their supernatural equipment in the short term, they would have to rely on this old lecherous rogue in front of them. During this trip to the capital, the Red Scorpion ability team had also collected quite a bit of loot and high-quality materials for supernatural equipment. If they could refine new supernatural gear, they would definitely be able to handle stronger monsters at higher levels. I can't believe you just want to freeload off me after just a glance? Not a chance. If you don't want to look, then don't. Unless you let me have a good feel of those beautiful legs of yours, then I might reluctantly agree to forge a few pieces of supernatural equipment for you for free. Upon hearing Qing Rong, the leg goddess, Zhao Shuang immediately withdrew his gaze from her nearly perfect legs and shifted it to her chest and face. It had to be said that Qing Rong was an absolute beauty, top-notch, all around. However, her legs, which seemed longer than life itself, were so perfect that they easily overshadowed her stunning face and ample bosom. Bah! You lecherous scoundrel, are you thinking nonsense? Hearing Zhao Shuang's outrageous request, Qing Rong rolled her eyes at him. She had no desire to speak to him any longer. One more word from him would make her feel disgusted. Just as Zhao Shuang was about to continue speaking, challenging the leg goddess Qing Rong's limits, the door to the room opened again. General Shanbai entered, leading a girl with dyed purple hair, long bangs covering her right eye, revealing only her left eye. This girl looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, her face appearing quite youthful. Her chest was as flat as a runway, even flatter than Zhao Shuang's. The reason Zhao Shuang identified her as a girl was that she wore earrings, hot pants, and black stockings. If she wasn't a lesbian, she was most likely a girl. Hey, you all have arrived. Let me introduce. This is an SSS level gifted ability user sent from the Ji province military base. Her name is Shangguan Xiao, and she is 16 years old. For the time being, she will be learning various ancient martial arts systematically with you. This is Zhao Shuang, the leader of the Nirvana ability team, and this is Qing Rong, the leader of the Red Scorpion ability team. Alright, that's enough introductions for now. You can get to know each other later. Now, let's start with the first lesson. As General Shanbai spoke, he gestured for the Shamate girl Shangguan Xiao to join Zhao Shuang and Qing Rong. He then removed his coat, standing before the three of them in just a tank top. Upon hearing General Shanbai's words, Zhao Shuang's heart surged with waves of shock. The purple-haired girl with only one eye visible was actually the infamous Demon War god, Shangguan Xiao? In 10 years, she would be in her prime, having blossomed into a super beauty. The apocalypse has arrived, and the Earth Alliance, which existed for only a few decades, is now a mere shell of its former self. In Manhwa, there are fewer than 10 SSS-level gifted individuals, with only 4 in total. The human war god, Feng Xiaoyang, is undoubtedly the strongest among them, and titles like Guardian Dragon and Human War God are not just empty words. He is also the only one to have reached the maximum level of 200. Beneath the human war god Feng Xiaoyang, there is a place for the Shamate girl, Shangguan Xiao, who possesses the SSS-level gifted ability known as the Demon Eye. She can summon and command various powerful demons to do her bidding, earning her the title of Demon War God. Before Zhao Shuang's rebirth, Shangguan Xiao was exactly 26 years old and a top-tier war god at level 198. Like Feng Xiaoyang, who built the city of Ho, she too established the city of the future atop the ruins of Ji province in the south, sheltering hundreds of thousands of human survivors. I want to see what this broken class has to offer. In this apocalypse, gifted abilities and strength are the true path. I am already an SSS level gifted individual. Those old geezers still want me to come here for some nonsense. Training. What can a mere SS-level gifted individual teach me? In response to General Shanbai's gesture, this sham-8 girl not only refused to cooperate but also shouted at him. Clearly just a 16-year-old kid who hasn't even fully developed, she boldly referred to herself as old lady. Relying on her SSS-level gifted ability, she looked down on General Shanbai, her teacher. It was evident that General Shanbai did not expect that the seemingly obedient girl he had just met would turn out to be such a rebellious spirit. What kind of person had those old geezers from the Ji Province military district sent him? Just as General Shanbai was about to reprimand Shangguan Xiao, a loud bang echoed and Zhao Shuang's figure suddenly appeared beside Shangguan Xiao. With a single slap, she struck the back of the girl's head with tremendous force. Caught off guard, Shangguan Xiao was knocked heavily to the ground, landing in a dog-eat-dog position, her face hitting the ground first, causing her lips and teeth to bleed. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang's other hand, which was also aimed at General Shanbai's head, was instantly caught by him. He countered with a series of moves: catch, dissipate, release, using her own force against her, sending Zhao Shuang flying. With a loud thud, she crashed into the wall of the room, embedded so deeply that she couldn't be pulled out. You little brat, how dare you sneak attack me? Do you believe I'll send you to meet the king of hell? After being ambushed by Zhao Shuang, Shangguan Xiao quickly stood up, furious. She was about to use her gifted ability to eliminate Zhao Shuang. What are you barking about? I used the same sneak attack on both you and General Shanbai. Yet here you are, howling like a stray dog. You had no way to defend against my ambush. If I had used a knife just now, you would already be dead. What good is your SSS-level gifted ability? But look at General Shanbai, the SS-level gifted individual who stands there unscathed. And here I am, the one who ambushed him, now embedded in this wall. What can he teach you? Zhao Shuang, embedded in the wall, unleashed a barrage of words at the SSS-level gifted individual, Shangguan Xiao. Faced with Zhao Shuang's tirade, Shangguan Xiao's face turned red and pale. The light of her demon eye ability flickered on and off, and in the end, she chose not to summon any demons. Instead, she walked up to General Shanbai and bowed deeply. Teacher, I was wrong. He is right. Gifted abilities are not omnipotent. If a person is dead, it doesn't matter if they are SSS or any other level. I will learn this ancient martial arts. Shangguan Xiao respectfully addressed General Shanbai, changing her title to teacher. It seemed that Zhao Shuang's actions and scolding had awakened her, making her realize her shortcomings. At that moment, Shang Ron looked at Zhao Shuang, who was embedded in the wall, with disbelief. She had thought of more than 10 ways to educate Shangguan Xiao, a rebellious girl. However, she never expected Zhao Shuang to use such a simple and crude yet effective method. His seemingly reckless actions were always straightforward and effective, once again refreshing Qing Rong's perception of him. Alright, knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. Return to the team, we will start the class now, General Shanbai said with a cheerful nod, acknowledging Shangguan Xiao's attitude of admitting her mistake. Hey, wait a minute. Did you forget there's someone like me here? Get me out of this wall first. I'm still embedded in it. Zhao Shuang, who was stuck in the wall and couldn't even get out, panicked as soon as he heard General Shanbai was about to start the class. We haven't forgotten. On the first day of class, you dare to ambush the teacher. Do you still have the words respecting teachers and valuing the way in your eyes? In this class, you can just listen from inside the wall. It serves as a warning and a negative example, General Shanbai said with a smile, glancing at Zhao Shuang. Although he was quite satisfied with Zhao Shuang's simple and crude method of educating Shangguan Xiao, this was his territory and he was the one teaching the class. How could he let Zhao Shuang steal the spotlight? It was better to let him stay embedded in the wall to avoid any more trouble later. Then General Shanbai ignored Zhao Shuang's protests and directly began the lesson. Before I teach you ancient martial arts, I need to clarify one point. The most important thing for a martial artist is the concept of true heart. You must first understand why you are learning this ancient martial art and clearly see your true heart. Once you grasp this, the realm of martial arts can progress rapidly, and comprehending it is not difficult. Mastery is just a small achievement. Returning to simplicity is the true state of great accomplishment. The only thing I need to tell you is that when learning this ancient martial art, do not harbor too much malice. Otherwise, you may fall into the abyss of slaughter and become a complete killing machine. Remember, ancient martial arts are techniques for killing, and malice arises from the heart. True heart and benevolence are my best expectations for you. Now, I will teach you this set of fist techniques called Taizu Changquan. After General Shanbai finished speaking, he performed a complete set of Taizu Changquan fluidly, then began to break down and explain each movement one by one, making it easy to understand. This ability to simplify complex concepts showcased General Shanbai's grand demeanor. A man who could stand undefeated solely relying on ancient martial arts closest to the divine was not just a boast. Even Zhao Shuang, who was embedded in the wall, learned with great interest. In the end, General Shanbai still took action to pull Zhao Shuang out of the wall so he could learn and Practice along. As a level 63 king-level existence, Zhao Shuang's physical fitness was already quite formidable. Even as a beginner in Taizu Changquan, he could produce impressive sounds of breaking air with astonishing power. The first time he practiced, he was somewhat clumsy, but by the second time, he had already grasped it and was quite proficient. With the increase in his ability level and the enhancement of his strength, his physical fitness improved across the board again. The power of this set of Taizu Changquan would continue to increase. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was Zhao Shuang's third ability. Changrong and Shangguan Xiao, who also had strong physical fitness, learned at an astonishing speed. Moreover, they practiced diligently, and after several sets of punches, they were already drenched in sweat. Initially, General Shanbai needed to occasionally guide everyone's movements, but now he stood there without moving. The three in front of me are all good seeds with astonishing learning abilities, and there's not much guidance left to give. It's just a matter of practicing more and applying what you've learned. True knowledge comes from experience. Alright, this class has been going on for nearly 2 hours. I see you've all learned quite a bit. I'll stand right here, and you can use the set of Taizu Changquan. You've learned to attack me. If you can hit me, you pass. If you can force me to move my feet, you also pass. Those who pass can leave class. Come back at the same time tomorrow to learn other ancient martial arts. Seeing that everyone had learned enough, Shanbai stood in the center of the room and spoke to the three. Can we use our abilities? Can we all three attack at once? Upon hearing General Shanbai's words, Zhao Shuang immediately raised his question. Hearing Zhao Shuang's question, Shanbai was instantly filled with black lines on his forehead. Was his explanation not clear enough? He had clearly said to use Taizu Changquan, but he hadn't mentioned anything about abilities. Not to mention that he might not be able to withstand the 3S level gifted abilities of Shangguan Xiao. Even Zhao Shuang's enormous body with its earth-shattering ability might be a challenge for him. But since Zhao Shuang had already asked, as the teacher, he naturally had to maintain his authority. So he gritted his teeth and replied, "You can all attack together. As long as you don't damage this place, you can partially manifest your abilities." Shanbai ultimately added a condition. Alright, let's all go together. After hearing Shanbai's agreement, Zhao Shuang was overjoyed and shouted as he charged forward. However, Chang Rong and Shangguan Xiao both remained still, showing no intention of joining him in the attack. Clearly, they felt that 3 against General Shanbai, while also using their gifted abilities, seemed somewhat unfair and beneath them. This left Zhao Shuang speechless. Did these two women not realize the worth of General Shanbai, the man closest to God? In a one-on-one fight, it would be a miracle to even touch him. As a result, Zhao Shuang charged in alone, and his first punch was dodged just as he threw his second punch. It felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train, and he was instantly sent flying, embedding himself into the wall. After witnessing Zhao Shuang's entire flight, a serious expression finally appeared on Qing Rong's beautiful face. She let out a furious roar and charged towards General Shanbai. As her fist from Taizu Changquan struck towards General Shanbai, an enormous scorpion tail appeared, instantly manifesting. It lunged towards General Shanbai to sting him, which could be said to be one of Qing Rong's signature moves. In the next moment, a golden arm manifested, blocking the sting of the scorpion tail. At the same time, after dodging Qing Rong's punch, General Shanbai also delivered a punch to Qing Rong's abdomen, embedding her deeply into the wall, just like Zhao Shuang. Seeing both Zhao Shuang and Shang Rong take a hit, Shangguan Xiao's expression also turned serious. As her fist swung towards General Shanbai, her eyes shone with brilliance. A blue demon arm covered in scales suddenly appeared out of thin air, striking towards General Shanbai with unparalleled momentum. At the same time, a mirror of the immovable Wisdom King appeared right in front of General Shanbai, taking the punch from the demon arm head-on. Meanwhile, General Shanbai's true self also punched Shangguan Xiao in the abdomen, embedding her deeply into the wall as well. It was a fair treatment for all. See? I told you to attack together, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've been dealt with, right? Are you feeling more obedient now? Do you want to attack together? Together! Together! In an instant, the three formed a united front, charging towards General Shanbai from 3 directions. Zhao Shuang, Chang Rong, and Shangguan Xiao all attacked at once. Zhao Shuang chose to go for a frontal assault, drawing the fire. Qing Rong chose to attack the left flank of Shanbai, while Shangguan Xiao opted for the right flank. The 3 sides launched simultaneous assaults, employing the manifested powers of their abilities. Shanbai instantly felt the pressure multiply and no longer acted arrogantly. Several golden arms of the manifested, rushing towards the 3 attackers. Shanbai himself stood still, firmly rooted in place, waiting leisurely for Zhao Shuang and the others to come and deliver themselves. There were a total of 4 people on the scene, aside from Zhao Shuang. The other 3 possessed talents with at least double S-level abilities. Zhao Shuang's S-level talent, the Sharingan, couldn't replicate their abilities. None of the other talents could be copied either, so Zhao Shuang's strength couldn't be fully exerted. At level 63, he could only rely on his physical prowess to force an attack. However, General Shanbai's ability level was even higher than Zhao Shuang's, reaching a full 78. Both were at the king level, but Zhao Shuang could at most be considered an early-stage king, while Shanbai was a peak-level powerhouse. In terms of physical quality, Zhao Shuang had no advantage. He threw a punch at General Shanbai's face, but it was instantly dodged, and another heavy punch landed squarely on Zhao Shuang's abdomen, sending him flying into the wall. Shanbai's face showed a look of confusion. Clearly, on the battlefield in the imperial capital, this kid was incredibly strong. But why was he now the weakest among them? It was he who had asked if he could use his talent, yet why hadn't he done so until now? Just as General Shanbai was puzzled, the attacks from Changrong and Shangguan Xiao arrived. Shanbai had no time to think. As he prepared to counter the two women's Taizu long fist, he suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, sensing a killing intent coming from behind him. Instinctively, Shanbai tightened his rear end, without looking back, summoned a golden arm of the thousand-handed guanyin from the sky. That golden arm instantly smashed Zhao Shuang, who was about to use a surprise attack on him, into the ground. The marble floor was dented deeply. At the same time, General Shanbai's fist struck the two women in the abdomen, sending them flying back into the wall. When he turned to look, he found Zhao Shuang embedded in the ground, his hand still in the position for a surprise attack. This made him marvel at his keen sixth sense. Without turning back, he knew this kid wanted to sneak attack him. But at that moment, General Shanbai was suddenly startled. Wait, hadn't this kid just been blasted away and embedded in the wall? How could he suddenly appear behind him again, still trying to sneak attack him? As this thought crossed his mind, General Shanbai quickly turned to look at the wall. There, Zhao Shuang was indeed embedded in the wall. So why was there another identical Zhao Shuang behind him? Could this kid split himself? Just as this thought arose, General Shanbai felt his rear tighten again, and the hair on his body stood on end. He quickly summoned another golden arm to attack behind him. But at that moment, a punch suddenly came from his right side, and as General Shanbai dodged, a sweeping kick appeared on his left, aiming for his left leg. Originally very sensitive to killing intent, he was now surprised to find that he was surrounded by it. However, General Shanbai was not to be underestimated. He quickly dodged the attack from the right while throwing a punch that sent the third Zhao Shuang flying. At the same time, he lifted his left leg to evade the sweeping kick, avoiding the attack from the fourth Zhao Shuang. Just when Shanbai thought he had neutralized Zhao Shuang's continuous assaults, a heavy sweeping kick struck his right leg. The fifth Zhao Shuang appeared in his blind spot. A sweeping kick successfully struck his only standing right leg. The imagined scene of General Shanbai falling did not materialize. With a loud thud, Zhao Shuang's sweeping kick felt as if it had hit the hardest steel plate in the world. General Shanbai remained unmoved, while Zhao Shuang winced in pain, clutching his calf and hopping around. At that moment, Shanbai, Changrong, and Shangguan Xiao looked at him as if he were a monster. To be precise, they were looking at the 5 Zhao Shuangs in the arena. This guy could actually create clones, and he could produce as many as 5. Did this mean that he had held back during the battle in the imperial capital? Had he not used his full strength? Instantly, a storm of shock surged in the hearts of General Shanbai and Changrong. However, Zhao Shuang was not concerned about what they were thinking. His newly evolved multiple clones had already been used up, and without any other abilities to replicate, he had given it his all. But fortunately, he had managed to secure a win. Surrounded by 5 of himself, the air was filled with Zhao Shuang's presence, and even General Shanbai's keen perception could not evade the sweeping kick that caught him in the blind spot. I've hit you, General, so that counts as passing, right? Zhao Shuang asked. It counts, of course. You 3 have all passed. Come back tomorrow. General Shanbai nodded in satisfaction as he watched the other 4 Zhao Shuangs disappear. Zhao Shuang always managed to surprise him. He really didn't know what else this guy was capable of. Well, goodbye then, see you tomorrow, Zhao Shuang said, limping out the door. He vowed never to use a sweeping kick on Shanbai again. That guy's bones were just too hard. As he watched Zhao Shuang leave, the expressions of the other 3 were complex. For clones with the same attack power as the original, what level is this guy's cloning ability? Our military district doesn't even have as many double S level cloning abilities as he does. Shangguan Xiao asked, but the only response was silence. After Zhao Shuang left, he sped back to the Nirvana headquarters building. He was eager to return. He was still thinking about the promise that Zhang Qian, that stunning beauty, had made to leave the door open for him. He rushed to the door of Zhang Qian's room. Gently pushing it, the door opened smoothly. Zhao Shuang was instantly overjoyed, tiptoeing inside and locking the door behind him. The living room was empty, and the lights were off, casting a dim and dark atmosphere. Excited, Zhao Shuang walked in while taking off his clothes, heading straight for the bedroom of Zhang Qian's apartment. By the time he reached the master bedroom, he was completely undressed. He placed his hand on the doorknob, turned it gently, and the door opened again. Zhao Shuang's heart raced wildly. It felt like he was sneaking around doing something naughty. As he pushed the door open, only the bedside lamp cast a warm, ambiguous light. A delicate figure was already lying on the bed, asleep. With Zhao Shuang's now keen hearing, he could even hear the girl's steady breathing. She must have been waiting for him and had fallen asleep. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Shuang leaped onto the bed like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He pulled back the covers and embraced the delicate body, immediately sealing her lips with a passionate kiss. At the same time, his hand moved to second base, directly squeezing her ample bosom. But in the next moment, the beauty beneath him began to struggle violently. And as Zhao Shuang kissed her lips, he detected an intense smell of alcohol. His hand squeezing the girl's bosom also felt off. Although it was quite large, it seemed to be a size smaller than Zhang Qian's. This made Zhao Shuang, whose mind was clouded by lust, suddenly wake up and abruptly leave the other person's body. Ah, Yan Cheng, why is it you again? Don't you have your own room? Why do you keep running to Qian's room? Upon realizing that the beauty in bed was Yan Cheng and not Zhang Qian, Zhao Shuang was instantly dumbfounded. He asked somewhat speechlessly, "Ah, what are you doing, you pervert? Ah, naked man, perverted captain." Yan Cheng, who had been sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a surprise kiss. Still in shock, she opened her eyes, slightly tipsy, and saw Captain Zhao Shuang standing in front of her completely naked. She immediately screamed, startling Zhao Shuang. "Shoo, don't scream. My dear aunt, please don't scream. It's all a misunderstanding. Let me get dressed first." Faced with Yan Cheng's shriek, Zhao Shuang panicked. If Shang Qian or someone else came over, it would be impossible to explain. Zhao Shuang wanted to cover her mouth, but considering he was completely naked, he had to cover his important parts with one hand. So he could only say this, hurriedly covering his groin with one hand and his backside with the other, rushing out. Just moments after he entered Zhang Qian's room, he had taken off his clothes and pants with such ease. Now, going out naked to pick up those clothes and pants was utterly embarrassing. But just at that moment, the voices of Zhang Qian and his parents suddenly came from outside the door. "What's wrong, Xingqing? Did something happen? Why were you shouting just now? Why is the door locked?" This was Zhang Qian's voice. "Qing girl, what's going on? Did something happen? Are you feeling unwell? Your uncle, how could he let a young girl drink?" This was his mother Jiang Yun's voice. "This isn't my fault. I just had a couple of drinks myself." This girl insisted on joining me for a drink. Who knew her tolerance was so low? She got drunk after just half a glass. This was his father Zhao Zihan's voice defending himself. "You're drinking that 60-degree liquor. Who wouldn't get dizzy? Girl, open the door. What's going on? Why were you shouting?" His mother Jiang Yun said. "It's Qingqing. Open the door. What's going on? Don't scare us." Zhang Qian's voice came again, accompanied by urgent knocking. At this moment, Zhao Shuang was still in a state of utter embarrassment trying to put on his clothes and pants. What was usually a simple act of dressing had become incredibly difficult in his panic. Even when he pulled too hard, the leg of his pants tore with a rip. Zhao Shuang felt a sense of panic as if he had been caught in bed with someone. After the initial shock and fear of being awakened by a forceful kiss, Yan Qing realized that the person who had violated her was actually Zhao Shuang, her savior. So then, responding in such a manner, he went to open the door. Zhao Shuang immediately understood, clutching his clothes and pants, and leaped out of the window. Although this was the 6th floor, he was a formidable level 63 ability user, a king-level existence. With his strong physical qualities, he could leap nearly 1,000 meters with all his strength. The 6th floor was nothing to him, practically like walking on flat ground. After landing, Zhao Shuang quickly regained his composure and swiftly retrieved a new set of clothes from his personal space. After dressing, he swaggered back into the building through the main entrance. That girl Yan Qing really came through at a critical moment, not betraying herself. Although her habit of lounging in Zhang Qian's room is quite baffling to me, to be fair, the taste of her lips and the feel of her chest were really nice, Zhao Shuang thought, his mind wandering as he arrived at Zhang Qian's door and knocked casually before entering. At that moment, his dad, mom, Zhang Qian, and Yan Chang were all present. "Oh, everyone's here?" Zhao Shuang feigned surprise. Little Shuang is back? Today, mom treated little Qian and little Cheng to a meal. Then dad wanted to drink and little Cheng insisted on drinking too, so we let her have a bit. Who would have thought her tolerance was low, and she got drunk right away. Luckily, little Qian's room is nearby, so we let her rest here. While mom was chatting with little Qian about family matters, little Cheng woke up. We hurried over to check. Thankfully, it was just a nightmare, nothing serious. Seeing Zhao Shuang return, his mom explained the situation to clear up his confusion. Zhao Shuang remained calm. Only Yan Qing's pretty face was flushed, and it was unclear whether it was from the alcohol or some inappropriate thoughts. Fortunately, Yan Qing chose not to expose him or reveal his misdeeds. "Oh, I was wondering why everyone was still gathered here so late," Zhao Shuang casually replied, pretending to understand. "Yeah, it's so late, I won't disturb you too, little Qian and little Qing. Let's go back to our room, old man." "Little Shuang, you should rest early too. Mom has seen you haven't slept in days. Even if you're a tough guy, you can't handle this much. You need to rest, don't overwork yourself." "Your mom is right. His mom, as she was leaving, gave Zhao Shuang a few concerned reminders while his dad played the perfect supporting role. After watching his parents return to their room, Zhao Shuang turned his attention to Zhang Qian and Yan Shang. Yan Shang, where do you plan to sleep tonight? Despite having just made a fool of himself in front of Yan Shang and having forcefully kissed her, Zhang Qian had promised to leave the door open for him for his own happiness. Zhao Shuang steeled himself to ask. The implication was clear, don't you have your own room? Just go sleep there. Humph. I'm going to sleep with Sister Qian tonight, hugging her fragrant body. I'll snuggle against her ample chest while I sleep. No one can take Sister Qian away from me. Yan Shang shot Zhao Shuang a glare, huffed loudly, and said with conviction. She even reached out to wrap her arms around Zhang Qian's arm, holding her waist as if declaring her claim to Zhao Shuang. The threat in Yan Xing's eyes was evident, suggesting that if Zhao Shuang didn't cooperate, she would expose his recent misdeeds. Brother Shuang, Xing drank too much today and just had a nightmare. How about we postpone for another day? At this moment, Zhang Qian's eyes were filled with regret and she found it hard to speak, having repeatedly let Zhao Shuang down. There. Good fortune always seemed to be thwarted. The kind-hearted Zhang Qian even felt a bit guilty towards Zhao Shuang, unsure how to express it. It's fine, good things take time. Come, drink these ability awakening potions. Let's see if you can awaken a second talent ability. In fact, there is another way to break the wisdom shackles on you, which is to awaken a new talent ability. I didn't mention it before because there weren't many awakening potions available, but now it's different, adding everything up. Along with the 100 bottles from the 5 military districts, there are about 260 bottles of ability awakening potions. Even if the probability of awakening a second ability is only 1 in 10,000, I think it's worth a shot. After the recent blunder, Zhao Shuang had kissed Yan Shang and touched her. It was indeed inappropriate to chase her away, so he let her stay here as she pleased. At the same time, Zhao Shuang took out a total of 267 bottles of ability awakening potions from his personal space and handed them to Zhang Qian. The wisdom shackles of the 3S level intelligent fox had sealed Zhang Qian's double S level talent abilities growth by 99%, but if she awakened a second talent ability, she would be completely unaffected by the wisdom shackles. Really? Then I'll drink it. Thank you, Brother Shuang, Zhang Qian said as she began to gulp down the ability awakening potions. As she reached the 207th bottle, a violent surge of energy erupted around her. When the intense energy impact subsided, Zhang Qian opened her eyes in surprise. She then dashed towards Zhao Shuang and leaped into his arms. The familiar feeling of crashing into someone with a ball hit her, and once again, Zhang Qian actively offered him a passionate kiss. This kiss was like dry wood igniting a fierce fire, uncontrollable once it started. The two kissed fervently, lost in each other. Zhao Shuang even got his hands involved, slipping them under Zhang Qian's clothes. Ahem. You too, be mindful of your surroundings. There's still a living person here. You can't just ignore me while I'm shining like a big light bulb, right? At that moment, Yan Shang's untimely voice interrupted the passionate kiss. If she hadn't spoken up, these two might have performed some passionate scene right in front of her. Hearing Yan Qing's words, Zhang Qian, who had been in a daze, suddenly snapped back to reality. She hurriedly broke free from Zhao Shuang's embrace and swatted away his wandering hand inside her clothes. Ahem. Qian, what new talent ability did you awaken? You're really lucky. With a 1 in 10,000 chance, you managed to awaken it with just over 200 potions. I thought it was hopeless. I didn't expect there to be dozens of bottles left. Zhao Shuang, not feeling embarrassed, cheerfully put away the remaining ability awakening potions and asked, Yes, Sister Qian, what new talent ability did you awaken? If one can actually possess two talent abilities at the same time, doesn't that mean I might also have a chance to awaken a second talent ability? Yan Shang was also extremely curious and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Shuang, her savior and commander. Whether she could hope to awaken a second talent ability depended entirely on him. If it really came to it, she might as well offer herself to him. If she were one of his women, he wouldn't be able to favor one over the other and only let Sister Qian awaken a second talent ability. As Yan Xing thought about this, her mind wandered and she even felt a little moved. But it was just a thought, she had no intention of acting on it. After all, she was also a popular beauty, a school flower, with looks, figure, talent, and character that were all outstanding. Why would she take the initiative to cling to someone? Oh, the new talent ability I awakened is an SS level talent ability, Hawkeye Possession. It should be a strengthening type talent ability, and it seems to have strong long-range attack capabilities. Facing the curiosity of Zhao Shuang and Yan Xing, Zhang Qian spoke lightly. What? You actually awakened a second talent ability that is also double S level? Qian, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life, right? How can one person's talent be this good? Hearing Zhang Qian's words, Zhao Shuang immediately jumped up, looking at this stunning beauty with immense surprise. In the last life, during the 10 years after the apocalypse arrived, there were quite a few ability users who awakened a second talent, due to chance or sheer luck. After all, probability is a mysterious thing. When luck strikes, even a 1 in a trillion chance can trigger an awakening. Once triggered, it becomes 100%. If luck is bad, even a 99% chance can lead to failure. However, in the last life, those who awakened a second talent often found that their second ability was less than satisfactory. The vast majority were of F or E rank. After all, low-level talents are the norm for ability users, and those with S rank or above account for less than 1% of the total number of ability users. Someone like Zhang Qian, whose first talent was double S rank and whose second talent was also double S rank, was unheard of in Zhao Shuang's previous life. Not only had Zhao Shuang never seen such a person, he had never even heard of one. But just because Zhao Shuang hadn't heard of it doesn't mean it didn't exist. After all, his level and strength in the last life were low, and there were many things and people he simply had no access to. But now, a person with 2 talents, both double S rank, was standing right in front of Zhao Shuang. He couldn't help but feel excited and surprised. This Zhang Qian was truly his treasure. It was simply the greatest gift that heaven had bestowed upon him in this rebirth. What's wrong, brother Shuang? My first talent is double S rank, so shouldn't my second talent be double S rank or even higher? Why are you so excited? Zhang Qian asked, looking at Zhao Shuang, who was so excited. He was practically dancing and jumping 8 feet high, with a puzzled expression. In her view, since her first talent was double S rank, her second and third talents should only be of even higher levels. This is something I can't explain clearly right now. Why don't you try using your second talent and see if it's affected by that? Wisdom shackles? Zhao Shuang, who was overly excited, looked at the calm Zhang Qian and the bewildered Yin Shang, who was staring at him as if he were a fool. He lost the desire to explain how rare it was for 2 double S talents to appear in one person. Instead, he simply asked Zhang Qian to demonstrate her second double S talent, Hao Yi's possession. Okay, brother Shuang. After agreeing, Zhang Qian immediately activated her second talent, the SS rank Hao Yi's possession. Instantly, a gigantic shadow of Hao Yi, towering 100 feet tall and holding a long bow, appeared behind Zhang Qian. Then, the shadow immediately merged into Zhang Qian's body. In the next moment, her entire aura changed, and her eyes became incredibly sharp, as if they could pierce through everything in the world. Then, a pure energy-formed divine bow appeared in Zhang Qian's hands. As she pulled the bowstring, a pure energy arrow automatically manifested on the divine bow. The powerful energy fluctuations made even Zhao Shuang, a level 63 king rank, feel a chill run down his spine. He felt that if this arrow were aimed at him, he would likely die. Alright, that's enough. Don't shoot that arrow. Otherwise, the buildings in this underground city will probably be destroyed by more than half. At that moment, Zhao Shuang timely called a halt to Zhang Qian's arrow. Zhang Qian instantly released her second talent, returning to the gentle and graceful beauty she was before, devoid of the sharpness and piercing gaze she had just displayed. Brother Shuang, you were right. The wisdom shackles have no effect on my second talent at all. I originally thought I was useless and wouldn't be able to help you anymore. Now, it's great. I finally have the qualification to stand beside brother Shuang and fight alongside you. At this moment, Zhang Qian was incredibly happy. The shadow cast by the wisdom shackles of the 3S level intelligent creature, the heavenly fox, had finally dissipated significantly at this moment. Well, then you all should rest well. I'm going back to wash up and sleep. I've been training in ancient martial arts with General Shan Bai and I'm covered in sweat. Zhao Shuang gently ruffled Zhang Qian's hair, said this to her, and then turned to leave through the door. While he was happy for the team to have gained a powerful output-type ability user, Zhao Shuang also felt a slight regret. It's a pity that Zhang Qian's second talent ability wasn't S-level or below. It's also unfortunate that his S-level talent ability, the SHARINGAN, couldn't replicate a double S-level talent ability. Otherwise, he could have experienced the thrill of being the national server Hoi, right? That man couldn't resist the temptation of having the divine power of shooting the sun, could he? Master, you heartless one, you finally come back. I thought you had abandoned me. I'm starving, I haven't eaten anything all day. As Zhao Shuang pushed open his room door, the red-tailed firefox, Xiao Hong, jumped into his arms. At the same time, its voice echoed in Zhao Shuang's mind. Its life essence had been embedded into the Shuangqian love necklace by Zhao Shuang. As long as the necklace was worn, he could hear the heart's voice of this red-tailed firefox at any time. It was a captivating, sultry voice. Zhao Shuang looked at the small red-tailed firefox bouncing around in his arms, now shrunk to the size of a cat. Strange, could it be that Qian has ignited its desires? Why does this fox look so charming? After mumbling this, Zhao Shuang hurriedly tossed Xiao Hong out of his arms, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He certainly didn't have a beast fetish. After tossing the fox out, Zhao Shuang opened his personal space and took out some royal-grade double S-level creatures' flesh and blood for it to eat. Xiao Hong was also a rare existence with dual talent abilities. Besides possessing the S-level talent ability of the red-tailed firefox, Fire Sea Burning City, it had also awakened an SS-level talent ability, Fox Immortal Descending Dust. According to Xiao Hong, this was a rare growth-type talent ability. As its ability level gradually increased, the power of this double S-level talent ability, Fox, Immortal Descending Dust, would also gradually enhance. However, at its current peak level of 58, the effect of Fox Immortal Descending Dust was limited to changing its size at will. It didn't have any actual combat power yet. Of course, using S-level ability evolution materials and its essence blood to refine its life essence was also a method of this double S-level talent ability, Fox Immortal Descending Dust. Normal red-tailed firefoxes, or rather, normal monsters, wouldn't possess such methods at all. Zhao Shuang glanced at Xiao Hong, who was devouring the royal-grade creature's flesh and blood, and thought that the reason he found it charming earlier was probably related to that double S-level talent ability, Fox Immortal Descending Dust. This kind of growth-type talent ability that would gradually become stronger with the increase in level and power was something Zhao Shuang had never encountered before, especially in a monster. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. After looking at Xiao Hong for a moment, Zhao Shuang withdrew his gaze. He immediately split off a clone, controlling it to leave the military base and head to the city for an adventure. This mutation A-level talent ability, multiple clones, which had no distance limit, could be said to be incredibly useful. For instance, right now, in the dead of night, when monster attributes surged and dangers were everywhere, he could recklessly control his clone to venture out without worrying about the risk of death. Even if he fell into a desperate situation and died, it would only consume a portion of his energy. For Zhao Shuang, there were no other losses, making it a situation of all gain and no harm. Zhao Shuang controlled this clone, unleashing the full speed of a king-level powerhouse. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived in the Sea City district. At this point, the tall buildings had long since turned into broken walls and ruins. It was a quintessential post-apocalyptic wasteland scene. Zombies and the undead were everywhere. Unlike the wilderness, where demon beasts and monsters predominated, the ruins of the city were still primarily occupied by zombies. After all, zombies are transformed from humans. And with the dense population in the city, even after becoming zombies, they instinctively wanted to stay in the urban area, gathering in groups, reluctant to leave. At this moment, Zhao Shuang's clone encountered a level 50+ general-level white-haired zombie. He wanted to test the strength of this clone, which relied solely on the physical strength of a level 63 king-level body without any other supernatural abilities. So, Zhao Shuang took the initiative to attack the white-haired zombie. He struck directly with a punch to the white hair covering the zombie's body. Although the white hair reduced some of the damage, Zhao Shuang's powerful punch still caused a significant dent in the zombie's chest. This was still at midnight when the attributes of monsters surged. If it had been daytime, just this punch alone would likely have left the white-haired zombie unable to get up. After all, Zhao Shuang was a king-level existence, although it seemed like there was only a few levels difference. Between level 63 and 50+, the gap between king level and general level was an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, this zombie was an ordinary one without any supernatural abilities, not an ability zombie. Unless it had a growth factor like Zhang Qian's double S-level talent ability, which could amplify its size by over 60 times, it wouldn't be able to bridge the gap in strength, allowing Zhao Shuang to face an emperor-level existence without falling behind. But clearly, this white-haired zombie, lacking any abilities, did not possess the means to close the gap in strength. Ultimately, it was easily killed by Zhao Shuang, not causing any stir. It seemed that his king-level clone was quite strong. As long as he didn't encounter those ridiculously powerful creatures, he should be able to handle it. Zhao Shuang immediately formed a rough judgment about the strength of this clone. After all, in the current ruins of the city, the wandering hordes of corpses averaged only around level 38 or 39. General-level existences were already considered upper tier, and this peak general-level white-haired zombie was already a standout among them. Just as Zhao Shuang killed the white-haired zombie and prepared to leave, his keen senses suddenly picked up the faint sound of a baby crying. This startled him. Were there survivors? And a baby at that, one that had survived the X-virus infection without turning into a zombie, was indeed a rare find. So, following the barely audible sound, Zhao Shuang searched until he discovered it was coming from the basement of a collapsed building where the baby's cries echoed. Crying, crying, crying. All it does is cry. In my opinion, we might as well strangle the kid. If we attract those zombie monsters, we're all done for. In this world, it's hard enough for adults to survive, let alone a baby. Exactly. Make it stop crying, its wailing is driving me crazy. Adults have nothing to eat or drink. Sooner or later, it'll starve to death. Rather than let it suffer, it's better to give it a quick end. Tiger is just hungry. Please, everyone, if you have any food or drink, spare a little. My child and I haven't had anything for days. My milk has long dried up. Tiger hasn't even turned into a zombie. He wants to live. How can I, as a mother, bear to cut off his chance at life? Get lost. In this world, food isn't something you can just ask for. I see your man has turned into a zombie. Look at your delicate skin, your ample chest, and your perky backside. You're quite the beauty. How about you two just follow me from now on? As long as you submit to me, there will always be a bowl of soup for you two as long as I have something to eat. How? Does that sound? Ha! Lee Daring, you're something else. You just forcibly took that female college student yesterday, and today you've set your sights on this woman, who's still nursing a baby. You really have no shame. So what? I, Lee Daring, am at least a dignified E-level gifted ability user. Do you know what an ability user is? In this apocalypse, with the world in chaos, I am the law, I am the sky. Today, I've taken a liking to her, and she has to comply. If she doesn't, I'll use force. She'll still have to comply. Little lady, it's better for you to come over and throw yourself into my arms willingly. If you force me to use strength, I'll be the first to strangle that little kid. No, don't strangle Tiger. I'll submit to you. Isn't that enough? Can you at least give us something to eat and drink? Tiger is almost out of breath. Damn it, you old hag, talking so much nonsense. You think you can get benefits from me without letting me have my fun? Where in the world is there such a good deal? Other seeds are better off dead. Once dead, I'll plant again and give you a new one. Come over and serve me well first. But you just said that as long as you have a bite to eat, we would have soup to drink? Damn it, you old hag, you think you're entitled to talk conditions with me? Besides, I haven't eaten yet. Where would I get soup for you? But if you serve me well, I might consider giving you some soup. That female college student I took by force yesterday is behaving quite well now. Isn't she? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. At this moment, the laughter in the basement echoed clearly in Zhao Shuang's ears. And this was just the tip of the iceberg in this apocalypse, where laws had collapsed and morals had decayed. Even darker and more terrifying things were happening in some shadowy corners. The basement was sealed with thick steel plates. No wonder the people inside had managed to survive in this apocalypse until now. At this moment, Zhao Shuang stepped forward and knocked on the door. Instantly, the loud laughter inside vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. Open the door, I'm human. Hearing the sudden silence in the basement, Zhao Shuang spoke up. Human? Humans in the apocalypse are even more dangerous. We've seen those ability users wielding their blades against their own kind more than once. You should leave, you're not welcome here. After a moment of silence, the early Daring bravely responded. Anyone daring to venture out at this late hour when the monsters were rampaging was undoubtedly an ability user. Among the dozen or so people in this basement, only Lu Daring, with his E-level gifted ability, was the sole ability user. Although his gifted ability was only E-level and his combat power was weak, he was still stronger than ordinary people. In front of these ordinary people, his sense of superiority as an ability user was overwhelming. He could even wantonly dominate and trample the others, even using force against that female college student. Now, wanting to take over this young mother with a child, no one dared to say a word against him or stop his actions. He was the king among these dozen or so people. Now, suddenly, a more powerful ability user who dared to act in the dead of night was trying to come in, and of course he wouldn't allow it. He also spoke to dissuade the other survivors from wanting to open the door. Ha! Knowing I'm an ability user and you still won't open the door quickly? If I really wanted to get in, do you think a mere iron door could stop me? I'll count to 3, and if you don't open the door by then, I'll use force. If this door is destroyed, you'll lose your last line of defense against those monsters. 3, 2. Zhao Shuang's words echoed again, bringing endless pressure to the people inside the basement. Before the word one could even leave his mouth, the door burst open. Zhao Shuang swaggered and Zhao Shuang glanced around the environment of the basement. The room was dim and damp, with a large pile of clothes and daily necessities haphazardly stacked in the corner. Several large mattresses were laid directly on the floor. A total of 17 people were scattered and curled up on these mattresses, both men and women. Among them, a young woman, disheveled and with vacant eyes, was curled up in a corner. She was clearly the female college student who had been defiled by Li Dabin. In the mouths of the men, there was also a fair-skinned young mother, her face and body dirty, cradling a baby in her arms. The baby's voice was hoarse from crying, too weak to continue, clearly starving and on the verge of collapse. There was a constant risk of starvation. Zhao Shuang took a few steps to the pair of women, handing over the food, water, and 2 boxes of milk he had collected on the way. Eat. In this apocalypse, it's already a miracle that this little one has survived without turning into a zombie. Continuing the spark of humanity is the most severe challenge we face in this world. Zhao Shuang ignored everyone else and spoke to the 2 women, gently stroking the baby's forehead. Thank you, kind stranger, for sharing your food. I thank you on behalf of Huzi. Seeing Zhao Shuang's apologetic gesture, the mother immediately knelt down before him, tears streaming down her face. An ordinary woman, with a child barely a month old, struggling to survive in this apocalypse was incredibly difficult. More than one person had urged her, more than once, to give up her child. Some even wanted to strangle Huzi. Hunger, helplessness, fear, harassment, and ridicule had nearly crushed her. Even that ability user, Lu Dabin, who had hoarded a large amount of food and water, wanted to take advantage of her, using her child's life as leverage. She had already chosen to submit for the sake of her child. Even if she was defiled by Lu Dabin, as long as her child had something to eat and drink, it would be worth it. But even after she had submitted and compromised, that man was unwilling to give Huzi a drop of water or a bite to eat. Just when she was on the brink of despair, Zhao Shuang, the savior, appeared. Like a light piercing through the darkness, he illuminated her world. He gave them food and water without asking for anything in return. Alright, go feed the baby, and you should eat a little too. It's just a bit of food and water, why kneel? Zhao Shuang directly stopped the woman from kneeling, and replied. The woman thanked him as she took the food and water, sucking the milk into her mouth before feeding it to the baby mouth to mouth. The baby, who had been too weak from hunger, immediately began to suck vigorously upon feeling the food. The will to survive was strong. At the moment the woman received the food and water, Zhao Shuang noticed the numerous wounds on her hands, all cut by a small knife. Clearly, in these days without food and water in this apocalypse, after her milk had dried up, she had been feeding her child with her own blood. She was a great mother. Zhao Shuang said nothing more about it. After handing over the food and water, he found a spot beside the mother and child, leaned against the wall, and sat down in silence without any movement. The others, unsure of Zhao Shuang's intentions, looked at him and then at Lu Dabin, not knowing what to do. This young man, what are your intentions? Do you plan to stay here, or will you leave after dawn? Seeing the looks from the crowd, Lu Dabin mustered his courage and approached Zhao Shuang, actively inquiring about his thoughts and plans. I have no intention of staying in this broken place for long. After dawn, I will take this mother and child and leave for the safe zone. If you all want to come along, you can. After Zhao Shuang said this, she closed her eyes and pretended to doze off. Lu Dabin, understanding the situation, retreated to his original position. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, everyone's thoughts suddenly became lively. It was rare to see a glimmer of hope and dawn for survival. The woman finished feeding her child and began to eat herself. Starved for several days, she stopped after just a few bites. Her eating was dignified and graceful, exuding an air of elegance. Clearly, before the apocalypse, she was a woman of status and background. Despite her face being dirty, one could still see her well-defined features and delicate, fair skin. After giving birth and completing her confinement, her figure remained intact, showing that she had been well cared for. These were not things that could be faked. A night passed in silence, and Zhao Shuang sat there, dozing until dawn. With Zhao Shuang, the ability user, in charge, Lu Dabin, who had initially wanted to take advantage of the woman and tarnish the child, dared not make any further moves against her. Alright, it's dawn. Let's set off. I will take you and your child to the survivor gathering place in our C City military district, where your lives should be more secure, Zhao Shuang said, glancing at the time and estimating that it was already bright outside. Thank you, benefactor. The woman expressed her gratitude, holding her child tightly, her gaze resolute as she followed Zhao Shuang's lead. The others also chose to follow, especially Lu Dabin, who generously shared the food and water he had hoarded with everyone. After all, they were planning to leave, and he couldn't take all that food and water with him, so it was better to do a good deed. Thus, on that early morning street, Zhao Shuang led a group of ordinary people and an E-level ability user towards the military base. However, they had not been on their way for long when two human ability users flew over. Upon seeing Zhao Shuang and her group, their faces lit up with surprise. Hey, where are you guys headed? It's the apocalypse now. With zombies and monsters everywhere, it's very dangerous. I see you ordinary folks swaggering down the street. Aren't you afraid of dying? One of the ability users stopped in front of Zhao Shuang, blocking their path and inquiring. Zhao Shuang felt a jolt as she sensed the aura of this person. This person's ability level was over 60, a king-level existence. His companion was also over 60, another king level. This made Zhao Shuang furrow her brows. She had worked hard to reach over 60 and become a king-level existence. The leader of the Red Scorpion ability group, Qingrong, was a powerful double S-level ability user, yet now only at level 58, not even reaching king level. But these two who suddenly appeared were casually king level. Zhao Shuang couldn't help but feel uneasy. Exactly. You ordinary folks, what are you running around for? We know of a safe base, established personally by our leader Long Quang of the Tyrant ability group. It's in the city, not far from here. Why not come with us to the safe zone? The other ability user chimed in. When he mentioned Long Quang, Zhao Shuang's killing intent instantly spread. Without warning, Zhao Shuang suddenly struck. The ability user, caught off guard, had his head smashed in by Zhao Shuang's punch, turning him into a headless corpse that fell to the ground. Before the others and the second ability user could react, Zhao Shuang's clone had already reached the second king-level ability user. Just as he was about to unleash his ability, the searing flames not yet fully formed, Zhao Shuang naturally executed the Taizu long fist she had just learned not long ago. The man instinctively tried to block Zhao Shuang's lethal move but was instead hit squarely in the chest by her punch, caving in his entire ribcage and extinguishing his breath. At the same time, this punch sent him flying nearly 100 meters away. It was evident just how furious Zhao Shuang was, showing no mercy in his attack. Although these two ability users were also over level 60, existing at the king level like Zhao Shuang, their combat experience and skill could only be described as average. They were nothing like those who had fought on the edge of life and death, battling monsters to enhance their abilities. They resembled flowers cultivated in a greenhouse instead. They had the level of over 60 king, but lacked the corresponding practical experience and adaptability in the heat of battle. Their alertness was poor, which is why Zhao Shuang's clone easily took out the two of them. He killed someone. He killed for no reason. Ability users are indeed a bunch of lunatics. To them, their kind are no longer considered human. Run. It's too late, we'll die too. After Zhao Shuang dealt with the two subordinates of that dragon madman, he was furious, thinking about how to take revenge for his past life while gathering information about dragon madman. Suddenly, among the group of ordinary people following Zhao Shuang, someone started shouting and running away. In their eyes, those two ability users were clearly good people, kindly trying to lead them to a safe area. Yet, they were suddenly killed by Zhao Shuang. Was he not a murderer? If he could kill powerful ability users, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to kill them? They didn't even have a chance to resist. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Those who wish to continue to the military district's safe base can follow me, Zhao Shuang said, glancing at the back of the person who was shouting and running away. Showing no intention of pursuing him, he continued to lead the way. That mother and son, however, resolutely followed Zhao Shuang's footsteps. The rest hesitated a bit more. But in the next moment, a scream suddenly came from the person who had just run away. Clearly, he had encountered zombies or monsters and met his end at their hands. Instantly, the remaining people shivered and quickly caught up with Zhao Shuang. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang's clone led everyone forward, ensuring their safety. At the same time, Zhao Shuang's other three clones were rushing from the military base. The moment they heard the king-level ability user mention the words Dragon Madman, Zhao Shuang's main body, staying in the Nirvana headquarters building, suddenly opened his eyes filled with murderous intent. Dragon Madman, who in his past life was regarded as a big brother, the leader of the dream-chasing ability group, had slept with his wife, cheated on him for years, and even personally crushed his eyeball to kill him. It was a deep-seated hatred for the betrayal of his wife and the enmity of his death, a grudge that could not coexist. All the previous speculations about Dragon Madman also being reborn were confirmed at this moment. The Overlord ability group. You, Reborn, want to dominate this life? Dream on. At this moment, Zhao Shuang had already developed a murderous intent towards Dragon Madman. Moreover, that treacherous woman, Ice Rain Dream, who had repeatedly chosen to betray him, was likely already by Dragon Madman's side. Those two scoundrels from his past life were once again together in this life. It was the perfect opportunity to kill them both. Now, Zhao Shuang's first task was to find Dragon Madman's location and ascertain his current strength. This blood feud must be avenged, but knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. He had to gather intelligence before taking action. After all, previous signs indicated that Dragon Madman had likely collaborated with the infamous End of the World Church from his past life. The Shadow itself was a powerful and troublesome character, and combined with a reborn individual who also possessed double S-level talent, Dragon Scale, Frenzy, charging in recklessly would easily lead to disaster. If revenge turned into a delivery of his own demise, he would truly die with regrets. Zhao Shuang's other three avatars opened their full speed and, in just over 10 minutes, arrived at the ruins of the broken walls in the Sea City district. They then began to explore in three directions. To locate Long Quang, the recently mentioned king-level ability user said that the safe zone established by Long Quan was not too far from here. It should be nearby. With careful searching, they would surely find it. Sure enough, not long after, one of Zhao Shuang's avatars discovered a clue. He found two other king-level ability users, both around level 60, leading a group of 7 survivors to what they referred to as the safe zone. Thus, this avatar of Zhao Shuang followed them closely. The other 2 avatars also moved in that direction. Along the way, the 7 survivors kept thanking the 2 king-level ability users, dreaming of the wonderful life they would have once they reached the safe zone. Among these 7 survivors, 5 were ordinary people, while 2 were C and D level ability users. Their ability levels were only single digits, making them incapable of self-defense. Sure enough, it wasn't long before everyone arrived at the so-called safe zone, which was a cold storage facility made entirely of steel structures underground. Zhao Shuang's trailing avatar did not dare to get too close and observed the situation from a distance. Utilizing his king-level physical attributes, he listened intently to the sounds coming from the cold storage. Yo, old one, not bad. We've got new goods in, but there are a bit too few people. Only 7. 7 is pretty good. It's already the 5th day of the apocalypse. The number of survivors is dwindling. Finding these 7 is quite fortunate. But that girl among them is pretty good. I'll keep her for a while. After I'm done, I'll use her to feed the zombies. Ha? What are you doing? Let us go. Didn't you say this is a safe zone? Why are you treating us like this? Heh, naive. To still believe in strangers so simply in this apocalypse. I didn't bring you back here for you to enjoy life. I'm using you to feed the zombies. Produce high-level crystal cores to boost our ability levels. Little girl, you look decent. If you serve me well, I might show some mercy and not use you to feed the zombies. So, it all depends on your performance next. Ha 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 ha. Old Wang, I like this delicate, fair-skinned little boy among your goods. I'll play with him first before feeding him. Whatever, just keep your distance from me. Don't come near me. By the way, has the captain returned? He's back. I heard the captain went on a long trip, seemingly heading to the imperial capital. Upon returning, he found out that that woman, Bing Yumeng, was taken by Ying and was furious. After carefully interrogating the two sisters about the whole situation, TSK, their current fate is quite miserable. They've been tortured by the captain to the point of losing their human form. I heard the captain plans to use them to feed the zombies. He really is asking for trouble. Why provoke that ordinary woman? She's the captain's favorite. Sigh. Who says otherwise? Clearly, following the captain could lead to a bright future, ruling over this apocalypse. Those two sisters relied on their looks and could have had a place by the captain's side. Why did they have to seek their own demise? Alright, I'm off to enjoy this woman's service. We'll talk later. Zhao Shuang's avatar clenched his fists tightly upon hearing the voices from the cold storage. This Long Quang, as a reborn individual, actually engaged in such a detestable act of using living people to raise corpses. He was simply insane. How was this any different from the group of madmen in the Doomsday Church? Zhao Shuang's three avatars concealed themselves and scouted around Long Quang's base for about half an hour, intermittently hearing many conversations among the ability users inside. The base roughly understood. Long Quang had just returned from the imperial capital and learned about his beloved Bing Yumeng. He had been fed to the zombies by a pair of newly acquired sister flowers. At a critical moment, Ying suddenly appeared and rescued Bing Yumeng. It was clear that Long Quang was currently in a furious rage, torturing those two sisters. He also learned about Long Quang's ability level, which had reached a terrifying 100-level royal peak, relying on the insane method of using living people to raise the dead. It was no wonder this guy dared to venture alone to the imperial capital to hunt down the future human war god, Feng Xiaoyang. This guy's level of power was indeed exaggerated. It was only the 5th day since the apocalypse began, and he was about to step into the imperial level. If he continued to raise the dead so recklessly, it would be impossible for him to be killed. No, it was essential to curb Long Quang's continued growth. With this thought, Zhao Shuang immediately stopped the abilities of the three avatars, and they vanished from this realm without leaving a trace. Just after Zhao Shuang's three avatars disappeared, within 3 seconds, accompanied by a dragon's roar, Long Quang's figure suddenly appeared at the location where one of Zhao Shuang's avatars had been lurking. At this moment, the aura emanating from Long Quang had already broken through the threshold of 101, officially stepping into the imperial level, becoming a true imperial existence. Just moments ago, he had fed the zombies with those sisters and killed them at the moment they advanced. After consuming 2 royal-level peak ability crystals, he successfully broke through to 101. At this time, the space around Long Quang rippled, and in the next moment, a spatial door opened beside him. A high-heeled shoe stepped out from that door, followed by a well-proportioned calf and a perfectly straight thigh. A very short body-hugging skirt and a round, perky backside, a flat abdomen with defined abs, an unremarkable flat chest, and a stunning face with exaggerated green and burgundy mixed hair. The woman who appeared beside Long Quang was an extremely rare space-type ability user. Brother Quang just ignited my desire, so why did I suddenly appear here? Is there a problem? This enchanting woman said as she pressed her body against Long Quang, looking soft and delicate. Strange, I clearly felt that there were people spying here and in 2 other places. How did they suddenly disappear? Did they evaporate into thin air? Long Quang said with a puzzled expression. As he spoke, his large hand reached into the clothes of this enchanting woman beside him, intending to grab her chest. Halfway through, he suddenly paused, seemingly recalling that this woman's chest was as flat as an airport and there was really nothing to touch. So, he redirected his hand downward. He was quite satisfied with the woman's appearance, her abdomen, and her legs. However, the colorful hair and her flatter chest than his own gave Long Quang a feeling of being unappetizing yet regrettable to discard. But considering that this woman was an S-class space-type ability user among the rarest time and space abilities, Long Quang still treated her like a treasure. Originally, this woman was just a bait for raising the dead, but her identity as a space-type ability user allowed her to survive and qualify to become a member of Long Quang's Overlord ability group, becoming his woman. Who can just disappear into thin air? It must be that Brother Quang was angered by those 2 sisters. It created an illusion. Don't worry, I'm willing to help Brother Quang cool down. Oh. Brother Quang, your touch feels so good, so comfortable. Let's go back to the room, someone wants it. Hearing Long Quang's words, the woman looked around and used her S-class spatial ability to sense the surroundings. She found no one else nearby, so she responded. However, before she could finish her sentence, under Long Quang's teasing caresses, her body began to spasm. Her eyes became hazy, displaying a look of passion. Forget it, maybe it was just an illusion. You're right, who could possibly escape the watchful eyes of a dignified emperor-level powerhouse like me? Want it? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Why go back to a room? Isn't it more exciting out here in the wild? Long Quang said, forcefully stripping the woman of her clothes. In no time, her moans echoed, spreading across a radius of 1,000 meters, unabashedly loud. Meanwhile, inside the military district base, Zhao Shuang's true self had already arrived in General Shanbai's office. General Shanbai was lighting a cigarette, holding it in his mouth. His brow was furrowed, fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. After a long pause, he spoke. Are you saying you discovered a mysterious person? Suspected of attacking the Imperial Capital Military District, the SSS-class gifted ability user Feng Xiaoyang? That guy even organized a team to use living people to raise corpses? His strength has reached a terrifying peak of level 100 and he could step into level 101 at any moment? You want us 5 military districts to join forces to hunt him down? Shanbai repeated what Zhao Shuang had just told him. After all, the impact of this matter on his understanding was quite significant. It was only after Zhao Shuang refined the ability equipment that he gained new insights into the levels beyond the ability users. This led the military district to revise the classification system for ability users, establishing a ranking system that had remained unchanged for the past 10 years. Yes, using living people to raise corpses is an act that invites the wrath of heaven and is a demonic deed that deserves to be punished. Moreover, that guy's ambush on the few SSS-class gifted ability users is truly unforgivable. He must be hunted down. If we let him continue to grow stronger, I'm afraid that even all the elites from our 5 military districts combined won't be able to deal with him at all. He has previously attacked the Imperial Capital Military District. We can't be sure he won't attack RC Capital Military District. Zhao Shuang spoke again, elaborating on the threat posed by Long Quang. What he wanted to do now was to leverage strength against strength. Long Quang's use of such heinous methods to raise corpses had allowed his ability level and strength to increase far too quickly. It had surpassed Zhao Shuang's expectations, and he was no match for him at all. He simply couldn't defeat him. If Zhang Qian's double S-class gifted ability had grown robustly, without being restricted by the intelligence shackles that sealed 99% of its effects, relying on dozens of times the size amplification and various talent ability stacking enhancements, Zhao Shuang might have been able to confront Long Quang or even defeat him and take revenge. He could vent the pent-up frustration in his heart. But now, faced with Long Quang's extraordinarily high ability level and the 10 years of combat experience he had accumulated in his previous life, relying solely on Zhao Shuang and the Nirvana ability team was completely insufficient to deal with Long Quang. However, not dealing with him was not an option. Allowing him to continue his reckless corpse raising would only widen the gap between them. That revenge would become a distant dream. So Zhao Shuang chose to leverage strength against strength. Alright, I understand. You go back first. I will discuss this with a few other old-timers from the military districts. Within half a day, I will definitely give you a response. General Shanbai took a deep drag on his cigarette, then extinguished it, tapping the table with his hand, decisively stating to Zhao Shuang, "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." Zhao Shuang said as he stood up to leave, hearing the sounds of General Shanbai connecting with the heads of other military districts. Zhao Shuang returned to the headquarters of the Nirvana ability team, and it hadn't even been half an hour. The broadcast message from General Shanbai mobilizing the strong among the base's ability users came through. Instantly, Zhao Shuang felt a surge of joy. Before setting off, she had crafted new ability equipment for herself and Zhang Qian. The S-Class Fang Jian sword had reached Lu Shaoren's hands. Unnamed, SS-Class Epic Long Sword. Level 108, level 88+. Quality 20, Imperial Grade Item. Ability effect increased by 228%. Physical penetration increased by 208%. Additional bleeding effect of 118%. Additional heavy injury effect of 98%. Additional energy recovery of 8% per minute. This was a one-handed longsword tailored for Zhao Shuang, which could also be wielded with both hands. After donning the Nirvana battle armor and taking up the Nirvana shield, holding a single weapon was just right. Zhao Shuang named her new double S-class epic quality imperial weapon, the Dragon Slayer Sword, embodying the intent to slay dragons. Unnamed, SS-class epic longbow. Level 107, level 87 plus quality 20, Imperial Grade Item. Ability effect increased by 217%. Physical penetration increased by 267%. Additional precision effect of 127%. Additional ballistic correction of 87%. Additional armor-piercing strength of 77%. This was a longbow designed for Zhang Qian's newly awakened second talent ability, Hawkeye Incarnation. The bow had a majestic dragon coiling around it, exuding an extraordinary presence. Its attributes were also quite impressive, with armor-piercing penetration nearly maxed out. Additionally, it came with ballistic correction, allowing even Zhao Shuang, who was not skilled in archery and lacked abilities, to shoot accurately. Coupled with Zhang Qian's awakened second double S-class talent ability, Hawkeye Incarnation, it was like icing on the cake, elevating her strength to a new level. Zhao Shuang then gathered the members of the Nirvana ability team and headed straight to the central square's assembly point. Upon arrival, many ability users had already gathered there. Among them was the familiar Red Scorpion ability team prominently present. Team leader Xing Rong noticed Zhao Shuang and her group approaching and surprisingly took the initiative to nod and greet him. Although Zhao Shuang was just an old lecher in her eyes, always staring at her legs whenever he had the chance, his strength and the various abilities he displayed had repeatedly overturned her perceptions. Now, in Xing Rong's eyes, Zhao Shuang was undoubtedly a strong individual. Strong individuals deserved respect, even if he was an old lecher. Just as Zhao Shuang and the Nirvana ability team had barely arrived, waves of people began to arrive. Among them were many powerful ability teams that Zhao Shuang had seen just the night before on the battlefield in the imperial capital. These future big shots had gathered again just a day later. The future human war god Feng Xiaoyang arrived with Xie, Lu Man, and the members of the Divine Dragon ability team. It seemed that Xie, this double S-class healing talent ability user, one of the future 3 healing phantoms, had officially joined Feng Xiaoyang's Divine Dragon ability team, forming the iron triangle of Feng Xiaoyang, Xie, and Lu Man. Zhao Shuang shifted her gaze away from the Divine Dragon ability team and immediately spotted a handsome guy glaring at her with a pair of furious eyes. It was none other than Niu Dehua, the leader of the Rose ability team. Looking at Niu Dehua's dark circles and the anger in his eyes, Zhao Shuang couldn't help but laugh. She was merely treating him the same way he had treated her in her past life. Who would have thought that this dashing international superstar would be so greatly troubled? It was a classic case of not having rested well, resulting in dark circles. Zhao Shuang ignored Niu Dehua again and continued to scan the area, quickly focusing her attention on a team of about 10 ability users. This was a tall and imposing team, all looking like villains, each one appearing fierce and menacing. Their leader, however, was a seemingly gentle and handsome man wearing glasses. His name was Qin Chuan, an SS-level healer with extraordinary abilities. He was the only male among the 3 legendary healers and also the leader of the Good People ability group. Zhao Shuang couldn't understand how this guy had such a twisted sense of humor. He gathered a bunch of fierce-looking members, all with the appearance of villains, yet the group was called the Good People ability group. Their hobby was to do good deeds. However, every time they helped someone, that person's smile looked more like a cry. They could be considered a force of chaos in the ability user community. Qin Chuan's Good People ability group was destined to become an SSS level group, a superpower in the future. They had over 300,000 members, even more exaggerated than the Red Scorpion ability group. This was mainly because Qin Chuan was quite loyal and had an incredibly generous nature. In the last life, there was a saying, as long as you became Qin Chuan's teammate, it was hard to die. This was also the reason why the number of his ability group kept increasing dramatically, leaving others far behind. Currently, this Good People ability group should be affiliated with the Xian military district. It seemed that within this short half hour, many strong individuals from the 5 major military districts had already arrived here on their phoenix birds. General Shanbai must have taken his words to heart. His determination to eliminate that group of insane dragon maniacs was quite strong. At this moment, Shanbai, along with Kong Hu and Shangguan Xiao, walked straight to the central stage. I believe everyone present here is clear about the mission objective. I won't waste words. Each team should have your military maps ready, which indicate the locations you need to reach. We will synchronize our watches and then depart on the Phoenix birds to your designated locations. In 5 minutes, we will launch a full-scale attack on the target. Any resistors will be killed without mercy. Depart. General Shanbai wasted no time instructing the distribution of military maps. After succinctly stating his orders, he gave the command and all the strong individuals present set off. Zhao Shuang also received a military map and saw that the marked location was directly south of the Dragon Maniac's underground cold storage base. He waved his hand and led the Nirvana ability group back onto the Phoenix bird. The little red fox, Shiwei, was curled up in Zhang Qian's arms like a pet cat. Captain, what are we going to do? Why is it all so mysterious and tense? On the Phoenix bird, the leader Meng Lingyu asked Zhao Shuang. The others looked equally puzzled, still unaware of where they were going or what they were doing. Now I can say it, there's no risk of leaking information. We are going to eliminate a group of insane ability users who use living people to raise corpses to quickly enhance their own ability levels and strength. They have high ability levels, strong power, and are ruthless killers. So everyone must be cautious, especially the leader of that group whose strength is terrifying. When facing him, do not act recklessly or you might lose your life, Zhao Shuang earnestly reminded everyone. However, at that moment, the killing intent in his eyes was extremely intense. Dragon Maniac, today I will settle the scores of our past lives. I will make sure you have nowhere to escape to, and I will personally end you. That will be your best fate, Zhao Shuang silently thought to himself. The next moment, the Phoenix bird arrived. At the drop-off point, Zhao Shuang decisively led the Nirvana ability group to the ground, pulled out the military map, and rushed towards their team's designated position. Soon, the 5 minutes were up. Each team successfully reached their designated locations. Action! At this moment, General Shan Bai's voice came through the military communication device, clearly reaching the ears of everyone participating in this encirclement operation. In the next moment, various supernatural powers flickered to life, attacking the underground cold storage base in front of them. A multitude of supernatural attacks surged from all directions towards Long Quang's cold storage base. The sounds of screams echoed one after another, and several of Long Quang's subordinates perished on the spot. But in the next instant, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from within the cold storage base. At the same time, a tall and robust figure, over 30 meters in height and covered in black dragon scales, flashed into view. With a speed so fast it seemed like teleportation, he appeared among a group of supernatural beings participating in the encirclement. With a single sweep of his hand, despite the fact that the supernatural beings in that group were not weak, some reacted instantly, launching their powers to defend against Long Quang's attack. However, Long Quang's level 101 Imperial strength was still too terrifying. Facing these supernatural beings who had not even reached level 61, he surpassed them by a full 3 major realms. It was a complete crushing of levels. In an instant, the defense against Long Quang's attack crumbled like paper. The person let out a scream as he was sent flying by Long Quang's dragon claw. At the same time, 5 supernatural beings perished under this strike, and 3 were severely injured. In the next moment, healing light rained down upon the 3 injured supernatural beings, pulling them back from the brink of death. However, for the 5 who had died instantly, even this healing light was of no use. Humph. So I was discovered and exposed? But so what? You bunch of scum are nothing but ants in my eyes now. Since you came to deliver yourselves to death, I will grant you that just right to subdue you all at once, making you serve me as the overlord, emperor of humanity. From now on, you will all obey my commands and follow my lead, Long Quang said after instantly killing a few people, his figure flashing again to appear right in front of the healer who had just used her healing ability. He grabbed the female supernatural being and lifted her to his head, over 30 meters high. Oh, still a pretty little thing. Your delicate skin and tender flesh are truly pitiful. I give you 2 choices, submit to me or die. What do you choose? The 30-meter-tall Long Quang said to the female supernatural being he held. Sea Captain, save me. At this moment, the female supernatural being was paralyzed with fear by the gaze of this giant. Trembling uncontrollably, she instinctively called out to her most trusted captain. Wrong answer. What a pity for such a beauty, Long Quang said, tightening his grip on the female supernatural being. In an instant, his sharp dragon claws crushed her into a pile of flesh and blood. She was dead beyond recovery. Meanwhile, her captain had transformed into a giant white tiger over 10 meters tall, charging madly towards Long Quang. However, Long Quang's kick struck the white tiger's belly first, sending it flying into the air, where it was caught by Long Quang's 2 dragon claws. With a forceful pull, he tore it in half, killing it instantly. Slow, too slow. A mere level of supernatural beings is nothing but ants in the eyes of a dignified Imperial-level powerhouse like me. You kind of trash, how dare you come to encircle me? Is there not a single decent fighter among you? Long Quang casually tossed the 2 halves of the white tiger's corpse aside as if discarding garbage. His eyes scanned the battlefield and suddenly spotted a giant queen scorpion over 20 meters tall in the northern part of the battlefield. His eyes lit up. With a surge of power, the ground cracked with a sonic boom. Long Quang's figure once again moved as if teleporting, directly crossing several thousand meters in an instant. In an instant, he appeared within the battle circle of the Red Scorpion ability group, and with a swift claw, Long Quang lunged at the Queen Scorpion. As a fellow Reborn, he immediately recognized the identity of this Queen Scorpion. This was none other than the future renowned beauty, the leg fairy Qing Rong. In his previous life, even he, Long Quang, a fellow SSS-level gifted ability user, had to look up to her existence. He had fantasized more than once about carrying the leg fairy Qing Rong's pair of flawless legs on his shoulders, indulging in the wild imagery of ravaging this beauty. But in his last life, he was merely a small character at the Imperial level. Faced with someone of Qing Rong's celestial peak status, he could only dream about it. Even indulging in fantasies was the limit. However, in this life, he had once again stepped into the Imperial level, possessing Imperial strength. And the once lofty leg fairy Qing Rong, who had never even glanced at him, now only had peak level strength. She was completely at his mercy. The fantasies of his past life, his indulgences, might just become reality in this life. Her pair of legs, which could captivate souls and leave one unable to resist, were the epitome of a cannon support. Carrying those legs on his shoulders and ravaging her would surely be heavenly bliss. With his thoughts racing, Long Quang's hands were not idle. He instantly appeared beside Qing Rong and directly clawed at the Queen Scorpion, which was over 20 meters tall. Qing Rong, be careful! Suddenly appearing behind Qing Rong, Long Quang startled Shui Lingmiao, who shouted at Qing Rong. Her SS-level healing ability was instantly used on Qingrong. Yet, despite this, the 20-meter-high Queen Scorpion was still knocked back nearly 100 meters by Long Quang's claw. At that moment, Long Quang's gaze was drawn to Shui Lingmia due to her earlier "You longworm, last time you were lucky to escape quickly. This time, you dare to come and deliver yourself? Then I'll kindly send you on your way to meet Yin Wang." After stabilizing his stance, Long Quang found that his grasp towards Shui Lingmia had missed completely. Instantly furious, he redirected his anger towards the Golden Divine Dragon. Over 1,000 meters long, manifested by Feng Xiaoyang's 3S level talent ability, Divine Dragon appears. With a powerful push, he charged towards the Divine Dragon, striking at Feng Xiaoyang. His attack was lethal, aiming for Feng Xiaoyang's vital points, intending to take his life directly. Long Quan was now a level 101 Emperor-level existence, while Feng Xiaoyang was only at level 73, equivalent to the late King level. Although level 73 was already quite high among all ability users, it was still far behind someone like Long Quang, who was a madman using living people to nourish corpses. With a whole tier gap of royal level, there was a significant difference of 2 major realms in strength. Even if Feng Xiaoyang was a 3S level talent user, he could not ignore the 2 major realm gap in strength. Faced with Long Quang's attack, he could only temporarily evade. As he exhaled dragon breath towards Long Quang, he instantly flew into the sky, trying to dodge Long Quang's strike. However, Feng Xiaoyang underestimated the speed of an emperor-level powerhouse. Just as the body of his 5-clawed golden dragon soared over 1,000 meters, thinking he was safe for the moment, Long Quang appeared beside him, solely relying on his jumping ability. One dragon claw instantly grasped the dragon horde of the 5-clawed golden dragon, while the other claw forcefully smashed down on the massive dragon head. Roar! The golden divine dragon let out a miserable cry as it plummeted rapidly from the sky. At the same time, the healing light of the Fairy of the Tide fell upon Feng Xiaoyang, instantly healing his shattered skull from Long Quang's blow, restoring his injuries to their original state. Long Quang's second punch came crashing down, and Feng Xiaoyang's dragon head skull shattered again. The healing light of the Fairy of the Tide fell once more upon Feng Xiaoyang's massive dragon body. Thus, Long Quang's frenzied attacks and the Fairy of the Tide's frantic healing formed a miraculous balance against the future human war god Feng Xiaoyang's desperate howls. He stubbornly withstood Long Quang's relentless assault. Despite his appearance being quite tragic, the 3S level talent ability combined with the double S level healing ability allowed him to survive under Long Quang's mad attacks and the vast disparity in strength. "What are you standing there for? Save him! Didn't you hear Xiaoyang's cries?" At this moment, Lu Man, who had just saved Shui Lingmia using his incredible speed, anxiously shouted at her. Oh, I'm going to save him, save him." Shui Lingmia, who had just been stunned by Long Quang's attack, finally realized that she had been saved. She immediately activated her double S-level healing talent ability to treat Feng Xiaoyang's injuries. With Shui Lingmiao's involvement, the pressure on the Fairy of the Tide significantly decreased. However, in just this short time, sweat had already appeared on her forehead. After all, this was about the life of the 3S level talent user Feng Xiaoyang. A slight oversight or mistake could mean Feng Xiaoyang's life would be lost to Long Quang. She couldn't help but feel nervous, and sweating was a natural reaction. It can be seen that at this moment, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, even the future big shots and extraordinary powerhouses were still inexperienced. Their proficiency in combat was far from sufficient. They lacked the calm and composed demeanor that would come 10 years into the apocalypse when facing dangers and emergencies. Big shots also grow step by step. Now, in front of Long Quang, they appeared as naive as a group of children. However, these children were exceptionally gifted, each possessing remarkable talent abilities, especially those 2 future healers, the second of the 3 phantom gods. They were simply driving Long Quang crazy. If it weren't for these 2 annoying healers, Feng Xiaoyang would have died 800 times by now. In the next moment, Long Quang used Feng Xiaoyang's golden dragon body, which stretched over 1,000 meters, as a springboard. He stepped on the dragon's body and with a sudden force, abandoned Feng Xiaoyang, charging fiercely towards Xie, his speed as swift as teleportation. He figured it out. To kill this future human war god Feng Xiaoyang, he must first deal with these 2 healers. So he directly locked onto Xie, the graceful beauty with a gentle temperament. Those who he once looked up to now seemed like ants in his eyes. Moreover, Long Quang swore that one day he would make everyone bow at his feet. He would turn all those stunning women who were once high and mighty in his past life into his harem. He could wantonly press them beneath him, to ravage and torment them as he pleased. Long Quang was fast, but there were those faster than him. Just as Long Quang's large hand was about to grasp Xie, Lu Man appeared, again forcefully rescuing Xie from under Long Quang's hand once more. It was no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. However, Lu Man, with his double S-level speed talent, managed to do it. Mo Lure, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and teleport this annoying, fast old rat away. I don't want to see him on this battlefield again. Seeing his dragon claw grasping at nothing again, Long Quang's patience was wearing thin. What he wanted was to demonstrate his absolute power as an imperial-level powerhouse over these ants. Not to be toyed with by them, being played like a monkey was simply unbearable. So Long Quang let out a furious roar towards the sky. In the next moment, a spatial portal appeared on Long Quang's shoulder. Then a woman appeared, wearing high heels, with long legs in black stockings, a curvy figure, delicate features, and exaggerated hair dyed in green and burgundy. She directly sat down on Long Quang's shoulder. Ha ha ha, brother Quang. It turns out only I have the right to fight alongside you. This woman said in a flirtatious tone, and with a wave of her hand, a spatial portal instantly appeared beneath Lu Man's feet. But the already alert Lu Man quickly darted away, causing her spatial portal to miss. The people present were still shocked. This was a superhuman with spatial abilities. Don't mess around, just cooperate with my actions. I don't believe that if I attack their healer, that slippery little rat won't come to save her. After cursing Mo Lure, Long Quang moved again, instantly attacking Xia once more. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyan's golden dragon suddenly exhaled a breath of dragon fire, and the scorpion tail of the queen scorpion, Changron, also struck out. They all aimed to stop Long Quang's attack on Xia, with Feng Xiaoyang's massive dragon body soaring towards him. Using the same trick again, it aimed to crash into Long Quang to halt his actions. However, facing these attacks, Long Quang remained indifferent. Attacks that couldn't even break through his dragon scales were not worthy of his defense. As he saw his large hand coming again, Xie wanted to escape. But as a healer, her speed couldn't compare to the imperial-level Long Quang. Just then, Lu Man could no longer hold back and activated his abilities, charging towards Xie to save her. But just as he was about to touch Xie, a spatial portal suddenly appeared in front of her. Unable to break in time, Lu Man crashed into the portal, his figure disappearing in an instant. No one knew where he had been sent. Without Lu Man as her lifeline, Xie's situation became extremely critical. The entire massive dragon body violently collided with Long Quang, who was charging forward. The enormous dragon was sent flying by a single kick from Long Quang, who executed a dragon's tail sweep. The giant hand reaching for Xie continued its momentum. In this critical moment, a manifestation of the immovable king suddenly appeared, blocking the space between Xie and Long Quang. General Shan Bai had arrived. Long Quang's hand, reaching for Xie, directly grasped the towering figure of the immovable king, which stood over 100 meters tall. With his blood-red eyes, he glared at General Shan Bai, recognizing him as the man who would one day be known as the closest to a god. However, Long Quang still did not regard General Shan Bai as a threat. They were both SSS-level gifted ability users, but now Long Quang was at dignified emperor-level existence, while Shan Bai was merely at level 82, just stepping into the royal tier. There was nearly a 20-level gap between them. In the face of absolute power, even Shan Bai, who was called the closest to a god, could only concede. Humph, a trivial skill. Long Quang snorted coldly, transforming his claw into a fist and smashing down. Instantly, the towering figure of the immovable king shattered into countless specks of starlight, dissipating in this realm. Under Long Quang's overwhelming strength, even the royal-level SSS-level gifted ability manifestation could not withstand a single blow. After shattering the immovable king, just as Long Quang was about to smirk, Shan Bai's true body suddenly stood before him. At a height of 1.75 meters, this human flesh and blood figure was now using his SSS-level gifted ability, Dragon Scale Frenzy, standing before Long Quang, who towered over 30 meters. It was like a newborn baby facing a giant man over 3 meters tall. The stark contrast in power and the intense visual impact shocked every ability user present. Yet General Shan Bai chose to step forward, his mortal body standing in front of Xie, directly confronting the colossal Long Quang. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Since you wish to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Will you choose to submit or die? Long Quang declared, unleashing his full speed and power, charging directly at General Shan Bai. His fist, larger than Shan Bai's entire body, came crashing down. But in the face of Long Quang's attack, General Shan Bai not only did not retreat but also closed his eyes. The speed of the Emperor-level Long Quang, enhanced by the SSS-level Dragon Scale Frenzy, had surpassed Shan Bai's visual limits. His eyes simply could not keep up, so it was better not to look. Feeling the fierce wind from Long Quang's incoming fist, General Shan Bai sidestepped and executed a Tai Chi move, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Then everyone heard a loud bang. Somehow, Long Quang's fist heavily struck his own chest, causing his massive body to cave in at the chest. Even Long Quang himself was stunned. He had clearly attacked Shan Bai, so how did he end up hitting himself? Was this the legendary using force against force? How bizarre. Since the battle began, it was the first time the Emperor-level Long Quang had been injured, and it was by his own fist. In contrast, General Shan Bai was also not in good shape. Despite utilizing everything he had learned and pushing his martial arts skills to the limit, the terrifying size of Long Quang, over 30 meters tall, and the immense power difference still left Shan Bai's bones nearly shattered and his internal organs severely damaged. His vitality was rapidly fading, and he was on the brink of death. But standing behind him was Xia, one of the future triad of healing gods. Just a moment ago, she had been marveling at General Shanbai's bravery and skill, managing to use ancient martial arts to deflect Long Quang's punch back onto himself with his own flesh and blood dye, and the next moment, she noticed that General Shanbai was in trouble, and the healing light rain instantly fell upon him. It rapidly repaired his shattered bones and multiple ruptured organs, replenishing his swiftly fading life force. It forcibly pulled General Shanbai back from the brink of death. As General Shanbai returned to his former self, he glanced at the special ability equipment crafted by Zhao Shuang that he was wearing. At this moment, the armor was already covered in tiny cracks. If it weren't for this special ability equipment, he would have already died under Long Quang's punch. There was no way he could have accomplished the feat of using leverage to counteract force. After all, the prerequisite for using leverage is that you must be able to withstand the impact of that violent force. The royal level Shanbai relied on this set of almost entirely double S-level epic quality royal special ability equipment to successfully take Long Quang's blow. Interesting, let's do it again. After personally experiencing the leverage technique of hitting oneself, Long Quang instantly became excited. He threw another heavy punch towards Shanbai. With a loud bang, the punch once again struck heavily against Long Quang's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Long Quang showed no intention of stopping despite his injury. He switched from a one-handed punch to a two-handed punch, raining down blow after blow on General Shanbai. In the end, all these punches landed on Long Quang himself, causing his chest to cave in and nearly all his ribs to break. But similarly, General Shanbai's set of double S-level epic quality royal special ability equipment was also completely shattered under this storm-like assault. Ultimately, Shanbai was sent flying by a single punch, falling to the ground while carrying the healing light of Xie. His life was uncertain. Overestimating yourself. If you want to use leverage against me, you first need the strength to withstand my attacks. Su Meyer, where the hell have you gone? Can't you see I'm injured? After sending Shanbai flying and rendering his special ability equipment completely useless, Long Quang snorted coldly. He roared again at the sky. In the next moment, a beam of healing light fell upon Long Quang, instantly healing his injuries. Meanwhile, in the distance, a woman with a fiery figure but an ordinary appearance, protected by 3 ability users, used her healing talent on Long Quang. This woman was Su Meyer, as mentioned by Long Quang. Originally, she was meant to be food for zombies, but when Long Quang discovered that she had awakened an S-level healing talent, he immediately absorbed her into the Overlord ability group. However, despite her pleasant name, Su Meyer sounds enticing, and her figure is indeed extremely sexy, a top-tier existence, but her looks were quite ordinary. This made it hard for Long Quang to muster any interest in possessing her, unless he covered her face. Let's see who can save you this time. Submit to me or die. Choose one, beauty. With his injuries healed, Long Quang reached out again towards Xie. His arrogant voice echoed throughout the area. Those who once looked down on him in his past life now all had to submit at his feet. If they didn't submit, they would die. But just as it seemed Xie was about to fall into Long Quang's hands, a terrifyingly powerful energy arrow whistled through the air. It instantly struck Long Quang's outstretched hand, reaching for Xie. The tremendous force not only deflected Long Quang's hand behind him but also pierced through the protective dragon scales on his hand, creating a bloody hole. The energy arrow continued its momentum, disappearing into the horizon. Since the war began, this layer of dragon scale armor on Long Quang had been breached for the first time. It also left Long Quang himself feeling completely exposed. Every time he reached out to see Shiyu, just as he was about to succeed, he was thwarted again and again. These ants continuously challenged his limits and patience, ruining his plans time and time again. Damn it, these ants deserve to die. Just as Long Quang turned his gaze towards the direction from which the energy arrow was shot, his eyes widened in shock, for he saw an incredibly familiar figure, Zhao Shuang. What made Long Quang even more unsettled was that at that moment, 2 extraordinarily beautiful women stood beside Zhao Shuang, one on each side. One held a longbow and the other wielded a staff. Their looks, temperament, and figures were all flawless, even surpassing the renowned beauties of his past life like Qing Rong, Shiyu, and Shui Ling Miao. This made Long Quang feel utterly defeated. Why? Why was it that as a fellow reincarnator, the women around him were all of the caliber of Mo Luer and Su Meier? The ice rain dream he had painstakingly managed to bring to his side was nothing but second-hand goods. And that trash B-grade talent, Zhao Shuang, not only got to ice rain dream first but also had beauties beside him that were leagues above the women around Long Quang. In that moment, anger and jealousy burned fiercely in Long Quang's heart as he charged towards Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang, you bastard, come and face me. With a surge of power, Long Quang appeared right in front of Zhao Shuang. His massive fist swung down towards Zhao Shuang, as if he intended to crush him to death with a single blow. Faced with the seemingly crazed Long Quang who had appeared before him in an instant, Zhao Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Why did it feel like this guy had an even bigger temper than he did? Was he really going to shout for a fight right upon meeting him? It was as if in the Last life he had slept with Long Quan's wife and had given him years of humiliation. Ultimately, he had even killed him with his own hands. Shouldn't those words belong to Long Quan? Despite Zhao Shuang's confusion, he knew just how strong and terrifying Long Quan was. Not daring to be careless, he immediately unleashed over 100 S-grade ice prison abilities, layering them around himself without any thought of conserving energy. He activated a super strong defensive mode right from the start. Long Quan's punch smashed through 87 layers of ice prison with unstoppable force, yet it still failed to break through the remaining hundreds of layers, unable to directly strike Zhao Shuang's body. The scene he had imagined of smashing Zhao Shuang into a pulp did not materialize. At the same time, Long Quan's pupils constricted sharply. This kid had actually awakened ice-type abilities in this life? No longer the ridiculous B-grade regeneration ability? Although Long Quan was puzzled, his movements did not stop. The fact that his first punch failed to shatter Zhao Shuang's hundreds of layers of ice prison did not mean he couldn't throw a second punch. Thus, Long Quan's other fist came crashing down, completely shattering the remaining layers of the S-grade ice prison. He aimed to turn Zhao Shuang into mush. But before his second punch could land, Zhao Shuang had already burst out of the ice prison, shooting skyward. This left Long Quan stunned. Once more, this guy could actually fly in this life? Could it be that he had awakened two abilities? Was he a rare dual ability user? Despite the confusion in Long Quan's eyes, he had no intention of letting Zhao Shuang escape. With a powerful push of his legs, relying on his terrifying Imperial-level physical prowess, he leaped into the sky, chasing after Zhao Shuang's figure. Once again, he swung his fist at Zhao Shuang, determined to beat him into a pulp facing Long Quan's strike. Zhao Shuang merely raised his SS-level epic quality Imperial-grade ability equipment, the Nirvana Battle Shield. With a loud bang, Zhao Shuang was directly sent flying into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Like a cannonball, he shot straight into the heavens. However, with the support of the Nirvana Battle Shield, the Nirvana Battle Armor, and his entire set of Imperial-grade ability equipment, Zhao Shuang was only knocked back by Long Quan's punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Aside from that, as a king level, he suffered no other injuries. After delivering that lethal punch, Long Quan's body, having leaped 1,000 meters, rapidly descended. The imagined scene of Zhao Shuang being turned into a bloody pulp did not occur. Instead, Long Quan's full-force strike failed to shatter the ability equipment shield. In fact, it didn't even leave a mark on that shield. This immediately caused a sense of unease to arise in Long Quan's heart for the first time. Could it be that the trash Zhao Shuang used an Imperial-grade ability equipment? How could that be possible? He had used the method of the last world's annihilation cult to raise his ability level, achieving a breakthrough from 0 to level 110 in just 5 days. He had crossed from soldier level to Imperial level, without encountering a single ability user with the talent to forge ability equipment. Yet Zhao Shuang, that trash from the last life, had no combat power to speak of. What right did he have to use Imperial-grade ability equipment? To forge Imperial-grade ability equipment, at the very least, one would need initial stage Royal-grade materials of double S level or late-stage Royal-grade materials of S level. But that required the ability to hunt S-level late-stage creatures or double S-level initial stage creatures. Before stepping into the Imperial level, even facing double S-level royal creatures, Long Quan wasn't sure he could take them down. How could Zhao Shuang, a piece of trash from the last life, have that capability? If he had the strength to hunt double S-level royal creatures, wouldn't that mean he could also contend with Long Quan? But in his last life, he was merely a B-level talent ability user with regeneration, a being he didn't even regard. What right did he have to challenge him? After rapidly landing, Long Quan looked up at Zhao Shuang, who had been blasted away and was still rising. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts that had caused him a moment of unease. He then set his sights on the members of the Nirvana ability group, those who had just stood with that trash Zhao Shuang. At a glance, Long Quan's attention was immediately drawn to the uniform Nirvana battle armor and Nirvana battle shields worn by the members. The ability equipment on these people was even more luxurious than that of the double S-level Dream Chaser ability group 10 years after the apocalypse in his last life. How did that trash Zhao Shuang manage this? In just 5 days, he acquired such a vast amount of luxurious ability equipment? Both being reincarnators, how could the gap be so immense? You will either submit to me or die. Given that you are all associated with that trash Zhao Shuang, even in death, you will die at my hands. After shaking off the huge psychological gap from his mind, Long Quan instantly focused on the members of the Nirvana ability group, especially lingering on the two stunning beauties, Zhang Qian and Yan Cheng. Even if these two beauties chose death, Long Quan would still defile and ravage them to death. Long Quan's figure moved again, directly attacking Zhang Qian and Yan Cheng. Although Yan Qing tried to use the ice prison as a barrier, setting up over 20 ice prison obstacles in front of her, she still couldn't stop Long Quan's rushing figure. In an instant, this giant over 30 meters tall appeared before the two women, and two large hands reached out to grab them. Just as Zhang Qian and Yan Shan were about to fall into Long Quan's hands, Lu Shaoran acted in an instant. a guardian angel's shadow, towering over 100 meters, appeared, and two golden shields enveloped Zhang Qian and Yan Chang. Although the two women were caught in Long Quang's grip, he quickly noticed the existence of the golden shields and attempted to crush them. To his surprise, he couldn't break through the shields, and his fingers were even hurt from the effort. This made Long Quang furrow his brow, but he couldn't recall the rumors about Lu Sharan from his previous life at that moment. After all, as the leader of the Dream Chaser ability team, Long Quang had his own circle and a broader perspective, allowing him to interact with people that Zhao Shuang couldn't reach. However, Zhao Shuang, also a scout, had his own advantages and sources of information. Almost all the intelligence before each mission was collected by him. Zhao Shuang spent 10 times more time than Long Quang in the task hall of Hope City, gathering various news. While Zhao Shuang was busy gathering information for the team, Long Quang was preoccupied with having an affair with Zhao Shuang's wife, Bing Yumei, and naturally, he was unaware of Lu Sharen's story. At that moment, Zhao Shuang had already been sent flying nearly 30,000 meters into the sky by Long Quang's punch, barely managing to stabilize himself. After using the double S-level talent ability, Dragon Scale Frenzy, my body has exceeded 30 meters in height? So, this dog Long Quang has already stepped into the Emperor level in this life, becoming an Emperor level powerhouse? Raising corpses with living people, the enhancement of ability levels is indeed rapid. It seems I have to fight desperately again. Otherwise, none of us might survive today. After underestimating the situation, Zhao Shuang unleashed his copied S-level talent ability, dominating the sky, and rapidly dove down. At the same time, during his descent, the S-level talent ability, SHARINGAN, was continuously activated, starting to copy the abilities of the various ability users present, one after another. He used them to strengthen himself. Today, he was determined to make Long Quang meet his end beneath his dragon-slaying sword. Fully aware of how terrifying the strength of an Emperor-level Long Quang was, Zhao Shuang had already experienced the gap in physical prowess under that recent punch. As a level 63 king, he was thoroughly crushed by Long Quang, who was at level 101. Just with a single punch aimed at him, Zhao Shuang had to exert all his effort to control his form with the copied S-level talent ability, dominating the sky, only to be sent flying to 30,000 meters high before finally shaking off that terrifying force. Having just fought his way from the southernmost part of the battlefield to the northern side, Zhao Shuang had witnessed even the future human war god, Feng Xiang, and the man closest to a god, Shan Bai, being crushed one by Long Quang's overwhelming strength. If he didn't fight desperately now, it was likely that most of the ability users present would meet their end here. Just as that dog Long Quang had said, there were only two choices, submit to him or die. Zhao Shuang had intended to use his strength against him, not to lead everyone to their doom. Since he had decided to fight with all his might, Zhao Shuang opened fire completely, copying a total of 9 S-level and A-level talent abilities to enhance himself in one go. He pushed his strength and physical resilience to the limit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bridge the chasm-like gap between his level 63 king and Long Quang's level 101 emperor. In his previous life, at level 65, he had been captured and mercilessly killed by Long Quang, who was at level 119, with no chance to fight back. In this life, however, his level 63 self had already qualified to stand before Long Quang at level 101. After the enhancement of 9 talent abilities, Zhao Shuang's body had grown nearly 20 times larger, transforming him into a giant nearly 35 meters tall. The speed had increased by more than 20 times, and the descent became faster and faster. Ultimately, it was almost like teleportation, falling from the sky in the blink of an eye. A kick struck Long Quang, who was gripping the golden shields of Zhang Qian and Yan Chang, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the ground, landing in a position that resembled a dog eating shit. Zhang Qian and Yan Chang, who were held in Long Quang's hands, were also thrown out due to the impact. After being caught by the quick-witted Zhao Shuang, they were sent back to the side of the Nirvana ability team. With Lu Shaoren protecting them, even the Imperial-level Long Quang couldn't do anything to them for the time being. As long as Lu Shaoren's energy wasn't exhausted, anyone under the protection of his golden shield was invincible. Of course, just a moment ago, when Long Quang had only squeezed those 2 golden shields a few times, sweat had already appeared on Lu Shaoren's forehead. The attacks of an Imperial-level powerhouse were not so easily countered. Just during the brief moment when the 2 women were in Long Quang's grasp, Lu Shaoren had already consumed over 40% of his energy. Otherwise, Zhao Shuang's sudden kick from the sky would have saved the 2 women from Long Quang's hands. It was likely that Lu Shaoren's energy wouldn't last much longer. Long Quang, slightly dazed from Zhao Shuang's kick, got up from the ground and was taken aback. When he saw Zhao Shuang, who had become even larger than his own double S-level talent ability, Dragon Scale Frenzy. At that moment, the impact from his fall caused Molvy, who had almost been crushed by the massive Long Quang, to slide off his shoulder. She once again used her spatial talent ability to return to Long Quang's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shuang's heart sank. This scoundrel Long Quang actually had the rarest spatial talent ability user by his side. This immediately raised the difficulty of Zhao Xuan wanting to kill Long Quan by several magnitudes. After all, if Long Quan couldn't win and wanted to escape, Zhao Xuan wouldn't be able to stop him with his spatial talent ability. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that you, this waste, have completely fused with that 3S level ability evolution material? Why do you, Zhao Xuan, a piece of trash, get to have such a physique? Long Quan shouted, furious, as he charged at Zhao Xuan first. At this moment, Zhao Xuan's eyes were blood red as he rushed towards Long Quan with the Dragon Slayer sword. The two giants clashed instantly. However, the larger Zhao Xuan was firmly suppressed by Long Quan. He could only rely on his double S level epic quality imperial equipment to fight while retreating, rarely having the chance to counterattack, most of the time being on the defensive. After all, the gap between his level 63 king level self and Long Quan, who was level 101 imperial level, was simply too great. There was a full 20 level gap between them, a chasm of 3 major tiers. Under the enhancement of his 9 talent abilities, Zhao Xuan managed to narrow this gap. Relying on the advantage of his ability equipment, he was able to exchange blows with Long Quan without being rapidly defeated. This was already Zhao Xuan's limit. This was also the first time in this life and the last that he, a level 60 king, could face the imperial level Long Quan directly. Trash, trash, trash. Only able to passively take hits, without even the strength to fight back. Why does a piece of trash like you get to have all those beautiful women? Why does a piece of trash like you get to obtain and fuse with 3S level ability evolution materials? Why does a piece of trash like you get to have the same qualification to live again as I do? Just because you're trash, you think you can compare with me? Go. Die. Long Quan roared at Zhao Xuan while attacking frantically. As his anger rose, the black dragon scales on his body began to gradually turn blood red. The aura emanating from Long Quan grew stronger and stronger, and even a dragon tail began to sprout from his body. A pair of dragon horns also grew from his forehead. This is precisely the ultimate form of Long Quan's SS level talent ability, Dragon Scale Frenzy Blood Dragon form. In this state, Long Quan's speed, attack power, and physical attributes all double once again in every aspect. It can be considered one of his killing moves. At this moment, the furious Long Quan is enraged and breaking through his defenses due to the deep-seated fear within him, a fear of Zhao Xuan, the weak trash he had looked down upon in his previous life. Long Quan can see that Zhao Xuan's ability level at this moment is clearly just over level 60, a king-level existence. Yet, this king-level Zhao Xuan can now stand before him, enduring his storm-like attacks without being defeated. It is a stark contrast to the previous life, where Zhao Xuan had no power to resist and was easily killed by him with one hand. The difference is like heaven and earth. How could he not be afraid? Despite the vast chasm of 3 major tiers between them, with him crushing Zhao Xuan in both level and strength, he still cannot kill him. If both were at the emperor level, wouldn't he no longer be a match for Zhao Xuan? How could this not instill fear in Long Quan? If Zhao Xuan were allowed to grow, given what he had done to him in his previous life, would Zhao Xuan let him go? Therefore, he must kill Zhao Xuan, snuffing him out before he can grow. This is why, in the battle until now, Long Quan has become truly serious, even resorting to his trump card, Blood Dragon form. At this moment, a rain of light is madly falling towards Zhao Xuan. Zhang Qian's eyes are already filled with tears. She sees Zhao Xuan's body, which is on the verge of collapse under Long Quan's fierce attacks, reminiscent of when he faced that soldier-level green-haired zombie alone in the gym. This man is fighting desperately again. As the woman who loves him deeply, the only thing Zhang Qian can do now, and wants to do, is to heal him. To be the woman standing behind him, supporting all his decisions, helping him overcome all enemies and difficulties. As the rain of light falls, Zhao Xuan's nearly collapsing body rapidly heals within this light, collapsing and healing, swinging wildly on the edge of collapse. At the same time, his already nearly 35-meter frame, under the nurturing of the SS-level talent ability's robust growth in the rain of light, has actually grown larger once again, becoming nearly 40 meters, doubling Zhao Xuan's strength. He withstands Long Quan's frenzied attacks in Blood Dragon form once more. This mere 5-meter increase in size, however, is already the limit of the robust growth ability, which is sealed under the wisdom shackles, with 99% of its effects suppressed. If it were still able to enhance Zhao Xuan's size and strength by nearly 60 times as before, under the stacking of these 9 enhancement-type talent abilities, Zhao Xuan would have long since killed Long Quan countless times. Unfortunately, the wisdom shackles have nearly crippled Zhang Qian's double S-level talent ability for robust growth. Although Zhao Xuan has crafted her a full set of double S-level epic quality emperor-level equipment, a nearly 5-meter increase in size is already the limit of what she can achieve now. At this moment, Long Quan, with his entire body covered in blood-red dragon scales, his strength and physical intensity doubled, and his attack speed skyrocketing, thought he could crush Zhao Xuan, this trash, into pieces with his overwhelming level advantage. He wanted to make this fellow reincarnator disappear completely from this world. However, he never expected that the woman beside Zhao Xuan, who is stunningly beautiful and has a perfect figure, would possess Such an exaggerated talent ability. Not only can she heal, but she can also enhance Zhao Shuang's size and strength, turning Long Quang's sudden outburst into a joke. Even though Long Quang is still relying heavily on his emperor-level strength to suppress Zhao Shuang, beating him mercilessly, that guy Zhao Shuang is like an indestructible cockroach, relying on his entire set of emperor-level ability equipment, with his enormous size and the healing abilities of the stunning woman beside him. He managed to withstand Long Quang's frenzied attacks. The possibility of killing Zhao Shuang, the one who instilled fear in his heart, was becoming increasingly slim. Realizing this, Long Quang decisively abandoned his relentless pursuit of Zhao Shuang, a man shrouded in mystery. He directly shifted his primary target of attack. Although the chances of Long Quang eliminating Zhao Shuang, whom he deemed trash, were already quite bleak, he was still the imperial-level Long Quang suppressing Zhao Shuang, that piece of garbage. The initiative was entirely in Long Quang's hands. He could strike whenever he wanted and change his target at will. Yet, this Zhao Shuang, whom Long Quang had looked down upon in his previous life, was now able to withstand his attacks with a body just over level 60, worthy of standing before the imperial-level Long Quang. This was indeed somewhat unexpected for Long Quang. The danger and importance of Zhao Shuang, whom he once regarded as worthless trash, had been elevated several levels. But at this moment, it was still Long Quang who dominated the battlefield. He was the one setting the challenges, while Zhao Shuang was merely responding to them. Long Quang no longer wanted Zhao Shuang to continue growing stronger. He had deeply felt the threat and potential pressure Zhao Shuang posed. If both of them were imperial-level beings, he feared he would not be Zhao Shuang's match and would be crushed and killed unilaterally. Long Quang would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. He truly held the initiative, and now he intended to turn the impossible of killing Zhao Shuang into a possibility. Since Zhao Shuang relied on the talents and abilities of his companions, especially that stunningly beautiful woman with exaggerated curves, to endure under his attacks, then he would simply eliminate this beautiful woman. Once she was dealt with, the chances of killing Zhao Shuang would significantly increase. With this thought, Long Quang suddenly ceased his relentless pursuit of Zhao Shuang and swiftly turned to attack Zheng Qian. Mo Lure, teleport that troublesome one who uses the golden shield away, Long Quang commanded Mo Lure. Got it, brother Quang, Mo Lure replied, instantly activating her S-level spatial ability, spatial teleportation. In an instant, a portal appeared beneath Lu Sharen's feet. Unprepared and fully focused on Zheng Qian and Zhao Shuang, Lu Sharen fell directly into the portal, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, Long Quang, relying on his imperial-level speed, had already soared to Zheng Qian's side. His massive fist, as large as a mountain, swung down towards Zheng Qian with full force. He showed no mercy, intending to crush the beautiful Zheng Qian into a pulp with a single blow. Bastard! How dare you! Zhao Shuang, who could only raise the Nirvana battle shield in passive defense against Long Quang's blood dragon form's frenzied attacks, suddenly felt the absence of his own attack. He looked up just in time to see Lu Sharin being teleported away by the portal and Long Quang appearing beside Zheng Qian, swinging his fist at her. In a fit of rage, he roared, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, and charged forward, desperate to stop Long Quang's attack on Zheng Qian. But it was clearly too late. At that critical moment, a golden divine dragon over 1,000 meters long charged fiercely towards Long Quang. Simultaneously, a golden figure of the immovable Vajra, towering over 100 meters, appeared before Zheng Qian, standing between her and Long Quang. A queen scorpion, over 20 meters tall, also leaped to the side of the Nirvana ability team, its massive tail launching a deadly strike towards Long Quang. In the distance, other military districts' ability teams, along with General Shanbai's top warrior, Kang Hu, finally dealt with the remaining ability users of Long Quang's tyrannical ability team, and began to converge towards this location. The giant Wolf King, Kang Hu, towering over 20 meters, charged ahead, reaching the side of the Nirvana ability team. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a corpse, which was none other than Su Meier, who had just used her healing ability to treat Long Quang's injuries. The punch that was originally aimed at Zheng Qian to take his life instead changed direction and sent the golden divine dragon, transformed from Feng Xiaoyang, flying. The second punch shattered the golden immovable king's manifestation once again. The third punch sent the queen scorpion, which was blocking Zheng Qian, flying. The fourth punch sent Kang Hu, who had activated his double S-level ability, Wolf King's Fury, flying over 1,000 meters, his bones shattered, and he was even knocked back into human form by that punch. The fifth punch sent Senior Qi Lu Hai flying tens of thousands of meters. The Nirvana battle shield in his hand was blasted away. At this moment, facing the crowd that rushed forward one after another, risking their lives to save that big-breasted woman, Long Quang was furious to the extreme. Why is it that as a reborn individual, as powerful as he is, Long Quang, he has to be besieged by these people? And that trash in his eyes, Zhao Shuang, received so much recognition and life-threatening help from so many people. Shouldn't this world be one where the strong are respected, where strength speaks? In his previous life, Long Quang was looked down upon by those high and mighty figures simply because he was weak. They wouldn't even spare him a glance. In this life, he swore to become the only tyrant emperor in this world, to trample all those who once looked down on him underfoot. Now he possessed an ability level far beyond everyone else's and immense strength. It should have been a script where he ruled over the world, making everyone submit. Yet now it had turned into being besieged by the crowd, surrounded by enemies. And that trash, Zhao Shuang, had a whole bunch of people willing to risk their lives to help him. Long Quan was unwilling, mad, furious. So what if the whole world was against him? As a reborn individual, he would surely be invincible, killing all enemies in this world. He would kill until everyone submitted to him. With this thought, Long Quan frantically struck down one after another of the ants trying to block him from killing that big-breasted woman. In his rage, he resembled an invincible god of death. Under his fists, there was no opponent that could withstand a single blow. And without that annoying man who could use the golden shield to protect her, that big-breasted woman was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Just as Long Quan was about to bring down his sixth punch to turn Zhang Qian into mush, ergo Wang Chang and the violent bear had already raised the Nirvana battle shield in front of Zhang Qian. Also taking the same action were Senior Lu Cc, Father Zhao Zihan, Big Brother Meng Lingyu, Fourth Brother Li Fan, and so on. Even Mother Jiang Yun, Yen Qing, and Junior Wang Jing, who were remote or support type ability users, all raised their shields without hesitation in front of Zhang Qian. Watching the actions of the crowd and the figures rushing forward one after another, tears blurred Zhang Qian's eyes. She truly felt the warmth and care that everyone brought her, but the imagined fist of Long Quan did not fall upon the crowd. Instead, it was blocked by Zhao Shuang, a giant nearly 40 meters tall, who had finally returned. Zhao Shuang, I will not share the heavens with you. Seeing his absolute level and strength that had originally crushed everyone with a single punch, now pounding against Zhao Shuang, who was even larger than himself, only made him take a few steps back. The more he thought about it, the angrier Long Quan became, and he roared again, launching another punch at Zhao Shuang. Moreover, the speed of his punch increased, and all that could be heard was the continuous explosive sound of bang bang bang, like iron being struck. The traces of Long Quan's fist swinging could not be seen at all. The reason why Long Quan went mad again and attacked so fiercely was that he suddenly discovered that Zhao Shuang's body was actually cracking and bleeding. Although it was rapidly healed by the light rain from that big-breasted woman, Long Quan's eyes suddenly brightened. The fact that Zhao Shuang's body was cracking and bleeding indicated that he was on the verge of collapse, and Zhao Shuang, who was just over level 60 and a king-level existence, wanted to bridge the gap in strength with his dignified emperor-level presence. Being able to stand in front of him and face him directly must have involved some forbidden technique or a method with side effects. Otherwise, a gap of nearly 40 levels, 3 major tiers, could not be easily bridged. This side effect was definitely showing now. Zhao Shuang's pathetic body was already on the brink of collapse, seizing the opportunity to take his life. Long Quan naturally understood this principle, so he went mad again, attacking Zhao Shuang frantically, pressing him hard. He gave Zhao Shuang no chance to catch his breath, wanting to completely kill him. And indeed, under Long Quan's frenzied attacks, Zhao Shuang's situation became even worse. Huge cracks continuously appeared on his body, and a large amount of blood gushed out like a blood collapse. It poured out from the cracks in his body, dyeing Zhao Shuang into a blood-soaked figure. Simply relying on the light rain of his double S-level talent ability, which had been sealed to 99% effectiveness by the wisdom shackles, could no longer repair Zhao Shuang's body on the verge of collapse. Zhang Qian was suddenly anxious. At that moment, Shiyu, Shui Lingmiao, and Qin Xuan, who had just led the Good People's ability team, rushed in. The light of the three's SS-level healing talent abilities instantly fell on Zhao Shuang. His body, which was on the verge of collapse and starting to bleed out, instantly returned to its original state. Being able to enjoy the simultaneous use of healing abilities from the three future healing gods, Zhao Shuang had indeed set a precedent. Meanwhile, a demon over 200 meters tall, with ram horns and a warhammer covered in scales, suddenly descended from the sky like a projectile, fiercely smashing its warhammer towards Long Quan. It knocked Long Quan, who was crazily attacking Zhao Shuang, off balance. Zhao Shuang finally seized the opportunity in the flaw, thrusting the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand. It instantly pierced through the protective dragon scales on Long Quan's body, stabbing through his shoulder. A bloody hole was left in Long Quan's body. This sword strike was accompanied by his father Zhao Zihan's evolved A-level talent ability, Neurotoxin. With this thrust, Zhao Shuang let out a long breath. The outcome of this battle was already decided. The pressure brought by this emperor-level Long Quan was simply too great. It could be said that everyone present was basically being suppressed and beaten by him alone. If it weren't for Shangguan Xiao, who also possessed 3 S-level talent abilities, the Eye of the Demon, capable of summoning and controlling various powerful demons, leading the charge, Zhao Shuang's chance to thrust this sword and hit would have been extremely slim. Damn it! Zhao Shuang, you garbage, dare to hurt me? Feeling the bloody hole in his shoulder made by Zhao Shuang's Dragon Slayer sword, Long Quan was instantly filled with humiliation. In his previous life he had single-handedly slaughtered A piece of trash, and in this life, that trash actually dared to hurt him. He wanted Zhao Shuang dead. Furious, Long Quang grabbed the 200-meter-tall ramhorn demon that was attacking him again. With a roar, he tore the demon in half. Blood rained down, staining the ground red. Although Shangguan Xia was also a 3S level ability user, her current ability level was only at the peak of level 58. She summoned this demon using her SSS level talent ability, Demon's Eye, which looked intimidating with its massive body towering over 200 meters. However, it only possessed peak level strength even with the innate bonuses of its demon race. It was equivalent to royal level power. Still, it was no match for Long Quang, this imperial level powerhouse, who instantly killed it, tearing its body in half. Violent and bloody. Then Long Quang directly picked up the enormous war hammers from the ramhorn demon's hands. With blood-red eyes, he charged angrily towards Zhao Shuang. Guliolu. Zhao Shuang instinctively swallowed, looking at the pair of war hammers in Long Quang's hands, which were about the same size as him, even larger than his own body. He felt a surge of frustration. What the hell, Shangguan Xiao? Why did you give him weapons for no reason? Can't you see that the future human war god Feng Xiaoyang is being suppressed and beaten by this imperial level Long Quang? Both of us have SSS level talents. Do you really think you're stronger than the future human war god? If you could just hit Long Quang once, would that demon have escaped? With Long Quang unarmed, relying on his imperial level strength, he was already overpowering everyone. Now that he has those war hammers, won't everyone here be turned into mush? Before Zhao Shuang could finish his complaints, Long Quang's massive body swung the gigantic warhammer down heavily onto his Nirvana battle shield. Zhao Shuang, standing behind the Nirvana ability team members, didn't dare to dodge. If he did, and Long Quang's hammer came crashing down, the Nirvana ability team would suffer heavy casualties. With a loud bang, Long Quang's hammer struck down, instantly sending Zhao Shuang's body flying over 100 meters. His hands went numb from the impact, and the Nirvana battle shield flew out of his grasp. Originally, he had only taken a step or two back against Long Quang's punches, but under this heavy blow, he had no strength left to resist. The physical prowess of an imperial-level powerhouse was truly terrifying. It's over. We might not even wait for the neurotoxin to take effect before suffering heavy losses, Zhao Shuang thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair as he was sent flying. He could almost see the scene of the Nirvana ability team suffering heavy casualties. Quick, surround him. I can't hold on much longer. His ability level is just too high. At that moment, the voice of the Rose ability team leader, Niu Dahua, suddenly rang out. The members of the Rose ability team also rushed in. This made Zhao Shuang's eyes light up as he landed. He remembered that the leader of the Rose ability team, Niu Dahua, had a double S-level illusion ability, Sea of Roses. It could trap people in an illusion. At that moment, rose petals floated everywhere in the sky, resembling a sea of roses. These petals swirled around the 30-meter-tall Long Quang. Long Quang appeared dazed, his eyes filled with images of swirling rose petals. He stood there, grinning foolishly, showing no intention of attacking, clearly trapped in the illusion. Well done, Niu Dahua. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. How much longer can you control him? Zhao Shuang charged towards Long Quang with his dragon-slaying sword, wanting to inflict more wounds on him. Since this guy's dragon scales had a high resistance to neurotoxin, and his imperial-level strength also had considerable resistance to it, he needed to leave more wounds to inject more neurotoxin. He had to make sure he died today. 3. In response to Zhao Shuang's question, Niu Dahua, already sweating on his forehead, managed to utter a single word. Clearly, as a peak-level existence at level 59, controlling an imperial-level being with his illusion ability was not easy. Just a few seconds had passed, and he was already sweating profusely. At this moment, the ability users rushing in to beat up Long Quang hadn't even reached him yet. 3 minutes? Or 30 seconds? Upon hearing Niu Dahua's response, Zhao Shuang instantly accelerated and charged fiercely towards Long Quang. Whether it was 3 minutes or 30 seconds, it was already enough. 2. Just as Zhao Shuang finished speaking, beads of sweat poured down Niu Dahua's forehead like rain, and he struggled to utter the second word. Damn! 3 seconds? This left Zhao Shuang stunned. He had thought there was plenty of time, but now he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and thrust it heavily towards Long Quang's heart. 1. At the moment the dragon-slaying sword pierced towards Long Quang's heart, Niu Dahua's voice came again, and then he collapsed to the ground, completely drained of energy. At this moment, all his energy had been exhausted. The ability users who had responded to his call to surround Long Quang, aside from the extremely fast Zhao Shuang, had not even reached Long Quang's side before witnessing him swing that enormous war hammer again. They all turned and retreated. Zhao Shuang's determined strike only managed to penetrate halfway due to Long Quang's sudden awakening, and he was pulled back, unable to completely pierce his heart. Cough cough. Die for me. But Long Quang still coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured in the heart by Zhao Shuang's strike. Enraged, Long Quang swung the war hammer down heavily again. Although Zhao Shuang raised his sword to block, he was ultimately struck hard and spat out blood, flying backward. At the same time, 4 beams of healing light fell upon Zhao Shuang, ensuring his life was not in danger. But Long Quang raised his war hammer again, aiming it heavily at the members of the Nirvana ability team, especially that big-breasted woman. He wanted to turn everyone around Zhao Shuang into meat paste, letting Zhao Shuang experience the feeling of parting with his loved ones in life and death. At that moment, General Shan Bai reappeared, his ability equipment completely shattered. He had no idea whose clothes he had put on, and they didn't fit at all. Yet he resolutely stood in front of everyone, choosing to face Long Quang's massive warhammer with his own flesh and blood. At this moment, General Shan Bai closed his eyes again. A gigantic figure of the thousand-handed Guanyin suddenly appeared outside Shan Bai's body, enveloping him and allowing him to hover 50 meters in the air. The thousand hands of Guanyin launched a fierce attack towards Long Quang, offering no defense whatsoever. You all retreat. General. Shan Bai's voice rang out, leaving the chance of survival for the Nirvana ability team. Meanwhile, Long Quang raised his warhammer high, but it remained suspended for several seconds without falling. Long Quang's expression changed in shock, then he glared furiously at Zhao Shuang. That piece of trash. Damn. Is this sword poisoned? Zhao Shuang, you piece of trash, damn your ancestors. At this moment, Long Quang finally felt something was wrong with his body. His hands and feet were almost completely unresponsive. He felt so stiff that even moving a little was incredibly difficult. He couldn't help but curse Zhao Shuang, that despicable person who had used poison. Xianxian, shoot his head off. Don't let him escape. Niu Dehua, use your ability to control that woman on his shoulder. Don't let her use her innate ability. At this time, Zhao Shuang, who had been knocked away and was still uncontrollably flying backward, realized that the nerve poison on Long Quang had already taken effect. He shouted loudly. Hearing Zhao Shuang's voice, Zhang Qian directly activated her second SS level innate ability, Hawkeye Possession. In an instant, a colossal shadow of Hui appeared out of nowhere and merged into Zhang Qian's body. This immediately transformed Zhang Qian's aura into something incredibly sharp, and she drew out the SS rank epic quality Imperial Longbow, the Sun-Shooting Bow, a name given by Zhang Qian. Pulling the bowstring, an energy arrow materialized filled with violent energy and a breath of destruction. Long Quang's heart trembled involuntarily as he felt the threat of death for the first time. He could sense that if this arrow truly struck his head, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. He couldn't help but be astonished and horrified by the fact that this stunningly beautiful woman with a generous bosom was also a rare dual-gifted ability user. Mo Lure, are you going to activate your abilities and get us the hell out of here or what? Are you waiting for your mother? Can't you see I've been poisoned and can't move? Long Quang shouted at Mo Lure, showing no courtesy towards his only lifeline. Oh, okay, let's get out of here. In response to Long Quang's tirade, Mo Lure stuck out her tongue as if she was already used to it. She instantly activated her S-rank ability, Space Teleportation. A portal appeared, enveloping the heads of Mo Lure and Long Quang, attempting to teleport them away. However, the portal, having consumed Mo Lure's entire body and half of Long Quang's, suddenly jammed just as it was about to swallow the pair of warhammers. What's going on? Why did my space ability suddenly get stuck? It's that pair of warhammers, Brother Quang. They don't belong to this world. They can't be swallowed by the portal. Hurry and throw them away. At this moment, Mo Lure's voice echoed in the void, her presence unseen. Got it, I'm trying my best to get rid of them. But my hands just won't cooperate. There's nothing I can do. Long Quang's voice also came from the void, but his upper body was nowhere to be seen. Only his hands gripping the demonic warhammers and his lower body were exposed. He was being relentlessly attacked by the thousand-handed Guanyin's manifestation, with countless hands striking his backside. Long Quang struggled to loosen his grip on the hammers, but under the influence of the neurotoxin, even releasing a single finger was immensely difficult. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang, who had been sent flying, finally managed to stop his backward trajectory. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw only Long Quang's two hands and the lower half of his body still hanging in the void, his rear end stuck up in the air, firmly caught by the warhammers in his grip. These warhammers were demonic objects, inherently not belonging to this world. They were not so easily discarded. This made Zhao Shuang chuckle, despite his regret at not being able to kill Long Quang. He had already instructed Niu Dehua to use illusions to control that woman with the space ability. However, Niu Dehua had not acted, and as Zhao Shuang turned to look at the members of the Rose ability group, he discovered that Niu Dehua had fainted at some point. It seemed that, having forcibly controlled the Imperial-level Long Quang, he had exhausted his energy and suffered a backlash. No wonder he couldn't control Mo Lure, ultimately allowing Long Quang and the others to escape. With Niu Dehua completely unconscious, Zhao Shuang felt it was inappropriate to blame him further. But seeing Long Quang stuck in the void, unable to teleport away, he couldn't help but grin, his signature sunny smile returning to his face. Glancing at Zhang Qian, who had completed her charge, he spoke up. Qian, blast his rear. Even with Zhang Qian, who was also at level 60 and at the peak of her class, to break through Long Quang's Imperial level Dragon Scale defense, she would still need to charge for a while. Even with her double S rank epic quality Imperial ability equipment and the Sun Shooting Bow, a weapon with maximum armor-piercing attributes, it would take a charged heavy arrow to penetrate Long Quang's Imperial level Dragon Scale protection. After all, the gap in levels represents a significant disparity in strength, and that is a chasm that cannot be easily crossed. The arrow that Zhang Qian shot through Long Quang's palm had been charged for a long time. With the shadow of Hui possessing her, her accuracy was naturally much higher than Zhao Shuang's. She was able to gauge the force required for the charge to completely pierce through Long Quang's defenses. It was more than half a minute after Zhao Shuang's words fell that Long Quang's hands finally struggled to release the 3 fingers gripping the warhammer. Only then did Zhang Qian finally unleash that breathtaking, unstoppable arrow. A terrifying energy arrow, over 10 meters long, surged forward with an incredibly violent energy, whistling straight towards Long Quang's rear. After shooting this arrow, Zhang Qian exhausted all her energy and slowly began to fall. Fortunately, Yan Xing, quick on her feet, caught her in her arms, preventing her from collapsing. The terrifying energy arrow